Chapter 1. Transformed into a Daffodil Youth. In the heart of a tranquil and vibrant meadow lies a crystal-clear pond. The surface of the water shimmers like a green mirror, its depths visible as sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting a tapestry of sparkling reflections that bestow an indescribable beauty upon the entire pond. Surrounding the pond is a lush expanse of vegetation, with towering trees lining its edges. Their canopies sway gently in the breeze, offering a cool shade beneath. The ground is carpeted with soft grass and blooming wildflowers, which produce a melodious rustle whenever the wind passes through. The wetlands of the pond's perimeter resemble an enchanting canvas, where various aquatic plants flourish. Tall reeds dance gracefully in the breeze, their rustling sound harmonizing with the wind, akin to a symphonic melody of nature. Pink and white lotus flowers bloom quietly in the water, their petals unfurling elegantly, while exuding a subtle fragrance that contributes to the serene beauty of the pond. The creatures within and around the pond become integral to this picturesque tableau. Small fish dart joyfully through the waters. Frogs perch on lily pads, croaking melodiously, and colorful butterflies flit among the blossoms, as if recounting their own tales. In the distance, the mountains undulate gracefully, shrouded in mist, crafting a majestic backdrop. The vast grasslands at the foot of the mountains resemble a lush green carpet, verdant and inviting. Amidst this splendor, a solitary and exquisite daffodil quietly grows at the pond's edge. Its tall stem supports several snow-white blossoms that glimmer softly, as light as feathers. At the heart of the flower lies a small yellow corona, a miniature embodiment of the sun. A rich fragrance wafts from the petals, sweet and refreshing, enticing bees and butterflies to dance around it. Swaying gently in the breeze, the daffodil emanates an aura of tranquility and peace. Its roots penetrate deeply into the pond's mud, silently drawing nutrients vital for life, providing steadfast support and strength to the blossoms. As the morning light dawns, the petals seem to smile in the sunshine, showcasing their beauty and vitality. At by nightfall, when the moonlight graces the pond, the daffodil transforms into a more enigmatic and enchanting figure, akin to a solitary dancer, twirling gracefully under the moon's glow. This daffodil, thriving at the pond's edge, symbolizes purity, elegance, and resilience, resembling a beautiful poem eternally etched within the canvas of nature. Who am I? Where am I? Suddenly, a voice filled with confusion and astonishment breaks the tranquility by the pond, reverberating in the silence, with no one around, only the daffodil gently swaying its leaves in a breeze. Though devoid of eyes, she unexpectedly discovers his reflection on the pond's surface. As he gazes intently, he realizes he is transformed into a daffodil. Vague memories surge in his mind. He recalls just having completed his college entrance examination, having saved some money to embark on an impromptu graduation trip. Although it was the sweltering season of June, he resolutely ventured to the capital, first exploring the Forbidden City, followed by a visit to the renowned Pangaean, where he casually acquired some small souvenirs. However, the subsequent events left him in a state of confusion and bewilderment. He recalled the moment when he valiantly rescued a drowning child playing in the river, pushing the child to safety, which ultimately drained his strength. In a fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he seemed to perceive a strikingly handsome young man with flowing white hair standing on the bank, gazing at him with a smile. Radiating a luminous white aura, as his awareness began to fade, some of his memories seemed to vanish along with that enigmatic figure, for he could no longer recall the man's features. Am I not dead, but rather transformed into a daffodil? She gazed at his reflection in the water, incredulously murmuring to himself. The bewilderment and astonishment within him were insatiable. He could scarcely accept that he had metamorphosed into an ethereal daffodil. He couldn't help but question whether that white-haired man was connected to his extraordinary fate. He even doubted if he was merely dreaming. Yet, as he attempted to move the delicate leaves of the daffodil once more, his heartbeat seemed to resonate in harmony with the swaying foliage. This palpable sensation compelled him to embrace this reality. He began to ponder deeply, striving to recollect every detail from his life before becoming a daffodil. He yearned to uncover the force that had transformed him and whether he could ever return to the realm of humanity. The reflection in the pond appeared so tranquil, as if everything existed within a serene dream. Sunlight cascaded from the treetops, illuminating his pristine petals, casting a gentle halo, as if even they marveled at his plight. For a brief moment, the entire world seemed to freeze, with only his inner thoughts echoing across the tranquil meadow. What shall I do? Can I return? However, it appeared that Lin Zai's arrival had triggered a wondrous phenomenon. as the daffodils growing by the pond seemed to awaken with a newfound vitality. The daffodils along the pond's edge began to emit a soft glow, illuminating the entire pond like a dream, before gradually fading. A gentle spring of clear water surged from the center of the pond, resembling the source of life, forming a petite yet elegant fountain. The water cascaded softly, creating an arc reminiscent of a fairy's flowing gown, splashing droplets that infused the surrounding air with a refreshing essence, as if time and space momentarily stood still. In the center of the pond, a remarkable transformation occurred. Where the daffodils had flourished, now lay a youthful and exquisite boy. He rested half on the bank and half submerged in the pond, adorned only in a flowing white gauzy robe, light and ethereal. His presence illuminated the entire pond, as if the world itself was paying homage to him. His appearance was truly captivating. His long hair, akin to white silk, caught the sunlight filtering through, casting a golden glow that added an air of mysterious allure. His bright, clear eyes shimmer with the brilliance of stars, imbued with wisdom and curiosity. His visage, as pure as snow, is defined by a prominent nose and elegantly arched brows that create a distinctive profile. His smile is both natural and enchanting, complemented by a tall and well-proportioned physique, with smooth, powerful muscle lines and skin that radiates a healthy glow. At present, he reclines by the pond, each movement exuding grace and composure, reminiscent of a dancer gracefully performing upon the stage. An exquisite fragrance emanates from him, a delightful fusion of floral and earthy aromas that captivates the senses. The surrounding butterflies, drawn to his charm, flutter around him in a whimsical dance. The entire scene by the pond transforms into a picturesque tableau with the arrival of this youth, embodying tranquility, harmony, elegance, and an air of mystery. It seems as though the world itself has succumbed to his beauty and demeanor, ensnared in a reverie of exquisite dreams. Narcissus gazes into the water's reflection, his profound eyes mirroring his countenance, and for a fleeting moment, his thoughts drift far from this place, transcending time and space. Gradually, fragments of memories begin to coalesce in his mind, dreamlike recollections revealing that he finds himself ensconced within the realm of Greek mythology, metamorphosed into the legendary youth Narcissus, a figure intrinsically linked to the essence of self-love, that a peculiar emotion wells up within him, a blend of nostalgia and confusion. He peruses the memories of his predecessor, as though traversing back to an ancient era. Witnessing his own past, he realizes he has committed no transgression, he merely upheld his principles, rejecting the affections of the enamored nymphs. Little did he anticipate that such a simple denial would invoke the wrath of the vengeful goddess Persephone. The curse rendered him enamored with his own reflection, that mirroring self becoming his sole obsession. Upon unwittingly glimpsing his reflection in the pond, he fell hopelessly in love with it, consumed by an irrational infatuation. Ultimately, in his quest for liberation, he plunged into the lake, transforming into a daffodil. A flicker of anger and dissatisfaction coursed through Narcissus to him. The plight of his predecessor seemed an unwarranted calamity. Why should he be compelled to accept the confessions of others? His body resonated with the fury of the original soul, protesting against the injustice endured. Chapter 2. Verdant Fields and Blossoms. Vengeful goddess? Persephone? Narcissus silently repeated this formidable name in his mind, as if attempting to unravel some hidden truth within it. However, due to his inner apprehensions, fearing that uttering the deity's name aloud might awaken her awareness, dared only to whisper it in the confines of his thoughts. His reflections continued to traverse the corridors of memory. Seeking the true visage of the vengeful goddess, he understood that the vengeful deities were formidable entities composed of 3 sisters, suggesting that should he choose to pursue vengeance, he would be compelled to confront 3 formidable goddesses. Though in the hierarchy of Greek mythology, the vengeful deities occupy a mere 3rd tier, to Narcissus in this moment, they remain exalted and formidable beings, an undeniable reality that plunged him into profound contemplation. He began to untangle his emotions and contemplate the path that lay ahead, to navigate the treacherous realms of the divine, rife with competition and intrigue, and to fulfill his desire for vengeance. He recognized the necessity of enhancing his own abilities, ultimately aspiring to become a true deity, and he was acutely aware that his parents were merely ordinary local deities, clearly no match for the formidable goddess of vengeance. His father, Cephissus, was the river god, while his mother, Liriope, was the goddess of the waters. Their powers were not particularly distinguished within the pantheon. Therefore, he resolved it prudent to keep his parents uninvolved in his endeavors in Greek mythology. The bonds of parentage are often tenuous, sometimes fraught with complexity and contradiction. Perhaps it was this casual nature of familial ties that led the original soul to bid farewell to his parents as soon as he was capable of independence, departing from their abode. Narcissus emerged barefoot from the shimmering pond, the cool grass brushing gently against his ankles, its refreshing touch reminiscent of the breath of spring. With each step he took, it seemed as though he stirred the rhythms of life, each footfall resonating with the harmonious melodies of nature, a chorus of cheerful birdsong wafted through the breeze. Captivated by this ephemeral transformation, Narcissus raised his gaze, astonished to discover that upon leaving the pond, his garments had dried instantaneously, as if caressed by the meticulous hands of nature. This miraculous occurrence left him slightly bewildered, yet profoundly enchanted. A multitude of vibrant butterflies flitted in from all directions, commencing a dance around him, akin to a grand welcoming ceremony in his honor. Birds emerged from the woods, bearing garlands woven from blossoms and vines, which softly alighted upon Narcissus' head, as though nature herself were celebrating his rebirth in her own exquisite fashion. He immersed himself in the tranquility of the moment, suddenly feeling as if he were becoming one with the surrounding wilderness. Every bird call, every leaf, every blossom seemed to whisper the secrets of life to him. His connection to nature deepened, as if he had become an intrinsic part of it. In an instant, Narcissus realized that he had seemingly attained the identity of a deity, becoming the guardian of verdant meadows and blooming flowers. Though merely a minor deity, he radiated an aura of divine authority and sanctity. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Was it his arrival in this world that conferred upon him divine status? Or was it his rebirth from the daffodil that restored his human form and granted him divinity? Within the vast hierarchy of the Greek pantheon, there existed numerous tiers. The king of the gods, the principal deities, first, second, and third-tier gods, followed by demigods, woodland spirits, and nymphs. However, for Narcissus at this moment, such distinctions held little relevance, for he had already traversed the most arduous threshold to becoming a deity. The offspring of divine beings are not necessarily gods themselves, lacking divine office and stature. They may only be regarded as demigods at best. While their standing is slightly elevated above that of nymphs, their powers remain unremarkable. Narcissus, a name that epitomizes self-absorption, a demigod entranced by his own reflection. His existence, though lengthy, was not marked by exceptional strength. Yet in this moment he felt an unprecedented transformation unfolding within him. He gently waved his fingers, and the flowers by the pond seemed to heed his call, blooming in a vibrant array, creating a flowing sea of blossoms. They complemented each other beautifully, as if celebrating his rebirth and welcoming him into the embrace of nature. A surge of unprecedented power coursed through him, intertwining him with the essence of nature, the flora, and the entirety of existence. This force resonated with the earth, allowing him to perceive the breath of each flower and the stillness of every leaf. Narcissus stood amidst the floral expanse, his gaze reflecting an indescribable joy. He savored the novel strength within him, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future and confidence in himself. Perhaps due to his divine transformation, he had fully inherited the memories of his predecessor, and now he embraced his new identity with grace. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the fragrance of blossoms and the essence of freedom. Narcissus inhaled deeply, feeling an intimate connection with the world around him. Having spent some time in this realm, Narcissus was suddenly struck by an unprecedented awe. Before him lay a spectacle he had never witnessed, as if the very colors of the world had been transformed in an instant. On the distant hills, dark clouds loomed like ink, thunder reverberating through the heavens and earth, akin to a primal roar of nature. Lightning slashed through the ebony clouds like starlight in the day, the writhing bolts resembling a white serpent navigating shadows. Narcissus gazed at the ominous clouds with confusion, sensing the divine energy swirling within them, entangled and chaotic, as if numerous deities were engaged in a fierce struggle. The earth began to tremble violently, fissures crisscrossing the ground like endless abysses spreading beneath his feet. Thick black smoke billowed from the cracks, while molten lava surged like an enraged dragon, spewing wrathfully skyward, illuminating the darkened world. Creatures writhed in terror and despair, as both the torrent of lava and the lightning above plunged the life upon this land into chaos and panic. Narcissus too felt the weight of fear and disorder, his heart shrouded in an unsettling sensation. Standing on this desolate terrain, his eyes mirrored a profound confusion and sorrow. This land, once a paradise on earth, now lay in ruins, desolate and forlorn. Trees were consumed by flames, mountains crumbled, and the carcasses of flora and fauna littered the silent ground. Curiosity began to stir within Narcissus. What could incite such fierce conflict among the gods? Why a divine power suddenly turned so ferocious? He cautiously avoided the fissures in the ground, evading the falling boulders from the sky. One day, a monstrous roar resonated from the heavens, a deafening sound that instilled terror in the hearts of all. As the roar gradually faded, beams of light cascaded from the sky, and the heavy clouds that had shrouded the heavens began to disperse under the influence of an unseen force, as if swept away by a mysterious hand. When Helios, the sun god, once again traversed the sky in his golden chariot, it seemed as though all of creation had been granted a new lease on life. The sky has regained its azure hue, and the sunlight once again graces this land. That gentle radiance warms every nook and cranny, bestowing upon humanity a sense of tranquil solace. Each beam of sunlight seems to whisper that, despite the trials endured, new hope still flourishes. Narcissus stands atop the hill, basking in the warmth bestowed by the sun, silently gazing upon the ravaged earth. Illuminated by the sunlight, a surge of divine energy courses through his being. As the voice of nature beckons him forth, he tenderly extends his hands, palms facing the shattered rocks and parched soil, as divine energy flows from his fingertips, like an invisible spring, nurturing this desolate realm. Gradually, delicate flowers and lush grass began to emerge from the crevices of the rocks. Initially, they were merely slender sprouts, yet under the nurturing grace of Narcissus's divine power, they flourished with remarkable vigor. The blossoms unfurled beneath the sunlight, resplendent in a myriad of colors, while the verdant grass swayed gracefully in the breeze, brimming with vitality. All of this unfolded before his eyes with breathtaking swiftness, resembling a beautiful dream. Chapter 3. Peril. Narcissus lifted his gaze towards the receding figure of the sun god Helios, feeling a profound sense of envy and longing stir within the depths of his soul. The immense divine power, cherished by the very essence of the world, signified to Narcissus both an opportunity and a calling. As he beheld the desolate land, ravaged and barren, he sensed the divine duty within him quivering with anticipation. He understood that it was the world's essence urging him to rise and bestow new vitality upon the earth. The lush greenery and blooming flowers would become his mission, embodying the very fortune that awaited him. Narcissus resolutely embarked upon his journey, infusing each new place he visited with his divine essence. The imprints of his footsteps became the cradle of life. In the wake of his passage, the grass began to thrive, and the blossoms within the thickets unfolded, releasing their enchanting fragrance. As the years passed, Narcissus, now a deity, perceived the once precious nature of time diminish in value. Having dwelled in this realm for countless years, he initially endeavored to cherish each day, only to later realize the futility of such efforts. Throughout his travels, Narcissus encountered numerous deities of mountains and waters, leading him to discern the distinctions that set him apart from them. Narcissus discovered that the deities were utterly indifferent to the changes in the earth. After the war between Zeus and the Titans had concluded, Zeus had long since ascended to his throne as the king of the gods. Yet, the earth remained dotted with desolate and ravaged landscapes. During this time, Narcissus had inquired of them, and according to their claims, the earth was under the protection of the primordial goddess Gaia. They insisted that there was no need for them to expend divine power, even advising Narcissus not to squander his strength, encouraging him to remain with them in merriment, asserting that the earth would ultimately restore itself under Gaia's divine influence. However, Narcissus paid no heed to their counsel and persisted in his quest to rejuvenate the earth. He realized that during this period of revitalizing the land, he had reaped rewards. Not only had his divine power seen a modest increase, but his endeavors to encourage the growth of flora had also led him to receive the divine duty of bringing rain from the essence of the world itself, a reward bestowed upon him by the very source of creation. Thus, with every patch of land he adorned with vibrant flowers and lush grass, he exercised his newfound power, allowing rain to nourish the earth until the soil was sufficiently moist to sustain plant life, at which point he would cease. On this particular day, as was his custom, Narcissus arrived at a barren valley, preparing to channel his divine energy to cover the ground in green grass and blossoms. Suddenly, he sensed a violent tremor beneath him. What could this mean? Narcissus steadied himself, only to witness a fissure splitting open in the valley, from which dark smoke began to billow forth. Narcissus felt a tumultuous force erupting from the fissure, imbued with sentiments of wrath and hatred. How could this be? Sensing this ominous intent, Narcissus hastily sought to retreat from the valley. He had come to realize that the remnants of a Titan's essence lay hidden here. The conflict between the Olympians and the Titans had long since passed. Although the deities are immortal, many Titan remnants were severed during the cataclysmic battles, plummeting to the earth. Over time, these remnants, steeped in bitterness, often manifested into mindless monstrosities that wreak havoc upon the land. When Narcissus had recently been reborn, he had encountered the gods battling these very fiends. Initially, he had ventured forth to seek out the Titan remnants, hoping to discover if they harbored divine essence. However, upon witnessing the terrifying beasts, Narcissus, still in the throes of his transition from an ordinary human existence, perceived himself as nothing more than a mere fledgling. Realizing that rather than scavenging for remnants, he was more likely to become prey for these creatures. Thus, he generally avoided the areas where Titan remnants had fallen, only daring to restore the land after the monsters had been vanquished by other deities. To his dismay, today proved unfortunate. A Titan remnant had transformed into a monster, lurking beneath the ground. Dark mists swiftly enveloped the entire valley, sealing off Narcissus's escape. Narcissus grasped the staff tightly in his hand. A remarkable artifact crafted from a resilient wood that exhibited a profound, rich brown hue, its surface smooth and delicate. This divine implement was created by a deity skilled in craftsmanship, bestowed upon him after he had fully mastered his priestly dominion over verdant meadows and blossoms. Along the entirety of the staff, flowers and green grass entwined, resembling a vibrant tapestry of life. The resplendent blossoms unfurled in a spectrum of colors, from vivid reds and soft pinks to bright yellows, each petal imbued with the essence of vitality. The green grass enveloped the staff's surface like a soft verdant carpet, exuding a refreshing aroma. These flowers and grasses were not merely affixed to the staff, they were intertwined with it, as if they had organically grown from within. Together, they wove an intricate pattern upon the staff, forming a delicate tableau of nature. The staff began to emanate a gentle glow, and at Narcissus's feet, flowers blossomed and grass flourished, resisting the encroachment of the dark miasma. From within the black fog, ominous roars resonated, and the darkness began to coalesce before Narcissus. 3 monstrous figures emerged before him, their appearances chilling, embodying the remnants of the Titan's former majesty and power. One creature loomed large and grotesque, towering like a mountain. Its skin, as black as coal, was adorned with hard scales, each gleaming with a cold luminescence. Its eyes, devoid of life, had become hollow voids, bereft of emotion, exuding an endless indifference. Another creature exhibited an oddly distorted form, lacking a fixed shape. Its elongated, crooked limbs ended in razor-sharp claws, akin to daggers. Its pallid skin resembled that of the deceased, emanating an aura of decay and rot. As it moved, it produced a chilling cacophony, reminiscent of anguished souls echoing through the air. The third creature was even more peculiar, its body a fusion of multiple forms, with a head that might bear several faces, and limbs that morphed unpredictably, shifting from claws to tentacles. It radiated a sense of chaos and disarray, as if a tumultuous force had coalesced into a tangible entity. 1, 2, 3. Initially, Narcissus believed he faced but a single monster, only to find himself confronted by 3. In the face of these formidable foes, a surge of resolute courage welled within him. Despite the daunting odds, he was determined not to retreat easily today. Narcissus gripped his staff tightly, resolutely advancing into the fierce battle. The monsters emitted deafening roars as they viciously lunged towards him, their thunderous footsteps shaking the very earth beneath. Yet, Narcissus remained undaunted, clenching his teeth and harnessing the divine power at his command. As he wielded the staff, the flowers and verdant grass entwined around it erupted with boundless vitality. They swiftly spread forth, transforming into entwined vines and roots that firmly ensnared the monster's limbs, thwarting their assault. The fragrance of blossoms wafted through the air, emanating a vibrant essence that infused Narcissus with inexhaustible strength. A gentle rain began to fall, washing away the encroaching darkness. Narcissus seized the opportunity to swiftly navigate between the 3 monstrous beings, deftly evading their ferocious assaults. As he executed his intricate dodges, he wielded his staff with relentless vigor, unleashing wondrous energies. The monsters thrashed in fury, striving to escape their confines. They roared, emitting destructive forces, yet Narcissus clung tightly to his staff, channeling his divine power. Chapter 4. A chance of salvation continuing in this manner was untenable. He knew his divine energy would inevitably wane. With anxious eyes, Narcissus observed the creature that was persistently breaking free from its restraints. He understood that prolonging this struggle would only lead to his own depletion of strength. Resolute, Narcissus gritted his teeth, unshackling the other two monsters, and directed all his divine energy into the creature whose skin was as dark as coal, armored with impenetrable scales. He discovered that his power was particularly potent against this beast, prompting him to prioritize its defeat. As he concentrated his divine energy, lush green grass began to sprout between the creature's scales. These tenacious blades of grass burrowed into its flesh, siphoning the monster's vitality. Roar! The creature emitted a tormented howl. Witnessing the effect, Narcissus carefully dodged the attacks of the other two beasts and intensified his focus on the injured monster. As he poured forth his divine energy, flowers blossomed from the verdant growth, releasing an intoxicating fragrance that enveloped the valley, aiming to bewilder the creature's senses. Damn it! I shall curse these vile monsters. Narcissus muttered vehemently, his focus entirely consumed by the annihilation of the beasts. Unfortunately, one of the creatures struck him with its razor-sharp claw, crimson blood, glimmering with golden light, staining his once pristine white garments. The searing pain ignited Narcissus' primal instincts, driving him into a frenzy. As his divine energy surged overwhelmingly, the surrounding flora began to respond, emanating a gentle white glow. Within Narcissus's gaze, plant life reproduced at an astonishing rate. The wounded monster, targeted by his concentrated efforts, roared in agony, yet its resistance was futile. As a multitude of resplendent blossoms unfurl amidst the grass, the once formidable monster succumbs to its fate. Its essence siphoned away by the verdant flora. The creature collapses with a thunderous crash, leaving behind only a lush expanse of vibrant greenery and a row of blooming flowers. Observing the fallen beast, Narcissus breathes a slight sigh of relief. However, it is not long before he realizes that his divine power is nearly depleted, and he leans heavily upon his staff for support. His body trembles from the exhaustion of his celestial energy as he surveys the remaining two monsters, struggling to evade their onslaught, a glimmer of despair flickering in his eyes. Given the current circumstances, it appears that today may be his final stand. A persistent buzzing fills the air, growing louder and clearer with each passing moment. Narcissus perked up, eager to discern the source of the peculiar sound resembling the flutter of wings. It emanated from the swirling black mist, gradually drawing closer. "Little ones, is that you?" Narcissus exclaimed, his voice tinged with astonishment. As the sound approached, he discerned the collective buzzing of a swarm of bees. "Have you come to rescue me?" he inquired. His curiosity piqued. Excitement radiated from the bees as they joyfully encircled Narcissus, their diminutive bodies shimmering with a golden glow. Being the deity of verdant meadows and blooming flowers, he had long been a cherished companion to these bees, for their honey depended on the blossoms. Today, however, Narcissus had not anticipated that this swarm would risk their lives to save him. "Hurry and leave this place," he urged, glancing at the two menacing creatures that loomed over him, doubting his ability to escape so easily. The bees, witnessing Narcissus's reluctance to depart, buzzed anxiously around him. Then, in unison, they raised their stingers and began to assail the two monsters. "You must flee," Narcissus implored, observing the bees bravely confronting their adversaries. Narcissus exerted every ounce of his strength to call out, yearning for the bees to heed his command and vacate the perilous vicinity. Yet, the bees appeared resolute in their loyalty, encircling him as steadfast guardians. This unwavering devotion stemmed from the profound bond Narcissus had cultivated with them over the years. "No, you must not take such risks. You are making a futile sacrifice." His voice resonated with concern and helplessness. Nevertheless, the bees disregarded his pleas, courageously launching their assault. They raised their stingers one by one, fiercely striking at the monstrous foe, unflinching in the face of death. Narcissus was unwilling to passively observe. He concentrated his energy, striving to assist the bees. These bees were markedly different from those of his previous life. They did not perish upon attacking, and their stingers were both resilient and sharp. Yet, despite their enhanced strength, they remained insignificant in the face of the monstrous adversary. A single blow from the creature could extinguish a multitude of their lives. "Hurry," Narcissus urgently commanded, hoping to spare the bees from further sacrifice. His heart ached as he witnessed many bees giving their lives in defense of him. Yet he understood that this path would only lead to increased casualties. However, he too was nearing exhaustion. A careless moment found him struck by one of the creature's tentacles, sending his body hurtling like a kite against the stone wall. Narcissus coughed incessantly, feeling his life ebbing away with alarming swiftness. He painfully realized that he might not escape this fate today. As he witnessed the monster closing in on him, he found himself devoid of the strength to rise and resist. A wave of despair washed over him, and he understood that his end might be imminent. In that critical moment, a dazzling beam of golden light pierced the shadowy gloom, and a golden arrow struck true, piercing the skull of one of the creatures. With a mournful cry, the monster was instantly reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air. Narcissus lifted his gaze, and before him materialized the figure of a deity. Clad in a luminous robe adorned with resplendent patterns and artistic motifs, his golden locks radiated brilliance. Tall and powerful, his visage was flawless, with sculpted lines that exuded an air of nobility and grace. In the deity's hand was a bow and arrow that shimmered with golden light, clearly the weapon that had just felled a monstrous foe. He raised the bow, aimed at the head of another creature, and swiftly released the arrow. In a heartbeat, the monster was struck, disintegrating into ashes before vanishing into the ether. Narcissus could only witness his arduous struggle to vanquish a monstrous foe, while the deity who arrived here effortlessly subdued another, leaving him in awe of such immense power. Coughing slightly, Narcissus leaned against the stone wall to rise, expressing his gratitude to the approaching deity. I, Narcissus, god of green meadows and blossoms, am profoundly thankful for the assistance of the magnificent deity before me. Chapter 5. Apollo, the radiant god Apollo acknowledged, I have encountered your esteemed presence. The golden-haired deity, bow and arrow in hand, offered a slight bow to Narcissus, his voice imbued with youthful vigor and vitality. Narcissus felt a stirring within, realizing that the divine figure before him was none other than the future sun god Apollo. This revelation astonished him. He had never anticipated that he would encounter one of the 12 Olympian deities, the sun god, so early on. Having met His Highness Apollo, may the glory of the God King be with you. As the son of the reigning God King and having been brought back to Mount Olympus, even without knowledge of future events, Narcissus would cultivate a bond with him. Not to mention, Narcissus was aware that Apollo would eventually ascend to become one of the 12 Olympian gods. Apollo, Narcissus silently mused, recalling that the current position of the sun god was still held by Helios. Thus, Apollo was only a deity of light at present. However, the disparity between beings was striking. Despite not yet attaining the status of chief deity, Apollo was already a first-tier god, as if he were born into greatness in Rome. Gazing upon Apollo, Narcissus noticed that his already limited memories of Greek mythology were beginning to fade. As he sifted through the remnants of his recollections, he found that he could only recall a few names of deities. Nonetheless, he took solace in the fact that his knowledge of Greek myths was scant. I have come to the earth by the command of the god King Zeus, to eradicate the sources of pollution that afflict the land. A golden radiance enveloped Apollo, and wherever this brilliance reached, the ominous black smoke that had pervaded the valley began to dissipate, as if ice were meeting the sun. Soon, the black smoke was entirely cleared, and the valley began to revert to its original barren state, dotted with jagged stones. Narcissus, it is now your turn to act. Apollo gazed at the illuminated valley and spoke to Narcissus, who stood beside him. All right. Following Apollo's gaze, Narcissus immediately understood what he was to do next. He began to wave his staff, channeling his divine power. The once barren valley saw tender green shoots sprouting from the crevices of the stones, and as the grass grew rapidly, vibrant flowers began to bloom one by one. Before long, the entire valley was adorned with lush grass and blossoming flowers. Narcissus ceased the release of his divine power upon witnessing the transformation of the valley. Narcissus, splendidly done. You appear considerably more at ease now, remarked Apollo, who, possessing a touch of artistic divinity, held an innate appreciation for beauty. He gazed at the valley adorned with vibrant flora, nodding in approval. The scenery was far more aesthetically pleasing than its previous barren state. Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness Apollo, Narcissus replied earnestly. Just then, a faint green luminescence emanated from the valley. Most of the radiance was absorbed by the earth, fading into oblivion, leaving only a solitary green orb ascending from the ground. Fortune smiles upon you, Narcissus. The divine essence contained within this Titan's organ resonates harmoniously with your being, Apollo declared. recognizing the green orb as an embodiment of nature's divine attributes. Although light and nature were indeed complementary, Apollo held no desire to contest for such a diminutive divine aspect. "Thank you, Your Highness Apollo." Narcissus expressed his gratitude upon hearing Apollo's words. He had initially presumed that this emerging divine essence bore no connection to him, as he had been saved solely through the intervention of others. The very notion of survival felt like a stroke of immense luck, and he had not anticipated that Apollo intended to bestow this divine aspect upon him. Narcissus harbored no disdain for the seemingly trivial responsibility before him. He understood that even the smallest of mosquitoes could yield sustenance. Thus, he promptly harnessed his divine power, absorbing the shimmering green duty into his being. Once the verdant divine essence of the shrub was wholly assimilated, Narcissus swiftly comprehended the nature of this responsibility. It governed the shrubs within the realm of flora, overseeing their growth and prosperity. With the enhancement bestowed by the shrub's divine essence, Narcissus experienced a significant augmentation of his botanical divinity. He felt assured that possessing merely one aspect of plant divinity would enable him to swiftly transcend the realm of a low-tier deity, advancing to the status of a mid-tier deity. Narcissus, fully aware of the intricacies of existence within the realm of Greek mythology, understood that a deity could wield multiple divine roles, particularly in the case of Apollo, whose lineage boasted formidable divine power. He was endowed from birth with immense strength and favored by the primordial essence of the world. Thus, destiny inclined toward him with grace. While he remained uncertain if other deities had discerned this truth, he had long recognized that to ascend to the ranks of a secondary or even primary god, it was prudent to specialize in a singular divine domain and cultivate it to prominence. Otherwise, possessing multiple divine roles could lead merely to a convoluted divine identity and potentially incite conflicts among the various roles, thereby hindering one's growth. This path was the conventional route for ordinary deities aspiring to advancement. Yet, after traversing the earth for an extensive period, Narcissus observed that most deities seemed to live in a carefree manner, merely existing day by day, indulging in song and dance, with little desire for further progression. As the aspect of the shrub god intertwined with his essence, Narcissus effortlessly discerned that his responsibilities over verdant meadows and blooming flowers naturally harmonized with the domain of shrubs, fostering a symbiotic development. In contrast, the aspect of rainfall stood isolated, encircling the realms of meadows, flowers, and shrubs without integration. It appeared that while rainfall nourished the flora, it remained distinct from it. This was, however, to be expected, as rainfall pertained to the celestial domain. Zeus, the king of the gods, presided over the heavens, most notably wielding dominion over thunder. Observing Narcissus as he assimilated his divine roles, Apollo, who had been patiently awaiting an opportunity, took the initiative to extend an invitation. "Narcissus, I would like to invite you to join me in eradicating the sources of pollution that plague our land. Would you be willing to accept this endeavor?" Narcissus, upon hearing Apollo's invitation, was somewhat taken aback and inquired, "Is it truly possible?" To him, it seemed that Apollo could effortlessly resolve those matters on his own, without any need for his involvement. Apollo replied, "Narcissus, since my arrival upon this earth, I have frequently heard praises of you from the lips of various spirits and nymphs. They all speak of you as a beautiful and benevolent deity who brings vitality to the land. Today, upon seeing you, I find their words to be entirely accurate." Intrigued by the continual accolades surrounding Narcissus since his descent to earth, Apollo, upon encountering him today, realized that such commendations were not mere flattery. Indeed, Narcissus was a truly beautiful and kind deity. For Apollo, who held a deep appreciation for beauty, it was a splendid decision to invite Narcissus to accompany him in the days to come. Narcissus gazed into Apollo's eyes and discovered therein only admiration for the beautiful, devoid of any peculiar glances. During his sojourns across the land, Narcissus encountered numerous demigods and nymphs who professed their affections for him, some even beseeching for a fleeting embrace of passion. He was cautious in his dealings. When faced with those lesser than himself, he would politely decline, while he sought to evade those of greater power. Fortuitously, he encountered no deities inclined towards coercive pursuits. Most who were rebuffed would depart in search of another suitor. Yet, there were a few who were reluctant to concede so easily, opting instead to transform into flowers, plants, or small creatures, lingering nearby, awaiting an opportunity to exploit his vulnerability. However, The flora and fauna of the earth served as his vigilant eyes and ears, enabling him to elude their schemes each time. Chapter 6. Farewell. After a moment of contemplation, Narcissus resolved to follow Apollo, stating, "Very well, I shall trouble your highness Apollo in the days to come." Observing the divine role he had recently acquired, he realized that compared to the arduous effort required to forge his own divinity, accompanying Apollo would be far less taxing. He became acutely aware that the quest for power, reliant solely on his own abilities to cultivate divinity, could take an extensive period to achieve even a single divine aspect. In contrast, following Apollo, every minute fragment bestowed by him could represent a significant boon for Narcissus. As the days unfolded, just as Narcissus had anticipated, Apollo consistently led the charge in battle. All Narcissus needed to do was, following Apollo's victory over the monsters, to spread verdant grass, vibrant flowers, and a myriad of trees across the land as per Apollo's directives. During their time together, Narcissus discovered that Apollo was quite amiable. A few well-placed compliments regarding Apollo's remarkable feats would elicit great joy and generosity from him. Throughout these days, with Apollo's assistance, Narcissus acquired several additional divine aspects, including those of trees, vines, creeping plants, and ferns. His dominion over plant life flourished, elevating him beyond the realm of a lower-tier deity to that of a mid-tier one. And he was swiftly approaching the status of a higher-tier deity. This advancement signified a burgeoning strength, allowing him, while at Apollo's side, to contribute actively to the eradication of terrestrial blight, rather than merely tending to the aftermath as he had initially done. In the current battles, they exhibited a profound synergy, employing exquisite tactics and formidable strength to vanquish their foes. Typically, Narcissus would harness his botanical divine abilities to ensnare the enemies with lush vines, while Apollo would unleash swift and ferocious attacks, securing victory with ease. "My dear friend Narcissus, today marks the moment of our parting." Apollo spoke after their recent triumph over the monsters they encountered. Upon hearing Apollo's words, Narcissus was somewhat taken aback. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Apollo, what do you mean?" Apollo gazed at Narcissus and replied, "The source of pollution upon the earth has been cleansed, thus it is time for us to part ways. The king of the gods, Zeus, has summoned me." He continued, "My dear Narcissus, I wonder if you would be inclined to become my demigod, allowing you to accompany me to Mount Olympus." Narcissus listened to Apollo's invitation and shook his head in refusal, saying, "A deity? I beg your pardon, Apollo, but I prefer to remain upon the earth." Deep within, he harbored no interest in ascending to divinity. Apollo, with a gentle smile, nodded in understanding. "I respect your choice. Narcissus, your beauty and kindness breathe life into the earth. Whenever you decide to visit me on Mount Olympus, you shall be warmly welcomed." To become a deity is a folly, Narcissus mused to himself. Narcissus understood that being a demigod entailed serving the divine, taking on the responsibility of managing various mundane affairs. Indeed, in certain circumstances, a demigod could also be utilized by the deities as a tool or weapon. He recalled the example of Nike, the goddess of victory, who was said to have been transformed into a scepter by Athena. Whenever her devotees prayed, she would manifest in her scepter form, bringing triumph to those who held faith in her. Narcissus wisely declined the opportunity to become a deity, for he preferred to retain his freedom. "My sister Artemis has come to escort me. It seems I truly must take my leave now, dear Narcissus." Apollo gazed toward the horizon, his eyes filled with the sorrow of parting. Following Apollo's gaze, Narcissus too looked skyward, where he beheld two magnificent and powerful white steeds, their coats as pure as snow, their hooves shimmering with silver light, resembling clouds in flight. They were leading a splendid and resplendent chariot, crafted from pure silver, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Upon the chariot stood a beautiful and majestic goddess, adorned in gleaming hunting attire, her silver hair shining like moonlight, her eyes reflecting resolve and wisdom. Narcissus gazed upon the goddess, irresistibly captivated by her beauty and enigma. She was Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and wild creatures, a twin sister to Apollo. She exhibited an unparalleled majesty and confidence upon her chariot, radiating a divine luminosity that commanded reverence. Her countenance was both noble and alluring, her eyes revealing a blend of vigilance and cunning, rendering her even more enchanting and elusive. The arrival of Artemis signified the imminent return of Apollo from the earthly realm to Mount Olympus. "Farewell, Apollo." Narcissus could not help but extend his arms, embracing Apollo tightly, conveying his concern and well wishes for his friend. "Farewell, Narcissus. I eagerly await the day you come to visit me on Olympus," Apollo replied with a similarly sincere embrace. Then, Apollo issued a resounding command, summoning his golden chariot. This chariot, forged from shimmering gold, adorned with gemstones upon its wheels, exuded a dazzling brilliance. Apollo gracefully mounted the chariot. Grasping the reins, prepared for departure. "Go," he commanded, and in an instant, the chariot soared into the air, liberated from the constraints of the earth. Narcissus watched as the chariot of Apollo and Artemis soared across the sky, gradually vanishing into the clouds, leaving behind a radiant glow. "Who was that handsome god below?" Artemis inquired, steering her chariot closer to Apollo. She had long heard whispers about Apollo's recent companionship with a remarkably attractive deity. A mere glance had confirmed her suspicions. She had indeed seen an exceptionally beautiful youth. "That is Narcissus, my dear friend," Apollo replied, reluctant to allow others to speculate about the nature of his relationship with Narcissus. "Ah, merely a good friend?" Artemis smiled. "However, I have heard a rumor about a youth named Narcissus, quite coincidentally sharing the same name as your companion." "Rumor? What sort of rumor?" Apollo asked, intrigued. "It is said that a young man named Narcissus, having spurned the affections of many nymphs and fairies, has drawn the ire of the vengeful goddess Persephone. She cursed him to fall in love with his own reflection, ultimately leading to his demise," Artemis recounted, shaking her head. "This rumor should bear no relation to your friend. That young man is merely a demigod. Although Persephone is but a lesser deity, her vengeful powers are indeed formidable, and one must tread carefully to avoid her wrath. That youth must have already encountered misfortune, truly a pitiable fate," Artemis added. "Persephone? A feeble goddess who unleashes her wrath upon the innocent," Apollo scoffed upon hearing Artemis's words. "Indeed, the matter is hardly connected to Persephone," Artemis nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 7. The god of plant propagation. Apollo's departure did not significantly alter the course of Narcissus's life. Initially, Narcissus believed he would struggle to adjust to Apollo's departure. However, apart from occasional bouts of solitude, he gradually acclimated to the life of solitude. In truth, he now had an abundance of tasks to occupy his days, tirelessly searching for barren lands yet untouched by the encroaching flora, endeavoring to cultivate a variety of plants upon them. One day, as Narcissus roamed the earth, he stumbled upon a perplexing phenomenon that left him bewildered. He observed that the majority of plants merely bloomed without bearing fruit, with only a select few unique species capable of producing viable offspring. The others merely blossomed, withered, and then bloomed anew, perpetuating this cycle ad infinitum. What astonished Narcissus even further was the discovery that these plants predominantly relied on lateral buds from their roots for propagation. Whether they were humble weeds or towering trees, they adhered to this singular reproductive pattern. This revelation confounded Narcissus, for in his understanding, the methods of plant reproduction were typically diverse, and such dependence on lateral bud growth was uncommon. It was evident that a reliance on lateral propagation would only weaken a plant's resilience to the caprices of nature. A mere mishap could spell the extinction of such flora. Narcissus resolved to delve deeply into this phenomenon. Thus, in the ensuing period, he devoted considerable time to observing and studying the growth process of these plants. He even employed divine powers to interfere with their development. Through his observations, he discerned that these plants appeared to be under the influence of some enigmatic force, which rendered them incapable of bearing fruit in a normal manner. Narcissus began to explore various methods, including communicating with plants, fertilizing, and adjusting the environment, in hopes of uncovering a solution to the predicament. Throughout this process, he gradually unearthed clues suggesting that this phenomenon was intricately linked to the intervention of a deity or a greater power. Through his thorough investigation, Narcissus discerned that the inability of the plants to bear fruit was likely due to the absence of seasonal changes in this realm. However, the domain of the seasons was governed by a high deity of nature, a power that Narcissus, in his current state, was ill-equipped to influence. Furthermore, the seasons in this world remained incomplete, comprising at most only spring, summer, and autumn. He recalled that the seasons were perfected by the harvest goddess Demeter, whose daughter, Persephone, was forcibly taken by Hades to the underworld. This tragic event plunged Demeter into profound sorrow, causing all life on earth to cease its growth. Ultimately, Zeus, unable to endure the desolation that befell the earth, resolved to negotiate with Hades regarding the return of Persephone to Demeter. Zeus dispatched Hermes to the underworld to retrieve Persephone. Yet before Hermes could arrive, Hades cunningly tricked Persephone into consuming pomegranate seeds, the food of the underworld, which bound her to that realm. After deliberation, Hades permitted Persephone to return to the mortal world, albeit with the stipulation that she must spend a portion of each year in the underworld. Whenever Persephone departed for Hades, her mother, the harvest goddess Demeter, would succumb to sorrow, heralding the arrival of autumn and winter on Earth. The immense power that could halt the growth of all living things was a concept far beyond the reach of Narcissus's imagination at this moment. Upon reflecting that the goddess of harvest, Demeter, is the sister of the king of gods, Zeus, Narcissus felt an inherent sense of her formidable divine power, which seemed only fitting. None of Zeus's siblings could be deemed weak. Each possessed astonishing divine abilities. One day, as Narcissus typically did, he brought lush vegetation to barren lands. Suddenly, he sensed an inexplicable force emanating from a nearby canyon, drawing him in with an irresistible allure. Following this sensation, Narcissus arrived at the canyon. Ultimately, he could not resist his curiosity and cautiously ventured inside. As he stepped into the canyon, a brilliant light enveloped him. When the radiance subsided, Narcissus discovered that he had acquired a divine office related to his recent endeavors, one that pertained to seeds and bestowed upon him a deeper level of divine power. With the enhancement of this divine role, Narcissus ascended to the rank of a second-tier deity. The acquisition of the office concerning seeds perfected his divine influence, rendering him the guardian of the complete life cycle of plants, from germination to flowering and fruiting. The cycle of flora now operated flawlessly under his stewardship, granting him a more profound impact on their growth and propagation. Consequently, he earned the title of the god of plant propagation. From this day forth, when introduced among the other deities, he could proudly proclaim himself as Narcissus, the god of plant propagation, relinquishing his former title of the god of verdant meadows and blossoms. With his ascension to a second-tier deity, Narcissus exhaled in relief, finally possessing a modicum of self-preservation. While he knelt on the ground, studying the flowering and fruiting of plants, a cacophony of bird calls echoed from the sky. Caw, caw. Narcissus looked up to see a bird, entirely clad in white feathers and resembling a crow, circling above before descending before him. Narcissus observed with great care, confirming that the bird before him was indeed a raven, though its plumage was predominantly snow-white, quite distinct from the all-black ravens he was accustomed to. His curiosity about this sudden apparition was tinged with a hint of caution. Before Narcissus could utter a word, the raven began to speak. "I am utterly exhausted. You must be Narcissus, correct? Do you have any water? I am parched beyond belief. Hurry. I need some water for Coronis." The raven's voice was hoarse, yet Narcissus sensed no malice in its tone. Gradually lowering his guard, he regarded the raven with intrigue. "Water? Coronis, is it? I happen to have some fruit. Would you care to try some?" Narcissus replied, plucking a few pieces of fruit and offering them to the raven, Coronis. The raven, intrigued, inquired, "Fruit? What is that?" Narcissus explained, "This is a strawberry, which springs forth from the grassy earth, and this is a blueberry, flourishing upon the bushes." He plucked a handful of strawberries and blueberries and presented them to the crow, Coronatus. The curious Coronatus gazed intently at the red and blue fruits before sampling one. "Caw-caw. This fruit is truly delightful, Narcissus," it exclaimed, pecking at the delectable morsels, as the unique flavors captivated its palate. Narcissus smiled as he observed the raven savoring the exquisite fruit. He too felt a sense of joy, for it appeared that he had been remarkably successful in cultivating new plant varieties in this world. "Corvus, what brings you to me?" Narcissus inquired, his curiosity piqued by the presence of this unusual raven. The raven, Corvus, paused its feeding and responded in a hoarse voice, "Narcissus, it is His Highness Apollo who has commanded me to seek you." Chapter 8. A reunion. Apollo is looking for me? Narcissus felt a twinge of curiosity. After all, their separation had not been lengthy, and he was uncertain as to what business Apollo might have with him. "What does Apollo wish to discuss with me?" Narcissus asked. Corvus continued to indulge in the fruit while replying, "Zeus of Olympus is hosting a grand banquet, and His Highness Apollo has specifically sent me to invite you." The raven momentarily ceased its feeding, casting an expectant glance at Narcissus, as if hoping to continue relishing the delectable fruits. Narcissus smiled as he plucked some fresh fruits and offered them to the crow, Coronis, saying, "Here are some strawberries and blueberries. Feel free to indulge. Regarding the banquet, I am most delighted to attend, and I express my gratitude for Apollo's kind invitation." As Coronis savored the fruits, he nodded in satisfaction. Narcissus, these fruits are truly delectable. Are there any more? Narcissus replied with a smile. I apologize, but I have yet to cultivate other fruits. The next time you visit, I should have developed new varieties. And at that time, I will prepare a greater selection of fresh fruits for your enjoyment. Upon hearing Narcissus's words, the raven Coronis continued to peck at the fruits, when suddenly, it noticed an unusual strawberry, distinct in size and appearance from the others, significantly smaller in stature. Driven by curiosity, it grasped the strawberry and placed it in its beak. Narcissus hurriedly exclaimed, "Wait!" However, the crow, Coronis, after taking a bite, disdainfully spat out the strawberry, saying, "Pa, pa. Narcissus, this strawberry is utterly unpalatable. Could it be spoiled?" Narcissus awkwardly explained, "I apologize, Coronis, but that is not a strawberry. It is a plant known as a snakeberry. They may appear similar, yet their flavors are utterly distinct." The raven Coronis shook his head, expressing his discontent with the snakeberry. "Snakeberries are truly unpalatable. Ah, Coronis, I am quite full. Thank you, Narcissus, for your hospitality." The raven Coronis adjusted his feathers and then flapped his wings. "I must return to report to His Highness Apollo that Narcissus has consented to attend the banquet on Mount Olympus." Narcissus replied with a smile, "Cronus, you may take these fruits back to Apollo for him to savor." Narcissus placed an assortment of strawberries and blueberries upon a broad leaf, deftly binding them with grass, and presented this offering to the crow, Coronis. The crow, Coronis, received the parcel, tilting its head with intrigue, its obsidian eyes glimmering with curiosity and a hint of cunning. Narcissus warned, "Remember, Coronis, do not indulge in infidelity." The crow, Coronis, nodded gently in acknowledgement, "I understand. Narcissus, do not forget to attend the banquet." With a flutter of its wings, the crow was swept by a gentle breeze, soaring swiftly into the sky. Narcissus gazed at the departing raven, Coronis, his eyes brimming with joy and anticipation. He watched as a few white feathers drifted down from the sky, testament to the raven's recent presence. The banquet hosted by Olympus piqued Narcissus's curiosity. As days turned into weeks, the date of Zeus's grand feast approached, and Narcissus prepared himself to ascend Mount Olympus. At last, he found himself at the foot of the majestic mountain. He looked up in awe at the towering peaks, standing proudly and dominating the landscape. The summits were shrouded in ethereal clouds, as if the gods were wandering among them, resembling a mysterious and sacred tapestry. At the base, lush green forests flourished. Vibrant wildflowers bloomed, exuding their fragrant essence. Crystal clear streams babbled gently, intertwining with the cheerful melodies of birds to create a splendid symphony. The breathtaking scenery of Mount Olympus left him utterly spellbound. The towering peaks that pierced the clouds, the misty canyons, the picturesque waterfalls, and the pristine lakes formed a stunning panorama of Olympus. Narcissus was profoundly captivated by the breathtaking vista of Mount Olympus, feeling the boundless power and enigmatic aura that this divine mountain exuded. Standing at its base, he could not help but marvel at how Mount Olympus truly lived up to its reputation as the abode of the gods, where its magnificent scenery seamlessly intertwined with the revered status of the deities. Such a sight is indeed worthy of being called the sacred mountain of the gods. The towering peaks, resembling the spine of a giant, connect heaven and earth. The summits are perpetually shrouded in mist, appearing ethereal and elusive, as if they are the delicate traces of the divine beings. Narcissus ascended the winding path at the foot of the mountain, beholding a myriad of breathtaking vistas. Vibrant blossoms punctuated the lush green grass, and as the gentle breeze caressed them, the petals swayed delicately, reminiscent of the resplendent stars upon Olympus. As Narcissus ascended to the halfway point of the mountain, the majestic temple at the summit began to reveal itself, albeit faintly, before his gaze. However, Narcissus was acutely aware that its proximity was merely an illusion. A considerable distance remained before he could reach the temple. Even from this far-off vantage, one could sense the grandeur of the edifice, constructed from immense marble blocks, shimmering with the brilliance of gold and the luster of precious gems. Narcissus could perceive the solemn aura emanating from the temple, infused with immense divine power and the intertwining presence of numerous deities. It appeared to be the venue for the grand banquet of the gods, and the destination Narcissus was destined to reach that day. Along the path, he could not help but take note of the surrounding scenery. He observed some deities and demigods, much like himself, ascending the mountain on foot. Most were adorned in splendid divine robes, wielding sacred artifacts, their faces alight with smiles as they engaged in animated conversations. Some gods commandeered magnificent chariots drawn by ethereal steeds, soaring through the clouds and swiftly traversing the heavens. The chariots were adorned with opulent decorations, shimmering with golden light and the brilliance of gemstones. Whether walking or riding, all these divine beings shared a singular destination, the temple atop the peak, a majestic sanctuary where the gods convened. At that moment, Narcissus felt a stirring within him. He suddenly lifted his gaze in astonishment as a chariot veered towards him with remarkable speed. It glimmered with golden radiance, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Standing upon the chariot was a towering and formidable deity, clad in resplendent silver armor, with hair that shone like the golden rays of the sun. The deity wielded a dazzling longbow, exuding an air of majesty and authority. Narcissus felt a stirring within, and he immediately recognized the divine figure before him as Apollo. The chariot traced a splendid arc through the air, descending gracefully before Narcissus. Apollo dismounted, his stature tall and commanding, his gaze burning with the intensity of flames. "My dear friend, I did not expect to encounter you so soon again. I am delighted that you accepted my invitation to join the banquet on Olympus," Apollo exclaimed joyfully, embracing Narcissus warmly. "Narcissus, it brings me immense joy to see you once more," he replied, feeling the exuberance emanating from Apollo, and he reciprocated the embrace with equal enthusiasm. "Narcissus, come aboard. I shall take you to the feast on Olympus. The resplendent sights are unlike anything you have ever beheld," Apollo urged, enthusiastically pulling Narcissus onto his chariot. Narcissus, feeling the fervor of Apollo, did not hesitate. He willingly ascended Apollo's chariot, ready to journey together with Apollo to the banquet of Olympus. Narcissus swiftly settled into the chariot. As Apollo guided the steed, its powerful wings flapping, gradually lifting them into the sky. A gentle breeze caressed their bodies, allowing them to savor the boundless expanse of the azure heavens and the vast sea of clouds. They soared above Mount Olympus, the scenery beneath them rapidly diminishing in size, unfolding like a vibrant tapestry before their eyes. The undulating mountains, shimmering lakes, and lush forests presented a scene both mysterious and magnificent to Narcissus. The chariot glided high above, weaving through the white clouds, drawing nearer to the pinnacle of Olympus, where the splendor of the temple became distinctly visible. Chapter 9. The gods of Mount Olympus. Apollo piloted the chariot from the heavens, gracefully landing upon the verdant grass before the temple. Once Narcissus and Apollo stood firmly on the grassy expanse, the steed let out a gentle neigh, then turned to leave, carrying the chariot back to the skies. Returning to its abode, Narcissus watched as they vanished into the firmament, his heart filled with a profound sense of spirituality. "Narcissus, this is the zenith of Mount Olympus, the gathering place of the divine," Apollo proudly introduced. Narcissus surveyed his surroundings, utterly captivated by the breathtaking vista before him. The summit of Mount Olympus resembled a sacred sanctuary, radiant with an ethereal glow, while the grandeur of the temple shimmered under the sun's embrace. The palaces of the deities were scattered across the peaks like a constellation of stars, each displaying its own distinctive artistry and architectural elegance. "Such magnificence, Apollo. It is an immense honor for me to be invited to the banquet on Olympus," Narcissus exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. The colossal temple stood resolutely atop the mountain, majestic and solemn, its grand entrance opened wide, exuding a divine and inviting light. Lush flora enveloped the surroundings, releasing an enchanting fragrance. A resplendent rainbow arched across the sky, a kaleidoscope of colors. Before the temple, the gods had gathered, engaged in animated conversations, their laughter echoing as they exchanged spirited discourse. The spectacle before Narcissus left him utterly awestruck. He could perceive the divine aura and the power of the gods interwoven in that space. Apollo guided Narcissus toward the temple, and the deities turned their gazes, their curiosity piqued by his arrival, whispering and gesturing towards him. Narcissus caught the gaze of the gods, inhaling slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he looked back at them. He understood that he must maintain his composure, revealing not a hint of trepidation. "Apollo, why have you brought a diminutive deity to the banquet?" Approached a towering figure, clad in crimson armor, his physique robust and imposing. His tone was gruff, and his demeanor towards Apollo was far from amiable. "Ares, this is none of your concern," Apollo retorted, his response equally unfriendly. "I have long heard whispers of Apollo mingling with a divine being on earth. It must be you," Ares said, fixing his piercing gaze upon Narcissus, his tone confrontational. Narcissus beheld Ares before him, noting the latter's thick, raven-black tresses and resplendent crimson armor, adorned with intricate designs and symbols of warfare, and embellished with a golden insignia upon his chest. Clutching a gleaming sword, Ares emanated an aura of ferocity and strength, embodying his divine identity as the god of war. The deity of plant propagation, Narcissus, had encountered His Excellency Ares. Upon learning from Apollo that this formidable male deity was indeed Ares, the god of war, Narcissus promptly extended his greetings, undeterred by Ares's demeanor. After all, the size of Ares's fists surpassed his own, and in the event of a conflict, Narcissus understood that even Apollo would be unable to shield him. Although Ares appeared rather uncouth and simple-minded, his prowess as the god of war was not to be underestimated. Narcissus surmised that if a conflict were to arise, the yet-to-become sun god Apollo might not even stand a chance against Ares, especially considering that the goddess Hera, the queen of the gods, stood firmly behind Ares. Narcissus comprehended that should a conflict arise, he would merely become a sacrificial pawn, a mere casualty in the fray. Thus, he resolved to evade any confrontation with Ares, maintaining an attitude of peace and amiability to spare himself from unnecessary peril. Narcissus? So you are indeed the fabled Narcissus, the deity whom Apollo has long carried upon the earth, Ares mused, gazing curiously at Narcissus. As rumored, he was undeniably striking in his beauty. Narcissus felt the gaze of Ares upon him, which made him slightly uneasy. He was acutely aware of his relatively weak stature and image in the presence of the gods, and thus he endeavored to maintain an air of humility and modesty. Ares, what do you intend? Apollo interposed himself before Narcissus, obstructing Ares's scrutiny. Oh, do not be so tense, Apollo. Rest assured, I have no plans to harm him, Ares remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his tone as he observed Apollo's protective stance. With his frail limbs, I could easily vanquish him with a single blow. Just then, a female deity clad in leather armor, her visage radiant with a cheerful smile, approached them, inquiring, "What are you two up to?" Narcissus turned his head and beheld the goddess, her countenance adorned with a radiant smile, gazing back at him with equal intensity. It soon became evident to Narcissus that this divine figure was none other than Athena, the goddess of wisdom and strategy. Her tall and graceful form was complemented by a sharp spear in her hand and resplendent leather armor that exuded strength and confidence. "Athena, what brings you here?" queried Ares, a smirk playing on his lips. "Wherever I choose to go is my prerogative, Ares," Athena replied, her gaze unwavering. "Apollo, might you introduce this deity?" Athena turned her attention to Narcissus. Apollo smiled and responded, "Certainly, this is Narcissus, the god of plant propagation. Narcissus, meet the goddess Athena." Narcissus promptly bowed humbly and said, "I have the honor of meeting the goddess Athena." "Narcissus, I have heard of your travels across the earth, bestowing vitality upon the land. You are indeed a most admirable deity." Athena gazed at Narcissus with appreciation. Narcissus felt taken aback and humbly responded, "Thank you for your kind words, goddess Athena. I am merely fulfilling my duty." Narcissus initially believed that Athena would mention Apollo's affair with the deity on earth. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Athena was aware of his efforts in revitalizing the land and acknowledged his contributions. This recognition brought him great solace and joy. "Brother, what are you discussing?" Artemis, having just arrived at Mount Olympus, curiously observed her brother Apollo in conversation with Athena. "Narcissus?" Artemis exclaimed, somewhat astonished. "I never expected my brother to invite you to the banquet at Olympus." "It is a pleasure to meet you, Narcissus." "It is my honor, Princess Artemis," Narcissus replied promptly. At that moment, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed across Mount Olympus, and a brilliant golden lightning bolt struck the stone slab before the temple, miraculously leaving it unscathed. Subsequently, streams of colorful light descended from the heavens, enveloped in an aura of mystery. These lights radiated enchanting brilliance, akin to the divine luminescence dancing upon Mount Olympus. As the radiance gradually dissipated, each beam revealed a deity. Clad in resplendent robes, they showcased their distinctive divinity and power. Among them were Zeus, the king of the gods; Hera, the queen; Poseidon, the god of the sea; Demeter, the goddess of harvest; Hestia, the goddess of the hearth and flame, and others. The summit of Mount Olympus was instantly suffused with a sacred and solemn atmosphere as the deities gathered, each emanating unparalleled divine power and majesty. This was a grand assembly of gods, officially commencing with the arrival of Zeus and the other deities. Immersed in the divine essence of Olympus, Narcissus felt the weight of the god's authority and the mysterious forces permeating the very space around him. Chapter 10. The Goddess of Harvest's Gratitude to Zeus. The King of the Gods, and Hera, the Queen, we extend our utmost reverence. The gods proclaimed in unison, paying homage to Zeus and Hera. Once they finished, an immediate stillness enveloped the gathering, with all the deities silently gazing at Zeus. With a satisfied smile, Zeus nodded to the assembly, gesturing for them to relax. Now, let us commence the banquet, he declared, prompting the gods to erupt in cheers. As Zeus spoke, exquisite long tables materialized on the grass beside the temple. Adorned with intricately embroidered white tablecloths, the tables were set with golden and silver utensils encrusted with gemstones, emanating a dazzling radiance. Narcissus gazed upon the long table laden with an array of culinary delights, each dish elegantly presented in exquisite gold platters and silver bowls. He was astonished by the sheer variety of foods, far surpassing his expectations, although the array predominantly featured roasted meats from various creatures. In addition to the roasted offerings, Narcissus's eyes were drawn to the multitude of fruits adorning the dining table. Some of these fruits bore resemblance to those he had encountered in his previous life, while others were entirely unfamiliar to him. To his amazement, the assortment of fruits on the table was indeed abundant. He had initially presumed that, aside from a few exceptional botanical fruits such as the golden apples from the golden apple tree and the pomegranates of the underworld deity Hades, this world would not boast such a plethora of fruit varieties. Narcissus reached out to pluck a grape from the fruit bowl on the nearest dining table. He noticed that this grape was unusually large, adorned with a vibrant array of colors, resembling a radiant rainbow. As he placed the grape in his mouth, Narcissus was enveloped by a unique flavor. This taste struck him as peculiar. The grape was certainly not lacking in sweetness. On the contrary, it was intoxicatingly sweet. However, what struck him as odd was that, apart from its sheer sweetness, the grape seemed devoid of any other flavor. Even the fragrance typical of fruit was imperceptible, leaving it devoid of the expected essence of a fruit. Narcissus gently savored the grapes. He observed that the other deities were also indulging in delicacies, and with a sense of curiosity, he glanced around to see if other fruits offered a similar experience. Narcissus attempted to grasp a fruit resembling an orange, yet the taste did not evoke the anticipated tangy sweetness, nor did it possess the pure sweetness akin to that of a grape. He then endeavored to sample a lemon, and the flavor that danced upon his palate was indeed as he had envisioned. It bore a hint of sweetness. At this juncture, Narcissus began to comprehend that although the fruits here were visually alluring, they seemed to lack a certain authenticity in their flavor experience. They were endowed with exquisite appearances and a semblance of sweetness, yet they had forfeited the intricacies of other taste sensations. Just as he was lost in contemplation, Apollo, having finished conversing with other deities, approached and noticed his perplexity. "What troubles you, Narcissus?" Apollo inquired, observing Narcissus standing aside, tasting fruit while ensnared in thought. "It's nothing, Apollo. I am merely pondering a few matters," Narcissus replied, reluctant to divulge his confusion. He understood that voicing such concerns about the fruit's similar tastes could potentially offend the other gods in attendance. Each deity at the banquet was extraordinary, possessing keen observational skills. And although they were presently scattered in small groups engaged in conversation, Narcissus knew they could hear every sound of the gathering. Narcissus felt that as soon as he spoke, his words would be overheard by those around him. He was reluctant to incite unnecessary controversy at this grand banquet. "Narcissus, I just saw you sampling various fruits. Do you enjoy them?" Apollo noted Narcissus's hesitation to divulge his recent confusion and deftly shifted the subject. "Well, these fruits are quite delightful," Narcissus nodded. For those with a penchant for sweet delicacies, these fruits would indeed be well received. As long as they were not consumed as mere fruits, they made for splendid desserts. These fruits were created by the goddess Demeter through her divine power, Apollo explained to Narcissus. "Demeter? These are indeed crafted by the goddess of harvest?" Narcissus was taken aback. Having just savored a plethora of fruits, he had assumed the absence of seeds was due to variety, and thus had not been perturbed. In his previous life, there were many fruit varieties that bore no seeds, so he had not thought much of it in this world. He was astonished to learn that the fruits were not simply products of nature, but were divinely fashioned by the goddess of harvest herself. "Apollo, I overheard you whispering about me. Speak. Are you preparing to speak ill of me? Suddenly, a gentle and benevolent goddess approached, smiling at Apollo. She had voluminous light brown hair intricately arranged in a bun, adorned with a floral crown, and donned a long dress patterned with blossoms and crops. Having encountered the goddess Demeter, how could I ever speak ill of you? Apollo replied with a smile. Ah, so you are Narcissus. Indeed, a charming young lad. Demeter remarked with a smile directed at Narcissus. Not long ago, I sensed joy in the world. To be candid, I owe you gratitude for enhancing the cycle of plants in this realm. Demeter lifted her skirts and offered a courteous bow to Narcissus. Goddess Demeter, such reverence is too much. I am quite overwhelmed, Narcissus exclaimed, hastily stepping aside. Huh, Narcissus, you truly are an adorable young soul, Demeter chuckled, covering her mouth. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude. Your contributions have allowed for the cyclical rejuvenation of plants, which benefits both the world and myself. Thanks to your efforts, my divine responsibilities have also been enriched. I came primarily to thank you for your dedication to this world. With a nod to Narcissus and Apollo, Demeter indicated she would not intrude upon their conversation further. After taking a few steps, Demeter paused and turned back to Narcissus, saying, Young one, should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Narcissus was taken aback and pleasantly surprised upon hearing the words of Demeter. He promptly bowed and expressed his gratitude, saying, It is my honor. I am thankful for the promise of the goddess Demeter. When the time comes, I shall seek your assistance. Demeter smiled and nodded before continuing her way to converse and share joy with other deities. Narcissus, you were truly fortunate just now. The goddess Demeter seldom graces such gatherings. She typically refrains from mingling with other gods, so it seems you have made a profound impression on her, Apollo remarked with a chuckle. Indeed, Narcissus nodded. The promise of such a powerful goddess could be considered his greatest achievement at the banquet thus far. Chapter 11. The contest of Athena and Ares. Time at the banquet flew by, and Narcissus had been attending the festivities on Mount Olympus for over half a month. Each day brought forth a myriad of peculiar and fascinating activities that left him in awe. One day, the gladiatorial events commenced at the arena on Olympus, and Narcissus found himself drawn to the spectacle. Standing in the audience, he watched intently as deities engaged in fierce battles in the arena. Ares, the god of war, undoubtedly commanded the spotlight. His valiant and fearless persona shone brightly as he stood in the arena, triumphing over one challenger after another with apparent ease. Is there any god brave enough to challenge me? Ares bellowed exuberantly, having just defeated another opponent, his voice resonating throughout the banquet hall, instantly eliciting a wave of applause and cheers. Even Narcissus, who typically shunned conflict, found himself captivated by the intensity of the combat, a yearning stirring within him to showcase his own prowess and compete against the other gods. However, he was acutely aware that merely imagining such a thing was one thing. The prospect of actual participation was entirely out of the question. Despite his inability to join the fray, Narcissus remained enraptured by the magnificent battles, witnessing fierce confrontations and cheering alongside the majority of the assembled deities at the thrilling moments. Suddenly, a soft scoff caught Narcissus's attention, prompting him to turn towards the source of the sound. The other gods present mirrored his reaction, shifting their gazes to the origin of the noise. A figure gracefully leapt down from the audience and entered the arena. It was none other than Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare. Athena's challenge to Ares was evidently prompted by her dissatisfaction with Ares' spotlight in the arena. Ares, I challenge you, Athena declared, her brow furrowed, betraying her displeasure. Very well, Athena, I accept your challenge, Ares replied with enthusiasm. To him, the arena was devoid of distinctions between genders. It was merely a contest of strength between formidable adversaries. Athena, what are you planning to do now? In the arena, Ares remained unfazed, while Hera, seated prominently among the audience, visibly soured, her displeasure apparent. Athena truly spares no opportunity to bask in the limelight, Hera scoffed, observing Athena in the arena. Zeus, beside her, remained unresponsive to Hera's remarks, his countenance still adorned with a broad smile. Then, he rose, raising his golden goblet high, and proclaimed with a booming voice, Let us toast to our valiant warriors. What is a contest without a prize? I declare that the victor shall receive a divine artifact. Zeus's words ignited a tremendous cheer throughout the arena. Athena, today's prize shall rightfully belong to me, Ares declared with confidence, laughing heartily. Let us see your prowess then. Athena raised her weapon high, preparing to engage Ares in a fierce battle. The two mighty deities commenced an intense duel in the arena. Their forms soared through the air, their maneuvers swift and precise. Athena's wisdom and strategy infused every strike, while Ares' strength and valor imbued each counterattack with formidable force. The clash of sword against shield reverberated across the arena, sparks flying. Athena nimbly evaded Ares' ferocious assaults, while her offensive maneuvers kept Ares perpetually on guard. The spectators were transfixed by this fierce confrontation, cheering for the valiant displays of the two gods. They were captivated by the excitement and thrill of the battle, as if the entire world were immersed in the clash of these divine beings. The two deities, agile and relentless, showcased their skills in the arena, dodging swiftly and attacking fiercely. Their weapons glimmered, and each collision ignited dazzling sparks. The atmosphere was palpably tense, with the gods holding their breath, awestruck by the struggle of the two warriors. "Apollo, who do you think will emerge victorious?" Narcissus inquired curiously of Apollo. After a moment of contemplation, Apollo replied, "Hera will not allow Ares to be defeated. If Athena triumphs over Ares, it would be a dual humiliation for both Ares and Hera, and she will certainly not stand idly by." Narcissus nodded in agreement with Apollo's response. Hera, as the queen of the gods, indeed possessed extraordinary power and influence. Ares, her son still residing on Olympus, would tarnish her reputation if defeated. Their conversation faded amidst the clamor of the arena, while the battle between Athena and Ares raged on. The divine powers of both deities intertwined, showcasing unparalleled strength and skill. The audience's tension mounted, their anticipation for the outcome palpable. Yet they could sense the seething wrath emanating from Hera, seated upon her throne. The resolution of this conflict remained uncertain. Enough. This contest concludes here. Hera's voice thundered through the arena as the fierce confrontation between Ares and Athena continued, with no victor in sight. Her divine essence reverberated throughout the Colosseum, silencing the spectators. Rising from her seat, Hera surveyed her surroundings, an aura of fury enveloping the entire venue. She felt the profound disturbance of her role as the goddess of marriage, a warning bestowed upon her by her divine office. Her gaze swept across the throne, only to discover that Zeus had stealthily vacated his seat, whereabouts unknown. In that moment, Hera comprehended Zeus's intentions. The violent clash between Ares and Athena had momentarily diverted her attention from Zeus's actions, yet she was well aware of his infidelities, requiring no conjecture to deduce his pursuits. Anger and dissatisfaction coursed through her. Zeus had shown her no respect amidst the gathering of gods. With determination, Hera rose and departed the arena. Ultimately, she found herself by a brook nestled within a thicket on Mount Olympus, tracing Zeus's presence. As she suspected, Zeus was indeed entwined with a river goddess, flirting amidst the verdant grass. Witnessing the river goddess's joyful laughter ignited Hera's fury. Brandishing her divine artifact, she charged toward Zeus and the river goddess, her eyes ablaze with rage. She could not abide Zeus's casual flirtations with other deities, nor could she tolerate the humiliation he inflicted upon her before the assembly of gods. Hera summoned her formidable divine power, her artifact shimmering with a mystical light. A brilliant beam shot forth, striking the river goddess directly. In an instant, the goddess, once nestled in Zeus's embrace, vanished, leaving behind but a mere cricket. "How dare you, a goddess, frolic so casually with another's husband?" Hera thundered in wrath. "From this day forth, I shall transform you into a creature that chirps incessantly." The cricket emitted a sharp chirping sound, unable to articulate its thoughts, expressing its existence solely through its song. Hera regarded it with a frigid stare, unleashing her pent-up fury. Her gaze then shifted to Zeus, who still lay amidst the grass. Chapter 12. The feast concludes. Zeus, might you offer me an explanation? Hera's expression remained impassive as she looked at him. "My dear Hera, it was merely a moment of boredom that prompted me to seek a bit of relaxation. We engaged in nothing more than simple conversation," Zeus replied as he rose from the grass, brushing off the clinging weeds, allowing the cricket still perched upon him to fall freely into the underbrush. He approached Hera with a disarming smile. The assembled gods in the arena found it quite remarkable to witness Hera smiling as she returned alongside Zeus. The recent outburst of Hera's wrath had been palpable, and they were all acutely aware of the reasons for her ire, as such scenes had unfolded before them on numerous occasions. Yet, the gods were left even more intrigued by what Zeus had done to so swiftly quell Hera's anger. Narcissus, much like the other deities, harbored a certain curiosity regarding Hera's fluctuating emotions. Clearing his throat with a hint of apprehension, Zeus stood before the main seat of the arena and gestured for silence. He addressed the assembly, casting his gaze upon Ares and Athena, who remained on the battlefield. I hereby declare this competition concluded. Upon hearing Zeus's proclamation, Ares immediately expressed his discontent, exclaiming, "Zeus, I have yet to determine a victor against Athena." Even Athena appeared somewhat displeased, yet she wisely chose to remain silent. "Is there an issue with my decree, Ares?" Zeus inquired, his gaze piercing. "Nay, none at all, Zeus," Ares replied, ultimately succumbing to the majesty of the king of the gods. "And what of you, Athena?" Zeus turned his attention to her, standing beside Ares. "I shall abide by your decision, Zeus," Athena responded, bowing gracefully to the ruler of Olympus, signifying her compliance. "Very well, Ares," Hera interjected, standing beside Zeus. "In light of this, the contest will be deemed a draw between you and Athena. I shall procure an additional treasure from my vault as a reward." With the king and queen of the gods reaching a consensus, the other deities acquiesced, and thus the contest concluded rather hastily. As time swiftly passed, the banquet on Mount Olympus gradually drew to a close. On this day, Zeus summoned the gods once more. When all had gathered, he spoke from his throne. "It is well known that the war has ceased, and the earth is slowly rejuvenating. The conflict wrought considerable devastation upon the flora and fauna. Yet now the plants begin to thrive once more." Zeus paused momentarily before continuing. "Therefore, if there are no further objections, our next endeavor shall be to propagate animals and create sentient beings, humankind, who shall revere the gods." An admirable proposition, Athena nodded in agreement. "Then Zeus, who do you intend to assign this task to?" Apollo inquired. Narcissus stood quietly at the back, observing and listening to their discussions. As a lesser deity, he could only engage in hushed conversations with other gods of similar standing. "I have already selected a candidate for this task." Zeus surveyed the assembly of gods and, spotting his favored choice, proclaimed, "Prometheus, please step forward." A male deity with ash-blue hair emerged from the crowd upon hearing Zeus's summons. He addressed the king of the gods, saying, "It is an honor to meet you, great Zeus. How may I assist you?" "Do not be so formal, my friend," Zeus replied, recalling the camaraderie they had shared before he ascended to the throne of the gods. He was acutely aware that his victory over the previous divine ruler was greatly aided by Prometheus. "Prometheus, I entrust you and your brother Epimetheus with the task of creating animals and humanity." "Yes, Zeus," Prometheus nodded, accepting the significant responsibility. Zeus continued, "This pouch contains gifts for the soon-to-be created animals and humans." With a wave of his divine power, he placed a pouch into Prometheus's hands. Prometheus solemnly accepted the parcel. "Athena, I appoint you to assist Prometheus in the creation of humanity," Zeus instructed. "Indeed, Zeus, I shall devote myself entirely to aiding Prometheus in this endeavor," Athena replied, stepping forward with enthusiasm, eager for a task that would showcase her talents. The majority of the other deities sighed in relief upon hearing that Prometheus was assigned to such a laborious and tedious task, one they were quite unwilling to undertake themselves. The gods approached Prometheus, offering their congratulations. As a deity of wisdom, Prometheus could easily discern their sentiments. Thus, he engaged in little conversation with them, bid farewell to Zeus, and departed from Mount Olympus. Soon after Zeus summoned the gods, the banquet was drawing to a close. Some deities who did not reside on Olympus began to bid each other farewell in preparation for their departure. "Narcissus, what troubles you?" Apollo inquired. "Since Zeus assigned Prometheus the task of creating animals and humanity, you seem rather unsettled." "It is nothing, Apollo. Merely a curiosity regarding Prometheus's methods of creation," Narcissus explained. After all, the term humanity held considerable significance for him. "Narcissus, this banquet is nearing its end," Apollo invited. "Would you care to visit my temple?" "Certainly." Narcissus, upon receiving Apollo's invitation, nodded with delight in agreement. Overjoyed by Narcissus's response, Apollo swiftly summoned his chariot, and the majestic steed appeared, drawing Apollo's chariot to a halt before Narcissus. The horse gracefully came to a stop in front of him. "Come, my dear friend," Apollo urged, inviting Narcissus to ascend the chariot. Once they were aboard and the chariot steadied, the steed let out a resounding neigh, and the chariot began to ascend slowly into the heavens. Mount Olympus, an expansive range of mountains, housed Apollo's temple perched upon its eastern peak. The steed carried Narcissus and Apollo through layers of mist, rising above the clouds. Narcissus gazed downwards, mesmerized by the breathtaking vista before him. They found themselves aloft, witnessing the undulating peaks of Mount Olympus, where the abode of the gods majestically towered above. At the mountain's base stretched verdant pastures and lush forests, with crystalline streams meandering through the terrain. As the Pegasus soared onward, they drew closer to the Temple of Apollo, a grand and resplendent edifice perched atop the summit, its upper structure adorned predominantly in gold, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. The temple's grand entrance was both imposing and magnificent, embellished with exquisite relief sculptures. Flanking the entrance stood magnificent columns, their capitals intricately carved with delicate patterns and divine effigies. A spacious plaza, paved with white marble tiles, greeted them at the entrance. Statues graced the plaza, showcasing the splendor of artistry. Apollo guided Narcissus across the square, ascending the white steps into the temple's interior. The interior space was vast and lofty, crowned by a splendid dome, adorned with depictions of the gods and scenes from mythological tales. Chapter 13. The Crow Caw. Narcissus, have you come to play with Cornus? A pristine white crow swooped through the window of the temple's dome, entering the grand hall. The crow, Cornus, circled above the hall before alighting before Narcissus. Narcissus, did you bring me strawberries and blueberries this time? Cornus inquired excitedly, recalling the fragrant fruits from their last encounter. Alas, I have none, Cornus, Narcissus replied with a smile, observing Cornus's crestfallen expression. Oh, none at all? Cornus lowered its head in disappointment. Aha. Narcissus chuckled at Cornus's demeanor, offering reassurance. However, I have brought seeds of blueberries and strawberries, including a new variety that you will surely adore. Really? Cornus exclaimed with delight, soaring in circles above Narcissus's head, proclaiming, Splendid. Narcissus, let us plant them right away. What are you discussing? What exactly are strawberries and blueberries? Apollo, standing nearby, vaguely surmised that strawberries and blueberries were some form of plant, yet their specifics eluded him. Caw. Cornus descended once more, and upon hearing Apollo's voice, it momentarily halted its plans with Narcissus to glance at Apollo, suddenly recalling something. With that, it spread its wings and darted towards the window through which it had just flown, calling out as it soared, Narcissus, I just remembered something. Let us converse later. Cornus. Apollo, observing Cornus's demeanor, instinctively knew it was up to no good once more. Confounded Cornus, what mischief have you been plotting behind my back this time? Apollo, filled with fury, unleashed a torrent of flames from his hand. The blaze struck Coronas with tremendous force, sending him crashing into the glass ceiling of the hall. He then slid down the wall, ultimately falling onto the marble floor. Coronas, Apollo exclaimed, as Narcissus, taken aback, prepared to rush forward. However, he was swiftly restrained by Apollo, who grasped his wrist. Narcissus turned to Apollo, his expression a mixture of concern and confusion. Do not fret, that mere flame inflicted little harm upon him, merely causing a fleeting discomfort, Apollo elucidated. Coronas has always been a rule breaker, and it is essential to impart a lesson, otherwise he may provoke other deities and face dire consequences. Indeed, as Apollo concluded his statement, Coronas, who lay on the marble floor, rose to his feet. Nonsense. Coronas is a messenger of His Highness Apollo. Which deity would dare to roast such a divine envoy upon the earth? Coronas retorted, dissatisfaction evident in his voice. Coronas, are you all right? Narcissus inquired with genuine concern. I am. Quack, Coronas replied, gazing at the marble floor's mirror-like reflection, his voice rising in distress. No, I am far from well. My feathers. Oh, my beautiful, pristine feathers. Quack. Feathers? Narcissus noted, realizing that the once immaculate white feathers adorning Coronas had turned entirely black. Narcissus found himself at a loss on how to console Corvus. The flames unleashed by Apollo were imbued with divine power. Although Corvus was an intelligent raven, it was not a deity. Wounded by Apollo's fiery might, its feathers would likely never regain their pristine whiteness. Henceforth, it would only embody the darkness of a black raven. Observing Corvus weep in profound sorrow, Narcissus was momentarily at a loss for words of comfort. Are you prepared to console me, Narcissus? Corvus gazed up at Narcissus with its ebony-like eyes. Do you intend to say that even if I am entirely black, you still deem me the most beautiful of birds? Not exactly, Narcissus admitted, unable to utter falsehoods. It was indeed beyond him to claim that a raven shrouded in darkness was the most exquisite of creatures. What? Corvus looked at Narcissus in disbelief. You are a villain. And so is Apollo. As Corvus continued to cry, its calls became a cacophony, and Narcissus felt a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Though he resolved to suppress it, Narcissus stepped forward and gently caressed the feathers of Coronis. Coronis, although your plumage has changed in hue, it does not alter our affection for you. You remain an intelligent and extraordinary crow, regardless of the color of your feathers, Narcissus tenderly expressed to Coronis. Do you feel the same way, Prince Apollo? Upon hearing Narcissus's words, Coronis turned his gaze towards Apollo. Narcissus cast his gaze towards Apollo. Coronis. Apollo crossed his arms and spoke in a stern tone. Have you forgotten that I, Apollo, am also a deity endowed with the gift of wisdom? How dare you attempt to deceive me? Speak. What have you concealed from me? The last time I went to invite Narcissus to the banquet on Olympus, I accidentally consumed the fruit that Narcissus presented to you, Coronis replied, lowering his head and speaking softly. Thus, Narcissus listened as Coronis recounted the events. That day, after departing from Narcissus, Coronis, brimming with confidence, held the fruit gifted by Narcissus for Apollo. Then, while soaring over a wooded expanse, he spotted a group of nymphs engaged in lively conversation. Curiosity compelled him to descend and join their discourse, and in the midst of their chatter, he lost track of time and began to showcase and share the fruit bestowed upon Apollo by Narcissus. As the nymphs indulged in the fruit while conversing, Coronis only realized the sun had set and that he had completely consumed the fruit bestowed by Narcissus after their conversation had ended. Ultimately, he consoled himself, dismissing the incident as if it had never occurred. Cheerfully, he returned to Apollo's temple to report that Narcissus had agreed to attend the banquet on Olympus. Upon hearing Coronis' words, Narcissus could not help but feel somewhat speechless, yet he stepped forward and spoke. Apollo, let this matter be forgotten. Coronis understands his mistake. Indeed. My lord Apollo, I acknowledge my fault. Coronis implored with his doe-like eyes gazing pitifully at Apollo. Since Narcissus has interceded on your behalf, I shall grant you clemency this time. However, should you dare to offend again, your feathers will not merely turn black. I shall pluck them out, rendering you a featherless bird, Apollo warned, casting a stern look at Coronis. Really? Coronis gazed at Apollo in disbelief. Chapter 14. Returned to Earth during his days spent in the temple of Apollo, Narcissus felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility, free from the burdensome worries of the mortal realm. Each day was spent engaging in discussions with Apollo about various matters or meandering nearby with Coronis. However, even the most splendid of days must come to an end. After lingering in Apollo's temple for an extended period, Narcissus felt it was time to bid farewell. Thus, he conveyed his intention to depart to Apollo. My friend, do you truly not wish to stay a while longer? We could go hunting, Apollo implored, seeking to persuade him to remain. Alas, Apollo, there are numerous matters waiting for my attention on Earth, Narcissus replied. Narcissus shook his head, declining Apollo's entreaties. This was not a mere pretense. He genuinely had numerous endeavors awaiting him, and it was impossible for him to linger within Apollo's temple indefinitely. Very well, my friend. Allow me the honor of escorting you from the sacred mountain, Apollo proclaimed, summoning his chariot to convey Narcissus away. Just as Narcissus was poised to depart, a creature named Coronis, which had been grasping a ripe persimmon from a tree, heard the sound of Narcissus's impending departure. It hastily flew over, clutching the fruit in its talons. Upon landing gracefully, Coronis began to peck at the persimmon while inquiring, Narcissus, are you truly leaving? If so, might I request that you inform me when you cultivate new fruits next? The birds of the earth are my companions. You could also share the news with them, and they would relay it to me. When the time comes, simply mention my name, and they will know. Certainly. Coronis, once I have nurtured a new variety of fruit, I shall inform you. Narcissus replied with a cheerful smile as he bid farewell to Coronis. Until we meet again, Narcissus. Farewell, Coronis. I shall miss you, Coronis said, first finishing the persimmon before raising its head to part ways with Narcissus. Indeed, it was true that the persimmon Coronis had just sampled was a fruit newly cultivated by Narcissus. Its parent tree had been discovered by Narcissus during his earthly wanderings, perched precariously on the edge of a cliff. At that time, the soil at the tree's roots had largely eroded, leaving the roots exposed to the air. The tree appeared listless, with a significant portion of its branches already withered, leaning ominously towards the precipice. Had Narcissus not fortuitously stumbled upon it, it is likely that the entire tree would have soon plummeted into the abyss below. Narcissus, filled with benevolent intentions, resolved to transplant the tree to a safer location. However, during the transplantation process, he discovered that this tree, which was originally quite ordinary, bore a few sparse fruits the size of small fingernails on its branches. Narcissus realized that ever since he perfected the cycle of plant reincarnation, those flora sensing their impending demise would fervently strive to bear fruit, in a bid to perpetuate their species. Although a significant number of these endeavors culminated in failure, leading to the extinction of certain lineages, a few managed to successfully propagate the next generation. However, this particular tree had evidently faltered. While it did manage to produce a handful of diminutive fruits, they bore almost no seeds, with merely a tiny black mark discernible within the flesh, rendering it incapable of reproducing offspring. Nevertheless, Narcissus observed that the tree's fruits were akin in size to a fingernail and exhibited a vibrant yellow hue. Upon further examination of the leaves and branches, he noted a striking resemblance to the persimmon tree, with similarities reaching approximately 70%. Narcissus pondered that perhaps if this tree could survive, it would one day evolve into the persimmon tree he had savored in his past life. Thus, he conceived a new idea, preparing to cultivate this tree into a persimmon tree. Given the tree's high resemblance to the persimmon, Narcissus could easily direct its evolutionary path with his divine powers. Through diligent effort, he successfully nurtured it into a persimmon tree. Although initially resembling his former persimmon tree by over 90%, the fruits it bore were merely the size of eggs, and even when they ripened to a yellow hue, they remained bitter and astringent, with large seeds. Typically, trees produce seeds with sweet flesh to attract animals for consumption and aid in seed dispersal. However, the bitter and numbing taste of this persimmon would likely deter any creature from consuming it. Consequently, Narcissus had to invest additional time to cultivate this persimmon into the sweet and juicy variety now enjoyed by Coronas. During their leisurely strolls around the temple of Apollo, Narcissus not only planted strawberries and blueberries in the surrounding woodlands, but also established a grove of persimmon trees, much to Coronas' delight. Coronas even ceased to care about his darkening feathers, flitting through the persimmon grove all day, claiming it was to patrol against thieves who might attempt to pilfer the fruits. Naturally, Narcissus did not obliterate the failed persimmon trees, such as those with unripe, reddening fruits that exuded foul odors or dropped their fruits at the slightest disturbance. He merely relocated them to the wilderness, allowing them to thrive or perish on their own. Thank you, Apollo. Farewell. May the glory of the King of Gods protect you. As Apollo's chariot descended from the heavens to the earth, Narcissus finally returned to the ground. Farewell, my dear Narcissus. Should you encounter any difficulties on earth, you may seek assistance through Coronas' companions. After bidding farewell, Apollo took control of the chariot, ascending into the sky. Watching Apollo's retreating figure, Narcissus knelt, scooping up a handful of earth. He reveled in the exquisite sensation of returning to the land, where the flora of Olympus was nourished by the divine powers of the gods, flourishing year-round, with blossoms that never faded. However, Narcissus held a preference for the plants of the earth, though their leaves would gradually wither and turn yellow due to the emergence of new foliage. They imbued him with a unique vitality, making him feel they were even more vibrant. Chapter 15. A chance encounter. Narcissus, I never anticipated encountering you here. Today, Narcissus was, as usual, foraging for suitable plants to cultivate. As he passed by a riverbank, he suddenly heard a feminine voice calling his name. Following the direction of the voice, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the caller was none other than the goddess Athena, whom he had met at a banquet on Olympus. Goddess Athena, what a coincidence! I am delighted to meet you here. Did not King Zeus send you to assist Prometheus in creating animals and humanity? How is it that you find yourself here? Narcissus beheld Athena standing on the opposite bank of the river, feeling an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. Narcissus approached the riverbank and gently invoked his divine powers, causing the flora beneath his feet to grow with fervent zeal. The flowers and grasses flourished rapidly, intertwining to form a magnificent bridge. Vivid blossoms unfurled, their tendrils entwined to create a solid pathway, exuding a captivating fragrance. Soon, a bridge connecting the opposite riverbank manifested beneath him. Narcissus lifted his feet, adorned with sandals woven from the very plants around him, and stepped onto this floral and verdant bridge. Delighted to see you, Goddess Athena, Narcissus greeted, bowing in reverence. I, too, am pleased to see you, Narcissus, Athena replied with a warm smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Athena, what brings you here? Narcissus inquired, casting a curious glance at a male deity not far from Athena. He was crouched at the water's edge, digging into the earth. His deep brown hair, making him easily recognizable. He was clearly not Prometheus. That is Epimetheus, the brother of Prometheus. He is following Prometheus' guidance. Searching for soil suitable for the creation of animals and humans, Athena elucidated, following Narcissus' gaze. Ah, I see. Narcissus nodded in understanding after Athena's explanation. Epimetheus, have you made any progress? Athena called out to the crouching figure, inquiring about his endeavors. Quite so, Athena, Epimetheus replied, as he placed the various types of soil he had collected into separate bags, hoisting them onto his shoulder. Athena, who is this? Epimetheus approached. Curiosity piqued as he noticed the unfamiliar deity beside Athena. Epimetheus, this is Narcissus, Athena introduced him, gesturing towards Narcissus. Narcissus? I know of you. Greetings, noble Narcissus, Epimetheus said, extending his salutation. Hello, Epimetheus, Narcissus responded, taken aback by the title he had garnered during his earthly wanderings. Brother Prometheus must be awaiting us. Let us hasten. Epimetheus urged. Narcissus, if you have the time, you are welcome to join us and observe. Very well, I would be honored, Narcissus agreed with a nod. His curiosity piqued by the process of creating animals and humans. Brother Prometheus, we have returned. Epimetheus called out before they even reached their destination. Epimetheus, you are back. Show me what you have brought. Prometheus emerged from his cave. Prometheus paused momentarily upon seeing Narcissus, then smiled and nodded in greeting. Brother Prometheus, this is Narcissus. Epimetheus joyfully introduced Narcissus after setting down the bags he carried. Greetings, noble Narcissus. Upon hearing Epimetheus's words, Prometheus greeted Narcissus. Greetings, Narcissus, he said. Narcissus returned the salutation. After their exchange, Prometheus began to examine the soil that his brother Epimetheus had brought back. What troubles you, my lord Prometheus? Narcissus inquired. Noticing Prometheus categorizing the various types of soil and frowning in contemplation, which piqued his curiosity. Oh, Narcissus, these soils lack the essential materials suitable for bone creation. While the requirements for other components are not stringent, the soil used to construct the entire skeletal structure must meet specific criteria. Then we shall have to search further. Athena interjected. Prometheus, what are the requirements for the soil intended for bone fabrication? Narcissus asked with intrigue. The soil for bone must be minimally sandy, possess a certain level of stickiness, and retain moisture effectively. Prometheus elucidated the criteria for the skeletal soil. I happen to know of a location that perfectly meets your requirements. Prometheus, Narcissus replied, recalling a type of soil he had encountered that aligned entirely with Prometheus's needs. However, it is somewhat distant, and the journey may prove to be inconvenient. For Narcissus, who lacked the divine ability to fly and did not command a chariot drawn by winged horses, the round trip could take several days. Let me fetch it. Narcissus, simply provide me with the precise location. After listening to Narcissus, Athena began to summon her chariot. Narcissus informed Athena of the precise location where the soil could be found, emphasizing the necessity of removing the black earth from the surface in order to uncover the type of soil he described. Without hesitation, Athena nodded and commenced the ascent of her chariot. Narcissus beheld Athena, resplendent as she steered her chariot away, and felt a twinge of envy within his heart. Regrettably, although he possessed divine powers that enabled him to soar, his speed in flight paled in comparison to that of certain deities running at full tilt. During Athena's quest for soil, Prometheus began to direct his brother Epimetheus, urging him to prepare in advance for the creation of animals and humankind. Narcissus, noticing his brothers engrossed in their tasks, took the initiative to inquire if they required assistance. Ultimately, he was assigned the task of tilling the soil, and as he observed the earth being stirred by his subordinates, he could not help but feel a profound sense of reflection. If he were to traverse back to the primordial era, surely the deeds he performed would earn him some measure of merit. Alas, this is the realm of Greece, where the act of creation holds little in the way of virtue. Furthermore, having resided in this world for such an extended period, Narcissus had never once encountered the term merit. The gods, it seems, reign with unbridled freedom in this domain. Narcissus diligently stirred the soil, striving to meet the standards set forth by Prometheus. Just as he felt he had achieved a satisfactory consistency, he halted his efforts and noticed a distant speck in the sky approaching them. Upon closer inspection, He realized it was Athena returning in her chariot. Prometheus, examine this soil and ascertain if it meets your requirements. Athena brought her chariot to a halt on the grassy expanse, disembarked, and cast a bag onto the ground. Thank you for your efforts, Athena. Prometheus knelt down, unfastened the bag, and began to assess the soil Athena had brought back. Indeed, this soil perfectly aligns with my specifications. He picked up a handful of soil, squeezed it in his palm, and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. In that case, Prometheus, let us commence the creation of animals and humans, Athena urged, prompting Prometheus to take action. Chapter 16. The creator of beasts. After thoroughly inspecting the soil and confirming its suitability, Prometheus turned to the gods and proclaimed, now we shall embark on the creation of animals and humanity. He gazed at Narcissus and Epimetheus, instructing, Narcissus, assist me in gathering the materials necessary for crafting humanity, while you, Epimetheus, shall be responsible for the creation of various creatures. Upon hearing Prometheus's plan, Narcissus nodded in agreement. Prometheus began by pouring soil into a large basin, gently mixing it to ensure a harmonious blend of earth and water. Following Prometheus's guidance, Narcissus commenced the task of passing the necessary materials to him. As the components were finally amalgamated, Narcissus observed Prometheus as he began to shape the form of humanity. With meticulous care, Prometheus extracted a small portion of soil, kneading it delicately to imitate the divine likeness, bestowing upon humanity the contours of its visage, perhaps driven by a personal inclination. Prometheus surreptitiously infused the spark of wisdom into the very essence of humankind during its creation. Meanwhile, Epimetheus sought an unoccupied space nearby to embark on his own creative journey. He retrieved various types of soil and, adhering to Prometheus's instructions, meticulously prepared them to craft a multitude of creatures. Epimetheus first selected a unique soil, rich in nutrients and vitality. With utmost caution, he placed this soil into a vast container, blending it with a selection of enigmatic herbs and spices. Soon, he triumphed in creating the first animal. Upon hearing the call of Epimetheus, Narcissus paused to observe Prometheus creating humanity. Glancing towards Epimetheus, he asked with a hint of surprise, Epimetheus, have you fashioned an animal? Epimetheus, gazing with satisfaction at the creature he had crafted, joyfully replied, indeed, this is the first animal. Athena, hesitating momentarily as she regarded the rather rudimentary creature created by Epimetheus, ultimately chose to bestow her divine power upon it, granting it a spark of life. Before long, the seemingly simple creature began to emanate a vibrant essence of vitality, thanks to Athena's blessing. Epimetheus, filled with pride, affectionately caressed his creation. He then retrieved the pouch given to Prometheus by Zeus and rummaged through its contents. Suddenly, he unearthed a remarkable object, a radiant sphere. Raising his brows in satisfaction with his selection, he declared, this is splendid. I shall endow you with courage. Epimetheus placed the luminous orb upon the creature. As the orb was absorbed, the animal erupted into a resounding roar, brimming with bravery and strength. Epimetheus gazed upon his creation with immense pride, feeling the surge of valor coursing through the creature's being. He understood that this animal would become an integral part of nature, destined to fulfill its unique role. Narcissus beheld the formidable creature before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. With astonishment, he inquired, Epimetheus, have you truly fashioned a saber-toothed tiger? This majestic animal bore an uncanny resemblance to the saber-toothed tiger he had known in a previous life. Epimetheus, brimming with excitement, affectionately patted the tiger's head and exclaimed, Saber-toothed tiger? What a splendid name. Henceforth, you shall be called the saber-toothed tiger. Indeed, the name was quite fitting, as Athena nodded in agreement. However, the saber-toothed tiger was far from a docile house cat. It irritably shook off Epimetheus's hand, bared its teeth, and roared at him before dashing into the depths of the forest. Alas, Epimetheus gazed after the departing creature, feeling a pang of sadness and disappointment. He had hoped for a deeper connection with the being he had created, yet it had chosen to flee from him. With a heavy heart, he watched the saber-toothed tiger vanish. Narcissus intended to offer words of comfort, only to find that Epimetheus had already seated himself, exuberantly beginning the creation of another creature. Thus, Narcissus began to witness the emotional ebb and flow of Epimetheus, one moment elated, the next despondent. When Epimetheus returned, cradling yet another creature, Athena could no longer contain herself. With irritation, she exclaimed, Epimetheus, why can you not emulate Prometheus? Why not wait until you have completed all your creations before seeking my counsel? She found it exceedingly vexing that Epimetheus sought her out immediately after each creation. Athena was tempted to deliver a stern reprimand to Epimetheus. Had it not been for Zeus's decree, she might have acted upon that impulse. Observing the entire process, Narcissus deeply empathized with Athena's frustration. For Epimetheus's speed in creating animals was astonishingly rapid. At times, he would compress a handful of soil, treating it as a creature that would rush to Athena for the gift of spirit. When confronted with Athena's skepticism, he would confidently assert that the creature was a starfish, insisting that it simply looked that way. Narcissus, witnessing the spectacle, found himself in fits of laughter at Epimetheus's cleverness, for after Athena bestowed spirit upon the palm-printed clay, it bore a remarkable resemblance, two-thirds identical, to the starfish Narcissus had known in his former life. Is it truly possible to create in such a manner? Epithemus pondered thoughtfully. Given Athena's words, he resigned himself to quietly creating animals. However, it was not long before his surroundings were filled with creatures, leaving him with no space to accommodate his new creations. Observing this predicament, Athena let out a resigned sigh and settled beside Epithemus, watching as he crafted each being, bestowing upon them a spark of life before casting them forcefully into the forest. Naturally, this divine process imbued the creatures with power, ensuring no harm befell them. Standing nearby, Narcissus observed Epithemus conjuring numerous familiar animals, including many species long extinct from the era he once inhabited. This sight filled him with a profound sense of wonder. He reminisced about the world of his former life, where he could only envision the appearance and existence of those extinct beings through ancient fossils and relics. Now, these creatures were resurrected before him, vividly showcasing their former splendor. He witnessed Epithemus bringing forth colossal prehistoric beasts, their immense and majestic forms seemingly transporting him back to a bygone era. Narcissus beheld a myriad of enigmatic aquatic creatures, brought to life under the masterful hand of Epimetheus, revealing an astonishing beauty and diversity. In the hands of Epimetheus, a plethora of peculiar animals came into existence one after another. He witnessed gigantic pterosaurs soaring through the skies, magnificent mammoths lumbering across the land, and graceful saber-toothed tigers pursuing their prey through the forests, alongside countless other wondrous and exquisite beings. As the multitude of creatures fashioned by Epimetheus began to stir upon the earth, a vibrant liveliness enveloped the world. Chapter 17. The Prophet of Humanity's Creation. Narcissus lingered for a while with Epimetheus before deciding to return to Prometheus, eager to observe the progress of his creation of humanity. Upon reaching Prometheus, he discovered a multitude of human figurines crafted from clay. Observing Prometheus meticulously arranging these sculptures, Narcissus realized that his brother might possess a compulsive nature. The clay figures were neatly arranged, and Prometheus was currently measuring the distances between his latest creation and the others. Narcissus perceived that Prometheus might be overly fixated on perfection. "Prometheus, how are you? Do you require assistance?" Narcissus inquired as he approached. "Oh, Narcissus, you have returned. How fared things with Epimetheus?" Prometheus expressed concern for his brother's endeavors. "Quite well, actually. Epimetheus has created numerous animals." Narcissus recounted the situation he had observed. "Damn it, Epimetheus. He has stirred trouble." Prometheus grew increasingly agitated. "What is it, Prometheus?" Narcissus asked, bewildered by his brother's reaction. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, he could not discern any negative implications. Furthermore, he saw nothing amiss with Epimetheus, who had always diligently crafted animals. He has created so many perilous creatures, which could spell disaster for humanity. Prometheus intended to convey to Narcissus the gravity of Epimetheus's creations. "What afflicts humanity?" Narcissus queried, noticing Prometheus had spoken only half of his thoughts before pausing. His curiosity piqued. Prometheus stood there, his pupils shimmering with radiance, as a series of visions flashed through his mind. Humanity is well, they shall thrive. His divine insight had activated, granting him glimpses of humanity's future, alleviating his concerns. The images revealed humans living prosperously, indicating that the creatures birthed by Epimetheus posed minimal threat to them. "That is reassuring," Narcissus remarked, observing Prometheus's abrupt silence before he resumed his focused arrangement of the completed human figurines. Narcissus parted his lips, contemplating whether to inquire further about the matter at hand. However, he felt a sense of reluctance to press Prometheus, as it seemed of little consequence to him. Thus, Narcissus chose silence. Nevertheless, he could discern that Prometheus was in remarkably high spirits at that moment. Narcissus, come here and assist me. I have an inkling that this arrangement appears somewhat amiss. Prometheus beckoned Narcissus over. Narcissus, upon hearing Prometheus's words, approached to scrutinize the clay sculpture he had fashioned, and indeed discerned the underlying issue. Is Prometheus, this figure of humanity amidst the crowd, perhaps a tad too lofty? Narcissus inquired. Too tall, you say? Prometheus responded, gently bending down to examine the sculpture, then acknowledging, indeed, that is the case. Consequently, Narcissus observed as Prometheus extended his hand, deftly smudging a portion of the clay atop the figure's head, thereby reducing its height. Now, that is better, Prometheus remarked after adjusting it, casting one last glance before nodding in satisfaction and joyfully commencing the creation of new beings. Narcissus cast a glance at the human clay sculpture, crafted from soil that had been partially withheld by Prometheus, uncertain whether Prometheus had omitted the section representing hair. Observing that the other human sculptures possessed hair, while this one conspicuously lacked a portion, Narcissus fell into a contemplative silence. Furthermore, he discerned that the placement of this particular sculpture was such that the soil beneath it rose slightly higher than in other locations. Narcissus pondered how it was conceivable that Prometheus, a man plagued by obsessive tendencies, could possibly create disparities during his act of creation. However, does Prometheus truly concern himself solely with the meticulous arrangement of his clay figures, disregarding whether humanity lacks certain essential details? Narcissus was profoundly intrigued by the notion that this human might evolve into a figure somewhat shorter and balder than others. Nevertheless, the transition from having hair to ultimately losing it did indeed align with the natural progression towards baldness. Narcissus chuckled inwardly as he contemplated this. Observing Prometheus diligently engaged in the creation of humanity, Narcissus felt it prudent to withhold his comments. Perhaps, in the eyes of the divine, this was merely a trivial matter. Narcissus found a spot to sit, one that afforded him a view of Prometheus at work. As he watched Prometheus create humanity, he idly reached out to pluck the weeds growing beside him. The divine power of Narcissus caused the weeds to flourish, blossom, bear fruit, and then gradually wither away. The seeds that fell to the ground would take root, sprout, grow, flower, and bear fruit once more, perpetually cycling through this process, with each growth exhibiting subtle transformations. Prometheus, how fares it with you? At that moment, Athena approached, accompanied by Epimetheus. Chapter 18. The Birth of Humanity. Epimetheus? Narcissus inquired, regarding Epimetheus with curiosity, perplexed as to why he had come, considering he was meant to be engaged in the creation of animals. Epimetheus, he said, joyfully settling beside Narcissus. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be creating animals? Narcissus asked, intrigued. Oh, I ran out of materials, Epimetheus replied, somewhat sheepishly scratching his head. Brother Prometheus, allow me to assist you. After conversing with Narcissus for a while, Epimetheus hurried over to help Prometheus. As Epimetheus observed the humans he had created, then glanced at the humans crafted by Prometheus, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at the apparent ugliness of his creations and discreetly set aside the clay figures. Prometheus cast a glance at his brother but remained silent, allowing him to casually handle the materials originally intended for his own human creations. With Epimetheus's assistance, the materials Prometheus had initially reserved for the creation of humanity were swiftly depleted. Before long, he found himself entirely out of materials for crafting humans. I appreciate your help. Athena, Prometheus remarked, gazing at the now empty supply, addressing Athena, who had stood by for quite some time. Very well, Athena replied, observing that Prometheus had finally completed his task. She nodded and began to channel her divine power. The radiance of her divinity swiftly enveloped the multitude of clay figures created by Prometheus, imbuing them with spirit, and they sprang to life. Meanwhile, the animals crafted by Epimetheus also regained their vitality under the nurturing influence of Athena's divine energy. Narcissus gazed in admiration at the creations of Epimetheus, exclaiming inwardly, "How splendid!" At this moment, the ensemble of pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and dogs was complete, perhaps owing to Epimetheus's use of the same materials that had once fashioned humanity. These creatures, in contrast to the wild animals initially conjured by Epimetheus, appeared significantly more docile. Many of them simply settled down to rest in their spots, while others circled around the newly born humans crafted by Prometheus. Congratulations, Prometheus, Narcissus marveled. his gaze fixed upon the vibrant beings before him. Though they were unclad, their vitality was undeniable. Lost in thought, Narcissus extended his hand, unleashing his divine power. Under its influence, flora burgeoned with remarkable speed. Their stems and leaves grew tall and resilient, only to age gradually, guided by Narcissus's divine will. The aging foliage transformed into fibers, which ultimately coalesced into simple yet exquisite garments. With a graceful wave of his hand, Narcissus adorned each newly created human with exquisite garments. Observing their newfound modesty, Narcissus nodded in satisfaction and addressed Prometheus, saying, "Let this be a gift to humanity." "I am truly grateful, Narcissus," Prometheus replied, appreciating the gift. For he believed that humans should possess a sense of shame unlike that of animals. "What of the bag that Zeus provided, Epimetheus?" Prometheus suddenly recalled, turning to inquire of Epimetheus, who was engrossed in play with the newly formed humans. "Right here, dear brother Prometheus," Epimetheus responded, retrieving the bag tied at his waist and handing it over to Prometheus. "What troubles you?" he asked as Prometheus began to rummage through its contents. As he did so, his expression darkened, prompting Narcissus to curiously inquire, "What is amiss?" "Cursed be this fate," Prometheus exclaimed in exasperation, his gaze fixed on the still frolicking Epimetheus. "Epimetheus, why is it that the bag from Zeus is utterly devoid of its contents?" Brother Prometheus, you refer to those items? I have given them all to the animals." Epimetheus belatedly realized the gravity of his mistake and sheepishly apologized. "Forgive me, brother Prometheus, I acted in a moment of excitement." "You have driven me to the brink of madness, Epimetheus," Prometheus shouted in fury. Narcissus witnessed the entire ordeal, utterly astonished that Epimetheus bestowed upon the animals the gifts meant for humanity from Zeus. Observing this scene, Athena sighed as she watched Epimetheus create the creatures, continuously drawing abilities from the pouch bestowed by Zeus. She had foreseen the potential complications that might ensue. "What a predicament," Prometheus lamented, raking his fingers through his hair as he gazed at the innocent faces of the humans before him. He was at a loss as to how they would survive in this world. Placing them in the forest would merely serve as fodder for the ferocious beasts. Chapter 19. Humanity's first crisis with no other choice. Athena approached Prometheus and said, "Since Narcissus has provided humanity with garments for warmth and modesty, imparting to them a sense of shame, I shall also bestow a gift upon this newly formed humanity. As the goddess of wisdom and warfare, I shall endow these mortals with intellect, enabling them to triumph over adversity through their wits." A cascade of shimmering light emanated from Athena, enveloping each human in its glow, instantly enhancing the already nimble glances of the mortals, making them even more agile in thought. "Thank you ever so much for your generosity, Goddess Athena." Prometheus hurriedly expressed his gratitude upon witnessing this transformation. Originally, driven by his own selfishness, he had secretly sown the seeds of wisdom within humanity during their creation. Now, with Athena's blessings, their intellect surged dramatically, surpassing that of all animals. Satisfied, Athena nodded approvingly at the assembly of humans before her. She had a fondness for intelligent beings. "Prometheus, now that humanity has been fully realized, my task from Zeus is complete. I must return to Olympus to report the situation to him." Athena bid farewell to Prometheus and Narcissus, while she chose to disregard the somewhat foolish Epimetheus. As Athena departed in her chariot, Narcissus, feeling that matters were settled, expressed his desire to leave as well. "Prometheus, now that humanity is complete, gladness, that cannot be consumed." Prometheus interrupted, roaring as he dashed toward a human. "Gladness?" Narcissus pondered in astonishment, wondering if Prometheus had assigned names to each human during their creation. Narcissus, filled with curiosity, gazed into the past and beheld Prometheus wresting a branch from the mouth of a human. The branch bore numerous bite marks, evidently gnawed by the human whom Prometheus had named Gratnus. "Gratnus, this object is not for consumption." After soothing the tearful Gratnus, Prometheus called out to Epimetheus, "Epimetheus, you are nearby. Why do you not keep an eye on him? Is this branch suitable for eating?" Epimetheus, perplexed by his brother Prometheus's sudden reference to him, felt a sense of grievance. He picked up a small dog that was rolling and playfully whining at his feet and said, "Brother Prometheus, I thought he was merely playing." "Look." Epimetheus set the dog down and tossed a branch far away, watching as the delighted dog dashed after it and returned, proudly carrying the stick in its mouth. Observing the canine joyfully gnawing on the wood and wagging its tail, Prometheus patiently endeavored to explain to Epimetheus the distinctions between humans and animals, as well as the fact that branches, stones, and dirt are inedible. Very well, brother Prometheus, I shall remember this. Next time, I will intervene. As soon as Epimetheus spoke, he rushed to Gratinus, exclaiming, "This weed is not for eating." "Forgive my amusement, Narcissus," Prometheus said with a resigned smile at the unfolding scene. "Fear not, henceforth. It shall be your burden to bear, Prometheus." Observing the bewildered humans before him, Narcissus gently shook his head. "There is no alternative. I cannot simply abandon them to their fate upon the earth. They must be taught the skills necessary for survival," Prometheus declared. "What are you doing, Dillicis and Paritber?" Prometheus then witnessed two humans grasping each other's arms, biting down, and subsequently weeping in pain as they retaliated against one another's bites. Narcissus followed along, observing Prometheus imparting knowledge to them, and curiously inquired, "Prometheus, what is the reason for their actions? Dillicis and Paritber, why do you engage in such behavior?" Witnessing the two clasping their arms and weeping, Prometheus felt a pang of compassion mixed with irritation. In his eyes, they were brothers and companions, and it was unfathomable for them to resort to violence so carelessly. "Starving," Dillicis and Paritber replied in unison to Prometheus's question. "Starving? The deities are not beholden to the need for sustenance. They consume solely to satiate their appetites and for enjoyment." This led him to forget that although humanity is more intelligent than beasts, their essence bears little distinction from that of animals, as both require nourishment. However, the conundrum of what to provide for humanity perplexed Prometheus. He then turned his gaze towards the animals created by his brother Epimetheus. These creatures appeared quite splendid, and it seemed reasonable for humanity to partake in their consumption. Thus, a portion of the animals fashioned by Epimetheus fell victim to Prometheus's decision to sacrifice them for human sustenance. Fortunately, Prometheus took care to prevent the extinction of these animals, ensuring that they would be allowed to reproduce. Otherwise, these gentle beings would have faced obliteration. Chapter 20, Humanity Without Women. Prometheus, I harbor a question. Upon my observation, why is it that all the humans you have created are male, devoid of females? How shall they propagate? As Narcissus arrived, he fortuitously beheld Prometheus directing the humans in the slaughter of cattle and sheep. Initially intending to depart after Prometheus's creation of humanity, Narcissus found himself persuaded by Prometheus and Epimetheus to remain, intrigued by the prospect of witnessing how humans establish their existence in this world. Ultimately, he consented to stay and assist. In accordance with Prometheus's wishes, Narcissus was tasked with cultivating plants suitable for fiber extraction to fabricate textiles, as well as imparting knowledge of weaving and garment creation to humanity. In truth, Narcissus had initially contemplated declining Prometheus's request. However, upon encountering those humans adorned in garments he had bestowed upon them, Narcissus felt compelled to acquiesce for the sake of his pride, lest he face embarrassment. For Narcissus could not disclose to Prometheus that these garments were merely the result of his manipulation of plants and divine power. He was not versed in the craft of weaving nor familiar with the process of fabric creation. The finished garments were entirely the product of his divine influence, with only the plant fibers being connected to him, as he had controlled the growth of the plants to obtain them. However, adhering to Prometheus's directive, Narcissus was obliged to personally instruct these mortals, devoid of divine abilities, in the art of garment making, which caused him considerable vexation. Despite the intelligence of these humans, they were incessantly inquisitive, and their movements were often clumsy and their demeanor somewhat uncouth. Narcissus exerted considerable effort to deduce the process of garment creation through finished clothing. However, this group of individuals managed only to struggle with the laborious tasks of stripping plant fibers and twisting them into thread. Their methods, though rudimentary, yielded results that were somewhat usable, albeit lacking in refinement. Yet, when it came to the weaving stage, they encountered numerous challenges. Their clumsy hands rendered their attempts less than satisfactory, producing fabric riddled with holes or so loose that it fell apart with the slightest tug. Consequently, Narcissus sought out Prometheus, primarily to inquire why there were no women among the humans he had created. In Narcissus's view, women would at least possess greater patience and meticulousness. He could hardly endure the company of these bumbling, foolish men who responded to reprimands with simple grins. The world remains perilous for women and the children they bear. When conditions are appropriate, I shall create them, Prometheus explained to Narcissus. Upon hearing this, Narcissus sighed, realizing he would have to continue grappling with the ineptitude of the men. Noticing Prometheus deep in thought after his explanation, Narcissus turned to follow his gaze and observed a group of humans slaughtering cattle. As he watched them butcher the animals and then consume the raw flesh, a frown creased his brow, prompting him to divert his attention elsewhere. Initially, upon witnessing these humans eating raw meat, Narcissus had contemplated whether he could bestow upon them the gift of fire, enabling them to cook their food and provide warmth and light. However, he discovered that the technique of friction fire, which he had known well in his past life, proved ineffective in this world. Even when he successfully drilled through wood, it merely grew warm without igniting. It seemed a certain principle was absent. Everything in this realm appeared to be governed by various divine jurisdictions, with many deities possessing overlapping domains. A singular divine office could encompass numerous related or analogous jurisdictions. For instance, the domain of wind included the west wind, north wind, hurricanes, and storms, among others. To Narcissus, divine domains resembled patents he had observed in his previous life, allowing free exercise of abilities solely within one's own jurisdiction. Lacking the corresponding divine office was akin to lacking access rights. Although deities could forcibly utilize their divine power, it resembled a limited data plan. Usage time was finite and required replenishment, not with currency, but through divine energy. This entailed wielding divine power to momentarily sway the laws of existence, compelling them to heed one's command. Narcissus once clandestinely harnessed divine power to ignite flames. Yet once he ceased to channel his energy, the fire would swiftly extinguish. Thus, this method proved unfeasible for humanity. After all, no deity would willingly become a perpetual gas canister merely to kindle flames for mortals. For humanity to obtain fire, they must rely on the naturally existing means of this world. Narcissus gazed upwards, contemplating the sun, which blazed with an inherent fierceness, or the authorization bestowed by Zeus, the king of gods, who possessed the authority to directly grant humanity the gift of fire. Consequently, humanity could thus acquire flames, perhaps one day in the future. The essence of the world will acknowledge humanity's right to wield fire, allowing people to utilize tools to ignite flames at will. Chapter 21. The Food Crisis. According to Narcissus's understanding, the essence of the world resembles a supercomputer, continuously adding and generating rules and codes conducive to the development of the world, provided that these regulations are beneficial. I pondered, once these cattle and sheep are consumed, what sustenance will humanity resort to? At this moment, Prometheus interjected to address Narcissus's inquiry. It is quite simple. They can consume plants. The growth rate of plants far surpasses that of animals, Narcissus replied with an air of certainty. Narcissus gazed at Prometheus, realizing that even a deity endowed with prophetic abilities cannot foresee every occurrence. Perhaps it is akin to a passive skill. As he absorbed Narcissus's words, a series of vivid images suddenly flickered in Prometheus's mind. Upon witnessing these visions, Prometheus joyfully placed his hand upon Narcissus's shoulder. Narcissus, I am truly grateful to you. Prometheus expressed with heartfelt appreciation. Oh, it is nothing, merely a trifling matter, Narcissus replied, retracting Prometheus's hand from his shoulder, sensing that the latter's reaction was somewhat excessive. No, Narcissus, I genuinely appreciate your assistance. Prometheus placed his hand once more on Narcissus's shoulder. There is no need for such formality. Prometheus, you are overly courteous. Narcissus again removed Prometheus's hand, shifting slightly to the side. Wait, Prometheus, do you have something to discuss? Narcissus extended his hand to deter Prometheus's approach. Narcissus, I have a request to make of you. Prometheus bowed respectfully. What is it that you wish to convey? Narcissus inquired, perplexed by Prometheus's demeanor. Do you have any plants that can serve as sustenance? Prometheus asked. I do possess certain edible plants, but Narcissus began, but was interrupted. Please, grant me some of those plants, Prometheus earnestly implored. Of course, I can give them to you, Narcissus nodded, but then added, however, Prometheus, while these plants are indeed consumable, they cannot serve as a staple food. Narcissus removed the pouch tied around his waist, and, after invoking divine powers, scattered a variety of seeds upon the earth. The seeds gently descended onto the soil, bathed in the warmth of divine energy, embarking on a wondrous journey of life. Nurtured by this celestial force, the seeds swiftly absorbed moisture and nutrients, beginning to sprout. Initially, delicate shoots emerged from the ground. infused with a faint vitality as they reached toward the light of the sun. The tender sprouts grew rapidly, their stems thickening and leaves unfurling to embrace the luminosity. As time elapsed, the seedlings transformed into lush foliage, the blueberry plant displaying a rich, deep green hue, while delicate white blossoms unfolded upon its branches. These flowers emitted a subtle fragrance, drawing the bees and butterflies, which were naturally attracted to Narcissus, to partake in pollination. As the blossoms wilted, fruits began to form. The diminutive green berries gradually swelled, their soft skins becoming smooth. Soon, the blueberries transformed into a deep purple, exuding an alluring aroma. The fruits brimmed with rich juice, plump and succulent, glistening like precious gemstones. Simultaneously, another plant exhibited remarkable transformations. The persimmon tree's branches extended in all directions, its leaves becoming dense and robust, providing ample sunlight and nourishment for the fruits. Atop the branches, white flowers bloomed like clouds, releasing a faint floral scent that beckoned bees and butterflies. As the blossoms faded, the persimmons began to ripen slowly, transitioning from an immature green to a golden yellow and vibrant orange. The fruits were plump and abundant, their skins smooth and emanating a sweet fragrance. Nearby, under the shade of the persimmon tree, a sprawling patch of soft strawberry plants crept low across the ground, sending forth dense, slender tendrils. These tendrils bore tender green leaves, their surfaces dotted with tiny tendrils. Beneath these tendrils, clusters of white blossoms flourished, exuding a rich sweetness. After the flowers wilted, small fruits began to develop. Luscious, red strawberries adorned the tendrils, round and full, their surfaces sprinkled with tiny seeds. Several orange trees stood nearby, their branches lush and sturdy, the emerald leaves shimmering in the sunlight. Atop the branches, pure white flowers bloomed, releasing a delicate fragrance. These flowers quickly withered, making way for the growth of the fruits. The oranges gradually transformed into golden spheres, the branches of the orange tree laden with these plump fruits. This orange tree was one of Narcissus's recent cultivations, a subconscious choice influenced by coronas, prompting him to prioritize the nurturing of fruits. Chapter 22. Cultivating New Staples. No. This is not what I see. Prometheus shook his head repeatedly as he examined the plants cultivated by Narcissus, one by one. Narcissus, do you have any other plants? After Prometheus had finished, he inquired of Narcissus. I apologize, Prometheus, but I possess no other plants that may serve as sustenance. Indeed, Narcissus had gathered a few other flora, yet these were merely herbs he believed resembled those he had known in his previous life, without having tested their efficacy to ascertain if they mirrored the qualities of their predecessors. Since Narcissus had never encountered deities, demigods, or nymphs, he remained oblivious to the maladies that afflicted them, for such ailments might not yet have been commonplace, cursed upon them by others. Lacking experimental subjects, Narcissus simply collected the seeds of those plants and set them aside, uncertain if he would ever encounter them again or if they would vanish with the passage of time. Thus, he gathered them as a precaution. Nay, I witnessed the very growth of that plant from nothingness to fruition beneath your hands, and I beheld you amidst a bountiful harvest of those verdant plants. Upon hearing Narcissus declare the absence of such flora, Prometheus could not suppress his disappointment. No, I have fallen into a misconception. It was only then that Prometheus recalled he had glimpsed a vision of the future. Thus it was entirely plausible that Narcissus had yet to cultivate those plants. With this thought, Prometheus excitedly grasped Narcissus's hand. Narcissus, on behalf of humanity, I implore you to cultivate plants that may satiate our hunger. Prometheus, I shall heed your request. Observing the solemnity in Prometheus's expression, Narcissus nodded in agreement. However, cultivating plants requires a measure of fortune, and I cannot entirely dictate their path of mutation. Narcissus, I have unwavering faith in your capabilities. Upon hearing Narcissus's consent, Prometheus exclaimed with joy. Having pledged to Prometheus, Narcissus began to contemplate which plants would serve as staple food. By the way, Prometheus, could you describe the process you witnessed of my cultivation? What did those plants resemble? At that moment, Narcissus recalled that Prometheus had just mentioned seeing the appearance of the plants he cultivated. Thus he should possess knowledge of their visage. Ascertaining their appearance would guide Narcissus in the direction of their cultivation. The plants are approximately this tall. Prometheus gestured with his hands. In their youth, they resemble weeds. But as they mature, they bear clusters of fruit, each cluster adorned with numerous fruits that, when ripe, are a golden hue, each fruit about this size. Rice? Upon hearing Prometheus's description, Narcissus was convinced that the entity in question was indeed rice. Narcissus was astonished to discover that he had cultivated rice in Greece, initially believing it to be wheat or a similar grain. Since Prometheus had witnessed his success in rice cultivation, he understood he must first sift through the weeds to identify those suitable for nurturing rice. Narcissus, is there anything I can assist you with? Prometheus inquired as he observed Narcissus bending down, searching through the grass. I require. Upon hearing Prometheus's question, Narcissus described the various characteristics of rice, requesting Prometheus's help in uprooting the appropriate weeds. Certainly, no problem. By the way, Prometheus nodded, then called out to Epimetheus, who was not far away. Epimetheus, come here for a moment. What is it, brother Prometheus? Epimetheus swiftly approached upon hearing Prometheus's summons. Epimetheus, gather those idle humans, and then. Prometheus conveyed Narcissus's request to Epimetheus, urging him to arrange for assistance promptly. Understood, brother Prometheus. After listening to Prometheus, Epimetheus immediately set out to gather people and organized them to begin weeding throughout the entire valley. Narcissus gazed at the rapidly accumulating pile of grass before him. Observing its height steadily increase, he began to lean down, selecting the suitable weeds from the mound. Prometheus squatted alongside him, assisting in the selection of the appropriate foliage. Before long, Narcissus and his companion had gathered a considerable collection of qualifying weeds. Narcissus extended his hand and began to unleash his divine power. Before him, the weeds that had been uprooted and piled aside began to re-establish their roots in the soil, suddenly bursting forth with vibrant life, restoring their former robust health. What is this, Narcissus? Prometheus inquired, observing the rapid growth and propagation of the plants under Narcissus's divine influence. He watched in awe as the flora proliferated before his very eyes, evolving through several generations in an instant. Narcissus shook his head, expressing his dissatisfaction. Although these plants possess a brief growth cycle, they also signify considerable variability. Many mutations occurred before he could even direct their evolution, as they swiftly completed their life cycle, and the seeds began to propagate anew. Chapter 23. Rice. In the ensuing days, Narcissus devoted nearly all his energy to cultivating a new staple crop, rice. However, despite his relentless efforts, progress remained frustratingly inadequate. Whenever the plants blossomed and bore fruit, they invariably mutated in unpredictable ways. At times, the plants either failed to produce ears, instead flowering at the apex, or, while they did produce ears, these bore no flowers, yielding only a tufted structure. This incessant mutation exasperated Narcissus, as the genetic integrity of the plants began to deteriorate, leading to a diminished germination rate for the seeds, which evidently fell short of his aspirations. Feeling perplexed and disheartened, Narcissus confided his plight to Prometheus, expressing a desire to take a walk. He believed that the plants he had gathered were unsuitable for cultivating rice, which had hindered his success thus far. Consequently, he resolved to venture out once more in search of more suitable specimens. Narcissus wandered aimlessly through the valley, bending down to gather what he believed to be suitable plants. Suddenly, a scene before him evoked a sense of familiarity, reminding him that this was indeed the very place where Prometheus had fashioned humanity. After creating mankind, Prometheus had led them to a more level area by the water's edge. Returning to this familiar spot, Narcissus seated himself in the very place he had once occupied, preparing to experiment with cultivating the wild grains. Narcissus was enveloped in divine power, and plants began to sprout. However, the outcome was not unexpected. He once again faced failure, as the plants, like their predecessors, were unable to develop and thrive properly. Frustrated, Narcissus cast aside the unsuccessful flora with his divine energy and carelessly reclined upon the verdant grass. Gazing up at the sky, he noticed that the day was resplendent with sunshine, yet Helios, the sun god, was absent from his chariot, failing to cast his usual gaze upon the earth. Instead, the chariot moved along its predetermined path autonomously. Suddenly, Narcissus felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, and with such delightful weather, he deemed it an opportune moment for a brief slumber. Just as he lay on the grass, on the verge of drifting into dreams, a lowly weed caught his attention. It sprawled on the ground, adorned with a cluster of blossoms, evoking a strange sense of familiarity within him. Was it the cowherb? Narcissus recalled information about this plant from his memories. In his previous life, during childhood vacations spent at his grandfather's countryside home. He had left traces throughout the nearby mountains and forests. He also knew that cowherb was one of the most despised weeds among farmers. It thrived not only in wastelands, along roadsides, and by ditches, but also delighted in invading farmlands, competing with crops for water and nutrients. Moreover, this resilient weed possessed a vigorous life force, making it remarkably difficult to eradicate completely. Narcissus murmured about the cowherb, and then he abruptly straightened his posture. He recalled having read an article that mentioned the familial connection between cowherb and rice, one being despised by people while the other was cherished. Narcissus gazed intently at the grass before him, and suddenly, a thought surged within him. He extended his hand, and divine energy began to manifest around him. This celestial power flowed from his fingertips, sparkling as it penetrated each cell of the grass. Initially, nothing appeared to transpire. The grass remained a mere diminutive weed, its leaves coarse and sharp, and its stem rigid and brownish-gray. However, as Narcissus continued to infuse it with his divine essence, subtle transformations began to take place. The grass's leaves gradually softened and widened, revealing a tender shade of green. Their surfaces became increasingly smooth, though the edges retained a hint of sharpness, producing a faint sound when gently brushed. The stem, too, began to exhibit flexibility, as if it were preparing for a future growth. As time passed, Narcissus's divine power intensified, hastening the grass's metamorphosis. Its stem stretched upward, parallel to the ground, elongating and becoming more pliable, almost as if woven from fibers. At the apex of the stem, clusters of novel spikes began to form. They slowly unfurled, eventually transforming into delicate strands of slender spikes. On each of these tiny spikes, petite grains began to emerge, gradually swelling to reveal a soft green hue. The divine power of Narcissus resembled an invisible hand, meticulously shaping the rice plant before him. To Narcissus's delight, the rice plant responded obediently to his transformation. Its stalks grew taller, and the delicate spikes became denser, while the grains gradually swelled, shifting from a verdant green to a lustrous golden hue. Ultimately, that humble rice plant was no longer a mere weed. It stood before Narcissus as a complete ear of rice. In his eyes, it was tall and upright, with the ripened grains hanging down, exuding an alluring fragrance. At last, success! Narcissus joyfully plucked the mature rice, crushed the grains between his fingers, and tasted the pure white rice, effortlessly grinding it into a fine powder in his mouth, where the delightful aroma burst forth. Narcissus felt that the rice he cultivated was more fragrant than any he had tasted in his previous life, each grain naturally imbued with a delicate aroma. Chapter 24. Weaving. After successfully nurturing the rice, Narcissus excitedly approached Prometheus with the collected seeds. "What are you doing, Prometheus?" he inquired upon discovering Prometheus directing humans in the felling of trees and the extraction of stones. Curiosity compelled Narcissus to approach him. "I am preparing to replicate the appearance of the gods' temples, using stone to construct houses for humanity. This way, they need not remain confined in caves at night to evade wild beasts, but may dwell freely in places of their choosing." Prometheus replied to Narcissus's inquiry. "Houses, indeed, are an excellent idea." Narcissus nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in allowing humans to build their own abodes. In truth, he had contemplated suggesting this himself, but upon seeing Prometheus residing in a cave, he had set aside the notion. After all, the current population of humans was sparse, and there were ample caves to accommodate them. "By the way, I almost forgot to tell you, Prometheus, I have successfully cultivated rice," Narcissus exclaimed, joyously presenting a handful of grains to Prometheus. "Really, Narcissus?" Prometheus responded, carefully taking the rice and attempting to taste a grain. "This fruit is identical to what I witnessed before, though the exterior appears somewhat coarse, with a rather unappealing yellowish skin and a somewhat hard texture. The flavor is quite acceptable," Prometheus assessed. "You should avoid eating the outer skin," Narcissus cautioned, noticing Prometheus attempting to consume the entire grain. However, for a deity, the difference in hardness between this rice and a softer variety was negligible. "Narcissus, while this rice appears promising and can indeed satiate hunger, consuming it one grain at a time is rather cumbersome," Prometheus articulated the drawback. "This rice is primarily meant to have its golden outer layer removed, with the inner kernels cooked with water to be enjoyed." Suddenly, Narcissus recalled a crucial issue. Humans lacked fire to heat their food. Alternatively, the kernels can be ground into flour and mixed with clean water for consumption, provided the rice remains uncontaminated. lest humans fall ill after eating it. With no other options, Narcissus sought a solution. He attempted to remove the outer skin of the rice, grinding it into a fine powder and preparing a stone bowl. He placed the rice powder into the bowl and added some clean water, mixing it into a paste. Narcissus attempted a taste and found it surprisingly delightful. The flavor is quite agreeable. Prometheus, do indulge as well. Furthermore, if one were to incorporate a puree made from blueberries or strawberries, the taste would undoubtedly be even more exquisite. Narcissus prepared another bowl and presented it to Prometheus. This method of consumption proved far more convenient than eating grain by grain. Humans could simply grind the rice into flour, allowing them to prepare it with ease whenever hunger strikes. Prometheus finished it in one sitting and nodded appreciatively. Narcissus, I entrust this task to you. He gestured for Narcissus to commence his work. Narcissus nodded, comprehending Prometheus's intent. He scattered handfuls of rice seeds and then unleashed his divine power, causing the seeds to swiftly take root and sprout. Before Narcissus and Prometheus, a lush field of mature rice rapidly flourished under Narcissus's continuous exertion of divine energy. Some of this rice could be consumed, while the remainder could serve as seeds for further planting, ensuring that humanity would never lack for sustenance. Narcissus addressed Prometheus, affirming, "Very well. I shall arrange for individuals to attend to this." Prometheus nodded in agreement. In the ensuing days, Narcissus instructed humanity on how to cultivate the land, nurture rice seedlings, and sow seeds, while simultaneously imparting the art of fabric and garment creation. As the rice was cultivated from cowgrass, it inherited certain traits from it, such as a robust vitality. This made the cultivation of rice remarkably straightforward, requiring merely the removal of pests and weeds from the fields. Moreover, this rice demanded minimal water, akin to the simplicity of growing vegetables. By a fortunate stroke of fate, Narcissus developed a vegetable that could be consumed raw without cooking, which he named lettuce. Lettuce swiftly became part of humanity's cultivation repertoire, and people discovered that combining it with raw meat enhanced the flavor of beef due to its crisp texture. As time elapsed, the rice in the fields gradually entered the heading stage. Each day, the rice exhibited notable transformations, with the grains slowly turning golden. In the realm of weaving and garment making, Narcissus also made significant strides. Prometheus had procured a young, yet already bald assistant for him, named Geb. Narcissus suspected that he was the very human clay figure from whom Prometheus had once removed the hair. Nevertheless, the demeanor and conduct of the young Geb greatly pleased Narcissus. He quickly mastered the weaving and garment-making techniques that Narcissus taught him, displaying an aptitude for applying his knowledge creatively, in addition to crafting clothing. He also learned to make hats independently. Geb exhibited remarkable learning ability and creativity, his talent leaving a profound impression on Narcissus. Narcissus was exceedingly pleased to have a capable assistant like Geb, as they worked diligently together to refine the techniques of weaving and garment making. Chapter 25. The Divine Office of Grain and Textiles. Narcissus stood upon a gentle hill, gazing down at the undulating expanse below, bathed in golden sunlight. Reminiscent of a vast ocean of golden grains, his spirit soared, for he had just manifested the divine powers of grain and weaving. These new divine aspects nestled closely alongside those of verdant meadows, blooming flowers, and seeds, starkly contrasting with the previously unattached essence of rain. With the augmentation of his divine responsibilities, his divine strength surged significantly, elevating him from a low-tier secondary deity to a mid-tier secondary deity. In a distant, secluded valley adorned with vibrant blossoms and lush grass, a young maiden frolicked joyfully. Clad in a delicate gown, she resembled a graceful flower blooming amidst the valley. Her radiant smile illuminated her face. Her eyes sparkled with innocence. She danced freely upon the grass, lightly treading upon petals. Playfully, she plucked a flower and gently placed it in her hair, enhancing her charm and elegance. Strolling along the banks of a babbling brook, the maiden occasionally brushed her slender fingers against the cool water, relishing its refreshing touch. In a burst of exuberance, she splashed through the stream, water droplets flying in all directions, her laughter echoing, as if the entire valley rejoiced in her merriment. Suddenly, she noticed her mother smiling at her from afar. With delight, she quickened her pace, running towards her mother and unhesitatingly leaping into her embrace, nestling against her bosom, exclaiming, "Mother, my precious daughter." The harvest goddess Demeter gently enveloped her daughter Persephone in her arms. She caressed the girl's hair, speaking softly to her. "Mother, why were you so joyful just now?" Persephone inquired with curiosity. I sensed the fragrance of abundance wafting from that direction. It seems a deity has blessed the earth with a bountiful harvest, Demeter replied, smiling as she gestured towards a certain direction. Is that true? Is it a good thing? Persephone pressed on, intrigued. Indeed, it is a splendid occurrence. The essence of harvest invigorates the earth, allowing nature's creatures to find sustenance, Demeter said, gazing tenderly at her daughter's innocent expression, gently stroking Persephone's hair. Most importantly, it means that someone has taken on part of my responsibilities, allowing me to spend more time with you. Epitomizing, what has transpired? Narcissus observed a gathering of people below and hurried down the slope. Narcissus, this man's belly is in excruciating pain, Epitomizing explained, pointing to a figure on the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony. Epitomizing, what is happening here? Prometheus, upon hearing the commotion, approached from a distance. Epimetheus reiterated the earlier conversation he had with Narcissus. What could have caused such an abrupt onset of abdominal pain? Prometheus knelt down and gently touched the belly of the person who was clutching their abdomen and wailing in distress. It appeared they had consumed spoiled meat. Narcissus picked up a piece of meat from beside him, brought it to his nose, and detected a hint of decay. If only we had fire. We could roast the meat, thus preventing it from spoiling so easily, Epimetheus lamented, glancing regretfully at the discarded flesh rejected by Narcissus. Fire? At the mention of Epimetheus's words, a spark of realization flickered in Prometheus's eyes. Prometheus, please help me. Help me. The afflicted individual grasped Prometheus's foot, pleading with a desperate wail. Narcissus observed Prometheus's predicament and spoke, perhaps I possess a solution, though I am uncertain if it may yield more dire consequences. Then let us try, Narcissus. Regardless of success or failure, it is his fate, Prometheus replied. He cast a glance at the man lying on the ground and resolved to attempt Narcissus's approach. Very well. I shall give it a try. Narcissus produced a seed and cast it upon the earth, from which it swiftly took root and sprouted. I shall name this plant Coptis. It should alleviate his abdominal pain, Narcissus remarked as he crouched down to uproot the fully grown Coptis. Narcissus employed his divine power to remove the soil encasing the roots of the Rhizoma coptidus. He then grasped the root firmly with his entire hand and exerted a forceful squeeze. In an instant, the root was crushed, and a viscous liquid enveloped Narcissus's hand. Narcissus knelt down, prying open the man's mouth and administering a liquid into him, a substance imbued with the divine essence of Narcissus swiftly taking effect within the man's belly. So painful, so bitter. The man, who had been wailing in anguish, now lay prostrate, sputtering and incessantly lamenting the bitterness. It appeared to be effective. Narcissus observed the man's transformation with a smile. Then he turned his gaze and discovered Prometheus standing there, lost in contemplation, his thoughts veiled in mystery. Chapter 26. The plea of Prometheus. Narcissus keenly observed the contemplative glimmer in Prometheus's eyes as he gently approached his side, leaning in to whisper. Prometheus, what occupies your thoughts? I sense a shift in your demeanor, Narcissus inquired softly. Prometheus turned his gaze toward Narcissus, locking eyes with him before revealing a resolute smile. Narcissus, I intend to ascend Mount Olympus to beseech Zeus, the king of the gods, for the gift of fire for humanity. I firmly believe that the power of fire will bestow upon mankind immense progress and hope. Narcissus was taken aback by Prometheus's words, a flicker of surprise crossing his countenance. Prometheus, this is no simple endeavor, he remarked. Prometheus, with a resolute glimmer in his eyes, nodded firmly and replied, Indeed, I am aware. Yet I still wish to attempt it. Perhaps I might sway Zeus, the king of the gods. Narcissus felt Prometheus's unwavering resolve as he gazed deeply into his eyes. Prometheus, may the power of the gods be with you. I hope for your success, Narcissus expressed earnestly. Thank you, Narcissus, for your support and blessings. Regardless of the outcome, I shall do my utmost to forge a brighter future for humanity, Prometheus replied, his gaze directed towards the sincere and pure beings he had created. Once Prometheus had made all necessary arrangements, he prepared to bid farewell to Narcissus and Epimetheus, embarking towards Mount Olympus to beseech Zeus for the gift of fire. At their parting, Prometheus instructed Epimetheus, Epimetheus, I now entrust humanity into your care. I hope you will protect them well. Fear not, my brother Prometheus. I shall diligently watch over humanity, Epimetheus reassured, patting his chest in promise. Take care, Prometheus. Narcissus extended his arms for a brief embrace. Mount Olympus. an expansive and majestic range stretching for countless miles, held within it a temple dedicated to Zeus, which Prometheus discovered nestled among the peaks. This temple, constructed of immense white marble, boasted a solemn and exquisite architectural style, adorned with intricate and elaborate carvings. The walls depicted sacred mythological tales, with Zeus, draped in thunderbolts, wielding a lightning staff, vividly embodying his majesty and dominion. The grand entrance of the temple stood wide open, revealing its magnificent interior. As Prometheus stepped inside, a colossal statue of Zeus loomed in the center of the sanctuary. This statue, towering several meters high, was masterfully crafted and lifelike. Zeus's image exuded a sense of solemnity and grandeur, his imposing figure sculpted with remarkable detail. In his grasp, he held a lightning staff, symbolizing his power and sovereignty. His gaze was profound and wise, his countenance dignified, radiating authority and respect. Seated upon a magnificent throne, adorned with precious gems and gold that sparkled brilliantly, the entire temple of Zeus was suffused with a sacred aura, illuminated by candlelight flickering from either side, casting a warm glow upon the statue and the sanctuary. Prometheus stood reverently within the temple, approaching the statue of Zeus, his hands clasped in prayer, earnestly beseeching for a manifestation of the god. Great Zeus, all-powerful king of the gods, I implore you to descend and heed my supplication. His voice resonated with devotion and determination, echoing throughout the temple. Meanwhile, in the lush forest, the divine King Zeus reclined comfortably upon the lap of Maia, the goddess of rain, savoring the fruits she lovingly fed him. However, as Prometheus's prayer echoed within the temple, it traversed the statue and reached the ears of Zeus. Prometheus, what does this fellow intend? Zeus exclaimed, abruptly sitting upright. What is it, Zeus? The goddess Maia, gentle as the winds and rains, tenderly caressed her abdomen, within which a life was being nurtured. With curiosity, Maia gazed at Zeus, perplexed by his sudden rising from his seat. My dear Maia, I must leave you for a moment, Zeus said, holding Maia's soft hand with profound affection. As Prometheus fervently prayed, the statue of Zeus within the temple began to emanate a brilliant light. Initially, the radiance was faint and gentle, akin to a soft beam piercing through dense clouds, delicately showering the temple. Gradually, Zeus's divine essence manifested within the glow, enveloping the entire space. The illumination intensified, saturating the temple with a sacred luminescence. The figure of Zeus became increasingly discernible, standing vividly before them. The once static visage of the statue transformed into one of solemnity and dignity, exuding an aura of divinity. His long hair flowed like clouds, encircled by the brilliance. As the light spread, a majestic atmosphere enveloped the temple. Zeus finally descended through the statue, his form towering and majestic. The sunlight accompanying his presence rendered the entire scene resplendent and dazzling. His gaze, sharp as lightning, revealed boundless wisdom and authority as he looked down upon Prometheus, who stood below. Confronted by Zeus's manifestation, Prometheus felt an invisible weight pressing upon him, and he hastily bowed in reverence. I have witnessed the great god King Zeus, Prometheus said respectfully. Zeus's voice resonated with authority and gravitas, echoing throughout the temple. Prometheus, what is it that you wish to present to me? His tone bore the weight of judgment, his gaze searing into Prometheus's soul. Chapter 27. The Thief of Fire. Regarding their former friendship, both parties understood that it had essentially concluded after Zeus ascended the throne. For Prometheus, a titan, Zeus could not fully place his trust in him. Therefore, Prometheus's visit to the temple today to beseech Zeus genuinely astonished the god. With determination, Prometheus raised his head and articulated his request. In a tone of devotion, he described the plight and suffering of humanity, imploring Zeus to bestow upon them the spark of fire, thus aiding them in escaping the darkness and cold. Great God King Zeus, I hope you can comprehend the anguish and longing of humanity. Fire is their sole hope of liberation from darkness and savagery. With fire, humanity can forge iron, craft agricultural tools, fend off wild beasts, and engage in hunting and divine worship. Therefore, I beseech you to show compassion and grant humanity the gift of fire, allowing them to possess warmth and light. Zeus listened quietly to Prometheus's entreaty, his gaze remaining sharp and frigid. Subsequently, he responded solemnly, Prometheus, fire is a divine power. Although humanity prays devoutly to the gods, how can mere mortals wield the strength of the divine? Thus, I shall never permit humanity to misuse the spark of fire. The words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Prometheus's countenance ashen. He had initially believed that, despite the challenges, if he presented his case to Zeus, the deity would acquiesce. After all, the gods atop Mount Olympus were not lacking in fire. Yet, in the end, Zeus declined his petition. Zeus perceived humanity as frail compared to other beasts, rendering them in dire need of the spark of fire. Reluctantly, Prometheus spoke. "Do not utter another word, Prometheus, for I cannot grant your request," Zeus interjected. "Indeed, Prometheus, you comprehend the situation." With a heavy heart, Prometheus bowed before Zeus. The god cast a fleeting glance at Prometheus, and a radiant light began to illuminate the temple as Zeus departed. Watching Zeus's retreat, Prometheus exhaled deeply, resigned to leave the sanctuary of the god. As he stepped through the temple's threshold, he turned back to gaze upon the statue of Zeus. Unable to obtain the spark from the deity, he resolved to seek alternative means to procure fire from Mount Olympus. Prometheus understood profoundly the significance of fire for mankind. Without it, humanity would remain ensconced in darkness and savagery. Thus, he resolved to devise a plan to secure the flame for humankind. Upon exiting the temple of Zeus, sunlight streamed through the clouds, gracing Prometheus's face. He extended his hand, observing the shadow cast upon it by the sun's radiant light. Raising his gaze to the celestial deity Helios, he beheld the god driving his blazing chariot across the firmament, and a thought took root in Prometheus's heart. At last, on a day when Helios did not appear in his chariot but allowed it to traverse a predetermined path, Prometheus sensed that his moment had arrived. He intently scrutinized the trajectory of the chariot upon the earth, awaiting the opportune moment. As the chariot gradually receded, crossing the horizon and distancing itself from Zeus's watchful eyes, Prometheus, who had long awaited this chance, plucked a withered branch from the side of a fennel tree. Clutching the branch with hope and resolve, he ascended swiftly into the sky, stealthily approaching the moving chariot from behind. One of the steeds within the chariot, named Pylus, curiously turned its head, having sensed a disturbance behind it. Pylus contemplated investigating, but, upon hearing the complaints of the other 3 steeds, reluctantly returned to its task of pulling the chariot. Watching the chariot being drawn farther away by the 4 steeds, Prometheus, concealed among the clouds, cautiously emerged, letting out a sigh of relief. Observing the flickering flames upon the branch, he smiled, realizing that his plan had succeeded. Safeguarding the fire upon the branch, Prometheus swiftly descended from the heavens to the earth. Upon safely returning to the ground, Prometheus prepared to hasten with the flame back to the realm where humanity dwelled. Apollo and Narcissus were instructing humankind on how to partition the land into smaller plots for the cultivation of diverse flora. At that moment, Narcissus noticed a divine figure passing in a chariot above, and recognizing the familiar chariot, he immediately identified the deity as Apollo. "What a coincidence, my friend Narcissus. I did not expect to encounter you here," Apollo called out as he steered his chariot towards Narcissus's location. "Where are you headed, Apollo?" Narcissus inquired. Observing Apollo adorned in leather armor and bearing a long bow, seemingly prepared for battle. "I am indeed on my way to undertake something of great significance," Apollo replied. "Do you require my assistance?" Narcissus offered. Chapter 28. Apollo's Revenge. "Then I shall rely on you, Narcissus." Apollo was initially reluctant to allow Narcissus to venture forth, for the task ahead was fraught with peril. For a deity as delicate as Narcissus, once ensnared in battle, he might not be able to safeguard himself. Just as Apollo prepared to express his gratitude and decline, the oracle unexpectedly began to prophesy, asserting that bringing Narcissus along would render the journey more effortless and prosperous. After a moment's hesitation, Apollo reconsidered and acquiesced to the idea of having Narcissus accompany him. He placed his faith in the oracle's sagacity. If they proclaimed that Narcissus's presence would be advantageous, then perhaps he would play a pivotal role in their undertaking. Although concerns for Narcissus's safety lingered in his mind, he resolved to trust in the guidance of fate. Narcissus ascended the chariot of Apollo, who then steered the vehicle westward. Along the journey, Apollo briefly elucidated the purpose of their expedition. Upon hearing Apollo's intentions, Narcissus expressed his agreement with the necessity of the endeavor. Apollo revealed that he had searched for a considerable time and had finally located the formidable serpent that had once attacked his mother during childbirth. This journey was to confront it. Time passed, and Narcissus observed the land below transforming into an increasingly desolate expanse. The once vibrant environment gradually faded, supplanted by a barren landscape. The cliffs and jagged rocks bore testament to the dramatic shift in the surroundings. It was evident that what was once teeming with life had succumbed to desolation and ruin. This place seemed to have been forgotten for many years. Narcissus was filled with perplexity. After traversing the earth for such an extended period, how could he have never encountered such a desolate place? At that moment, he caught sight of a dilapidated temple faintly visible in the distance. It stood upon a protruding rock, enveloped by the mournful whispers of the wind and the scent of withering flora. Apollo, what is the significance of this temple? Narcissus inquired with curiosity. Apollo elucidated to Narcissus. This was once the sanctuary of Gaia, the earth goddess. Subsequently, it was usurped by a monstrous serpent named Python, which obliterated all that thrived in this land, inciting the wrath of Gaia. To put an end to Python's malevolence, Gaia summoned her divine power to confine the serpent within this realm. Apollo, commanding his chariot, guided it to descend upon the clearing before the temple's entrance. The sight before Narcissus left him utterly speechless. The exterior walls of the temple lay in ruins, stones strewn across the ground as if having endured the ravages of fierce warfare or the relentless erosion of time. The carvings on the walls were indistinct, no longer capable of conveying the grandeur of yesteryears. The towering columns had mostly collapsed, with only a few remnants standing solitary, silently witnessing the passage of time. The temple's grand entrance stood ajar, revealing an interior steeped in desolation. As Narcissus and Apollo crossed the threshold, they were immediately enveloped by an ancient and oppressive aura. The interior of the temple was thick with dust and cobwebs, exuding a somber and desolate atmosphere. The murals adorning the walls were tattered, leaving behind only vague remnants that barely hinted at the splendor of a bygone era. At the center of the temple, on the altar, stood a stone effigy, a representation of the earth goddess, Gaia. Yet, this statue was not spared from the ravages of time, with visible cracks marring its surface. Nevertheless, the craftsmanship allowed glimpses of her once majestic visage to emerge through the intricately carved features. Beside the statue loomed a vast opening, from which a pungent and fetid odor wafted, suggesting the presence of the monstrous serpent, Python, lurking within. "What shall I do, Apollo?" Narcissus inquired, gazing into the darkened abyss. The sounds of wind whistling against the stone walls indicating the depth of the cavern. "I have a plan," Apollo replied, pinching his nose against the foul stench emanating from the entrance. "Python abhors all things vibrant and alive, Narcissus. You can scatter seeds from this entrance to the outside of the temple. This should entice the slumbering creature from its lair." Apollo lifted his gaze to survey the temple and continued, "Otherwise, engaging it within this dilapidated sanctuary would be to our detriment." "Very well," Narcissus nodded, beginning to retrieve seeds from the pouch at his waist. Upon opening the bag, he cast a handful of seeds into the gaping maw of the cave, then proceeded to sow them along the path leading from the temple's interior to its exterior. Once outside, Narcissus summoned the divine power encapsulated within the seeds. Before long, the seeds took root and sprouted, burgeoning with life. Green shoots emerged from the earth, rapidly climbing the temple's outer walls. Trees flourished, their branches heavy with foliage, while blossoms burst forth in vibrant displays. In no time, the temple became enveloped in a lush tapestry of vegetation, the air thickening with the essence of vitality. This transformation piqued the attention of the slumbering python within the cavern. Gradually, the serpent began to awaken, its destructive instincts stirred by the allure of life from the outside. As it slithered forth from the cavernous opening. Chapter 29. The arrival of Python. A voice resonated from within the temple, alerting Narcissus and Apollo to the imminent danger. They exchanged a swift glance, retreating to a safe distance while keeping their eyes fixed on the grand entrance of the temple. The colossal form of Python began to emerge from the vast opening beside the statue, instantly causing a tumultuous stir among the surrounding structures. With each movement, the ground trembled, rocks splintered, and a deep rumble echoed through the air. Sensing the vibrant life around it, Python writhed in fury, violently thrashing against the encroaching vegetation. Its colossal tail swung powerfully, sweeping through the area, sending trees, flowers, and vines scattering in all directions. A thunderous roar erupted from its immense jaws, imbued with an aura of wrath and devastation. The scales of the gigantic serpent gleamed with a profound blackness, cloaking its body like impenetrable armor. Its eyes, deep and fierce, glimmered with a verdant light, exuding ferocity and wildness. Driven by fury, the serpent mercilessly unleashed its tremendous strength in an assault aimed at obliterating the surrounding flora. It writhed violently, tearing apart plants, trampling them beneath its weight, reducing them to mere fragments. Trees toppled like dominoes as the serpent's massive form crashed through them, roots being wrenched from the earth, soil soaring into the air. It was evident that these plants stood no chance against the serpent's violent onslaught, swiftly succumbing to its destructive force, turning to rubble. As the serpent's slithering accelerated, it frantically annihilated the vegetation around it, its body ruthlessly colliding with the overgrown walls of the temple. Each impact was accompanied by a deafening roar, causing large stones to tremble and shatter, falling to the ground. Soon, the time-worn walls of the temple began to show greater cracks and collapses. The serpent carved a path through the foliage and finally emerged before the temple, its furious gaze fixated upon the edifice, now shrouded in dense vegetation, its eyes flickering with ferocious light. Then, the colossal serpent unhinged its massive jaws, spewing forth putrid, dark red magma. The molten rock blazed with searing flames, emitting a scorching sound, as if heralding the impending doom. Lava cascaded upon the plants, igniting them into a fierce conflagration. In no time, the vegetation was rapidly consumed by the flames, releasing thick smoke and heat. Once verdant, the flora had now been reduced to ashes under the serpent's assault, drifting through the air. The ferocity of the roaring inferno swept through the vicinity of the temple, incinerating all traces of life. The remnants of the temple's walls and columns were no exception, engulfed by lava and flames, echoing with the sounds of crumbling ruins. The serpent's wrath and destruction conjured a nightmarish tableau, as fire and magma transformed the surroundings into a wasteland, burning with an uncontrollable fury. Serpent, I proclaim in the name of the radiant god Apollo, today marks your demise. Apollo shouted fiercely at the colossal python, which was still wreaking havoc upon the vegetation. He then drew his longbow, aiming his arrow with precision at the monstrous serpent. As he pulled back the string, a resonant hum filled the air, the bowstring channeling divine energy, crackling with sound. With swift determination, Apollo released the arrow, which shimmered with a golden brilliance, hurtling towards its target. The arrow struck the giant serpent, piercing through its scales with deadly accuracy. Upon impact, the arrow, imbued with divine power, erupted in a dazzling explosion of light, enveloping the python in a blinding radiance. As the brilliance faded, the python, racked with pain, recovered from its destructive desires and glared furiously at Apollo, the archer. It thrashed its massive body, scattering the remnants of the scorched foliage, fixating its gaze upon Apollo. Undeterred, Apollo prepared for another strike. He swiftly knocked another arrow, drawing back the bowstring once more, and released it. This arrow found its mark in the python's abdomen, eliciting a furious roar from the creature. Hiss! You arrogant little wretch! I, Python, am the daughter of Gaia, the earth goddess. My prophetic abilities surpass yours by several folds, and I foretell that today shall be the doom of you too. Python reared its colossal form, locking its gaze onto Narcissus and his companions. Narcissus was nearly amused by the words of the colossal python. Narcissus harbored uncertainties regarding the prophetic abilities of Python, however. Python claimed to be the progeny of the earth goddess Gaia. The validity of this claim ultimately rests upon Gaia's recognition. According to Narcissus, countless monstrosities have emerged from the womb of Gaia. Are you truly convinced that the earth goddess would acknowledge these creatures as her offspring? It is likely that she merely regards you and your kind as expendable pawns. Chapter 30. Triumph over Python with a hissing sound. The great serpent Python perceived the expressions of Narcissus and Apollo, realizing that they did not believe his assertions. Exposed, an enraged Python, filled with indignation, opened his colossal maw and spewed forth a noxious and fiery magma towards Narcissus and Apollo. Narcissus and Apollo swiftly leapt aside, successfully evading the onslaught of the monstrous python. Once clear, Apollo deftly drew back his bowstring, aiming at the colossal serpent, while Narcissus gently placed his hand to his lips, exhaling softly. Countless minuscule seeds, reminiscent of dandelions, floated gracefully through the air, shimmering with a faint luminescence as they cascaded towards the great python, adhering to its scaly hide. Once, Python had been commanded by Hera to hunt down the nocturnal goddess Leto and her twin offspring, but he had failed. In retribution for this failure, Hera refused to fulfill her promise to him. Fearful of her wrath, he sought refuge from Gaia, the earth goddess. This was due to Uranus, the sky god, who, in his lust for power, had confined Gaia's children within her, causing her immense suffering. Thus, Gaia was profoundly displeased with Python's persecution of a mother nearing childbirth. Consequently, she denied him her protection. In his fury, Python attacked one of Gaia's temples, devouring the nymph who guarded it and claiming the sanctuary as his own. This act summoned Gaia's wrath, and she invoked her divine power to ensnare him within that very land, preventing his escape. However, this imprisonment inadvertently satisfied his plea for refuge. Upon the arrival of Narcissus and Apollo, Python discerned that Gaia's binding power was waning, suggesting a potential opportunity for his liberation. Contemplating this, Python ceased his confrontation with Narcissus and Apollo, instead thrashing his tail in an attempt to flee. Narcissus, be wary, the Python intends to escape. Apollo, vigilant and alert, immediately perceived the threat and called out. Understood, Narcissus replied, brandishing his staff, which emanated a soft green glow. The seeds that had previously adhered to Python's scales began to flicker with a faint verdant light. These seeds rapidly took root and sprouted. They were a rare plant Narcissus had fortuitously discovered. Their appearance bore resemblance to a plant he had encountered in a past life, known as dodder, which secreted a viscous liquid during its growth to firmly attach to other flora. This substance would quickly solidify in the presence of wind, becoming exceedingly hard. Simultaneously, an arrow flew with precision, striking the cliffside adjacent to Python with a resounding crash, causing the rocks to crumble and obstructing the serpent's path. The arrow had been loosed by Apollo. With his escape thwarted, Python raised his massive head in fury, roaring at Apollo and Narcissus. Consumed by the singular desire to annihilate these two intruders. Python, I have foretold your demise today, Apollo declared, bow drawn taut against the great serpent. While Narcissus stood vigilant with his staff, eyes fixed on the looming threat. Python, enraged, prepared to unleash his wrath upon them. With a sudden surge, it leapt into the air, its massive jaws agape, sharp fangs materializing from thin air, ready to pounce upon the two deities before it, intent on devouring them whole. Apollo gripped his longbow tightly, feeling the tautness of the string as he focused intently on the head of the great serpent, Python. He released the arrow with precision. The string vibrated as the projectile soared towards Python with astounding speed. Simultaneously, Narcissus wielded his staff, accelerating the secretion of adhesive sap from the plants, ensnaring Python. The serpent sensed its scaly body becoming ensnared, its form stiffening in rage as it thrashed violently. Seizing the opportunity, Apollo drew back the bowstring once more, the arrow piercing through the air to strike Python's head with unerring accuracy. A resounding crack echoed as the arrow embedded itself deeply into the serpent's skull, eliciting a pained roar. Python writhed intensely, attempting to dislodge the arrow, but it was lodged too deeply to be easily removed. Gradually, its body lost balance, teetering precariously. Upon witnessing this, Narcissus swiftly wielded his divine power, causing a plethora of plants to emerge from the ground, which intricately entwined around the colossal serpent's skin. Narcissus maintained a firm grip on the vines, ensnaring the jaw of the colossal serpent Python, fully aware that this creature could unleash torrents of lava from its maw. Apollo, drawing his bow once more, released another arrow aimed at the serpent's head. At last, the thrashing of Python ceased, its massive form collapsing heavily onto the ground. Its roar abruptly silenced. Both Apollo and Narcissus exhaled a sigh of relief as they witnessed the demise of the serpent. Victory belonged to Apollo, the god of light. Raising his longbow high, Apollo solemnly proclaimed, as the son of Zeus, the god of light, I, Apollo, hereby declare that henceforth, Delphi shall be the domain of the god of light, Apollo. I shall construct my temple here, and this land shall forever heed my oracles. With his declaration, he unleashed a formidable divine power. A magnificent temple began to rise from the earth, showcasing Apollo's unparalleled creativity and architectural prowess. The temple's design was both elegant and resplendent, crafted from shimmering marble and pure metals. Towering into the clouds, it emanated a majestic and sacred aura. Apollo's temple was a synthesis of art and light, and he gazed upon his own masterpiece, nodding in satisfaction. Subsequently, Apollo expressed his gratitude to Narcissus and stated his intention to inscribe this history of conflict upon a stone tablet in Delphi. Chapter 31. The Return of Prometheus. Prometheus, safeguarding the spark of fire, finally returned to the dwelling place of humanity. Brother Prometheus? Epimetheus paused in astonishment before joyfully rushing towards him. Brother Prometheus, you have returned. Prometheus had been away from human habitation for many days, and Epimetheus was overjoyed to see him. How did your endeavors fare? Epimetheus inquired softly. It was successful, Prometheus replied, carefully unfastening the pouch he carried. As he opened it, a branch of the divine protected herb, with sorrel, came into view, flames dancing upon its leaves. By the way, where's Narcissus? Prometheus looked around, unable to find Narcissus, and curiously asked Epimetheus. Oh, Narcissus has gone out with the god of light, Apollo. Epimetheus answered upon hearing Prometheus's question. As Narcissus and Apollo departed, they greeted Epimetheus, who thus became aware of Narcissus's departure. It was fortunate, should this matter be exposed. One could only imagine the wrath of Zeus. Such a perilous situation warrants that we do not involve Narcissus. Initially, I had intended to concoct an excuse to deceive him into leaving, yet now that task has been rendered unnecessary, Prometheus remarked. Brother Prometheus, what should we do next? Epimetheus inquired, recognizing the significance of the fire. We shall proceed in this manner, followed by this step, and finally conclude with this, Prometheus whispered into Epimetheus's ear. Very well. Brother Prometheus, I shall make the necessary arrangements, Epimetheus responded, nodding gravely after absorbing Prometheus's plan before turning to orchestrate the affairs at hand. Epimetheus, it is time to arrange the construction of an altar to honor Zeus and the deities of Olympus, Prometheus declared, having secretly conveyed his plan to all of humanity. He then assigned Epimetheus another task. Understood, Epimetheus nodded in agreement. Without delay, he immediately began directing humanity to fell trees and erect the sacred altar. He led them to a nearby forest, meticulously selecting tall, healthy trees as building materials. Under Epimetheus's guidance, humanity toiled diligently, adhering to each step of his plan. They swiftly assembled each timber, ensuring the altar structure was stable and reliable. Epimetheus personally inspected every joint, verifying that no ends were loose or flawed. To enhance its aesthetic appeal, Prometheus instructed humanity to carve intricate patterns and designs, adorning the altar with exquisite craftsmanship. They further embellished it with flowers, rendering the entire altar even more beautiful. Brother Prometheus, the altar is complete, Epimetheus reported. Splendid. Now, whether we can deceive Zeus depends on our fortune, Prometheus nodded, subsequently instructing humanity to place the slaughtered cattle and sheep upon the altar. Once the offerings were arranged, Epimetheus and several humans grasped torches. Under Prometheus's guidance, they cast the torches onto the piles of straw surrounding the altar. In an instant, the straw ignited, fierce flames consuming it. Great Zeus, supreme ruler of the gods of Olympus, we humbly present our devout sacrifices unto you. You are the king of the heavens, sovereign of thunder, your power unparalleled. Your majesty extraordinary. We dedicate this altar to you, offering the flesh of cattle and sheep, alongside flowers, all ignited by this sacred flame that glimmers with your glory. May your grace and protection descend upon us. May your wisdom and strength illuminate our path. O Zeus and the gods of Olympus, please accept our offerings. May your glory endure, and your will remain eternal. We shall forever revere and exalt your presence. Until eternity, we shall honor you. Prometheus knelt in prayer, followed closely by humanity, united in their supplications. The smoke from the flames carried their fervent prayers and unwavering faith, swirling into the heavens, gradually ascending towards the summit of Mount Olympus. This ethereal mist embodied the desires, entreaties, and devoutness of the people, forming an invisible bridge that connected mortals with the divine realm. Seated upon his throne in contemplation, Zeus was abruptly interrupted by the surge of faith-laden smoke. Standing at the pinnacle of Olympus, he fixated intently on the rising vapor, his eyes transforming into a golden hue, shimmering with flickers of lightning. Through the clouds, Zeus cast his gaze upon the earth, and what he beheld filled him with both astonishment and ire. Flames. How could humanity possess flames? His wrath ignited like a bolt of lightning, engulfing Olympus in a tempest of divine fury, as the power of thunder reverberated throughout the realm of the gods. Zeus's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the very mountains of Olympus. Feeling his authority violated, he could not abide the audacity of mortals daring to wield the tools of the gods. The deities residing on Olympus, sensing Zeus's fury, abandoned their tasks and hastened to his side. Chapter 32. The wrath of Zeus. Under the weight of Zeus's anger, the once clear sky began to transform dramatically. Dark clouds swiftly coalesced, forming a massive and dense shroud, as if the tempest within Zeus's heart had materialized into ominous clouds. Within this darkness, flashes of lightning illuminated the sky, mirroring the fiery rage of Zeus, while the thunderous roars echoed like the very growls of a ferocious beast, resonating with a deafening intensity that instilled terror. Beneath the shroud of clouds, the scene at the human altar grew dim and foreboding. The sunlight was eclipsed. A chill enveloped the air, imparting a heavy sense of oppression upon the people. The mortals felt an unsettling fear, as if they could sense the wrath of the gods descending upon them. The clouds seemed to possess a life of their own, swirling and billowing in the sky, continuously expanding. The lightning danced within the clouds, radiating a formidable and awe-inspiring light, while the thunder reverberated like the growl of a colossal beast, causing the very earth to tremble beneath their feet. The humans fell to their knees, unable to lift their gazes, believing that only through fervent prayers could they seek solace. They beseeched the gods, offering their cries and wishes, yearning for Zeus's wrath to subside and for tranquility to return to the heavens. Yet Prometheus stood resolutely before the altar, gazing up at the thickening clouds. He was acutely aware that his actions would surely provoke Zeus's fury, yet he remained steadfast in his conviction that his choices were righteous. What was unfolding? After triumphing over Python, Narcissus rode in Apollo's chariot, preparing to return to the realm of humanity. However, as he neared their dwelling, he beheld the ominous clouds gathering swiftly, accompanied by the crackling of thunder. It was Zeus. Zeus was enraged. Who has provoked Zeus, inciting his unparalleled wrath? Apollo sensed the formidable divine power of Zeus emanating from the stormy clouds. Prometheus, was it you who stirred Zeus's ire? What have you done to evoke such fury from the king of the gods? Narcissus recalled that Prometheus ascended Mount Olympus to beseech Zeus for the gift of fire for humanity. Was there something else that Prometheus undertook during this period? Now, Narcissus felt a twinge of regret for his fading memories of Greek mythology. He could only remember a few names. When asked which deity he was most familiar with, Narcissus expressed that it must be Athena, for in his previous life, he had indeed watched several episodes of the tales surrounding Athena and her cadre of men. No, rather, it was the anime Saint Seiya. Apollo, could you hasten the chariot? Narcissus implored Apollo, as he was eager to witness what transpired in the realm of humanity. No problem. Narcissus, let us set forth. Apollo firmly grasped the reins of the Pegasus, giving them a vigorous flick that instantly accelerated the chariot's speed. Above the altar, dark clouds began to swirl, and the figures of Zeus and several other principal deities of Olympus materialized at the vortex's center. Prometheus. Zeus's furious voice reverberated through the air. Did you ignite this fire for humanity? Nay, I stand before the illustrious king of the gods, Zeus, Prometheus explained, lowering his gaze. This fire was kindled by the chariot of the sun god Helios, which ignited the leaves of the nearby trees as it passed. He then turned to the humans prostrated on the ground. You all witnessed this, did you not? Indeed, it is true. We saw it with our own eyes. The humans chorused, affirming that they had indeed observed the sun god Helios's chariot pass nearby, igniting the leaves of the trees. Prometheus. Zeus thundered, raising his scepter, summoning thunder from the clouds. The immense roar startled the humans, causing them to huddle back to the ground. At that moment, the goddess of wisdom, Athena, calmly intervened to quell Zeus's wrath. She pointed out that while Prometheus was under suspicion, there existed a lack of conclusive evidence. She noted the plausibility of Helios's chariot igniting the branches, a rationale that seemed reasonable. The goddess Hera then added, the Titans have long harbored grievances against the rule of Olympus, and they might have deliberately set the branches ablaze in an attempt to challenge Zeus's authority. With a hint of disdain, Hera cast a glance at Prometheus, reflecting that had he not promised her sufficient benefits, she would not speak on behalf of such a cunning individual. Following Hera's remarks, the god of war, Ares, immediately proclaimed that there was no evidence to substantiate the claim that Prometheus had stolen fire for humanity. Meanwhile, Poseidon, the god of the sea, concurred with Zeus, subtly implying that the discontent among the Titans could indeed be related to this matter, casting a look of scorn at Prometheus. In contrast, Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, expressed her sympathy for humanity, pleading for Zeus to allow the flames to remain upon the earth. The goddess of the hearth, Hestia, concurred with Demeter as perspective. Zeus surveyed the gods of Olympus, his thoughts tumultuous and inscrutable. Chapter 33, Apollo's Warning. Prometheus, given the consensus, I shall spare you this time. But there shall be no next time, do you understand? Zeus proclaimed, wielding his scepter towards Prometheus. Indeed, Prometheus, I am grateful for your mercy, king of the gods, Zeus. Prometheus replied, bowing before him. With the acquisition of fire by humanity now an undeniable reality, Zeus ultimately chose to pardon Prometheus this once. Yet his words carried an undercurrent of warning and intimidation. Prometheus comprehended that this was his final opportunity. To provoke Zeus again would lead to catastrophic consequences. Casting a glance at Prometheus, Zeus tightened his grip on the scepter. Titans, Helios, Prometheus, you have indeed proven your mettle. Apollo descended in his chariot behind the gods. And Narcissus, noticing all the Olympian deities were present save for Artemis, hastily bowed and addressed them. Mighty Zeus, esteemed gods, allow me to pay my respects. The occurrences and words exchanged earlier had reached Narcissus and Apollo, carried by the winds. Observing Narcissus' bow, the goddess of harvest, Demeter, and the goddess of wisdom, Athena, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, while Hestia regarded Narcissus with curious eyes. As for Zeus, after a fleeting glance at Narcissus, he shifted his focus to Apollo, stating, Apollo, I am aware of your actions at Delphi. It is a domain belonging to the earth goddess, Gaia, and your conduct has offended her. Before deciding to slay Python, Apollo had anticipated Zeus's retribution and swiftly replied, Yes, Apollo, I willingly accept your punishment, Zeus. But please believe, this was solely my decision, unrelated to my dear friend, Narcissus. Zeus withdrew his gaze from Narcissus and turned to Apollo. Apollo, it is time for the gods to revel. I intend to host a competitive event, and you shall oversee all arrangements. Yes, King Zeus, may I inquire what name you wish to bestow upon this competition? Apollo asked. Let it be called the Pythian Games. Zeus casually designated a name. The specifics of the contest were of little consequence to him, for he resolved to strip away the glory that the Titans had claimed. Zeus cast a cold glance at Prometheus, saying, Prometheus, take heed of your actions. Zeus cast a frigid glance at Prometheus before turning away. As Zeus departed, the dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate, allowing light to once again grace the heavens. Hera regarded Prometheus with disdain, scoffing softly, and then followed Zeus, as did the other deities of Olympus. Narcissus, my dear friend, it would be wise to keep your distance from Prometheus. Apollo observed Prometheus returning to the earth, celebrating with a throng of humans, and curled his lip in contempt. What? Narcissus queried, perplexed by Apollo's words. My friend, remember this. Those who flaunt their wisdom to deceive will ultimately face the repercussions of their own cunning, particularly those who remain arrogant and unrepentant. Their fate will surely be dire. Staying close to him may entangle you in his misfortunes. It would be prudent to leave at once. And should you doubt my warning, simply wait and witness the eventual downfall of such a character. As Apollo spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Prometheus, who was basking in the admiration of the crowd. Narcissus followed Apollo's gaze and beheld Prometheus receiving accolades from the masses. Narcissus averted his gaze and, with a hint of uncertainty, addressed Apollo. Prometheus appears to be faring well. Narcissus did not perceive Prometheus as a conceited individual, yet he was aware of Apollo's concerns for him. Narcissus spoke, Apollo, my dear friend, there is no need for you to worry about me. I have indeed contemplated departing from this realm of humanity following the recent harvest of grain, for I have lingered here long enough. Very well, Apollo nodded. By the way, regarding Zeus's punishment that has tasked you with presiding over the Pythian Games, do you require my assistance? Narcissus recalled Apollo's previous intercession on his behalf before Zeus. No need. This trifling matter I can manage on my own, replied Narcissus. Shaking his head, he sensed that Zeus was rather indifferent about the competition, as though there were ulterior motives at play, though he remained uncertain of Zeus's true intentions for the event. After a brief exchange, Apollo expressed his desire to take leave and extended an invitation for Narcissus to visit his temple whenever he had the opportunity. Once Apollo departed, Narcissus returned to the earth. Chapter 34. The departure of Narcissus, observing the joyous expressions of humanity as they celebrated their acquisition of fire. Narcissus felt a genuine happiness for them, fully aware of the significance of fire in their lives. Congratulations, Prometheus. Narcissus expressed his heartfelt commendation to Prometheus for successfully bringing forth the gift of fire to mankind. Haha. Welcome back, Narcissus. Prometheus greeted him with a smile. And what of Zeus's offspring? Are you referring to Apollo? He has already taken his leave, Narcissus replied. Oh. Prometheus nodded thoughtfully. How did you manage to persuade Hera and the other gods to assist you? Narcissus inquired, intrigued by Prometheus's ability to garner the support of nearly all the deities of Olympus. Haha, it was simple enough. I promised Hera that a portion of Zeus's glory would be hers as well. For every temple of Zeus that rises upon the earth, a corresponding temple of Hera shall be established. As for Poseidon, the god of the sea, I assured him that future coastal cities of humanity would worship him. Prometheus joyfully shared his plans. And what of the other gods? Narcissus pressed, curious about how one could sway so many deities. To be frank, Athena was the first to lend her voice. I had not anticipated that. However, it is understandable, for humanity's creation is inextricably linked to her assistance, and she naturally garners their faith, unable to bear witness to their suffering. As for Demeter and Hestia, they are inherently benevolent goddesses. If humanity presents themselves as pitiable, it is likely that they too would offer their aid once the other gods speak up. Regarding Ares, the god of war, it is quite straightforward. Once Hera advocates, he will readily lend his support. Prometheus joyfully responded to Narcissus's inquiry. Initially, he only required the support of Hera, the queen of the gods, and Poseidon, the god of the sea, to have a reasonable chance of rendering Zeus powerless against him. However, he was taken aback by the multitude of deities advocating on his behalf. Observing Prometheus before him, exuberantly and eloquently speaking, as if mocking the pantheon, Narcissus could not help but recall Apollo's warning. The words of Apollo echoed in Narcissus's mind. It seemed he indeed needed to contemplate his departure. Narcissus pondered. Narcissus stood quietly upon the hillside, gazing down at the stone edifices nestled below, from which wisps of smoke curled lazily from the chimneys. The surrounding fields flourished with golden rice and vibrant green vegetables, teeming with life. Since Prometheus bestowed fire upon humanity, their advancement had reached remarkable heights. With the gift of fire, Narcissus imparted to humankind the art of cooking rice and porridge. Once everything was meticulously arranged, Narcissus resolved to bid farewell to Prometheus and Epimetheus, though both attempted to persuade him to stay, with Epimetheus even grasping Narcissus's hand in reluctance. They ultimately acquiesced to his decision to depart. Before his departure, Prometheus and the humans organized a farewell banquet in honor of Narcissus. During this gathering, he felt the profound gratitude of humanity for the assistance he had provided. The flames and diverse array of foods at the banquet, combined with the heartfelt thanks from the people, inadvertently fulfilled the conditions for worship, and through the smoke of the flames, Narcissus found himself receiving the faith of humankind. As he absorbed their belief, he finally comprehended why deities sought the faith of mortals. The wondrous sensation of human faith transforming into divine power swirled around his essence, suffusing his entire being with strength. For the gods, this experience was not only pleasurable but also augmented their divine might, thus naturally compelling them to pursue the faith of humanity. However, Narcissus found it peculiar that, while faith is inherently a positive force, now that humans possessed fire and a means to communicate with the divine, their faith was available for absorption by the gods. Faith bolstered divine power, effectively enhancing strength. For Prometheus, the creator of humanity, acquiring such faith should have been effortless. Yet, Narcissus was bewildered by Prometheus's apparent reluctance to demand faith from humankind. He even once overheard Prometheus cautioning Epimetheus against absorbing faith, which deepened his confusion. Why would Prometheus prohibit Epimetheus from embracing faith? Following the banquet, Narcissus discreetly extracted the faith entwined with his divine essence and preserved it within a sizable seed, harboring reservations about this foreign power. Chapter 35. An Unexpected Reunion. Narcissus. After spending a considerable time away from human habitation, Narcissus sought to enhance his own strength and pursue new divine responsibilities, and he had begun to formulate some ideas. Today, he was nurturing new plants by a brook in a wooded area when, unexpectedly, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Hephaestus? I cannot believe I would encounter you here. Narcissus turned his head and beheld a long-lost friend standing not far away. Hephaestus, a deity renowned for his craftsmanship, was the very one who had forged the staff, now in Narcissus's possession. Their encounter was indeed a twist of fate. In those days, Narcissus, often pursued by other gods and demigods due to his striking beauty, found himself wandering the earth. Frail and delicate, he diligently nurtured the vegetation around him. However, misfortune struck when he crossed paths with a brutish deity whose strength far surpassed his own, who began to pursue him relentlessly. In a bid to escape this relentless suitor, Narcissus sought refuge within a volcanic landscape. Just as the malevolent deity was on the verge of achieving his goal, Hephaestus extended a helping hand, coming to Narcissus's aid. Initially, Narcissus beheld this brown-haired, robust figure with an unremarkable visage. Clad in a scorched apron marred by stains, he walked with a slight limp. Narcissus believed he had escaped from one perilous situation, only to find himself ensnared in another. Fortunately, the deity, despite his seemingly aloof exterior, possessed a warm heart and was quite amiable. Thus, Narcissus and he forged a friendship, and the deity enthusiastically crafted a miraculous artifact for Narcissus. "Long time no see, Narcissus. It truly is you," Hephaestus exclaimed joyfully. "Hephaestus, what brings you away from your volcanic abode?" Narcissus inquired with curiosity, well aware that Hephaestus was a reclusive figure who seldom ventured outside. On that particular day, he had rescued Narcissus solely because he lacked sufficient ores for his creations, compelling him to venture out. "Oh, I am in search of some materials," Hephaestus replied, as he set down the bag slung over his shoulder, untying the cord that secured its opening to reveal its contents to Narcissus. Narcissus leaned forward to take a glance, discovering the bag brimming with gemstones of various sizes and hues. "Hephaestus, what do you intend to do with such a multitude of gems?" Narcissus inquired with curiosity. "I plan to forge a unique artifact from these stones," Hephaestus replied. Narcissus fixated on the gems within the bag, oblivious to the flicker of undeniable animosity in Hephaestus's gaze as he spoke. "Surely, this artifact will be extraordinarily beautiful," Narcissus exclaimed, placing down a ruby larger than his fist in genuine admiration. "Haha, indeed. I shall craft it into an enchanting masterpiece that none can resist," Hephaestus declared, all the while contemplating that particular individual who would undoubtedly be unable to withstand its allure. "So, Narcissus, what brings you here?" Hephaestus observed that Narcissus had ceased to gaze at the gems, and he proceeded to secure the bag once more, hoisting it onto his robust shoulder. "As for me, I am nurturing this," Narcissus said, extending his hand to present a plant he had plucked from the stream's edge to Hephaestus. Hephaestus remarked after a glance. "This purple flower blooms quite splendidly." Narcissus cast a glance at the plant in his hand, which bore only a hint of purple buds. With a smile, he tucked it away. This plant he was nurturing was still a tad short of his aspirations. Hephaestus observed Narcissus and remarked, "Narcissus, I have just now realized that you have ascended. Congratulations." "Thank you," Narcissus replied, genuinely appreciating Hephaestus's heartfelt expression. Had it not been for the fortunate encounter with him, he truly could not fathom what state he would be in now, not long after his transcendence, having suddenly become a deity with newfound abilities. He reminded himself to tread cautiously, yet he could not entirely suppress a sense of pride. After all, he had not only ascended to divinity, but also attracted the attention of numerous gods and demigods, inflating his vanity, though he ultimately managed to rein it in. There is no need for such formalities." Hephaestus clapped Narcissus on the shoulder. "Come, let us return. I shall forge a new artifact for you. Your current staff no longer quite suits you." "I appreciate it, Hephaestus," Narcissus responded with sincerity, having long recognized that his staff was becoming unwieldy. He had intended to seek Hephaestus's assistance in crafting a new one, but did not expect to encounter him today. "Do not be so formal, my friend. It is merely a matter of enhancing the connection to your divine power. Such an artifact is quite simple to create," Hephaestus said nonchalantly. Narcissus meticulously arranged the plants he had nurtured by the creek before departing with Hephaestus. As they drew nearer to Hephaestus's abode, the verdant foliage of the earth gradually dwindled, and the temperature began to rise. Soon, Narcissus beheld a stark demarcation before him. On one side lay the sparsely vegetated black soil, while on the other stretched the nearly barren red earth. "Hephaestus, your domain remains as scorching as ever," he exclaimed, observing the barren surroundings, with wisps of white smoke rising in certain areas. Indeed, Hephaestus resided amidst a cluster of volcanoes, predominantly active, occasionally releasing plumes of smoke and streams of lava. In some fissures, one could glimpse the flowing magma below. "You'll soon acclimatize," Hephaestus remarked as he guided Narcissus along the path leading to his current dwelling within the cave. Chapter 36. Cultivating flora amidst the volcanoes. Following the winding path up the mountain, Narcissus arrived at Hephaestus's abode, a secluded cave, its entrance entirely sealed by a massive rock. Upon Hephaestus's arrival, a sudden sound erupted, and two eyes opened in the rock, scrutinizing Hephaestus before the stone shifted aside, revealing the cave's entrance. This creature, known as a mountain stone, possessed the remarkable ability to discern the identity of visitors. "Narcissus, please enter," Hephaestus beckoned. "Hephaestus, your arrangements remain unchanged." Narcissus observed as he stepped into the cave, finding the decor identical to that of his previous visit. The workbench was still in disarray, with various ores haphazardly strewn across the floor. Do not concern yourself overly. These are trifles. Feel free to make yourself at home, Hephaestus said, setting down the bag of gemstones he had been carrying. Very well. As Hephaestus grasped his hammer, Narcissus understood his intentions. Narcissus gazed quietly as Hephaestus began his crafting. Wandering through the cavern, Hephaestus's abode was remarkably spacious, with a pool deep within, where bubbles of magma perpetually ascended. The edges of the magma pool were encircled by a ring of molten rock, and the flickering flames cast a crimson glow upon the molten surface. Each visit to this pool filled Narcissus with a profound sense of wonder. Though the magma appeared to rise higher than the lava, it never overflowed. Observing this magma, one could envision Hephaestus residing within a volcano. This volcanic region was both sweltering and silent, with scarcely any other creatures willing to inhabit its fiery domain. Thus, apart from the myriad sounds emanating from the magma, there was an absence of other noise. To Narcissus, it seemed only Hephaestus could endure such solitude. Narcissus acknowledged that he occasionally relished solitude. However, he found it difficult to fathom a life of complete isolation akin to that of Hephaestus. After wandering through the cave for a while, Narcissus discerned nothing particularly captivating. The interior remained unchanged since his last visit. Aside from a pile of ores, there were merely a few crafted weapons and what appeared to be the remnants of failed creations. Thus, Narcissus resolved to depart from the depths of the cave. As he emerged, he observed that Hephaestus was still diligently engrossed in his work, and therefore, he chose not to disturb him. Narcissus was poised to embark on a leisurely stroll, yet he had one more task to attend to. As he stood at the mouth of the cave, he noticed the creature named Shonshur, with its large, unblinking eyes fixed intently upon him. Narcissus turned his gaze towards the stone, which promptly closed its eyes. Upon Narcissus's second glance, the stone reopened its eyes, fixated upon him. Although the stone's curiosity was evident, Narcissus paid it little heed. He retrieved several seeds from the pouch at his waist, seeds of heat-resistant and fireproof plants that he had secretly cultivated over the years. In gratitude for Hephaestus's care, Narcissus had once vowed to transform the place where Hephaestus resided into a flourishing habitat for vegetation. Today, Narcissus had come, partly to fulfill that promise. Throughout the years, he had been clandestinely nurturing plants that could withstand intense heat, fire, and drought, possessing remarkable thermal insulation capabilities. After much dedication, he had developed a plant he named the fire vine for its resilience against flames and its deep-rooting nature, allowing it to regenerate swiftly even if its upper parts were damaged. However, this plant bore a significant flaw. It could only thrive in scorching environments and in cooler conditions. It would grow stunted and, moreover, would fail to bear fruit. Narcissus cast forth seeds, invoking his divine power. Upon reaching the ground, the seeds swiftly took root and sprouted, exhibiting remarkable vitality. Amidst the tender green foliage emerging from the soil, vibrant red shoots intertwined, rapidly stretching forth like flickering flames. The vines ascended with great speed, expanding their growth in all directions. These plants showcased their distinctive crimson leaves, setting them apart from the ordinary. The heat-resistant and fireproof flora, meticulously cultivated by Narcissus, swiftly enveloped the surrounding terrain. Vines intertwined in a labyrinthine fashion, creating a vast ocean of crimson. The foliage of these plants emitted a faint red glow as sunlight filtered through, resembling sparks of fire gently flickering. Moreover, these remarkable plants bore clusters of gem-like fruits that radiated a dazzling red brilliance, akin to burning jewels. These vibrant fruits were plump and succulent, exuding an enticing fragrance. Narcissus plucked a fruit and placed it in his mouth, nodding in approval. The taste was quite pleasant. The sweetness with a hint of spiciness of the fruit delighted him. Spitting out the seed of the fruit he had just consumed, Narcissus utilized his divine power to cast it onto the peak of the distant mountain. Narcissus believed that once the plants flourished, animals would be inclined to settle and procreate in the area. Chapter 37. The completion of the new artifact in the ensuing period. Hephaestus remained devoted to crafting various items within his cavern, while Narcissus diligently planted fire-resistant vines on the slopes surrounding the cave. Soon, centered around Hephaestus's cavern, the fire-resistant vines thrived, enveloping the entire expanse, leaving only the cave and the paths unobscured. Narcissus gazed upon the fruits of his labor with immense satisfaction. Although the variety of flora appeared somewhat limited, The once desolate landscape was now adorned with verdant hues. Suddenly, two beige little birds began to flit and chirp above his head. Curious, Narcissus extended his hand, and one of the bolder birds alighted gently upon it. Upon hearing their cheerful chirping, he nodded in understanding and pointed towards the cliffside adjacent to Hephaestus's cave, suggesting it as a suitable nesting site. These two birds, it seemed, had fled here in a panic, evading their natural predators. Following Narcissus's direction, the birds soared towards the cliff, discovering a crevice where they could safely take refuge. What a splendid beginning! Narcissus believed that this place would soon bustle with life. He nodded joyfully at the sight of the two birds. At that moment, a radiant white light emanated from the entrance of Hephaestus's cave, gradually transforming into a vibrant green glow. Could it be that Hephaestus had completed his work? Narcissus felt a surge of excitement as he beheld the luminous entrance. As soon as Narcissus's voice faded, Hephaestus emerged, holding a divine artifact. Narcissus, come and try it out. Tell me how it feels. Hephaestus called out before reaching the cave's entrance. Oh, Hephaestus was taken aback to see the area around his cave adorned with flourishing plants. My friend Narcissus, you truly have cultivated them. I thought you were merely speaking in jest. Nonsense, Hephaestus. Once I have made a promise, I shall not go back on my word, Narcissus replied. With curiosity, Hephaestus plucked a fruit and inquired, my friend, is this fruit edible? Indeed, it is quite palatable. Narcissus affirmed, nodding in approval, while still holding the newly crafted artifact made by Hephaestus. This divine staff was fashioned from a material that gleamed with a metallic luster, inscribed with Narcissus's name and intricate patterns. Its texture and balance were exceptional, imparting a sense of strength and elegance. The surface of the artifact was adorned with delicate and exquisite engravings of leaves, flowers, vines, and rice stalks, all depicted through gentle lines that evoked a vibrant tableau. At the pinnacle of the staff, the decoration resembled a blossoming flower, yet its petals were sculpted from metal shaped like leaves, showcasing intricate textures and vivid hues. Narcissus, my friend, how does this new staff feel? Hephaestus inquired while holding a handful of fire-resistant vine fruits, munching as he spoke. The tactile sensation is splendid, and its quality is remarkable, Narcissus replied, attempting to channel divine energy. Instantly, the staff radiated a dazzling light. The flow of divine power was remarkably smooth. The brilliance danced forth, and the once thriving fire-resistant vines began to grow wildly upon contact with the light. I am deeply grateful to you, my friend, Narcissus said, gripping the staff tightly as he expressed his thanks to Hephaestus. Do not mention it. Crafting an artifact that merely enhances the release of divine power without adding special functions is quite simple, Hephaestus replied nonchalantly. When you gather special materials, I shall assist you in creating an extraordinary artifact imbued with unique abilities. Hephaestus found the fire-resistant vine fruits increasingly delectable, unable to resist stuffing a few into his mouth. Observing Narcissus still toying with his newly acquired artifact, Hephaestus gathered another bounty of fruits. He discovered that these fruits were invigorating, just as he needed to ponder the creation of his next divine artifact. After completing the experiment, Narcissus discovered that Hephaestus had returned to the cave. He entered the cave and found Hephaestus sketching some designs at the table. Hephaestus, are you drawing a chair? Narcissus inquired as he approached, noticing the intricate design sketches laid out before him. Indeed, but there are still many details to contemplate and refine, Hephaestus nodded in agreement. Chapter 38. The birth of the goddess of love and beauty in the days that followed, Hephaestus busied himself with modifying the blueprints for the magnificent artifact he envisioned, while Narcissus continually utilized his newfound creation to familiarize himself with its unique attributes. One morning, as the chariot of Helios, the sun god, ascended upon the horizon, Narcissus expressed his desire to depart from Hephaestus. After bidding farewell, Narcissus set forth towards the east. When Narcissus encountered Hephaestus, he was tending to the plants he had cultivated by the brook, and now he was eager to experiment with his. However, as he gazed upon the unfamiliar coastline before him, he realized he had lost his way and inadvertently wandered to the seaside. Initially intent on leaving, Narcissus suddenly noticed an array of bubbles rising to the surface of the sea. At first, only small bubbles emerged, but soon they began to erupt like boiling water, multiplying and growing larger. Just as Narcissus sensed something amiss and prepared to depart, a magnificent giant shell began to rise from the foam, surrounded by numerous smaller shells and pearls. With the gentle push of the sea breeze and the waves, the colossal shell slowly glided ashore. Narcissus gazed at the colossal shell not far from him, unable to suppress a swallow. At that moment, two voices echoed in his mind. The world's essence emanating from the magnificent shell stirred a profound longing within Narcissus. He believed that by acquiring this essence, he could ascend to the rank of a first-tier deity, and perhaps even attain the status of a supreme god. Just then, the immense shell radiated waves of light, and its two halves began to slowly unfold. As the shell fully opened, Narcissus felt a sweet fragrance permeating the air around him. It was at this moment that Narcissus noticed a woman lying within the shell, draped only in a delicate white veil. Her golden hair cascaded gracefully, radiant and lustrous, while her skin was as pure as jade, appearing smooth and refined. The corners of her lips turned up ever so slightly, as if she were immersed in a beautiful dream. Surrounding her were immaculate white roses, creating an ethereal ambience. Narcissus paid little heed to the beauty of the other, for he himself was a youth renowned for his exquisite appearance. However, the manner of her arrival and her visage evoked memories of Aphrodite, the goddess celebrated among the Greek deities for her beauty and charm. Soon, an event unfolded that stirred a pang of jealousy within Narcissus. When the shell first opened, Aphrodite was merely a third-tier deity before her power swiftly ascended to second-tier, then first-tier, and even approached the realm of the supreme gods. This spectacle filled Narcissus with a sense of envy, for it exemplified the advantage of being favored by the essence of the world. As she was instantly elevated in strength upon her birth, Aphrodite gradually opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling like the azure sky, curiously surveying her surroundings. She smiled and nodded at Narcissus, yet she did not linger on him. Rising gracefully, she allowed the delicate veil that enveloped her to cascade down as she stepped barefoot from the colossal shell. As Aphrodite's bare feet touched the shore, beautiful white roses sprouted in her wake, each stem miraculously devoid of thorns. At that moment, a flock of white doves soared from the distance, adorning Aphrodite's head with a shimmering crown, draping her in splendid garments, and cinching a golden belt around her waist, enhancing her already captivating beauty. Witnessing the goddess of love and beauty, Narcissus bowed in reverence to this divine being who had been born a supreme deity. "Indeed, you are quite lovely," Aphrodite remarked, nodding as she gazed upon Narcissus's face, her voice a gentle whisper akin to that of a lover's caress. The instant her feet graced the sandy shore, Narcissus beheld a pillar of pink light soaring skyward, unfolding across the heavens. Far away on Olympus, Zeus was captivated by this radiance, his eyes gleaming with golden light as he beheld its emergence. "Zeus, what are you doing? And what is this light?" Hera queried sternly, observing Zeus's almost drooling expression. "Ahem." Zeus, hearing Hera's voice, withdrew his gaze and exclaimed with excitement, "Congratulations! Olympus shall soon welcome another supreme deity. Athena, go fetch this newly born deity to Mount Olympus." "Certainly, Zeus," Athena replied, nodding in acceptance of his command. "Wait, Ares, you must accompany her," Hera interjected beside Zeus. "Yes, mother." Ares promptly moved to Athena's side, and together they departed. Standing to the side, Apollo clenched his fists. He and his sister, Artemis, were originally meant to be the divine twins of the sun and moon within the Olympian pantheon. However, due to a certain incident, despite their current status as supreme deities, they were not recognized as one of the 12 principal gods by the essence of the world. Chapter 39. The Goddess of Beauty's Journey to Olympus. At present, the celestial twins were represented by Helios and Selene of the Titan lineage, who had abstained from participating in the war when Zeus overthrew the previous king of the gods. This absence of wrongdoing meant they could not be associated with the tyrannical Cronus, thus allowing the essence of the world to remain favorably disposed towards them. In this context, even Zeus could not forcibly strip them of their divine roles, as such an act would disrupt the natural order of the world. Consequently, Apollo and Artemis were unable to ascend to the ranks of the 12 principal gods. All deities in existence had the potential to become supreme gods. Yet only the 12 principal gods possessed the authority to govern the world, a distinction beyond that of ordinary deities. Moreover, as long as the 12 principal gods committed no transgressions, they would enjoy the protection of the essence of the world. Zeus cast a glance at his eldest son, Apollo, and inquired, "Apollo, how are preparations for the Pythian Games coming along?" In response to Zeus, "It is nearly complete and will commence shortly," Apollo replied, regaining his focus. "Indeed. Expedite the process, Apollo." Zeus nodded, closing his eyes, lost in thought. Two exquisitely crafted chariots soared through the sky, engaged in a fierce competition, with one gaining the lead momentarily, only to be surpassed by the other. Neither chariot could maintain its advantage for long. Damn Ares! Athena cursed inwardly upon seeing Ares overtake her once more. She vigorously cracked the reins, urging her chariot to accelerate. Ultimately, Athena and Ares arrived almost simultaneously at the beach where Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, was born. Upon spotting Aphrodite, Ares' eyes lit up. His chest puffed out as he displayed his robust physique. He introduced himself. "Greetings, beautiful goddess. I am Ares, the son of Zeus, king of the gods, and Hera, the queen. It is a pleasure to meet you." Ares took Aphrodite's hand, presenting himself. Aphrodite smiled in response. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Ares." She gently caressed her lips with her other hand and smiled alluringly. Witnessing Ares' demeanor, Athena curled her lip in disdain. Ares' current behavior was hardly distinguishable from Zeus's. Athena held little regard for this newly emerged deity, finding the interplay between Ares and the seemingly delicate goddess distasteful. Turning her head to Narcissus, who stood nearby, Athena asked, "Narcissus, what brings you here?" Narcissus replied, "I happened to be at the seaside and then encountered the birth of the goddess Aphrodite." He answered Athena's question with composure. Observing the clarity in Narcissus's gaze, devoid of the foolish embarrassment exhibited by Ares, Athena could not help but admire Narcissus as a deity of integrity. If Narcissus had been privy to Athena's thoughts, he would have merely dismissed them as overthinking, despite not being enamored with the enchanting Aphrodite. However, not long ago, he had indeed entertained the notion of seizing the essence of the world encapsulated within that shell, albeit with some hesitation. The formidable essence of the world was palpable, and Narcissus recognized the extraordinary nature of the situation, fearing that a failed attempt might lead to his own demise. As for why he did not obsess over Aphrodite like Ares did, it was because the very essence of the daffodil instilled in him the belief that he was the most beautiful, thus enabling him to resist the allure of the goddess of love and beauty. After all, Aphrodite had just been born and was not yet fully adept at wielding her divine powers, which rendered her charm even more potent, leading Ares to fall prey to her enchantment with ease. Athena called out to Ares, "Enough," and then addressed Aphrodite. "I am the goddess of wisdom, Athena, and by the command of Zeus, the king of the gods, I invite you to Olympus." With a smile, Aphrodite responded, "Very well. I shall trouble you both to lead the way." As a deity, she inherently understood that her rightful place was in Olympus. However, upon perceiving the aura radiating from her, Athena could not suppress her disgust and promptly ascended her chariot to take flight. Aphrodite, witnessing Athena's demeanor, merely smiled, showing no sign of offense. "Come, ride in my chariot," Ares offered, his chariot exuding a forceful and rugged essence, much like himself. "No, Prince Ares, I have my own chariot," Aphrodite replied, casting a disdainful glance at Ares' vehicle, though her exterior remained composed and smiling. Softly calling out, Aphrodite summoned a flock of white doves, which brought forth a chariot adorned with white roses. "Ares, lead the way," she said as she took her place in her chariot, smiling at Ares. Before departing, Aphrodite cast a curious glance at Narcissus, intrigued by the deity who could withstand her allure. Watching Athena and Ares escort Aphrodite away, Narcissus exhaled in relief, particularly remembering the gaze Aphrodite had cast upon him before her departure, which made him feel like prey. Chapter 40. The monthly rose and passionate love at last. They had all departed. Narcissus sighed, having initially intended to leave as well. At that moment, he noticed a large shell on the beach. Realizing that Aphrodite had inexplicably left it behind, driven by curiosity, he approached and discovered that the once surrounding essence of the world had long since dissipated, leaving the shell to resemble a mere rock. It was no wonder Aphrodite had chosen not to take it. "This white rose appears quite exquisite, though I still find the red rose to be even more beautiful." Narcissus, having plucked a rose from the great shell turned to stone, spoke thus. Narcissus gazed upon the roses nestled within the great shell, as well as the blossoms that had just emerged on the shore upon Aphrodite's arrival. He couldn't help but sigh, reflecting, "Only I possess such kindness, otherwise it would not be long before you all wither away." Narcissus cradled the roses he had gathered from the beach in his hands, intending to plant them in a grove he would soon seek out. Narcissus journeyed along the coastline until he stumbled upon a splendid forest. This locale appeared promising, and he decided to cultivate it here. He discovered a fertile patch of land, sparsely adorned with vegetation, where sunlight could graciously illuminate the roses. Narcissus began to excavate small pits in the soil with his divine powers, gently placing the roses within. It was truly remarkable. He unleashed a portion of his divine energy, enabling them to swiftly regain their vitality. Narcissus reached out to caress the petals of the rose, unable to suppress his exclamation, compared to the white rose. I find myself more enamored with the red ones, or perhaps those of other hues. Upon uttering these words, Narcissus felt a twinge of foolishness for conversing with a flower. Alas! After tending to the roses as he prepared to depart, his finger was lightly grazed by the leaves of the rose, leaving a delicate scratch. Narcissus gazed in astonishment at the blood on his fingers. Although he had experienced bloodshed in this world, he never anticipated that these seemingly ordinary plants could inflict wounds upon him. Surely, this cannot be an ordinary rose. Curiously, he touched the petals, only to discover that this rose was, in fact, drawing his blood. Has this flower truly become imbued with such vitality? Startled, Narcissus withdrew his hand and examined the white rose before him, which, aside from a slight reddening, exhibited no other changes. So, does it turn red from consuming my blood? He glanced at his hand, and with a fingernail, he made a small incision on his palm. Let us see what you ultimately become. Drops of blood fell from Narcissus's palm into the bud of the white rose, and he watched as it transformed into a crimson bloom. Yet, why did it feel somewhat different? Narcissus observed the rose, now replete with his blood. Gazing at his still bleeding palm, he summoned his divine power, and a green light flickered across his hand, causing the wound to begin healing. Narcissus discovered that the current rose blossoms had transformed. Their leaves had become smooth, resembling a glossy layer of wax, devoid of the previous creases, indentations, and fine hairs. Additionally, a sparse arrangement of thorns remained on the stems, reminiscent of the roses he had encountered in his previous life at the flower shop, or perhaps more aptly termed, the Chinese rose. Thus, he decided to bestow upon them a new name, Chinese rose. This decision was made with the understanding that a discoverer possesses the prerogative to name a newly encountered entity. The successful act of naming affirmed that the essence of the world recognized the distinction between roses and Chinese roses. Henceforth, these blossoms would be known as Chinese roses. With the world's essence acknowledging this, Narcissus felt a surge of joy, knowing that future beings would identify these flowers as Chinese roses, not mere roses. Having accomplished this, Narcissus turned to depart, unaware that a faint crimson glow began to emanate from the cluster of Chinese roses, coalescing into a luminous orb that floated toward him. Suddenly, Narcissus felt a jolt through his body, and his divine power surged, ascending to the level of a second-tier superior deity. It dawned upon him that he had seemingly advanced. Yet he was perplexed as to the reason behind this sudden elevation. Upon inspecting his divine essence, he discovered that a red rose, or rather a Chinese rose, had manifested within it, signifying his acquisition of the divine office of passionate love. To Narcissus's astonishment, this divine office, associated with flora, harmoniously integrated as if a delicate bloom had blossomed upon a plant. Was this divine office connected to you? Narcissus joyfully turned to gaze at the cluster of red Chinese roses, witnessing their tender blossoms swaying gently in the breeze. Yet, he pondered, why would Chinese roses be associated with passionate love? Narcissus found himself enveloped in a sense of wonder. Narcissus remained oblivious to the fact that, although roses are regarded as symbols of love, in the throes of romantic passion, it is often the case that those who present flowers do so under the guise of roses, while the true offering is in fact the less esteemed China rose. Consequently, the China rose also embodies the essence of passionate love, and as the fervor wanes, the act of gifting flowers diminishes. As the cultivator responsible for the transformation into the China rose, Narcissus inadvertently acquired the divine mantle of romantic fervor. This is, of course, attributed to the fact that the China roses, originally white roses, were born alongside Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, thus imbibing them with the aura of love's divine essence. Once the roses metamorphosed into China roses, they became detached from their association with Aphrodite. The romantic essence that once clung to the roses transformed into a divine attribute more suited to the China rose, rendering Narcissus rather fortunate. Chapter 41. The Feast of Olympus. In honor of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, Olympus orchestrated a grand ceremony. The deities congregated atop Mount Olympus, poised to pay homage to this newly ascendant goddess. Zeus occupied the throne of the chief deity, with Hera and the other gods standing beside him. Guided by Athena and Ares, Aphrodite gracefully approached the temple at the summit of Olympus. The sheer beauty of Aphrodite left all the gods utterly entranced. Adorned in an exquisite white gown, her golden tresses cascading over her shoulders, she wore a shimmering cloak embellished with jewels. Her countenance was breathtaking, her eyes radiant, and her lips curled into an enchanting smile. As she arrived, the gods erupted in a chorus of cheers, celebrating her induction into Olympus. A profusion of roses rained down from the heavens, enveloping her in an ethereal atmosphere. The goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, unabashedly exuded her allure, captivating the male deities while inciting envy among the female goddesses, her smile growing ever more sweet and beguiling. Aphrodite stepped into the temple, her movements light, each step radiating an irresistible glow. Approaching Zeus, she bowed in reverence. The goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, stood before the king of the gods, Zeus, her gaze lingering upon him. "Welcome, Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, to Olympus." The voice of Zeus resonated with solemnity, yet his gaze roamed over the goddess of love and beauty before him. In response to Zeus's scrutiny, Aphrodite bit her lip and arched her chest, showcasing her flawless curves while exuding an irresistible allure. However, Hera, feeling displeased by Zeus and the other gods' lingering glances upon Aphrodite, huffed in annoyance, unleashing her formidable divine power to disrupt the enchantment that Aphrodite had cast over the gathered deities. The male gods, momentarily entranced by Aphrodite's charm, quickly regained their composure, awkwardly averting their eyes, fearful of succumbing further to the allure of this newly arrived goddess of love and beauty. Yet, some of the more powerful deities, such as Ares, the god of war, and Poseidon, the god of the sea, remained fixated on Aphrodite, their gazes unwavering. As for Zeus, he too was compelled to exercise restraint under Hera's watchful eye, stealing sidelong glances instead. Aphrodite, having encountered Hera and the assembly of gods, met Hera's scrutinizing gaze with a sultry smile, radiating an enchanting charisma. Now that she had ascended to the status of a principal deity of Olympus, it was essential for Aphrodite to temper certain behaviors. Hera subtly alluded to Aphrodite's recent attempt to enchant the male gods through her divine influence. "Indeed, my queen Hera," Aphrodite replied coyly, aware that she did not wish to offend the long-established queen of Olympus so soon after her arrival. "Ahem, Aphrodite, I grant you the western mountains of Olympus to construct your temple," Zeus declared, observing the delicate and seemingly vulnerable Aphrodite standing among them. "And since everyone has now been introduced to our goddess of love and beauty, I officially declare the banquet to commence." With Zeus's pronouncement, the venue erupted in thunderous applause. In this grand feast, Aphrodite undoubtedly emerged as the centerpiece, overshadowing even the radiance of Hera and Athena, the goddess of wisdom, not to mention the other goddesses present. As the male gods surrounded Aphrodite, the female deities looked on with resentment at her captivating laughter that filled the banquet hall. "Humph." Hera, standing in a corner, observed the throng of male gods encircling Aphrodite, her expression darkening, ever vigilant against other beautiful goddesses. Hera was taken aback to find her most significant threat emerging atop Mount Olympus itself. Aphrodite is truly stunning. The male gods of Olympus are utterly captivated by her, Athena remarked, stepping beside Hera. Though she harbored no fondness for the newly arrived goddess of love and beauty, she found some satisfaction in the prospect of vexing Hera by offering insincere praise to Aphrodite. "Indeed, the beauty of our goddess of love and beauty eclipses even the blossoms of Olympus," Athena added. Apollo strolled into the corner, standing beside Hera and exclaiming with a drawn-out tone. He and Athena exchanged a knowing glance, both astute enough to grasp each other's intentions in an instant. "Behold, it seems our war god Ares is not impervious to the allure of Aphrodite," Athena remarked with a smile, her eyes flickering towards Apollo. "Indeed, the charm of Aphrodite is exceedingly potent. Even our uncle Poseidon, the lord of the seas, appears unable to resist her enchantment," Apollo observed, watching Poseidon, who was attentively courting Aphrodite alongside Ares. "Apollo, what do you suppose our king of the gods is occupied with at this moment?" Athena inquired playfully. "I cannot say for certain. Perhaps our divine ruler is busy concocting a surprise for our newly arrived goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite," Apollo speculated with feigned curiosity. "Enough," Hera exclaimed in irritation and departed. With their objective accomplished, Apollo and Athena exchanged another glance, silently parting ways. The assembled deities harbored their own thoughts, Yet this did not diminish the festive atmosphere of the banquet. Chapter 42. The Lake Monster. Narcissus stood by the lake, gazing upon the expansive vista before him. This marked the conclusion of his journey, and his emotions were decidedly complex. The acquisition of the divine title of Love's Embrace had bestowed upon him an unexpected joy. After becoming acquainted with this divine role, Narcissus departed from the wooded glade, where roses had flourished abundantly upon his exit. To him, the title of Love's Embrace felt like a delightful embellishment, lacking formidable offensive power, resembling instead an influence over the emotions of sentient beings, allowing those affected to bask in the ecstasy of passionate love. However, love is akin to a fleeting breeze, swift to arrive and swiftly to depart. Narcissus perceived this divine title as a mere ephemeral control over emotions. Before him, the lake, once a serene and picturesque natural haven, had now succumbed to severe pollution. An unbearable stench pervaded the air, a noxious and decaying aroma that assailed his senses. The water had turned murky and black, stripped of its former luster, resembling a pool of ink. No longer did the waters exhibit clarity and brightness. Instead, they seemed to have plunged into an abyss of contamination. Sunlight struggled to pierce through the layers of murkiness, casting a somber and silent pall over the surface of the lake. Floating within the water were numerous carcasses of flora and fauna, once essential components of the lake's ecological system. Now, the stench of their decay was nauseating, and under the sun's glare, they revealed grotesque hues and distorted shapes. The vegetation along the shoreline had also suffered grievous damage. Their leaves were dull and lifeless, wilting away. What was once a lush tapestry of lakeside greenery had been reduced to mere withered twigs. This vast expanse of water had been discovered by Narcissus during his previous travels. Unable to discern the cause of its pollution, he remembered this place, for where there is an anomaly, there often lies a mystery. Narcissus cast a handful of seeds, specifically cultivated for the purification of water, into the tainted lake. The plant nurtured by Narcissus bears a resemblance to a species from his previous life known as water hyacinth. Under the protective embrace of Narcissus's divine power, the minuscule seeds gracefully floated upon the water's surface, swaying gently with the ripples of the lake. Subsequently, the plant began to swiftly develop roots that delved into the water, while the stems burgeoned rapidly. As they grew, the tender shoots unfurled, and the stems elongated and became supple. They started to spread outward, intertwining with the tendrils of other plants, forming a verdant, lush network. The leaves upon the stems gradually unfurled, displaying oval or heart-shaped forms adorned with vibrant hues. At the intersections of the stems, the water hyacinth blossomed with delicate and exquisite purple flowers. As growth continued, the roots, under Narcissus's command, extended and anchored themselves into the silt at the lake's bottom. These roots were slender yet resilient, resembling invisible arms that steadfastly supported the dense plant community, ensuring their stable growth within the lake's waters. It appeared to be effective. Narcissus gazed upon the lake's surface, observing that where the plants thrived, the previously murky, dark waters receded, transforming into clarity. Upon confirming the efficacy of his efforts, Narcissus intensified his divine power, prompting the plants to undergo rapid growth, division, and propagation. Soon, the area of the lake nearest to Narcissus brimmed with verdant life, and he began to channel his divine energy to encourage the plants to extend further across the lake's expanse. As time flowed steadily onward, just as Narcissus was on the verge of covering half the lake's surface with these flourishing plants, the waters began to tremble violently, accompanied by a deep, rumbling sound, as if some colossal creature beneath the lake was struggling. Narcissus furrowed his brow, sensing a formidable energy coalescing at the lake's depths. Suddenly, a colossal shadow surged from the abyss, sending splashes of water cascading around. Narcissus narrowed his eyes, beholding the emergence of a colossal beast, its body bristling with menacing thorns, and its eyes gleaming like rubies. The creature was enshrouded in a shroud of decayed branches, leaves, and sludge, exuding an abhorrent stench. It was, beyond doubt, the principal culprit behind the lake's pollution. It was no wonder that he had failed to detect its presence, for it had been lurking within the depths of the soil. This time, his endeavor to purify the lake had inadvertently disturbed it. Narcissus, undeterred, focused his mind and summoned divine power, commanding the flora of the lake to entwine around the creature. The vines rapidly extended, ensnaring the monstrosity in a verdant embrace, striving to restrain its movements. The beast emitted a thunderous roar, struggling with immense force. Yet Narcissus augmented his divine energy, rendering the plants remarkably resilient, preventing the creature from easily breaking free. Under his control, the aquatic vegetation began to release pure energy, attempting to purify the entity. The creature howled in agony, but Narcissus remained steadfast, mercilessly continuing to exert his divine influence, mobilizing all the flora within the lake. The strength of the plants grew mightier, their tendrils coiling around the monster like countless serpents, binding it tightly. The air was filled with the creature's anguished roars. Chapter 43, Purification of the Water Source amidst the monster's cries. Narcissus noticed a plume of black smoke gradually rising from the creature, ultimately dissipating into the atmosphere. He initially presumed the beast had perished, only to be astonished by the revelation that emerged from the dissipating smoke, a divine female figure. The goddess descended gracefully from the ether to the surface of the lake, clad in a delicate gown of azure, its hem undulating like the ripples of water. Her long, flowing hair mirrored the hue of the lake, cascading softly over her shoulders. As she touched the lake's surface, she opened her eyes, clear and bright like the waters themselves. As Narcissus beheld the points where her delicate toes met the surface of the water, ripples emerged, cascading outward in gentle waves. This divine being was a goddess of lakes, presiding over all the bodies of water in the region, known as Laconia. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Narcissus for his act of salvation. The god of plant propagation, Narcissus, had indeed encountered the lake goddess before. With a courteous demeanor, he responded while harboring curiosity about how a monstrous entity could transform into a goddess. Pardon my boldness, Laconia, but may I inquire how you transitioned from that hideous creature into a goddess? Narcissus asked with intrigue. I was transformed into that abominable form and imprisoned at the lake's depths after I rejected a deity's advances and chastised him for his audacity. Laconia explained with a subtle demeanor. Narcissus, perceiving the other's reluctance to elaborate, refrained from further inquiry. Although his curiosity regarding the identity of the deity lingered, he resolved to take his leave. After all, this lake belonged to Laconia, and the issue of its pollution had been instigated by her. Now, it had been addressed. Narcissus sighed deeply, feeling as though his arduous labor had yielded no reward. In summary, the most significant gain from this journey turned out to be a fleeting infatuation with a new divine role, rather than the treasures he had always believed this enchanting lake held. Just as Narcissus was about to take his leave, he was interrupted by Laconia, god of plant propagation. I have a matter that requires your assistance, Laconia implored Narcissus. Narcissus inquired with a hint of irritation, what is it that you wish to discuss? He had not previously reaped any benefits, and should the request prove excessive, he would resolutely decline. Could you assist me in purifying the remaining pollution from the lake? Laconia sensed Narcissus's growing agitation but bravely made her plea. Typically of a kind disposition, Narcissus, upon observing that little remained untransformed, sighed in resignation and replied, very well. It is but a trivial matter. Narcissus brandished his staff, and upon contact with his divine power, the flora upon the lake's surface began to flourish at an astonishing pace. With no further sources of pollution to hinder their growth, the plants proliferated rapidly, and it was not long before the entire expanse of the lake was cloaked in verdant life. Well, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Narcissus declared. Observing the lush vegetation that adorned the lake, he retracted his staff, bid farewell to Laconia, and without awaiting her response, departed swiftly. Having walked a short distance, Narcissus discovered that within his divine essence, a new divine office had spontaneously emerged, an office dedicated to the purification of water sources. This newfound boon uplifted his spirits immensely. As he ambled along, engrossed in the contemplation of his new divine role, Narcissus was suddenly stirred by a familiar voice resonating from the heavens. Narcissus. He looked up to behold a dark bird descending from the sky. Coronas, what brings you here? Narcissus inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. I am delivering a message on behalf of Lord Apollo, Coronas replied. His Highness is presiding over the Pythian Games, which are soon to commence. You may begin preparations to ascend to Mount Olympus. Do remember to attend, as it promises to be quite the spectacle. Ah, is that so? I shall certainly make an effort to be there. Narcissus nodded in acknowledgement, committing the information to memory. Narcissus noticed Coronas gazing intently at him and curiously inquired, what is it? Do you have any other news? Narcissus, do you not have anything to share with me? Coronas replied, fixing his gaze upon Narcissus. No. Well, Coronas, I truly miss you, Narcissus said, extending his hand to gently stroke Coronas's fluffy head. And what else? Coronas inquired. What else? Isn't that enough? Narcissus responded, somewhat perplexed, wondering if he had overlooked something. I no longer desire your affection. Could you provide me with something tangible, Narcissus? Corona stated. What? Narcissus exclaimed in surprise. I am thirsty. Coronas hinted directly, hoping Narcissus would finally comprehend. At last, Narcissus understood, and he chuckled in bemusement, realizing that Coronas had longed for him to utter this very phrase. All right. You are thirsty, are you? I promise I will ensure you are well fed with fruit. Chapter 44. Phaeton Apollo stood atop a towering hillside, surveying the vast plains in the distance. This location would serve as the venue for the Pythian Games, a gathering place for fervor and competition. His gaze reflected excitement and anticipation, for he knew it would be a grand and magnificent event. Under his guidance, an immense arena was erected upon the plains, a robust and resplendent structure crafted from marble and granite. Apollo unleashed his divine power, wielding his staff to instantly perfect the intricate details of the arena. On the grand portico, the figures of the Olympian gods were intricately carved, vividly depicting an aura of sanctity and strength. King Zeus. The preparations for the Pythian Games are complete. We now await the arrival of the gods and demigods to commence the festivities. Apollo reported upon returning to the Olympian temple to inform Zeus. Excellent, Apollo. Your efforts during this time have been commendable. Zeus gestured for Apollo to take his leave. As Apollo exited the temple, he glanced back, sensing that Zeus was plotting something. Seated upon his throne, Zeus's eyes sparkled with golden light as he gazed toward a spot on earth, signifying that the plan could now be set into motion. After parting ways with Coronas, Narcissus prepared to embark on a journey to witness the Pythian Games hosted by Apollo. On this day, as Narcissus departed the woods, he observed several young demigods frolicking on the grass. Seeing their joyful demeanor, he could not help but marvel at their vitality. Just then, a golden light streaked swiftly across the sky. Had he not caught sight of it, he would have overlooked it entirely. The bearer of that golden light must surely be a powerful deity, capable of soaring through the skies without a chariot. Narcissus. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from behind him. Narcissus turned around, only to find himself face to face with Zeus himself, to whom he immediately bowed in reverence. Narcissus pays his respects to the king of the gods. With a respectful gesture, he acknowledged Zeus. Just as I was pondering whom to send for that task. It shall be you, Narcissus, Zeus remarked, his gaze fixed upon Narcissus's visage, accompanied by a slight smile. Your youthful and handsome countenance has a way of disarming others, making this task quite fitting for you, Narcissus. Curiosity, tinged with apprehension, arose within Narcissus. What is it that you require of me, King Zeus? He had heard tales of Zeus's indiscretions concerning both men and women. However, upon hearing the nature of his assignment, which, albeit seemingly troublesome, provided a sense of relief. Do you see that golden-haired young demigod? Zeus raised his hand, pointing towards one of the young demigods playing on the grass, the very one Narcissus had observed moments earlier. Indeed, I see him, King Zeus. The golden locks rendered the youth conspicuous amidst the crowd, allowing Narcissus to easily recognize him. He was Phaeton, son of Helios, the sun god. Now, I require you to undertake two tasks. First, entice him to the eastern edge of the earth, guiding him in search of his father, Helios. Second, inform this demigod that the promises made to the river Styx of the underworld are irrevocable, Zeus instructed, his gaze fixated on the golden-haired youth. Rest assured, should you execute this task with distinction, you shall reap rewards. I shall bestow upon you the priesthood of Dawn. What say you? Of course, contingent upon your success. Zeus's words trailed off, yet the underlying threat was unmistakable, and Narcissus understood it all too well. Yes, King Zeus, I shall strive to fulfill this mission. A wry smile crossed Narcissus's lips. Faced with Zeus's demands, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Excellent. I knew I did not misjudge you, dear friend of Apollo. Zeus exclaimed with a smile, patting Narcissus on the shoulder, pleased with his swift agreement. Narcissus felt the touch of Zeus's hand upon his shoulder, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Fortunately, Zeus refrained from any excessive actions thereafter. Otherwise, Narcissus believed he might have retaliated. Narcissus. I await your favorable tidings on Mount Olympus. I trust you shall not disappoint me, Zeus declared before turning away, his figure gradually vanishing from Narcissus's sight. As Zeus departed, Narcissus exhaled a sigh of relief. Standing beside a being imbued with divine power, he hardly dared to breathe. Poor wretch. Narcissus gazed at the golden-haired youth still frolicking nearby. Although he was uncertain of the true nature of the two tasks Zeus had in store for him, they did not appear inherently malevolent upon initial reflection. Yet, Narcissus could not shake the feeling that they would lead to unfavorable outcomes. Nevertheless, he chose to prioritize his own interests without a second thought, dismissing the fate of the other. Now his focus shifted to how he might fulfill the tasks assigned by Zeus. Contemplating the notion of seduction, the first thought that crossed Narcissus's mind was to adorn himself as an innocent, delicate flower, the kind that, when pinched, would emit a soft whimper, inviting a heroic rescue. Narcissus was chilled to the bone by his own thoughts, a shiver running through him as he hastily shook his head, banishing the terrifying image from his mind. Chapter 45. In search of the sun god Phaeton. As he prepared to approach the other party, Narcissus understood the necessity of readiness. He resolved to disguise himself as a traveler, concealing his true identity. To render this facade more convincing, Narcissus employed his divine powers, manipulating the flora to weave a tattered cloak that bore the unmistakable marks of a seasoned wanderer. Narcissus had previously observed the meadow frequently visited by Phaeton and his companions, which led him to adopt a strategy of patiently waiting for an opportunity. At last, one day, Narcissus beheld Phaeton and his friends returning to the meadow for their revelry, and he felt it was the opportune moment to make his presence known. Narcissus inhaled gently, feeling a twinge of anxiety, as this marked the first time he had ever acted in such a manner, despite being a person of integrity and kindness. Before he could approach, he overheard a sudden quarrel erupt between them. As he drew nearer, Narcissus discerned a young man of similar age accusing Phaeton. "Phaeton, you are nothing but a fraud. The sun god is an immensely powerful deity. How could you possibly be his son? You do not possess a shred of divine power. If you truly are the son of the sun god, then have your father appear before us so that I may witness it." The young man's face was etched with disdain, his eyes mocking as they fixated on Phaeton. What irked Phaeton further was that his companions mirrored the young man's contemptuous expressions, all clearly believing him to be lying. "Ahem, pardon me, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. Since you all harbor doubts, perhaps this gentleman could find a way to prove his lineage as the son of the sun god. That would indeed be splendid." Draped in a cloak, Narcissus stepped forth from the thicket. "Who are you?" The young men present eyed Narcissus warily at the sight of a stranger. "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely a traveler." As Narcissus lowered the hood of his cloak, his silvery hair cascaded down, revealing his exquisitely beautiful visage. The young men could not help but gaze at Narcissus's face, their hearts racing and cheeks flushing, despite knowing he was male. Observing their reaction, Narcissus realized that the combination of his divine allure and striking appearance could indeed serve as a potent weapon. Narcissus restrained the divine aura of passionate love. Although the young men still found him exceedingly handsome, it was considerably less overwhelming than before. "How can I prove my lineage as the son of the sun god?" Phaeton inquired of Narcissus. Proving such a claim is not a daunting task. It is said that the temple of Helios, the sun god, lies at the far eastern edge of the earth. You could surely find him there, Narcissus replied with a smile. "Indeed, Phaeton. Did you not assert your identity as the son of the sun god? If you possess the ability, summon him." Narcissus's companions echoed his sentiments, beginning to jeer. "Very well. I shall bring my father here," Phaeton declared resolutely to his companions. Hearing this, Narcissus felt a slight relief, for it seemed his scheme was bearing fruit. Phaeton prepared to seek out Helios, the sun god. "Traveler, what brings you here?" Upon returning home that day, Phaeton confided his plan to search for his father, Helios, to his mother, bidding her farewell as he set forth alone. "Oh," Narcissus feigned surprise, recognizing Phaeton from their earlier encounter. "Have you truly decided to seek the sun god?" "Yes, I am bound for the eastern edge of the earth to search for my father, Helios," Phaeton replied with pride. "And what of you, traveler? What brings you here?" "Me? I relish the joys of wandering. I happened upon this place today," Narcissus thought to himself, secretly having followed Phaeton, feeling awkward about his stealth, which prompted him to stage a chance encounter. "Really? It seems we are quite fortunate to have crossed paths," Phaeton laughed heartily. Observing Phaeton's cheerful demeanor, Narcissus couldn't help but lament the other's unfortunate fate, having caught the notice of Zeus. "I am Phaeton. And you, traveler, what is your name?" Phaeton introduced himself. "I am Narcissus." "It is a pleasure to meet you, Phaeton," Narcissus replied. Their initial encounter had not allowed for introductions, but now they formally acquainted themselves. "Narcissus? A lovely name. What destination do you have in mind? Phaeton asked. I have no specific destination. I travel as the whim takes me, Narcissus answered. Then Narcissus, would you care to accompany me to the temple of the sun god in the east? Phaeton invited. The eastern edge of the earth? I have yet to see the temple of the sun god. Very well, I would be delighted to join you. Narcissus smiled as he lowered his gaze. That is splendid. Phaeton exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Narcissus's agreement. Faced with Phaeton's sincerity, a flicker of guilt crossed Narcissus's heart, albeit not significantly. Chapter 46. Phaeton's request, is this the temple of the sun god? Narcissus gazed upon the sun temple before him, marveling at its majestic splendor and the impression of immense value it conveyed. The temple, erected at the farthest eastern edge of the earth, soared into the clouds. Perched upon an expansive platform, this grand edifice resembled a dazzling tower of gold, silver, and precious gems, radiating with a fierce brilliance beneath the sun's rays. Its outer walls, constructed from golden marble, appeared as undulating waves of gold, shimmering resplendently under the sunlight. The walls were adorned with countless exquisite gems, such as rubies, sapphires, and emeralds, each glimmering with a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues in the light. The roof of the temple, forged from pure silver, gleamed with a lustrous sheen, resembling a vast mirror reflecting the sun's brilliance. The roof was further embellished with a myriad of gems, emitting a radiant glow akin to stars scattered across a silver sky. Phaeton, do step inside. This is the Sun Temple. Narcissus beckoned, gesturing towards the grand entrance. Will you not join me? Phaeton inquired, casting a glance at Narcissus. No, my journey has reached its destination. I have beheld the Sun Temple, and now it is time for me to depart, Narcissus replied, shaking his head. Phaeton, remember that the promises made to the river Styx of the underworld are immutable. Should your father grant you a promise, do not make unreasonable demands. Having spent time together, Narcissus perceived that although Phaeton harbored certain character flaws, he was not inherently ill-natured. Thus, as they parted ways, he felt compelled to issue a word of caution. I understand, Phaeton replied as he entered the Sun Temple. The hall was adorned with golden marble flooring, each slab inlaid with sparkling gems that seemed to crystallize the sun's radiance. The walls of the hall were crafted from a reflective silver material, casting the interior in a brilliant and luminous atmosphere. At its center stood a tall and ornate altar, embellished with pure gold patterns, radiating a sun-like brilliance. The sun god Helios, clad in a robe woven with threads of gold and red, reclined upon his divine throne. Perplexed by Phaeton's entrance, Phaeton, what brings you here? He inquired. Phaeton had initially wished to draw closer to his father, but the intense heat emanating from the throne made it impossible. As he gazed upon his father seated in divine authority, years of pent-up grievances surged forth. Esteemed father, your son has endured great injustices. You must intercede on my behalf. Phaeton exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. Observing his son's distress, Helios quickly descended from his throne, grasping Phaeton's hand with warmth and concern. My Phaeton, my dear son, what troubles you? Speak to your father. Initially, Phaeton felt a profound sense of injustice, but upon hearing Helios descend and kindly inquire, tears began to flow uncontrollably. I am your son. We both know this to be true. Yet the demigods and spirits upon the earth mock me, claiming that I am merely posing as the son of the sun god. Phaeton choked out. Oh, so it is such matters that trouble you. Helios responded with a smile. What do you wish your father to do? I desire you to bear witness, so that all the demigods and spirits upon the earth may recognize that I, Phaeton, am indeed the son of you, the sun god Helios, said Phaeton earnestly. This is a trivial matter for me, Helios replied. Tell me, how do you wish to demonstrate to the people of the earth your lineage as my son, the sun god? I shall surely fulfill your request. Then, father, you could swear by the river Styx of the underworld that you will meet my wishes, Phaeton proposed. Very well, I swear by the river Styx of the underworld that I shall fulfill the requests of my son, Phaeton, Helios answered nonchalantly. Upon hearing his father's declaration, Phaeton's sorrow transformed into joy, entirely forgetting the warning of Narcissus. He felt that introducing his father to his companions would be less impressive than soaring in the chariot of the sun, and thus he exclaimed, Father, I wish to request the privilege of driving your chariot, adorned with wings and blazing with fire, for a day. Chapter 47. Phaeton's journey in the chariot of the sun. Confronted with Phaeton's request, the sun god Helios hesitated momentarily. He understood the perilous nature of driving the sun chariot, for it was a formidable and dangerous instrument, requiring immense skill and strength to master. Helios feared that Phaeton might not withstand such a challenge, and thus sought to persuade his son to consider alternative means of proving his identity. Phaeton, I comprehend your longing. Yet driving the sun chariot is exceedingly perilous. It demands tremendous strength and skill, likely beyond your capabilities. I cannot bear to see you harmed, Helios implored gently, with concern in his tone. However, Phaeton resolutely expressed his determination, firmly believing in his ability to undertake this task. He invoked the promise Helios had previously made to the river Styx of the underworld. He insisted that only by commandeering the sun chariot could he unequivocally demonstrate that he was the true son of the sun god Helios. Father, I perceive this as my singular opportunity to affirm my identity. Once I drive the sun chariot, no one shall be able to deny my heritage as the son of the sun god. You swore by the river Styx of the underworld to fulfill my request. And my request now is to drive the sun chariot, Phaeton declared with unwavering conviction. Hearing Phaeton's steadfastness and reminder of the oath, Helios realized he could not evade this responsibility. Despite a lingering sense of apprehension, he found himself unable to decline Phaeton's earnest request. However, before granting his son permission to commandeer the sun chariot, Helios felt compelled to take every precaution to ensure Phaeton's safety. Very well, Phaeton, I acquiesce to your desire. Yet, prior to your ascent into the sun chariot, we must make thorough preparations to safeguard your well-being, Helios responded gravely. Subsequently, the sun god Helios escorted Phaeton to the chamber where the magnificent sun chariot was housed. As they entered, the chariot emanated a blinding radiance that instantly enveloped the entire space. The brilliance shone before Phaeton, prompting Helios to swiftly wave his ample sleeve to disperse the light. Wow, Father, your sun chariot is truly resplendent, Phaeton exclaimed, exuberantly circling the shimmering vehicle with a beaming smile. The chariot's yoke and wheels were crafted from gold, while its frame was fashioned from silver, adorned with countless sparkling gemstones that radiated an enchanting glow. My child, climb aboard, Helios urged, placing the sun crown he had worn upon Phaeton's head. This will shield you from the searing flames. However, my dear child, remember this, do not wield the whip. Grasp the reins firmly, and do not rise too high. You must also manage the horse's speed, urging them to slow down. Avoid soaring too high, lest the flames scorch the heavens. Likewise, do not fly too low, for the chariot's fire will sear the earth, and you shall face dire consequences. With that, the sun god Helios instructed the divine attendants to harness the fiery steeds to the sun chariot. Phaeton, brimming with enthusiasm, leaped onto the chariot, gripping the reins tightly and preparing to take flight. The celestial horses, sensing a different driver today, became agitated. Observing this, Helios warned the fiery steeds, listen well. If my son is harmed, your fate shall be sealed. Do you understand? Helios, we cannot trust this young imp, the steeds replied, their restlessness evident. You must submit to me unconditionally. Do you comprehend? Helios admonished, grasping the reins of one of the steeds. Yes, master, we understand, they replied. Under the divine might of Helios, the tempestuous steeds of the sun were compelled to submit. Helios then imparted various cautions to Phaeton, who nodded eagerly, his heart brimming with anticipation as he urged the celestial horses onward, racing forth in the sun chariot. Phaeton could feel the immense power and searing heat of the steeds beneath him. The dawn's rosy hues were shattered by the brilliance of the sun, as a radiant orb ascended, illuminating the vast expanse of the sky. After departing from the temple of the sun god, not far from there in the land of Nyx, the sight of Phaeton guiding the sun chariot appeared on the horizon, instantly revealing to them Zeus's grand design. Whispers suggested that the sun chariot was a vessel too formidable for even the gods to command with ease, and Nyx, doubting that the demigod Phaeton, bereft of divine power, could master it, remained skeptical. On Mount Olympus, the Pythian Games had commenced under the auspices of Apollo. Zeus, seated upon his throne, though his attention was not on the contests unfolding before him, bore an expression of deep contemplation. His right hand gently tapped the armrest of his divine seat, his eyes shimmering with a faint golden light. As the sun rose in the east, a subtle smile graced Zeus's lips, hinting at his inner satisfaction. To ensure the progression of his plans, Zeus made further preparations. A diminutive scorpion emerged from his sleeve, perching itself upon his hand. With a firm grip, he conjured a flash of golden light, causing the scorpion to vanish from his grasp. Among the assembled deities, only Hera, seated beside Zeus, and Apollo, who had been closely observing him, discerned this remarkable occurrence. For Hera, as long as Zeus was present, she was indifferent to all else. Chapter 48. The fall of the sun. Shortly after departing the temple of the sun god, the celestial steeds harnessed to the sun chariot could distinctly sense that the burden they bore today was markedly different from the norm, causing them considerable discomfort. Yet, recalling the warnings of Helios, they could do naught but run with caution, striving to acclimate to this newfound sensation. At that moment, the scorpion that had vanished from Zeus's hand suddenly reappeared upon Phaeton's sun chariot. Ascending along the reins that bound the celestial steeds, it adeptly crawled onto their backs. The scorpion glimmered with a faint golden light, enabling it to withstand the fiery blaze of the sun chariot. Then, it was seen that the scorpion raised the tip of its tail, striking toward the celestial steed. The wounded Pegasus emitted a mournful cry, its agony driving it to madness. And in a frenzy, it forcibly pulled the sun chariot from its destined path. The accomplished scorpion was suddenly thrown from the back of the startled steed, plummeting towards the earth. The out-of-control sun chariot caused Phaeton to tremble, caught in a dire dilemma, uncertain whether to loosen or tighten the reins. As the ground receded further from him, his complexion turned pale, and his knees began to quiver. Phaeton attempted to call upon the steeds, only to realize he did not even know their names. Fear enveloped him as he beheld an array of constellations in the sky, some morphing into fierce beasts that lunged toward him. This sight sent chills through his limbs, and in his terror, the reins slipped from his grasp. The reins fell onto the steed's back, disturbing the previously calmed Pegasus, which was now frightened anew. The celestial steeds began to pull the sun chariot erratically, sometimes racing upwards, other times plunging downwards, devoid of any rhythm. At that moment, the sun chariot pierced through a layer of clouds, igniting them and sending plumes of white smoke billowing forth. The chariot descended ever lower, scorching the earth beneath. Rivers, lakes, and other water sources began to dry up, the wilderness withering, and as time passed, the leaves of the forests caught fire, the flames swiftly spreading across the plains. The grains of human habitation were reduced to ashes, and fierce fires ignited everywhere. The hills, woods, and mountains traversed by the sun chariot were consumed by the inferno. Rivers either ran dry or were compelled by divine forces to retreat to their sources. And even the edges of the sea began to contract, transforming once lush lakes into barren sands. Phaeton gazed in horror at the inferno engulfing the land from all directions. Feeling overwhelmed by dread as he neared his breaking point, the flames scorched his body, and he could not endure the rising ashes and thick smoke. The sun chariot spiraled out of control, prompting Phaeton to abandon any attempts at regaining command, allowing himself to be dragged along haphazardly. Ultimately, even his hair caught fire, and the solar crown he wore fell away. Suddenly, dark clouds began to gather above Phaeton, swiftly spreading to form a colossal and ominous vortex. The clouds hung heavy and low, exuding a suffocating aura that rendered the surrounding air oppressive. Amidst the gathering clouds, thunder rolled, and lightning danced within, illuminating the entire sky. The thunder roared like the wrath of a great beast, deafening and echoing across the region. The clouds seemed to be manipulated by some arcane force, swirling and intertwining in a terrifyingly magnificent spectacle. Phaeton, Zeus emerged from the clouds, wielding his lightning staff. Electric arcs intertwined within the clouds, radiating dazzling brilliance that pierced the dark horizon. A bolt of lightning struck Phaeton, who was recklessly driving the sun chariot, causing the chariot to explode and hurl him away. Enveloped in flames, Phaeton plummeted towards the earth like a shooting star. In that moment, a river named Eridanus, moved by pity for Phaeton, embraced his burning remnants. Phaeton's fiery hair transformed into a meteor in the heavens, while the trajectory of his descent became the Milky Way. The two wheels of the sun chariot fell to the earth, one morphing into the Antarctic Circle and the other into the Arctic Circle. The deities attending the Pythian Games began to appear in the clouds, their gazes fixed on the scorched earth, their faces etched with fury. Many of these deities had offspring who were powerless demigods, dwelling upon the earth. Helios. Zeus thundered in wrath from the clouds, calling upon the sun god Helios. Helios, having encountered the king of the gods and the assembly of deities, hastened to respond. "What?" he exclaimed, astonished by Zeus's forthcoming decree. He had anticipated that submission to Zeus would suffice, Yet he was taken aback by Zeus's intent to strip him of his solar divinity. I cannot. Helios, perhaps, had never envisioned this day would dawn upon him. Zeus raised his lightning staff and proclaimed to the heavens and the earth, in the name of Zeus, King of the gods, I hereby strip Helios of his powers, for he has wrought devastation upon the earth's creatures, rendering him unfit to bear the responsibilities of the sun god. As Zeus's voice resonated, Helios felt himself bound by the forces of the world, immobile. No, he screamed in terror. A crimson glow enveloped him, and intense pain coursed through his entire being, as if a vital force was departing from him. The red luminescence coalesced into a sphere of light, detaching from Helios and soaring towards Zeus. Zeus grasped the crimson orb, coldly observing Helios, who writhed in agony upon the ground. Now, Zeus aimed his lightning staff at Helios. The moon goddess Selene and the dawn goddess Eos arrived, initially pained to witness their brother's suffering, believing the punishment would soon conclude. However, upon witnessing Zeus's demeanor, they comprehended the gravity of the situation and rushed forward from the assembly of gods. Chapter 49. The confluence of sun and moon. Having encountered Zeus, the king of the gods, Selene and Eos positioned themselves protectively before their brother, bowing to Zeus. Oh, what brings you two goddesses here? Zeus squinted slightly as he gazed upon the two goddesses before him, contemplating that they could no longer contain themselves. He had almost believed their previous cordiality with their brother Helios was merely a facade. How the king of the gods intended to punish my brother remained a mystery, inquired Selene, the goddess of the moon, her expression tinged with anxiety. For such a grievous transgression, he undoubtedly deserves to be cast into Tartarus, Zeus replied coldly. What? Selene nearly collapsed at the decree of Zeus's punishment. Had it not been for Eos, the goddess of dawn, who caught her just in time, she would have faltered. Tartarus was said to be the darkest abyss in existence. How dare you? Eos glared at Zeus, unable to suppress her indignation. Yet, as her words fell, a searing pain pierced her chest, and divine blood spilled from her lips. Sister, Selene exclaimed in terror as she beheld Eos bleeding, rushing forward to support her. Please. Great Zeus, spare my sister. She means no harm. What must you require for my brother's release and my sister's forgiveness? Selene asked, noticing Zeus's silence as he coldly regarded Eos. Zeus observed the scene before him with indifference, aware that his verdict had shattered the emotional defenses of both Selene and Eos. After feigning contemplation, he addressed Selene. If you and your sister are willing to relinquish your divine offices of moon and dawn, I may consider pardoning your brother and sister. Eos, taken aback by this proposition, could scarcely believe the terms Zeus had laid forth. Selene, understanding the gravity of their situation, gently shook her head, realizing it was her brother and sister's only chance. She knew she could not reclaim her position as the goddess of the moon today. Eos, perceiving Selene's thoughts through her expression, could only offer a wry smile and bow her head. She too was willing to forsake her divine role, pleading for Zeus to spare Helios. Very well, then. If that is the case, I shall pardon your brother Helios and forgive you. Eos, Zeus nodded. Voluntarily. Selene and Eos swiftly withdrew their divine essences, their faces pale despite the absence of severe pain during the process. Now you may take your brother and depart. For he is gravely injured, Zeus declared, revealing a generous side as he toyed with a silvery orb and a pale blue sphere. After Selene and Eos bowed to Zeus, they silently exited the realm, supporting Helios. Excellent. Now it is time for the earth to restore itself. Elated by the realization of his desires, Zeus addressed the assembly of deities. He brandished his lightning staff, and with it, thunder resonated through the heavens as torrents of rain began to pour from the sky. Observing this, Poseidon, the god of the sea, wielded his divine artifact, causing the desolate lakes and rivers to swell anew with life-giving water. Demeter, the goddess of harvest, unleashed her divine powers, prompting the earth's flora to sprout with vibrant green shoots. Each deity utilized their unique abilities, collaborating harmoniously to restore the land. As the earth began to rejuvenate, Zeus spoke to Apollo and Artemis, who promptly approached him, bowing in reverence. We have come before you, King Zeus. Apollo and Artemis responded with utmost respect. With a smile, Zeus proclaimed, the earth cannot endure a single day bereft of the sun and moon. Henceforth, I bestow upon you the responsibilities of the sun and moon. Apollo, you shall oversee the sun's duties. Artemis, you shall govern the moon's. Protect the earth diligently. Zeus then retrieved a crimson orb and a silvery sphere from his hands, presenting them to Apollo and Artemis. A fervent light ignited in Apollo's eyes as he gazed upon the red orb, while Artemis focused intently on the silvery sphere. Without further ado, Zeus cast the orbs towards them. Upon contact with their forms, the spheres seamlessly merged into their divine essences, radiating brilliance in waves. In that moment, the surviving creatures of the earth looked up in astonishment, witnessing the simultaneous emergence of the sun and moon in the sky. "Damn that Zeus," Eos muttered, glaring at the celestial bodies above with ire. Selene shook her head gently, understanding her sister's sentiments. Yet, the outcome was irrevocable. Her anxious gaze turned towards Helios. Lying unconscious upon his bed, uncertain of when her brother would awaken, she approached Helios's bedside, gently clasping his hand, silently praying for his swift return to consciousness. Chapter 50. Dawn now, let us return to the Pythian games, Zeus declared, for we must not allow the hard work of our sun god to be in vain. With a smile, Zeus remarked. The deities observed the current state of the earth, acknowledging that it would gradually recover with time, and they nodded in agreement. Some ordinary gods began to extend their congratulations to the newly appointed sun god and moon goddess. The cheerful Apollo and Artemis joyfully responded to their well wishes. Observant deities, gazing at the new celestial duo, realized that the era of the Titans had completely passed. The wise goddess Athena watched Apollo and Artemis, surrounded by the gods, occasionally casting a glance at Zeus, who was smiling broadly while secretly admiring her. She understood that Zeus must have orchestrated something in the appointment of Apollo and Artemis to their divine roles. Noticing Athena's scrutiny, Zeus remained unfazed, continuing to gaze upon the various goddesses. As the gods made their way back, a luminous orb, unnoticed by anyone, slipped from Zeus and floated toward the earth. Alas, how unfortunate. At that moment, Zeus observed a scorpion he had released plummeting from the heights, now lifeless upon impact. Wielding his lightning staff, he summoned a faint white light from the scorpion's remains, which ascended to the sky, transforming into a brand new constellation, which Zeus named Scorpio. Other deities were somewhat perplexed by Zeus's actions, yet Hera and Apollo had a vague understanding. Hera chose to turn a blind eye to Zeus's machinations on behalf of Apollo, for the Titans, who disregarded her as the queen of the gods, were far more detestable to her. Moreover, a more stable Olympian pantheon would only benefit her position as queen. Meanwhile, in the land of Narcissus, a luminous orb suddenly floated towards him. Before he could react, the orb merged into his being. Dawn. To his surprise, Zeus was indeed true to his word. It seemed he was quite pleased with his performance. Seeing the divine essence now dwelling within him, Narcissus felt a swell of joy, even though this divine role did not quite align with his nature. However, due to the mismatch between this divine role and his innate talents, his divine power did not significantly increase. Narcissus witnessed, with his own eyes, the tragic fall of Phaeton from the chariot of the sun, as well as the moment when the sun god Helios was stripped of his divine duties. Even when the sun and moon shone together in the heavens, Narcissus observed it all with clarity. He felt a genuine joy from the depths of his heart at Apollo's ascension to the role of sun god. However, he harbored a sense of regret for Phaeton's fate. Having spent some time in his company, thus, he resolved to alter his course. After departing from the temple of the sun god, where he initially intended to witness the Pythian games presided over by Apollo, he instead chose to visit Phaeton's home. He recalled Phaeton mentioning that his mother and sister resided there, and he was curious about their well-being. Having made his decision, Narcissus found the path that led to the temple of the sun god, and then turned back, heading towards Phaeton's abode. Though Phaeton's home was quite distant from the temple, and despite traveling alone at a much swifter pace than when he had journeyed with Phaeton, it took him 3 to 4 months to finally reach his destination. It could only be said that, in the realm of divinity, time held little value. Narcissus stood before the door of Phaeton, gently knocking while calling out, "Is anyone home?" Upon touching the door, he felt a thick layer of dust, suggesting that the house had long been uninhabited. Just as he was preparing to force the door open, he suddenly heard a voice calling from behind. Turning around, he was taken aback to find the demigod with whom Phaeton had quarreled months ago. "It is you." The recognition was immediate, for Narcissus possessed an unforgettable visage. The visitor relaxed their guard and inquired, "Traveler, what brings you here?" "Ah, I am a friend of Phaeton. Thus I came to check on him," Narcissus replied. "You have heard about Phaeton's plight. It is said that the land there has been scorched. We are fortunate here. not situated on the main path of the sun chariot. Thus we have not suffered significant damage, the demigod said with a sigh. I feel a degree of responsibility for this incident. Had I known it would unfold this way, I should not have doubted Phaeton. Narcissus could perceive the profound guilt emanating from the other, yet when he opened his mouth, he found himself at a loss for words to offer solace. After all, he too bore a measure of responsibility for the fate of Phaeton, so he resorted to changing the subject. I heard from Phaeton that he has a mother and a sister. Do you know where they might be? He inquired, noting that the house appeared long abandoned. Turning his attention to the young man, he continued, As for them, I heard from a nymph in the mountains that they have gone to the Eridanos river, for it is said that Phaeton was laid to rest in its waters. The youth contemplated for a moment before responding to Narcissus's question. Chapter 51. The poplar tree guided by the whispers of nymphs and demigods in the woodlands, Narcissus finally arrived at the Eridanos river, where Phaeton was interred. There, the river revealed its vast expanse, resembling a galaxy mirrored upon the earth. It flowed through this enigmatic realm, its waters wide and serene, seemingly imbued with boundless strength and wisdom. The river's surface, akin to a pristine mirror, reflected the majestic scenery surrounding it. At that moment, the sky was a deep azure, with clouds drifting lightly like feathers, evoking a sense of otherworldly enchantment. Sunlight danced upon the water, creating a dazzling mosaic of light. Along the banks, an array of extraordinary flora flourished, their blossoms bursting forth in vibrant hues, releasing captivating fragrances into the air. Birds sang sweetly from the branches, flitting between the trees, infusing the atmosphere with a lively exuberance. Narcissus observed intently and discovered a modest altar by the riverbank, adorned with fresh blossoms. The water flowed gently in the caress of a soft breeze, producing a melodious sound, as if recounting a sorrowful tale. Approaching the altar of Phaeton, he suddenly noticed two women lying amidst the grass nearby, one slightly older and the other considerably younger, who appeared to be a mother and her daughter. Narcissus hurried over to inspect the situation, for it appeared that these two individuals were indeed the kin of Phaeton. However, the results of the examination were far from optimistic. They had both succumbed to sorrow and passed away. Narcissus discovered several translucent stones beside them. Upon picking them up for a closer examination, he was astonished to find that these stones were, in fact, amber. It appeared that this amber might have been formed from the ceaseless tears of Phaeton's mother and sister. Narcissus lifted a handful of amber and placed it upon the altar of Phaeton. He gazed upon the lifeless forms of Phaeton's mother and sister, letting out a deep sigh. Alas, if this is to be so, may you forever remain by the side of the altar dedicated to Phaeton. Narcissus extended his hand, bestowing his divine power upon the lifeless forms of Phaeton's mother and sister. A brilliant emerald light illuminated the entire scene, and suddenly, the bodies of Phaeton's mother and sister began to transform. Their skin turned as pale as snow, and their forms gradually merged with the earth. A gentle breeze swept through, and tender green shoots began to sprout from their feet. In the blink of an eye, they were transformed into two tall and stately poplar trees, their trunks as white as jade, their leaves dancing gracefully. They symbolized maternal love and the care of a sister, eternally thriving by the banks of the Eridanos river, whispering to the world the profound feelings that Phaeton, his mother, and sister held for one another. After a moment of contemplation, Narcissus gazed at the altar of Phaeton, lost in thought, before placing a flower, born of divine power, upon it. Having completed this act, he turned and departed. In a vast plain of Mount Olympus stood a grand arena. With earthly matters resolved, the gods began to return. At the heart of the arena lay an expansive field, its surface finely layered with yellow earth, resembling a colossal stage for athletic pursuits. Surrounding it were towering stands, filled to capacity with demigods and nymphs. The gods and goddesses occupied specially designated thrones, their eyes fixed intently upon the field. Dressed in a resplendent white robe and adorned with a radiant sun crown, Apollo stood at the center of the field. He brandished his staff, emanating a reverent aura of divine sunlight. Apollo's voice resonated throughout the arena. Esteemed king of the gods, Zeus, Queen Hera, esteemed gods, demigods, and nymphs, welcome to the Pythian Games presided over by me, Apollo, the sun god. We are all aware of the recent unforeseen incident that halted our competition. However, that disruption has now been resolved. Thus, I hereby announce the continuation of our Pythian Games. Today, we shall once again witness the prowess of numerous warriors, artists, and poets, as well as their extraordinary talents across various disciplines. The audience responded with thunderous applause and cheers, transforming the atmosphere of the arena into one of fervor and excitement. Given the competition's restrictions on divine powers, a series of splendid contests between gods and demigods commenced. Agile deities and demigods leapt into action, sprinting across the field, their movements leaving trails of afterimages in the air. Those skilled in wrestling showcased their remarkable techniques and strength, grappling with one another in attempts to best their opponents. In another corner, musicians wielded their instruments, conjuring enchanting melodies that resonated with the hearts of the spectators. The soaring voices of singers echoed throughout the arena, enchanting all with the allure of music. Simultaneously, dramatic performances unfolded on stage, with Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, leading a group of gods and demigods in a masterful enactment that transported the audience into the realm of ancient myths, evoking admiration and resonance. In one corner of the arena, poets displayed their talents, reciting exquisite verses that captivated many, drawing them into a state of rapture. Apollo watched the splendid performances with a smile, applauding enthusiastically alongside the other gods for each remarkable display. Chapter 52. The conclusion of the Pythian Games. Upon arriving at Mount Olympus, Narcissus discovered that Apollo's Pythian Games had already concluded. He observed clusters of gods and demigods departing the mountain, returning to their realms or resuming their lives upon the earth. Thus, he pondered, had I arrived too late? Narcissus felt a sense of helplessness. He had initially assumed that the Pythian Games would not conclude so swiftly. However, he was taken aback by the brevity of its duration. Just a short while ago, he had witnessed firsthand the resolution of the matter concerning Pheidion by Zeus and the others, leading him to believe that the games would not commence so soon. Had Narcissus been aware that the Pythian Games had, in fact, already begun, such thoughts would not have crossed his mind. At that moment, Cronus descended from the heavens and inquired, Narcissus, why have I not seen you at the Pythian Games? Narcissus gently patted Corona's head and said, I apologize for my tardiness, Cronus. Ah, Narcissus, what a pity you missed the splendid match. Coronas lamented for Narcissus' absence. Suddenly, Coronas exclaimed with excitement, Narcissus, I have delightful news to share. My master Apollo has ascended to the rank of the sun god. Narcissus chuckled and said, ha, I extend my congratulations to you all. He refrained from exposing a truth that the majority had already come to know. After all, the harmony of sun and moon had graced the earth, and all living beings were aware of the sun god Apollo and the moon goddess Artemis. Cronus proudly proclaimed, indeed, I have now become the favored pet of the sun god Apollo, and other deities come to curry my favor. Narcissus was amused by Cronus, gently caressing his chin. At that moment, Apollo, adorned in a resplendent white robe and crowned with a radiant solar diadem, approached gracefully from afar. Narcissus, upon observing Apollo's approach, promptly greeted him, saying, Greetings, Apollo. Congratulations on becoming the sun god. Additionally, I apologize for missing the games you presided over. Apollo, smiling, extended his arms to embrace Narcissus and replied, ha, my dear friend, there is no need for apologies. Come, Narcissus, accompany me to my temple for a visit. Narcissus cheerfully exclaimed, wonderful. I have yet to behold your sun temple. Apollo responded with a smile. Ah, you may find yourself disappointed, for my sun temple remains unfinished. The sun temple of Helios is dreadfully mundane, lacking in artistry. I intend to dismantle it and construct anew. At that moment, Narcissus recalled Helios's sun temple, adorned with jewels, and chuckled, oh, it seems fortune has not favored me this time. I shall miss the opportunity to witness your sun temple. Apollo, still smiling, replied, ah, not necessarily. If you linger here a while longer, you shall behold it. Within Apollo's temple on Mount Olympus, Narcissus and Apollo sat together around an exquisite stone table. Narcissus gazed at the fruits elegantly arranged on the table and picked up a blueberry, remarking, these fruits appear to be well cared for. Apollo, with a smile, took a piece of fruit and nodded in approval, responding, indeed, Cronus treasures these fruits immensely, not allowing anyone else to approach them. What is it, Apollo? Narcissus inquired, noticing Apollo's gaze fixed upon him with curiosity. Oh, nothing. I simply sensed a familiar aura emanating from you, my dear friend, Apollo replied. A familiar aura? Narcissus pondered, inspecting himself with intrigue. Yes, it does feel rather familiar. Have you recently acquired any divine office? Apollo observed Narcissus. recognizing the essence of divinity within him that resonated with his own familiarity. Divine office? Upon hearing Apollo's inquiry, Narcissus contemplated the divine roles he had recently attained, concluding that the office of dawn was the most plausible. After all, dawn represents the bridge connecting night to day, facilitating a seamless transition from darkness to light. It may indeed be related to the office of dawn, Narcissus asserted. Dawn? I never anticipated that the office of dawn would reside with you, my friend. Apollo recalled how Zeus, on that fateful day, not only stripped Helios and Selene of their solar and lunar divinities, but also deprived Eos of her office of dawn. He had initially believed Zeus acted out of retribution for Eos' perceived disrespect. What are you contemplating, Apollo? Narcissus observed Apollo's demeanor shift upon hearing about the office of dawn. Oh, it is nothing, my dear friend. I am merely intrigued as to how the office of dawn came to be associated with you, Apollo expressed with curiosity. I can't shake the feeling that you are entertaining thoughts that are rather inappropriate. Allow me to clarify. I have no connection with Zeus. Narcissus felt compelled to reassure Apollo, suspecting his thoughts had strayed. However, the office of dawn was indeed intertwined with Zeus. Consequently, Narcissus recounted the tale of Phaeton, including the tasks Zeus had assigned him. Thank you ever so much, my friend. Upon concluding his narrative, Apollo rose, excitedly embracing Narcissus. Release me, Apollo. Narcissus felt unworthy of such enthusiastic gratitude. He had been unaware of Zeus' schemes. Although had he known in advance, he mused that he might have acted more decisively. Narcissus considered himself a benevolent individual. As long as his boundaries were not crossed, he would extend his assistance wherever possible. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of his own indifference. Although he felt a twinge of sympathy for Phaeton's tragic fate, he recognized that Phaeton lacked the gravitas to compare with Apollo, who was a member of the 12 Olympian deities. The advantages of Apollo's divinity far outweighed those of Phaeton, as his association with Apollo could shield him from numerous troubles, leading Narcissus to perceive himself as rather hypocritical. However, in a world devoid of any influential allies, he did not believe he had committed any wrongdoing. Despite his current allure, seeking the favor of a powerful deity was hardly a daunting task, yet becoming a vassal to another was a grave affront to his principles, and such a notion was utterly unacceptable to him. Chapter 53. The Stolen Fruit. Oh no, oh no. Coronus exclaimed hurriedly as he flew in through the window, circling above Narcissus and Apollo while shrieking in distress. Coronus, be quiet. You're giving me a headache, Apollo commanded, using his divine power to subdue the frantic creature. What is the matter, Coronus? Narcissus inquired, intrigued by Coronus' anxious demeanor. Thief. There's a thief. Prince Apollo, we have a thief among us. Coronus cried out. A thief? Narcissus turned his gaze toward Apollo, confusion etched on his face. He could scarcely fathom the existence of a thief on Mount Olympus. Coronus, what nonsense are you spouting? How could there possibly be a thief on Olympus? Apollo expressed his skepticism regarding Coronus's claims. There truly is a thief, Prince Apollo. You must believe me, Narcissus, Coronus implored, attempting to convince Narcissus of his plight. Very well, Coronus, I believe you. Narcissus nodded, then curiously asked, what exactly has been stolen? My fruit. My fruit has been stolen. Woe is me. Coronus lamented, bursting into tears. That thief took away so much of my fruit. Are you certain you haven't simply eaten it yourself? Apollo interjected. Impossible. I keep a close count. There is definitely a thief who has taken my fruit. Coronus retorted immediately, indignant at the suggestion. If he had consumed it, how could he forget? Coronus, it is also plausible that other animals might have consumed it, Apollo suggested. Unlikely. Coronus fixed Apollo with a determined gaze before soaring out the window, resolved to capture the thief and prove to Prince Apollo that he was not lying. Is he going to be all right? Narcissus asked, watching Coronus depart in haste before turning to Apollo for reassurance. Do not worry about him. He is safe on Mount Olympus. Apollo reassured Narcissus with a shake of his head. Coronus did not appear to be fabricating his tale. It seemed his fruit may indeed have been stolen. Narcissus remarked, it is quite natural. On Mount Olympus, there are numerous creatures, and it is only to be expected that they would pilfer the fruits. Apollo casually picked a fruit and, with an air of indifference, stated. Narcissus, upon catching sight of Apollo, felt no concern, and being somewhat unfamiliar with Olympus, chose not to elaborate further. Curse that thief. Coronus will surely apprehend you and prove to His Highness Apollo that I speak no falsehood, he mused. Coronus soared gracefully through the sky, keenly observing the persimmon grove below. After circling the orchard, Caronis began to patrol the strawberry and blueberry fields, traversing back and forth without encountering any suspicious individuals. I am utterly fatigued. Caronis alighted on a branch to rest momentarily. At that moment, the sound of rustling grass in the nearby woods caught his attention, prompting him to look in that direction with heightened vigilance. How dreadfully mundane. A child of 7 or 8, with chestnut hair and a blade of grass clutched between his lips, emerged from the thicket. Noticing the child, Caronis relaxed his guard. "Child, have you seen anyone suspicious in the vicinity?" he inquired from his perch. "What?" The child glanced around, eventually realizing that the voice belonged to the crow perched above. "Have you seen anyone suspicious?" Caronis repeated, assuming the child had not heard him clearly. "Suspicious? I haven't seen anyone." The child blinked, gazing up at Caronis. "Oh, wise crow, you can speak. Are you a divine messenger?" "Indeed, I am Caronis, the esteemed messenger of the great sun god Apollo," Caronis proclaimed with delight. "Pray tell, how is it that you find yourself here?" Caronis asked, his brow furrowing in curiosity. The child hesitated, then tears began to well in his eyes. "Wah, my cow has gone missing. I am lost, and now I am so hungry, wah." With a sorrowful demeanor, the child lowered his head, wiping away tears with his hand. "Oh, how unfortunate. Child, wait here for me." With that, Caronis spread his wings and soared into the sky. The child, upon seeing Caronis depart, lifted his head, revealing that he now bore no trace of sorrow. After a while, Caronis circled in the air before returning, clutching 2 ripe persimmons in his claws. "Child, I have gathered 2 persimmons. They should alleviate your hunger." Caronis placed the fruits on the grass before the child. The child, who had been resting against the tree while still holding the blade of grass, ambled over slowly and began to pick up the persimmons. After wiping them clean, he took a bite, savoring the flavor with satisfaction. "Thank you, wise crow," he said, munching while casting grateful glances at Caronis. Caronis fluttered to a nearby branch, joyfully declaring, "No need for thanks, dear child. As Apollo's messenger, it is my duty to assist those in need. Wise crow, could you help me find my cow?" The child blinked and looked up, his eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. "Of course, dear child. Please tell me where you last saw your cow, and I shall do my utmost to help you retrieve it." Caronis agreed. The child pointed towards the distant hillside, where the cattle were grazing unseen. "Very well. I shall search for them," he declared, unfurling his wings in preparation for departure. Chapter 54. The Stolen Cattle Following the Child's Direction. Caronis soared to the slope and indeed discovered a herd of cattle. With so many, how was he to discern which one belonged to the child? A perplexing dilemma arose. "Never mind, I shall bring the child here to identify his own cattle," he thought, and thus he flew back to the spot where he had encountered the child. Upon arriving, Caronis found the child peacefully napping beneath a tree, entirely unfazed by the loss of his cattle, which struck Caronis as curious. Child, awake," he called out as he hovered above the sleeping figure. Opening his eyes, the child recognized Caronis and blinked in confusion. "Oh, it is you, Mr. Crow. What brings you here?" "I have located the cattle on the hillside, but there are many, and I cannot tell which is yours." "Perhaps you should come and see for yourself," Caronis suggested. The child paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding, "Thank you, Mr. Crow." His face brightened with joy as he expressed his gratitude. "Do not mention it. Allow me to guide you," Caronis replied cheerfully, leading the way. As they ascended the slope, a robust herd of cattle came into view. "Look, they are all here. Hurry and find which one is yours," Caronis urged the child, watching the herd intently. "Thank you, Mr. Crow," the child said, gazing at Caronis with innocent eyes. "Do you not have other matters to attend to? You are free to go about your business." "Oh, I nearly forgot to pursue the thief," Caronis exclaimed, bidding farewell to the child before flapping his wings and departing. As the crow flew away, the child turned his gaze back to the leisurely grazing cattle. So many cows. A thought began to form in his mind, prompting him to act upon it. "Oh, come along, follow me," he called, approaching and spreading his arms to drive the herd. Yet, after only a few steps, he noticed the tracks they left behind. "This won't do." He halted, pondering, "With so many footprints, I shall surely be discovered. I must devise a plan." Surveying his surroundings, his eyes finally landed on the grass nearby. "How clever I am," he exclaimed, tying the grass around the hooves of the cattle to minimize the imprints left as they walked. He also fashioned a rope from the grass to bind the mouths of the cows, preventing any sound during the drive. Lastly, he created a broom from the grass to sweep away any unintended tracks left behind. Quickly now, let us move. A child brandished a broom, herding a group of cattle. Under the child's guidance, the cattle obediently followed her commands. After a while, in order to mislead any pursuers trailing behind, the child altered the direction of the herd, leading them to walk backward until they reached a cave. Observing the gathered cattle within the cave, the child felt a surge of joy at her accomplishment. Realizing it was time to return home, she retrieved a bag from the corner of the cave, discovering it was filled with fruit. After discreetly concealing the cave's entrance, the child joyfully departed with the bag in hand. "Mother, I have found something wonderful today." The child, unaware of how long she had walked, approached a cave and called out before even entering, "Mother, look." Spotting her mother seated on a stone within the cave, the child eagerly presented the fruits she had gathered. "What is this?" inquired Hermes' mother, picking up a persimmon. The child's name was Hermes, and upon seeing the fruit in her mother's hand, she responded, "That is a persimmon." Hermes then enthusiastically recommended blueberries and strawberries to her mother. "Hermes, where did you acquire this fruit?" The goddess Maya, known for her tempestuous nature, had once attended a feast on Olympus where she tasted fruits imbued with the divine power of Demeter. Those fruits bore no resemblance to the ones Hermes had brought home. She relished the delightful sweet and sour flavor of the berries. Seeing her mother pick up a blueberry, Hermes exclaimed, "I gathered these from the forest." Meanwhile, Caronus, who had been waiting for the thief who stole his fruits, decided to investigate the child he encountered earlier to see if she had found his cattle. Upon arriving at the location where he had seen the herd, Caronus was taken aback. Not only was the child absent, but the cattle on the hillside had also vanished. "This is dire. This is dire. My lord Apollo." Caronus hurriedly flew through the window of the temple, calling out to Apollo. "Caronus, be quiet." Apollo shouted, covering his ears. "What is the matter? Do not tell me someone has stolen your fruits again." As Caronus ceased his frantic cries, Apollo inquired further. "My lord Apollo, your herd has been stolen." Caronus exclaimed. "What?" Apollo, upon hearing that his cattle, which he had allowed to roam freely on the hillside, had been taken, was initially astonished and then, in a fit of anger, struck the table with his hand and rose to his feet. "I shall uncover which thief possesses the audacity to steal from the sun god Apollo." Chapter 55. Hermes Narcissus followed Apollo to the pasture, only to discover that, apart from the lush greenery, there were no traces of cattle to be seen. Narcissus knelt down to closely examine the partially devoured grass, confirming that cattle had once roamed this area. Damn it! Damn it! Apollo seethed, his teeth clenched in anger as he surveyed the hillside, void of any cows. "The herd must have been driven away from that direction," Narcissus asserted, pointing. "How do you know?" Caronus inquired with curiosity. The individual was astute, adept at concealing the cattle's tracks. However, he neglected to consider that the presence of the herd would inevitably trample the grass. Narcissus lowered himself, channeling his divine power, and brushed his fingers against the grass, which revealed to him that indeed a herd had passed through. Yet, as Narcissus rose, he turned to Apollo and asked, "From what Caronus has said, I surmise that child is no ordinary being. Apollo, do you not have any recollection? A child? Let me think." Apollo pondered for a moment, then erupted in anger. "The more I reflect on it, the more I am convinced it must be that wretched little imp. But how could he have come to my domain? Curse it all." A figure began to materialize in Apollo's mind. Initially, he believed that the mother and child, in their attempt to evade Hera, would not wander about recklessly. Thus, he had not considered the direction of that boy at first. But now he was increasingly certain it was indeed Hermes behind this mischief. "Narcissus, follow me. I know where that little imp resides." Apollo led Narcissus toward the cave where Hermes currently dwelt. "Hermes, Hermes, come out." Upon arriving at the mouth of the cave, Apollo began to shout, advancing into the darkness. Curious, Narcissus followed Apollo into the cave, taking in his surroundings as he listened to Apollo mention that the child was the offspring of Zeus. Narcissus could hardly fathom that Zeus's lover and child resided in such a humble and dim cavern. Who could it be? The wind goddess Maya, nestled within the cave, set up an alarm upon hearing a sound. Could it be Hera who had come? Venturing to the innermost part of the cave, Narcissus beheld a goddess with flowing blue hair, anxiously seated. Beside her lay a slumbering child with chestnut hair, whom it seemed was indeed the Hermes spoken of by Apollo. Narcissus scrutinized the goddess before him, perceiving that her demeanor did not suggest she had been coerced or deceived by Zeus. So why, he pondered, did she accompany him? Was it merely to reside in such a crude cave? You must be Apollo. The goddess intently gazed at him. Hermes, Apollo exclaimed, rousing the slumbering Hermes with an irate tone. You little rascal dare to pilfer my cattle. What cattle? Hermes feigned innocence as he regarded Apollo with wide eyes. Do not feign ignorance. Return my cattle at once. Apollo, wholly unconvinced by Hermes' act, rebuked him with fury. I truly did not steal. Hermes rubbed his eyes, then noticed Narcissus and was immediately captivated. He sprang up, clasping Narcissus' leg in desperation, weeping. I swear I did not steal. Look, there are none in this cave. This handsome young man, you must vouch for me. Narcissus felt a twinge of embarrassment, taken aback by Hermes' sudden embrace of his leg. It is you, you wretched little imp. Who has concealed my cattle? Apollo seized Hermes by the collar of his garment, yanking him away from Narcissus and lifting him off the ground. No, it is impossible. I am but a child. How could I possibly steal so many cattle? Please, release me. Hermes struggled to break free from Apollo's grasp. Narcissus could discern the blatant deceit in Hermes' shifty gaze. Aha! I possess evidence. Let us see how you, impudent little rascal, will wriggle your way out of this, Apollo declared. Observing Hermes as he continued to squirm and deny his wrongdoing, he summoned his raven, Caronus. This raven has witnessed everything, Apollo pointed out. Indeed, Caronus. You saw it. This scoundrel has stolen the cattle of the great sun god, Apollo. Caronus glared at the child in Apollo's grasp and raged, exclaiming that it was the boy who had deceived the benevolent Caronus. Since the raven has seen it all, he should know where the cattle are. Why not inquire of him instead of seeking me? Hermes retorted defensively while still struggling. You insolent brat. Apollo, incensed, raised his other hand, preparing to strike him. At that moment, a brilliant light illuminated the cave, revealing a figure emerging slowly. Apollo, what are you doing? The figure inquired. Zeus. Hermes exclaimed, breaking free from Apollo's hold and rushing towards the presence. Oh, my dear little Hermes. Zeus joyfully extended his arms to embrace the rushing Hermes. Wah! Zeus, wah! Apollo is bullying me, wah! Hermes sobbed loudly, confiding in Zeus about Apollo's mistreatment. With Zeus' arrival, Hermes wept more pitifully, and Narcissus thought that had he not been privy to the circumstances, he too might have been deceived by Hermes. Chapter 56. The Recovery of the Stolen Cattle Ahem. Apollo, what mischief has Hermes been up to now? Clearly, Zeus was not fooled by Hermes and understood the nature of the mischievous child. Zeus, I implore you to severely punish this wretched thief. He has stolen over 50 of my cattle and dares to be here in defiance, Apollo accused, pointing at Hermes. Oh! Zeus turned his gaze towards Hermes. My dear Hermes, you did not commit this deed, did you? I did not steal. Hermes stubbornly denied any wrongdoing regarding Apollo's cattle. You see, Apollo, Hermes claims it was not he who stole the cattle, and besides, such an adorable child could not possibly engage in theft, Zeus remarked to Apollo. Zeus. Apollo, noticing Zeus' inclination to favor Hermes, expressed his displeasure. All right, I shall have a word with him, Zeus said, leading Hermes aside. Apollo, is this how Zeus typically behaves? Narcissus quietly inquired of Apollo, for it was his first encounter with such a charismatic deity. Not far away, Zeus caught wind of Narcissus' murmurs about him, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Do not be deceived by him, Apollo cautioned, though he said little more, his words laced with warning. Indeed, Narcissus nodded, having encountered the cunning tiger before. Very well, Apollo, Hermes has agreed to return your cattle, hasn't he, Hermes? Zeus approached Hermes and addressed Apollo. Indeed, Zeus. Hermes confirmed with a nod. Your cattle reside in a cave to the west. Hermes, is there something you have yet to express? Zeus inquired. I apologize, dear brother Apollo, for stealing your cattle. Hermes bowed respectfully to Apollo. I shall let you off this time. With Zeus present, Apollo deemed it unwise to be overly harsh. Beautiful young Hermes, do you find my hat and shoes appealing? Upon receiving Apollo's forgiveness, Hermes gleefully approached Narcissus, showcasing the hat and shoes he had recently acquired from Zeus. They are quite splendid, Narcissus observed, noting the winged hat and shoes that appeared to be artifacts associated with flight. Is that not Narcissus? I did not expect to encounter you here. You have grown increasingly handsome, Zeus remarked, directing his gaze towards Narcissus. I have met the king of the gods, Zeus. Narcissus responded hastily, bowing before him. No need for formality, Narcissus. Zeus waved his hand dismissively. Since the cattle are to be returned, I shall take my leave, Zeus. Apollo bowed to Zeus and invited Narcissus to depart with him. As Apollo exited, Narcissus also bid farewell to Zeus. "What a delightful child," Zeus remarked, watching Narcissus's retreating figure. "Zeus, who are you referring to? Is it me?" Hermes interjected from the side. "Haha, indeed, my dear Hermes," Zeus chuckled, affectionately ruffling Hermes's hair. "Then I shall go out to play," Hermes declared to Zeus. "Off you go, my child. I happen to need to converse with your mother." Zeus waved Hermes off, allowing him to depart. Upon leaving the cave, Hermes donned the flying shoes gifted by Zeus and soared freely through the air, sometimes ascending high, at times skimming low, swiftly and slowly, much like a little bird. Suddenly, he spotted a turtle basking in the sun on the shore of a small river. The largest turtle he had ever seen. Curiously, Hermes dove down. Upon hearing the commotion, the turtle hastily attempted to flee. Yet, the turtle could not outrun Hermes, who was clad in flying shoes. Hermes swiftly captured the turtle, and as it opened its mouth in a futile attempt to bite, Hermes showed no mercy. He flipped the turtle over, seized a large stone from nearby, and struck the turtle's head, swiftly ending its life. Contemplating how to make the most of the turtle's shell, Hermes ultimately decided to fashion it into a lyre. To speak candidly, Hermes is undeniably skilled, and swiftly, he affixed strings and reeds to the tortoise shell, thus crafting a splendid instrument. The timbre of this lyre is exquisite, and it is remarkably easy to play. Elated, Hermes began to strum the lyre, accompanying himself in song. His voice was light and melodious, harmonizing beautifully with his deft musicianship, as if the entire valley were entranced by his performance. After departing from the cave where Hermes resided, Narcissus followed Apollo to the cave where Hermes had mentioned the hidden cattle. Indeed, within the cave, they discovered a substantial herd of cattle. "Apollo, I am curious as to why you tend to cattle?" Narcissus inquired, observing Apollo directing the herd's return, filled with intrigue. In his eyes, Apollo ought to be a deity of lofty stature. "Ah, Narcissus, you lack a temple, thus your understanding is limited." Apollo chuckled, gesturing towards the herd. "These are not ordinary cattle. Once reared, they shall be allocated to those who oversee the temples across the lands and offer sacrifices to me. Upon consuming the beef, their bodies will grow stronger, enabling them to better heed my oracles and embrace my divinity." "I see," Narcissus nodded, grasping Apollo's explanation, recognizing that these cattle were indeed a divine gift. Chapter 57. Hera's weakness. One day, Apollo was absent from the temple, leaving Narcissus alone within its confines. As for Coronis, she had recently constructed her nest among the persimmon groves to deter thieves from pilfering fruit. "Brother Apollo." Hermes descended from the heavens, adorned in winged sandals, landing in the plaza of Apollo's temple before bouncing joyfully inside. Upon entering, he found only Narcissus present, clearly indicating that Apollo was not there. Hermes then inquired of Narcissus, "Dear young man, do you know where Brother Apollo might be?" The way Hermes addressed Apollo sent shivers down Narcissus's spine. "Apollo? Hermes, what business do you have with him?" Narcissus curiously asked, recalling that the relationship between the two was not particularly amiable. "Of course, it is because I have matters to discuss. That is why I am seeking Brother Apollo," Hermes replied, winking at Narcissus. Narcissus observed the expression of Hermes and discerned that the young lad was unwilling to divulge the reason. "Apollo? I am not certain of his whereabouts," Narcissus replied with a smile. The charming young Hermes gazed at Narcissus with an innocent expression. "Wait, Hermes, if you refrain from calling me that, I shall reveal Apollo's location to you." "What do you say?" Narcissus had grown weary of Hermes's manner of addressing him. Despite appearing quite youthful, it felt rather peculiar. "Of course, no problem, dear Narcissus," Hermes responded cheerfully. "You swear it?" Narcissus asserted firmly. "I swear," Hermes solemnly declared to Narcissus. "Very well. I shall inform you that Apollo is today on the hillside where you last pilfered his herd," Narcissus said. "Thank you, Narcissus." Hermes bid farewell as he prepared to seek out Apollo. Observing the energetic Hermes, Narcissus found it somewhat strange. Was he not planning to engage in some mischief again? In truth, just days prior, Narcissus had intended to bid farewell to Apollo, but suddenly a dilemma had arisen, one concerning the deity of dawn. Narcissus never anticipated that this divine duty of dawn would require him to clock in for work, invoking the dawn each day before the sun's ascent. Failing to fulfill this obligation could easily lead to repercussions. Now, Narcissus faced two paths: to sever his ties with the divine responsibility of dawn, or to fully embrace this role, thus allowing him to clock in on Earth as well. The temple of Apollo was a sanctuary, and being near the sun made it convenient to fulfill his duties. Hence, for his own safety, he decided to linger there for a while. The enchanting music. Lying on the grass, Apollo suddenly heard a series of melodious notes drifting through the air. Intrigued by the source of this exquisite melody, he followed the sound to a grand tree, where he beheld Hermes playing the lyre. "Hermes?" Apollo exclaimed in surprise. "Your lyre produces such delightful music." Observing Hermes with his eyes closed, lost in the melody, Apollo seated himself nearby, captivated by the performance. "Indeed, this lyre was crafted by my own hands," Hermes replied, opening his eyes with pride. "Is that so? May I see it?" Apollo inquired. "Of course, no problem at all." Hermes handed the lyre to Apollo. As Apollo received the instrument, he gently strummed a few notes, unable to suppress his admiration. What a crystalline tone. "Hermes, would you be willing to part with this instrument?" Apollo expressed his profound fondness for the lyre, being the god of music. "You wish to have it? This was made from the shell of my dear friend, Grandpa Tortoise. Before he passed, he hoped I would use his shell to create something special, so he could always be with me," Hermes said, lowering his gaze to wipe away tears. "I apologize, I did not realize it held such sentimental value," Apollo said, observing the sorrow in Hermes' expression. "It's all right, brother Apollo. If you cherish it, then it shall be yours. Grandpa Tortoise would be pleased to be near someone who loves music," Hermes replied, drying his tears and looking earnestly at Apollo. "Hermes," Apollo said, feeling a surge of emotion as he gazed at Hermes. "In that case, allow me to bestow upon you a gift as well." Utilizing his divine power, a staff entwined by two serpents materialized in his hands. "This artifact should suit you perfectly." "Hermes." "Thank you, brother Apollo." Hermes exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the artifact, then embraced Apollo. Turning away, he couldn't help but make a silly face. "Brother Apollo, there's one question I shouldn't really ask, but I must." Hermes pretended to hesitate. "What is it? Speak freely. If I know, I shall tell you," Apollo encouraged. "That is, what is Hera's weakness?" Hermes inquired. "Hera? Her weakness lies in her profound love for newborns. Upon encountering an infant, she becomes immobilized, compelled to care for them." At this moment, Apollo, who held a high regard for Hermes, spoke without a second thought. "Thank you, dear Apollo, but I must take my leave now. Please take good care of my turtle grandfather." After learning what he wished to know, Hermes bid farewell to Apollo. "Do not worry, Hermes. I will look after your turtle grandfather with utmost care," Apollo assured him. Chapter 58. The mischief of Hermes after acquiring knowledge of Hera's vulnerabilities from Apollo. Hermes pondered how to execute his plan. He intended to teach the goddess who had tormented his mother a profound lesson, allowing her to experience the bitter taste of mockery. Given Hera's keen interest in newborns, wishing to nurture them, Hermes conceived a cunning idea. He mused, "What expression would our noble queen, Hera?" Whereupon, discovering that she had been nurturing the child of a rival, with a plan in place, Hermes resolved to set it into motion. Over the following days, he stealthily observed Hera's movements. Once he confirmed her daily route, one day, he concealed himself along a pathway frequently traversed by Hera, awaiting her arrival. As the moment of execution approached, Hermes raised the serpent staff gifted by Apollo, focused intently, and closed his eyes. Gradually, his form diminished, transforming into an adorable infant with soft skin and innocent, twinkling eyes, his tiny hands and feet waving playfully. Before long, Hera appeared, strolling along the path. In his guise as a baby, Hermes feigned a cry, emitting a sound both innocent and charming. The sound indeed captured Hera's attention. She halted, straining to discern its source, and soon discovered the infant nestled among the grass. "Oh, my poor little darling, how did you end up here?" Upon seeing the baby, Hera quickly and carefully scooped him up, soothing him gently. As she gazed down at the cherubic infant in her arms, feelings of maternal love surged within her. Hermes, feigning the innocence of an infant, waved his tiny hands and continued to wail. Suspecting the infant might be hungry, Hera tenderly cradled him and seated herself beneath a tree, gently cooing to him. Oh, our little darling, let us cease our cries." Observing the baby quieting soon after, Hera couldn't help but smile. Alas, after finishing his milk, Hermes realized he might be in trouble. He had not anticipated the potent divine power contained within Hera's milk, which was beginning to spread throughout his being, making it increasingly difficult for him to maintain his transformation. "Hera, what brings you here?" Suddenly, a man's voice echoed. prompting both Hera and the infant Hermes to direct their attention toward the source of the sound. It was Zeus. Hera, upon seeing the arrival of Zeus, hastily rose from beneath the tree, feeling somewhat disheveled and quickly adjusting her attire. Zeus! Hermes exclaimed with excitement, waving his hands vigorously. Zeus cast a glance at the infant cradled in Hera's arms, recognizing the familiar chestnut hair and twinkling eyes, and instantly comprehended the situation. What is this fellow up to? Zeus's eyelid twitched slightly. Receiving Hermes' silent plea for aid, Zeus gently tousled his hair and approached Hera, tenderly taking her hand in his. Zeus, what do you intend to do? Hera blushed at his unexpected gesture. Hera, I must say, you look particularly enchanting today, Zeus expressed, holding her hand and showering her with compliments. Oh, really? Hera replied bashfully, her cheeks flushing deeper at Zeus's praise. Zeus enveloped her in his embrace, urging her to meet his gaze, and then began to lavish her with a torrent of affectionate words, as if they flowed effortlessly from his lips. Enchanted by his declarations, Hera melted into his chest. Hera, let us find a place. Zeus's words dripped with innuendo. Hera responded shyly, leaning against him. As she followed Zeus, a nagging feeling of forgetfulness lingered in her mind. A shooting star streaked across the sky, then descended to earth, transforming into an infant. Oh dear, how cruel of Zeus! Hermes lamented, rubbing his backside as he reverted from infant to child. It turned out that Zeus, seizing the moment while Hera was distracted, had taken the infant Hermes from her arms and, wielding his divine power, cast him away. Hermes! Zeus's voice echoed in the young one's ears. Zeus, how did you arrive so swiftly? Hermes exclaimed in surprise at Zeus's sudden appearance. But Zeus, weren't you with Hera? He approached Zeus with curiosity. Oh, Hera has some matters to attend to. I shall visit her later this evening, Zeus replied nonchalantly, then seized Hermes firmly. Now you must tell me what you were just doing. Are you not afraid of incurring Hera's wrath? Hermes clung to Zeus's leg, weeping over the perceived persecution from Hera towards him and his mother, which prompted his mischievous intentions. Moved by Hermes' tears, Zeus sighed and said, Alas! I shall build you a temple on Olympus. You and your mother can reside there. And what of Hera? Hermes looked up at Zeus. Zeus affectionately ruffled Hermes' hair. I will speak to Hera this evening. She will surely agree. Thank you, Zeus. Hermes gazed at him with gratitude. Soon after, Hermes began to grow, transforming into a youthful figure. Zeus, what is happening to me? Hermes was taken aback by his transformation. Well, little one, do you truly believe that Hera's milk has had no effect on you? Zeus scoffed, gazing at the enlarged Hermes, ultimately unable to restrain himself from delivering a playful punch. From that day forth, it remains a mystery how Zeus communicated with Hera, but Hermes and his mother, the goddess Maya, began to reside openly on Mount Olympus, no longer in hiding. Chapter 59. The golden throne perched atop a volcanic peak blanketed with verdant foliage interspersed with crimson fruits. Hephaestus delightedly beheld the golden throne he had meticulously crafted within a concealed cavern. The cave was shrouded in dimness, with only the faint flicker of firelight illuminating his contented expression. The throne's base was forged entirely of pure gold, radiating a brilliance akin to the sun. The armrests and backrest were adorned with purple velvet, exuding a sumptuous and tactile elegance that evoked a sense of nobility and comfort. Every inch of this magnificent piece was embellished with gemstones, each glimmering with precious luminescence. From the deep crimson of rubies to the crystalline clarity of sapphires, from the vibrant green of emeralds to the scintillating sparkle of diamonds, each gem symbolized boundless wealth and power. These exquisite stones were artfully embedded within the armrests, backrest, and base, forming opulent patterns and intricate designs. The gems' radiance shimmered around the throne, akin to stars scattered across a night sky, imparting an air of mystery and grandeur. The armrests were intricately carved with delicate motifs and reliefs, golden and silver threads weaving exquisite textures and refined patterns that elevated the throne's opulence to extraordinary heights. Each design was punctuated with gemstones, akin to pearls adorning a masterpiece, enveloping one in a realm of luxury. Yet, the most captivating aspect was the back of the throne, which featured large panes of luminous crystal glass, each meticulously sculpted and adorned. The crystalline glass emanates a kaleidoscope of colors, akin to vibrant rainbows dancing upon the back of a chair. At the center of the backrest, a colossal gem is exquisitely embedded, its radiance illuminating the entire seat. imparting an aura of opulence and sanctity. Ultimately, Hephaestus adorned the chair with soft, comfortable cushions, intricately embroidered and embellished with silken threads, rendering the seat not only visually stunning but supremely comfortable. He firmly believed that such an exquisitely lavish golden chair would entice anyone to take a seat. Moreover, Hephaestus cleverly incorporated a concealed mechanism within the chair, which would be activated the moment someone sat upon it. He silently chuckled, eagerly anticipating the surprise and shock that would ensue when that person descended into the lavish golden seat, which would serve as the commencement of his meticulously orchestrated scheme. Next, he pondered how to transport this golden chair to Mount Olympus, directing his gaze toward its lofty peaks. Rumor had it that a mischievous little sprite had recently captured Zeus's favor. Hephaestus stroked his chin, the whispers of the earth informing him that this sprightly creature was quite impish, indulging in mischief under Zeus's patronage. Perhaps he could leverage this little sprite to his advantage, potentially reaping rewards from such an alliance. Hephaestus then turned his attention to a collection of creations he had completed, resting in a corner. Upon a verdant meadow, a metallic bird danced gracefully. Its form was entirely composed of intricate metal components, gleaming with silvery and golden hues, resembling a masterpiece of art. The metallic bird soared through the air, each flap of its wings delivering a light and elegant motion. Its flight path was enchanting, occasionally spiraling and then swooping low in a swift descent. It resembled a dancer, leaping and twirling through the air, exuding an irresistible charm. Its body was adorned with delicate engravings and patterns, depicting lifelike feather textures. Each metallic wing was encrusted with gems, radiating a spectrum of colors. As it took flight, the gems shimmered sporadically, reminiscent of a starry night sky, capturing the attention of all who beheld it. The bird's eyes sparkled with bright rubies, revealing a glimmer of wisdom and allure. It intentionally traced a captivating arc across the meadow, fluttering its resplendent wings, emitting a faint yet enchanting mechanical sound, as if beckoning any onlookers to draw near. "What is this?" murmured the bored Hermes as he strolled at the foot of Olympus, suddenly captivated by the peculiar spectacle fluttering before him. A bird, an extraordinary bird. The appearance of this avian marvel instantly seized Hermes' attention. He squinted, curiously fixating on the dazzling metallic creature. He approached the meadow, meticulously observing each of its movements and details. The metallic bird gracefully circled in the air, emitting a faint mechanical sound. Whenever Hermes slowed his pace, it would draw nearer. Its flight path seemed intentionally designed to guide Hermes, as if it were meant to lead him to a specific destination. Hermes glanced at the mysteriously appearing metallic bird and then looked up towards the direction of Mount Olympus, a thought flickering through his mind. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Bored as he was, Hermes resolved to follow the bird and discover where it would take him. He quickened his steps, closely trailing the bird's flight, his heart brimming with curiosity about the intentions of this elusive creature. Chapter 60. Hephaestus. Hermes followed the metallic bird into a valley, where towering trees and dense foliage enveloped the area in a serene atmosphere. The bird flew towards a figure cloaked in black and red, hovering around the person. "Hey, you sneaky fellow, who are you? Dare to reveal your true self?" Hermes raised his caduceus, questioning the figure. The individual lowered their hood and stepped forward. Average in appearance and limping slightly, Hermes recognized him. "Oh, I know who you are now. You are Hephaestus, son of Hera, brother of the war god Ares. Am I correct?" Hermes confidently addressed Hephaestus. Hephaestus nodded gently, affirming Hermes' assertion. "Oh, and what brings you to me?" Hermes could not recall any prior encounters with this deity. "I've heard on the earth that a brave and helpful god has appeared on Mount Olympus, so I came to see for myself," Hephaestus replied, fixing his gaze on Hermes. "Really? Did they truly say such things about me?" Hermes exclaimed, surprised yet elated. "Indeed," Hephaestus confirmed, observing the young god's delight. Hephaestus mused that Narcissus had been right. Everyone enjoys hearing flattering words. "What brings you to Olympus, Hephaestus?" "I am quite familiar with it. Perhaps I can assist you." Hermes now found the seemingly awkward figure before him rather likable. "Is that so?" Hephaestus feigned difficulty. "Certainly, speak," Hermes assured Hephaestus, patting his chest. "You are aware of my circumstances." Hephaestus feigned sorrow as he spoke. "I have come to Olympus to secretly visit my mother, Hera, and I have prepared a gift to present to her." "Oh dear, how tragic." Hermes felt a pang of sadness upon hearing Hephaestus' words. Though he once endured a life of hardship, he at least had the companionship of his mother. It is truly touching that Hephaestus, despite being treated so poorly by Hera, still desires to present her with a gift. Leave this matter to me, Hermes assured Hephaestus. Wait here for a moment while I inquire about Hera's whereabouts. With that, Hermes swiftly ascended into the skies with the aid of his winged sandals, heading towards the palace on Mount Olympus where Hera resided. Although he was rumored to be a mischievous imp, he appeared to be a benevolent deity. Hephaestus, watching Hermes depart, reflected upon the situation. Before long, Hermes descended from the heavens, grasping his caduceus. Hephaestus, I have learned that Hera is currently on her way to her palace. You may approach her stealthily. He relayed the information to Hephaestus. Thank you, Hermes, Hephaestus said gratefully, taking Hermes' hand and presenting him with a small metallic bird he had retrieved from his pocket. If it were not for Hermes' assistance, Hephaestus would have found it nearly impossible to search for Hera among the various temples on Olympus. Do not mention it, Hephaestus, Hermes replied, somewhat bashfully, for he was seldom met with gratitude. On Olympus, most deities either scurried away upon seeing him or berated him as a troublemaker. Hephaestus was perhaps the first to sincerely thank him. Yet Hermes was not fooled by Hephaestus' pretense. His desire to see Hera and present her with a gift was likely a fade. The man who turned red at the mere act of lying thought he could deceive Hermes? That was truly laughable. However, Hermes found himself intrigued, largely out of boredom, wishing to witness the unfolding drama, especially concerning Hera. Come, Hephaestus, follow me, Hermes beckoned as he led Hephaestus onward. Together, they treaded lightly across Mount Olympus, skillfully navigating past the temples of the gods, preparing to reach the sanctuary of the goddess Hera. They moved with grace and agility, occasionally alighting on the ground, striving to avoid drawing the attention of other deities. In a secluded corner outside Hera's temple, Hermes pulled Hephaestus' arm, signaling him to remain silent. They crept closer to the wall, gradually calming their breaths, attentive to any sounds in their vicinity. It seems Hera has been delayed by some matter and has yet to return, Hermes observed. They then prepared to enter the temple of Hera. Whenever the nymphs of Hera hurriedly passed by, Hermes would deftly traverse their line of sight with extraordinary speed, swiftly leading Hephaestus through the palace corridors. They flitted through the shadows of the palace like a gentle breeze, leaving no trace behind. Hermes skillfully wielded his divine powers to illuminate the dim corridor with a faint glow, sufficient for them to discern the path ahead. They continued to meld into the darkness, cautiously avoiding the wandering nymphs. Eventually, Hermes guided Hephaestus to a grand, ancient-looking door, the entrance to the temple of Hera. The door was adorned with intricate carvings and mythological tales, exuding an air of sanctity and solemnity. Once he ascertained that no one was in sight, Hermes gently pushed the door open, ensuring it made not a sound. The door creaked open in silence, and they stealthily entered the temple's interior, which was imbued with a magical essence and radiated a divine light. Hermes led Hephaestus through the temple, evading the gaze of any nymphs that might be watching. They occasionally concealed themselves behind pillars, progressing along the temple's periphery until they reached the area where Hera's chambers were located. At last, they arrived before the entrance to Hera's quarters. This door, crafted from pure gold, was intricately engraved with elaborate patterns and exquisite designs. Hermes glanced around before leaning against the door to listen for any sounds from within, finding it eerily quiet. He then gently fiddled with the lock, attempting to open it. The door silently cracked open, and Hermes cautiously peered inside, ensuring Hera was absent from her chamber before signaling for Hephaestus to enter. Just as Hephaestus was about to step into the chamber, Hermes grasped his hand and inquired, Hephaestus, now that we are here, would you kindly reveal your intentions? Hermes, with an expression full of curiosity and interest, held on to Hephaestus. The latter looked down at the shorter Hermes, meeting his inquisitive gaze, and finally replied, revenge. He thought that having come this far, he had no fear of Hermes revealing his plans. Wow, cool. Hephaestus, how do you intend to exact your revenge on Hera? With this confirmation, Hermes felt a surge of excitement, realizing that Hephaestus was indeed here for retribution. You won't have to wait long. You will soon find out, Hephaestus responded, casting a wary glance at Hermes before cautiously stepping into the chamber, a hint of tension in his eyes. From his pocket, he retrieved the meticulously prepared gift, channeling his divine power as the exquisitely crafted golden chair began to expand. Hephaestus positioned it prominently, right at the entrance of the chamber. How infuriating, what a miser, he mused. Hermes lingered outside, agitatedly brandishing his serpentine staff. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant in the corner, attentive to the surrounding sounds, ensuring that Hephaestus could successfully execute his plans. "Hephaestus, have you completed it?" After a while, Hermes inquired curiously as Hephaestus emerged. Upon seeing Hermes still outside, a flicker of surprise crossed Hephaestus's face. He had presumed Hermes would have departed long ago. Hermes peered inquisitively into Hera's chamber and noticed a remarkably ornate chair positioned at the center. "Wow, Hephaestus. Your method of revenge against Hera is to present such an exquisite chair. Are you certain this is an act of retribution? Come, and in due time, you shall understand." Hephaestus replied, dismissing Hermes' curiosity as he sought to leave the premises. All right. Reluctantly, Hermes cast another glance at the splendid chair within Hera's chamber, temporarily suppressing his inquisitiveness as he closed the door, restoring it to its original state. "In that case, Hephaestus, let us hasten our departure. For Hera may return at any moment," Hermes whispered, swiftly guiding Hephaestus out of Hera's temple. They cautiously retraced their steps through the sanctuary, circumventing the nymphs, and ultimately returned to the valley where they had first encountered one another. Chapter 62. The captive Hera. Due to unforeseen delays, Hera finally arrived back at her temple. As she traversed the corridor toward her palace, the nymphs she passed bowed in respect. Without pausing, Hera swung open the grand doors of her palace, revealing a dazzling golden chair adorned with glittering gemstones. The exquisite craftsmanship of the chair captivated Hera's attention instantly. She stepped forward with admiration, her hands gently caressing the gemstones, carvings, and embellishments upon the golden seat. Circling the chair several times, her affection for it deepened, and she marveled at its unparalleled beauty. Who could have placed this magnificent chair here? Hera pondered, unable to ascertain its origin, and thus began calling the nymphs outside her palace to enter. "Greetings to the queen." Upon hearing Hera's summons, the nymphs outside set aside their tasks and proceeded to the palace. "Greetings, Queen Hera," the nymphs chorused as they entered and bowed before her. "Today, has anyone ventured into my palace?" As the nymphs gathered, Hera spoke up. The nymphs, upon hearing Hera's words, exchanged surprised glances and began to discuss among themselves. After a brief deliberation, a respected nymph was pushed forward. After bowing to Hera, she said, "Greetings, divine queen. After conferring with my sisters, we have not observed anyone else entering your palace today." Just as Hera felt a wave of confusion, a green-haired nymph suddenly recalled something and hastily spoke up, "My queen, I did see Zeus pass by this vicinity today, though I cannot ascertain whether he entered your palace." "Zeus," Hera mused, her fingers tracing the gemstones on the armrest of her golden throne. "You may leave now," she commanded, gesturing for all the nymphs to exit. Leaving her alone in the palace. Did he send this? Why has he suddenly bestowed something upon me? She recalled the argument she had with Zeus a few days prior. Could this golden throne be a peace offering from him? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. Just days ago, she had witnessed Zeus consorting with other goddesses. In a fit of rage, she had confronted him fiercely. As she touched the armrest of the throne, believing it to be a gift from Zeus, Hera settled into the seat, which was soft and comfortable, eliciting a contented sigh from her. "This chair is truly splendid, both magnificent and comfortable. I wonder who crafted it for Zeus." However, just as she reveled in her delight, the mechanisms of the golden throne suddenly activated. Countless invisible threads emerged, ensnaring her hands and feet, binding her tightly. Hera gasped in shock. What is happening? The unexpected turn of events filled her with dread as she realized her limbs were completely restrained by the throne's power. "Zeus, you scoundrel," she muttered under her breath, unable to suppress the suspicion that Zeus had orchestrated this punishment as retribution for their earlier quarrel. Angrily, Hera began to struggle. When she found that mere physical strength was insufficient to liberate her from the throne, she summoned her divine power. A faint red glow enveloped her, and her divine energy surged throughout her being. Suddenly, she sensed an invisible force impeding her ability to wield her divine power. She remained trapped, unable to move within the golden throne. Panic began to set in as she fought desperately to break free, but the threads tightened further, rendering her efforts futile. Her divine power proved ineffective against the throne's mechanism, and she discovered that each time she attempted to use her power, it felt as though countless needles were piercing her. The more energy she expended, the more intense the sensation of pain became. Furiously, Hera shouted, "Zeus, you wretched fool." She felt the restraints of the golden throne tighten. her anguished cries echoing throughout the heights of Olympus. In the valley, Hermes, intrigued by the lamentations of Hera, cast a curious glance at Hephaestus. "Is it your magnificent golden throne that has elicited such anguish from Hera?" he mused. Indeed, Hera found herself in a most embarrassing predicament. "I must witness this spectacle." "Such occurrences are rare," Hermes declared. He tore off a roasted rabbit's leg, handing the remaining pieces to Hephaestus. With the rabbit leg clenched between his teeth, Hermes prepared to soar towards Hera's palace, yet he turned back to advise Hephaestus, "You would do well to hasten your departure from Mount Olympus. Once Hera frees herself from her restraints, she will undoubtedly seek retribution against you." Meanwhile, in a grove on Olympus, Zeus, who had been flirting with the goddess, was abruptly halted by Hera's wails. He paused, ready to investigate, for he had never witnessed such sorrow from Hera before. In a demigod village at the foot of Olympus, Narcissus was astonished upon hearing Hera's cries. He and the other demigods gazed upward towards the summit of Olympus, where Hera's temple stood. Narcissus gazed upon the temple atop the mountain, his mind swirling with contemplation. He was aware of the frequent disputes between Hera and Zeus, yet he had never before witnessed Hera's heart-wrenching lamentations. Chapter 63. Hermes at the theater as Hera's wails echoed throughout Olympus. The various deities residing on the mount were taken aback. They immediately set aside their tasks and soared towards Hera's temple, eager to uncover the source of the commotion. Apart from the king of the gods, Zeus, and the god of war, Ares, the extent of concern among the other deities remained known only to themselves. Of course, if the goddess of harvest, Demeter, and the goddess of the hearth, Hestia, had been present on Olympus, they too would have shared in their concern for Hera. Zeus, as the leader of the gods, was the first to arrive at Hera's temple. The other deities followed closely behind, including the goddess of wisdom, Athena, the sun god, Apollo, the war god, Ares, the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, along with numerous other divine beings. As for the goddess of the moon, Artemis, she preferred the forests of the earth, spending most of her time among the trees, and thus had not heard Hera's cries. Meanwhile, Hermes flew swiftly towards Hera's temple, eager to witness this rare spectacle. Just as the gods were about to enter Hera's palace, Hermes arrived, stealthily landing behind them. At that moment, Apollo spotted Hermes and cast a curious glance in his direction, aware that Hermes had a penchant for drama. It was unusual for him to arrive so late for such an event. Hermes, noticing Apollo's gaze, stuck out his tongue and made a face. Upon entering the temple, the gods were taken aback to find Hera ensnared by a golden chair, her form entangled in invisible threads that could only be perceived through divine power. The sight of Hera, one of the 12 Olympians, trapped in her own temple was beyond their wildest imaginings. "Hera, what has happened to you?" Zeus exclaimed, rushing towards her in distress, attempting to unravel the threads binding her. However, these threads were peculiar. They could not be touched without divine power, and any attempt to use such power only caused Hera greater anguish and despair. "Mother," Ares called out, his voice filled with concern. Hera was now enveloped in pain and hopelessness. The threads of the golden chair constricted her tightly, rendering her powerless to escape. The relentless piercing sensation forced her to emit continuous cries of torment, her body trembling incessantly. Yet, with the use of divine power, the bindings tightened further, leaving her gasping for breath. However, upon catching sight of Zeus, Hera discerned that this golden chair could not possibly have been a gift from him. If it were, he would not have come to her palace in such a state of worry. Hidden behind the other gods, Hermes, witnessing Hera's plight, could not help but stick out his tongue in response. He had not anticipated that such a resplendent golden chair would bring Hera such profound anguish. Suddenly, a figure obstructed Hermes' view. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld Apollo, who he sensed was harboring doubts about him. Instantly, Hermes adorned his face with a sweet smile directed at Apollo. Now, Apollo regarded Hermes with a look of confusion, feeling that today's Hermes was indeed peculiar. Hermes, aware of Apollo's scrutiny, maintained his smile, fully cognizant of Apollo's suspicions. The gods gathered around Hera, expressing their concern and willingness to assist. As for the truth of the matter, only they themselves were privy to it. Zeus spoke gravely. "Hera, we have all assembled. Please share with us what has transpired, and we shall endeavor to aid you." Hera gazed at the assembly of deities, her eyes brimming with anguish and helplessness. She recounted the ordeal of her entrapment, detailing the chair's enigmatic powers and the threads that bound her. The gods fell into a contemplative silence, This predicament was unprecedented for them. Where on earth did Hephaestus acquire such a bizarre creation? Hermes pondered, his curiosity piqued regarding the source of this strange artifact. The gods began to brainstorm, offering their insights and suggestions. They endeavored to amalgamate their expertise and powers to discover the most effective means of liberating Hera. Chapter 64. Hermes' journey to the volcanoes. Allow me to give it a try, Athena interjected, noting the gods' lack of response. She then employed her divine wisdom to seek out the vulnerabilities of the golden chair or to uncover alternative methods to untie the threads. All eyes were fixed upon Athena as she circled the golden chair, occasionally reaching out to inspect it. Athena, how goes your progress? Zeus inquired, after a thorough examination. Athena shook her head in response to Zeus, stating, Alas, the threads in the chair are utterly fused. I cannot discern any weaknesses. However, I can ascertain that the artisan who crafted this golden chair possesses extraordinary skill. A hint of admiration tinged her tone as she spoke. Everyone, step aside. Is it really so troublesome? Allow me to simply destroy this golden chair. Ares, growing impatient at their deliberation, sought to resolve the issue through brute force, believing that violence could rectify all matters. Ares, what are you doing? Athena quickly intervened, alarmed by Ares' reckless intent. Are you certain that destroying this golden chair won't harm Hera? Ares, Zeus also halted the war goddess' advance. What alternative do you propose? Shall we allow my mother to suffer indefinitely? Ares retorted, Perhaps we should endeavor to locate the creator of this golden chair. Since he was able to construct it, he must also possess knowledge of how to unravel it. At this moment, Apollo, standing to the side, spoke up with a suggestion. As soon as Apollo's words left his lips, Hermes couldn't help but fidget. Indeed, Apollo's idea was quite astute. Zeus nodded in agreement, and the other deities echoed their approval. Athena shot a displeased glance at Apollo. She too had conceived of this solution. As for Hermes, his expression bore a hint of guilt, but he quickly regained his usual composure. Now, let me see who crafted this golden chair, Zeus declared, brandishing his lightning scepter and directing his divine energy towards the floor of Hera's palace. Suddenly, a swirling mist arose from the floor, coiling and twisting, until a vivid scene materialized within the fog. The image revealed a figure laboring bare-chested to forge the golden chair, surrounded by an array of tools and a roaring furnace. A glimmer of golden light flickered in Zeus's eyes as he swiftly discerned the identity of the craftsman. Hephaestus. It was he. Zeus felt astonished, never expecting that this magnificent golden chair had been wrought by him. Upon hearing the name Hephaestus, the expressions of the gods varied, indicating that they were all somewhat acquainted with the circumstances. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, placed her hand delicately to her mouth, nearly stifling a laugh. Although she had recently arrived on Mount Olympus, she had already heard some amusing anecdotes about Hephaestus. Reflecting on Hera, the goddess who frequently troubled her, Aphrodite felt a surge of delight at the thought of Hera now being teased by her own son. This time, Hera had truly been humiliated. Ahem, Hermes. Zeus had never paid much attention to his son. He had scarcely acknowledged Hera's act of casting Hephaestus down from the heights of Olympus. Suddenly, this forgotten son appeared before the assembly of gods. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Hera, who had been uncomfortably perched upon the golden chair, found herself at a loss for thoughts upon hearing her son's name. When she was with child, she had been filled with joy, but as Zeus's infidelities during her pregnancy mounted, jealousy and rage consumed her heart. Thus, when this child, whose appearance seemed plain compared to the other gods and bore a disability, was born, she regarded him as a disgrace and unhesitatingly cast him from the peak of Olympus. Never expecting this newborn, devoid of divine status, to survive. Zeus, what is it that you require of me? Hermes inquired, squeezing through the crowd to stand before Zeus. Hermes, swiftly descend to the earth and summon Hephaestus. Have him unlock this mechanism and rescue Hera, Zeus commanded. Very well, Zeus. Hermes promptly acquiesced to Zeus's directive. I shall depart at once, Zeus. After Hermes departed from Hera's palace, his eyes darted mischievously before he joyfully made his exit. It appeared that Hephaestus had obediently left Mount Olympus. Hermes first made his way to the valley where he expected to encounter Hephaestus, and indeed, as he anticipated, Hephaestus was absent. He merely sought to test his luck. Thus, he resolved to journey to the abode of Hephaestus. Ascending into the sky, Hermes prepared to head towards the residence of Hephaestus. He had long since inquired about Hephaestus's whereabouts. As he traversed the path leading to the volcanic region where Hephaestus dwelled, Hermes soared through the air, frequently surveying the ground to ensure he would not inadvertently miss an encounter with Hephaestus. Alas, still not returned? Upon arriving at the entrance of Hephaestus's cave, he discovered that the entrance was obstructed by a massive boulder, clearly indicating that its owner had yet to return. "Hey, move aside and let me in." Hermes prodded the stone monster blocking the entrance with his caduceus. Observing the stone creature, which stared back with wide eyes yet remained motionless, Hermes felt a surge of irritation. "You just wait." Chapter 65. Dionysus. Hermes, what brings you here? Upon returning to his cave, Hephaestus found Hermes squatting at his door, munching on fruit while locking eyes with the stone creature. Hephaestus, noticing the colorful patterns adorning the stone monster, understood that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Hermes. "Come in." Hephaestus employed his divine powers to cleanse the vibrant paint from the stone creature, allowing it to move aside and inviting Hermes into his cave. "Speak. What is it that you seek?" Hephaestus rummaged through a pile of clutter and handed Hermes a chair. "Zeus has sent me to escort you to Mount Olympus." Hermes unceremoniously accepted the chair and sat down. "I shall not go," Hephaestus replied without hesitation, refusing Hermes' request. "I anticipated your refusal, hence I am not at all anxious. I shall wait here for a moment before returning to report to Zeus." Hermes had long been aware that Hephaestus would decline, for if he were in Hephaestus's position, he too would refuse, especially without any benefits being mentioned. After consuming a few pieces of fruit, Hermes, with a hint of curiosity, remarked to Hephaestus, "Hephaestus, I find your abode rather peculiar. In this volcanic region, I noticed a substantial area nearby, filled with vegetation, and the fruits they bear are quite delightful. Those were cultivated specifically for me by a friend," Hephaestus answered while tidying up, not lifting his gaze. "Your friend? You actually have a friend?" Hermes expressed his intrigue. Having always believed that Hephaestus was devoid of companions, or at least had no one besides Hermes himself. Now, to his surprise, Hephaestus had mentioned a friend. "Hephaestus, who is this friend of yours?" Hermes, brimming with curiosity, inquired. "Narcissus, he is my friend. You must be acquainted with him, for he has recently been seen near the Olympus Mountains." In response to Hermes' inquisitiveness, Hephaestus deemed it unnecessary to withhold the truth and replied candidly, "Narcissus?" Hermes regarded Hephaestus with intrigue. "Hephaestus, I find myself perplexed. How could such a striking figure as Narcissus befriend you? It is said he even cultivates flora specifically for your sake. Are you certain you are not jesting?" Hermes gazed at Hephaestus with a hint of jealousy in my eyes. "Narcissus is as beautiful as Aphrodite herself. Aphrodite radiates like the fervent sun, exuding a mature and enchanting allure, ever eager to unveil her charms. Yet Narcissus, akin to a cool and luminous moon, embodies a beauty that is both aloof and regal, steeped in kindness and gentleness. Why, then, has he chosen to be your companion rather than mine? I have yet to befriend him." Hermes expressed his discontent. "Hephaestus, pray tell, how did you forge this friendship?" Hermes eagerly draped his arm around the industrious Hephaestus' shoulder, yearning for an explanation. Contemplating Hermes' inquiry for a moment, Hephaestus began. "It was by chance." "Chance?" Hermes replied, somewhat dissatisfied with Hephaestus' response, insisting that he recount the circumstances of their encounter. After listening to Hephaestus' narrative, Hermes sighed and expressed enviously, "How fortunate! Though Narcissus does smile sweetly at me, I am acutely aware that he does not yet regard me as a friend. It seems I must strive harder." Meanwhile, Narcissus, described by Hermes as the cool and radiant moon, sat upon the grass with a male deity adorned with flowing burgundy locks, crowned with vines of grapes, and dressed in an exquisite patchwork of fabrics. "Dionysus, this wine is delightful," Narcissus remarked, casting his gaze towards the moon above before savoring a sip of the wine in his hand. "I am pleased you enjoy it," Dionysus replied with a smile, raising his cup in a toast to Narcissus. Narcissus swayed his wine glass, gazing into the crimson liquid within. He found himself pondering the inexplicable emotions that had arisen within him today, an unexpected yearning for the home of his past life. Perhaps it was the extraordinary brilliance of the moon, as Artemis had made it particularly resplendent this evening. Since arriving in this realm, he occasionally contemplated how different his life could have been had he not plunged into the waters to save another. Perhaps he would be attending university now, graduating, securing a modest job, marrying and raising children, or perhaps choosing the solitary path, ultimately leading an unremarkable existence. Dionysus remained silent, quietly seated beside Narcissus. Upon their first encounter earlier that day, he had discerned through his divine essence that this gentle deity, who selflessly aided other demigods, harbored a profound sorrow hidden deep within. This revelation sparked the curiosity of the ever-joyful Dionysus, compelling him to draw closer to this melancholic spirit. At last, under the influence of his divine aura, Narcissus opened his heart, and they forged a friendship, accepting the proposal to share a drink together. "Thank you, Dionysus." Narcissus felt a wave of relief wash over him. He made a decision, extending his wine glass towards Dionysus, preparing to rise and bid farewell. Narcissus remained oblivious as a crystalline tear slipped from the corner of his eye upon rising. Observing the departing Narcissus, Dionysus felt a modicum of sorrow lift from his heart. He turned to the spot where Narcissus had just been seated, and there, a plant was burgeoning with remarkable speed, soon adorned with blossoms. A rhododendron? As Dionysus beheld the plant, its branches replete with violet flowers, he recognized its name. Chapter 66. The Wrathful God of War. Hermes. "Where is Hephaestus?" Zeus inquired. Having noticed Hermes' return, but not the presence of Hephaestus, Hermes scratched his head and, feigning difficulty, replied, "I saw Zeus, Hephaestus. Well, he is not coming." "Not coming? How dare he?" The words had scarcely left Hermes' lips when Ares, the tempestuous god of war, erupted with fury. In the face of Ares' wrath, Hermes shrugged, only to find Ares directing his furious gaze upon him. Although Hermes recognized he could not contend with Ares, he felt little trepidation. After all, he was swift, and Ares was too clumsy to catch him. Moreover, Zeus was present. Nonetheless, Hermes grew somewhat concerned for Hephaestus, having noticed Zeus's expression darken slightly. "Zeus, Hephaestus mentioned that this matter pertains to him and Queen Hera, and does not involve Olympus, nor does it concern you, the king of the gods," Hermes conveyed to Zeus, noting the respect Hephaestus still held for him in his tone. Gradually, Zeus's countenance returned to normal, prompting a sigh of relief from Hermes. "Zeus, permit me to retrieve that insolent fellow." Upon hearing Hermes' words, Ares was eager to seize Hephaestus and give him a sound thrashing. Zeus remained silent, merely gesturing his consent with a wave of his hand. "Hermes, what are you doing tagging along?" Ares, maneuvering his war chariot, queried impatiently as he noticed Hermes flying beside him. With a smile, Hermes replied while soaring through the air, "Oh, Ares, I merely find this situation quite amusing and wish to witness the unfolding events. Such intriguing matters cannot transpire without my presence," Hermes cheerfully stated to Ares. Although Ares furrowed his brow, displeased with Hermes' playful response, he recognized Hermes as Zeus's messenger and refrained from obstructing his actions. "Hephaestus, you scoundrel, come out at once," Ares bellowed as he arrived at the entrance of Hephaestus's cave. Inside, Hephaestus surveyed the shattered remnants of his recently damaged creations, frowning in dissatisfaction. He then washed his hands in a nearby basin and emerged from the cave. "Hephaestus, you coward, finally found the courage to show yourself." As Hephaestus emerged from the cave, Ares pointed at him and declared, "What brings you to my volcano?" Hephaestus inquired, gazing at the war god atop his chariot. "I have come to deliver a sound thrashing and then take you back to Olympus to liberate our mother Hera from that accursed golden throne." Ares retorted defiantly, "She is not my mother." Hephaestus replied coolly, "I care not for such distinctions. I shall drag you back to apologize to her." Ares raised his weapon, poised to strike Hephaestus. "Wait a moment, god of war Ares." Hermes interjected at that moment. "What is it, Hermes? Do you have something to add?" Ares glared at Hermes, his anger palpable. "Perhaps we should consider a different locale. After all, nurturing plants in a volcanic region is no easy feat. These splendid flora would be regrettably damaged," Hermes suggested, gesturing towards the verdant growth on the mountain while discreetly signaling Hephaestus to flee. Though Hermes recognized Ares' lack of wit, he was acutely aware of the latter's formidable combat prowess. In a flat expanse among the volcanic terrain, Hermes helplessly observed as Hephaestus brandished his mighty hammer, while Ares stood resolute with shield in one hand and sword in the other, the tension between them palpable and electric. It was unclear who initiated the confrontation, but soon the two were engaged in fierce combat. With a battle cry, Ares raised his sword and pointed forward, summoning a tempest as a cavalry of white smoke surged towards Hephaestus. Unfazed by the ethereal warriors, Hephaestus swung his hammer, conjuring a wall of flames to shield himself from the approaching onslaught. With unwavering determination, Hephaestus wielded his hammer, propelling the fiery barrier towards the smoke cavalry with ferocity. Flames and smoke intertwined in a breathtaking spectacle of battle. As the cavalry collided with the wall of fire, Ares pressed on with his assault. He suddenly leaped, closing the distance to Hephaestus in an instant, and brought down his sword with great force. Hephaestus, reacting swiftly, raised his hammer to deflect Ares' strike. Sparks erupted as the hammer met the sword, creating a resounding clash. Muscles taut, Hephaestus forcefully pushed Ares back, then retaliated with a series of powerful strikes. Their figures danced amidst the volcanic landscape, radiating a fierce luminosity. Flames and smoke enveloped the surroundings, stirring violent gusts of wind. While the volcanic magma roared as if cheering for the duel, Hephaestus, wielding fire and hammer as his instruments, relentlessly launched potent attacks against Ares. He swung the mighty hammer with great force, striking Ares, causing sparks to fly and flames to rage. Ares, however, adeptly evaded Hephaestus' onslaught with his agility and exquisite swordsmanship, launching a fierce counterattack. Their movements were swift and ferocious, each clash producing a violent impact. The surrounding volcanic landscape was also affected, with magma erupting continuously and flames blazing fiercely. Hermes stood to the side, his gaze fixed intently on the fierce duel. He felt a tinge of anxiety. Yet as the battle progressed, he was astonished by the formidable strength of Hephaestus. Despite facing the war god Ares, Hephaestus held his ground, showcasing astonishing prowess. The conflict raged on amidst the volcanic range, their powers intertwining and their techniques evolving. Hephaestus relentlessly harnessed the power of flames to subdue Ares, while Ares sought opportunities for retaliation with his swift movements and keen swordplay. Ultimately, the battle reached its most intense phase. Hephaestus let out a fierce roar, radiant flames enveloping his form as he swung his hammer with great might, stirring the volcanic magma. Ares exuded the robust aura of a war god, his sword gleaming like lightning, charging towards Hephaestus. The clash within the volcanic realm peaked, the sounds of violent collisions and explosions echoing throughout the valley. Flames and magma intertwined, crafting a searing battlefield. In this fierce confrontation, the two warriors exchanged blows, appearing evenly matched. As a mere observer, Hermes could not intervene, silently praying for Hephaestus' victory. The earth fractured beneath their combat. Hephaestus let out a mighty roar and wielded his hammer, summoning a torrent of flames from the ground, commanding them to engulf Ares. The flames surged across the battlefield, forming a colossal vortex of fire that rushed toward Ares. Ares' expression shifted. He sensed a powerful divine force within the flames. Reacting swiftly, he harnessed his war god energy to ignite the power within himself. The blade shimmered with a dazzling light as he unleashed a roar, radiating a formidable war god aura. Ares leaped forward, his sword light flashing like lightning, meeting the fiery vortex head-on. He brandished his sword, emitting a piercing glimmer, attempting to sever the fiery blockade. Yet, this time, Hephaestus's flames exhibited an extraordinary potency, the fiery vortex swirling with increasing velocity, ensnaring Ares firmly within. Ares resisted with all his might, his blade slicing through the flames, but he gradually succumbed to an overwhelming sense of inevitability. Ultimately, the fiery vortex enveloped Ares entirely, flames raging fiercely as he let out a thunderous roar. Hephaestus ceased his assault, and the flames gradually dissipated. In the aftermath, Ares was seen supporting himself with his long sword, his armor marred by scorch marks, half kneeling in the scorched earth. Hephaestus approached the kneeling Ares, wielding his heavy hammer, and gazed at him, stating, "You may leave. I will not accompany you to Olympus." Ares said nothing, merely fixing his gaze upon Hephaestus for a few moments before using his sword to rise and departing silently. Observing Ares' retreating figure, Hermes stuck out his tongue at the sight, then approached Hephaestus with a grin, proclaiming, "Hephaestus, who would have thought that the god of war Ares would be vanquished by you? Oh, is it pride that accompanies your victory?" Noticing Hephaestus turning away in silence, preparing to return to his cave, Hermes extended a hand in an attempt to detain him. However, watching Hephaestus' distant form, Hermes lowered his hand, deciding to return to Olympus first, intrigued by the prospect of witnessing the reactions of others regarding Ares' defeat. Chapter 68. Athena's suggestion. Upon returning to Hera's palace in Olympus, Hermes first surveyed the hall, only to find that Ares was absent. Could it be that Ares, feeling humiliated by his defeat, chose not to appear? Hermes speculated inwardly. Zeus, seated upon his throne, inquired, "Hermes, what transpired? Where has Ares gone?" Faced with Zeus's question, Hermes reluctantly relayed the tale of Ares being bested by Hephaestus. The other deities, upon hearing Hermes's account, exhibited a range of expressions. Ares was undoubtedly among the most formidable deities of Olympus, and the revelation of his defeat by Hephaestus was astonishing. Zeus crackled with arcs of electricity, clearly incensed. Hermes cautiously spoke. It is possible that Hephaestus exploited the advantageous terrain. The volcanic region is rich in fire elements, which Hephaestus could harness to his benefit. I believe we ought to address the root of this situation. Hephaestus likely acted out of a grievance stirred by Apollo's glance at the suffering and powerless Hera. I also believe we must resolve the resentment within Hephaestus. I have heard that Dionysus is currently in the vicinity of Olympus. With his eloquent tongue and divine ability to bring joy, perhaps he could persuade Hephaestus to open his heart. Athena cast a glance at Apollo and spoke without hesitation. Apollo, interrupted in his discourse, glanced at Athena and remained silent, his expression betraying a hint of unease, lost in thought. Aphrodite occupied her seat. And had it not been for Zeus's presence, she would have departed long ago. Now, she could only idly play with her nails, admiring their perfection from every angle. Hermes turned his gaze towards Athena and nodded in agreement. He was well aware of Dionysus, the eloquent one, whose company brought relaxation and joy. Perhaps Dionysus could persuade Hephaestus to relinquish his grievances, Hermes suggested to Zeus. After a moment of contemplation, Zeus nodded and replied, "Very well, let Dionysus attempt to persuade Hephaestus. Hermes, go seek out Dionysus and convey my command to him." Indeed, Hermes responded, swiftly departing the palace to seek Dionysus at the foot of Mount Olympus. In a village teeming with demigods, Hermes found Dionysus, who was reveling in merriment with a gathering of half-bloods. Observing the intoxicated men and women swaying in wild abandon, Hermes, who typically delighted in revelry, could not help but furrow his brow. To Hermes, drinking to the point of losing one's senses was beneath him. Dionysus sat comfortably in the banquet hall, savoring exquisite wine. Upon noticing Hermes' arrival, he broke into a radiant smile. "Ah, Hermes, what brings you to me? Do you wish to indulge in fine wine together?" Dionysus laughed heartily. "Indeed, I would love to." Hermes' face brightened at the sight of Dionysus. He pulled up a chair and exclaimed, "Dionysus, you have no idea how busy I have been lately." After taking a sip from a goblet on the table, he continued, "Dionysus, I bear a message from Zeus. He wishes for you to persuade Hephaestus to release Hera from her confinement to the Golden Throne." "Oh, the Golden Throne of Hera? It has been the talk of Olympus lately. Is it true that none of the gods can unravel its bindings?" Dionysus inquired, curiosity piqued. Hermes could not suppress a chuckle as he replied, "Everyone is concerned that forcing the throne apart could harm Hera." "Huh, so Hera truly remains bound to that chair," Dionysus exclaimed, finding humor in the revelation, laughter spilling forth uncontrollably. "How could I miss such an amusing affair? Very well, I consent to persuade Hephaestus," Dionysus joyfully exclaimed. Upon hearing Dionysus's response, Hermes shared some tidings regarding Hephaestus before bidding farewell and preparing to report back to Zeus. Observing Hermes' departure, Dionysus adjusted his hair and straightened the garment that had slipped from his waist, ready to meet the Hephaestus who had caused Hera such embarrassment. Chapter 69. The uninvited deity Dionysus arrived at the volcanic range, marveling at the spectacular sight of molten lava and eruptions while searching for Hephaestus. However, he did not find him at his residence, but rather at the summit of a mountain. There sat Hephaestus upon a large stone, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. As Dionysus approached, he spoke with a natural demeanor. "Greetings, Hephaestus. You appear rather troubled. What has befallen you to evoke such distress?" "Hephaestus, what brings you here?" he inquired. His voice tinged with uncertainty and caution. He and the god of wine had little in common, and he was unsure of Dionysus's purpose in visiting the volcanic range. "Fear not. I have heard of your remarkable act of retribution against Queen Hera and hold you in great esteem. Thus, I have come to share a drink with you." Dionysus conjured several casks of wine and placed them before Hephaestus. "Come, my brother, allow me to toast to you." Dionysus smiled as he raised his goblet. Observing that Hephaestus merely stared at him, unmoving. Undeterred, he poured himself a glass. In one swift motion, Dionysus consumed the wine in his hand, discreetly employing his divine powers to release an exquisite aroma of sweetness that began to permeate the air. As time passed, Dionysus continued to drink, and Hephaestus gradually found himself drawn to the intoxicating scent that enveloped them. Unbeknownst to him, Hephaestus began to feel a slight dizziness. "Come, my friend, partake of this. It shall alleviate your sorrows." Dionysus infused the wine with his divine essence and offered it to Hephaestus. Accepting the cup, Hephaestus took a sip, finding it somewhat unpalatable at first. Yet, after a few more sips, he discovered it was rather enjoyable. "My friend, share your burdens with me. It may bring you some relief." Dionysus spoke with a tone imbued with divine power. Observing Hephaestus, who had consumed little wine yet clung to his own thigh, Dionysus said nothing, merely tenderly patted his head in consolation. As Hephaestus continued to sip his wine, he began to recount his tale of being cast down from Olympus by Hera, fortuitously landing in the sea, where he was rescued and nurtured by the sea goddesses Thetis and Eurynomy. He spoke of his desire for vengeance against Hera and his arduous journey in mastering the craft of forging. Dionysus listened quietly, unperturbed by Hephaestus's repetitive narrative, simply attuned to his words. Gradually, Hephaestus wept, eventually resting his head upon Dionysus's thigh, succumbing to a drowsy slumber. Dionysus surveyed the surroundings and spoke. "Friend, you have arrived. Why hide away? Come forth and share a drink, shall we?" Just moments prior, he had sensed a subtle ripple of divine energy nearby. No sooner had Dionysus uttered these words than a deity, adorned with a pair of ebony wings, materialized before him. With keen perception, this deity made no hesitation in taking a seat beside Dionysus, addressing him directly, and poured himself a glass of wine from a nearby goblet. Dionysus regarded this uninvited guest, sensing no malice emanating from him. "This wine is quite delightful. Do send me more later," the unknown deity remarked appreciatively as he savored the vintage. "Originally, I was merely curious to see the god who could embarrass Hera, yet here you are, having intoxicated him to the point of rambling incessantly. Thus, I felt compelled to intervene." Noticing Dionysus's unwavering gaze, the mysterious deity elucidated his purpose for visiting. Chapter 70, The Return of the God of Fire to Olympus. "You must be Hades, correct?" Dionysus inquired, intrigued by the unabashed deity who continued to indulge in drink. "Oh, how remiss of me not to introduce myself," he replied, setting down his goblet. "I am Hypnos, the god of sleep, at your service." Dionysus smiled at Hypnos, saying, "The god of sleep? I recall that deities of the underworld typically avoid the earthly realm." Hypnos lifted his cup and retorted, "Indeed, but I am an exception. While most underworld deities are constrained by the earth's weight, I am not. Wherever slumber resides, there I can appear. Especially now, with Prometheus and his kin having created multitudes of creatures, the ordinary and frail beings require sleep daily. Thus, the earth is quite accessible for me." Hypnos glanced at the slumbering Hephaestus upon Dionysus's thigh and remarked, "Ah, this poor fellow is on the verge of waking. I must take my leave." A plume of black feathers detached from the wings behind Hypnos, drifting gracefully into his hand. "To express my gratitude for your invitation to indulge in libations, I shall lend you my assistance." Hypnos, the god of sleep, held a feather in one hand and a goblet of wine in the other, channeling his divine power. The feather began to dissolve, transforming into a viscous black liquid, which dripped steadily into the goblet. Remarkably, the black essence did not taint the wine. Instead, it intensified its crimson hue. Hypnos swirled the goblet, gazing into its depths, and proclaimed, "Once this elixir is consumed, he shall forget the anguish born of his memories." Dionysus accepted the wine offered by Hypnos, bringing it close to his nose. "The power of hypnosis?" he inquired, impressed by the keen perception displayed. Hypnos chuckled. "Your wine merely numbs the body and releases emotions, yet mine is distinct. It allows one to retain memory while erasing the associated pain. Now, he is on the verge of awakening. Let us hasten to have him drink." Rising, Hypnos unfurled his wings, emanating waves of dark radiance before vanishing before Dionysus, taking with him numerous amphorae filled with wine. What a formidable deity, Dionysus mused, reflecting on the elusive nature of Hypnos, who could only be perceived through divine power or intentional aura. Peering intently into his own goblet, he discerned nothing amiss. Ultimately, he resolved to administer the potion to Hephaestus. Carefully propping up Hephaestus, Dionysus brought the goblet to his lips, coaxing him to sip. Soon, the hypnotic essence within the wine began to take effect. Hephaestus, having just consumed the potion, shook his head and rose from Dionysus' thigh. "How do you feel now?" Dionysus inquired as Hephaestus opened his eyes. "I am well," Hephaestus replied, pressing a hand to his forehead as wisps of steam rose from his crown, the discomfort brought by the wine dissipating. "Speak, Dionysus, what brings you to the volcanic realm? I cannot believe you would seek me without cause. Hephaestus regarded Dionysus with a frosty gaze. Indeed, I have not come without purpose, Dionysus replied earnestly. Zeus, the king of the gods, has sent me to urge you to release Hera from the confines of the golden throne. Hephaestus, you must realize that you will inevitably need to liberate Hera. You may negotiate terms with Zeus now, but should he grow impatient, before Dionysus could finish, Hephaestus interjected. Very well, I agree. I shall accompany you to Mount Olympus. Hephaestus' tone was icy, and Dionysus marveled at the formidable prowess of Hypnos. However, since Hephaestus had consented, Dionysus accompanied him to Mount Olympus. Upon their return, Zeus and the other gods awaited their arrival. As they approached Zeus, Hephaestus, with unwavering determination, articulated his desires. O king of the gods, I wish to release Hera from the bonds of the golden throne, yet I must first have my demands met. Should you satisfy my requests? I shall immediately free her from her constraints, Hephaestus stated, gazing resolutely at Zeus, who occupied the throne. Requests? Very well, Hephaestus, I am keen to hear your terms. Zeus replied, resting his chin upon his hand as he regarded Hephaestus. I desire a designated area on Mount Olympus to reside. And I wish to become one of the 12 Olympian deities, Hephaestus declared. Zeus paused for a moment, contemplating the significance of Hephaestus's appeal. Upon hearing his demands, Athena swiftly recognized their importance and promptly urged Zeus to acquiesce to Hephaestus's wishes. Apollo and Hermes also joined in persuading Zeus to grant his request. As for Aphrodite, she found Hephaestus utterly unappealing and had no desire to advocate on his behalf. Observing the actions of Athena and the others, Zeus comprehended the value of Hephaestus. As the most exceptional craftsman among the gods, his skills were unrivaled. The inclusion of Hephaestus into Olympus would undoubtedly enhance the collective strength of the divine assembly. Ultimately, Zeus nodded in agreement, signaling his acceptance of Hephaestus's demands. Chapter 71, The Divine Office of Medicine. Narcissus, my dear friend, are you truly prepared for this? Hephaestus's ascension to Olympus brought great joy to Narcissus, who attended several feasts organized by Dionysus in honor of Hephaestus at his newly erected temple. After a month, the festivities concluded. Today, Narcissus found himself at the sun goddess temple, engaging in a transaction with Apollo. Although Apollo felt reluctant to take advantage of his friend, the resolute gaze of Narcissus compelled him to acquiesce. Narcissus, upon witnessing Apollo's agreement, smiled. He did not perceive himself as having been taken advantage of by Apollo, rather. He regarded this as the most advantageous course of action. Narcissus and Apollo stood facing each other, with a gentle green light emanating from Narcissus, surrounded by a shimmering blend of blue and white beneath his feet, while a soft blue glow adorned his head. Opposite him, Apollo radiated a dazzling golden light, interspersed with a myriad of colorful hues. Suddenly, the blue light above Narcissus detached itself and soared towards Apollo. Amidst the kaleidoscope of colors surrounding Apollo, a hue of earthy yellow darted towards Narcissus. Upon entering Narcissus, this earthy light invigorated his long-dormant divine power, propelling him to ascend to the rank of a low-tier deity. In comparison to Narcissus's ascent, Apollo, one of the 12 Olympian gods, also experienced a notable enhancement in his divine power, the commotion far surpassing that of Narcissus. Congratulations, Narcissus exclaimed, having already opened his eyes to witness the diminishing glow around Apollo, signifying his progress in divinity. This time, it seems, my dear friend, you have suffered a loss. Yet, seeing Narcissus elevate to the rank of a first-tier deity brought Apollo genuine joy. Apollo, since you regard me as a friend, let us not dwell on such matters, Narcissus replied. Indeed, Narcissus had come today to exchange his divine roles with Apollo, trading the domain of Dawn for other divine responsibilities. Such exchanges, aside from the voluntary consent of the individuals involved, often necessitated a forceful extraction of essence, akin to how Zeus dealt with the former sun god Helios. Narcissus's decision to exchange with Apollo was the result of profound contemplation during this period. Although the complete assimilation of the domain of Dawn could elevate him to a supreme deity, it might also signify his ultimate demise. Typically, a deity may select one primary domain or 2 to 3 associated domains. For instance, Apollo is predominantly referred to as the sun god rather than encompassing all his divine roles, as the solar domain constitutes his principal aspect, while the other roles remain secondary. The alteration of secondary domains does not detract from the essence of the primary. Should Narcissus embrace the domain of Dawn, upon mastering it. He would thereafter be known as the god of dawn. However, his botanical domain would be subdued, forever unable to surpass the dawn aspect. If, in the future, a more potent botanical domain emerged, could it be exchanged? Yes, but it necessitates the relinquishment of the primary domain of dawn. As the botanical and luminous domains do not intertwine and cannot be elevated together, the botanical aspect is more closely aligned with the realm of life. Emotional domains, lacking physicality, often bear fewer requirements than most divine roles. The consequence of renouncing the dawn domain could lead to a fate akin to Helios, the former sun god, who fell into a stupor, or to a significant diminishment of power, reminiscent of Selene, the moon goddess, and Eos, the goddess of dawn, both of whom faced considerable setbacks, essentially starting anew. Moreover, while there exists a plethora of luminous domains, the two most pivotal, sun and moon, are already governed by Apollo and Artemis, respectively. Many domains may be shared among multiple deities, yet some, like the sun and moon, are exclusive. Thus today, Narcissus exchanged his dawn domain for the domain of medicine with Apollo, who appeared to have taken advantage of him due to the latter's seemingly diminished status. Nonetheless, Narcissus recognized the vast potential of the medical domain for the future and felt no sense of loss. Rather, the medical domain harmonized splendidly with his existing divine roles, facilitating his ascension from a secondary deity to a primary one. Upon acquiring the medical domain, Narcissus bid farewell to Apollo, Hephaestus, and others, departing Olympus to descend to the earth. The earth now appeared vibrant and bustling, with various creatures frolicking and chasing one another. One day, Narcissus arrived at a meadow, where he was suddenly called by a young man. The youth exclaimed, "Narcissus? Cousin, I never expected to encounter you here." Narcissus paused for a moment, and then a flood of memories surged in his mind. "Achilles, my cousin, what brings you here?" Achilles, placing an arm around Narcissus's shoulder, replied, "Hey, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Why am I here? Because just ahead lies the domain of my father, Inachus, the eagled river. Come, let us pay him a visit." With great enthusiasm, Achilles led Narcissus towards the eagled river. As they neared the riverbank, Achilles called out to a young man working by the water, "Brother, come quickly and see who has arrived." The young man, hearing the call, turned to look and, filled with excitement, ran over to greet Narcissus with a warm embrace. Narcissus gazed at the newly arrived youth with a hint of perplexity and inquired, "Pharonius, is that you? What has become of your hair?" Pharonius chuckled and replied, "What? Do you no longer recognize me? Though, I suppose it is understandable, for we have not crossed paths in quite some time. Come, let us introduce you to our father. He will surely be delighted to see you." Together, Achilles and Pharonius took Narcissus by the hand and led him to the abode of the river god Inachus. Upon arriving at the riverbank, the water began to churn, and a column of water surged forth, revealing a middle-aged man with flowing white hair. The river god Inachus warmly embraced Narcissus, welcoming him with open arms. The river god then inquired, "By the way, how is my feckless brother faring these days?" Narcissus replied, "Uncle Inachus, I have wandered the earth for quite some time and have yet to return. At present, I remain unaware of my parents' circumstances." The river god Inachus smiled and responded, "I see. Well then, dear Narcissus, do share with your uncle the amusing tales of your earthly adventures." "Of course, Uncle Inachus," Narcissus nodded. He had always believed that familial bonds in this world were rather insipid, yet he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of kinship emanating from the family of Uncle Inachus. Narcissus followed them to their abode beneath the river, where the waters enveloped them as they entered together. Narcissus felt as though the scene before him had suddenly transformed. He lifted his gaze and discovered himself ensconced within a bubble, the water's surface obscured by its presence. He even beheld schools of fish swimming above, illuminated by the sunlight that cascaded down, creating a shimmering spectacle upon the water. Achilles approached, following Narcissus's line of sight upwards, and found nothing remarkable to behold. Thus, he took Narcissus by the hand and urged him to enter the house, saying, "Come on, let us retreat indoors." Narcissus gazed upon the modest Greek-style stone cottage before him, at a loss for words, and allowed Achilles to lead him inside. Indeed, the interior was equally austere. Narcissus suddenly realized that the room was devoid of any botanical adornments and inquired of the river god Inachus, "Uncle Inachus, why is there a lack of vegetation in this space?" Narcissus then realized that there were no plants to be seen, neither inside nor outside. Polonius replied first, explaining that the waters of the Achelous River were quite deep, preventing sunlight from reaching the riverbed. Aside from a few plants along the riverbank, the riverbed itself was nearly barren. Since this space lay at the bottom of the river, it too was devoid of vegetation. Understanding this, Narcissus nodded in acknowledgement of the explanation. Achilles complained, "It is precisely for this reason that the species of fish in the Achilles River are scarce. I have grown weary of them." The river god Inachos, in a fit of anger, struck Achilles on the head, exclaiming, "You naughty boy! Did I not send you to fetch your sister? Where is she?" Achilles, covering his head in discontent, replied, "I intended to call for her, but I encountered Narcissus along the way and thus did not go." Inachos bellowed, "Then why are you not rushing to call her now?" All right. I shall go at once," Achilles promised, indicating his immediate intention to leave. "Oh, please, no more hitting. Father, I am going now." He dodged the river god's hand and bounced out the door. Chapter 73. The maiden favored by the gods after Achilles departed. A column of water transported him to the surface of the Achilles River. He made his way to the riverbank, preparing to seek out his sister Io. Recalling that his sister was tending to sheep in the eastern meadow that day, Achilles headed in that direction. At that moment, Io sat atop a large stone in the meadow, weaving a garland of fresh grass and wildflowers while keeping an eye on their flock not far away. She was in high spirits, humming an unknown cheerful tune. Suddenly, the sunlight vanished. Io looked up to discover a cloud of mist drifting in from the horizon. Obscuring the sun, she paid it little mind. As Io remained unaware, a small whirlwind manifested on the meadow. The whirlwind dissipated, revealing a robust man with golden hair where it had been. The man approached Io, his gaze unabashedly fixed upon her. At first, the shadow cast upon her cheeks led Io to believe it was merely the cloud's doing, as she remained focused on her garland. However, when she finally relaxed and lifted her gaze, she found that the mist had long since vanished, replaced by a man blocking her sunlight. "Oh, beautiful maiden, you have finally noticed me," the man exclaimed with delight as Io turned her attention to him. "Who shall be fortunate enough to become your husband? Your beauty, unmatched even by demigods, deserves to belong to a divine lover." Io remained silent, merely furrowing her brow at the man who had appeared so suddenly. "You look even more lovely with that frown, yet I do not prefer your brow to be furrowed, my beautiful maiden. Do you know that? I am Zeus, the great king of the gods. Beautiful maiden, marry me. Only I can bring you happiness." Zeus gazed tenderly at Io, lamenting the oppressive heat of the day. "Fair maiden, let us retreat to the shade of the trees. How can I allow your radiant visage to endure the scorching sun? Come with me, my lovely one." Faced with the incessant chatter of this man, Io began to feel fear. All she desired was to escape this place. Rising, she grasped her woven garland and descended from the stone, turning to leave. Observing Io's actions, Zeus chuckled dismissively and gently waved his hand, unleashing his divine power. The atmosphere on the meadow transformed instantly. The wind howled as the previously clear sky darkened ominously. Concerned for her flock, Io braved the tempest to seek them out. Yet, the encroaching gloom made it increasingly difficult to discern the path ahead, leaving her with only a vague sense of her surroundings. Fearful of stumbling over stones on the ground, she reluctantly slowed her pace, cautiously feeling her way forward. Meanwhile, Aegialeus hastened to the meadow, calling for his sister to return home. Spotting the darkening clouds over the hillside where Io tended her sheep, he grew anxious for her safety and quickened his steps. "Sister Io, where are you?" Upon reaching the meadow, Aegialeus found the ominous clouds had dissipated, leaving only their flock leisurely grazing, yet his sister Io was nowhere to be seen. Initially thinking her to be playfully hiding, he began searching the area. "Io, sister, we have guests at home. Cousin Narcissus has come. Stop your games and come out. Father sent me to call you back," Aegialeus shouted, but his pleas were met with silence. After a thorough search, he found no trace of Io. It was then that he noticed the scattered garland on the ground, and an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Something must have happened to her. Hastily picking up the garland, he rushed home in a state of distress. Meanwhile, hidden beneath a thick veil of clouds, Io watched as her brother Aegialeus departed the meadow, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. "Oh, my beautiful maiden, accept me. I shall treat you well." Zeus embraced Io from behind, whispering sweet nothings into her ear. As he drew ever closer, Io, despairing, shut her eyes and turned her face away, rejecting his advances. Meanwhile, far away on Mount Olympus, Hera, seemingly seized by an inexplicable whim, cast her gaze down upon the earth. To her astonishment, she observed a thick mist enveloping a particular spot, even in the finest weather. Though the fog dissipated swiftly, its unnatural hue struck her as peculiar. Instantly suspicious, Hera directed her attention towards Zeus's palace on Olympus, only to find no trace of him anywhere within its confines. Cursed be it, Hera muttered in a fit of rage and embarrassment. That wretched Zeus must be up to some mischief behind my back. Chapter 74. The maiden transformed into a heifer with her suspicions ignited. Hera promptly summoned her chariot and set off toward the cloud she had just seen. Zeus, still whispering sweet words to Io, suddenly sensed Hera's impending arrival. In a desperate bid to conceal his infidelity and protect the beloved maiden in his arms, he released his hold on Io and exhaled softly. At that moment, the formerly resistant Io was seized by excruciating pain. Her skin began to heat up, and a powerful energy surged into her being. As this force coursed through her, Io felt her body transforming. Her limbs grew heavy, her slender fingers gradually morphed into hooves, and her hair turned into soft fur. In terror, Io realized she had become a cow. Her skin became pristine white, and her eyes flickered with fear. "Do not make a sound, my beautiful maiden." Zeus gently caressed Io's newly formed horns, attempting to soothe her. Just then, Hera appeared in the sky, driving her chariot. "Zeus, what are you doing here?" she questioned, straining to suppress her fury as she addressed him amidst the clouds. "Oh, my dear Hera, what brings you here?" Zeus replied, unable to mask his guilt. Hera, disregarding his words, turned her gaze towards the small white heifer beside him. "Whose cow is this? What breed is it?" Hera scrutinized the heifer's eyes, and her intuition led her to grasp the truth. Zeus's deception was laid bare before her. Realizing Hera's attention was fixed upon the creature at his side, Zeus inwardly panicked and stepped forward to obstruct her view. "This is merely an ordinary cow, a creature commonly found upon the earth." "Oh, is that so?" Hera fixed a penetrating stare at Zeus, asserting, "Its coat is as white as snow, and the more I look, the more I adore it. Just in time for my birthday, why not gift it to me? This way, you need not trouble yourself with selecting a present for me, shall you?" As Hera gazed intently at him, Zeus found himself caught in a dilemma. Whether to give or not had become a pressing issue. Should he offer Hera the gift, he would inevitably lose the enchanting maiden. Yet, denying Hera would surely raise her suspicions, and in the face of Hera's wrath, the lovely girl would surely suffer. Ultimately, Zeus resolved to present the gift to Hera, planning to devise a method to stealthily reclaim her later. "Since you desire her so much, I shall give you this splendid heifer," he declared, feigning generosity as he bestowed the snow-white calf upon Hera. Pretending not to notice the flicker of reluctance on Zeus's face, Hera joyfully accepted his offering. Tying a rope around the calf's neck, she graciously thanked Zeus, advising him to remain and enjoy himself, before triumphantly leading the calf away. Once she had distanced herself from Zeus, Hera turned with a fierce expression towards the calf, saying, "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your true nature, nor should you expect Zeus to rescue you. Humph, I shall ensure that he cannot find you." Hearing this, Io, transformed into the calf, could not help but shed tears from her large, bell-like eyes. Upon reaching her temple, Hera tethered the calf to a pillar to prevent any chance of escape. Now, she pondered how best to conceal the calf, knowing full well that Zeus, driven by infatuation, would leave no stone unturned in his quest to reclaim her. Eventually, Hera devised a plan and took the calf away from her temple to the earth below. There, she encountered Argus, the son of Arister, a creature endowed with 100 eyes. Even in slumber, he would merely close one eye while the others remained wide open. Hera deemed him the most suitable guardian for the calf. "Argus," she called as she descended from the heavens, standing before the 100-eyed giant. "Hera?" Argus's voice rumbled in response. "I require your assistance in guarding this heifer," Hera said, handing the rope tied around the calf's neck to Argus, instructing him to feed the calf daily and to frequently change their location. "Understood, Hera," Argus replied with a nod, assuring her of his vigilance in watching over the calf. Chapter 75. The Missing Maiden Father. Something terrible has happened. Achaemenes rushed in, his voice filled with panic. Inside, Narcissus was engaged in conversation with his uncle, the river god Inachus, and his cousin Pharanius, recounting tales from his travels on Earth. "Achaemenes, can you not remain calm? You ought to take a lesson from Narcissus. Your cousin has ascended to divinity," the river god rebuked his son. "By the way, where is your sister? Why didn't she return with you?" "Father, please refrain from such inquiries. What I must convey is that my sister is missing." Thus spoke Achaean Achilles to the river god Inachus. What? My daughter is missing? Inachus immediately rose, his voice laced with urgency. He then exclaimed to Achaean Achilles, "You wretched boy, tell me what transpired." Consequently, Achaean Achilles began to recount the peculiar mist he had witnessed, and how after its sudden disappearance, he could not find his sister Io, having only retrieved a tattered garland. This situation appeared rather complex. It seems rather unusual, interjected Narcissus. I believe we should investigate the meadow where Sister Io vanished. Perhaps we may uncover some clues. Indeed, indeed. Your cousin is now a formidable deity. He shall surely be able to locate your sister. Upon hearing Narcissus's words, Inachus felt a flicker of hope and eagerly urged Achaean Achilles to guide them to the meadow where Io once lingered. Upon arriving at the meadow, they gazed across the vast expanse, spotting only flocks of sheep, with no sign of Io. Inachus, unable to contain his emotions, wept and cried out, "Oh, my poor daughter. Where could you possibly be?" Achaean Achilles, take me to the place where you found the garland. I wish to see it, Narcissus said to the now comforting Achaean Achilles. Very well, this way, follow me. Achaean Achilles nodded and led Narcissus to the spot where he had discovered the garland. Narcissus, do you have any means to assist? Inachus inquired cautiously. Uncle Inachus, I can only attempt to try, Narcissus replied, unable to guarantee the return of Sister Io. I understand. Do your utmost, Inachus nodded. Signifying his comprehension, Narcissus raised his hands, summoning his divine power. As his energy was unleashed, the flora upon the grassy expanse began to emanate a gentle green light, which gradually floated upwards, coalescing before Narcissus. The assembled green luminescence began to depict an image. A young maiden, in a state of panic, was walking, when suddenly a man appeared and abducted her. It is Io, my beloved Io, my poor daughter. The river god Inachus, upon witnessing the scene within the green light, began to weep bitterly. The brothers, Achilles, hastened to comfort their grieving father. Narcissus gazed at the figure of the man in the painting and immediately recognized him as Zeus, the king of the gods. Narcissus, do you know where your sister is now? Inquired the river god Inachus, seeking comfort from his two sons. I do not know, Narcissus replied, shaking his head, but I am certain there is someone who does. Who? The river god Inachus asked eagerly. It is the god king Zeus. The man in the painting is he, Narcissus stated to Inachus. The god king. Upon hearing this name from Narcissus, the crowd fell silent, a hush enveloping them as they collectively acknowledged Zeus's notorious infidelity. They understood all too well the fate that awaited Io, should she fall into his hands. I shall go to Zeus's temple and inquire. I care only for my daughter's safety, declared the river god Inachus resolutely. Indeed, we shall accompany you, agreed the brothers Aegialeus and Achilles, supporting their father's decision. Thus, they resolved to journey to the temple of Zeus in search of answers. Chapter 76. The temple of Zeus. Upon Olympus, Zeus sat upon his divine throne, one hand propping up his chin, leaning against the armrest. He feigned rest. Yet behind his closed eyelids, his pupils gleamed with golden light. In this moment, he was surveying the earth, seeking the figure of the beautiful maiden whom Hera had taken and concealed. Suddenly, he heard a plea emanating from one of his temples on earth, a supplication that was intriguingly connected to the maiden he longed for. Zeus straightened in his seat, unable to resist listening intently to this prayer. Below on earth, Narcissus and his companions had finally gleaned the whereabouts of Zeus's temple from a nymph. Narcissus, you should remain here and wait for us, said the river god Inachus as they approached the final hills before the temple. My father believes, dear cousin Narcissus, that your beauty far surpasses that of my sister. It may not be safe if Zeus were to catch sight of you, explained Aegialeus, glancing at Narcissus. Very well, I shall wait for you here. Narcissus nodded in agreement. Although he had encountered Zeus a few times and observed the god's evident interest in women, he remained uncertain if Zeus might one day take an interest in men. Thus opting for caution, Narcissus lingered in the dense woods, observing the river god Inachus and his two sons as they made their way towards the temple of Zeus nestled within. Father, Achilles swallowed nervously as he gazed at the grand marble edifice of the temple. Let us enter, the river god Inachus urged his sons. Upon carefully stepping into the sanctum, they beheld the imposing statue of Zeus at the center, prompting Inachus to hastily pull his sons to their knees. O mighty king of the gods, my daughter Io is missing. I beseech you, in your boundless compassion, reveal her whereabouts. With hands clasped in fervent prayer, Inachus implored the statue of Zeus. Despite the tumultuous anger simmering within him towards Zeus for abducting his daughter, he dared not voice it, nor even entertain the thought, for he feared Zeus might sense his inner turmoil. Prior to their entrance into the temple, Inachus had cautioned his sons to feign ignorance regarding their sister's abduction by Zeus, presenting themselves solely as supplicants seeking divine assistance. As Inachus continued his entreaties, a gentle radiance emanated from the statue of Zeus, and soon, the voice of the god reverberated within the sanctuary. Your daughter Io has been taken by Hera and concealed in a location deep within the earth. The voice of Zeus echoed throughout the temple. Hearing this revelation, Inachus experienced a mixture of relief that his daughter was unharmed. Yet he was taken aback by the nature of the news. Achilles, witnessing the fading glow of the statue returning to its usual form, turned to his father, asking, "What shall we do now? We must leave this place at once." Inachus replied to his sons, casting one last glance at the now normal statue. He hurriedly led his children out of the temple of Zeus. What transpired? Narcissus inquired eagerly as they returned. Inachus, with a troubled expression, recounted the words of Zeus to Narcissus. So, Sister Io is not in Zeus's grasp, but rather under Hera's control, hidden away in some undisclosed location on Earth? Narcissus pondered aloud after hearing the tale. Yet the Earth is vast. How shall we ever find her? Inachus lamented, distressed. Faced with Inachus's despair, Narcissus found himself at a loss for words, recognizing the sheer immensity of the task ahead. Uncle Inachus, what is your plan? Shall we continue the search or return to the Argolid River? Narcissus queried. Alas, we shall first attempt to seek her out. We cannot simply abandon her. Inachus sighed, resigned. Then I shall accompany you in the search, Narcissus declared, believing that the quest for fortune on Earth and the pursuit of his cousin Io were not mutually exclusive endeavors. He meanders about the Earth at will, and now he simply has the Inachos family accompanying him. Primarily, his uncle Inachos is the river god of the Argolid River. River gods are localized deities, and the further they stray from their respective waters, the more their divine power wanes, ultimately diminishing to a level that may be surpassed by a vigorous demigod. Typically, river gods traverse to other realms through interconnected water bodies, as all river gods are, in essence, related. However, in his quest to find his cousin Io, it is evident that he must venture onto dry land. The Earth still harbors numerous perilous locales, and as his uncle Inachos' divine strength diminishes, rendering him less formidable than a demigod, Narcissus cannot help but feel a sense of foreboding, especially with only himself and his two combat-inept cousins to rely upon. Narcissus resolved to accompany his uncle Inachos in the quest to locate his cousin Io, for he could not remain indifferent to her plight. Chapter 77, The Fragrance. Uncle Punius, I wish to inquire about a few matters. On that day, Narcissus and his companions arrived at the riverbank and called out loudly. Soon, he observed the water before him begin to bubble, and a deity with flowing green hair emerged from the depths. Ah, it is you, young Narcissus. What brings you to my doorstep, shouting so loudly? Speak. What is the matter? The river god Punius appeared somewhat irked by Narcissus' intrusion. Narcissus hurriedly recounted the events to the river god, Punius. I regret to inform you that I have not seen your daughter, Inachus, the river god said, turning to Inachus, who stood behind Narcissus. I deeply sympathize with your daughter's plight. Observing Punius, who soon sank back into the depths of the river after a brief conversation, Inachus sighed. He then addressed Narcissus, saying, Narcissus, it has indeed been arduous for you to accompany us, father and son, during these days. Now, you may attend to your own matters. Inachus, uncle? Narcissus pondered, somewhat perplexed by Inachus's words, as he felt he had not returned empty-handed during this time. Recently, while searching for Io, they passed through the grove where he had once cultivated roses. Now, that grove was predominantly filled with roses, aside from the towering trees, and yellow roses had also emerged among them. Initially, he felt merely surprised by this development, harboring no further thoughts. However, Inachus's family claimed that the entire grove exuded a delightful fragrance. This revelation made Narcissus, who had always believed flowers were fragrant, cognizant of the existence of floral scents. Moreover, the aroma of the yellow roses was distinctly different from that of the original red ones. The yellow roses emitted a rich, fruity scent, while the red ones carried a refreshing tea fragrance. As he absorbed the fragrance of the entire grove, a divine office known as floral fragrance emerged within Narcissus's divinity, merging with the divine office of fresh blooms. I intend to return to the river Argolid with your cousin. for we have been away for quite some time and ought to check in." The river god Inachus spoke to Narcissus. "Very well. I shall continue to inquire about cousin Io along the way, and should I hear any news, I will find a way to inform you." It seemed that Inachus had made a decision, and Narcissus nodded in agreement. "I appreciate your efforts, Narcissus," the river god Inachus said, his face etched with sorrow. After such a lengthy absence, he had received no word regarding his daughter, and his hopes had dwindled. He could only wish that Hera might show some kindness to his unfortunate daughter. Watching Inachus depart with his cousin, Narcissus let out a sigh. At that moment, Io, transformed into a heifer, grazed in a verdant meadow under the vigilant watch of the hundred-eyed giant Argus. Io could not comprehend what transgression she had committed to deserve such torment. Each morning, the hundred-eyed giant would lead her to the pasture. Yet he clearly lacked the experience of a shepherd, often dragging her to areas overrun with bitter weeds. To stave off hunger, she had no choice but to endure the bitter taste of the grass. At night, the giant would return her to the makeshift cattle pen, indifferent to its filth or the murkiness of her drinking water. Fortunately, the hundred-eyed giant was somewhat obedient to Hera's commands, occasionally taking her to other locations. Otherwise, the filthy cattle pen and the murky drinking water became unbearable for Io. She had contemplated escape, yet the hundred-eyed giant, regardless of its slumber, always kept its vigilant gaze fixed upon her, leaving her with no opportunity to flee. As the days turned into a monotonous cycle of grazing by day and returning to the pen by night, Io found herself growing numb. At times, she would even forget that she was not, in fact, a cow. After acquiring the divine role of fragrance, Narcissus became aware that even grasses possessed distinct aromas. Consequently, his most frequent activity during this period was to uproot various types of grass and inhale their scents. Narcissus discovered that the fragrance of most grasses was quite delightful, with some even possessing a medicinal aroma. This revelation awakened his divine vocation in the realm of healing, allowing him to instinctively discern the ailments that these herbs could remedy. Through his relentless efforts, Narcissus ultimately cultivated a new divine essence within himself. However, during this process, this new vocation intertwined with his original floral fragrance divine role, resulting in a wholly unique aromatic essence. Chapter 78. Returning to the homeland of Io Narcissus. An exhilarated voice resonated from the heavens. Today, Hermes had descended from Mount Olympus to attend to Zeus's affairs on earth. Spotting Narcissus in the sky, he joyfully glided down from the clouds. "Hermes?" Narcissus, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Hermes before him, inquired, "Were you not in Olympus? What brings you to earth?" "I am here to fulfill a task for Zeus," Hermes replied, leaning closer to Narcissus and inhaling deeply. "Narcissus, your scent is delightful, quite different from the fragrance I encountered last time." Narcissus raised his hand to his nose, realizing that he emitted a subtle blend of floral and herbal aromas, creating an intriguing scent. He promptly harnessed his aromatic divine vocation to suppress his own fragrance, then asked Hermes, "What about now?" Hermes sniffed the air and shook his head. "There is no scent detectable now. By the way, Hermes, what business brings you to Earth on behalf of Zeus?" Narcissus asked with curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing of great importance," Hermes sighed, expressing his exasperation with Zeus's actions. Recently, Zeus became enamored with a beautiful maiden on Earth, and just as he was about to claim her, Hera intervened. To conceal his identity, Zeus transformed the lovely maiden into a young heifer. Ultimately, Hera took the transformed maiden away. Now, Zeus has a general idea of her whereabouts and has commanded me to rescue her. As Narcissus listened to Hermes' narration, his brow furrowed deeper with each word. The enchanting maiden transformed into a cow by Zeus began to feel increasingly familiar to him. Thus, he queried, "Hermes, do you know the name of the maiden who was turned into a cow?" "The name? It seems to start with I." "Ah, yes, it is Io," Hermes affirmed with a nod, confirming Narcissus' suspicion. "Indeed, it is Io. Hermes, I have a favor to ask of you. Please take me along." As he had surmised, the maiden transformed by Zeus was indeed his cousin, Io. "Ah, very well." Hermes, initially inclined to inquire further, chose to nod in response to the expression on Narcissus' face. This time, Narcissus paid no heed to the expenditure of divine power, utilizing it to soar behind Hermes. On that day, Io was brought to a new location by the hundred-eyed giant. As she beheld the familiar meadow and flowing river before her, tears involuntarily streamed down her face. The hundred-eyed giant, indifferent to Io's sorrow, found a spot to recline. Naturally, Several of his eyes remained fixated on Io to thwart any attempts at escape. As long as Io refrained from fleeing, the giant paid no mind to her actions. Io still recalled the joyous moments spent frolicking on that very meadow with her two brothers, while her father stood by the riverbank, smiling as he watched them play. Returning to her homeland, Io was filled with emotion. Approaching the nearby river, she could not resist drawing closer, but upon glimpsing her own ghastly reflection in the water, she was overcome with despair. "Father, look, there is a cow weeping by the river near our home," exclaimed Epicasti, pointing at the cow. After bidding farewell to Narcissus, the river god Inachus and his family returned to the Argolid River, only to encounter a white cow lamenting by their own river. Hearing her brother's voice, Io joyfully turned her head, spotting her father and two brothers not far away. She hurriedly approached, nuzzling her father's hand affectionately. "Father, this cow seems to have taken quite a liking to you," Epicasti remarked in astonishment, observing how the affectionate white cow refused to leave her father's side. "How strange. I feel an immediate bond with this cow," mused the river god Inachus, crouching down to offer some grass to the circling cow, gently stroking its head and lamenting. "Ah, I am reminded of your sister. If she were to see this beautiful cow, she would surely adore it." Chapter 79. Reunion of kin. Upon hearing her father's words, Io, whose tears had ceased, found them once again cascading down her cheeks. "Father, it is I, Io. I am your daughter," she cried. Yet the sound that escaped her lips was merely a series of mournful mooing. Epicasti gazed at the incessantly calling cow, perplexed, and inquired, "Father, what is wrong with this cow? Why does it keep calling out?" "I cannot say. Alas, go seek your master." The river god Inachus gently caressed the cow before him. And in that moment, he perceived the silhouette of his long-lost daughter within her form. Overwhelmed by longing, he thought perhaps he had lost his sanity. To see visions of her in a mere bovine. Ignoring the cow that surrounded him, Inachus circled around her and beckoned his two sons. Preparing to return to the home he had not visited in ages. "Father." Upon seeing her father about to depart, Aya anxiously clutched the hem of Inachus's garment. "Father, look at me. I am your daughter Aya. What is this?" The cow that gripped his garment startled Inachus, who, upon noticing the animal's tear-filled eyes, inquired, "Dear calf, do you wish to convey something to me?" "Moo, moo. Father, I am Aya. I am Aya." Aya exclaimed joyfully as her father paused. "Regrettably, I cannot comprehend your utterances." Inachus sighed, gazing at the cow's persistent cries. "If only you could speak or understand the written word, then I would grasp your intentions." Upon hearing her father's lament, Aya suddenly recalled that although she had transformed into a cow, she still remembered the characters she had learned in her past. She could indeed communicate with him through writing. Resolutely, Aya lifted her front hooves and began inscribing words upon the earth. Curious, Inachus bent down to observe the cow's movements, and soon he discerned a line of text. Albeit crooked, he could still understand its essence. "Father, I am Aya." Inachus, upon reading the words inscribed on the ground, stood in stunned silence, his entire being frozen in disbelief. "Father, what is the matter?" Noticing their father's immobility, his sons, Echias and Elios, approached with intrigue. Upon seeing the words on the ground, they too were rendered speechless, unable to fathom that their long-searched sister Aya had manifested before them in such an unexpected form. At this moment, Inachus regained his senses and, weeping, embraced Aya's neck. "Oh, my poor daughter, how have you come to be this way? Who could be so cruel as to inflict such suffering upon you? My Aya. Sister, how have you transformed in this manner?" Echias and Elios joined in, encircling the cow Aya with tears of sorrow. The hundred-eyed giant, who had been napping with some of his eyes closed, sensed the commotion and rose from the ground, advancing toward them. With each step of his colossal form, the earth trembled beneath him. "Step aside, this cow belongs to me." The hundred-eyed giant roughly pushed aside the family of the river god Inachus surrounding Io, and then grasped the rope around her neck, preparing to depart. "Release my daughter," roared the river god Inachus, witnessing the giant's intention to take his beloved child. "Let go of my sister," cried the brothers Aegialius and Aegisthus as they rushed forward, tugging at the rope around Io's neck. "Get away, little pests." The hundred-eyed giant, infuriated by the audacity of these demigods daring to challenge him, raised his hand, ready to crush them. "Cease this at once." The nearby river Aegialos began to boil, a column of water surging forth, obedient to the command of Inachus, aiming to strike the giant. "Is this your feeble trick? You think it can affect me? scoffed the giant as he observed the water column ensnaring his wrist. With a mere flick of his strength, he broke free from its grasp. Aegialius, take your sister and flee, commanded Inachos, addressing the brothers who had just liberated Io from her bonds. He then controlled the river Aegialos, causing multiple water columns to surge forth in an assault against the hundred-eyed giant. Delightful. The water columns struck the giant, yet they inflicted no harm. Instead, he found the sensation pleasurable, emitting a sound of satisfaction. Enough of this childish game. Now you shall all perish. The giant seized Io, who was attempting to escape with her brother, and coldly addressed the sons of Inachos. As he finished speaking, the previously closed eyes upon his body began to open one by one. The river god and his sons felt a blinding light flash before them, and soon discovered that they were turning to stone from their feet upwards, rapidly becoming statues. The floating water columns, now devoid of Inachos' control, fell to the ground. Excellent. The giant nodded in approval at the effect he had wrought, then resecured the rope around Io's neck. Father, brother, no. Seeing her father and brother transform into stone before her, Io desperately struggled against the rope binding her, yearning to return to their side. Alas, her strength was far too feeble, and she was ultimately dragged away by the hundred-eyed giant. Chapter 80. Pursuing the hundred-eyed giant trailing behind Hermes. Narcissus felt the landscape beneath him becoming increasingly familiar. Upon encountering a river, realization dawned upon him. He finally understood why it seemed so recognizable. Was this not the Aegialos River belonging to his uncle Inachos? He wondered if his uncle and their kin had returned. Hermes, wait, Narcissus exclaimed, noticing 3 peculiar stone sculptures along the riverbank from his aerial vantage point. He remembered that when he last visited, the riverbank was devoid of these stone sculptures. The hundred-eyed giant should be nearby. Hermes flew leisurely, meticulously observing the earth below, in search of the giant's trace. Upon hearing Narcissus's voice, Hermes approached and inquired, "What is it, Narcissus?" "I wish to take a look over there," Narcissus indicated towards the stone sculptures by the riverbank. "Very well. As far as I know, the guardian who transformed into a maiden, the hundred-eyed giant, is in the vicinity. I too shall search for his whereabouts here." Hermes nodded after glancing at the sculptures. Suddenly, Hermes recalled information he had gathered about the hundred-eyed giant, which seemed to resonate with the current situation. "What is it, Hermes?" Narcissus, noticing Hermes' swift descent, hurriedly followed. "Have you discovered something?" Just as Narcissus landed, he saw Hermes inspecting the stone sculptures, and he suddenly felt that the faces of these statues were somewhat familiar. Uncle Inachus? Cousin Achilles? Cousin Florinus? "Why is it you?" Narcissus was astonished to recognize that these 3 statues were indeed his uncle Inachus and the others. "Hermes, do you know what has happened? Can they be restored?" After inspecting them thoroughly, Narcissus sighed in relief upon realizing that Uncle Inachus and the others were still alive. This is the ability of the hundred-eyed giant. To restore them, either the giant must personally reverse the transformation, or he must be slain, which would allow them to return to their original forms. Hermes had examined each statue and confirmed that the transformation was indeed the work of the hundred-eyed giant. Given their condition, the giant must have departed not long ago. "We must hasten to find him. Otherwise, while the river god may be safe, the fate of these 2 demigods is uncertain." Hermes crouched down, preparing to search for the hundred-eyed giant's trail. "Hermes, I have a way to discern the direction the hundred-eyed giant has taken." Narcissus closed his eyes and began to channel his divine power. The plants of the earth responded to Narcissus's call, offering their faint memories. "Hermes, this way." Once Narcissus identified the direction, he sprinted forward, observing Narcissus's swift movements. Hermes quickly took to the air, keeping pace beside him. "Narcissus, have you found any clues?" Hermes inquired as they flew in tandem. "Indeed. The plants have revealed that the hundred-eyed giant has gone in this direction," Narcissus replied, employing his divine power as he sped along. As he ran across the ground, Narcissus's speed rivaled that of his flight, proving to be less taxing on his energy. "This way." Narcissus veered into a grove, racing deeper into the forest. What on earth does this hundred-eyed giant intend to do? Hermes carefully dodged branches, voicing his frustration. Though Narcissus followed the route indicated, he harbored no doubts. After all, the path was strewn with trees that had been toppled and shattered by the hundred-eyed giant. As they traversed a vast expanse of woodland, their view opened up to reveal a series of gently undulating hills. Before long, they were met with the thunderous sound of snoring. Hermes descended from the air and exchanged a glance with Narcissus, both confirming that the hundred-eyed giant lay not far off. Stealthily, they ascended the slope and beheld the giant snoring beneath a tree, with a small white heifer grazing nearby. "What shall we do next, Hermes?" Narcissus inquired, gripping his staff tightly as he turned to Hermes for guidance. Although Narcissus was quite anxious to rescue his uncle, cousin, and his cousin who had transformed into a cow, he would not foolishly rush into action, for he had heard from Hermes that the abilities of the hundred-eyed giant were rather extraordinary, making any confrontation quite troublesome. Narcissus was apprehensive that a confrontation might inadvertently harm his cousin, Io. An idea struck Hermes, the cunning and astute deity, who swiftly devised a plan. He shared this stratagem with Narcissus, who, upon hearing it, nodded in agreement. Chapter 81. The liberated Io. After outlining the plan to Narcissus, Hermes commenced his actions. He first procured a flock of sheep from elsewhere, then removed his cap and winged sandals, adorning both himself and Narcissus in the guise of shepherds. To obscure his exquisite beauty, Narcissus applied a concoction of herbal juice to his face, although his features remained largely unchanged. This application rendered his complexion akin to that of someone frequently exposed to the sun, resulting in a mottled and uneven tan. After Narcissus completed his preparations, he nodded to Hermes. Observing this, Hermes retrieved a shepherd's flute from his cloak and began to play a melodious tune. The enchanting music resonated through the mountains. Narcissus followed closely behind Hermes, guiding a flock of sheep towards the hundred-eyed giant. The giant, amidst his snores, suddenly sensed an unusual aura and opened his principal eye. Discovering a pair of seemingly ordinary shepherds ahead, he furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of curiosity, yet he perceived no threat. Thus, he closed his eyes once more, leaving a few to observe a nearby white calf, ready to resume his slumber. As Hermes and Narcissus advanced, the sound of the flute grew increasingly closer, gradually capturing the hundred-eyed giant's attention. The giant opened more of his eyes, completely enthralled by the music emanating from the flute. He languidly rose from the ground and ambled towards Hermes and Narcissus, while Hermes continued to play, his musical prowess both skilled and captivating. Ensnaring the attention of all the giant's eyes, Narcissus guided the flock closer to the hundred-eyed giant, occasionally scattering a handful of herbs upon the ground. These herbs, discovered by Narcissus during his travels, emitted a gentle fragrance that was not overpowering. Rather, it possessed the soothing quality to lull one into a tranquil slumber. The hundred-eyed giant gradually let down his guard, completely absorbed in the realm of music. He followed the melody of Hermes' flute with his gaze, taking careful steps behind Narcissus and Hermes. Under the combined influence of Hermes' enchanting performance and the effects of Narcissus's herbs, the giant yawned several times, began to recline, and one by one, his myriad eyes closed, surrendering to sleep. Witnessing this scene, Hermes ceased his playing and drew forth a sharp longsword. He approached the hundred-eyed giant swiftly, poised to deliver a fatal blow to his neck. The slumbering giant emitted a tremendous roar, his body shaking violently, before he gradually lay flat, transforming before Narcissus and his companions into a heap of stone. Narcissus and Hermes gazed upon the fallen giant with 100 eyes, finally exhaling in relief. They had not anticipated such a seamless resolution to the ordeal. "We have triumphed, Narcissus," Hermes exclaimed, chuckling as he patted Narcissus on the shoulder. Narcissus smiled, gazing gratefully at Hermes as he spoke. "Thank you, Hermes." The two approached the white heifer, but Io, seeing the unfamiliar figures, instinctively recoiled in fear, having just witnessed how they vanquished the formidable hundred-eyed giant. "Io, my dear cousin, it is I, Narcissus." With a flourish of his arm, Narcissus summoned his divine power, shedding his disguise and revealing his true form. Narcissus, upon seeing him, Io finally recognized him and rushed towards him with excitement. "This is Hermes, the deity of Olympus," Narcissus introduced. Io nodded in acknowledgement towards Hermes, expressing her gratitude, to which Hermes politely returned the gesture. "Narcissus, may I inquire if you can see your cousin in her bovine form?" Narcissus began to ask, yet before he could finish his sentence, Hermes interjected. "I apologize, Narcissus, but this is a consequence of Zeus's divine power, and I am unable to alter it. Fear not. I shall promptly seek out Zeus to report that we have rescued her from the hundred-eyed giant. He will assist in lifting the enchantment." Hermes shook his head gently. Narcissus conversed with Hermes for a while, after which Hermes, reluctantly bidding farewell to Narcissus, prepared to journey to Olympus to report to Zeus. Although Io was aware that she could not yet regain her former self, this realization brought her a tinge of sorrow. However, The prospect of regaining her freedom was sufficient to dispel much of her sadness. In that moment, all she longed for was to return and reunite with her father and brothers. Following the demise of the hundred-eyed giant, the river god Inachus and his sons were restored from their petrified state by the banks of the Argolid River. When Inachus noticed the absence of his daughter Io, he could not contain his grief, weeping, for he and his sons were unaware of the wretched fate that had befallen their dear Io, taken away by the hundred-eyed giant. Chapter 82. Reunion. Inachus, uncle, cousins, how wonderful that you have returned. Narcissus exclaimed joyfully as he swiftly brought Io back to the Argolid River, finding Inachus and his sons restored to their former selves. Upon hearing Narcissus's voice, Inachus wiped away his tears and turned towards the sound. Suddenly, he felt a force collide with him. Looking down, he discovered a cow nuzzling against him. Io, my daughter. The river god Inachus instantly recognized the creature as his daughter transformed into a cow, and amid his joy, he wept, embracing Io with a blend of happiness and sorrow. The brothers, Aegialius, also approached with delight. Narcissus stood aside, joyfully observing the reunion of Uncle Inachos and his family. The bond of affection radiating between them moved Narcissus deeply. At that moment, a newfound divine power began to emanate from Narcissus. The essence of familial love sparkled brilliantly within his divine essence. If love exists in this world, then surely familial affection must also be present. However, the current understanding of the gods regarding familial bonds is rather superficial. The profound affection displayed by Inachos' family allowed Narcissus to sense its strength, leading to the birth of the divine aspect of familial love within him. Regrettably, the prevalence of familial affection in the world is still scarce. Thus, this divine aspect did not bestow upon Narcissus a significant amount of divine power. Narcissus, thank you for bringing Io back. Inachos expressed his gratitude, calming his emotions. There's no need for such formality, Uncle Inachos. It was my duty to help rescue Sister Io. Narcissus replied, I remember Io was taken by that hundred-eyed giant. How did you manage to bring her back? Inachos inquired with curiosity. That is thanks to Hermes. Narcissus recounted the events to Uncle Inachos. Alas, I hope Zeus can swiftly lift the enchantment from my daughter, Inachos said, gently stroking Io's bovine head, sighing in resignation. Narcissus felt a stirring within, envisioning the turmoil that his Uncle Inachos must be experiencing at that very moment. Although Zeus possessed the power to lift the enchantment from his sister Io, the subsequent consequences remained shrouded in uncertainty. One could only hope that Zeus might choose to relent. On Olympus, Hermes was preparing to report to Zeus when a figure intercepted his path. Hermes, Hera exclaimed, halting him in his hurried stride. Where are you off to in such a rush? It seems I've spotted you returning from the earth. Pray tell, what business have you there? Hermes, somewhat anxious upon seeing Hera, managed to muster a smile as he greeted her. Greetings, Hera. You have yet to respond to my inquiry, Hera insisted, her gaze piercing into him. She was acutely aware that Hermes had likely engaged in some mischief on Zeus's behalf. As Hermes pondered how to placate Hera, Zeus's voice resonated in his ear. Hermes, what brings you here? How fare the tasks I entrusted to you? Zeus approached from a distance, then addressed Hera. Hera, cease your torment of the child. Hermes merely sought to procure some wine from Dionysus. I have completed the task, Hermes replied, catching Zeus's discreet wink, and quickly answered. It had better be so. Hera, realizing that Zeus and Hermes were conspiring against her, snorted derisively before departing. Once Hera was out of sight, Zeus eagerly inquired, Hermes, have you fulfilled the task I assigned? Indeed, the young woman transformed into a cow has returned to her kin, Hermes affirmed. However, the divine power you placed upon her remains unbroken. She still persists in her bovine form. Oh, poor, beautiful maiden, Zeus lamented, plucking a leaf from a nearby tree and gently blowing upon it, transforming it into a delicate glass vial. Holding the vial aloft, he summoned his divine power, swiftly filling it with a golden liquid. Hera has been watching me closely of late, preventing me from personally lifting that lovely maiden's curse. Hermes, take this vial to her. Upon drinking the contents, she shall revert to her true form. Very well, Zeus, Hermes responded, carefully stowing the vial in his pocket for safekeeping. Not far beneath a grand tree, Hera stormed forth from the shadows in a fit of rage. Very well, Hermes, very well, Zeus, she seethed, clenching her fists. She understood that Zeus was up to something behind her back, and her concealment had inadvertently allowed her to overhear their conversation. Zeus, "You scoundrel," still fixated on that cow. Channeling her divine power, she scanned the earth with her gaze, soon discovering that her loyal servant, the hundred-eyed giant, had vanished, while the cow frolicked joyously by the river with her family. Humph. Upon witnessing such a scene, Hera's fury intensified. She raised her hand and summoned the horsefly that had been following the bees, feasting on their nectar. "I shall ensure you taste the bitterness of your actions," Hera proclaimed. She conferred a blessing upon the horsefly, enabling it to sustain itself by feeding on the blood of cattle, freeing it from the need to follow the bees, and commanded it to attack Io, who was currently in the form of a cow. After executing her will, Hera harnessed her divine power to cast the horsefly onto the meadow where Io was frolicking. Chapter 83. Encounter. Once the horsefly was dispatched to the earth, it swiftly spotted the playful white heifer in the meadow. Obeying Hera's command, it began to flap its wings and flew towards the little white cow. "Sister? Sister, what is wrong?" inquired Epicasti, noticing his sister incessantly flicking her ears. Hearing her brother's query, Io emitted a low moo, but alas, Epicasti could not comprehend her words. Moments earlier, Io had been disturbed by a cacophony of buzzing sounds that filled her ears, causing her great distress. Discontent with merely provoking the cow's movements, the horsefly landed on Io's back, raising its mouthparts to pierce her skin with a sharp sting. This horsefly, blessed by Hera, possessed not only a keen sting but also released a potent irritant toxin. Although the toxin was not lethal, it induced excruciating pain in its victim. The agony coursing through her made Io unable to refrain from thrashing her tail and bolting away. "Sister? Sister?" Epicasti, perplexed by his sister's sudden flight, watched as she glimmered with an ethereal light, gaining speed until she vanished from his sight, prompting him to cry out in alarm. Inachos, who had been conversing with Narcissus, turned upon hearing his son's cries, only to discover that his daughter had disappeared once more. "Io, Epicasti, where is your sister?" the river god Inachos asked. Hurrying over with Narcissus. "Father, I do not know. She suddenly ran off like a madwoman, and then she just kept running faster. Eventually, she disappeared," Epicasti replied, flustered. "Narcissus, in which direction did Io flee?" he asked, seeking guidance. "That way." Epicasti quickly pointed toward the direction in which his sister had vanished. "Uncle Inachos, I shall pursue her," Narcissus declared, promptly utilizing his divine powers to race in the indicated direction. "My Io," cried the river god Inachos, hastening after him. But as a lesser deity of the third order, his speed paled in comparison to Narcissus's, and soon the distance between them grew. "Sister Io." As Narcissus pursued, he finally caught sight of his sister Io and called out to her urgently. However, Io was oblivious to his cries, overwhelmed by the incessant buzzing and the torment coursing through her body, leaving her little room to focus on anything else. Perhaps it was the divine influence of Zeus that made Narcissus feel as though Io was accelerating away from him, rendering him nearly unable to keep up. "Io, that is the sea," Narcissus exclaimed, just as he witnessed Io leap into the water. Seeing his sister emerge from the depths of the ocean, he sighed in relief. Yet, as he observed her begin to swim, he begrudgingly resolved to follow suit. Io felt on the brink of madness. The buzzing and pain that had dissipated upon entering the water had inexplicably returned. Flying above the surface consumed far more divine energy than traversing the land. And as he watched Io swim ahead, Narcissus wondered how long he could maintain pace with her. In a moment of peril, as Narcissus flew low, an unknown creature's tentacle shot forth from the water, ensnaring his ankle and dragging him beneath the waves. Caught off guard, Narcissus was pulled into the ocean, engulfed by the rushing waters and momentarily disoriented. He struggled fiercely, attempting to free himself from the creature's grasp, but its strength was formidable, leaving him unable to escape easily. Damnable sea monster. Narcissus summoned his divine power, a faint green light emanating from him that halted his descent and allowed him to glimpse the creature that ensnared him. It was a colossal beast, muscular and covered in robust scales, with powerful limbs and sharp claws upon each foot. Numerous tentacles extended from its body, resembling massive whips, all adorned with resilient scales. A row of sharp fins jutted from its back, and two malevolent eyes glimmered with wicked light in the darkness. Was this creature a son or grandson of Poseidon? Due to the familial ties of divinity, Narcissus discerned traces of the sea god Poseidon's blood within the beast. Cursed creature. It remains uncertain whether the sea monster's tough hide and thick flesh are the reasons for its resilience, or if the immense pressure of the ocean bears down upon it. The divine energy unleashed through his staff, when directed at this creature, seems to inflict no injury whatsoever. Furthermore, the seawater has rendered the growth of his plants nearly impossible. Even those conjured through divine power wither rapidly. The sea monster's gaze is fixed upon the deity ensnared within its grasp. Having taken notice of him the moment, he entered its domain. Chapter 84. The struggle as the creature forcefully drags him deeper into the abyss. Narcissus feels a surge of indignation. A significant portion of his divine power is released, and the plants, once unable to thrive in the ocean's depths, begin to undergo rapid transformation under the influence of his divine essence. Their roots, stems, and leaves vanish, giving rise to an entirely new form of marine vegetation. Perfectly adapted to the saline environment, Narcissus commanded the flora with unwavering resolve as they slithered through the ocean like serpents, swiftly approaching the sea monster. Each plant, enveloped in the divine power of Narcissus, brimmed with formidable strength. They writhed and unleashed a tempestuous energy, creating an overwhelming force of oppression. The plants danced rapidly, entwining around the sea creature, intricately interlacing to form an immense net that ensnared the beast. The creature emitted a deafening roar, struggling in defiance, its sharp claws desperately clawing at the vegetation. However, under Narcissus's command, the damaged plants swiftly rejuvenated, rendering the sea monster unable to escape its confines. Narcissus felt the potency of the flora and resolved to intensify his assault. Channeling his divine power, the quantity of plants surged rapidly, enveloping the entire sea in an endless canopy of verdant shadows. They united in a fervent onslaught against the sea monster, coalescing like an army of thousands. The plants unleashed attacks infused with Narcissus's divine might, ensnaring the creature's form with an ever-increasing pressure. The sea monster, caught in the vice of the vegetation, grew increasingly desperate. Its tentacles were severed by the relentless flora, and dark blood began to seep into the ocean. Its roars transformed into anguished cries of despair. Confronted with the relentless onslaught of Narcissus, it found itself with no avenue of escape. Narcissus fixed his gaze upon the sea monster, divine power surging within him. Resolutely determined to eradicate this threat, he concentrated, his divine energy burning more fiercely, and the onslaught of the plants intensified. Ultimately, the sea monster could no longer endure. It emitted a final, anguished cry as its body was utterly torn apart, dissolving into a dark mist of blood. Subsequently, the surrounding flora swiftly absorbed the remains of the creature, their hues shifting from deep green to black, starkly contrasting with those plants that had not partaken. Appearing ever more ethereal. Perhaps I shall call them seaweed. Observing the myriad plants swaying gently around him, Narcissus realized that he had inadvertently cultivated a mutated flora reminiscent of the seaweed he had encountered in his previous life. With Narcissus's naming, an entirely new species came into existence within this world, and the divine vocation of algae began to manifest within him. The birth of this algal divinity replenished some of Narcissus's dwindling divine power and lifted the constraints that the ocean had imposed upon him. The sea, now akin to land, allowed him to move with ease and grace. At that moment, Narcissus recalled his cousin Io and hurriedly surfaced, only to find that she had indeed vanished without a trace. Hermes. Just then, he spotted Hermes soaring above him and urgently called out to him with divine energy. Narcissus? What are you doing in the sea? Hermes, surprised by Narcissus's emergence, descended from the sky. This is not a matter that can be explained hastily. What is your intention? Narcissus inquired. I am here to deliver a potion infused with Zeus's divine power to your cousin, which will aid her in regaining her former self, Hermes elucidated. Then you know where my cousin Io is? Narcissus asked, his heart filled with hope, having just been troubled by her mysterious disappearance. Indeed, your cousin is currently in the sea, but she is heading towards a continent. It is likely that she will soon make landfall, at which point it will be difficult for us to find her, Hermes informed Narcissus. Then let us pursue her swiftly, Narcissus declared, as algae began to materialize beneath his feet, ultimately forming a small vessel. This craft, under Narcissus's divine control, swiftly advanced towards the direction where his cousin Io was headed. Chapter 85. The return of Io to her original form. When Narcissus and Hermes beheld his cousin Io, she was already kneeling by the banks of the Nile, her limbs limp and powerless in the face of her dire predicament. Io felt that she had reached her limit, no matter how piercing the buzzing in her ears became, nor how intense the pain in her body. She lacked the strength to continue onward. Gradually, despair enveloped her. and she even contemplated that dying in this place would be preferable to the relentless pursuit of her escape. Narcissus hurriedly departed from the seaweed-laden vessel, cautiously approaching Io, deeply concerned for his cousin's well-being. The riverbank resembled a marshland, and Narcissus wielded his divine power beneath his feet, causing verdant foliage to flourish and blossoms to bloom in his wake. Among the flora, a particular grass thrived abundantly, as if it were destined for this very environment, growing lush and vibrant. As Narcissus drew nearer, he discovered a large horsefly perched upon Io's back, grotesquely swollen from feasting on her blood, evoking a sense of revulsion. Narcissus cast a disdainful glance, and, with a gentle wave of his divine power, dislodged the gadfly from Io's back. Then, he exerted his divine strength from afar, crushing the insect into a fine powder. Just as Io was suffering, she suddenly felt the irritating buzzing and the pain on her back dissipate. With excitement, she opened her eyes to find her cousin Narcissus standing before her. Narcissus inquired with concern, "Cousin, are you well?" Io shook her head, indicating that she was indeed fine. After the abhorrent sounds and pain had vanished, Io felt significantly better. At that moment, Hermes, standing nearby, produced a glass vial containing a golden liquid and said to Io, "This is a gift from Zeus. It harbors his divine power. Drink this elixir, and you shall return to your former self." Upon hearing Hermes' words, Io's eyes brightened, her gaze fixed with astonishment upon the vial in his hand. Although she had gradually adapted to the life of a cow, she had always yearned to regain her original form. Hermes uncorked the vial and gently poured the golden liquid into Io's mouth. As the liquid flowed within her, Io immediately felt a warm surge coursing through her body. The comforting energy began to radiate outward, enveloping every part of her being. Initially, Io experienced a sharp tingling sensation, as if countless tiny sparks were flickering inside her. Her bovine horns slowly vanished, her neck's skin smoothed, and the hair covering her cow form gradually receded to reveal her flawless skin. Io's limbs began to slender, resembling those of a human. Her tail disappeared, and her legs grew long and strong. She sensed her weight diminishing, allowing her the freedom to stand and walk unencumbered by the heavy constraints of hoofs. Her hair began to grow, silky and lustrous, cascading over her head. Gradually, her features transformed back to their original beauty. Her eyes sparkled with life, her lips were rosy, and her teeth white, embodying an enchanting allure. Narcissus turned his head, simultaneously directing Hermes' gaze, wielding divine power as the plants swiftly burgeoned, weaving themselves into a garment that adorned the now rejuvenated Io. "Thank you, Narcissus and Hermes," Io expressed with heartfelt gratitude, tears glimmering in her eyes. She had once more reclaimed her identity as a liberated demigod, no longer a victim confined within the form of a cow. Narcissus gazed with immense joy as Io was reborn. At that moment, a multitude of figures emerged from the surroundings, kneeling before Narcissus and his companions. To his astonishment, he beheld a group of humans, characterized by their dark eyes, ebony hair, and deep brown skin. How could there be humans here? Among them were both men and women. And Narcissus recalled that the humanity created by Prometheus did not possess such features, nor did it include females. These were remnants of the previous generation, survivors of humanity's destruction, stripped of all divine gifts by the gods. Now, bereft of any abilities, their lifespans were only slightly superior to those of beasts, thus falling into a state of neglect, left to fend for themselves on this land. Hermes cast a glance at the humans kneeling before him, but paid them little heed. He turned to Narcissus to explain, then bid him farewell, mentioning that Hera had been watching him closely and that he could not linger away from Olympus for too long. As Hermes departed, Narcissus withdrew his gaze, preparing to summon his cousin to leave this place, for his uncle Inachus must surely be on the verge of madness by now. However, just as he was about to call his cousin back, Narcissus noticed that she was enveloped in a soft golden light. To his astonishment, he observed the golden glow surrounding Io gradually transform into a gentle azure radiance. This ethereal blue light ascended from her form, softly floating into the air. The luminescence emanating from Io intensified, illuminating the vicinity with increasing brilliance. Her skin became more refined, her figure graceful and enchanting, with curves that flowed beautifully. Her eyes sparkled with a cerulean glow, reminiscent of a clear sky. Soon, Io's hair began to shift to a vibrant blue, becoming voluminous and resplendent. Each strand shimmered as if adorned with starlight, twinkling like the night sky. As the gentle breeze caressed her hair, it danced softly, and above her head emerged a radiant halo of blue light, transforming into a delicate necklace of water droplets, exquisitely gracing her crown. Then, the garment she wore, originally woven from plants by Narcissus, began to undergo a remarkable transformation. A flowing gown of pure white materialized, its hem adorned with delicate droplets and floral patterns, reminiscent of morning dew and the tranquil beauty of blossoms. As Narcissus beheld his cousin's visage, illuminated by the soft blue glow, she appeared even more enchanting than before, radiating an aura of divinity and nobility. Most notably, Narcissus sensed the emergence of divine essence within his cousin Io, signifying her transformation into a goddess. It is worth noting that while demigods are offspring of the divine, they lack true divine power, marking a significant distinction from actual deities. To ascend to godhood, one typically relies on fortune and serendipity. Narcissus was taken aback by the remarkable luck his cousin had encountered. However, gazing upon Io's now more exquisite features, he couldn't help but think of Zeus and felt a wave of concern for her. "Congratulations, dear cousin Io," he exclaimed as she reigned in her newfound divine power. "Thank you, dear brother Narcissus," Io replied joyfully, eager to share her elation. "I have now become a river goddess." Observing the mist enveloping her form, Narcissus realized that Io had indeed acquired dominion over water, and he was astonished to learn that she had ascended to the status of a river goddess. Narcissus turned his gaze towards the grand river beside him, pondering if his cousin Io was indeed the goddess of this river. "Io, are you the deity of this river?" Narcissus inquired. "Yes, I am indeed the goddess of this river. I am now the goddess of the Nile," Io affirmed with a nod. "Ah, the Nile. A river of great renown," Narcissus observed, surveying the predominantly arid landscape. "So this is Egypt?" At that moment, Narcissus noticed a group of brown-skinned children harvesting the plants that had sprouted along the riverbank, particularly the lush clusters of vegetation. What could they be up to? He wondered, watching their actions with a hint of perplexity. "They are filled with joy." Io discerned his confusion and explained. Narcissus then witnessed them consuming the roots of the plants, stuffing entire blossoms into their mouths. Furthermore, he noticed a group of adults kneeling before him, casting envious glances towards the children by the riverbank. "Please rise," Io urged the kneeling individuals. "Thank you, great goddess of the Nile," the brown-skinned people exclaimed in unison, their eyes turning toward Narcissus. "Yes, rise," he replied, sensing their silent appeal for his approval and dismissively waving his hand. "Thank you, great god of food." The crowd hailed him. Narcissus found himself momentarily at a loss for words, bewildered by the sudden attribution of divinity as the god of sustenance. This land is largely barren, and the vegetation along the Nile serves as their primary source of nourishment. They perceive you as a deity of food because they witnessed the flourishing of plants and blooming of flowers upon your arrival at the riverbank, Io elucidated. "Io, how do you understand their thoughts so well?" Narcissus asked, gesturing towards the throng of people surrounding them. "It is due to their faith, combined with Zeus's divine power, that I unexpectedly ascended to divinity. Now, they are all my devoted followers, which allows me to hear their innermost thoughts," Io replied. "Moreover, they also revere you, my cousin." At that moment, Narcissus became aware of the subtle currents of belief enveloping him, realizing that his instinctive rejection of these sentiments had prevented them from naturally integrating into his being. Narcissus took out the seed he had used to absorb faith, drawing the belief that surrounded him into the seed. Now, after having absorbed a considerable amount of faith, the seed had begun to resemble a bulbous garlic clove. Finally, seeing that his cousin was unharmed, Narcissus instructed her to remain there to solidify her divine position while he returned to inform Uncle Inachos of the situation, confident that Inachos would be pleased for her. As he departed, Narcissus gazed at the humans who revered him and the joyful children feasting on roots and blossoms. Letting out a deep sigh, Narcissus extended his hand towards the riverbank, and a cascade of pale green luminescence surged within his grasp. The luminous orbs burst forth and descended to the ground, instantaneously giving rise to a lush expanse of vegetation. The flora flourished rapidly, blossoming and yielding golden seeds, transforming the riverbank into a vibrant rice field. Narcissus paid no heed to the humans kneeling before him. Instead, he imparted knowledge on how to cultivate and utilize these sustenances. After bidding farewell to Io, Narcissus floated upon the surface of the water, journeying to the heart of the Nile. A small vessel, formed from algae, swiftly materialized beneath his feet, carrying him away from that place. Chapter 87. Hera's relentless pursuit. On his return journey, Narcissus encountered his uncle Inachus. It turned out that after losing track of his daughter Io and Narcissus, The river god Inachus had inquired tirelessly along the way, which accounted for Narcissus's prolonged absence. Upon seeing his uncle, Narcissus felt a surge of joy. "What brings you here?" Narcissus inquired. "By the way, where is your cousin Io?" The river god Inachus, initially astonished, soon became anxious. From his perspective, Narcissus's presence without sight of his daughter Io likely indicated that he had failed to track her down, leaving him to fear that Io might have vanished once more. This thought nearly brought tears to Inachus's eyes. "Uncle Inachus, do not fret. I have found Sister Io, and I bear splendid news for you." Narcissus elaborated on how he had located his cousin Io, detailing her transformation back to her original self with the aid of Hermes. He also informed Inachus about Io's ascension to divinity. "Transformed into a goddess? That is truly magnificent. How splendid!" Inachus exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement. The notion of becoming a deity signified the gift of eternal life. While demigods may enjoy prolonged existence, they ultimately succumb to mortality. Narcissus informed his uncle Inachos about the continent where his cousin Io resided. Initially, he assumed that Inachos would hasten to meet Io, but to his surprise, Inachos opted to return home first, concerned for the well-being of his two sons and intending to take them along to visit Io. Upon returning to Mount Olympus, Hermes intended to report the situation to Zeus. However, as he stepped into the temple of Zeus, he discovered the deity embracing Hera. Reclining against the steps of the divine throne, his fingers idly playing with her hair. Noticing the scattered garments around, Hermes quickly inferred the implications of Zeus's attire, hastily retreating to a discreet corner. Not long before, Zeus had infused his gaze with divine power to observe Io's plight, only to witness the poor maiden fleeing in distress, tormented by a gadfly. In that creature, he discerned the essence of Hera's divine influence. Witnessing Io's suffering stirred the scant compassion within Zeus, who felt it unjust to allow this innocent and beautiful maiden to endure hardship for his own selfish desires. At that moment, Hera arrived at the temple seeking Zeus for a matter of her own, prompting Zeus to engage her in tender words. Observing Hera's demeanor soften, he seized the opportunity to implore her to show mercy towards the blameless Io. Initially incensed by Io's name, Hera's fury was somewhat quelled when Zeus offered an apology and swore an oath by the river Styx of the underworld, vowing that he would no longer pursue Io. Ultimately, despite her lingering reluctance, Hera acquiesced upon witnessing Zeus's solemn vow. Overjoyed by her consent, Zeus found himself in the very scene Hermes had encountered upon entering the temple. After a brief wait outside, Hermes observed Hera exiting Zeus's temple. With a disdainful huff directed at the concealed Hermes, Hera departed. "Hermes," Zeus called out from his throne, his cloak draped casually over his shoulders, as he gazed towards the entrance of the temple. "How did you fare with the task I entrusted to you?" "It is accomplished, my lord," Hermes replied, stepping into the temple with evident delight. "That is reassuring." Zeus sighed, momentarily lamenting the plight of the beautiful maiden before dismissing Io's affairs from his mind. Meanwhile, on the earthly realm, the humans crafted by Prometheus gathered before his stone abode, their faces etched with concern, seemingly in search of Prometheus' counsel. Chapter 88. The Plea of Humanity. Prometheus. Upon seeing him emerge, the crowd of humans joyfully surrounded him. Prometheus, taken aback by the throng gathered at his stone dwelling, inquired of Epimetheus, who stood at the forefront, "What brings you and this multitude to seek my assistance?" It was revealed that after stealing the spark of fire, Prometheus had acted to shield humanity from Zeus's wrath, ensuring that they would not bear the consequences of his actions. He appointed his brother Epimetheus as the leader of humanity to oversee them, while Prometheus himself departed from the human settlement. "Father?" A small child with chestnut hair peeked curiously from behind the door where Prometheus stood, but upon seeing so many strangers, he timidly withdrew. "Do not be afraid, Deucalion. This is your uncle Epimetheus, along with some of the humans your father has created," Prometheus reassured his son, guiding Deucalion forward. "Greetings, Uncle Epimetheus." Upon hearing his father's introduction, Deucalion politely greeted his uncle and nestled against his father's thigh, gazing curiously at the other humans. "Now, Epimetheus, what brings you to me?" Prometheus inquired, gently ruffling Deucalion's hair. "Brother Prometheus, the situation is dire," Epimetheus promptly explained. "Ever since the sun god Helios entrusted his chariot to his son Phaeton, causing calamity upon the earth, the new sun god Apollo altered the chariot's celestial course. Consequently, the habitable land that Prometheus had meticulously sought for humanity became increasingly inhospitable. The climate grew more sweltering. and rainfall became alarmingly scarce. Particularly this year, the river adjacent to the human settlement had dwindled nearly to a trickle, and much of the vegetation in the valley had withered away. Crops could no longer thrive in the fields, and the rice was withering under the oppressive heat. Even with Epimetheus's efforts to have the humans draw water from the insufficient river to irrigate the rice, the crops struggled to bear fruit due to the adverse weather. The livestock, too, had grown alarmingly frail from the lack of sustenance. Brother Prometheus, we had no choice but to disturb you. The annual sacrificial rite to the gods is approaching, and if we offer a portion of our meager food for the ceremony, we may not have enough left to sustain ourselves, leading to starvation. We seek your counsel, Epimetheus lamented. After listening to Epimetheus's account, Prometheus gazed at the emaciated humans beside his brother, sighed deeply, and replied, "Very well, I shall accompany you to assess the situation." "Father, I wish to go with you," Deucalion exclaimed, tugging at Prometheus's hand as he prepared to leave with Uncle Epimetheus. "All right, let us proceed." Prometheus glanced at Deucalion and clasped his hand. Upon arriving at the human settlement, Prometheus discovered the plight was even graver than he had anticipated. He gazed upon the desolate scene of human habitation, filled with shock and sorrow. The river, once a broad expanse of several meters, had dwindled to a mere 2 or 3 meters, barely sustaining a trickle of water. Beside it, the riverbed lay nearly parched, marked only by a few stagnant mud puddles and withered trees. The vegetation in the valley had largely lost its vitality, its branches and leaves languidly swaying. The crops in the fields yielded little harvest. The rice, which had struggled to bear ears, now drooped, yellowed, and lifeless. "Epimetheus, you fool!" Prometheus chastised his brother. "Brother Prometheus?" Epimetheus blinked in confusion, uncertain of the reason behind his brother's ire. Prometheus could not help but question Epimetheus, wondering why. Given the dire circumstances, they had not relocated humanity to a more hospitable environment. He observed the gathered populace, once robust and joyful, now rendered lifeless and despondent. Filling him with anguish, Prometheus cast his gaze towards Mount Olympus, clenching his fists in frustration at the gods who had forsaken human faith, allowing such suffering to persist. In truth, Prometheus bore some responsibility as well. Being merely a prophet, he was not omniscient and inevitably overlooked certain aspects. He had created only men to ensure their survival on Earth, inadvertently leading to a stagnant population that could no longer grow. With such a constant number of humans, the faith they offered remained largely unchanged. For the gods, this was akin to dining out once a year. Though the experience was pleasant, it was not something they constantly pondered, only recalled during human sacrifices. Prometheus, Prometheus. The news of his arrival brought joy to the other humans, who rushed to gather around him. Chapter 89. Prometheus' journey to the human settlement. Prometheus bent down, gently touching the rice that had managed to bear ears, discovering that many were hollow, devoid of developed seeds. He thought of Narcissus. Had Narcissus been present, rectifying the plight of humanity would have been a far simpler task. Epimetheus. Prometheus prepared to inquire of his brother. "What is it, brother Prometheus?" Epimetheus responded immediately upon hearing his name. "In light of the current situation, have you sought out Narcissus?" Prometheus asked. "Narcissus? What would I seek him for? The earth is vast, and I have no idea where to find him." Epimetheus scratched his head in bewilderment. Prometheus took a deep breath and exhaled, recognizing that his brother's words held merit. It was prudent to focus on resolving the immediate issues at hand. As for Narcissus, he was currently deep within an underground cavern. Narcissus lamented his unfortunate fate. After a brief visit with his uncle Anachos and family, he bid them farewell. On his journey, he traversed a rocky gorge, where suddenly the earth trembled violently, and an inexplicable fissure opened beneath him, causing him to plunge into its depths. Unfortunately, he fell into a tumultuous underground river. The raging waters swept him away, and he was ultimately ejected into a calmer stretch of the river. However, he found himself ensnared within a labyrinthine cavern. Meanwhile, in the realm of humanity, Prometheus observed as men led an ox, seemingly preparing for slaughter. "Callisthenes, what is your intent?" Prometheus inquired, despite already surmising the answer. "I am to slay the ox," Callisthenes replied with respect upon recognizing Prometheus. "The time for the divine offering is nigh, and we must prepare our sacrifice." Epimetheus interjected, "Prometheus, there is scarcely enough food left for humanity. Why squander such fine beef on the gods? They do not require sustenance. It would be sheer waste." Prometheus clenched his fist and questioned Epimetheus, "What choice do we have? Only a grand sacrifice can capture the attention of the deities. And then we may beseech Zeus for rain to ameliorate our current plight. As Prometheus witnessed the humans placing offerings upon the altar, a cunning thought crossed his mind, a scheme to deceive the selfish gods. Epimetheus. Prometheus leaned closer to whisper in his brother's ear. Brother Prometheus, is this truly wise? What if the gods discover our ruse? Epimetheus gazed at Prometheus in astonishment. Those seemingly exalted, yet inherently selfish and arrogant deities could never uncover our ploy. Prometheus declared confidently. Epimetheus, you must trust my judgment. Very well, Epimetheus replied hesitantly, sensing that this course of action might not be entirely correct. However, Prometheus, ever more astute than himself, prompted Epimetheus to acquiesce to his scheme. Epimetheus departed from Prometheus's side, moving towards the assembly preparing the offerings. Chapter 90. The deception of Prometheus. Upon arriving at the altar, Prometheus observed Epimetheus had dutifully divided the slaughtered cattle into 2 heaps, as per his instructions. And he nodded in satisfaction. He instructed Epimetheus to cover one heap with the hides of the cattle, while the other was to be enveloped in their fat. Within the hide-covered heap, Prometheus directed Epimetheus to conceal the meat, fat, and entrails, with the stomach of the cattle resting atop the hides. For the heap wrapped in fat, Prometheus insisted that Epimetheus encase a collection of bones, thereby rendering this pile considerably larger and more glistening, enticingly appealing. Regarding the grains for the sacrifice, Prometheus advised Epimetheus to encase them in bags, substituting the bottom with inferior quality grain, while placing a modest amount of the good grain on top. Once all was prepared, Prometheus instructed Epimetheus to ignite the bonfire, readying the offerings for the deities. As the flames flickered to life, the gathered humanity knelt behind Prometheus and Epimetheus, reciting the prayers bestowed by Prometheus. The prayers and faith of the people ascended with the smoke towards the various temples of the gods upon Olympus. As the essence of faith permeated their beings, the deities recalled the mortals created by Prometheus. Subsequently, a white mist began to coalesce above the human altar, and the figures of the gods, led by Zeus, emerged from the clouds. Prometheus, having encountered the king of the gods, Zeus, and the other deities, feigned reverence as he addressed them. O deities, Prometheus stands before you, seeking a boon on behalf of the mortals who follow behind. What is it that you desire, Prometheus? Zeus's icy gaze fell upon Prometheus, who had once again appeared in the gathering of humanity. This year's harvest has been poor, and food is scarce. Yet they have still offered their finest provisions. Unable to bear the thought of humanity suffering from hunger, Prometheus audaciously divided the meat into 2 heaps. He now implored the merciful gods to select one pile of meat for themselves, leaving the other for humankind. Upon hearing Prometheus's entreaty, the gods in the heavens began to deliberate amongst themselves. Zeus, I believe the humans have indeed faced a poor harvest this year, and thus I concur with Prometheus. Spoke Athena, the goddess of wisdom who had created humanity. Indeed, the land here is nearly parched. The yield could not possibly be bountiful, agreed Demeter, the goddess of harvest, as she surveyed the arid surroundings, advocating for a reduction in human offerings. I am indifferent, Apollo, the sun god, remarked as he gazed upon the pitiable humans below. Yet, these mortals do appear quite unfortunate. The gods expressed their opinions, largely agreeing with Prometheus's assertions. After all, the sustenance of the earth was superfluous to them. They had no need for food. Over the years, the offerings from humanity were merely vessels for their faith, which they absorbed and then discarded carelessly. Very well, I concur, Zeus declared, casting a glance at Prometheus, who wore a triumphant expression, stirring doubts within Zeus's heart. A glimmer of golden light flickered in Zeus's eyes as he surveyed the 2 piles of meat below, thus uncovering Prometheus's ruse. However, Zeus feigned ignorance, pointing at the 2 heaps of beef, one large and one small, exclaiming, Prometheus, your distribution seems rather unjust. Prometheus lowered his head, believing Zeus had fallen into his trap, and responded, Mighty king of the gods, please select between these 2 piles of beef. Zeus scrutinized Prometheus for a moment before pretentiously indicating the smaller pile. Noticing a shift in Prometheus's demeanor, he then directed his finger toward the larger heap enveloped in beef fat, proclaiming, This one shall suffice. As Prometheus unveiled the beef fat to reveal the bones, Zeus feigned fury, exclaiming, Prometheus, you clever fool, have you forgotten my previous warning? Zeus raised his lightning staff, transforming the white clouds into ominous blackness, as the sky erupted into thunder and lightning. A bolt struck, culminating in a tremendous explosion before Prometheus. As Zeus conceived a new punishment. Prometheus, you shall pay a heavy price for your deception. Zeus bellowed at the hapless Prometheus. Chapter 91. The Punishment of Prometheus Hephaestus. Zeus turned to the god of fire and craftsmanship, calling out, I now command you to escort Prometheus to the cliffs of the desolate mountains in Scythia, binding him with sturdy iron chains. With a gentle wave of his lightning staff, an eagle heeded Zeus's call, soaring from the forest to approach him. Zeus gazed at the eagle that landed before him, touching its head with the lightning staff, which began to emit a golden glow. In the name of the king of the gods, I grant you the gift of immortality. The eagle accepted Zeus's blessing, its form growing grand and majestic. Clad in deep brown feathers with a hint of golden sheen, its yellow talons sharpening to a deadly point. Hephaestus, to punish Prometheus for his mockery of the gods. Take this eagle with you. Let it feast upon Prometheus's liver each day. Let him understand the wrath of the divine. Zeus commanded Hephaestus, pointing at the eagle before him. Yes, Zeus, Hephaestus replied. Though Hephaestus harbored a modicum of sympathy for Zeus's punishment of Prometheus, he could not conceal his displeasure at the latter's audacity in mocking the gods. Hephaestus withdrew a chain from his pocket, gripping one end tightly before casting it towards Prometheus, who lay upon the earth. The chain swiftly elongated in midair, transforming into a robust iron link, akin to a sinuous serpent, rapidly ensnaring Prometheus. The great king of the gods declared that all of this was the sole design of Prometheus. If punishment were to be meted out, it should be to him alone. Kneeling on the ground, Prometheus implored Zeus for mercy, persistently beseeching the gods to forgive the innocence of humanity, despite being bound by the iron chain. Upon realizing that Zeus had uncovered his cunning, Prometheus acknowledged that he had succumbed to the same hubris as the Olympian deities. His previous success in stealing fire and deceiving the gods had fostered an arrogance within him, leading him to underestimate their wisdom and inflate his own sense of superiority. The gods observed Prometheus, kneeling and firmly shackled, as he fervently sought Zeus's clemency for humankind. Athena, gazing upon the terrified mortals below, was the first to feel compassion and thus interceded with Zeus, asserting that humanity could never conceive of such treachery. Other deities, recognizing the benefits of humanity's faith, including the war god Ares, also pleaded with Zeus, contending that humans were far too feeble to pose any threat to the divine order. Zeus regarded the trembling mortals with a silent stare, hesitating to render a decision. It appeared he might acquiesce to the gods' requests. Yet none could discern the true sentiments brewing within him. Deep down, Zeus harbored disdain for those humans who had conspired with Prometheus. Yet he recognized that the moment was not ripe for retribution. He resolved to devise a means by which these mortals would ultimately be scorned by the gods, leading to their eventual disdain. Ah, Hephaestus, do not delay in securing Prometheus atop the precipice, Zeus commanded, furrowing his brow as he observed Prometheus bound hand and foot by the iron chains. Hephaestus met Zeus's gaze, then with a deft motion, he caused the chain to retract, lifting Prometheus into the air, ascending towards the heavens. I shall take my leave now, Zeus, Hephaestus bid farewell, escorting the bound Prometheus away. The eagle, blessed by Zeus, circled around Hephaestus, its sharp gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Prometheus. Zeus watched as Prometheus was carried away by Hephaestus, his expression devoid of warmth. He then turned his attention to the quaking humans below and spoke. Since the gods have interceded on your behalf this time, I shall forgive your transgressions. However, next time, fortune shall not favor you so kindly. Once the gods departed, Epimetheus collapsed onto the ground, watching the retreating figure of Prometheus. Prometheus, my brother. Epimetheus gazed helplessly at the captured Prometheus, unsure of what course to take next. From the very beginning, he sensed something amiss in the actions of his brother Prometheus. And now the truth dawned upon him. Prometheus sought merely to play a trick on the gods. Yet, he could not fathom why Prometheus, a deity of relatively modest power, would dare to deceive the formidable Olympian gods. As he observed the offerings left untouched on the altar, he noted the joyful expressions of the humans around him, reveling in the gods' apparent lack of punishment. With a sigh, Epimetheus instructed everyone to distribute the meat, lest it spoil in the sweltering heat. Perched on the edge of the field, he watched the humans' delight at the prospect of meat, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, the thought of dwindling food supplies soon extinguished his smile, leaving him troubled about what to do next. Chapter 92. The punishment of Prometheus. The departure of the gods signified the failure of their attempts to appease these divine beings through sacrifice, leaving Epimetheus to contemplate his next move. Previously, such matters had never been his responsibility, as Prometheus would orchestrate everything. Now, a heavy sigh escaped him as he pondered the fate of his brother, captured and presumably in dire straits. Epimetheus found himself torn between the pressing concern for humanity's sustenance and the worry for Prometheus's condition. Escorted by Hephaestus, Prometheus soon found himself at a cliff on the desolate mountains of Scythia. Hephaestus secured him tightly with iron chains to the barren precipice, the rugged stone pressing painfully against Prometheus's back, forcing a muffled groan from his lips. Observing Prometheus's plight, Hephaestus couldn't help but inquire, "Prometheus, what compelled you to act in such a manner? With your intellect, you must have anticipated Zeus's furious response upon discovering your trickery. What drove you to it?" In response to Hephaestus's question, Prometheus lowered his head, a bitter smile forming as he acknowledged that his vanity, stemming from the trivial satisfaction of deceiving the gods, had ultimately led him to this predicament. Upon returning to the gathering of humanity and witnessing their plight, a surge of anger welled within him. The memory of his previous deception echoed in his mind, a stark reminder that his own vanity had paved the way to his current suffering. Meanwhile, in the gathering of humans on the earth, Epimetheus was deep in thought about their next steps when he was suddenly interrupted by a chorus of cheers. What was happening? Epimetheus raised his head, and the sight before him rendered him speechless, soon followed by an exuberant cheer akin to that of humankind. He stood in awe, beholding the miraculous transformation occurring in the fields. The once dull and lifeless rice stalks before him underwent a wondrous metamorphosis. They rejuvenated at an astonishing pace. As the withered yellow hue was replaced by a vibrant green, the rice began to flourish anew, rapidly budding, blooming, and bearing fruit, while the seeds swelled with vigor. Witnessing this spectacle, the humans flocked to the fields, touching the resurgent green rice, their cheers echoing in waves through the air. It turned out that after the departure of the gods, the goddess of harvest, Demeter, observed the plight of humanity and, feeling compassion for their suffering, discreetly bestowed a fragment of her divine power. Zeus, aware of his sister's benevolence, chose to turn a blind eye to Demeter's actions. Shortly after the gods departed, this divine essence began to take effect, revitalizing the rice cultivated by humankind. Observing the rice turning a golden hue, Epimetheus, filled with joy, pinched the ears of grain and discovered they had ripened. He then called upon the people to commence the harvest, drying the grain for storage. Perched upon the cliffs of the desolate mountains of Scythia, an eagle soared above Prometheus's head. Upon witnessing Hephaestus ascend his chariot, preparing to depart, it let out a piercing cry and then swooped down upon the bound Prometheus, shackled by iron chains. Helplessly restrained, Prometheus could not fend off the eagle's fierce assault. The eagle's sharp talons effortlessly tore open Prometheus's abdomen, while its long, curved beak extracted his entrails, stretching its neck to consume them. The anguished Prometheus, bound by chains, could not endure the torment, emitting a heart-rending wail as the chains rattled with his agonized struggles. Yet, no matter how he writhed and cried out, his efforts seemed futile, leaving him to succumb to the eagle's relentless feast. As he hung his head and succumbed to unconsciousness, revealing his hollow abdomen, Hephaestus, who had just mounted his chariot, furrowed his brow but uttered no words. He chose to depart, returning to Mount Olympus. To put an end to this torment, one could only hope that Zeus might one day show mercy and forgive Prometheus. Otherwise, given the rapid regeneration of divine entrails, it would not be long before Prometheus's insides restored themselves. Yet, there was a looming fear that his innards might not endure until they fully regenerated. For Zeus's decree mandated daily consumption. Chapter 93. The mortal maiden Pandora. Shortly after the gods returned to Mount Olympus, Zeus summoned them. In the grand hall of the Olympian temple, Zeus occupied the central seat, surrounded by the deities. The atmosphere within the temple was solemn and dignified, imbued with sacred power. Rising from his seat, Zeus extended his arm, signaling for the assembly to be silent. The gods ceased their conversations, their gazes turning towards their sovereign, Zeus. "O gods," Zeus proclaimed, his voice resonating with solemnity and authority throughout the temple, effortlessly capturing the attention of all present. "Today, I have discerned a grave issue among humanity, the absence of women. Without women, humanity cannot procreate. Hence I shall bestow upon them a gift, a beautiful, intelligent, and charming woman. Hephaestus, now employ your talents to forge a female figure for humankind. This task I entrust to you. Furthermore, I shall name this woman Pandora." Zeus's voice boomed with clarity and resolve, each word imbued with formidable gravitas and determination. Of course, Should humanity withstand the trials ahead, I shall grant each individual a woman of their own. I understand, Zeus. I shall commence at once, and shall complete it swiftly. Hephaestus nodded. Creating a figure of exquisite beauty, this task posed no challenge for him, and he would soon succeed. The goddess of wisdom, Athena, felt a sense of unease regarding Zeus's decision, yet recognized that gifting humanity with a woman was not inherently malevolent, so she chose not to pursue the matter further. Zeus sat with his arms crossed, poised in his seat. Before long, Hephaestus brought forth the meticulously crafted female figure into the temple, still a mere statue at that moment. Since this is a gift for humanity, let each of you bestow a virtue upon this woman, Zeus declared, gesturing towards the statue fashioned by Hephaestus. The goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, nearest to the statue, gracefully tossed her hair and, exuding charm, approached the figure. The most vital quality of a woman is beauty. Thus, I bestow upon you enchanting allure. As Aphrodite's blessing concluded, the other gods stepped forward to impart their gifts. Apollo granted the woman a melodious voice. Hephaestus adorned her with exquisite jewelry, and Athena bestowed craftsmanship. Hermes, standing behind Zeus, endowed the woman with eloquence and the art of speech. As each deity finished their blessings, Zeus rose and proclaimed, Pandora, I bestow upon you an insatiable curiosity for exploring the unknown. With Zeus's blessing complete, the statue named Pandora began to emanate a radiant light, and from this brilliance emerged a stunning woman before the assembly of gods. Pandora's beauty was beyond the realm of words, a masterpiece wrought by divine hands. Her figure was graceful and captivating, each movement fluid and harmonious, as if she were performing a dance. Her golden locks cascaded like a waterfall, gently framing her slender shoulders. Her eyes were deep and luminous, akin to two azure gemstones. Her delicate visage radiated a pure and healthy glow, her skin smooth and refined like white jade. Her figure was a flawless embodiment of femininity, subtly revealing the grace and elegance inherent to womanhood. The deities present could not help but extol Pandora's beauty. Upon beholding her allure, Zeus nodded in satisfaction, contemplating that no one could resist such a stunning woman. Recently transformed from a statue into a human, Pandora's gaze held a trace of bewilderment, yet was predominantly filled with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. Pandora, this is the last gift I bestow upon you. However, you must remember, you absolutely cannot open it. Do you understand? Zeus declared, producing a box, his tone imbued with solemnity and gravity. Initially intent on punishing humanity, Zeus ultimately softened his stance, choosing instead to present them with a trial. Should humanity endure this challenge, he would refrain from holding them accountable for their collusion with Prometheus in deceiving the gods. A gift, you say? Pandora inquired, her eyes alight with curiosity as she regarded the box in Zeus's hand. If it is a gift, why must it remain unopened? This gift can only reveal its true significance while sealed, Zeus replied to Pandora. Indeed, king of the gods, you must be right, she acknowledged earnestly, nodding in agreement. Then, Zeus raised the box, surveying the assembly of deities with a stern gaze. O gods, I implore you to support Pandora in her mission, whilst refraining from interfering in the choices and decisions of humanity. This is a trial for them. They will choose whether to open this box based on their own volition. Do you understand? Observing Zeus's serious demeanor, the deities nodded, expressing their commitment and compliance. Meanwhile, in the subterranean caverns, Narcissus, wandering through the darkness, was suddenly captivated by a brilliant beam of light ahead. Chapter 94, Pandora's Journey to Earth. Narcissus's gaze was fixated on the radiant glow that suddenly appeared before him. After spending numerous days in the dark and dismal cavern, this dazzling brilliance ignited within him an insatiable curiosity. Consequently, Narcissus resolved to investigate the source of this light. To avert any unforeseen mishaps, he grasped his staff tightly and cautiously advanced. His footsteps echoed through the vastness of the cave, while the air carried the damp scent of the rocks. As he drew closer to the origin of the luminescence, the light gradually revealed its true form. Upon nearing the source, Narcissus discovered that the walls of the cavern's bend were encrusted with a myriad of gems, each radiating a strikingly vibrant hue. Casting an enchanting brilliance that captivated the eye, Narcissus cautiously approached, scrutinizing the exquisite gems before him. He found it peculiar that they all conformed to the same teardrop shape, yet exhibited a diverse array of colors. Some jewels resembled blood-red rubies, while others were as clear as turquoise. Some shone with the deep blue of sapphires. and others sparkled like splendid amethysts. The facets of these gems refracted dazzling light, presenting a vibrant spectacle that was nothing short of breathtaking. Even more wondrous was the notion that these gemstones appeared to possess a unique energy, occasionally flickering with radiance and shifting in hue. This phenomenon piqued Narcissus's curiosity. As he pondered the origins of these beautiful and enchanting gems, Narcissus drew nearer, gently touching the gemstones with his staff, sensing their hard texture. Despite attempting to perceive any anomalies with his divine power, he found nothing amiss. Unable to restrain himself, he let his fingers glide over the gemstone's intricate surfaces. The cool, smooth sensation entranced him. He then cupped a gemstone in his hand, examining it closely. Each stone here sparkled like a twinkling star, radiating a captivating, magical hue. Enchanted by the vibrant gemstones adorning the wall, he could not help but explore it meticulously. With each step he took, new wonders awaited him. Captivated by the brilliance of the gemstones, Narcissus pressed onward, eager to discover the extent of the gem-encrusted cavern wall. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the gemstones behind him were flickering with accelerating colors. Their hues changed frequently, growing brighter and more dazzling. Meanwhile, on Mount Olympus, Zeus entrusted a box to Pandora. He then commanded Hermes to escort Pandora to Earth, personally delivering her to the current human leader, Epimetheus. Upon receiving Zeus's order, Hermes guided Pandora from Olympus down to the earthly realm. In the desolate mountains of Central Asia, on a cliff known as Caucasus, a titan named Prometheus was securely bound by iron chains. Just as he was being pecked at by an eagle, teetering on the brink of death, a faint glow suddenly emanated from his pupils, and vivid images began to materialize in his mind. His prophetic abilities were at work, revealing a beautiful human woman holding a box, along with various perplexing scenes. A woman? How could there be a human woman? What were the other images? The excruciating pain of the eagle tearing at his insides abruptly shattered Prometheus's train of thought. After devouring his innards, the eagle cast a glance at the unconscious Prometheus before soaring back to its nest, cleverly nestled on a natural ledge of the cliff, successfully shielding itself from the brunt of the wind and rain. In appearance, the nest resembles a colossal cone, intricately woven from countless slender branches and twigs. Upon entering the interior of the nest, one discovers a haven filled with soft moss and bird feathers, all intended to create a warmer and more comfortable atmosphere. Meanwhile, Hermes gracefully descends from the heavens, accompanied by the enchanting Pandora, their destination being the stone abode of Epimetheus on earth. Taking a deep breath with a smile, Hermes knocks upon the sturdy door of the stone house. Those who catch sight of Hermes descending from the sky begin to gather, their expressions filled with sheer wonder and delight as they gaze upon Pandora, who is strikingly different from them. Standing behind Hermes, Pandora curiously surveys the scene, which starkly contrasts with Olympus. Thanks to the divine influence of Demeter, the goddess of harvest, human settlements have largely regained their vitality. The sun's trajectory has also shifted, a result of the sun god Apollo's intervention, easing the once oppressive heat of the land. Rivers that were on the brink of desiccation now flow abundantly. Epimetheus, alerted by the commotion outside, steps out to find Hermes standing before him. Deucalion clings tightly to his uncle's leg, gazing curiously at the deity. Since Prometheus had been chained to the cliff, Deucalion has been living with his uncle Epimetheus. Chapter 95. Hermes brings gifts. Hermes, your unexpected visit. What urgent matter brings you here? Epimetheus inquires, gently stroking his nephew's head while focusing his gaze on Hermes. I come bearing joyous news, Hermes replies with a smile, slightly turning to reveal the space beside him. This exquisite Pandora is the wife personally chosen for you by Zeus. As Hermes speaks, the captivating Pandora comes into Epimetheus's view. Her presence akin to a clear spring flowing through a desert, instantly capturing all his attention. He gazes at her, unable to suppress his admiration. This maiden is truly enchanting. Hearing the compliments, Pandora shyly covers her mouth with a smile, responding, Thank you for your kind words, Epimetheus. Blessed with a melodious voice by Apollo, hers is like the gentle evening breeze, sweet and soothing. Uncle, I believe we should first seek my father's opinion, Deucalion suggests, tugging at Epimetheus's garment. Noticing how completely captivated he is by Pandora's beauty. Yes, forgive me, Hermes. I must first consult with my brother Prometheus before I can provide an answer, Epimetheus replies, his thoughts returning to clarity at his nephew's words, politely explaining to Hermes. Of course, do consult with Prometheus. Hermes gazed at Epimetheus with a benign smile, seemingly unperturbed. However, as Epimetheus took his nephew's hand and departed, Hermes's expression abruptly turned cold. The sunlight graced his face yet offered no warmth, reminiscent of the chilling winds of winter, heralding an impending storm. As a trusted deity in Zeus's retinue, Hermes was acutely aware of Zeus's designs. He understood that the woman named Pandora was an essential piece in the grand scheme to test humanity, and he could not tolerate any circumstances that might disrupt this plan. He observed Pandora beside him, this crafted woman, who was curiously examining her surroundings. With a resolute tone, Hermes addressed her. Pandora, you are a gift from Zeus to mankind, and you must do your utmost to remain here. Should Epimetheus reject you, you will have nowhere else to go. Pandora nodded shyly, responding, Yes, Hermes, I shall do all I can. Though her voice was faint, it resonated with determination. Hermes inclined his head slightly in approval. He waved his golden staff, entwined with two serpents, gently pushing open the door to Epimetheus's abode, and stepped inside. The home of Epimetheus was exceedingly modest, furnished only with the bare essentials, a wooden table and a few wooden stools, devoid of adornment. He chose a stool that appeared somewhat comfortable and settled down, patiently awaiting Epimetheus's return. The majestic Caucasus Mountains loomed on the horizon, yet they were not far from the human settlement. Soon, Epimetheus arrived with his young nephew, Deucalion, and they found Prometheus shackled by heavy iron chains on the cliff. Upon seeing his brother Prometheus in such a pitiful state, tattered clothing, pallid complexion, and an especially hollow abdomen, Epimetheus felt a pang of distress and quickly covered Deucalion's eyes to spare him any fright. I am not afraid, uncle. Deucalion boldly pushed aside Epimetheus's hand. Though tears threatened to spill from his eyes, he held them back. Father, it is I, Deucalion. Please wake up, he called out, his voice filled with profound sorrow and concern. Simultaneously, Epimetheus shouted to the unconscious Prometheus, Brother Prometheus, you must awaken. I have vital matters to discuss with you. Chapter 96. The unheeded warning of Epimetheus. Above the cliff, a satiated eagle heard the commotion, lazily peeking its head out of its nest to glance down before retreating back, squinting its eyes as it intended to resume its slumber. Amidst the sounds, Prometheus slightly opened his eyes, his tone weary as he murmured, Epimetheus, what brings you here? Upon witnessing Prometheus's awakening, Epimetheus hurriedly relayed Hermes's arrival and the message he bore. After absorbing the news, Prometheus fell into deep contemplation. He was uncertain whether the arrival of this woman would bring fortune or misfortune to humanity. However, he understood that Zeus was notoriously cunning. He would not display such concern for Epimetheus without reason. You must exercise great caution, Epimetheus. Prometheus's voice echoed through the cliffs. Zeus's concern for you is far from benevolent. You must remain vigilant. I understand, brother Prometheus, Epimetheus replied, his eyes glimmering with resolute determination. He would not allow Zeus's schemes to succeed. After bidding farewell to Prometheus, Epimetheus returned to his abode, momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. On the clothesline, a string of freshly laundered garments danced gently in the wind. Cautiously, he pushed open the door, only to be further astonished by the scene inside. Every piece of furniture was spotless, meticulously arranged in its designated place. A wooden table and window sills adorned with vases overflowing with blossoms filled the room with a delightful fragrance, uplifting the spirit. You've returned. Pandora emerged from a nearby room, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of Epimetheus, quickly softening into a gentle expression. Come, have some water. You must be weary from your journey. Pandora, what are you doing here? Epimetheus stammered, suddenly feeling nervous in the presence of the beautiful Pandora. Hermes has left. He abandoned me here. I had nowhere to go, and when I saw the door was unlocked, I entered. You wouldn't blame me, would you, Epimetheus? Pandora glanced at him cautiously, lowering her gaze, her voice tinged with sadness. If you do not welcome me, I shall leave, although I know not where to go. Perhaps I might as well be devoured by the tigers and wolves in the forest. How could that be? Epimetheus's heart trembled as he grasped Pandora's hand. At that moment, Prometheus's warning felt distant and irrelevant. Uncle, my father warned against accepting gifts from Zeus, Deucalion interjected, reminding Epimetheus. Deucalion, does Pandora appear to you as a villain? Epimetheus asked, turning to his companion while holding Pandora's hand. Deucalion scrutinized Pandora carefully before shaking his head. Not at all. Precisely. This is indeed Zeus's goodwill. Brother Prometheus is overthinking it. Epimetheus reassured Deucalion before turning his attention back to Pandora. Gazing at the enchanting Pandora, he could not contain himself any longer. "Pandora, would you do me the honor of becoming my wife?" "I would be honored," Pandora replied, her head bowed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Above the stone dwelling, amidst the white clouds, Hermes looked down upon this scene, witnessing Pandora's successful integration into Epimetheus's life. He stretched contentedly, now assured he could return to Zeus with peace of mind. Soon after, Pandora became the wife of Epimetheus, and together they enjoyed a warm and joyful life, welcoming their precious daughter, Pyrrha. Her name, harmonious as a melody, symbolized their boundless love and hope for her. Each day, as Epimetheus opened the door to his home, the sight of the tidy and cozy space instantly dissipated his fatigue. His wife, Pandora, always greeted him with a sweet smile, while their little daughter Pyrrha rushed toward him with the purest of smiles, continuously calling him father. Reflecting on the warnings from his brother Prometheus, Epimetheus felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for his choices. Chapter 97. The insects deep within the labyrinthine caverns. Narcissus continued his exploration. He noticed that as he ventured deeper, the walls were adorned with an increasing number of gems, twinkling like a multitude of stars, embellishing this hidden world. However, he also sensed that the width of the cavern was gradually narrowing, seemingly approaching its end. At that moment, a faint humming sound emanated from behind him, prompting Narcissus to turn with caution. To his astonishment, he observed that the gem-encrusted wall he had just passed was flickering and changing colors, resembling a kaleidoscope brought to life. Then, a more distinct humming sound drifted from the depths, akin to the fluttering of wings from some creature. Suddenly, Narcissus felt the gem he had just pocketed vibrating intensely. Without hesitation, he cast it away. In the next instant, he was horrified to see the stones embedded in the wall beginning to tremble, as if the entire gem faade were about to shatter, and peculiar insects tumbled forth from the crevices. These insects, plump and vividly colored, shimmered with a brilliance reminiscent of precious gems. Then, they began to flap their wings, seemingly eager to take flight from the ground. Faced with this unexpected transformation, Narcissus showed not an ounce of hesitation. He brandished his staff, channeling divine energy, and a vibrant green beam shot forth like a meteor towards the insects. To Narcissus's astonishment, the divine power passed directly through the creatures, colliding with the cavern's stone wall and stirring up a cloud of dust. The buzzing intensified as the insects on the ground began to flap their wings and take flight. Initially believing they were merely peculiar insects, Narcissus suddenly realized that a swarm of glimmering gem-like insects was approaching from the cavern he had just traversed, each one sparkling as though every gemstone he had previously seen had transformed into a creature. Faced with this alarming spectacle, Narcissus instantly unleashed his divine energy, a green radiance suffusing the cavern like the vibrant renewal of spring. Under his guidance, plants began to sprout rapidly from the ground and walls, their lush vitality quickly obstructing the entire entrance through which the insects advanced. However, these verdant plants posed little resistance to the gem-like insects. With their wings flapping, each insect resembled a miniature drill, effortlessly dismantling the botanical barrier Narcissus had erected. What manner of insects are these? Such strangeness. Narcissus's voice echoed against the smooth stone walls, resonating like a haunting sound in a nocturnal forest. As he summoned his divine power to launch an assault, he cautiously retreated, leaving deep imprints in the stony ground with each step. He discovered that, although his divine energy could not strike the shimmering insects directly, attacking the cavern's rough stone walls would send debris flying, scattering the insects. Then he noticed something that filled him with delight. A small portion of the once seemingly invulnerable insects had indeed been successfully dislodged by his efforts. Narcissus raised an eyebrow, becoming acutely aware of the new situation. It was not that his divine power was incapable of striking these insects, but rather that they possessed some peculiar characteristic that allowed his divine energy to pass effortlessly through their forms, akin to traversing a delicate mist, while they remained unscathed. He soon realized that only when a substantial amount of divine power surged through frequently, surpassing their threshold, would their defenses shatter. With this newfound understanding of how to combat these creatures, Narcissus no longer felt the need to retreat. He stood firm, his divine energy surging within him like tumultuous waters, illuminating the entire dim cavern with a verdant glow. Where the divine energy cascaded like a green waterfall, the jewel-like insects plummeted like raindrops. Observing the glistening bodies of the fallen insects scattered across the ground, Narcissus exhaled deeply. His gaze swept to the cavern's end, where the profound darkness signified that he had reached the terminus of this passage. He could not help but feel grateful. Had he not promptly discerned the weaknesses of these insects, he might have been overwhelmed by the relentless swarm. Just as Narcissus contemplated retreating, he noticed a transformation among the insect carcasses on the ground. The scattered bodies began to shimmer with a faint, iridescent glow under the dim light, and then, as if infused with life, these glimmers ascended, gradually coalescing. The powerful radiance converged and solidified before Narcissus's eyes, slowly forming a crown adorned with countless gems. It hovered gracefully in the air before gently descending upon his head. Subsequently, nourished by Narcissus's divine energy, the originally resplendent crown shed its dazzling colors, transforming into a luminous diadem embellished with leaves and daffodils. The diadem sparkled like crystal, refracting a dreamlike aura of light. Narcissus was taken aback, and as if illuminated by a mystical force, he suddenly realized that this was a naturally formed defensive artifact known as the Crown of Guardianship. The reason he knew the name of this artifact was that it had, astonishingly, chosen him as its master. Overjoyed by the acquisition of this new artifact, Narcissus also discovered that it possessed extraordinary abilities. Narcissus endeavored to delve deeper into the essence of the Guardian Crown, channeling divine energy to flow through this resplendent diadem. Gradually, he sensed the establishment of a mysterious connection between his divine power and the crown, akin to a fragrance wafting through the air, gentle yet potent. This bond enabled him to manipulate the Guardian Crown at will, transforming it into an extension of his very being. A shield that refracted enemy assaults like light through a prism, rendering him impervious to harm. However, this refraction was not invincible. Should the might of an adversary's attack surpass a certain threshold, it would breach the limits of this protective mechanism. Yet, the Guardian Crown possessed an extraordinary attribute, an astonishing capacity for self-repair. Even when fissures formed under intense assault, as long as Narcissus retained his divine essence, it could rejuvenate itself, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, restoring itself to its former glory. As the myriad of gem-like insects within the cavern vanished, signs of instability began to manifest throughout the cave. An eerie chirping echoed in the air, reminiscent of a subterranean beast's low growl. The cavern's ceiling began to fracture, with stones cascading like a rain of rock, accompanied by dust and thunderous roars, striking the cold ground beneath. In the midst of a tranquil yet uncharted forest, a figure struggled to emerge from a gaping chasm in the earth, as if escaping from the depths of hell. His appearance was pristine and unblemished, betraying no signs of battle, yet the weariness and turmoil in his eyes starkly revealed his current disarray. He held his breath, widening his eyes to gaze at the surrounding environment, both familiar and alien, and uttered a few words. "I have finally emerged." Narcissus was taken aback, unable to believe that he had managed to escape from the labyrinthine cavern that had tormented him for so long, under such serendipitous circumstances. Chapter 98. The shipbuilding of Deucalion. As time flowed by, Epimetheus and Pandora's daughter, Pyrrha, blossomed from a small girl into a graceful young maiden. Her beauty reminiscent of the morning glow, an inheritance from her mother, Pandora. At this moment, Pyrrha sat poised at a stone table, her eyes as clear as dawn, intently observing Deucalion as he prepared some seemingly antiquated tools and supplies. "Deucalion, are you going to visit Uncle Prometheus again?" Pyrrha's voice flowed like a babbling brook, brimming with curiosity, for she knew that each year at this time, Deucalion would seek out Prometheus. "Indeed, Pyrrha," Deucalion replied, his tone calm and resolute. After packing his belongings, he offered her a reassuring smile before turning to depart. On the cliffs of the Caucasus Mountains, Prometheus was bound by heavy iron chains, subjected to the torment of an eagle that feasted on his innards. The years of suffering had taught him to maintain clarity amidst pain. "Father, I have come to see you," Deucalion declared, casting down a piece of flesh forcefully onto the ground, intending to lure the eagle that was tormenting his father. The eagle paused its assault on Prometheus, fixating its wide eyes on the offering before beginning to feast. With Deucalion's clever bait, it gradually moved away from Prometheus, drawn towards a larger pile of enticing entrails. "Deucalion, my son, have you returned again?" Prometheus struggled to lift his head. His face, marked by the passage of time, appeared even more weathered in the faint sunlight. Over the years, his divine power had been devoted to mending his devoured flesh, leaving him no attention for his exterior. Now, his face was covered in coarse stubble, glistening with golden sunlight. "My son, you need not toil so. It is in vain." Prometheus spoke in a deep, resigned voice, quietly observing Deucalion as he busily shaved his beard and wiped his face. Before long, sensing the distant call of the eagle drawing near, Deucalion realized that they had exhausted their precious time. He quickly gathered his tools, preparing to bid farewell to his tormented father. At the very moment Deucalion was about to leave, Prometheus's eyes began to shimmer with extraordinary light, his prophetic power activated like the tempest before a storm. In the depths of his mind, two vivid images sprang forth. One of his son Deucalion meticulously crafting a ship in the secluded mountains, and the other of an expanse of boundless waters. Deucalion, my child, remember to return and build a grand vessel in the deep mountains, and ensure ample provisions are prepared on board. Prometheus called out to Deucalion, his voice tinged with urgency. Ah, very well, father. Although Deucalion was curious as to why his father had instructed him to construct a vessel, he hesitated not for a moment and obediently replied. At that moment, an eagle returned, noticing the nearly healed entrails within Prometheus. It tilted its head in confusion before resuming its feast on Prometheus's innards. Upon returning home, Deucalion, adhering to his father Prometheus's guidance, commenced the monumental task of building a grand ship in a secluded valley. Sunlight filtered through the sparse foliage, casting dappled patterns upon the construction site, where the crisp sound of wood being split resonated in the air, and Deucalion's figure danced between light and shadow. He wielded his hammer with vigor, wood shavings flying with each strike, as if tiny sprites were flitting about in the air. His garments were thoroughly soaked with sweat. Yet this did nothing to diminish his fervor. He immersed himself wholly in this arduous and daunting endeavor. At that moment, Deucalion, brother, a lively voice shattered the silence. Looking up, he saw Pyrrha approaching, her arms laden with a basket brimming with food, her steps light and cheerful. Pyrrha beamed at Deucalion, who was laboring with all his might, and playfully called out to him. Sitting beside him, she gazed with curiosity at the ship taking shape before her. Turning to Deucalion, who was sharing food with her, she asked, Deucalion, brother, may I ask, why did Uncle Prometheus want you to build such a grand ship? Deucalion wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, his eyes sparkling with unwavering trust in his father. I do not know, he replied, but I believe there must be a deeply considered reason behind my father's request for this vessel. Chapter 99. Pandora's Dilemma. Time flowed quietly, like a gentle stream, and before long, Deucalion had accomplished the task bestowed upon him by his father, Prometheus. A magnificent ship stood before their eyes, each piece of wood meticulously polished, gleaming invitingly. The imposing sails fluttered softly in the breeze, as if eagerly awaiting the arrival of a new voyage. Pyrrha, who had steadfastly accompanied Deucalion, witnessed firsthand his journey from nothingness to the construction of this grand vessel. With excitement, she exclaimed, Deucalion, brother, the ship is finally complete. What shall we prepare next? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at him. Next, we must gather provisions, plenty of provisions, Deucalion replied, gazing intently at the grand ship before him. He distinctly remembered his father's words. There must be ample food on board. Food. Then we can check the storeroom, Pyrrha suggested, her eyes lighting up. My father always stores the harvested grain each year, and our yields have been abundant. We should be able to find plenty of supplies. Deucalion nodded in agreement with Pyrrha's suggestion. They returned home, preparing to venture to the storeroom filled with provisions. But first, they needed to locate the key. This storeroom had been constructed by Pyrrha's father, Epimetheus, several years prior. He was a frugal man, reluctant to discard any surplus food, thus he would store away the remnants. While Pandora was weaving indoors, she noticed them rummaging through the room and curiously inquired, What are you up to? Pyrrha, playfully taking Pandora's hand, replied, Mama, we are going to the storeroom to look for food. Could you please give us the key? Pandora, slightly taken aback, smiled and approached the drawer in the corner of the room. The key to the storeroom? Let me think where I put it, she said. She began to search through the drawer but found nothing. Turning her attention to the cabinet, she still came up empty. Finally, she suddenly remembered. Turning to glance behind the door, where indeed, she spotted the key hanging on a hook. Oh dear, I completely forgot it was hanging here, she exclaimed. Pandora retrieved the key from the hook and handed it to Pyrrha, advising, The storeroom might be a bit dusty, so be careful when you go in. All right, Mama. Pyrrha responded, eagerly taking the key and pulling Deucalion along towards the storeroom. However, as Pyrrha unlocked the door, a thick cloud of dust cascaded down like a waterfall, causing her to sneeze repeatedly. Deucalion, concerned from behind, asked, Pyrrha, are you all right? Wiping her face with her sleeve, Pyra turned with a smile and replied, "I'm fine." Diarchalion couldn't help but chuckle, gently brushing the dust from her face, saying, "You look like a little kitten now." After a moment, as the dust began to settle, Pyra and Diarchalion cautiously entered the storeroom. Diarchalion quickly found a corner stacked with provisions, opening a bag to discover that the food was well-preserved and mold-free. "Pyra, the food is right here. Let's start moving it out," he called out to Pyra, who was searching on the other side of the storeroom. Pyra responded affirmatively, preparing to assist him when she noticed a peculiar glow emanating from a corner. Curiously, she approached and discovered a beautifully crafted box. Picking it up and wiping away the dust, she observed that it was adorned with dazzling gems. "Diarchalion, come look at this," Pyra exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, Pandora had prepared lunch and was about to call them back for a meal when she saw them gathered around a box, ready to open it. In an instant, she recognized it as the very box that Zeus had gifted her long ago. The warning from Zeus flooded her mind, prompting her to rush into the storeroom, shouting, "Pyra, Diarchalion, stop!" Pandora swiftly approached and took the box from Pyra's hands, gravely stating, "You must not touch this box. First, go and have your meal." After they finished dining, Pandora sent Pyra and Diarchalion to the fields to deliver food to Epimetheus. She returned to her room, quietly gazing at the box resting on her bed. Gently, she caressed the jewels adorning the box, as Zeus's warning echoed in her ears. A tumult of emotions surged within her. The gravity of Zeus's words clashed fiercely with her insatiable curiosity. "Surely, just a slight peek won't cause any harm? I can always close it again later," she murmured, her curiosity bubbling forth as Pandora wrestled with her conflicting desires, attempting to persuade herself. Chapter 100, Coincidence. As Narcissus emerged from the forest, a vast expanse of rice fields unfolded before him, their elegant lines stretching gracefully toward the foot of the mountains, where stone houses clung to the slopes. Some nestled amidst the dense woods. Little did he anticipate that after traversing several mountain ranges and crossing a sea of trees, he would find himself in a human settlement. The arrival of Narcissus elicited astonished pauses from the humans engaged in their tasks, who then emerged from the rice fields and the edges of the woods. Their faces radiated joy and fervent welcome, suggesting that they still held memories of Narcissus. Narcissus gazed upon these blissfully unaware mortals, a hint of subtle astonishment washing over him. He had not anticipated that after such a long passage of time, humanity could remain so innocent. "Narcissus!" Suddenly, a jubilant call shattered the tranquility. Rippling through the air like pebbles cast into water, Epimetheus excitedly emerged from the fields, having just overheard that Narcissus had returned, prompting him to abandon his agricultural toil and rush over. "Epimetheus, it has been ages." Narcissus expressed his delight upon seeing Epimetheus, despite his brother Prometheus's penchant for scheming. Epimetheus exuded a warmth that Narcissus found refreshing. Particularly captivating were Epimetheus's innocent eyes, which seemed untouched by the passage of time. "Father, who is this?" A sweet voice chimed in. It was Pyra, who had just brought her father lunch. She regarded Narcissus with curiosity, for such a figure was entirely unfamiliar to her. With his cascading white hair and eyes as blue as a tranquil lake, crowned by a glistening diadem that appeared to be adorned with stars, he radiated a benevolent yet distant aura, making her perceive him as a beautiful enigma. "Indeed, uncle, who is this?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Diarchalion's eyes. He had once believed his aunt to be the most beautiful person in the world, yet today he encountered someone whose beauty surpassed his wildest imaginings. "This is Narcissus. Your father is an old friend of his," Epimetheus introduced with a blend of solemnity and warmth to his daughter and nephew. "Are you my uncle?" Pyra inquired with innocent curiosity, stepping closer and gently grasping Narcissus's hand, a spontaneous gesture that momentarily caught him off guard. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings, surprised by the sudden appearance of this little girl, as he recalled that Prometheus had not created women. Hearing his daughter refer to Narcissus in such a manner, Epimetheus' initial intent to correct her softened, as he noticed a striking resemblance between Narcissus and the features of his wife, Pandora, which left him momentarily bewildered. "No, I am not your uncle," Narcissus gently replied, shaking his head at the small hand that held his. "Is that so?" Pyra's disappointment was palpable as she released his hand. "Pyra, remember to be polite," Epimetheus advised his daughter earnestly, then turned to Narcissus, saying, "Narcissus, this is my daughter Pyra, and over there is my brother Prometheus's son, Diarchalion." "Greetings, Pyra, Diarchalion," Narcissus acknowledged with a slight nod. Narcissus, would you care to visit my home? Epimetheus offered warmly. Certainly, Narcissus replied with a nod of agreement. He was astonished to learn that Epimetheus had already married, and he was also curious to meet his wife. As he walked alongside Epimetheus, he observed the meticulously cultivated fields before him, realizing that these humans were indeed a diligent lot. They had fully utilized the land in the valley, transforming nearly every inch into arable land, save for the necessary roads. However, within Narcissus' heart lay a profound sense of bewilderment during this brief journey. He had not encountered any other women. He could not help but recall Epimetheus's brother, Prometheus. Had he truly created only one female companion for his sibling? Pandora, we have returned. And today we bring a guest. Epimetheus exclaimed, his excitement palpable even before he entered the house. Pandora? Narcissus echoed with curiosity. Yes, my wife, Pandora, Epimetheus responded, his face alight with joy. The name Pandora was strikingly familiar to Narcissus, its significance resonating within him. He had not anticipated that Epimetheus's wife would be the renowned Pandora. Though he could not recall the entirety of her story, he had perused snippets of it in his previous life online. I'm here. Upon hearing her husband's voice, Pandora hurriedly concealed the box she held beneath the bed and quickly adjusted her attire, striving to mask her inner turmoil. Epimetheus, what guest? Pandora inquired, suppressing her emotions as she opened the door. The moment Narcissus laid eyes on Pandora, he was struck by the resemblance she bore to the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, especially her golden locks. Pandora gazed at the doorway, unprepared to encounter such a breathtakingly radiant figure, whose silhouette seemed to shimmer in the sunlight. She had believed her beauty to be second only to that of Aphrodite, yet she had not anticipated meeting someone whose beauty rivaled her own. Welcome, please come in, Pandora said, lowering her gaze and offering a somewhat awkward smile as she invited them inside. However, none noticed the fleeting glimmer of jealousy that crossed Pandora's downcast eyes at that moment. Not even Pandora herself. Chapter 101. Pandora's Choice. Narcissus entered the stone dwelling of Pandora and Epimetheus, observing the bustling figure of Pandora as she flitted about the interior, serving tea and pouring water. Narcissus's gaze was imbued with an ineffable contemplation. He blinked, as if pondering some profound enigma. The name Pandora was indeed renowned. Even though he had not delved into the specifics in his previous life, he had gleaned some knowledge of her through the vast expanse of the internet. After quenching his thirst and taking a brief respite, Epimetheus extended an invitation to Narcissus for a leisurely stroll. They traversed the ridge of the fields, where the sun-drenched breeze stirred the golden waves of wheat, and the surrounding countryside exuded the aroma of bountiful harvests. In this pastoral setting, Epimetheus recounted the series of events that had transpired since his departure from human habitation. When Epimetheus mentioned his brother Prometheus, who was bound upon the craggy cliffs of the Caucasus, Narcissus felt a twinge of shock within. The words once spoken to him by Apollo, the sun god, seemed to manifest as a prophecy in the fate of Prometheus. In that moment, a wave of regret washed over Narcissus. Alas, the tales of Greek mythology that lingered in his memory had been erased by an unknown force. Even if he retained some recollection, it would be scant at best. After all, during his middle school years, the classic literature recommended in the back of the language arts textbook held little allure for someone like him, who preferred the distraction of mobile devices and computers. Had he known of Prometheus's grim fate, being chained upon the cliff and subjected to daily torment by an eagle, Narcissus would have endeavored to dissuade him before parting ways. Yet, considering Prometheus's disposition, it seemed unlikely that his counsel would be heeded. With a sigh, Narcissus consoled himself, acknowledging that each individual must bear the consequences of their actions. Prometheus, having made such choices, could only be regarded as a victim of karmic retribution. Within the stone dwelling, Pandora sat by the window, leaning against the cold wall, as warm sunlight streamed through, enveloping her in a gentle embrace. Cradling an exquisite box, her gaze drifted outside to the fields. Her daughter Pyra and her nephew Dicean frolicked in laughter nearby, while her husband Epimetheus engaged in light-hearted conversation with the new guest along the ridge. Yet, her fingers incessantly caressed the surface of the box, tenderly tracing its contours. She gazed down at the finely crafted box in her hands, its patterns intricate, resembling a masterpiece of art. An overwhelming curiosity regarding the unknown contents within stirred in her heart. She recalled Zeus had referred to it as a gift. If this was indeed a gift, what might it contain? Pandora mused, could this treasure enhance my beauty? Gently, she brushed her fingers across her own visage, a hint of distress shadowing her features. Today, she felt an inexplicable sense that her years upon the earth had caused her once radiant beauty to fade. Her eyes drifted to the stranger conversing with Epimetheus, envy stirring within her at his remarkable countenance. She whispered softly to herself, unable to resist the temptation of imagining, if I possessed such beauty, would even Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, pale in comparison to my allure? Would I then become the most beautiful woman in the world? Pandora's fingers gently glided over the box, as if sensing its seductive call, beckoning her to unveil its secrets. Since you, Zeus, have declared this a gift, how could a gift be anything but good? Allow me to become the most beautiful woman on this earth. No sooner had she spoken than Pandora resolved to act. Her fingers pressed firmly as she unlatched the box. With a delicate motion, she lifted the lid. In an instant, she was engulfed by a noxious black smoke that surged forth from within, accompanied by eerie roars, coalescing ominously in the air above her. The swirling clouds of darkness danced chaotically around Pandora, filling the room with despair. On a path amidst the fields, Epimetheus and Narcissus walked side by side. The air was imbued with the fresh scent of tilled earth, the harvested land serene and fertile, while distant golden wheat swayed gently in the breeze. Epimetheus turned to Narcissus, his face alight with eager anticipation, and said, "Do you know, Narcissus, in just a couple of days, we shall celebrate our annual festival of the gods. It is a time for shared joy, a celebration of the harvest, and an offering to the divine. I hope you will stay and join us in this grand ceremony." Chapter 102. The corruption of humanity, a sharp no, shattered the tranquility of the room, as Pandora beheld the tendrils of black smoke permeating her surroundings. Momentarily paralyzed by fear, she suddenly regained her senses. Her hands quickly covered the box's lid, fastening it tightly, and she cast it aside in desperation. An overwhelming dread filled Pandora's heart, Zeus's warning echoing relentlessly within her mind. The black smoke, akin to demons, flitted throughout the chamber, each wisp heralding a portent of doom. "Great king of the gods, forgive me," Pandora cried, regret washing over her as she knelt on the floor, fervently praying towards Olympus. At that moment, the air within the room seemed to freeze, and a supernatural golden light began to rise, nearly suffocating in its brilliance. Zeus's figure flickered within the golden glow, both ethereal and palpable. Then, his frigid voice resonated throughout the space. "Pandora, your foolish curiosity has led you to disregard my warning. Now, the calamity you have unleashed shall be yours to bear. Zeus, please, do not do this. Help me, Zeus." Pandora's face turned ashen, her eyes brimming with terror and remorse as she collapsed to the ground, pleading desperately. As Zeus's form faded from her side amidst her cries, the black smoke began to escape through the cracks of the doors and windows. "Narcissus, what is happening?" The conversation between Epimetheus and Narcissus was abruptly interrupted. Following Narcissus's gaze, Epimetheus beheld dark clouds of smoke billowing ominously from his home. What could that possibly be? Epimetheus was initially engulfed in confusion, but soon the admonitions of his brother Prometheus surged forth in his mind, leading him to a belated comprehension of the gravity of the situation. Pandora, a sense of urgency overwhelmed Epimetheus as he hurriedly made his way home, his voice laden with concern and ire. "Pandora, what have you done?" The once clear sky was abruptly shrouded in dark smoke, ominous clouds gathering to envelop the earth in a stifling atmosphere. Following closely behind Epimetheus, Narcissus witnessed the black smoke within the clouds dissipate into raindrops that began to descend from the heavens. The raindrops fell upon the hurried mortals, the transformed smoke being absorbed instantaneously, rendering their figures indistinct amid the downpour. Narcissus was astounded to discover that the black smoke was eroding the souls of humanity, polluting what was once pure. However, he noticed that Pyrrha and Deucalion showed no reaction to the smoke within the raindrops, leading Narcissus to speculate that this might be due to their not being entirely human. Was this the consequence of Pandora opening her fateful box? On his way home, he observed once harmonious individuals beginning to quarrel over trivial matters, even erupting into physical confrontations. The once ordinary and heartwarming scenes abruptly transformed into coldness and violence. Upon entering Epimetheus's home, Narcissus beheld Pandora trembling, alone in a corner, weeping profusely, while Epimetheus stood nearby, his complexion pale, sighing heavily. "Mother!" Pyrrha caught sight of her mother, Pandora, weeping in solitude, and immediately rushed to support her. "This is dire, Uncle Epimetheus, you must come quickly." At that moment, Deucalion's figure appeared urgently at the door. His voice tinged with tension and anxiety. "Deucalion, what has transpired?" Witnessing Pandora's sorrowful and helpless gaze, Epimetheus felt a profound sense of impotence. He heard his nephew's call and responded, fraught with confusion and irritation. "Uncle Epimetheus, come quickly. They are destroying the altar dedicated to the gods." Deucalion urgently grasped Epimetheus's hand, pulling him outside. Narcissus followed closely behind, his heart brimming with uncertainty. Upon their arrival at the altar, they beheld a throng of individuals wielding various tools, frantically vandalizing the sacred structure. Narcissus could clearly perceive the hue of their souls, which had transformed into a pitch-black void. "Have you all lost your minds? What are you doing?" Epimetheus hastened forward, striving to quell the chaos. Observing Epimetheus rushing to intervene, he attempted to halt them. Yet the multitude of humans paid him no heed whatsoever. In the palm of Narcissus, divine power began to surge, and swiftly, the weeds surrounding the altar grew rapidly, entwining those who were desecrating the sacred site like ropes. "Do you not comprehend the gravity of your actions? The day of the divine offering is upon us. Why must you defile the altar?" Epimetheus cast a grateful glance at Narcissus before turning his ire upon the bound mortals, demanding answers. "Why must we venerate the gods? Indeed, why must we offer sustenance to the deities? I believe the gods should experience the faith of humanity. What gives them the right to stand above us? I have heard that Aphrodite is exceedingly beautiful. However, I am convinced Narcissus is the fairest. I have also heard that Hera is quite splendid. I wish to sit upon Zeus's divine throne." The responses of the people struck Epimetheus like a heavy blow to the heart. Observing humanity's arrogance, vanity, jealousy, and greed left him momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated such a transformation in mankind. Epimetheus found it utterly incomprehensible. He believed it only natural for the gods to offer protection to humanity in exchange for their faith. As humanity's words echoed, a tremendous thunderclap resounded from the heavens. The sky seemed to roar with fury as countless bolts of lightning cleaved the firmament, a manifestation of the gods' wrath towards humanity's insolence. Chapter 103, Divine Retribution on Mount Olympus. The majestic main temple of the gods stood resolutely. Within its hallowed halls, the deities sat upon their opulent thrones, exuding an air of superiority. Before them lay a swirling expanse of white mist, akin to a mirror of time, reflecting the myriad phenomena of the earth. The arrogance and hubris of humanity, their foul words, penetrated the barriers of space, resonating clearly in the ears of the gods. This impudent provocation caused the countenances of the deities to darken, particularly that of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, and Hera, the queen of the gods. "Surely, you all have witnessed this." Zeus, seated upon his throne, surveyed the assembly, his gaze passing over the furious visages of the gods before retracting. His voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the temple. "Since humanity no longer respects or venerates the divine, we must bestow upon them the punishment they so rightly deserve. Therefore, my fellow gods, unleash your powers and show these proud mortals the extent of our might." This time, even the wise goddess Athena, who has always held a fondness for humanity, along with the goddess of harvest, Demeter, no longer defended humankind. They silently nodded in acquiescence to Zeus's decree of punishment. Within this sacred temple, the fury of the gods intensified amidst the swirling white smoke, heralding the impending arrival of calamity. The gathering place of humanity was already shrouded in ominous clouds, the somber atmosphere foreboding a significant event. Now, the situation had escalated. The sky was alive with flashes of lightning and rumblings of thunder, resembling an enraged behemoth, roiling and flickering within the darkened clouds, as the divine powers of the gods surged through the layers above. The first to act were the sun god Apollo and the moon goddess Artemis, their divine energies intertwined, merging light and shadow, obscuring the sun and moon's illumination upon the earth. This land, once vibrant, was now cast into a pall of shadow, disrupting the cycle of day and night. Next, the harvest goddess Demeter slowly extended her finger, her divine power cascading towards the earth. In an instant, the flora of the human settlement appeared to be drained by an invisible force, wilting rapidly, transforming the once lush landscape into a pale and feeble expanse. The sea god Poseidon brandished his trident, unleashing colossal waves upon the surface of the sea. The waters that had nourished the land began to flow backward under his might, flooding back into the earth. The wrath of the gods had finally arrived. Narcissus cast a glance at the tumultuous divine energies above, his face etched with concern. The sky resembled a tempest stirred by a colossal beast, the clouds roiling tumultuously, clearly indicative of the gods' furious wrath blazing forth, signifying that the deities had been pushed to the brink of their patience. Epithemius, we must leave this place immediately, Narcissus declared, his gaze piercing through the murky heavens towards the distant wall of water that loomed like a monstrous wave. That was the anger of the sea god. It was evident that the god's ultimate decision was to submerge humanity beneath the torrent. Epithemius solemnly nodded, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, no longer concerning himself with the deluded mortals. Narcissus, may I entrust you with the care of Pyrrha and Deucalion? I must return to seek Pandora. Narcissus cast a glance at Pyrrha and Deucalion, the two panicked children, before raising his gaze to the tempestuous sky, seemingly lost in contemplation. Strictly speaking, these two could also be considered demigods, their souls remaining pure and untainted. Perhaps the gods would not be overly wrathful in their rescue. Just as Narcissus hesitated, he caught sight of Epimetheus's pleading eyes and his expression of indecision. With a sigh, he ultimately nodded, affirming, very well. I shall protect them and lead them away from here. Upon hearing Narcissus's agreement, Epimetheus breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Narcissus might refuse. Indeed, Narcissus had not changed in the least. He remained true to his nature, still a kind-hearted individual. With Narcissus's consent, Epimetheus hurriedly bid farewell, preparing to return home to his wife, Pandora. As Epimetheus departed, Narcissus quickly beckoned Pyrrha and Deucalion to follow closely in his wake, preparing to leave the area. Before their exit, he cast a spell to sever the vines binding the humans, observing as they immediately erupted into conflict once freed. Narcissus shook his head in resignation and swiftly led Pyrrha and Deucalion away. This way, we must proceed in this direction, Deucalion urged. Noting the low-lying area now filled with water, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes as he hastened forward, calling for Narcissus and Pyrrha to follow. Narcissus, uncle. Deucalion has built a grand vessel, Pyrrha explained as she kept pace with them. We have already loaded some provisions onto the ship, though I am uncertain if they will suffice for our needs. Her small eyes brimmed with concern as she glanced back at the bickering humans, but ultimately her gaze hardened, no longer glancing back in trepidation. As Narcissus and his companions departed from the throng of humanity, they encountered a colossal wall of water, a formidable barrier obstructing their path. This water wall resembled a silver curtain descending from the heavens, its height nearly brushing the clouds, stretching to the farthest reaches of their sight. Within the wall, the torrents roiled violently, exhibiting a furious and untamed current. The magnitude of this force was immense, its velocity akin to a maelstrom of earth, stones, and trees, swirling with a spine-chilling power and an uncontrollable ferocity. This was the divine might of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Narcissus could sense the vast divine energy contained within the water wall. Looking up at the tumult above, he beheld flashes of lightning illuminating the sky, accompanied by the resounding claps of thunder, unmistakably the handiwork of Zeus, the king of the gods. The lightning twisted like frenzied serpents across the heavens, the thunder reverberating as if the gods themselves were roaring, their deafening voices enveloping the sky, rendering it impossible for even birds to traverse above. Chapter 104. The Fall of the Gods. What shall we do now? Deucalion's eyes were filled with helplessness and panic. His gaze widened as he stared at the towering wall of water before him, an insurmountable barrier obstructing their path. Despite the fact that they were so close to the place where the vessels were constructed, Narcissus, with a solemn expression, raised his staff and gave it a gentle wave. At the tip of his staff, a radiant glow shimmered, reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky. Under the guidance of this luminescence, the weeds at the edge of the water wall, untouched by the tumult, began to grow wildly, as if time itself had quickened its pace. Subsequently, green algae emerged from the water, swiftly flourishing into plant forms akin to kelp, intertwining with the weeds outside the water wall. In an instant, a tunnel woven from algae and weeds manifested before Narcissus and his companions. This tunnel pierced through the several-meter-wide water wall, allowing a clear view of the scenery on the other side from their vantage point. Deucalion and Pyrrha stared in astonishment at the newly formed tunnel, their surprise evident. Wait. Narcissus, who had initially intended to lead Deucalion and the others into the tunnel, swiftly raised his hand to halt them. His brow furrowed as he noticed the tunnel constructed from plants was leaking copiously. Moreover, The kelp, deeply rooted in the ground, began to be uprooted one by one under the onslaught of the surging waters within the wall, causing the entire plant tunnel to tremble violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. Cursed be it! Narcissus clenched his teeth, unprepared for the immense divine power that Poseidon had infused into the waters within this wall. The tunnel he had meticulously crafted could scarcely withstand the ferocious torrent imbued with divine might. As he observed the plant tunnel on the verge of being entirely uprooted and obliterated, a thought flashed through his mind. Narcissus reached up to remove the diadem adorning his head, causing the long, silken strands of white hair, previously confined beneath it, to cascade freely down his shoulders, imbuing his visage with an exquisite disarray. He then cast the diadem towards the crumbling botanical tunnel. At the moment of contact, the diadem, infused with his divine essence, erupted in a soft yet resplendent radiance. Translucent leaves and blossoms spilled forth from the diadem, growing rapidly, extending to mend a precarious tunnel. Before long, a tunnel of crystalline clarity, akin to purest glass, materialized before Narcissus and his companions. Gazing upon the newly formed passage, Narcissus perceived its remarkable solidity. As the divine power derived from Poseidon, the god of the sea, was artfully refracted elsewhere, Narcissus hesitated no longer and swiftly guided Deucalion and the others through the tunnel. Upon their emergence from the solid passage, the tunnel disintegrated as if it were a flower that had lost its life. Then, as if enchanted, the crystalline leaves and blossoms reassembled, forming a splendid diadem that gracefully settled atop Narcissus's head. They traversed an uninhabited expanse, where in the distance, the grand vessel constructed by Deucalion came into view. "Is this magnificent ship of your own making?" Narcissus marveled at the impressive craft, turning to gaze at Deucalion, his perception of the young man's talent deepening. "Indeed, it was my father who taught me," Deucalion replied, a hint of shyness gracing his features as he gently scratched his head. "Let us board swiftly." Deucalion's exuberant invitation shattered the brief silence, and Narcissus nodded in agreement. Stepping onto the immense ship, "I wonder how my father and mother are faring now," Pyrrha fretted, standing on the deck, casting anxious glances toward home, although all he could see was the colossal wall of water. On their hurried return home, Epimetheus caught sight of Pandora, who sat despondently on the steps of their doorway, her face a portrait of despair. Witnessing this scene, his heart quaked, and he rushed forward, calling her name. "Pandora, what troubles you? It is over, everything is over. The wrath of the gods is about to descend upon us." Pandora seemed oblivious to his voice, her gaze fixed upon the immense wall of water ahead, her lips muttering incessantly, trembling in tone, her expression vacant as though her soul had fled. "Now is not the time for fear, Pandora." Epimetheus grasped her shoulders firmly, lifting her up. "We must leave this place at once." At that moment, a deafening roar of thunder cascaded from the heavens like a torrent, reverberating through the air like the growl of a deity. Epimetheus looked upward, and through the thick clouds, he faintly perceived the solemn figures of the gods flickering within the mist. Bolts of lightning illuminated the night sky like arrows descending from above, striking the earth with each impact, sending tremors through the ground. "No!" Pandora's voice echoed in the air, her eyes wide as she beheld the unfolding chaos. Just moments ago, a lightning bolt had streaked across the sky towards them, and her husband had pushed her aside. Though a divine being, Epimetheus felt utterly powerless compared to the gods. Faced with the onslaught of lightning, had he been alone, he might have evaded it entirely. However, if he were to evade, the lightning would inevitably strike Pandora, leading Epimetheus to choose to push her away. The lightning mercilessly struck Epimetheus's body, and Zeus's formidable divine power, akin to a colossal wave, effortlessly shattered his fragile divinity. In that fleeting moment of the divine essence's destruction, Epimetheus's once celestial identity faded away like a withering rainbow. His role as the harbinger of knowledge disintegrated along with his divine essence, dissipating like a wisp of smoke from his very being. Pandora, witnessing this harrowing scene, was engulfed by despair. She wept bitterly and rushed to Epimetheus's side, embracing him tightly. At this moment, Epimetheus's body had grown weak, and the blood trickling from his lips gradually stained the ground crimson. With great effort, he reached out to caress Pandora's beautiful face. The blood, originally imbued with a unique hue of red and gold, transformed into a mere mortal scarlet as his divine essence waned. Perched upon the towering cliffs of the Caucasus, Prometheus grasped the chains with feeble hands, tilting his head back as he let out a heart-wrenching roar. "Epimetheus, you foolish fool! The fury of divine power surged within him like a tidal wave, momentarily coalescing into an invisible, yet immensely potent force that swiftly radiated outward. Startled by this sudden surge of divine energy, the eagle screeched and took flight, hastily departing from the liver of Prometheus it had been feasting upon. The iron chains that Prometheus clutched trembled violently under the impact of this divine force, producing a cacophonous clatter that echoed across the desolate mountains. Yet, no matter how fervently he struggled, he could not break free from the indomitable chains crafted by Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship. Chapter 105. And quickly returned to the cabin. Narcissus shouted urgently to Deucalion and Pyrrha, his gaze warily fixed upon the colossal wall of water. Meanwhile, a vivid green radiance emanated from his hands, enveloping the entire vessel securely. At that moment, it seemed that the gods had sufficiently unleashed their wrath. Poseidon, the god of the sea, commanded the immense wall of water, crashing it down upon the earth with ferocity. The waves surged instantaneously, rising like mountains, filled with boundless rage and destruction, hurtling toward the land. Beneath the unyielding torrent, everything appeared so small and fragile, akin to the fists of giants, ruthlessly obliterating all in their path. In the face of the gods' fury and Poseidon's might, the earth seemed excruciatingly vulnerable. The water levels rose uncontrollably, submerging plains, forests, and valleys beneath the deluge. Amid this chaos, Deucalion's ship began to float as the waters encroached, the vessel violently rocking under the onslaught of the waves. Even with Narcissus's divine protection, complete safety could not be guaranteed. Inside the ship, Pyrrha, driven by terror, curled into a ball, clutching her knees and weeping incessantly. She reminisced about her parents, recalling the harmonious life they once shared. Diodorus endeavored to console Pyrrha, saying, "Pyrrha, do not fret. Your father, Epimedes, is a deity, and he shall surely be well." He gently embraced Pyrrha, striving to soothe her frightened heart. Narcissus stood solemnly on the deck, his gaze fixed intently upon the horizon. Before him lay a valley that had once been home to humanity, now transformed into an ocean, with water submerging much of the land, rendering it unrecognizable. He murmured softly, "Epimetheus," as countless logs and the carcasses of animals floated upon the surface, while the surging waves obscured his vision, making it impossible for him to discern the whereabouts of Epimetheus. Narcissus devoted himself to the utmost in safeguarding the vessel. He wielded divine power to command the seaweed beneath, urging it to flourish rapidly beneath the hull, binding the ship to the ocean floor like an anchor, striving to stabilize its tumultuous sway. As time elapsed, the fierce winds gradually abated, the rain softened to a gentle cessation, the thunderous roars from the clouds faded into silence, and the colossal waves upon the sea began to subside. All these signs seemed to herald the waning fury of the gods. When Apollo, the sun god, and Artemis, the moon goddess, rescinded their divine obfuscation of the sun and moon, warm rays of sunlight pierced through the dissipating clouds, illuminating the earth with a gentle glow. Yet, the catastrophic aftermath of this deluge remained inescapable. Human settlements, once on the brink of harvest, lush rice fields, and dense forests were submerged by the encroaching waters, becoming relics of the ocean floor. Narcissus gazed out at the vast expanse of water, convinced that no other humans could possibly have survived. It seemed that the only remnants of humanity, created by Prometheus, were the siblings Deucalion and Pyrrha. Narcissus lamented, having witnessed both the birth and demise of humankind. As tranquility settled over the waters, he began to withdraw his divine powers. Inside the cramped cabin, Deucalion and Pyrrha felt the boat steadying and began to emerge from their narrow confines. Their unsteady little footsteps echoed faintly on the wooden deck, amplifying the profound solitude surrounding them. With dazed expressions, they gazed outside, astonished by the seamless blend of water and sky. They looked upon the world that was once familiar, filled with the joyous laughter of humanity, a home where they had frolicked and played, where their parents had beamed with smiles. Now, all was shrouded beneath the endless sea. "Deucalion, our home, it's gone." Pyrrha's voice was small and tremulous, tears glistening as they traced delicate paths down her rosy cheeks. In that moment, Deucalion fumbled about, desperately seeking something to wipe away the disobedient tears. His arms felt rigid, fingers trembling, palms damp with a mixture of tears and sorrow. Suddenly, Pyrrha ceased her weeping as a thought struck her. She quickly extended her small hand, wiping away the tears from her eyes while casting an anxious glance at Narcissus. "Uncle Narcissus, Could you help me find my father? She implored, her voice tinged with hope and urgency. Narcissus paused in silence, casting his gaze downward upon Pyrrha. Sensing his quietude, Pyrrha fervently interjected, "My father is a deity. Deities are immortal. Thus my father shall surely be unharmed." With determination, she added, "Very well. I shall give it a try." Narcissus nodded in acknowledgement, turned to face the vast expanse of water before him, and then leaped into its depths, his divine power surging within him. Chapter 106. Beneath the water, Narcissus descended into the depths, his divine aura surrounding him like a beacon, illuminating the murky waters and guiding him with clarity. The shattered remnants of objects, the gnarled trees, and the lifeless carcasses of animals left their final marks beneath the surface. Enveloped by divine power, Narcissus moved with grace, his form fluid and agile, akin to a fish gliding silently through the water, swiftly making his way to the site where humanity once thrived. As he traversed the depths, he occasionally glimpsed schools of fish darting through the water, fleetingly flashing before him before vanishing into the distance. Before long, Narcissus arrived at the former gathering place of humanity, and, much like elsewhere, the devastation was profound. Stone houses lay in ruins, rice fields lay fallow, and the traces of life had nearly been obliterated. Narcissus surveyed the shattered landscape before him, contrasting the memories within his mind with the desolation surrounding him, and he soon discerned the direction leading to the abode of Epimetheus. As he glided through the water, he noticed, not far from Epimetheus' residence, a half-kneeling statue, which struck him as peculiar, for he recalled that there should be no such statue in the vicinity. Was it perhaps swept here from elsewhere? The statue's posture evoked a sense of melancholy. Though its embrace was empty, it seemed to cling tightly to something, stirring a curiosity within Narcissus. Pandora? He paused momentarily, for upon closer inspection, the visage of the statue bore an uncanny resemblance to Pandora. Yet, the tear-streaked face, marked by expressions of terror and anguish, seemed to convey an unspoken tale. At that moment, an instinctual awareness whispered to Narcissus that beneath the statue of Pandora, the earth exuded a faint aura of divine power. With a gentle application of his divine energy, he began to unearth the mud that cloaked the land, revealing beneath it trembling orbs of divine blood, which, despite being subjected to the erosion of water, remained intact and undispersed. Narcissus collected the divine blood droplets, sensing the essence of Epimetheus within them. There was no need for speculation. This blood undoubtedly belonged to Epimetheus. Perhaps due to the divine energy emanating from Narcissus, the blood began to undergo a peculiar transformation. Each droplet, akin to seeds, started to take root and sprout. Narcissus cast the seed-like blood upon the ground, and under his gaze, they flourished rapidly, as if infused with life. Ultimately, they transformed into clusters of crimson aquatic plants, their edges shimmering with golden light. These blood-red plants encircled the statue of Pandora, as if tenderly safeguarding her. Witnessing this transformation, Narcissus comprehended the essence of Epimetheus's final choice. In his last moments, he relinquished the eternal slumber, yearning for a mere opportunity to return to this world, and thus became these blood-hued aquatic plants to protect Pandora's statue. With a sigh, Narcissus contemplated the plants born of Epimetheus. Recognizing this as his choice, he refrained from passing judgment. Perhaps this existence held greater allure for Epimetheus than everlasting sleep. Upon realizing the circumstances of Epimetheus and Pandora, the desolate human settlement lost its appeal, prompting Narcissus to depart from this forsaken place and return to the surface. Just as he prepared to leave the abandoned human enclave, his attention was drawn to a wisp of black smoke slowly rising from the earth. This ascending black mist did not dissipate. Rather, it gradually coalesced into several indistinct figures. Was Thanatos, the god of death, not here to reap the souls of these humans? Narcissus furrowed his brow, gazing perplexedly at the forming silhouettes. He discerned that the black mist, taking shape as human figures, represented the souls bound to this cursed land. He observed that these souls were shrouded in a dark aura, their feet seemingly rooted to the ground, unable to flee, as if ensnared by invisible chains. Each visage bore profound anguish and struggle as they looked up toward the surface. Suddenly, Narcissus experienced a sharp pain in his chest, compelling him to clutch his heart. He felt his heart racing violently, as if it were striving to break free from his chest. In anguish, he crouched down, his voice laden with suffering. His divine power surged outward, creating ripples in the surrounding water. Narcissus sensed the emergence, or rather the unsealing, of a peculiar divine office within his divinity. This newfound divine power pressed against his other faculties, overwhelming and formidable. Subsequently, Narcissus felt an unprecedented surge of divine energy coursing through his being, akin to an unrelenting tide. This force propelled his divine essence into a frenzied expansion, as though he were undergoing a baptism of transcendence. In an instant, his divine might escalated from the realm of a low-tier deity, surpassing the threshold of a mid-tier deity, ultimately ascending to that of a high-tier deity. Chapter 107. Rebirth. Narcissus, immersed in the divine essence within himself, softly whispered the name of this newfound divinity. Rebirth? He had never anticipated that this would be the manifestation of his new divine role, one that had lain dormant within him, patiently awaiting its moment of revelation. His gaze fell upon the human souls struggling beneath the water, and he contemplated that their agonizing and unexpected demise might indeed be the catalyst for the activation of his divinity. Their suffering and turmoil stirred the slumbering power within him. Originally, it was only after his reincarnation as a daffodil that he was granted a new lease on life. This divine role had begun to gestate within him the moment of his rebirth, though it had remained sealed all this time. Narcissus understood the divine duty he wielded was to enable souls, after untimely demise, to inhabit other beings, allowing them to experience rebirth through this miraculous transformation and once again savor the beauty of life. With this realization, he resolved to commence his sacred task. Standing before the anguished souls of humanity, tethered to the earth, Narcissus raised his staff with unwavering determination. The divine energy surrounding him surged like a boiling lake, radiating outward in waves from his very essence. As Narcissus's power washed over the human spirits, emerald lights began to blossom from within their depths. Upon closer inspection, these verdant glimmers revealed themselves as vibrant algae. The algae proliferated swiftly within the human souls, akin to spring grass blanketing the frozen earth. Soon, the spirits were enveloped in this lush green, transforming into emerald-hued cocoons. Gradually, delicate fissures appeared upon these verdant shells, widening like the cracks of a broken chrysalis. Shedding fragments as they ruptured, the souls, once ensconced within, emerged anew, no longer identifiable as mere human spirits. They had assumed new corporeal forms. Before Narcissus materialized enchanting merfolk, adorned with deep blue hair reminiscent of the ocean's mysterious depths. Their arms, backs, and cheeks were adorned with scattered scales, sparkling like scattered silver stars. Fins sprouted behind their ears, akin to wings enabling them to glide effortlessly through the water. Most notably, their lower halves had completely transformed into fish tails, shimmering in dark green, radiating a captivating luster. Mermaids? Yet, they bore subtle differences. Narcissus gazed upon these newly born merfolk, their appearance both familiar and alien to him. Among them were both male and female, each strikingly beautiful. As the merfolk opened their eyes, they revealed deep azure orbs, effortlessly breaking free from the earth's constraints with a mere flick of their tails. Each one observed the world around them and their own bodies with curious gazes. And Narcissus noted that the darkness that once lingered in their souls had vanished without a trace. One mermaid swiftly adapted to her newfound identity and swam towards Narcissus. "Jeb? Is that you, Jeb?" The visage of this mermaid evoked a sense of familiarity in Narcissus, prompting him to inquire tentatively. "Yes, it is I, Jeb," she exclaimed, her delight evident upon learning Narcissus still recognized her. Narcissus gazed at the joyful Geb, offering a gentle smile without uttering further words. To speak candidly, this Geb was markedly different from the one Narcissus recalled. The present incarnation was a remarkably enchanting female mermaid. The reason for her transformation into a mermaid eluded Narcissus. He had employed the divine power of reincarnation solely to grant these human souls the gift of renewed life, without any particular expectations concerning the outcome. Thus, the emergence of a mermaid could be deemed a serendipitous result. Perhaps it was simply that mermaids were more adept at thriving in aquatic environments, leading to their reincarnation in such a form. Who can say for certain? "Narcissus, this is for you," Geb said, presenting a stack of items to him. "What is this, Geb?" Narcissus inquired, observing the object in his hands. It resembled a piece of white fabric, its texture as smooth as silk, yet light as gossamer, shimmering with iridescent hues. To Narcissus's astonishment, the fabric exhibited an extraordinary resilience. When he tugged at it, he discovered that it would quickly revert to its original shape after being deformed. Curiosity piqued, Narcissus asked Geb about the origin of this remarkable fabric. Geb then gracefully waved her fingers through the water, causing the currents to transform into delicate strands as fine as hair. With astonishing dexterity, she soon fashioned a small piece of fresh fabric in her hands. Through their conversation, Narcissus came to understand that this skill in fabric creation seemed to be an innate ability of their new forms. Moreover, Geb only recalled hastily returning home due to an impending rainstorm, but was entirely oblivious to the events that followed. When he awoke again, he had already assumed this new guise. Observing how effortlessly Geb adapted to her transformed state, Narcissus turned his gaze towards the joyful mermaids frolicking in the water. Narcissus refrained from divulging the events of divine retribution that followed. Perhaps the ominous shadows had whisked away those memories along with their souls. Chapter 108. Returned to the surface at this moment, Narcissus was suddenly enveloped by the sound of weeping women. Following the source of the lamentations, he discovered that the soul of Pandora had detached itself from the statue, now weeping as she embraced Epimetheus, who had transformed into seaweed. It appeared that the reincarnation divine duty Narcissus had unwittingly performed had separated Pandora's soul, which was once fused with the statue. As for the absence of Epimetheus's soul, it was due to the fact that deities are a higher form of existence, more akin to spirit or consciousness, and thus lack a soul. Narcissus approached, his curiosity piqued by the absence of Pandora's soul in the transformation into a mermaid. Yet, gazing upon the heartbroken Pandora, he found himself at a loss for words to comfort her. Narcissus, I implore you, grant me the chance to be united with Epimetheus for eternity. I beg of you. As she noticed Narcissus nearing, Pandora wiped away her tears and earnestly pleaded with him. Narcissus gazed at Pandora and inquired, Pandora, are you truly resolute in this decision? Once taken, there shall be no turning back. Indeed, I am certain. I can only be with Epimetheus, Pandora replied without a hint of hesitation, nodding affirmatively. Very well. I shall grant your wish. Witnessing Pandora's unwavering determination, Narcissus refrained from further discourse. Subsequently, divine energy emanated from Narcissus's hand, and as Pandora's soul encountered this celestial force, it began to emit a gentle luminescence, gradually transforming into countless minuscule points of light. The luminous points controlled by Narcissus were seamlessly integrated into the aquatic plants transformed by Epimetheus. Thank you, Narcissus. Before Pandora completely vanished, Narcissus heard her words of gratitude. On the once blood-red leaves of the aquatic plants, circles of white speckles began to emerge. Thus, from that moment forth, Epimetheus and Pandora would become one and the same species of flora, forever intertwined and inseparable. After addressing the matters concerning Epimetheus and Pandora, Narcissus sowed a plethora of algae on the ocean floor, providing sustenance for the humans who would transform into merfolk. He then bid farewell to the merfolk, preparing to ascend from the depths back to the surface. Before his departure, Narcissus received an abundance of fabric gifted by the enchanting mermaids. Narcissus believed that these fabrics should serve as exquisite materials. Thus, he cautioned the mermaids to refrain from carelessly bestowing them upon others, lest they attract unwarranted attention. Uncle Narcissus, where is my father? Have you found him? Pilar, who had been anxiously waiting by the side of the boat, immediately inquired upon seeing Narcissus rise to the surface. Narcissus offered no response. Instead, upon returning to the vessel, he handed a crystal cylindrical fish tank to Pyrrha, within which thrived a vibrant red aquatic plant adorned with white speckles. Thank you, Uncle Narcissus, Pyrrha expressed her gratitude, clutching the tank tightly after hearing Narcissus's account of her parents. It was comforting to think that her father and mother could remain together forever. Deucalion, Pyrrha, where do you intend to go next? Narcissus inquired, observing Pyrrha's calm acceptance of her parents' fate. The vast ocean before them was undeniably unsuitable for their continued residence. Uncle Narcissus, we have conferred about it. Pyrrha and I plan to seek out my father, Prometheus. He will surely know what we ought to do next, Deucalion replied, indicating that he and Pyrrha had reached a consensus during Narcissus's absence. Prometheus, it has been ages since I last saw him. I shall accompany you. Narcissus declared upon hearing their intention to locate Prometheus, recalling fondly the time spent together, albeit their relationship had settled into that of mere acquaintances. Considering Prometheus's prolonged confinement, it felt only right to pay him a visit. With a unified decision at hand, Narcissus commenced wielding his divine powers to steer the vessel towards the shore. Chapter 109. Hope Uncle Narcissus, look over there. It appears something is swimming towards us. Dyrkalion exclaimed in astonishment, pointing towards the distant water's surface as the boat had not yet traveled far. The water shimmered in a deep green hue, glistening under the sunlight, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Narcissus cast a glance and immediately recognized those who were approaching. Were they not the very individuals who had recently transformed into mermaids? Yet, what could their purpose be in coming here? Narcissus commanded the vessel to remain stationary, allowing the mermaids to swiftly catch up. "What brings you here?" he inquired curiously from the deck, addressing the gathering merfolk. "We have come to bid you farewell. Moreover, we have brought you a gift," they replied in unison. One by one, fish were tossed onto the ship by the mermaids. Upon witnessing the deluge of fish, Narcissus promptly employed his divine power to exert control. Observing the heap of fish accumulating on the deck, he quickly intervened to halt the mermaid's actions. Suddenly, one mermaid flicked her tail, propelling a small box towards him. The box leaped from the water, creating a splash, and Narcissus extended his hand, deftly catching it. "What is this?" he asked, gazing at the box with curiosity. "We discovered it in the stone dwelling of our leader, Epimetes. All the other items there were damaged, but this one appears not only intact but as good as new. It does not seem like an ordinary object, so we decided to bring it to you," the mermaid explained to Narcissus. Narcissus gazed at the box in his hands, which indeed appeared to be in pristine condition, just as the mermaid had described, without a hint of damage. However, just as he was about to open the box, he noticed familiar faces among the merfolk, Pyrrha and Diocles, who were joyfully embracing and weeping in delight. Their attention was drawn to the box Narcissus held, particularly Pyrrha, whose face was alight with astonishment. "Narcissus, that is my mother's box, but she forbids us from touching it," Pyrrha exclaimed, recognizing the item in his possession. Upon hearing Pyrrha's words, Narcissus paused in his intent to open the box and offered it to her instead. "No, thank you, Uncle Narcissus," Pyrrha replied, glancing at his outstretched hand before shaking her head. Clutching the fishbowl filled with aquatic plants, she stated, "I do not need it. This is sufficient for me." The box had originally been placed in storage by Aunt Pandora, covered in dust, indicating it was not something she cherished. "So, Uncle Narcissus, you may keep it," Diocles interjected, casting a glance at Pyrrha before continuing. "In that case, let us see what lies within." Narcissus unfastened the box's clasp and lifted the lid. A faint green light flickered from within, and soon a swirl of green luminescence ascended from the box, poised to drift into the sky. However, just as the radiant glow was about to disperse, it was firmly ensnared by Narcissus's divine power. Narcissus gazed at the struggling green light, intensifying his divine power until the light, reluctantly, merged into his being. Hope, it turned out, was indeed a divine office, a most generous gift. Once the green light integrated with Narcissus, it swiftly fused with his divinity, giving birth to a new divine office within him. "Narcissus, what are you doing?" Dorian and Pyrrha inquired. Their curiosity piqued as they observed Narcissus waving his arms at the air upon opening a box. "Oh, nothing." Narcissus noticed that Dorian and Pyrrha could not perceive the radiant green light, prompting him to cease his explanation. At that moment, empowered by the divine office of hope, Narcissus discerned that although Dorian and Pyrrha appeared outwardly optimistic, they were, in truth, riddled with confusion and unease, even bordering on despair. Thus, he discreetly infused them with hope using his newly acquired divine power. Before long, under Narcissus's guidance, the vessel began to sail gently once more. Standing at the stern, Dorian and Pyrrha waved farewell to the merfolk leaping joyously upon the water's surface. Witnessing these beings, with whom they had shared countless moments, experience a rebirth in such a manner filled them with great joy. The merfolk, watching the ship recede into the distance, leapt even more fervently from the water, their tails splashing countless droplets into the sky. Under the sun's embrace, these droplets shimmered like myriad tiny mirrors reflecting sunlight, creating breathtaking rainbows. Dorian glanced at Narcissus, who was at the bow steering the ship, and whispered to Pyrrha, "It seems Narcissus is quite happy." Pyrrha cast a glance at Narcissus before responding, "Yes. It appears that there is something wonderful in that box for Mother. Narcissus has assisted us so much. I believe Aunt Pandora would not be upset once she learns of this," Dorian remarked. Pyrrha clutched the fish tank tightly, replying, "Indeed. I think Father and Mother would be very pleased." Unbeknownst to them, Dorian and Pyrrha had underestimated the capabilities of the divine. Their whispered conversation was, in fact, heard in its entirety by Narcissus. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Narcissus's face, yet he shook his head and lifted it, revealing a radiant smile. The ocean gently rippled beneath their feet, while the evening glow above them dazzled with vibrant hues. The sunset blazed like fire, painting the horizon a brilliant crimson. As if a sea of flames had ignited at the meeting point of the ocean and the sky, the sun was on the verge of sinking below the horizon, bestowing its final rays of brilliance upon the sea and the trio. In that golden light, the shadows of Narcissus, Deucalion, and Pyrrha elongated on the surface of the water, creating a picturesque silhouette. Chapter 110, Prometheus. The first light of dawn ascended from the sea, casting itself upon a desolate rocky hillside. After a night of navigation, Narcissus anchored the vessel beside the mountain, where water was no longer present. Narcissus disembarked with Deucalion and Pyrrha, embarking on a journey toward the place where Prometheus was ensnared. They traversed the rocky foothills, navigating through desolate stones and scattered tufts of grass. The ground was cold and unyielding, devoid of any signs of life, while gusts of fierce wind assailed them intermittently. Upon reaching the summit, Narcissus beheld the somber and haggard figure of Prometheus, shackled by formidable chains to a colossal rock. His complexion was pallid, yet his gaze radiated an air of tranquility. Beside him stood a magnificent eagle, its fierce eyes fixated upon Narcissus and his companions. "You have arrived," Prometheus murmured, lifting his weary and weathered visage to glance at the fishbowl cradled in Pyrrha's hands before turning his attention back to Narcissus. "It has been a long time." Narcissus offered a slight nod to Prometheus, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. The once vibrant Prometheus, a youth brimming with life, now appeared as a middle-aged man, adorned with a rugged beard and etched with the lines of experience. Narcissus cast a disinterested glance at the eagle perched beside Prometheus. With a mere flick of divine power, the eagle, startled, took to the skies, swiftly retreating to its nest. "Indeed, it has been quite some time, Narcissus," Prometheus remarked, his gaze lingering on the more resplendent form of Narcissus, a flicker of complexity illuminating his eyes. "I am grateful for all that you have done for these two children." "Nonsense. They are both well-behaved," Narcissus replied, his voice as tranquil as a still pond. His actions bore no connection to Prometheus. He merely fulfilled what he believed was his duty. Prometheus fixed his gaze upon Narcissus, contemplating deeply for a moment before turning to Deucalion and inquiring directly, "Deucalion, have you come to seek my counsel?" "Yes, father," Deucalion responded eagerly, meeting his father's gaze. "I wish to know what we should do next. It is now just Pyrrha and I, and we lack the confidence to survive in this world." Deucalion confided his worries to his father. Although they could be regarded as demigods, the overwhelming influence of their human lineage rendered them physically indistinguishable from ordinary mortals. Prometheus regarded Deucalion for a moment, then closed his eyes as the remnants of divine power within him began to shimmer and boil. A series of coughs erupted from his lips, accompanied by a trickle of blood, golden-hued crimson. Vivid images began to unfold within Prometheus' mind. As he weakly opened his eyes, Prometheus gazed at Deucalion. "My son, you must journey eastward, continuing until you encounter a dilapidated temple. There, you and Pyrrha shall pray before the statue within, and your wishes shall be granted," he articulated, blood still spilling from his mouth. Deucalion, in tears, tore at his clothing and rushed forth to wipe the blood from Prometheus' lips. "Father, are you all right?" Witnessing Prometheus in agony, Narcissus extended his hand, imbued with vibrant divine energy. He directed this power towards Prometheus, and with its infusion, the severity of Prometheus' coughing eased slightly. "Narcissus, it is futile," Prometheus murmured, casting a glance at him. "This is the consequence of actively wielding prophetic abilities. It is unavoidable." Hearing this, Narcissus ceased his flow of divine energy, realizing the truth in Prometheus' words that his power held little efficacy in alleviating Prometheus' current condition. Having spent the better part of the day with Prometheus, and observing that he no longer coughed blood, Deucalion wiped away his tears. He bid farewell to his father Prometheus and prepared to journey eastward in search of the shattered temple. Narcissus gazed at them, his heart troubled by the thought of leaving Deucalion and Pyrrha to seek the temple alone. Since his own matters were not pressing, he resolved to accompany them for this leg of their journey. The land lay in disarray due to the floods, and the surviving creatures had become exceptionally aggressive from hunger, posing a significant threat to Deucalion and Pyrrha. Chapter 111, The Rebirth of Humanity. Thus, Narcissus and his companions embarked on their journey eastward. They traversed the rugged and perilous stony hills, sharp thorns hidden within the underbrush, and treacherous narrow paths along the cliffs. Throughout their passage, They continuously scaled steep mountains, navigated rocky trails, and endured the biting winds that felt like daggers against their skin. As a deity, Narcissus moved with remarkable ease, each gesture exuding grace and comfort. However, he was struck by the tenacity of Deucalion and Pyrrha, who, though mere demigods, persevered resolutely, even declining his assistance. Their faces bore the marks of fatigue. Yet the determination and resilience shining in their eyes commanded Narcissus's admiration. As the day waned and shadows lengthened, they spotted a dilapidated temple standing at the mountainside in the distance. Upon seeing the crumbling edifice, Deucalion and Pyrrha hastened their steps towards the sanctuary, disregarding the encroaching darkness. As Narcissus and his companions approached the temple, they discovered that it was even more dilapidated than they had anticipated. The once exquisite reliefs adorning the exterior walls had succumbed to the ravages of time, leaving behind mere fragmented traces. The majority of the structure lay in ruins, with crumbling stone columns either leaning precariously or shattered. At the entrance, several massive pillars had collapsed, now cloaked in a thick layer of moss. Narcissus and his companions traversed the stone pillars and entered the temple, discovering that although the structure was severely dilapidated, the divine statues within remained relatively intact. Standing majestically in the midst of the shattered sanctuary, the statue depicted a female deity, and despite the signs of weathering upon its surface, one could still discern a solemn yet benevolent expression upon the goddess's countenance. Upon witnessing this divine effigy, Deucalion recalled his father Prometheus's words and immediately urged Pyrrha to kneel before the statue in prayer. "O great goddess, please guide us on how we might restore our devastated race. Extend your hand and assist us." As Deucalion and Pyrrha's fervent prayers echoed through the chamber, the statue began to emanate a subtle radiance, and a melodious voice resonated from the stone. "Now, depart from my temple, cover your heads with your garments, and cast your mother's bones behind you. Thus, a new lineage will emerge." Faced with this enigmatic oracle, Deucalion and Pyrrha were engulfed in confusion. Then, breaking the silence, Pyrrha trembled as she spoke. "I offer you my deepest reverence, O great goddess, but I cannot comply. I cannot discard my mother's bones." She clutched tightly to a fish tank adorned with aquatic vegetation, a symbol of her mother. At that moment, Narcissus noticed a gaze emanating from the statue directed towards him. "Narcissus, pay homage to the goddess Themis." He bowed to the deity who regarded him, having recognized her as the goddess of law and justice, Themis, who was said to be the aunt and second wife of Zeus. The goddess inclined her head slightly to Narcissus before her image dissipated into the air. Deucalion, holding the weeping Pyrrha close, cast a pleading glance towards Narcissus. Narcissus pondered for a moment and remarked, "Perhaps we ought to comprehend this oracle from a broader perspective." His gaze fell upon the ground, and he continued, "The earth is indeed a mother. All creatures inhabiting it should regard it as such. As for the bones of the mother, could they not refer to stones?" He expressed his belief that they might as well attempt this course of action, as there was nothing to lose. "Yes, Pyrrha, I believe we can try." Upon hearing Narcissus's words, Deucalion found them profoundly insightful and excitedly conveyed his enthusiasm to Pyrrha. "All right, let us give it a go." Pyrrha nodded, willing to comply as long as she did not have to relinquish her fishbowl. Following the oracle's guidance, Deucalion and Pyrrha exited the temple, gathering numerous stones to cradle in their arms. They then covered their eyes with cloth and began to toss the stones behind them. Observing them, Narcissus was astonished to discover that each stone, upon striking the ground, transformed into a supple form, expanding in size and height. Gradually, these stones began to take on a human shape. Although their contours remained indistinct, the outlines of human figures began to emerge, reminiscent of clay figures in the initial stages of sculpting. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The soil clinging to the stones began to grow like muscle, the hard portions morphing into human bones. The original textures of the stones were retained, now resembling the network of veins within a body. Thus, with each stone thrown by Deucalion and Pyrrha, a human figure was formed. Over time, the stones they initially cast evolved into human beings. Those thrown by Deucalion became male, while those cast by Pyrrha took on female forms. Narcissus watched in amazement as a plume of black smoke rose from the earth, permeating the newly formed humans. He had anticipated that these beings would succumb to the negative emotions within the smoke, much like previous humans had, descending into madness. However, contrary to his expectations, the gaze of these individuals remained clear, The black smoke merely lurked within them, failing to erupt. At that moment, gazing at the darkness concealed within the hearts of humanity, Narcissus experienced a moment of enlightenment. He gently blew a breath towards the newly formed beings. As his breath drifted, tiny specks of light floated into each individual's body. He addressed these nascent humans, saying, "This black smoke is not merely a manifestation of emotions. It also carries various calamities. Yet, I hope these seeds of hope may prove beneficial to you in the future." Narcissus stood in quiet contemplation, observing the emergence of new human beings, who subsequently followed in the footsteps of Deucalion and Pyrrha. Thus, a brand new race began to take shape. Chapter 112. The Temple of Fire and the God of Craftsmen. As Narcissus watched Deucalion and Pyrrha lead the newly born humans in search of a suitable habitat,
he left behind some seeds for sowing and bid them farewell, perhaps due to the unique origins of this generation of humans.
They were as ubiquitous as the countless stones surrounding them. As Narcissus departed, several women had already conceived, their bellies gently rounded, a testament to the nurturing of new life. It seemed that it would not be long before this vast expanse of earth bore more traces of human habitation. Once vibrant and alive, a portion of Mount Olympus now appeared desolate and barren. The mountains stood forlorn, their naked rocks exposed to the wind. A few peaks even emitted faint wisps of smoke, as if no spark of vitality could persist in such a harsh realm. Yet amidst this desolation, one mountain remained steadfast, crowned by a solemn temple. The architecture of the temple was meticulous, its lines bold, resembling a giant hewn from stone, silently narrating its resilience and solitude. Despite the surrounding bleakness, it stood unwavering, reflecting the tenacity and indomitable spirit of its master. "Hephaestus, how have you transformed your abode into such a state?" Narcissus marveled at the desolate scene he encountered upon arriving at the temple of Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship. He had visited this place before, when the mountains were indistinguishable from the others on Olympus, adorned with verdant peaks, babbling brooks, and shaded groves, all teeming with a vibrant essence of life. Yet now, it had been rendered by Hephaestus into a wasteland of exposed rock and charred roots. "I cannot take full blame. Those elements, though beautiful, could not withstand the high temperatures of my craft," Hephaestus remarked, setting aside his heavy hammer and wiping sweat and dust from his rough apron. "However, I do plan to transplant some of the flora you once nurtured from my dwelling on Earth, as this stark landscape is indeed unsightly. There is no need to worry about this minor task. Since I am already here, I can directly help you fill this place with greenery." Upon hearing Hephaestus's words, Narcissus responded with a smile. "Narcissus, have you not always sought your fortunes upon the earth? What brings you to my Olympus this time? Speak. What is it that you desire of me?" Hephaestus inquired, taking a seat as he regarded Narcissus. With a wave of his hand, Narcissus conjured an array of fruits upon the table. "I have recently gathered many materials and wish for your assistance in forging a new artifact," he declared. "Having been trapped in that underground cavern for so long, while lacking in many things, I still managed to collect some materials. Indeed, treasures abound beneath the earth." "A new artifact? No problem. Let me see the materials you have procured," Hephaestus agreed without a moment's hesitation. Narcissus poured forth an array of materials from his bag, comprising white gemstones, wood, metal, and even peculiar skeletal remains of extraordinary creatures. Hephaestus picked up a stone, scrutinizing it for a moment before setting it down and selecting a piece of wood instead. Though these materials appeared unremarkable, the energy emanating from them revealed to Hephaestus that they were anything but ordinary. "These fabrics are commendable. The white gemstones must be the milk dropped by Gaia, the earth goddess." "You are indeed fortunate, Narcissus," Hephaestus remarked. As Hephaestus perused the assortment of materials Narcissus had presented, he quietly inquired, "Narcissus, I see you have ascended to the rank of a superior deity. Do you possess any insights regarding the essence of becoming a supreme god? There are several vacancies among the 12 Olympians. If you are interested, we might devise a plan." "Not yet. Although I no longer harbor ambitions for a position among the 12 Olympians," Narcissus replied, shaking his head in gratitude for the suggestion. Upon his arrival in this world, he once aspired to seize a seat among the 12, but after spending considerable time here, he had come to understand certain truths, ultimately choosing to relinquish that ambition. Indeed, Zeus maintained an exceedingly tight grip on the positions within the 12, unwilling to relinquish them to outsiders. Hephaestus, having appraised Narcissus with a discerning gaze, shifted the conversation. "Recently, Zeus has been ardently pursuing Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, yet his efforts have been thwarted by Hera's vigilant defenses, leaving him empty-handed. Oh, Narcissus expressed curiosity upon hearing this gossip. Has the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, taken action against Zeus? No, quite the contrary. She is cleverly evading his advances. Hephaestus replied with an amused tone, clearly enjoying the spectacle of Hera pursuing Zeus, while Zeus chased after Aphrodite. I have examined your materials. They are sufficient for me to forge a divine artifact for you, perhaps a whip. What do you think? Hephaestus suggested. Completing his inspection of the diverse materials Narcissus had brought, which included the fabric gifted by the mermaid, the white gemstones, and several other intriguing items. A whip? That sounds agreeable. Narcissus nodded slightly, showing no particular disdain for the proposed artifact. Then it is settled. I shall endeavor to complete it as swiftly as possible. Hephaestus lifted the materials, assuring Narcissus. Chapter 113. Encounter with Hera. Within his temple, Hephaestus assisted Narcissus in crafting divine artifacts, while Narcissus, outside the temple, prepared to adorn the mountains with vegetation. Now endowed with enhanced divine powers, Narcissus adeptly cultivated plants, exhibiting a remarkable acceleration in growth. Thus, he prepared several varieties of heat-resistant flora to fully populate the slopes of Hephaestus's domain. Narcissus stood before a temple dedicated to Hephaestus, allowing himself a moment of relaxation as he closed his eyes. Subsequently, a profound divine energy was unleashed from within him. He employed his divine authority over rain, dispersing this energy gently upon the earth like tender raindrops. It seeped through the crevices of the soil, revitalizing the parched land. Thereafter, he scattered the carefully nurtured seeds into the ground and again wielded his divine power, nourishing the seeds and facilitating their swift growth. Narcissus felt his divine power coursing through the earth, nourishing the tender lives that resided within it. After a while, he gradually ceased the flow of his essence. Opening his eyes to behold the plants that had sprouted tender shoots, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The flora, under his divine nurturing, flourished with a rapidity that was almost palpable, as if life itself were being accelerated before his very eyes. The once barren mountaintop had transformed into a verdant expanse, where various plants vied with one another to ascend, creating a vibrant tableau of vitality. At that moment, Narcissus perceived Hera soaring through the sky, seemingly in search of something. It was evident that she had also spotted him. Upon noticing the divine presence before the temple of Hephaestus, Hera descended. "Goddess Hera, I offer you my highest reverence," Narcissus proclaimed, bowing deeply as she approached. "If I recall correctly, you are Narcissus," Hera remarked, surveying the surroundings before her gaze settled once more upon him. "I believed you were to remain upon the earth. What brings you to Mount Olympus?" "I have come to Olympus on matters concerning Hephaestus," Narcissus replied respectfully to Hera's inquiry. Hera nodded slightly, her keen eyes scrutinizing him intently. Before her stood a youth of astonishing beauty, rivaling that of Aphrodite. Yet he emanated an innate charm that was uniquely his own. A fleeting thought crossed Hera's mind as she regarded Narcissus. After a brief pause, she articulated, "Narcissus, I have a task to bestow upon you. Should you succeed, I shall grant you a boon." "What is it that you wish of me, goddess?" Narcissus inquired, maintaining his composure as he noted the sudden seriousness in Hera's demeanor, sensing a hint of ulterior motive in her tone. "My friend shall not undertake any task for you," came the voice of Hephaestus from within his temple. Subsequently, Narcissus observed Hephaestus emerging from his abode, positioning himself before Narcissus and obstructing Hera's gaze upon him. "Goddess, I welcome your visit. I seek to understand the purpose of your presence here." Hephaestus spoke with a calm and resolute tone, exhibiting no deference to Hera. Hera's brow furrowed, her expression darkening at her son's perceived disrespect. "Hephaestus, from whence has this discourteous demeanor arisen?" "Oh, that is simply because my mother has never imparted such lessons to me." Hephaestus's words reverberated through the air, for he had ascended to the status of a principal deity of Olympus, impervious to the hypnotic arts of the god of sleep, Hypnos. Yet, within him lingered a resentment towards Hera. Typically, Hephaestus would adopt an attitude of indifference towards Hera, but today, witnessing her presence in his domain and her apparent interest in Narcissus, he could no longer afford to remain aloof. Narcissus' gaze drifted between Hera and Hephaestus, and he was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that their relationship could be so dire. Narcissus, endowed with the divine gift of empathy, could perceive the deep-seated longing for familial connection within Hephaestus. To his astonishment, the once merciless Hera, who had callously cast aside her newborn son from Olympus, harbored a flicker of affection for Hephaestus. Observing the standoff between Hephaestus and Hera, both unwilling to yield, their divine powers began to manifest, saturating the atmosphere with palpable tension. In this moment, Narcissus deftly wielded his divine abilities, subtly awakening Hera's buried feelings of kinship. Under Narcissus's influence, the emotions within Hera began to swell. "I am sorry." Hera's apology resonated like the shattering of fragile bubbles, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere. Instantly, Hephaestus's formidable aura diminished, and the divine energy surrounding him gradually dissipated. The resentment he harbored towards Hera ebbed away like receding tides, leaving behind an expanse of tranquility. Hera found it nearly inconceivable to believe her own apology, her heart brimming with astonishment. She could not help but reflect on the anger that Zeus's actions had incited within her, leading to her impulsive decision to abandon Hephaestus. Deep within her, there existed a flicker of regret for her rash behavior. Nevertheless, as the queen of Olympus, her dignity forbade her from kneeling to offer an apology to anyone, particularly to Hephaestus, her son whose return had once inflicted unprecedented humiliation upon her. Thus, she had resolutely resisted the notion of apologizing. Yet now, the apology had slipped from her lips so effortlessly that it left her astonished. Confusion and bewilderment enveloped her as she pondered why she would express remorse towards Hephaestus at this moment. As she seemed to retreat in disarray, Narcissus turned his gaze to Hephaestus and noted a significant reduction in his resentment towards familial ties. Perhaps he had been awaiting this very apology all along. Chapter 114. Hermes. The messenger of tidings Narcissus, why not give this a try? Hephaestus's voice carried a hint of delight. Narcissus had resided in the temple of Hephaestus for some time. Today, Hephaestus joyfully brandished the exquisite artifact he had just crafted for Narcissus. Hearing Hephaestus' voice, Narcissus emerged from his chamber, his eyes instantly captivated by the object in Hephaestus' grasp. In his hand, Hephaestus held a translucent, intricately designed whip, resembling a work of art. Narcissus grasped the whip handed to him by Hephaestus. Noting that it appeared to be woven from a fabric that was both supple and resilient, its surface adorned with lustrous white gemstones. Each segment of the whip was embellished with exquisite flowers and leaves, reminiscent of the vitality found in nature, both beautiful and enigmatic. This was crafted based on the resplendent diadem atop your head. Thus, it complements your crown perfectly, Hephaestus elucidated as he observed Narcissus meticulously examining the whip in his hands. Narcissus gently attempted to channel divine power into the whip, and soon the entire implement began to shimmer with an ethereal green glow. The blossoms and leaves adorning the whip seemed to come alive, detaching themselves and swirling around it as if animated by some unseen force. They sparkled with brilliance, dancing gracefully and shifting positions in a mesmerizing display. Subsequently, with a deft flick of his wrist, Narcissus sent the whip soaring, transforming the swirling flowers and leaves into countless emerald arrows that shot forth with great velocity. In the blink of an eye, these luminous projectiles struck the stone wall ahead, erupting in a dazzling explosion of green light. Deep gashes marred the stone surface, and the surrounding air quivered, rippling with waves of energy. Observing this spectacle, Hephaestus nodded with satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he had desired. Hephaestus remarked, "This artifact is quite remarkable." The newfound weapon's offensive capabilities surpassed those of his previous staff, filling Narcissus with contentment. Just as Narcissus and Hephaestus were engaged in testing the artifact, a swift silhouette appeared in the sky. With a flash of light, Hermes descended gracefully from above, landing elegantly before Narcissus and Hephaestus. "Narcissus!" exclaimed Hermes, his voice brimming with cheer as he greeted Narcissus before swiftly turning to Hephaestus. "Hephaestus, Zeus summons you to the temple immediately." Upon hearing this, Hephaestus furrowed his brow in confusion. What could Zeus want with me? Is there something amiss? Hermes shrugged, feigning innocence. "I'm not entirely sure. Zeus did not disclose the reason to me, only that he is called for all the major deities. I did notice, however, that his mood was rather grim, while Hera seemed in good spirits." Hermes squinted, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he regarded Hephaestus. "But I suspect that Zeus's summons might be fortuitous for you." Internally, Hermes reveled in the knowledge he had eavesdropped on Hera and Zeus's conversation. Yet he would not divulge this to Hephaestus just yet. "Well, I have completed the task Zeus assigned me. Now, I must inform Apollo and the others. Farewell, gentlemen." With that, Hermes turned to Narcissus, smiling. "Narcissus, I shall come find you when I have the time." Narcissus nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Very well, Hermes. Tread carefully on your journey." Hermes waved his hand, then took a step forward. As he turned, he floated into the air, and in mere moments, he vanished into the sky, leaving behind only the clouds that had been scattered in his wake. Chapter 115. The marriage proposal. Within the grand and majestic temple of the Olympian deities, golden columns rose majestically, resembling a forest of gold, suffused with an aura of dignity and mystery. Upon receiving the message conveyed by Hermes, the gods convened at this sacred site. As they entered the temple, they paid their respects to Zeus, the king of the gods, and Hera, the queen, before leisurely returning to their respective seats. Standing beside Zeus, Hermes, the messenger god, observed that all the deities had taken their places. He leaned in and quietly addressed the pensive Zeus. Zeus, all the gods are gathered. Hera cast a glance at Zeus, but her gaze soon shifted to Hephaestus. Awakening familial feelings towards Hephaestus due to Narcissus's presence, Hera now desired to do something for her unfortunate son. Since everyone is present, I have an announcement to make, Zeus declared, opening his eyes. His gaze swept across the assembly of gods, and with a smile, he continued. It has been some time since Olympus has known merriment, so I intend to restore our Olympus to its former vibrancy. Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, I have decided to betroth you to my son Hephaestus. What say you? Although Zeus's tone seemed to suggest a consultation, the formidable aura emanating from him left no room for dissent, exerting palpable pressure on Aphrodite. Upon hearing Zeus's proclamation, Aphrodite's expression shifted dramatically as she turned her gaze toward Hephaestus, who, upon hearing Zeus's words, also looked towards her. Their eyes met in the air, only to swiftly avert. Before Aphrodite could respond to Zeus's proposal, Ares, the god of war, interjected loudly, I oppose this. Zeus's gaze hardened as it shifted to Ares, and he inquired, What is it, Ares? Do you question my decision? My mother. Faced with Zeus's imposing presence, Ares found himself at a loss for words, turning instead to Hera for assistance. Enough, Ares. This is Zeus's decision, Hera stated, then directed her attention to Aphrodite. Aphrodite, what is your stance on Zeus's decree? Aphrodite cast a glance at Hera, then looked towards Zeus, lowering her eyes as she replied, I consent. Aphrodite. Upon hearing her response, Ares regarded her with disbelief. Yet, Aphrodite kept her head bowed, ignoring Ares. Her thoughts remained a mystery to all. Then, Hephaestus, what are your thoughts on my decision? Zeus gazed at Hephaestus, who sat quietly, and inquired. I have no particular feelings, so I harbor no objections, Hephaestus replied, shaking his head in response to Zeus's question. In that case, I shall bestow my blessings upon you as the god of marriage and fertility, Hephaestus and Aphrodite, Hera exclaimed joyously. Splendid. Let us arrange the celebratory feast post-haste. Zeus remarked casually, pleased at their consensus. Following this, Zeus posed a few more inquiries before declaring the assembly concluded and rising to depart the temple. With his exit, the gods, after extending their congratulations to Hephaestus and Aphrodite, began to leave the temple in succession. Congratulations, Hephaestus. You are soon to wed the goddess of love and beauty. Aphrodite, a true paragon of beauty, envied by countless gods, the messenger god Hermes cheerfully approached Hephaestus, casting a sidelong glance at the furious war god Ares nearby. Humph, what are you staring at, brat? Ares glared at Hermes, harboring the suspicion that this mischievous imp was speaking ill of him. Hermes stuck out his tongue at Ares and, using Hephaestus as a shield, evaded Ares's fiery gaze. Humph. Ares shot a scornful look at Hephaestus before storming out of the temple. He was acutely aware that since both Zeus and his mother Hera had given their consent for Aphrodite to marry Hephaestus, there was no turning back. You must have known all along, hadn't you? Hephaestus directed his gaze at Hermes. Hee, I didn't know much sooner than you, just a tad bit earlier. Hermes replied with a playful grin upon hearing Hephaestus's question. Aphrodite glanced at Hephaestus, then cast a sidelong look at Hermes. With a haughty sniff, she elegantly departed the temple. Brother, I wonder if you can truly handle the goddess of love and beauty. Hermes made a face at her retreating figure, then smiled at Hephaestus. You needn't concern yourself with that. Well then, Hermes, I must take my leave. Hephaestus waved to Hermes and exited the temple as well. Humph. I have places to be too, Hermes remarked upon witnessing the gods vacate the temple. Chapter 116. The Night Visitor, What Brings You Here? Upon returning to his own temple, Hephaestus entered a courtyard adorned with flames and craftsmanship, only to find Hermes, the unexpected guest, laughing heartily with Narcissus. I am here to share the delightful news of your forthcoming marriage with Narcissus. Hermes chuckled, plucking a peculiar fruit from a platter brimming with exotic delicacies, chewing heartily. Yet, I am curious. You departed the temple earlier than I, yet you have returned to your own sanctuary later than I have. Hephaestus let out a gentle sigh, allowing the armor upon him to emit a faint clinking sound as he casually settled into the grand chair adorned with precious gems. Oh, I shall pay a visit to Aphrodite, he replied succinctly. Aphrodite? Hermes exclaimed, his eyes instantly alight with surprise. He paused his chewing, his face a canvas of astonishment. How was I unaware of your familiarity with the goddess of love and beauty? There are many things you remain oblivious to, Hephaestus replied nonchalantly. Reaching for the fragrant fruit tea freshly crafted by Narcissus, the aroma wafting enticingly from the cup. Upon hearing this, Hermes promptly took a seat in the chair opposite, his tousled brown hair dancing with the movement. Indeed, he nodded with a furrowed brow, realization dawning upon him. I cannot believe I was unaware of your connection to Aphrodite. It appears I have not exerted enough effort. Congratulations, Hephaestus, Hermes has already informed me, Narcissus said with a smile, raising his cup in a toast to Hephaestus. Thank you, Hephaestus replied, returning the smile and raising his cup in kind. With the mischievous god Hermes present, silence and gloom had never lingered in the courtyard. Narcissus gleaned numerous secrets, previously undisclosed by the deities of Olympus, from his meandering discourse. Time, like grains of sand in an hourglass, flowed silently and ceaselessly. The sun's golden rays gradually inclined westward, retreating step by step behind the stage. The sky appeared as a vast palette, tinted with delicate hues of gold and crimson by the setting sun, enveloping the entire courtyard in this warm, radiant glow. However, time never lingers for anyone. Soon the sun vanished from the heavens, yielding to the ascent of a luminous full moon. It hung like a radiant pearl against the dark night canvas, casting a silvery light that draped the night in a veil of mystery. Hermes, you must be preparing to depart, am I correct? Hephaestus spoke in the tranquil night, his voice seemingly soft, yet rippling through the courtyard like a gentle wave. Pardon? Hermes paused, momentarily perplexed by Hephaestus's remark. His animated gaze turned quizzically toward him. His eyes sparkled as if pondering something, and then he broke into a sudden smile. Indeed, it is time for me to leave. His tone was as carefree and nonchalant as his ethereal form. Hermes made a playful grimace at Narcissus before generously bidding farewell and striding toward the courtyard's exit. In a swift motion, he resembled a nimble bird, soaring into the sky and vanishing amidst the moonlight. What's happening? Is Hermes truly leaving? Narcissus glanced at Hephaestus, a hint of confusion in his expression. Someone is expected, Hephaestus replied just as a series of muffled, rhythmic footfalls echoed from the distant corridor, akin to a heartbeat announcing the arrival of new guests. The moonlight cascaded at the corridor's end, where a figure emerged, cloaked in black, revealing the silhouette of a woman. Her steps were steady and powerful, as though each footfall resonated rhythmically against the flagstone, eliciting a faint echo. Hephaestus, who is this? Hermes, peering from the clouds above, was suddenly filled with curiosity. Hidden among the white clouds, his eyes sparkled with excitement, much like a child discovering a new treasure. Chapter 117. The curious Hermes, upon catching sight of Narcissus, the newcomer momentarily paused, and then a sweet, alluring voice flowed from within the depths of her cloak. I completely forgot you had a guest here. Quite all right, Hephaestus replied, his voice deep and resolute. Narcissus is trustworthy. Since you say so. The visitor's delicate hand slowly lifted a corner of her cloak, allowing her golden hair to cascade like a waterfall, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful visage. Aphrodite, what a pleasure to meet you. Narcissus gazed upon the goddess before him, astounded to find that it was none other than Aphrodite, the deity of love and beauty. Narcissus, is it? This marks our second encounter, Aphrodite said with a playful smile, extending her slender hand. If you were a goddess, your beauty would surely evoke my envy. I shall take your words as a compliment, Narcissus replied, deftly evading Aphrodite's gesture, his face betraying little amusement. Despite Aphrodite's status as one of the 12 Olympian gods, renowned for her allure, Narcissus felt little trepidation at the thought of offending her. How dreadfully dull you are, Aphrodite remarked, her voice laced with laughter as she withdrew her hand. A flicker of caution ignited within her, for this god, seemingly impervious to her charms, made her wary of crossing his boundaries. With a sultry toss of her golden locks, Aphrodite's allure radiated like an invisible force escaping through her fingertips. She turned her gaze toward Hephaestus, her sapphire-like eyes fixed intently upon him. "Do not employ that tactic with me again." Hephaestus's expression shifted from infatuation to sharp scrutiny, as if he sought to pierce the depths of Aphrodite's heart. A flame flickered within his pupils, reminiscent of a sea of molten lava, but in an instant, his gaze returned to its usual steadiness. "Humph," Aphrodite scoffed lightly, her confidence wavering in the presence of these two gods who remained unmoved by her enchanting presence, causing her to question the very essence of her allure. Narcissus gleaned from their conversation that Hephaestus, as a newly ascended deity, had yet to establish his footing on Mount Olympus. Meanwhile, Aphrodite, despite being one of the 12 Olympians, lacked any substantial backing and thus strived to maintain a delicate equilibrium. Consequently, upon Hephaestus's arrival on Olympus, Aphrodite, the goddess, discreetly sought out this new deity, aware that his predicament was even more dire than her own. Her plan was initially straightforward, to leverage her unparalleled charm to recruit Hephaestus as one of her devoted followers. However, to her surprise, Hephaestus remained impervious to her allure, maintaining a clear and discerning mind. Thus, Aphrodite found herself quite pleased with this blend of strength and intellect embodied by Hephaestus. Hephaestus was acutely aware that his earlier action of ensnaring the goddess Hera in a golden throne had undoubtedly offended a portion of the Olympian pantheon. Hence, he and Aphrodite reached a consensus to secretly support one another, forming a clandestine alliance. Aphrodite's visit was, in fact, to discuss their impending nuptials. Ultimately, they resolved to acquiesce to the arrangements made by Zeus and Hera, proceeding with the wedding as per their desires. What were they discussing? Concealed amidst the clouds, Hermes observed below as Narcissus engaged in cheerful banter with the trio, his curiosity piqued regarding their discourse. His puzzled gaze pierced through the clouds, settling upon the tranquil courtyard. Little did Hermes anticipate that the seemingly honest and steadfast Hephaestus had employed divine power to envelop the entire courtyard, rendering him unable to overhear their conversation, which left him feeling quite exasperated. Suddenly, the sounds within the courtyard ceased, and the gazes of the individuals intermingled in the stillness of the night. Then, Aphrodite nonchalantly spoke. "Hephaestus, let us conclude our discussion for tonight. I must take my leave. Narcissus, it has been a pleasure to meet you." With grace, she rose and donned her cloak, bidding farewell to Narcissus and Hephaestus. Having just descended from the clouds, Hermes perched upon a large tree outside the courtyard, perplexedly watching as Aphrodite's silhouette faded into the shadows of the night. Was that it? Had they concluded so swiftly? Chapter 118. Hermes' subtle discovery observing Aphrodite's figure. Akin to autumn waters glistening in the moonlight as she receded, Hermes took flight from the branches of the tree, akin to a vigilant eagle, utilizing the pristine white clouds of the sky to conceal his presence. What was Aphrodite truly up to? Driven by curiosity, Hermes followed her stealthily. Much like a cheetah stalking its prey, he was somewhat astonished to find that she was not heading towards her opulent temple as she typically would. "Come forth." Aphrodite's delicate voice resonated softly through the woods, reminiscent of an unfinished poem. As her words lingered in the air, a formidable figure emerged from the shadows of the trees. Unmistakably the god of war, Ares. "Ares, you summon me. What is the matter?" The moonlight illuminated Aphrodite as she removed her hood, her delicate neck adorned by hair that danced gently in the breeze. She raised her gaze subtly, casting a fleeting glance at Ares with her enchanting eyes. "Aphrodite, I regret the distress you have endured today." Ares' voice resonated through the dense forest, akin to the tender night breeze sweeping through the sparse pines. He approached her, extending his battle-scarred hand, attempting to grasp her slender wrist. However, Aphrodite nimbly sidestepped his advance, the moonlight gracing her face, revealing a hint of derision. "This is the command of the king and queen of the gods. What distress is there to bear?" Her lips curled into a smile that bore an icy semblance of amusement. Though Aphrodite's words were steely, the aura of vulnerability and helplessness that emanated from her pierced Ares' heart like a sharp blade. He yearned to envelop her in his embrace, shielding her from the storms of life. With a sidelong glance at the war god before her, a flicker of inscrutable darkness danced in her eyes. Before Ares could act further, she spoke playfully. "It is time for me to return." With that, Aphrodite offered Ares no chance for rebuttal. She pulled the hood of her cloak over her beautiful visage and, with an air of elegance and resolve, turned away. Her hair swirled in the moonlight as her figure gradually faded into the depths of the forest. Damn it! Ares could not restrain his roar, his fury manifesting as he struck a nearby colossal tree with a heavy fist, the force of which carved a massive hole into its trunk. Clenching his fists tightly, he was engulfed by a tempest of anger and helplessness known only to himself. Aphrodite? Ares? Hidden within the shroud of night, Hermes widened his eyes, peering through the gaps in the clouds to clearly discern the two figures below. As the deity most adept at gathering information and indulging in gossip on Mount Olympus, Hermes was already well aware of Ares's fervent pursuit of Aphrodite. Yet, in his recollection, Aphrodite had always been skilled at enchanting the multitude of male gods, treating each with similar indifference. It seemed that Ares did not receive any special favor from her. However, this night, she had mysteriously rendezvoused with Ares deep within the forest, suggesting that their relationship was not as the world presumed. This truly presents a conundrum. Hermes furrowed his brow, muttering to himself as he scratched his head, exuding a sense of hesitation. He found himself torn, uncertain whether he should inform his good friend Hephaestus of this affair. Yet, on the other hand, he sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. Today, Aphrodite not only met with her dear brother Hephaestus, but also had a clandestine rendezvous with the tempestuous god of war, Ares. Intriguingly, this situation was quite amusing. Hermes, lost in thought, couldn't suppress a chuckle, although he felt a pang of guilt for his loyal brother Hephaestus. Nevertheless, the thrill of such gossip delighted him, and he eagerly anticipated the unfolding of further intriguing events. Within the temple dedicated to the god of fire and craftsmanship, Narcissus observed Hephaestus, who had resumed his work. Was the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, truly trustworthy? Hephaestus, however, remained focused on his workbench, the rhythmic sound of his tools striking the copper plate resonating in the air. He did not respond immediately to Narcissus' inquiry, seemingly pondering how best to articulate his thoughts. After a brief silence, a slight smile graced his lips, and an elusive spark flickered in his eyes. Each sought their own desires. I shall not concern myself with her schemes, echoed Hephaestus's voice throughout the courtyard. Ah, I see. Narcissus nodded in understanding. Chapter 119. The wedding of the god of fire and the goddess of beauty. As time ticked by, the long-awaited grand event finally commenced atop Mount Olympus. The wedding of Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, and Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, was magnificently celebrated on the divine mountain. On this day, Aphrodite, embodying love and beauty, radiated a splendor that eclipsed all the flowers present. She donned a flowing white gown, the hem billowing like snow in the breeze, reminiscent of an ethereal sprite. Her golden hair was elegantly styled into a delicate updo, adorned with a crown woven from fresh blossoms, glistening with embedded jewels. In her hands, she held a bouquet of pristine roses, their hues mirroring the delicate fabric of her gown, exuding both fragility and vitality. Hephaestus, too, made a splendid appearance, clad in a robe interwoven with shades of crimson and gold, the colors reminiscent of fire and treasure, imbued with a unique allure. The two deities approached one another under the gaze of the assembled gods. Aphrodite moved gracefully, akin to a white swan, each of her motions exuding an essence of love and beauty. Her boundless charm captivated the many male deities present, who cast envious glances at Hephaestus. Among them, one gaze burned particularly intensely, yet his primary focus remained on Aphrodite at the center of the gathering, followed by a resentful glance directed towards Hephaestus. In contrast, Hephaestus stood as a steadfast mountain, his gait resolute, his expression impassive as he disregarded the surrounding clamor. Today, his upright stature concealed his limp, rendering him even more imposing and determined, prompting several goddesses to steal glances in his direction. Hermes, what is this? Are you envious? Narcissus approached Hermes, holding a wine cup, and observed him fixated on the center of the gathering, where Hephaestus and Aphrodite were situated. Envy? What is there to envy? Hermes, regaining his composure, glanced at Narcissus with a hint of confusion before taking a cup from his hand. Are you envious of Hephaestus's marriage? Most of the male deities present today harbor a tinge of jealousy towards him. Narcissus gently tapped his cup against Hermes'. Then perhaps I am not the envious one. Hermes clinked his cup against Narcissus's and took a sip, remarking, what benefits does marriage confer? I have yet to witness any. He shuddered at the thought of Zeus and Hera's tumultuous relationship on Mount Olympus. Narcissus, Hermes, what are you discussing? Apollo, the sun god, approached with a smile, his own cup in hand. My dear friend Narcissus, Why have you not sought me out during your recent visit to Olympus? My apologies, Apollo. I primarily came to Olympus seeking Hephaestus's assistance in crafting a divine artifact, and have yet to find the time to visit you, Narcissus replied, a hint of regret in his voice. The exquisite whip created by Hephaestus now adorned his waist. We were just discussing, Hermes interjected, playfully positioning himself between Narcissus and Apollo, slyly winking. Some intriguing matters, such as whether the god of war, Ares, resembles a powder keg ready to explode. Apollo turned his gaze to Ares, who was pouring wine into his own cup excessively. His volatile demeanor kept other deities at bay. Indeed, it seems he is on the verge of a fit, Apollo laughed. In Olympus, few were unaware of Ares's infatuation with Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Despite their usual discord, Apollo found amusement in Ares's plight. Mind if I join your conversation? A cheerful voice interjected. Not at all, Narcissus replied, raising his cup towards the approaching goddess clad in leather armor. Welcome, Athena. Apollo and Hermes also lifted their cups, their smiles and expressions reflecting a warm welcome to Athena. The wedding feast of Hephaestus and Aphrodite continued for an extended period, as the gods reveled amidst the melodies and the fragrance of wine. Despite Ares's sullen demeanor, he restrained himself from disrupting the celebration. Hephaestus and Aphrodite sat together, graciously accepting the blessings and gifts of the gods. Zeus, employing his divine power, captured the splendor of the event and projected it onto the clouds, bringing it to the skies of the mortal realm. In that moment, the heavens shimmered in vibrant colors, resembling a grand tapestry that showcased the magnificence of Olympus. The burgeoning humanity gazed in awe at the celestial spectacle above. On the earth, mortals beheld the ethereal figure of Aphrodite adorned in a flowing white gown, the majestic form of Hephaestus, and the resplendent scenes of celebration. These visions instilled within them a yearning for matrimony, prompting them to emulate the divine by orchestrating their own weddings. Chapter 120. The rumors of Aphrodite's pregnancy due to Hephaestus's recent nuptials. Narcissus found it inappropriate to linger in his temple, lest he sought the company of Apollo to reminisce, lest he be continually vexed. Caronus was exceedingly delighted by Narcissus's arrival, and for a time, their days were filled with wine and conversation, interspersed with Caronus urging Narcissus to explore his newly expanded orchard while enlisting his help in planting additional fruits. During this period, Narcissus overheard Caronus lamenting more than once about Hermes frequently pilfering his fruits. "Oh dear, cursed be that rascal for throwing things at me," Caronus exclaimed, shielding his head with his wings while searching for the source of the disturbance. "Come forth, Hermes, cease your mischief," Narcissus called out toward a corner of the orchard. "How did you discover my presence?" Hermes's figure nimbly emerged from the grove. "The flowers and trees of the orchard revealed your whereabouts to me," Narcissus replied with a smile. "Blast it, I completely forgot you possessed such an ability," Hermes remarked, clearly taken aback by his own oversight. "So it is you, the cunning trickster, thief." Caronus, upon spotting Hermes, flapped his wings in fury, preparing to charge at him. "You insufferable little crow, why can't you learn your lesson?" Hermes lightly waved his caduceus, causing the two serpents at its tip to come to life. They slithered down to the ground, transforming into two magnificent golden pythons, which reared their heads, poised to strike at Caronus. "Wait for me, Hermes. I shall summon others to deal with you." Caronus, confronted by the formidable serpents, quickly took to the air, threatening Hermes with fervor. "You rascal, why do you enjoy provoking Caronus so?" Narcissus observed the retreating figure of Caronus with a resigned glance at Hermes. "Because it is simply too entertaining. This foolish crow becomes flustered at the slightest jest, yet with a morsel of food or a playful distraction, he swiftly forgets his ire. I truly wonder why Apollo keeps such a dim-witted pet," Hermes replied with a cheeky grin. "By the way, don't you usually follow Zeus around? What brings you here today?" Narcissus inquired curiously, eyeing Hermes. "Zeus has ventured to the earth for some amusement, forbidding me from accompanying him. But that is not the crux of the matter." Hermes appeared quite exhilarated as he approached Narcissus, exclaiming, "Today, I have come upon a momentous piece of news that I simply cannot wait to share with you." "Momentous news? What tidings do you bring?" Narcissus inquired with curiosity. "The goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, is with child," Hermes announced with palpable excitement. "Aphrodite is pregnant? Given that Hephaestus has been married for some time, such news seems rather ordinary." Narcissus expressed his confusion, struggling to comprehend Hermes' fervor. "The crux of the matter lies in the whispers I have heard, suggesting that the child may not belong to Hephaestus." Hermes leaned closer to Narcissus and spoke softly. Surely, that cannot be true? Narcissus was taken aback by this revelation. I cannot ascertain the truth, but it appears that many deities on Olympus are abuzz with this gossip, some even placing wagers. Hermes divulged to Narcissus. There are claims that the child may be that of Ares, the god of war, while others speculate it could be Zeus's progeny. However, one must tread carefully with the latter assertion in the presence of Hera. Such news spreads with remarkable swiftness. I trust you had no part in it, Hermes? Narcissus questioned, regarding him intently. How could I? Hephaestus is a dear brother to me. By the way, I recall Zeus has summoned me for a task. I must take my leave. Farewell, Narcissus, Hermes replied, and as he finished his sentence, the bright wings of his sandals began to shimmer. In a flutter, Hermes ascended into the sky, swiftly vanishing beyond the horizon, leaving only the echoes of his words swirling in the wind. Chapter 121. The origin of the rumors. The temple of Hephaestus was thick with the scents of molten iron and smoke when Aphrodite gracefully entered through the door. Her gaze fell upon Hephaestus, who was diligently working at the forge. She found a stool to sit upon, propping her chin on her hand, and began. There are whispers beyond Olympus suggesting that I am with child. Do you not think we should solidify this rumor? Do not presume I am unaware that you deliberately leaked this information to Hermes, Hephaestus replied, his focus unwavering on the item he was crafting, his tone as steady as ever. Aphrodite leaned forward, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her fair, elongated neck and elegantly contoured form. She gazed at Hephaestus with curiosity. Oh, I merely thought the timing was ripe. But how did you deduce it was me? That gossip-loving Hermes might have assumed he stumbled upon it by chance. Speaking of which, do you not spend all your time within this steamy temple? I am genuinely intrigued to know how you discern matters from the outside world, Hephaestus replied as he submerged the iron object into a water bucket, producing a hissing sound, and answered nonchalantly, I have my own methods, Aphrodite. Aphrodite appeared unfazed by his indifference, chuckling softly. Ah, what a man devoid of romantic sensibility. That said, I have come to collect the item you previously promised me. Upon hearing Aphrodite's words, Hephaestus retrieved a small glass vial from the pocket of his apron, filled with swirling liquid of gold and crimson hues. I have prepared that for you long ago, he stated as he tossed the vial toward Aphrodite, who sat gracefully. With a subtle wave of her hand, a few delicate white rose petals danced in the air, gently catching the vial and bringing it to her palm. Aphrodite accepted the vial, her gaze captivated by the shimmering liquid within, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Excellent. I shall not intrude upon your work with these metals any longer. She rose elegantly, the glass vial sparkling enchanting hues in her grasp. As she turned to depart, her voluptuous form swayed rhythmically with each step, infusing the temple with an air of allure and charm, leaving Hephaestus alone to continue his labor. With a flick of his wrist, the components in the temple seemed to awaken, moving autonomously, assembling into the shape of a small bird. The bird appeared strikingly ordinary, devoid of divine majesty or any semblance of celestial power, resembling a true little creature. It seemed to regard its surroundings with a hint of curiosity, tilting its head as it surveyed the space. Then it began to preen its feathers with practiced delicacy, resembling a genuine bird. Narcissus's suggestion was indeed quite splendid. Watching the vividly animated little birds, Hephaestus nodded in satisfaction. The birds then flapped their wings and gracefully flew out of the temple, traversing the woods before finally alighting upon a tree. On that tree, many other birds already occupied the branches, resembling the newly crafted bird almost identically. Appearing as ordinary avian creatures, they hopped from branch to branch, playfully chasing one another or quietly preening their feathers. In that moment, they seemed like mere commonplace birds, indistinguishable from other beings on Mount Olympus, devoid of any extraordinary traits. Yet only Hephaestus was privy to the truth. These birds served as his eyes and ears, his sources of information. They soared across Olympus, gathering all manner of news, which they then relayed back to Hephaestus. This was the secret behind his profound awareness of worldly affairs, despite spending most of his time within the temple. Returning to her temple, Aphrodite stepped into the bath surrounded by nymphs. The bath was infused with a rich floral fragrance, steam rising gently from the water, while delicate white rose petals floated down, lending an air of romance and mystery to the scene. Several nymphs held jade trays laden with an array of towels and oils, which they presented to Aphrodite. She picked up a damp towel, began to wipe her body, and then applied various oils, enhancing the smoothness and radiance of her skin. Meanwhile, the nymphs gently cupped water in their hands, sprinkling it over Aphrodite, the droplets gliding over her skin, evoking a sensation of unparalleled comfort. Immersed in this soothing atmosphere, she savored the nymph's ministrations while contemplating her plans. Her unique beauty and allure captivated everything around her. Chapter 122. Aphrodite's scheme within the temple of the goddess of love and beauty. Aphrodite gestured with a blend of authority and gentleness for the nymphs beside her to withdraw. Obeying her command, the nymphs departed one by one, leaving Aphrodite alone within the sanctuary. The temple was now devoid of company save for her. She reclined gently upon her opulent bed, adorned with white rose petals, which created an atmosphere of exquisite romance. Draped in a sheer gown, her enchanting form was tantalizingly revealed. Adding an air of mystery, Aphrodite grasped a glass vial bestowed upon her by Hephaestus, the crimson liquid within sparkling under the light. She delicately swirled the vial, watching the liquid dance within, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. The bed was draped in white fabric, the sheets crafted from the finest materials, scattered with pristine rose petals, cultivating a romantic and comfortable ambience. Aphrodite closed her eyes, allowing herself to relax completely, enveloped in this environment brimming with love and beauty. With a soft hum, the goddess Aphrodite, reclining upon her bed, was enveloped in a rosy luminescence, which soon permeated the entire chamber with its gentle halo. This ethereal glow gradually coalesced, resembling countless tiny particles dancing in the air, eventually forming a radiant sphere of pink light. With a delicate wave of her hand, the lid of a glass vial was unsealed by her divine power. Subsequently, she commanded the liquid within the vial, a blend of gold and crimson, to gracefully emerge, swirling through the air like a shimmering ribbon, entwining itself around the pink orb. As the liquid wrapped around it, the pink radiance slowly faded, revealing a sphere now interlaced with golden and crimson hues, akin to a dazzling jewel, its brilliance captivating. Aphrodite concentrated, continuously channeling her divine energy. Under her guidance, the red-golden orb gently floated toward her, ultimately merging into her abdomen. Once the orb fully integrated within her, she ceased the flow of her divine power. Her body glistened with sweat, the sheer fabric of her white gown clinging to her form, accentuating her flawless silhouette. Aphrodite placed her hand tenderly upon her abdomen, sensing the familiar and potent force coursing within her. Make way. Just as she prepared to rest, the commotion outside the temple interrupted her tranquility. The god of war, Ares, was clashing with the nymphs at the temple's entrance, attempting to breach the sanctum of the goddess of love and beauty. Lord Ares, unless commanded by the goddess Aphrodite, we cannot allow you entry. Surely, you do not wish to incite her wrath, the nymphs implored, striving to contain the increasingly volatile Ares by invoking Aphrodite's name. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of Aphrodite, Ares halted his aggressive demeanor. Standing before the temple, Ares called out to Aphrodite within, "Aphrodite, let me enter and behold you." Ares, such boorishness is hardly the demeanor of one eager to meet. A sultry voice emanated from the depths of the temple, Aphrodite's voice echoing. "You may all withdraw," she commanded, instructing the nymphs to step back from Ares. Upon receiving her directive, the nymphs ceased their obstruction and quietly departed, with no nymphs to impede him. Ares strode boldly into Aphrodite's sanctuary, entering her chamber to find her reclined upon the bed. Feeling the intensity of Ares's gaze upon her form, Aphrodite swiftly grasped a feather-woven blanket, drawing it over her body, and propped herself up, fixing her gaze upon him, demanding, "Ares, what brings you to my temple?" "Aphrodite, word from Olympus has spread that you are with child, and there are whispers that this child may be mine," Ares replied, his voice laden with urgency. Ares, the god of war, strode forward with determination, firmly grasping Aphrodite's hand. "Do you not know who the father of the child is?" she inquired, gently caressing her abdomen while her fingers brushed against Ares' solid chest. "Aphrodite." Ares lowered his head, desire unmistakably reflected in his gaze. Observing Ares' actions, a flicker of shadow passed through Aphrodite's eyes, and her divine power surged forth, causing Ares' expression to become momentarily entranced. Sitting on the edge of a chair, Aphrodite cast a cold glance at Ares, who lay on the bed entangled in her feathered blanket, utterly devoid of composure, her eyes glinting with a clear disdain. However, despite her annoyance at Ares' behavior, his presence sparked a new notion within her. With a delicate wave of her hand, a few strands of Ares' hair slipped from his crown, carried by a gentle breeze, and floated past the sheer canopy of the bed, landing in Aphrodite's palm. Gazing at the strands, she concentrated her divine power, which shimmered with a pink luminescence, transforming Ares' hair into a liquid state. A smile graced Aphrodite's lips as she wielded her divine essence, seamlessly integrating the liquid into her abdomen. Chapter 123. The Birth of Cupid as a Deity. Aphrodite's gestation was far from the protracted process experienced by mortals. Her belly quickly swelled, confirming the whispers circulating on Mount Olympus regarding her pregnancy. The joyous demeanor of Ares, coupled with the indifferent composure of Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, fueled rampant speculation among the gods about the identity of the child's father. While both Ares and Hephaestus were potential candidates, Ares' evident elation led most deities to believe that the child was indeed his. During her pregnancy, Aphrodite's divine power intensified, particularly her essence as the goddess of love and beauty, which left all who beheld her in awe, leading them to believe she would give birth to a formidable new deity. Today, a radiant pink divine light illuminated the skies above Aphrodite's temple, the overwhelming power reverberating throughout Mount Olympus, drawing the gaze of the gods toward the sanctuary of the goddess of love and beauty. Hephaestus, do you not intend to see for yourself? After all, Aphrodite remains your wife, Narcissus remarked, eyeing the direction of Aphrodite's temple, where the brilliant pink glow nearly painted half the sky, visible to all beings of Olympus. Just a moment. I shall be there shortly, Hephaestus replied, tidying his tools after delivering his final blow. When Narcissus and Hephaestus arrived at Aphrodite's temple, they found a multitude of curious deities already gathered, eagerly observing Narcissus. As Narcissus and his companions approached, Hermes eagerly made his way towards them. It appeared that Aphrodite was about to give birth to a powerful deity. The war god Ares had long been present, and upon the arrival of Hephaestus, he cast an irate glare in his direction. However, Hephaestus paid no heed to Ares' fury. As the husband of Aphrodite, he possessed every right to enter her temple, and thus, he strode directly inside. Narcissus and Hermes followed closely behind Hephaestus into Aphrodite's sanctuary. Witnessing Hephaestus' entrance, Ares attempted to follow, but was thwarted by a barrier of pink light. Cursed be it! The war god Ares furiously struck the barrier with his fist, causing it to ripple momentarily before returning to tranquility. What now? Upon entering the temple, Hephaestus inquired of Aphrodite, who lay upon her bed. I am well. The child shall arrive shortly, she replied, gently caressing her swollen belly. At that moment, though her golden locks were matted to her forehead with sweat and fatigue lingered upon her visage, Aphrodite exuded a unique allure. Suddenly, her form erupted with a brilliant pink radiance, the dazzling light compelling the nearby deities, including Narcissus, to shield their eyes. Yet, this luminosity seemed peculiar. Upon exiting the temple, its intensity considerably diminished. As the brilliance subsided, a cherubic infant with pure white wings emerged beside Aphrodite, who gazed tenderly at the newborn. Has it been born? Hermes exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he beheld the divine infant. Narcissus cast a sidelong glance at the newly born deity before turning his gaze towards Aphrodite. As the god of passionate love, he could perceive a significant diminishment of the divine power of love emanating from Aphrodite. Although her powers swiftly rejuvenated, even intensifying, this transformation did not escape Narcissus' keen observation. Cupid, my son is named Cupid, Aphrodite announced lovingly, cradling the winged infant. The god of love, Cupid. Narcissus fixated on the child nestled in Aphrodite's embrace and suddenly comprehended the reason behind the substantial waning of her divine essence. It appeared that this little Cupid had inherited it. As a newly birthed deity, Cupid possessed his essence from the moment of his arrival. For Narcissus, this undoubtedly stirred a profound envy, as only a select few gods could claim such an origin at birth. In Narcissus' estimation, it was merely a matter of time before Cupid ascended to the status of a principal deity. Chapter 124. The mischievous little Cupid. Cupid, the diminutive god born of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, grew at an astonishing pace. It felt as if, in the blink of an eye, he transformed from a mere infant into a small boy with curly golden locks and deep blue eyes, his wings fluttering as he often clutched a bow and arrow. This enchanted bow, capable of igniting the flames of love, was his cherished artifact. It was no ordinary weapon. It had been meticulously crafted by Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship. He designed and fashioned the bow to suit Cupid's form and strength, using the rarest of woods for the bow itself, while the string was made from a magical metal. However, Cupid's renown on Mount Olympus far exceeded his tender years. Through his whimsical pranks and endless matchmaking games, he had successfully endeared himself to the gods. Compared to the mischief of young Hermes, Cupid incited even greater vexation among the deities. Whenever he was present, it seemed that ludicrous pairings quietly unfolded. He delighted in shooting forth magical arrows, whimsically conjuring a myriad of love stories. This penchant for mischief led the gods of Olympus to avoid him whenever possible, fearing that an errant arrow might ensnare them in an unforeseen romance. And dreading the possibility of awakening one day to find themselves entwined with some creature of the wild, Narcissus, dear uncle, a sprightly figure suddenly descended from the heavens, nearly toppling into Narcissus' embrace. Narcissus responded promptly, steadily catching the unexpected visitor in his embrace. "Cupid, what troubles you? Is there something you seek from me?" Narcissus inquired, gazing curiously at the little god of love nestled in his arms. "Oh, it's nothing of great consequence," Cupid replied, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "I find myself rather bored lately. Those deities, upon seeing me, flee as if I were a specter, leaving me in solitude." Cupid's expression darkened momentarily before a mischievous glint sparkled in his eyes as he looked up at Narcissus. "Uncle Narcissus, do you have a goddess that you admire? If you do, I could help you win her affection." Upon hearing Cupid's words, Narcissus chuckled softly, playfully ruffling the little god's hair with a gentle hand. "Such matters need not concern you. Cupid, what about a male deity?" Cupid paused, then suddenly asked with a burst of inspiration, his face alight with anticipation. Much like a child yearning for a new toy. "None, Cupid. You must refrain from meddling with your divine powers," Narcissus cautioned the little deity in his arms. Having heard of Cupid's recent escapades, the mischief of this young god had rendered the Olympian deities wary of roaming freely, fearful of falling prey to his whims. "Truly none at all." Cupid widened his watery blue eyes, fixing his gaze upon Narcissus as if attempting to peer into his very soul. "Uncle Narcissus, your beauty is unparalleled, rivaling the most exquisite sights of Mount Olympus. I am certain that beyond my mother, no one surpasses your splendor. Surely, many deities must be enamored with you. Do you not wish to experience the bittersweet essence of love?" Narcissus smiled faintly, a serene calmness radiating from his expression. He gently picked up a luscious fruit and offered it to Cupid, stating, "At present, I have no desire to seek solace in anyone's embrace. So you need not exert yourself." He lightly patted Cupid's head. With a tone laced with subtle menace, Narcissus added, "Should you dare to wield your divine powers against me, I shall inform your father Hephaestus, and he will certainly administer a proper reprimand." Cupid accepted the fruit, nodding in reluctant acknowledgement. I understand. Beneath the stoic and seemingly unfeeling demeanor of his father Hephaestus, there lingered a hint of trepidation within him. Thus, upon hearing Narcissus's words, he reluctantly relinquished his mischievous intentions, savoring the sweetness of the fruit. Narcissus gazed down at the cherubic Cupid nestled in his arms, this delicate being blissfully savoring the succulent fruits, embodying an essence of carefree innocence. Yet, within Narcissus's heart, a tumultuous storm brewed, stirred by an unsolvable enigma, as flickers of uncertainty danced within his gaze. He could distinctly perceive the unique aura of Hephaestus coursing through Cupid, a testament to the fire god's presence, fervent and imbued with vigor. However, despite his divine lineage linked to familial ties, he found no clues to unravel the connection between Cupid and Hephaestus, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Even more confounding was the vivid recollection of Cupid's emergence from the embrace of Aphrodite, the profound essence of Aphrodite, seemingly woven into his very being, rendered it impossible for Narcissus to overlook the indelible marks she had left upon Cupid. Yet, intriguingly, a subtle bond appeared to exist between Cupid and Aphrodite, hinting at an intricate web of kinship. Narcissus gazed deeply at Cupid, who was laughing heartily, utterly oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding Narcissus. He pondered the possibility of undisclosed secrets between Hephaestus and Aphrodite. Chapter 125. The disturbance beneath the earth. Time flew by, like an arrow, akin to a fleeting white steed. Humanity on the surface of the earth commenced its fervent propagation, wielding industrious hands to establish kingdoms of varying sizes. These realms spanned the land, like twinkling stars, heralding the flourishing of human civilization. The once submerged territory, engulfed by the gods, had now undergone a profound transformation. The water levels at the land's edge receded significantly, unveiling the previously inundated areas, which had now metamorphosed into enchanting marshes and lakes of various dimensions. The The crystalline surfaces of the lakes occasionally revealed mermaids gliding from one body of water to another, frolicking atop the surface, their graceful forms captivating the onlookers. However, on this particular day, an unforeseen incident transpired at a vast lake. The lake bed suddenly collapsed, shattering the tranquility of the water's surface. The lake's waters surged rapidly toward the breach, creating a colossal whirlpool. The tumultuous currents sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, generating vigorous waves that disrupted the serene lake, introducing unprecedented turmoil. The mermaids, engrossed in their playful antics, were startled by this abrupt turn of events. Their eyes widened with fear and confusion as the water before them diminished, seemingly devoured by an invisible maw, instilling a sense of tension and unease within them. The mermaids swiftly convened to deliberate, recognizing that the receding waters signified an imminent threat to their habitat. Remaining in this perilous situation could very well jeopardize their lives. After careful consideration, they resolved to depart from the waters that could no longer sustain their existence. The merfolk, having made their decision, packed their belongings and glided downstream. Embarking on their migratory journey, they swam southeastward, yearning to discover broader and more habitable realms. Behind them, the lake that had once been their playground was undergoing unprecedented transformations. Had Narcissus been present at that moment, he would have immediately recognized the site where the lake's waters surged forth, the very spot from which he had emerged from the subterranean caverns. This location was now experiencing profound upheaval, akin to the fracturing of the old world and the birth of a new one. The collapse of the lakebed intensified, as the force of the water eroded the once stable ground into a myriad of fragments, creating deep fissures. These cracks resembled endless black voids, voraciously consuming the lake's waters and channeling them into the underground caverns. The waters rushed into the caves with formidable force, recklessly scouring their interiors. They carried away everything within the caverns, battering the walls and striking the ceilings, incessantly eroding and reshaping the cavern's form. Deep within the labyrinthine passageways, the relentless influx of the lake's waters awakened a terrifying creature. Its body was composed of countless entwined serpents, writhing and twisting upon its skin. Its head was humanoid and colossal, yet below its waist, it possessed a powerful serpentine form. Its arms, too, were made of snakes, each serpent's head capable of unleashing flames. His upper body was adorned with feathers, and from his back sprouted a pair of enormous wings. Awakened by the caress of the lake's waters, the creature let forth a profound and thunderous roar. This sound seemed to reverberate throughout the entire subterranean realm, with each roar inducing violent tremors within the cavern, causing minute fissures to spread across the walls. His eyes glimmered with a terrifying crimson light in the darkness, akin to molten lava, illuminating all that surrounded him. The endless serpentine body writhed beneath him, each undulation imbued with an indescribable malice, as if countless demons were bellowing. As this fearsome being continued to rouse, a faint yellow luminescence began to emerge before him. Within this hazy radiance, a graceful woman gradually materialized, her beauty akin to the resplendent dawn, casting a brilliant glow upon the otherwise somber underground world. Draped in a gown that shimmered with iridescence and adorned with a crown encrusted with gemstones of various hues, every movement she made seemed infused with boundless vitality and gentle compassion. Within her kind and profound gaze lay a reflection of love and mercy for all living beings. Despite the terrifying creature before her, she exhibited no fear, only unwavering resolve and serenity. Her presence gradually soothed the tumultuous subterranean world, which had been stirred by the creature's roars. Chapter 126. The Banquet atop Mount Olympus. A grand banquet was set to commence. This splendid gathering was hosted by Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, to formally introduce her mischievous yet charming son, Cupid, to the pantheon of gods. The venue was adorned with white roses, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of a sea of blossoms. On this day, Aphrodite donned a silver gown woven with golden threads, gracefully leading her son Cupid to the center of the festivities. All the gods had been invited, none daring to refuse the honor bestowed by Aphrodite, Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, and even Ares, the god of war, whose esteemed presence commanded respect. Although they often whispered about their relationships in private, such discussions remained just that, whispers. Under the silvery moonlight, the deities indulged in fine wines and engaged in lively conversation, praising Cupid and expressing their hopes for this newly ascended deity, offering him tributes of wealth and blessings. Zeus, the king of the gods, bestowed his blessings upon the young god and, with a mischievous smile, quietly departed from the banquet. His gaze was piercing, and his thoughts profound. No one noticed his departure, save for Hermes, who provided him cover. To avert the suspicions of his wife Hera, Zeus, on his journey to the mortal realm, sealed his thunderous might within his unique lightning scepter, subsequently concealing the staff in a hidden cave. The entrance was veiled by lush vines and dense foliage, imperceptible to ordinary eyes. Today, Zeus's destination was a lake, home to the enchanting water nymph Plut, whose beauty, akin to the dawn's first light, captivated him utterly. Thus, he hastened to meet her, eager for their clandestine rendezvous. His steps were light and joyous, reminiscent of a youthful lover, oblivious to the dignity and status of his divine kingship. Deep within the subterranean cavern, a golden divine radiance illuminated the figure of a goddess, rendering her presence even more enigmatic and majestic. Her voice flowed like the gentle stream of spring, soft and melodious, yet imbued with an irresistible authority. She referred to the fearsome creature as Typhon, addressing him as mother. The creature's voice resonated deeply, powerful yet hoarse, filled with profound respect and dependence on his mother. The goddess continued, "Now that you have matured, it is time to devise a plan to ascend Mount Olympus and usurp the position of that arrogant Zeus. Your brothers have languished in the abyss for far too long. You must rescue them." She was Gaia, the earth goddess, whose love was as deep and expansive as the earth itself. Yet, the imprisonment of her children by Zeus was intolerable to her. Thus, she allied with Tartarus, the lord of the abyss, to bear this formidable Typhon, hoping he would alter their fate. "Yes, mother," Typhon replied respectfully, though his voice faltered slightly. "Yet, I have heard that Zeus wields immense thunderous power and possesses a wondrous artifact. How should I confront him?" Gaia smiled gently. "You need not worry about that. The arrogant Zeus has concealed his thunderous might and artifact in a secret cave upon the earth. You merely need to send someone to retrieve it." Her voice brimmed with confidence. As the embodiment of the earth, no secret could elude her perception. For instance, she was acutely aware of Zeus frolicking by the lake with the nymph. Atop Mount Olympus, the gods reveled in the merriment of their banquet, blissfully unaware of the stirring events deep within the earth. They indulged in the festivities, oblivious to the impending upheaval. The melodious strains of the lyre and the enchanting notes of song filled the air, offering no hint of the impending tempest. Today, the little god of love, Cupid, stood obediently beside his mother, Aphrodite, under her stern admonition, refraining from any mischief. Aphrodite had explicitly warned him, in an irrefutable tone, against causing any disruption during this banquet. While Cupid held a small plate brimming with an array of delectable treats, the sparkle of joy was conspicuously absent from his bright eyes. He merely stood there, his large eyes scanning the surroundings as if in search of an opportunity to play a prank. However, upon catching a glimpse of his mother's watchful gaze, he promptly abandoned that thought, resigned to quietly nibble on his food and remain still. Chapter 127. An unexpected turn of events. The banquet upon Mount Olympus continued with its lively revelry, gods gathering in small clusters, laughing and enjoying their rare leisure. Yet, the atmosphere of mirth was abruptly shattered by a peculiar plume of dark smoke. "Hermes, look at the sky over there." Narcissus pointed toward the distant horizon, his expression laden with confusion. A mass of inky black smoke, tinged with crimson, was rising between the far-off mountains, starkly contrasting with the clear sky and evoking an unsettling sense of foreboding. Hermes paused, setting down the food in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the ominous smoke, his expression turning grave. "This is not normal," he murmured to himself, hastening toward the dark cloud with a swiftness reminiscent of the wind spirit. Observing this, several other deities sensed the disturbance. They halted their revelry, turning their attention to follow Hermes' swift figure with keen eyes. "Narcissus, you must be cautious." Apollo's voice was sharp, standing beside Narcissus, his gaze deep and vigilant as it remained fixed on the ominous smoke. Narcissus nodded, his gaze growing increasingly grave. Hermes finally approached the ominous black smoke, nearly paralyzed by the sight before him. The wailing of the smoke was haunting, shrouded in an eerie silence, with flora wilting and vitality extinguished. What filled him with dread even more was the silhouette of a colossal creature emerging from the blackness, instilling a profound fear within his heart. He immediately took flight, needing to inform the other deities of this alarming news. They must ready themselves to confront the impending calamity. "Everyone, trouble looms." Hermes hastily returned to the banquet, his expression steeped in seriousness. Clutching his caduceus, he positioned himself at the center of the gathering and proclaimed loudly. His voice surged like a tempest, swiftly dissipating the jubilant atmosphere. In an instant, the gods ceased their activities, converging around Hermes, their faces etched with confusion and unease. "A monster is approaching us," Hermes exclaimed, gesturing emphatically with his caduceus, his emotions aflame as he described the creature's vastness, its serpentine body adorned with snakes, and even a pair of wings sprouting from its back. More terrifying still, the serpent heads unleashed torrents of searing flames that incinerated everything in their path. As Hermes' words echoed through the air, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. The gods' faces reflected sheer astonishment, struggling to comprehend that a beast would dare to assail the very realm of Olympus where the deities convened. "Where's Zeus?" At this crucial moment, Hera, the queen of the gods, finally noticed Zeus's absence among them. Observing the situation, she ground her teeth in frustration, knowing all too well what her husband was up to. Cursing inwardly, that wretched man. Witnessing Hera's fury, the already panicked gods fell silent, the clamor of the banquet vanishing without a trace. Hermes, who had just been elaborating on the monster's threat in the center of the gathering, now shrank back, unease washing over him as he prepared to blend into the crowd. "Hermes," Hera's voice sliced through the air like a frigid blade, halting him as she glared, demanding, "Where has Zeus gone?" "My queen, I only know he descended to the mortal realm. As for the exact location," Hermes stammered in response, "I believe our immediate concern should be the monster," interjected Apollo, the sun god. "At this rate, it won't be long before it arrives here. Merely a creature, audacious enough to wreak havoc in Olympus, is simply courting death. I shall vanquish it myself," declared Ares, pride swelling within him as he summoned his chariot and sped towards the direction of the beast. His expression fierce. Yet, the creature's immense power radiated chaos, and even Ares might not stand a chance against it. Hermes spoke with a note of concern. Upon hearing his warning, Apollo summoned his chariot, preparing to accompany Ares into the fray. Observing the actions of the male deities, several goddesses, including the wise Athena and the lunar goddess Artemis, were equally determined and summoned their own chariots, ready to join the battle. Chapter 128. The defeated deity when the sun god Apollo and his companions arrived at the location of the monstrous creature. They were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the colossal entity, resembling a small mountain. The creature's head bore a human-like form, yet its size was beyond imagination. Below the waist, it possessed a powerful serpentine body, while its arms were composed of countless snakes, each capable of spewing forth searing flames. Its upper body was adorned with feathers, and from its back sprouted a pair of immense wings. Amidst the swirling black mist, its eyes glimmered with a deep crimson light, exuding a terrifying aura. This grotesque visage, combined with the malevolent energy radiating from the creature, caused Apollo and his fellow gods to furrow their brows in unease. However, the sight did not intimidate the war god Ares. Rather, it ignited a fervor within him. Without hesitation, he brandished his long sword and charged toward the beast. Witnessing Ares' impulsiveness, Apollo and the others felt compelled to spring into action. The sun god Apollo and the moon goddess Artemis drew their shimmering bows, aiming at the monstrous foe. Meanwhile, the wise Athena gripped her sword and shield tightly, bracing herself to engage the creature. Upon perceiving the gods, the abhorrent Typhon revealed a cruel sneer. It opened its enormous maw, unleashing a deafening roar that seemed to rend the very heavens. Subsequently, each of its serpentine arms unleashed torrents of scorching flames, igniting the surrounding air with flickering shadows. The war god Ares was the first to strike, his sword gleaming brilliantly in the shrouded darkness. With a furious flourish, he swung his blade, akin to a bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful blow to Typhon's form, causing the Titan to stagger momentarily. Simultaneously, the sun god and the moon goddess Artemis drew their bows to their fullest. Their golden and silver arrows traced 2 arcs through the sky before plunging fiercely into Typhon's flesh. Finally, the wise Athena swung her sword with agility and strength, each strike carving deep gashes into Typhon, revealing the dark blood that flowed beneath its skin. All the while, her shield successfully thwarted Typhon's fiery assaults. Despite their combined efforts, however, it seemed that the god's onslaught had not inflicted any decisive harm upon Typhon. It continued to roar amidst the obsidian mist, wielding blazing flames that suffused the entire horizon with a terrifying crimson glow. Subsequently, Typhon's power swelled like the relentless tides, its serpentine arms exhaling flames that grew increasingly intense, saturating the surrounding air with searing heat. Its form became even more impenetrable, no matter how fierce Apollo and his companions attacked. They could not inflict deeper wounds upon its body. The god of war, Ares, swung his sword, yet it could no longer pierce Typhon's skin. His complexion gradually paled, sweat cascading down his brow as each strike drained him of his divine strength. The arrows of the sun god and the moon goddess, Artemis, also lost their efficacy. Although the gilded and silver arrows embedded themselves in Typhon's flesh, they failed to impede its movements. Indeed, those arrows melted instantly under Typhon as flames, transforming into streams of molten gold and silver. The sword and shield of the goddess of wisdom, Athena, proved equally ineffective against Typhon's onslaught. Her sword's dance grew sluggish, and her shield began to show signs of fracture. As Typhon's flames engulfed her shield, rendering it ablaze, she was left with no choice but to relinquish it, significantly diminishing her defense. Under Typhon's fierce assault, Ares and Athena, engaged in close combat, began to feel overwhelmed. They bore visible scars from Typhon's fiery strikes. While Apollo and his allies' relentless attacks yielded no success, Typhon unleashed a roar that reverberated through the heavens, the forceful gusts scattering its flames in all directions, akin to a rampaging tempest. Then, with astonishing speed, it charged forward, directly colliding with Apollo and his companions. Ares positioned himself at the forefront, attempting to halt Typhon's advance with his sword. However, the creature's strength surpassed his wildest expectations. The instant his sword made contact with Typhon's body, it shattered into fragments. The tremendous impact sent Ares hurtling backward like a stone cast from a slingshot, crashing into the distant rocks. The sun god Apollo and the moon goddess Artemis did not falter. They strained to draw their bows, preparing to unleash their arrows. Yet, Typhon's assault came with such ferocity that before they could release their arrows, they were struck aside by Typhon's elongated serpentine tail. Their bodies swirled like dust caught in a tempest, hurled high into the sky before ultimately descending into the distant river. In a final moment of desperation, the goddess of wisdom, Athena, relinquished her sword, opting instead to summon her divine power to counter the onslaught of Typhon. Yet, the force of Typhon exceeded her capacity to endure. Her form was as light as a feather, swept away by the tremendous impact, vanishing into the heavens before landing deep within the forest. This time, Typhon's arrival at Olympus was not solitary. He brought forth a horde of monstrous beings, their eyes devoid of reason, fixated solely on destruction and slaughter. As these beasts surged like an unstoppable torrent into the banquet hall, chaos erupted amidst the clash between the sun god Apollo and Typhon. Their presence shattered the once joyous atmosphere, replacing it with terror and disarray. The monsters wreaked havoc, overturning tables, shattering goblets, and trampling delicacies underfoot, creating a scene of utter pandemonium. The surrounding deities fled in panic, desperately seeking refuge from the monstrous assaults. The cacophony of screams, roars, and the sound of breaking objects melded into a chaotic symphony. Witnessing this turmoil, the nymphs, initially tasked with providing music and song for the feast, were stricken with fear, halting their instruments and silencing their melodious voices. In fright, the nymphs transformed into vibrant butterflies, fluttering away from the banquet scene. Chapter 129, The Invisible Cupid Beware, Hermes. Narcissus shouted, swiftly unsheathing the crystalline whip from his waist. The whip glimmered with a green luminescence, tracing an arc through the air. Narcissus, with a swift motion of his wrist, accurately struck a monstrous creature that was poised to ambush Hermes from behind. The sheer force of his blow sent the beast hurtling through the air, tracing a graceful arc before it crashed violently against a distant stone wall. Hermes, feeling the rush of wind behind him, turned to witness the creature being flung away and expressed his gratitude to Narcissus. Grasping his serpent staff, he approached Narcissus with a serious demeanor and said, "Narcissus, you are right. Continuing in this manner is unwise. We must devise a plan to escape this place and seek out Zeus on the earth." "Indeed, Hermes," Narcissus agreed. "There are far too many of these beasts. We should first seek an opportunity to retreat." At that moment, Hephaestus, wielding a heavy hammer, approached. His eyes were fixed intently on the surrounding horde of monsters, his weapon poised for imminent action. On Mount Olympus, though the deities were numerous, few possessed true prowess in combat. Most favored the realms of poetry, music, and the arts, leaving them ill-prepared and somewhat flustered in the face of such an unexpected battle. Moreover, the creatures summoned by Typhon were formidable, endowed with immense strength and impenetrable hides. Under the relentless assault of these beasts, even gods such as Hermes, Narcissus, and Hephaestus felt the mounting pressure. Outside the temple of Olympus, chaos reigned. Some gods, unable to resist, chose to flee, while others fought valiantly, yet their strength proved inadequate against the onslaught of the monstrous horde. "We must find a way to evacuate this place," declared Hera, her attire stained with the blood of beasts, as she approached with a grave expression. The banquet hall had transformed into a battlefield, where the cacophony of clashing sounds, blazing flames, and shadows of chaos intertwined. The gods had been driven into small groups, their backs pressed together in a desperate attempt to fend off the encroaching monsters. Yet, even in their steadfast defense, they could not halt the relentless advance of the beasts. "I have discovered a means of escape," spoke Pan, the rustic god, from a corner. His appearance was uniquely unattractive. With a human upper body and the lower limbs of a goat, adorned with 2 horns atop his head. Invited by Aphrodite for his enchanting flute melodies that would elevate the festivities, the gods cast puzzled glances at Pan. Realizing he had interrupted their discourse with his sudden exclamation, he felt a wave of shyness wash over him. Taking a deep breath, he articulated clearly, "I have just observed that the nymphs transformed into butterflies have not been attacked by the monsters. It appears these beasts show no interest in non-humanoid creatures. We could adopt their method, transforming ourselves into other animals, thus successfully escaping this perilous situation." As soon as Pan's words left his lips, some of the more impetuous deities immediately revealed their divine powers, their forms transforming instantaneously before the eyes of all into various animals. They swiftly scattered in all directions, seeking to escape the chaos that engulfed the area. This scene resembled the unveiling of a mystical prologue, as more deities began to employ their divine abilities, likewise metamorphosing into animals. From the majestic elephant to the diminutive rabbit, from the resplendent peacock to the resilient rhinoceros, they assumed myriad forms. Driven by turmoil and panic, these divine beings chose not to linger. They soared through the air or sprinted across the ground, striving with all their might to flee from this perilous place. Hera, having heard Pan's suggestion, witnessed a portion of the deities transform into various animals, successfully evading the onslaught of the monsters. Taking a deep breath, she addressed Hermes. "Hermes, convey this strategy to the deities present." "Yes, my queen," Hermes replied promptly. He raised his caduceus to his lips, and the 2 serpentine heads of the staff appeared to come alive with agility. Hermes's voice resonated clearly through the serpent heads, reaching all the deities gathered there. Those who had been unaware began to transform into a plethora of animals, subsequently fleeing the scene. Given the vast scale of the banquet's venue, amidst the relentless onslaught of monsters, the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, tragically became separated from her son, the diminutive Cupid. At that moment, Aphrodite wielded her exquisite golden girdle, casting radiant beams of light to repel the attacking beasts, all the while calling out for her son. "Cupid, where are you?" In the chaotic battleground, Aphrodite's beauty and allure remained like a bright beacon, drawing attention. Her golden locks billowed in the tumult of battle, her eyes shimmering with boundless concern. Yet, all of this had no effect on the irrational monsters, who were oblivious to her beauty, driven solely by indiscriminate aggression. Chapter 130. The injured Cupid. Cupid hid beneath a grand table, nestled under the shade of a large tree, cautiously peering through the seams of the tablecloth to inspect the surroundings for lurking beasts. Once he confirmed it was safe, he exhaled in relief, whispering in a state of sheer panic that was terrifying. As the monstrous upheaval invaded the banquet, Cupid sought refuge alongside various deities. Initially, he attempted to fend off the beasts with his bow and arrows, only to discover that these projectiles, designed to disseminate affection, had no effect on the mindless creatures. The arrows, imbued with the essence of love, merely burst forth in a pink luminescence upon striking the monsters, thus failing to inflict any harm. Consequently, in a state of uncertainty, Cupid retreated to a concealed spot. Cautiously emerging from beneath the dining table, Cupid surveyed the battlefield, which lay in ruins. The ground was littered with the fallen carcasses of beasts, and the air was tainted with the blood of the gods. Gripping his bow with increasing trepidation, he unfurled his wings, preparing to ascend and assess the situation. However, unbeknownst to him, a monstrous entity lurked within the canopy of a nearby tree. This creature, adorned with 4 bat-like wings and a long, scorpion-like tail, possessed a beak as sharp as that of an eagle. It clutched a nymph in its claws, voraciously devouring her lifeless form. As the beast savored its gruesome feast, it caught sight of Cupid hovering above. After a moment's hesitation, it glanced between its prey and the airborne deity. The creature, devoid of rational thought, abruptly forsook its meal and launched itself at Cupid. With its 4 bat-like wings flapping ferociously, the beast propelled itself toward him. Sensing a rush of wind from behind, Cupid turned to see the monstrous figure barreling towards him. Faced with such a terrifying adversary, the sheer dread immobilized the newly born deity, rendering him momentarily oblivious to the flapping of his own wings. When Narcissus and the others arrived, they beheld the ferocious beast attacking the diminutive god of love. Previously, the trapped deities in the temple had contemplated transforming into animals to escape, following the lead of those who had already fled. Yet, at that moment, Hermes discerned a crucial fact. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, and Cupid were conspicuously absent. Thus, Narcissus, Hephaestus, and Hermes resolved to embark on a quest to locate the 2 missing deities. As they witnessed Cupid's perilous encounter with the monster, Narcissus swiftly brandished his whip. The translucent weapon in his grasp shimmered with a verdant glow, and the flowers and leaves adorning it transformed into razor-sharp projectiles, akin to arrows, aimed directly at the beast. The flora spun rapidly, emitting a piercing hum that resonated like a warning cry. Simultaneously, Hephaestus raised his hammer, prepared to join the fray. His hammer began to grow larger, becoming heavier and more formidable. Hephaestus swung the colossal hammer with great force, unleashing a torrent of power as it soared towards the beast alongside Narcissus's attack. The wind generated by the hammer roared like a tempest, its might astonishing. However, at that moment, the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, rushed in and witnessed the monstrous creature raise its long, scorpion-like tail high. The vicious barb at the end of the tail pierced through the little god of love's spine with brutal ferocity. Just then, Narcissus's assault struck, petals and leaves piercing the beast's flesh, while Hephaestus's hammer smashed through it, reducing the creature to clumps of dark crimson flesh scattered about. Cupid, Aphrodite's voice, once melodious, turned sharp with alarm. The events unfolded too swiftly for her to comprehend. Yet, none of it could alter the grim reality of Cupid's injury. The monster's tail had deeply embedded itself within his body. Aphrodite, swift and resolute, cast her golden girdle as the beast fell. In the air, the girdle spiraled like a vibrant golden dragon, descending rapidly towards the little god of love, Cupid. It transformed into a vast golden net, securely catching Cupid and preventing his fall to the ground. Nevertheless, despite his rescue from the precipice, Cupid's condition remained perilous, having been grievously wounded by the beast. At that moment, his cherubic face had drained of color, lying unconscious like a wilting flower. His frail body slipped gradually upon the golden net, fresh divine blood oozing from his wound, staining his white wings crimson. Aphrodite rushed towards Cupid like a gentle spring breeze. Embracing him, her delicate hands gently covered his wound, and a soft pink divine light radiated from her palm, enveloping the injury. As she watched Cupid's form oscillate between that of a child and a youth, her heart raced with anxiety. She could sense Cupid's divine essence fluctuating wildly, his life struggling amidst chaos. With unwavering determination, Aphrodite poured her divine power into him. And at last, Cupid's form stabilized into that of a child. Narcissus, who had followed closely behind Hephaestus, fixed his gaze upon this scene, observing how, under Aphrodite's healing touch, although Cupid remained in a state of unconsciousness, his wound began to mend, and the flow of blood gradually slowed. Yet, what astonished Narcissus even more was not merely Cupid's injury, but also the essence that resided within him. Narcissus distinctly sensed that within the little god of love, Cupid, the essence was beginning to deteriorate due to this recent grave injury, and a portion of that essence had been lost. Narcissus understood that once the source was compromised, restoration would prove exceedingly arduous. Chapter 131, Departure from Olympus. Hermes descended gracefully from the tree, his expression betraying an air of anxiety. "We must evacuate immediately, Narcissus," he urged, his voice tinged with urgency. "The recent skirmish has drawn forth even more beasts." With that, his form shifted subtly, transforming in an instant, like a magician, into a resplendent egret, spreading its magnificent wings as it gazed upon Narcissus and the others. Aphrodite's demeanor grew composed. She delicately removed the golden belt that adorned her waist, exhaling her divine power to transmute it into a long cord, one end tethered to her foot, the other fastened to the ankle of the unconscious Cupid. Narcissus merely cast a glance at Cupid before transforming into a magpie, soaring through the air in pursuit of the egrets. Aphrodite, altering her and Cupid's forms into that of fish, gracefully leapt into the adjacent river, swiftly gliding away with the current. Hephaestus, observing that all had departed, fell silent for a moment before turning around. In an instant, he grew larger, metamorphosing into a magnificent bull. Gazing intently at the direction in which Narcissus and the others had flown, and hastening forward. Within the temple, Hera, who controlled the unfolding situation, received Hermes' message carried by the wind. With a furrowed brow, she swiftly commanded the remaining deities that had yet to transform to hasten their pace. She glanced at the temple's protective barrier, which was on the verge of shattering under the assault of the monstrous entity, and without hesitation, transformed into an elegant white cow. Quietly departing from the now perilous area, Pan, the shepherd god, witnessed the gods transform into animals and flee, a profound worry blossoming within him. He pondered desperately what form he should assume to escape. Transformation was not Pan's forte. He became increasingly troubled over which form would be most suitable. As the number of deities within the temple dwindled, Pan's anxiety deepened. Ultimately, he resolved to become a fish, for a clear river flowed just outside the temple's window. Upon jumping into the river, even as he submerged, he felt a lingering conflict, which ultimately resulted in his becoming a creature with the tail of a fish and the head of a goat. Typhon, observing the scattering of the gods, remained unconcerned. Rather, he harbored a flicker of anticipation, hoping that these deities would draw forth the king of the gods, Zeus. In the absence of divine guardians within the temple, the outer barrier was swiftly breached. Typhon gracefully diminished his form and stepped into the temple, advancing toward the throne of Zeus, the king of the gods. He gazed upon the seat that symbolized supreme authority, a proud yet terrifying smile spreading across his face as he seated himself upon it. Perched upon Zeus' throne, Typhon felt as though the entire world lay within his grasp. Meanwhile, as the gods of Olympus engaged in fierce battle with Typhon, Zeus remained oblivious to it all on earth. Though surprised that Hera had not descended to seek him out, he felt an unexpected sense of ease and freedom. After departing from the enchanting Lake Plut, Zeus began to roam freely across the earth. He was already aware of the resurgence of human activities, and instead of punishing those who now held reverence for the divine, he allowed them the liberty to thrive on the land. The reason Zeus remained oblivious to the battles occurring on Mount Olympus was due to the mysterious powers of Gaia, the earth goddess. Indeed, Gaia intervened discreetly, successfully cloaking the unusual energies emanating from the conflicts atop Olympus, thus ensuring that Zeus remained unaware of the events transpiring there. Chapter 132. In search of Zeus guided by the figure of Hermes, Narcissus successfully escaped the clutches of the black smoke, transcending the dense haze to reach the earth. Following closely was the bull transformed from Hephaestus, also stepping onto the terrestrial realm. The fleeing deities began to gather in small groups, their eyes reflecting unease and confusion. By the banks of a river, Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, emerged with her son Cupid, who had just awakened from unconsciousness, though his complexion remained pale. Holding her son close, Aphrodite gazed sorrowfully at the frailty etched upon his face. She then summoned her divine power, lifting the two fish forms she had taken during their escape into the heavens, transforming them into an eternal constellation, a poignant reminder of Cupid's harrowing ordeal. Elsewhere, in a forest on the earth, Hera, the queen of the gods, was surrounded by a congregation of deities. Observing the weary expressions around her, Hera addressed the recently emerged Pan, the shepherd god, saying, "We owe our gratitude to Pan for his vigilance, which enabled our successful evasion from those monstrous attacks. I have decided to elevate his current form into the sky, so we may forever remember his contribution." As Hera's words echoed, a sacred radiance enveloped Pan, whose form, a fish tail and a goat's head, was projected into the heavens, becoming an everlasting constellation. This moment awakened a deep-seated longing within some of the gods, who gazed enviously at Pan. Lesser deities like them often remained unnoticed by the broader world, their existence known only to their close companions. However, the humble Pan, through a twist of fate, was about to be recognized by all beings gazing up at the stars. Pan himself was experiencing an unprecedented thrill. Once merely an unattractive deity, largely disregarded and seldom spoken to by others, he now found his likeness immortalized in the celestial sphere, destined to be remembered and acknowledged by all creatures of this world. This honor was beyond his wildest dreams and aspirations. Hermes, do you know where Zeus is at this moment? Once the three of them had gathered, Narcissus inquired of Hermes. Hermes nodded slightly and beckoned, "Follow me." He took the lead, his form shimmering in the air. Narcissus and Hephaestus trailed closely behind. At this moment, Hermes spoke. Zeus has recently become enamored with a lake nymph. They soared through the air, and as they did, their gaze fell upon Apollo, the sun god, who was supporting Artemis, the moon goddess, as he appeared to sway precariously. Observing the scene, they hastily descended. "Apollo, are you all right?" Narcissus asked, extending his hand to channel divine energy in an attempt to restore some color to Apollo's pallid visage. "What are you planning to do?" Apollo inquired, shaking his head at Narcissus, indicating that he was fine, and then scanning the trio with a steady voice. "We intend to seek out Zeus," Narcissus replied candidly. Hephaestus added, "Given the current state of Olympus, only Zeus can remedy the situation." "Zeus, do you know his whereabouts?" Apollo's voice, though laced with curiosity, was fixed intently on Hermes. Under Apollo's gaze, Hermes scratched his head. "Zeus forbade me from revealing anything." "We shall accompany you," Apollo and Artemis spoke in unison after exchanging glances. Narcissus and his companions had no objections to their request. By the tranquil and resplendent lakeside, they finally found the lake nymph, Pluto, whom Hermes had mentioned. The water shimmered like a mirror, reflecting Pluto's exquisite features, yet her eyes betrayed an evident anxiety. Pluto nervously clutched her skirt, gazing at the powerful gods before her, and cautiously spoke, "Zeus has already left my domain. I do not know where he has gone." Upon hearing Pluto's response, Narcissus and the others all turned their gazes towards Hermes, believing that, as Zeus's messenger, he should possess more information. Feeling the weight of their stares, Hermes quickly shook his head. "Do not look at me. I truly do not know where Zeus is." Meanwhile, Zeus, having departed from the lake nymph Pluto, found himself in a realm known as Phoenicia. He stood amidst a bustling marketplace, his gaze piercing through the clamor, landing upon a maiden selecting flowers. This maiden was none other than the princess of Phoenicia, the daughter of Agnon. Adorned in a crimson gown, her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her eyes resembled the deep, gentle blue of the ocean. She stood there, serene as a summer morning, tranquil yet radiant. At that moment, as she gently sifted through the flowers, it seemed as though all the brilliance of the world converged upon her. At that moment, the heart of Zeus was profoundly captivated by her. He observed the princess, his gaze radiating an unusual brilliance, as if a beam of light had pierced through the darkness. Chapter 133, The Origin of Europa. "My dear lady, would you honor me with a romantic rendezvous?" Zeus approached with heartfelt intent, his voice imbued with fervor as he addressed the young maiden. The maiden, known as Europa, turned her head upon hearing a voice beside her, only to find a man staring intently at her. The man's self-assured gaze, perceived as tender, repulsed Europa, prompting her to hastily drop the flowers in her hand and distance herself from him. Observing Europa's retreating figure, Zeus's smile remained undiminished by rejection. He continued to exude a sense of joy, seemingly unperturbed by Europa's indifference. As a new day dawned, the first rays of morning light filtered through the window, gracing Europa's face and rousing her from slumber. The encounter with the distasteful man from the previous day lingered not in her thoughts. Today, Europa had arranged an outing with her friends to bask in the leisurely embrace of the sun. The little birds in the woods appeared to sense this joy, chirping merrily among the treetops, heralding the beautiful morning. Europa and her companions ventured to their secret haven on the seaside meadows, a cherished retreat. A gentle breeze wafted through, imbued with the scent of the ocean as the flowers in the grass swayed, as if greeting them. Dappled sunlight danced upon Europa, illuminating the meadow where they reveled in carefree play, their laughter filling the air of this realm belonging solely to them. Today, Europa donned a gown meticulously crafted with golden threads and silver linings. The design of the dress was extraordinary, adorned with intricate and elegant patterns that seemed to narrate an unfinished tale. Under the sun's radiant embrace, the golden and silver threads shimmered upon the fabric, glistening like flowing poetry, bestowing upon Europa a unique brilliance. This exquisite gown possessed an extraordinary origin. It was not of earthly creation, but rather fashioned by divine hands. Its creator was Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, who wove this gown with unparalleled passion and exquisite artistry, gifting it to Thetis, the sea nymph who once cared for him. However, this treasured garment did not remain with Thetis for long. It was later acquired by Poseidon, the sea god. who presented it to his beloved Lypia. In this tale, Europa is none other than the grandmother of Europe. On a distant hillside, Zeus sits quietly, his gaze captivated by Europa, who, amidst the sunlight, holds a bouquet of flowers, her laughter ringing through the air. Her laughter flows like a crystalline stream, stirring deep emotions within Zeus's heart. In his fervent desire to approach the young maiden, he observes the grazing herd of cattle nearby and devises a brilliant plan. Harnessing divine power, he instantly transforms, his form swelling to great proportions, his brown skin shimmering into gold, his limbs becoming robust as his shape rapidly alters. In the blink of an eye, he metamorphoses into a magnificent bull with a golden coat, seamlessly blending into the nearby herd. The sudden arrival of this resplendent bull disrupts the previously tranquil scene, causing the cattle to scatter, allowing Zeus to draw near to Europa and her companions. Initially startled by the sight of the dazzling bull, the girls soon find their trepidation dissipating as they observe its gentle demeanor. They gather around, their delicate hands tenderly caressing its smooth, golden fur. The bull, embodying Zeus, seems to revel in their affection, swaying its tail gracefully and emitting a soft, melodious bellow, as if responding to their gentle touches. It moves elegantly among them, occasionally brushing against one girl's hand or playfully nudging another's shoulder. Eventually, the bull halts its movements and slowly approaches Europa. Bowing its head tenderly, it gazes intently at her. A wave of fear washes over Europa as she steps back, her heart racing like a drum suspended in midair, cautiously observing the creature before her. "Do not be afraid, Europa. This bull is gentle," her friends encourage, inching closer to pet the golden beast. "No." Europa firmly shakes her head, an unsettling sensation lingering in her heart. Though the bull appears docile, its eyes evoke memories of a repugnant man from the previous day. For reasons unknown, she perceives a familiar depth of emotion within those eyes, a feeling that unsettles her. The golden bull gently lays at her feet, subtly maneuvering its head as if inviting her to climb onto its sturdy back. Sunlight dances upon its golden fur, creating a resplendent spectacle. "Europa, do climb aboard." The golden bull beckons you to ride upon its back, her friends urge, excitement radiating from their faces as they push her closer to the bull, their expressions filled with joy and exhilaration. One friend even retrieves a meticulously woven garland from her basket, joyfully placing it upon Europa's head. Adorned with a garland, Europa shimmered beneath the sun, radiating an extraordinary beauty. In the eager gaze of her friends, Europa, gathering her courage, cautiously climbed onto the back of the bull. Sensing the bull's robust form posed no threat, her heart gradually found solace. She surveyed the bull's broad back and, with a smile towards her companions, remarked, "Would you like to join me? There is ample space here for more." Yet, at that moment, the golden bull began to rise. Before Europa could fully comprehend the situation, it had already taken strides, leaving the meadow, traversing the beach, and charging towards the sea. A surge of fear engulfed Europa as she grasped tightly onto the bull's horns, clinging to its back in a desperate hope of not falling off. What are you doing?" she cried, watching the coastline swiftly recede, her trepidation intensifying. Her voice, laced with panic and helplessness, echoed across the vast ocean. In her sight, the shoreline soon vanished completely, surrounded by the endless expanse of water. She held onto the bull's horns, refusing to relax her grip. Days and nights on the sea blended into an unceasing cycle, and Europa lost track of how long she had been adrift. Strangely, despite her fear and helplessness, hunger did not plague her. The golden bull miraculously provided sustenance. At last, one morning, Europa caught sight of land in the distance, her heart swelling with anticipation and hope. The moment she set foot on the mysterious soil under the guidance of the enigmatic golden bull, her feet seemed imbued with wings, swiftly sliding off its back as she turned to flee from this unfamiliar territory. Lost in the jungle, Europa navigated through the unknown land, her heart racing with dread. She walked endlessly, ignoring the thorns that pierced her skin, driven by a desperate need to find a way out. Yet, despite exerting all her strength, the end of the jungle remained elusive. Just when her exhaustion peaked and hope began to wane, a tall, handsome man with an air of authority entered her vision. His presence was akin to a ray of dawn piercing through the horizon, illuminating Europa's boundless despair. The man gazed at Europa, his deep-set eyes brimming with affection. He spoke, his voice resonating like the profound depths of the ocean. "I am the lord of this island of Crete. If you consent to marry me, I shall protect you on this land." Pushed to the brink by fate, Europa felt a flicker of hope ignite within her at the man's promise. Reluctantly, she extended her hand, compelled by the will to survive, accepting the request of this unknown stranger. Zeus, we have finally found you. Hermes' jubilant voice, like a gentle breeze, shattered the serene tableau in an instant. He descended from the heavens, his shoes adorned with radiant wings that shimmered brilliantly, capturing the gaze of all. Just as Zeus achieved his objective and prepared to depart, Hermes descended from the sky. Hermes? And you all? A flicker of surprise crossed Zeus's eyes upon seeing a familiar assembly. With a wave of his hand, he rendered Europa into a deep slumber, then rose from her side. Concealing his usual charismatic demeanor, and in a commanding tone, he inquired, "What brings you all to seek my presence?" His voice resonated like thunder, compelling those present to hold their breath in anticipation. "During your absence, much has transpired on Mount Olympus," Hermes began, gesturing animatedly as he recounted the tale of Typhon, the progenitor of monsters, leading a ferocious assault against Olympus. Narcissus, Hephaestus, and Apollo stood quietly to the side, when Narcissus noticed Hephaestus gazing at the unconscious maiden beside Zeus. Upon hearing Hermes' account, a tempest brewed within Zeus, his fury churning like a violent storm. His eyes flickered with lightning, slicing through the darkness like a bolt across the night sky, revealing the wrath that simmered within him. Zeus clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly piercing his flesh, as if he sought to crush his rage within his grasp. His body seemed infused with an immense power, poised to unleash a thunderous strike at any moment. In a deep voice, Zeus proclaimed, "This audacious Typhon dares to insult Olympus with such impudence. He shall pay dearly for it." As his words resonated, a profound determination and fury emanated from his voice, enveloping those present in an inescapable sense of dread. When Zeus vanished from sight, Hermes, Apollo, and the others followed suit, leaving Narcissus and Hephaestus alone in the stillness. Narcissus observed Hephaestus, sensing an air of contemplation about him, and could not resist the urge to inquire, "What troubles you, Hephaestus?" The gaze of Hephaestus lingered upon the gown adorning Europa, as he spoke with a wistful tone, "This gown is a creation of mine." He gently pointed to the long dress enveloping Europa, his voice imbued with nostalgia. "I recall presenting this garment to Thetis, the sea nymph who nurtured and cared for me after Hera cast me from Olympus into the depths of the ocean." Hephaestus's eyes were fixed upon the meticulously crafted dress, adorned with exquisite patterns and intricate designs. Each line and symbol was a testament to his artistry, infused with profound gratitude towards Thetis. His gaze traversed over Europa, the splendid gown seemingly transporting him back to the days when he, with fervor illuminated by the torch's flame, devoted himself to the creation of this masterpiece. In those moments, he poured his heart and soul into every golden thread, each hue reflecting his deep respect and appreciation for her. As the sun gradually ascended, bathing the earth in the hues of dawn, the fiery orb illuminated Europa's tear-streaked visage. Awakening from a deep slumber, confusion and fear clouded her eyes, as she lay amidst unfamiliar surroundings, bewildered by the disarray of her circumstances. For a prolonged moment, memories surged forth like a tidal wave, yesterday's events unfurling in her mind like a vivid tapestry. She recalled the man who claimed to be the Lord of Crete, the coercive demand she had begrudgingly acquiesced to, her legs drawn tightly to her chest as silent anguish trickled from her eyes like a spring. She sobbed quietly, searching for the absent figure of the man beside her, her heart entwined in a tumult of confusion and fury. Was he a wretched deceiver? Europa's heart raged silently, tears of torment cascading down her cheeks. Her voice caught in her throat, the helplessness and despair consuming her like a wild inferno. Her thoughts drifted back to the golden bull, the beast that had brought her to this strange land. Fear morphed into resentment. That accursed bull, may I never encounter it again. I shall shatter its horns, drink its blood, and feast upon its flesh. She uttered low curses, her eyes ablaze with fury. Yet beneath the anger lay sorrow and helplessness, as Europa suddenly realized she could never return to her former life. I shall never see my beloved father and brother again. Her heart ached with the realization, the weight of grief nearly suffocating her. Why must my fate be so cruel? She lamented, losing control of her emotions, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. Her voice choked with despair. Europa lifted her gaze, her eyes, blurred by tears, focused on the towering cliffs that loomed not far away. The steadfast rock stood like a beacon in the darkness, guiding her gaze. At this moment, I felt that death would be a kinder fate. Europa's voice resonated with a deep, heavy despair. Her heart resembled the sheer cliff, barren and perilous, imbued with profound loneliness and helplessness. Witnessing Europa approach the precipice, her face marred by despair, I could not bear to leave this young maiden abandoned in the wilderness. Hence, I summoned the power of Narcissus, left behind by Hephaestus. Under the influence of Narcissus's divine essence, the edge of the cliff suddenly burst forth with life. An array of flowers and verdant grass began to flourish. A vibrant sea of green rapidly unfurled, with blooming blossoms and dense blades of grass forming a wall of vitality, solid and warm, blocking Europa's path. She halted, perplexed by this unexpected burst of life before her, and then suddenly realized, "O great unknown deity, please assist me. Tell me what I must do." Europa knelt upon the ground, her face a portrait of despair as she implored. In that moment, she resembled a solitary little bird, gazing skyward in search of aid. Narcissus silently observed the scene before him, letting out a deep sigh. He then tugged at Hephaestus's garment, signaling that it was time for him to act. Hephaestus gazed at Europa, feeling a sense of helplessness regarding his father's actions. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, "In the name of the god of fire and craft, I hereby name this unclaimed land after you, Europa. The creatures of this realm shall no longer harm you. They shall coexist with your name." As soon as he finished speaking, a gentle glow enveloped Europa's form, a sign of the land's recognition of her as one of the 12 Olympian gods. Hephaestus indeed possessed the authority to command this forsaken territory, unclaimed land. Europa paid no heed to the flickering light that appeared and vanished from her, focusing solely on his words. "Curse the deceiver. O divine beings, reveal to me the identity of the one who has misled me." Hearing her plea, Hephaestus felt a twinge of embarrassment. As a son, he was reluctant to address the shameful inquiry. He cast a glance at Narcissus, who understood Hephaestus' intent and nodded in agreement. The two then quietly departed from the scene. After calling out several times, Europa lifted her head only to find that the two deities had vanished from her sight. A sense of despair washed over her, and tears began to slowly cascade down her cheeks. Yet, Europa was a woman of remarkable resilience. Confronted with the blows of fate, she chose not to succumb, but rather to embrace her reality. She understood that though the road ahead was fraught with challenges, if she persevered, this land would one day flourish, growing powerful enough that her name could not be overlooked. Chapter 134. The Missing Artifact of Zeusum? Narcissus was momentarily taken aback. He looked up at the sky and beheld a brilliant light ascending from the earth, piercing the heavens and gradually transforming into a constellation shimmering with starlight. Generally, only gods of the highest rank possess the authority to elevate objects to the sky, rendering them constellations. Curious, Narcissus raised his gaze to discover which deity had manifested this constellation. Soon, he witnessed the shape of the constellation morphing into a golden bull, joyfully galloping across its celestial domain. In that instant, Narcissus comprehended the identity behind this celestial creation. Realizing that Zeus had elevated the form he used to pursue the innocent maiden Europa into the sky, left him momentarily speechless. What's wrong? Hephaestus, noticing Narcissus's unusual demeanor, followed his gaze upward. Before long, he too beheld the golden bull frolicking among the stars. Hephaestus chose to remain silent regarding Zeus's actions. At that moment, Zeus looked up at the sky, seemingly satisfied with the newly formed constellation, giving a slight nod. He did not genuinely concern himself with the monster known as Typhon. At this moment, he was on a journey to reclaim his lost artifact. Hermes? Narcissus and his companions swiftly followed the trail they had left behind and soon caught up with Hermes and his entourage. Upon their arrival, they found Hermes and Apollo seated upon a large stone by the riverbank, taking a respite. The moon goddess Artemis had even removed her boots, allowing her fair feet to languidly bask in the cool waters of the river. Observing them, Narcissus approached with curiosity and inquired with a hint of bewilderment, "Apollo, how is it that you find yourselves here? And what of Zeus?" Narcissus glanced around, failing to perceive the presence of Zeus. Zeus. Upon witnessing the arrival of Narcissus and his companions, Apollo bestowed a subtle smile and commenced his explanation. Narcissus subsequently came to realize that it was due to Zeus's extraordinary swiftness that Apollo and the others were momentarily unable to keep pace, causing them to lose sight of him. Nevertheless, they felt reassured that, since Zeus was already aware of the entire situation, he would take it upon himself to address it. Thus, they chose to pause here and rest, for since their arrival upon the earth, they had yet to find an opportunity for respite. Particularly Apollo and the moon goddess Artemis, who still bore the unhealed wounds inflicted by Typhon. Narcissus and Hephaestus exchanged a glance, nodding to one another, and chose to linger in this moment. Narcissus sat quietly to one side, his gaze shifting as he observed the expressions of Apollo and Hermes. They wore serene smiles, engaged in conversation, seemingly infused with unwavering confidence in Zeus's ability to vanquish the monstrous progenitor Typhon. As Zeus approached the entrance of the cave where he concealed his artifact, the lush vines and thick foliage appeared to part as if animated by an unseen force, creating a pathway that facilitated his entry. Yet, the moment he stepped into the cave, the resounding roar of thunder reverberated within its depths. To his dismay, the stone pedestal that had once cradled the artifact was now barren, igniting a profound fury within Zeus. "Cursed thief," he seethed, his eyes ablaze with wrath as they fixated on the empty pedestal. With a fierce swing of his fist, a surge of divine power erupted, shattering a nearby stone column. Debris scattered in all directions, leaving only the towering figure of Zeus, consumed by rage. Despite the loss of his treasured artifact, Zeus, who had never regarded the father of monsters, Typhon, as a true threat, swiftly recalibrated his strategy. He resolved to march directly to Mount Olympus to confront Typhon, intending to make it abundantly clear that provoking the king of the gods, Zeus, would be the gravest mistake of his existence. As for the thief who had absconded with his artifact, Zeus's heart blazed with a fiery vengeance. He plotted to make the thief endure a torment more excruciating than death itself, wielding the power of thunder to impart the dire consequences of defying the divine. He would ensure that the thief comprehended that in this world, no mortal could brazenly affront the gods without facing dire repercussions. Chapter 135, Narcissus's Acquaintance. After Narcissus had sufficiently rested to regain his strength, Apollo conjectured that Zeus should head directly to Mount Olympus. Consequently, they resolved to proceed to Olympus to reunite with the solitary figure of Zeus. As they traversed a bustling kingdom, Narcissus's gaze inadvertently fell upon a hidden temple nestled among the dense woods beside a stream. The familiar silhouette before the temple stirred a ripple of emotion within Narcissus, compelling him to halt his flight. "What is it, Narcissus?" Apollo inquired, perplexed by Narcissus's sudden stop. "I have spotted an acquaintance. Apollo, you all should continue to Olympus. I wish to catch up with her before seeking you out," Narcissus replied with a gentle smile, his eyes reflecting a complex array of feelings. "Very well, but do remember to call for assistance if needed," Apollo remarked, a flicker of contemplation crossing his gaze before he nodded. As he watched Apollo and the others gradually fade from view, Narcissus gracefully descended, landing softly upon the earth. Narcissus traversed the winding path of the stream, weaving through the dense thicket where the closely knit trees formed a verdant curtain that obscured his vision. His destination was the temple, concealed behind the foliage. Yet as he drew near, he paused in his steps. Narcissus, wielding his divine powers, gently caressed the surrounding forest. As his essence surged, his form gradually dissolved into the lush vegetation, melding seamlessly with nature itself, rendering his arrival inconspicuous. "Oh, what a surprise it is to encounter you in such a remote locale." Concealed amidst the verdant foliage, Narcissus, whose silhouette had completely blended with the environment, gazed upon the woman before the temple clad in a dark robe, her hair disheveled, and her features unremarkable, and let out a cold, mocking laugh. A glimmer of derision flickered in Narcissus's gaze. It was astonishing to him that this woman still had followers. Once benevolent, Narcissus now regarded her with a sharp and austere stare, piercing through the woman's facade to behold the inherent ugliness of her essence. Her skin resembled charred earth, dull and lifeless. Her disheveled hair danced in the wind, concealing countless serpentine figures that coiled and writhed, reminiscent of a venomous snake poised to strike. Her hands appeared as claws of a beast ready to rend its prey, each nail as sharp as a sword. Although her robe was black, it was adorned with various terrifying symbols, akin to phantoms in the night sky. Behind her loomed a pair of wings, dark as the night itself, seemingly poised to take flight and whisk her away into the shadows. Observing the revenge goddess Persephone, who stood before the temple listening to the laments of her followers while skillfully concealing her true nature, Narcissus furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering how he might make her pay the price she deserved. Though he possessed the strength to overpower this vengeful goddess, it would not suffice to assuage his ire. Just as Persephone was addressing the concerns of her devotees, she suddenly sensed a heavy gaze laden with palpable hatred. She lifted her head, her eyes scanning the surroundings with caution. Yet, when her gaze fell upon the direction of Narcissus, all she perceived were the emerald leaves gently trembling in the breeze, as if nothing were amiss. As Narcissus caught a glimpse of the vengeful gaze of the goddess Persephone directed towards him, he swiftly averted his eyes, striving to maintain a sense of discretion while formulating a plan for the impending actions. On the opposite side of the kingdom, away from the temple of the vengeful goddess Persephone, by the riverbank, Narcissus set his revenge scheme into motion. Narcissus inhaled deeply, and around him, divine power began to coalesce. This formidable energy commanded the flora along the riverbank to flourish exuberantly under his guidance. Vines and weeds writhed and intertwined before him, as though obedient to his will. Under the influence of this divine force, the plants ultimately wove together into a humanoid figure, vividly lifelike in its semblance to a real person. Subsequently, Narcissus extended his hand, and a shrike, soaring through the forest, was gently seized within his grasp under the influence of his divine power. He gazed down at the bird and murmured, "I grant you a new beginning." With that, he delicately squeezed, and the soul of the shrike escaped from its corporeal form, vibrant and clear. Narcissus gently exhaled, guiding the soul of the shrike as it melded into the humanoid figure woven from plants, dissipating like smoke. As the soul integrated, the figure began to pulse with life. "Master," a young man knelt reverently before Narcissus. His hair was a vibrant green, akin to the fresh leaves of spring. His handsome visage radiated warmth, particularly when he smiled, revealing shallow dimples that rendered him even more innocent and endearing. His eyes were as clear as water, reflecting profound awe and respect for Narcissus. "From this moment on, you shall be known as Reincarnated," Narcissus declared gently, his voice reminiscent of a spring breeze caressing a wheat field, soft yet melodious. He then proceeded to articulate his plans. "Yes, Master, I, Reincarnated, vow to fulfill your commands," Reincarnated replied solemnly, his words imbued with a reverence and loyalty that left no doubt about his commitment to this promise. He gazed intently at Narcissus, hands clasped over his heart, as if etching this vow into his very soul. Chapter 136. The defeated Zeus. The moment Apollo and the other deities arrived at Mount Olympus, they were met with a scene of intense combat. Their king, Zeus, was locked in a fierce confrontation with Typhon, the progenitor of monsters. It was their first time witnessing the king of gods in such peril, so brutally overwhelmed. The atmosphere of battle was oppressive and tense, laden with a palpable sense of conflict and anguish. Flames ravaged the air, thunder reverberated through the heavens, and smoke hung like a gray veil, casting a shadow over the sky, as if the apocalypse were imminent. Zeus, once a figure who instilled fear in the world with his thunderous might, now found himself devoid of his emblematic lightning scepter, gripping only a mundane spear. Every swing he made unleashed a staggering explosion upon colliding with Typhon's formidable form, shaking the surrounding rocks. However, the brutality of the conflict surpassed all expectations. In the heat of battle, Zeus's spear shattered, leaving him to face the powerful beast Typhon unarmed. In that moment, Zeus resembled a solitary wolf wandering into the depths of winter. With each assault, Typhon unleashed a tempestuous fury akin to a raging storm. Despite Zeus's stature as the sovereign of the gods, he found himself teetering on the brink amidst this relentless gale. Typhon's serpentine arms lashed out with wild abandon, striking Zeus time and again in a ceaseless barrage. They were entwined in a fierce struggle as winds howled and lightning crackled, causing Olympus itself to tremble under the weight of their tumultuous clash. With every violent impact, Zeus felt his strength gradually ebb away. His golden armor shattered beneath Typhon's ferocious blows, revealing a skin marred by countless wounds. Blood spilled from Zeus like stars scattered across the night sky, and the agony he endured was beyond the grasp of language. He bore the brunt of Typhon's relentless onslaught, his arms straining in a futile attempt to fend off the assaults. Yet, Typhon's might bore down upon him with the weight of mountains, rendering Zeus's limbs increasingly unable to rise. In a climactic final strike, Typhon amassed all his power, his attack resonating like a cataclysm, saturating the air with his formidable essence. Before crashing down upon Zeus with catastrophic force, Zeus exerted every ounce of his strength to resist, but found himself powerless against Typhon's overwhelming fury. His body was hurled aloft by the tremendous force, soaring over the mountain peaks like a meteor streaking across the heavens, only to plummet violently to the ground. Upon vanquishing Zeus, Typhon's ferocity intensified. In his abyssal eyes, a gleam of victory shone as he approached the fallen god with a maniacal laughter. Witnessing Zeus's anguished struggles, a sinister smile curled upon Typhon's lips. "Oh, mighty king of the gods, your end has come," he taunted, his voice slicing through the air like a cold steel blade, penetrating to the very marrow. With a wild savagery, he fixed his gaze upon Zeus, devoid of compassion despite his assured triumph. Typhon bent low, his chain-like serpentine arms coiling around Zeus's limbs, inflicting a tormenting grip. In that fleeting moment, terror flickered in Zeus's eyes, an unfamiliar sensation. Then, with a brutal yank, Typhon wrenched at Zeus's sinews, causing excruciating pain that erupted in a heart-wrenching roar from the god, a sound that shattered the heavens and echoed across the land. His body convulsed violently as the agony seized him, gradually sapping his strength until he lay motionless, devoid of the regal might he once commanded. Reduced to a mere creature thrashing and suffering, Typhon surveyed the anguished figure of Zeus, his laughter resonating ominously through the world. A terrifying sound reminiscent of a demon from the depths of despair, sowing seeds of fear within the hearts of the gods. Subsequently, he discarded Zeus into a dark and foreboding cave, the entrance resembling the maw of a colossal soul-devouring beast, poised to consume all in its path. The body of Zeus collided violently with the rocks within the cave, producing a dull thud before coming to a standstill. Typhon's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the cavern, reminiscent of a ghostly wail, sending shivers down one's spine. He then rolled a massive stone to the entrance, sealing off all escape routes for Zeus. As the scene of the mighty Zeus's defeat unfolded, the deities who had gathered in joyous anticipation of his return were struck with panic. Their faces reflected shock, as if they could scarcely believe the reality before them. Overcome with disbelief and terror, they fled Olympus like meteors cast away by the divine. Apollo and his companions, witnessing the dire situation, reluctantly followed the other gods in their retreat from Olympus, contemplating how to rescue Zeus. On the earth below, a youthful and handsome figure, exuding vitality, stumbled through the woods in a frantic dash. Clad in tattered garments, his once handsome visage was marred by wounds and weariness. His clothes were stained with blood, both his own and that of his adversaries, mingling and dripping onto the ground. At last, he arrived before the temple of the vengeful goddess Persephone. In chapter 137, the beginning of Narcissus's revenge, the seemingly charming yet harmless youth, Reincarnated, knelt upon the steps of the temple. His gaze, earnest and reverent, lingered upon the statue of the goddess Persephone. "O exalted goddess Persephone," he implored in a gentle yet frail tone, "allow this homeless soul to find a moment of solace under your protection." His words were soft and imbued with profound emotion, each syllable a testament to his unwavering admiration and gratitude towards the goddess. Subsequently, Reincarnated began to unveil the tale of his sorrowful plight, his speech interwoven with deep resignation and melancholy. He recounted how he had once been a noble from a distant land, destined for a life of ease, only to have it all stripped away by a malevolent foe. Reincarnated narrated how he had devised a cunning plan for revenge, ensnaring his adversary. Yet he remained ensnared in a fate of betrayal, once again pursued and cast into an unfamiliar realm. Though his voice was soft, his words resonated like a mournful symphony, encapsulating his courage and resilience, while revealing his anguish and helplessness. This tragic tale reverberated within the silent temple, touching the hearts of all who listened. For Reincarnated was essentially but a soul entwined with the essence of a plant, sheltered under the clandestine protection of Narcissus. Even as he wove intricate webs of deceit, his plant-like nature allowed him to conceal his emotions deep within, preventing others from easily discerning his true thoughts. Now, he resembled a seasoned actor, flawlessly embodying his role. Whether in sorrow, fury, or despair, he could express it with the subtlest of gestures and tones. He successfully portrayed the image of a once revered noble, rendered solitary and helpless by the caprices of fate, forced to abandon his homeland. In his gaze, there lingered not the haughty demeanor of nobility, but rather a subtle sense of helplessness and sorrow. Amidst the shadows of the forest, Narcissus quietly observed, nodding in satisfaction. Reincarnated's performance was truly exceptional. He nearly flawlessly embodied the image of a helpless yet handsome youth. Both his unmistakable weariness and his deeply emotional, sorrowful eyes evoked an involuntary sense of compassion. Narcissus once again directed his gaze toward the statue of Persephone, noting the subtle divine aura emanating from it, a clear indication that the words of Reincarnated had indeed reached the vengeful goddess. "Noble goddess Persephone, I am uncertain if you have an affinity for flowers. Yet I have gathered some from the nearby woods in hopes of bringing a touch of color and fragrance to your temple." On the following morning, Reincarnated, cradling the blossoms he had collected, spoke softly as he commenced the delicate task of adorning the temple of the vengeful goddess Persephone. The myriad hues of flowers intertwined, infusing the originally solemn and serene temple with a newfound vibrancy. He then presented a freshly caught rabbit, its fur as white as snow, soothing it gently before offering it as a gift to the goddess. During the sacrificial rite, the wounds on his palm were revealed, inflicted by the forest vines while capturing the rabbit, blood streaming forth. Yet, he appeared unfazed, as though pain were but a phantom. Upon completing this series of offerings, Reincarnated slowly descended the steps of the temple, each step seemingly laborious, as if the exertion had drained him of all strength. Leaning gently against a robust tree trunk, he appeared to seek solace. In the sunlight, a hint of frailty graced his handsome visage. At that moment, a peculiar luminescence enveloped the statue within Persephone's temple, as an ethereal figure gradually coalesced above it. In a tranquil grove not far from Mount Olympus, the gods, including Apollo and Hephaestus, had gathered. "What shall we do now?" Hermes inquired, surveying the contemplative faces of the deities. The news of Zeus's defeat at the hands of Typhon was undoubtedly a heavy blow to them all. After a prolonged silence, Apollo finally broke the stillness, his voice resonant and resolute. "We must ascertain the specifics of Zeus's condition. This is our most pressing task. I should be the most suited among us to undertake this mission," Hermes declared with confidence. No sooner had he spoken than he hesitated not a moment longer, his form darting skyward like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 138. Clue to Zeus's artifact. Hermes arrived near the cavern where Typhon imprisoned Zeus. His gaze fixed upon the giant blocking the entrance, his brow furrowing slightly. He then transformed into a diminutive insect, silently descending and deftly slipping through the narrow crevice between the stones that obstructed the cave's mouth. Concealed in his tiny form, Hermes swiftly traversed the entrance and soon found himself deep within the cavern, where he beheld Zeus in a state of disarray. The goddess' armor lay in tatters, and he was sprawled on the ground, a picture of desolation. "Zeus, Zeus," Hermes whispered softly as he approached the ear of the beleaguered deity. "Hermes?" Lying on the ground, Zeus slightly opened his weary eyes. "It is I, Zeus." Upon recognizing the deity, Hermes responded with palpable joy. He then inquired, "Zeus, how can we rescue you from this predicament?" "First, I must reclaim my lightning staff and the tendons that have been taken from me," Zeus replied, pale yet resolute. Gradually, he began to disclose to Hermes the secret cave where he had concealed the lightning staff, as well as the details surrounding its theft. "Understood, Zeus. We shall first retrieve your lightning staff," Hermes solemnly promised, determination glimmering in his eyes. Subsequently, at Zeus's urging, Hermes prepared to depart. Taking precautions to avoid the notice of Typhon, Zeus imparted crucial instructions to Hermes, then urged him to leave swiftly. "I shall go first, Zeus." Hermes cast a concerned yet steadfast glance at Zeus's haggard but determined countenance. Transforming into a small insect, he quietly departed the cave, retracing his steps through the crevices of stone. Upon returning to the skies, he employed the clouds as cover, resuming his original form, and fixed his gaze upon Typhon, who was waiting at the cave's entrance. He then soared into the distance, intending to confer with Apollo and the others regarding the recovery of Zeus's lightning staff. Thus, our foremost task is to retrieve Zeus's lightning staff. We must visit the cave where he once concealed it, Apollo declared decisively after hearing Hermes' report. Soon after, Apollo and the others arrived at the cave where Zeus had hidden the artifact. The dense vines and foliage obscuring the cave entrance parted as if manipulated by an unseen force under Hermes' divine influence, revealing the long-hidden entrance and guiding Apollo and his companions along the path. As they entered the cave, Apollo surveyed the surroundings and urged everyone, "Search carefully for any clues regarding the lightning staff." The previously dim cave transformed into a radiant space under Apollo's divine power, as if sunlight poured in, illuminating every corner. Hephaestus pondered aloud, "I personally reforged Zeus's lightning staff. Its quality is extraordinary, and its weight is remarkable, coupled with the thunderous power infused within. It is unlikely that any ordinary force could move it. I cannot fathom who or what could easily carry it away. Look at this." Artemis's voice suddenly broke the brief silence. She crouched beside a pile of rubble, cradling a dark stone in her hands, scrutinizing it intently. Apollo swiftly approached, his gaze fixated on the black mark, and curiously asked, "Is this a trace of fire?" Hephaestus knelt, gently brushing his palm against the black mark, then shook his head. "This is not the result of fire." Apollo's keen gaze swept over the stone wall, before commanding Hephaestus and the others to step back. He focused his divine energy and gently pushed against the wall, which began to tremble subtly. Like ripples on a water surface, it gradually cracked open, revealing a hidden entrance. Incredibly, another passage lay concealed within. Hermes, observing the emerging opening, sparkled with excitement. He quickly darted toward the entrance and, upon entering, discovered several traces. He turned and shouted, "Come quickly! I found some drag marks." Hearing Hermes' call, Apollo and the others hastily entered the secret passage. Inside, faint light filtered through, casting a dim atmosphere upon the air. Yet, even in such a setting, they could distinctly see the marks Hermes had indicated on the ground. These traces exhibited signs of having been dragged by heavy objects, extending deep into the cavern. More notably, a charred ring encircled the marks, as if scorched by intense heat. Chapter 139. Retrieving Zeus's artifact on the ground. Leaning against a tree, Retallash suddenly heard a nearly inaudible rustling in the grass. It was the sound of footsteps, quietly approaching. One step after another. Retallash closed his eyes, his pupils subtly shifting, akin to a swift kitten seeking traces of prey in the darkness. He endeavored to appear weak and feeble, feigning a cough that conveyed a sense of helplessness, evoking sympathy and pity in those who heard it. "Are you all right?" came a serious yet urgent voice, resonating in the stillness of the forest. The owner of that voice was evidently tense, and Retallash could sense the concern woven within. As the voice echoed, a wave of warmth surged through Retail's body. Although this energy felt cold, it flowed within him like a stream nourishing parched earth. His deliberately inflicted wounds and those sustained from rabbit hunting began to heal rapidly, as if time were reversing. Slowly, Retallash opened his eyes, his gaze settling upon the woman before him. Her appearance was unremarkable, even verging on unattractive. Nevertheless, this did not alter Retail's expression. His eyes brimmed with gratitude. He smiled at her and gently said, "I am well, thank you, beautiful maiden." Upon hearing this response, Persephone was momentarily taken aback. Beautiful maiden? The appellation left her momentarily speechless. She had anticipated mockery and derision, but the sincerity and appreciation in his words caught her off guard. Her cheeks were suddenly flushed with a shy crimson hue, and she quickly turned to leave. Watching the hasty retreat of Disiphone, Rita Laze's expression instantly hardened. His soul was akin to that of a shrike. No matter how charming or innocent his exterior appeared, it could not conceal the predatory nature that resided within him. In the realm of hunting and survival, he was adept at leveraging every advantage, including his appearance and eloquence. Deep within the cave's shadows, Apollo and his companions cautiously navigated the winding descent, their footsteps echoing against the stone walls, leaving a distinct trail behind. After traversing the endless darkness, they halted, for a thunderous sound resonated from the depths of the cave. Was that thunder? Hermes furrowed his brow, straining to discern the source and direction of the sound. Artemis also frowned, her keen ears picking up distant voices. "There are voices as well," she added, her tone laced with caution, realizing the implications of these sounds. They understood they might be nearing their objective, perhaps just at the cave's end, where Zeus's lightning staff awaited them. Exchanging glances, Apollo and his companions gripped their artifacts tightly and pressed forward, each step deliberate and powerful. Before long, they were met with a shocking sight. For grotesque creatures, massive in stature, were laboriously dragging an object that could only be Zeus's lightning staff. The foul stench emanating from these beings was chilling. Nearby, two monsters with eagle heads, bat-like wings, and serpentine tails stood guard, wielding sharp weapons, their wings glinting eerily in the darkness. Without affording the monsters a moment to react, Apollo and Artemis unleashed their bows, the arrows glowing brilliantly as they soared through the air like lightning, aimed at the monstrous foes. The arrows traced elegant arcs, propelled by an unstoppable force. Hephaestus, not to be outdone, swung his massive hammer with vigor, flames trailing behind him as he charged toward the creatures. In that instant, the flames illuminated the entire cave, casting light on his resolute visage. Hermes brandished his caduceus, and in an instant, the two serpents at its head came to life. They lunged toward the monsters, their gaping maws dripping with venom that hung heavily in the air, exuding a chilling aura. The arrows imbued with mystic power, the hammer, and the venomous snakes struck forth, rendering the grotesque creatures defenseless against the onslaught of the gods, who fell as swiftly as snow melts under the sun. Hermes gently reached out to touch the golden staff, only to find himself unable to move it. Its immense weight surpassed his wildest imagination. What now? He furrowed his brow, gazing quizzically at the scepter in his hand. Observing this, Hephaestus instinctively extended his hand, exclaiming, "Let me give it a try." A surge of red and gold divine power emanated from his palm, reminiscent of molten lava churning within his grasp. He then grasped the lightning scepter, straining to lift it. Apollo, witnessing Hephaestus's struggle, furrowed his brow as well and reached out his hand. A golden divine energy radiated from his palm, illuminating the dim cave and assisting Hephaestus in raising the scepter. Zeus's flickering lightning resisted the approach of others, yet Artemis, upon observing Apollo and Hephaestus, also released her divine power and reached out to elevate the other end of Zeus's artifact. Next, we must devise a flawless plan to retrieve Zeus's lost tendons from Typhon. After locating Zeus's lightning scepter, Apollo spoke earnestly. Chapter 140. Narcissus's scheme. By the brook in the forest, the cheerful sound of bees flitting about echoed through the still air. Narcissus reclined leisurely on a swing, meticulously woven from blossoms and vines, gently swaying with the caress of the breeze. Beside him, a round table crafted from tendrils bore wooden cups, a water jug, and an assortment of fresh fruits. At that moment, Narcissus rested one hand on the swing's ropes while cradling a wooden cup in the other, savoring his homemade honey floral tea. Suddenly, the voice of Hermes resonated from the heavens, shattering the tranquility. "What brings you here?" Narcissus inquired, lowering his cup and gazing at Hermes, who had descended before him, puzzled. Wasn't Hermes supposed to rendezvous with Zeus alongside Apollo? "Narcissus, I seek your assistance." Hermes casually pulled over a wicker stool and sat down, pouring himself a cup of the herbal tea Narcissus had prepared, relishing it leisurely. "Assistance?" Narcissus regarded Hermes with bemusement. "With so many of you, do you truly require my aid?" he questioned, intrigued, for Apollo and Hephaestus were mighty deities, yet they sought his help. "It is but a trifling matter, yet one in which you possess expertise," Hermes replied nonchalantly, sipping his tea. "We have located Zeus's divine artifact, yet we require your knowledge of herbs that induce relaxation and slumber." Hermes then elaborated on the circumstances surrounding the loss of Zeus's artifact. After a moment of contemplation, Narcissus asked, "Herbs? That is no challenge for me, but for whom are they intended?" "We plan to use them on Typhon, as Zeus's strength lies captive with him, and we must devise a means to reclaim it," Hermes candidly explained. "Typhon?" Narcissus echoed the name, his brow furrowing. He was acutely aware of Typhon's formidable power and responded, "My herbs may not yield significant effects on such a formidable adversary. Rest assured, we have considered this." Hermes smiled, attempting to allay Narcissus's concerns. "Your herbs are not our sole reliance. They merely serve as an adjunct. If they can induce even a slight relaxation in Typhon, it would greatly bolster our endeavor." Upon hearing Hermes's reassurances, Narcissus ceased his objections and began to cultivate the herbs required by Hermes. Soon, verdant plants began to sprout from the grass before him. "Narcissus, would you care to accompany me?" Hermes invited after gathering the carefully nurtured plants. Narcissus paused for a moment, then said, "I apologize, Hermes, but there are still matters I must attend to. Once I have resolved them, I shall seek you out." Thus, Narcissus declined Hermes' invitation. "Very well, I understand. I shall take my leave for now," Hermes replied with a nod of comprehension. With that, he ascended into the sky, for he had many other responsibilities awaiting him. Shortly after Hermes departed, a young man with emerald green hair emerged from the woods, his expression gentle and adorned with a smile. The youth approached Narcissus directly, kneeling before him to offer a respectful salute. "My lord." Narcissus surveyed his surroundings before softly inquiring, "How goes the progress?" The young man before him, named Reincarnated, gazed intently at Narcissus and respectfully replied, "Everything is proceeding exceptionally well, my lord. I am confident that it will not be long before we can act according to your plan." Upon hearing this response, Narcissus gently tapped his fingers against the wooden cup, the honeyed floral tea within swirling slowly. He continued, "Is that so? That is truly splendid." He then delicately raised the cup to his lips, savoring a sip of the rich brew. A glimmer flickered in the depths of Narcissus's eyes as a faint smile graced his lips, and he whispered softly, "Love unrequited? Humph." Narcissus sought to have the vengeful goddess Persephone personally experience the anguish of losing that which she held dear. As Hermes soared through the sky, preparing to rendezvous with Apollo and others, his gaze was drawn to a sorrowful youth on the earth below. The garments adorning this young man, once crafted from fine fabric, now appeared tattered and worn. At first glance, Hermes sensed that this individual was shrouded in a tale waiting to be told. For one who relished stories, Hermes could not resist the opportunity to hear what unfolded. Thus, he resolved to descend from the heavens, intending to listen to the young man's narrative before seeking out Apollo. Lightly, Hermes alighted upon the treetop and then called out to the youth, who was bent over by the river, drinking from its waters. "Hey there below, you seem troubled. Would you share your woes with me?" Chapter 141. The young man with the instrument. The youth, gently bending to scoop water with his hands to quench his thirst, was startled by the voice that echoed from behind. His body stiffened, losing balance, and he nearly toppled into the river. In a flurry, he flailed his arms, struggling to regain equilibrium, the sudden chaos causing his body to sway precariously. At last, as his hand grasped a protruding stone along the riverbank, he managed to steady himself. A deity? The young man turned to see Hermes floating above the treetop, his eyes widening with astonishment. In that moment, his emotions surged with fervor. "Great deity, I beseech your aid," he implored, hastily kneeling before Hermes, his tone suffused with earnestness. He had encountered other deities along his path, yet most were local spirits with limited capacity to assist him. This youth, recognizing the divine essence of the figure before him, felt a glimmer of hope that perhaps he could offer the help he desperately sought. Help? Very well," Hermes replied with a smile, his eyes glinting with wisdom. "But what can you offer in exchange for my assistance? Otherwise, why should I intervene on your behalf?" His tone was both inquisitive and challenging. "Me?" The young man, upon hearing Hermes's inquiry, gazed down at the tattered cloth bag in his hands, which contained a few items of clothing, nearly devoid of color, and some meager everyday belongings. Suddenly, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. He possessed no wealth, and aside from his severely worn instrument, he had little to barter. At that moment, Hermes, engaged in conversation with the youth, was abruptly interrupted by the sound of wings flapping in the air, accompanied by a shrill cry. Recognizing the piercing sound, Hermes instantly discerned the arrival of an unwelcome presence. "Hermes, you rogue, you've indeed been idling," scolded the raven Coronis, adorned with black feathers. "What brings you to this place? You foul crow?" Hermes gazed curiously at the crow before him, which was incessantly flapping its wings. "Did you truly believe I wished to seek you out?" he inquired. "It is not that you are sluggish. I could tell at a glance that you were idling. That is precisely why His Highness Apollo has sent me to find you." The crow, Coronis, retorted in a peculiar tone. Its orchards had also been ravaged by the monstrous typhon, prompting it to flee from Mount Olympus and wander the earth, where it eventually encountered Apollo. Just as it felt elated at meeting Apollo, it was unexpectedly tasked with locating the still missing Hermes. "Idling? I am certainly not idling. I am engaged in matters of great importance." Hermes defended himself. Coronis, with its keen eyes glinting with wit, scrutinized Hermes skeptically. "Are you not slacking off? Pray tell, what are you currently occupied with?" Hermes glanced at the young man kneeling before him and, with a flash of inspiration, replied, "I am here precisely to find assistance." Coronis regarded Hermes with a dubious expression before turning to the young man and inquiring, "Assistance? What can you possibly do?" The young man, a bit apprehensive in the presence of the talking crow, answered, I can play a musical instrument." "A musical instrument?" Coronis cawed mockingly, its dark feathers ruffling. "Hermes, you truly are a sly deceiver. You possess excellent skill with instruments yourself, and yet seek the aid of a powerless mortal. How amusing." Undeterred by Coronis' mockery, Hermes quickly retorted, "You wretched crow, you simply do not understand. It is precisely because he lacks power that he will not arouse Typhon's suspicion." The more Hermes spoke, the more he felt his reasoning was astute, and he became increasingly confident in rebuffing Coronis' objections. In his view, selecting a powerless mortal as an accomplice would diminish the enemy's vigilance and afford him more time to address other matters. "Pray, what is your name?" Hermes then asked the kneeling young man. "Cadmus, my name is Cadmus," the young man promptly responded upon hearing Hermes' inquiry. He had gleaned from their conversation who the deity before him was. He had heard tales of Hermes on earth. Though he was known as a mischievous god, he was also reputed to be well-informed. Cadmus firmly believed that if this deity were willing to assist him, he would undoubtedly be able to find his long-lost sister. "Excellent. Cadmus, as long as you can fulfill the tasks ahead, not only will I grant your wish, but I shall personally relay your contributions to the king of the gods, Zeus. He will surely bestow rewards upon you," Hermes assured Cadmus. "Yes, I shall strive earnestly," Cadmus affirmed, his gaze radiating determination. He understood that this might be his sole opportunity to locate his sister, and he could not afford to relinquish it. Chapter 142. Retrieving Zeus's tendons. Deep within the Olympus Mountains, Hermes deftly orchestrated a group of sheep and cattle, utilizing these creatures as a fade to transform Cadmus into an ordinary shepherd boy. Cadmus, meticulously altered by Hermes, was no longer clad in tattered rags but instead donned a brown woolen robe, while in his hands he held not a dilapidated instrument, but a finely crafted reed flute. On a sun-drenched afternoon, Cadmus reclined beneath the lush shade of a tree, inhaling deeply before gently blowing into the flute. The melodious and enchanting notes echoed throughout the tranquil valley, as if all of existence were captivated by the exquisite melodies. The music fell like gentle morning rain, tenderly cleansing every inch of the earth. As the sound of Cadmus's flute flowed, the music began to ride the subtle breeze, gradually reaching Typhon, who guarded the mouth of the cave. Typhon, already awaiting the next command from Gaia, the earth goddess, found himself drawn from his infinite boredom by the captivating strains of music, his mood swaying with the enchanting melody. Unable to resist the allure of the music, Typhon took colossal strides toward its source. High above in the sky, Hermes concealed his form within the dense clouds. Observing Typhon being drawn closer, he produced the herbs he had taken from Narcissus, cautiously grinding them into a powder so fine it was nearly invisible. Typhon's gaze scanned over Cadmus, noting the boy's shepherd attire and diminutive stature, rendering Cadmus in his eyes as nothing more than an inconsequential insect. As Typhon approached, he addressed Cadmus in a gravelly voice. "Boy, continue to play, do not cease." Despite the authority in his tone, there was a hint of softness amidst the delightful music. "Yes, yes," Cadmus replied, lowering his head to mask the fear in his eyes. In that moment, he embodied the essence of a true artist, wholly immersed in the music, his flute melodies fluttering like butterflies in graceful dance, sending ripples of beauty through the air. Seizing the opportunity while Typhon was entranced by the music, his eyes half closed, Hermes scattered the powdered herbs from the heavens, akin to stars descending, drifting upon the wind. This powder, colorless and tasteless, permeated the atmosphere, swaying gently in the breeze, while Typhon reveled in the intoxicating beauty of the music, utterly oblivious. With each breath, the dispersed powder infiltrated his body. Meanwhile, Cadmus, though in the same environment, remained unaffected due to the antidote Hermes had prepared for him in advance. Why has the music abruptly ceased? Typhon's tone betrayed a note of displeasure. His eyes opened slightly, as if seeking the cause of the music's disappearance. "Esteemed lord, I am far more adept at the harp, if you wish. I would be delighted to play it for you." Cadmus responded in a voice tinged with trepidation, akin to a leaf trembling in the wind. "Then let us play the harp." Typhon's voice resonated with a deep, gravelly timbre, reminiscent of a boulder rolling across the desert. "Noble lord, I require the tendons of a deity to craft the strings of the harp. Thus, the music produced will be all the more enchanting." Cadmus cautiously articulated his request. Without a moment's hesitation, Typhon extracted from his possession the cherished tendons of Zeus, as slender and resplendent as strands of golden silk, and tossed them to Cadmus. Yet, at the very instant Cadmus caught the golden tendons of Zeus, a hand suddenly emerged to swiftly snatch away the shimmering tendons, replacing them with a harp. It was Hermes, who had remained concealed. Unperturbed, Cadmus accepted the harp offered by Hermes and commenced to play. The notes flowed like water, gracefully cascading through the air, while Typhon, with eyes closed, was wholly absorbed in the exquisite melody. Chapter 143. The Liberation of Zeus within the Olympus Mountains. Hermes, clutching the tendons of Zeus, hastened toward the sealed cavern. He transformed into a diminutive insect, effortlessly navigating through the crevices that barred the cave's entrance, then soared deep into the cavern, where Zeus lay imprisoned. "Zeus, I have procured your tendons," Hermes exclaimed, returning to his original form, his expression brimming with excitement as he retrieved the golden tendons from his pouch. They shimmered like brilliant starlight, instantaneously illuminating the darkened cavern. Hearing Hermes' voice, Zeus strained to open his eyes and gazed upon the golden tendons in Hermes' grasp. Guided by Hermes, the golden tendons, as if animated, flew towards Zeus. Merging seamlessly with his body, Zeus felt a familiar power surging back, revitalizing him as he rose to his feet, testing his limbs before addressing Hermes. "Hermes, have my divine artifacts been located?" "Indeed, Zeus," Your artifacts are now in the possession of Apollo and his companions, who await you outside. Hermes replied with elation. Excellent, Hermes. Upon hearing Hermes' response, Zeus nodded in satisfaction, his eyes glinting with fury. Cursed Typhon, today marks your end. Approaching the cave's entrance, Zeus gently pressed his hand against the colossal stone that barred the way. Remarkably, the formidable boulder crumbled to dust beneath his might, as fragile as grains of sand. The moment Zeus stepped out of the cavern, he was spotted by Apollo and his companions, who were concealed among the clouds. Together, they hurled Zeus' lightning staff down from the heavens. The lightning staff, a symbol of Zeus' authority and power, descended like a harbinger of his imminent resurgence. It traced a brilliant arc through the air, reminiscent of a shooting star, or perhaps more akin to a flash of lightning, radiating an intense brilliance before soaring directly toward Zeus. Zeus extended his hand to receive the incoming scepter, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. The scepter in his grasp seemed to possess a life of its own, harmoniously merging with his being and consciousness. Typhon. His voice erupted like thunder, deep and filled with fury. Instantly, dark clouds converged in the sky, electric flashes darted about, and the roar of thunder reverberated, shaking the soul. The lightning scepter in his hand emitted a radiant glow, a symbol of his wrath, embodying the majesty and power of the king of gods. Meanwhile, Hermes, who trailed closely behind Zeus, recalled Cadmus, still playing music for Typhon. A flicker of anxiety crossed his eyes as the wings of his flying sandals beat rapidly, rendering his form ethereal, akin to a gentle breeze that swiftly passed by. Awakened by the thunderous roar, Typhon opened his eyes and felt a gust of wind sweep past him. Confused, he glanced around, only to discover that Cadmus, who had just been performing for him, had vanished as if he had evaporated into thin air. Startled, he surveyed his surroundings, but found no trace of Cadmus. With a deafening crack, the lightning in the sky descended like Zeus's furious spear, striking directly beside Typhon, abruptly rousing him from his stupor. Zeus. Typhon's roar echoed through the air, deep and resounding. His eyes widened as he gazed at Zeus, who had emerged from the cave, filled with shock and disbelief. Today, you shall witness the terrifying wrath of the king of gods. Zeus's voice resonated like the eerie calm after a cataclysm, profound and imposing, as if emanating from the depths of the heavens, sending shivers down the spine. Enveloped in dense, dark clouds, he appeared as a demon risen from the abyss. The lightning spear in his hand flickered with dazzling light, akin to the most resplendent star in the night sky, while thunder, serving as his shield, erupted around him, causing the very air to tremble. Zeus stood tall above the clouds, exuding an aura of majesty, as if the king of gods had descended to earth. Casting a watchful gaze upon Typhon below, let us see if you possess the capability. In response, Typhon, undaunted, summoned divine power to erect a stone fortress as defense. Then, with all his might, he lifted a massive glacier and hurled it fiercely toward Zeus. The glacier, propelled with tremendous force, left a chilling shadow in its wake, as if seeking to extinguish Zeus's burning wrath with its icy power. The battle between Zeus and Typhon was extraordinarily intense, each clash resonating throughout the cosmos. It was as though the world was ending. Fierce winds howled, thunder and lightning clashed, and the sea of clouds roiled. Amidst this tumultuous nature, two colossal figures moved with the swiftness of lightning. Zeus, the omniscient and omnipotent king of the heavens, once again grasped the scepter, his figure illuminated by the lightning. Appearing majestic and formidable, his gaze was sharp, fixated intensely on Typhon before him. In his hand, lightning surged with an unmatched chill. Do you truly believe this can vanquish me? Zeus's voice resonated thunderously, deep and resolute. Typhon, that demonic monstrosity, stood defiantly in his path, his fierce eyes locked onto Zeus. The icy river in Typhon's grasp writhed like a living dragon, exuding a cold, merciless brilliance. You are nothing but an arrogant god, Typhon cackled, hurling the icy river with ferocity, conjuring a tempest of snow and wind. Yet, the celestial fire remained unquenchable. Under Zeus's lightning, the icy river instantaneously transformed into steam. Zeus, undeterred by Typhon's onslaught, wielded his lightning without flinching. Simultaneously, Typhon displayed his unparalleled strength, tearing massive boulders from the cliffs and relentlessly launching them toward Zeus in the sky. However, Zeus moved with the grace of a gentle breeze, effortlessly evading the stone projectiles. He even split the incoming rocks with the power of his lightning, showcasing divine prowess by ensnaring and countering them. Those struck by the lightning disintegrated into ashes, scattering through the air in a breathtaking spectacle. At this moment, Zeus unleashed his full might, wielding lightning as arrows, clouds as bows, winds as wings, and clouds as steeds. His power reached its zenith. It was akin to a cataclysm. With lightning illuminating the skies, winds and flames intertwining, creating an awe-inspiring, heart-stirring scene. This was the wrath of the king of gods, unstoppable and insurmountable. Though Typhon was formidable, he could only helplessly endure the relentless barrage of Zeus's fury, his roars echoing amidst the thunder, resonating with palpable intensity. Observing Typhon's inability to withstand his lightning, Zeus recognized that the scales of victory were tipping in his favor. With a thunderous roar, he summoned all his strength, raising his lightning spear, illuminated by the radiant bolts. He resembled a colossal statue of a thunder god. The air around him whirled chaotically, as lightning formed a brilliant halo that continuously expanded. Zeus's eyes gleamed with determination. Without hesitation, he launched the spear. The lightning spear sliced through the sky, tracing a dazzling trajectory as it hurtled towards Typhon. In that instant, time seemed to slow, and the gaze of all deities converged upon the radiant spear. In a heartbeat, it struck Typhon, unleashing a catastrophic explosion. Zeus's lightning surged like an unstoppable torrent, crashing into Typhon, overwhelming him with an insurmountable force, sending him hurtling away. Typhon arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. He attempted to rise, but his body lay immobilized, his eyes helplessly watching Zeus approach. Zeus's victorious form, illuminated by the lightning, exuded an imposing majesty as he regarded the struggling Typhon, a cold smile gracing his lips. Did you truly believe you could defeat me? Did you think you could ascend to become the king of the gods? His voice reverberated through the air, cold and merciless. Typhon could not respond. He could only writhe on the ground, his labored breaths amplifying the chill in the atmosphere. It seems you have been overly confident, Zeus continued to mock, his gaze brimming with derision. What do you believe yourself to be? Merely an ambitious monster, hardly a match for me. With that, he extended his hand, seizing Typhon with divine power as one would grasp a mere pebble. His strength rendered Typhon powerless to escape, subjecting him to his whims. You shall remain beneath the towering Mount Etna on Sicily for eternity, he declared, his words frigid and resolute, devoid of any room for negotiation. With a forceful push, he pressed Typhon's form toward the distant mountains. Typhon, unable to resist, could only watch as his body was crushed beneath the lofty peak. He plunged into the mountain, producing a dull thud, and then all fell silent. Amidst the cheers and celebrations of the deities, Typhon, trapped beneath Mount Etna, still harbored a vigorous vitality that surged defiantly in the depths of darkness and oppression, unwilling to succumb to annihilation. The monstrous essence of Typhon, his savagery and fury, raged within him, his energy ceaselessly flowing through the earth and stone, permeating the mountains and seeping into the land. His resentment and wrath coalesced into a tremendous energy storm deep within the earth, expanding relentlessly until it culminated above the Indian Ocean. This force continued to accumulate, gradually forming a formidable tempest that swept across the sea, raising towering waves and wreaking havoc. Each year, this storm would intermittently ravage the Indian Ocean, bringing endless calamity to the people. Zeus has triumphed. We have succeeded, Hermes exclaimed excitedly, his voice ringing out in the wake of witnessing Zeus's stunning victory over Typhon. Are you all right? At that moment, Hermes regained his senses, recalling how he had been dragging Cadmus around by his collar through the skies, and he hastily set Cadmus down onto the ground with great care. I'm fine, just a bit nauseous, Cadmus replied, his pale visage slumped against the earth, clutching his stomach and retching, evidently unaccustomed to the recent aerial escapade. Observing Cadmus in such a disheveled state, Hermes felt a twinge of embarrassment. I apologize. I truly lost track of you, he said, scratching his head awkwardly. That being said, you played a crucial role in Zeus's defeat of Typhon. Do you have any wishes that I might assist you in fulfilling? I wish to find my sister, Cadmus stated, wiping the stain from his mouth. His voice weak, yet his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Hermes. Your sister? I have heard you mention her numerous times. Who is she? What has transpired? Hermes inquired with curiosity. My sister's name is Europa, a princess of the Phoenician kingdom. One day, she was taken away by a mysterious bull. Cadmus's voice betrayed an unmistakable sorrow. Europa? A bull? Upon hearing those words, Hermes instantly comprehended the implications of Cadmus's statement. A subtle change flickered across his visage, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Yet he swiftly regained his composure and replied in as casual a tone as possible. It's really not a significant issue. I am aware of your sister's whereabouts. Really? You truly know where she is? Cadmus's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Hermes's words, eagerly inquiring. Do not rush. Once matters here are resolved, I shall personally escort you to find your sister, Hermes reassured him. Chapter 145. The fortuity of Hermes after vanquishing Typhon. Zeus cast his gaze over the ravaged Olympus. An immense divine power emanated from his being, reminiscent of the nurturing sunlight of early spring, akin to the life-giving dew. The damaged areas of Olympus appeared to be caressed by the gentle breath of spring, gradually embarking on a process of self-restoration. The ground, once cracked by stones, began to be cloaked anew with moss and vines, as if a verdant ribbon of life entwined itself among them. The destroyed temples, under the influence of this force, saw their stone pillars rise quietly, while shards of glazed tiles seemed summoned from the air, reassembling into their original rooftops. The charred trees began to sprout anew, their branches and leaves emerging like flickering candles of life, reigniting upon Olympus. Those scenes, which had recently been steeped in ruin, now appeared to be reborn. As vitality surged back into the land, Olympus reclaimed its inherent mystery and solemnity. Seated upon the throne in the temple at the peak of Olympus, Zeus surveyed the gathering gods below, his gaze sharp as that of an eagle soaring in the sky. He bestowed rewards upon the deities who had demonstrated valor, each one rejoicing at his generous gifts. Then, with a voice that resonated profoundly, he called forth a particular god, Hermes. Hearing his name summoned by Zeus, Hermes hurriedly stepped from the crowd, traversing the smooth marble floor, and bowed his head toward the exalted deity seated high upon his throne. I greet you, King of the gods, Zeus. In this confrontation with Typhon, you exhibited remarkable prowess. I wish to reward you, Zeus remarked, his eyes glimmering with paternal pride as he nodded in satisfaction. Recognizing Hermes's courage and cunning, he seized this opportunity to bestow a fitting honor upon him. Zeus raised his lightning scepter, which gleamed radiantly in his grasp like a beacon. Simultaneously, one of the seats within the main temple of Olympus flickered to life under Zeus's command. It seemed as though it had acquiesced to Zeus's command. As a mysterious beam of light descended from the heavens, akin to the first light of dawn, directly illuminating Hermes's crown. Within the sacred radiance, Hermes's divine power surged rapidly, much like a hot air balloon expanding swiftly in the sky. A formidable divine force emanated from his being, enveloping the entire temple. In an instant, his identity transformed. From an ordinary messenger god trailing behind Zeus, he ascended to become one of the 12 Olympian deities, now endowed with formidable divine authority. Zeus, seated upon his resplendent throne, radiated an overwhelming aura of divine sovereignty. Observing the look of astonishment on Hermes's face, satisfaction sparkled in his eyes. Thank you, King of the gods, Zeus, Hermes exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with gratitude, never having imagined he could join the ranks of the 12 Olympians. Very well, you may withdraw, Zeus gestured, his smile betraying a hint of affection. Once Hermes departed, the atmosphere within the temple grew noticeably subdued. Hera, the goddess beside Zeus, though harboring discontent over Zeus's blatant favoritism, merely furrowed her brow slightly. Unperturbed by the temple's ambience, Zeus, having vanquished Typhon and reached the pinnacle of prestige, continued, Cadmus. His voice reverberated throughout the temple, akin to a judgment descending from the heavens, imparting an insurmountable pressure. His gaze shifted from the assembled deities to rest upon Cadmus. I greet the king of gods. And the queen, Hera. Cadmus hurriedly emerged from the crowd upon hearing Zeus's summons, appearing somewhat flustered. Anxiety etched upon his face. He cast glances at the multitude of gods surrounding him, his heart racing with trepidation. Zeus regarded Cadmus without the benevolence he had shown Hermes. Instead, a stern and majestic demeanor graced his countenance. Cadmus, you have performed admirably. What is it that you desire? His voice resounded powerfully, akin to thunder rolling through the skies. Cadmus trembled under the weight of this divine presence. Momentarily at a loss for words, he finally managed to utter, Your Majesty, the messenger Hermes has already fulfilled my wish. I desire nothing further. His voice, though faint, endeavored to maintain composure. At Cadmus's response, Zeus furrowed his brow slightly, and upon witnessing his anxious demeanor, a flicker of compassion arose within him. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. In that case, I shall grant you a parcel of land upon the earth, where you may establish your kingdom." His voice was resonant and distant, like a magical key unlocking the door to Cadmus's new life. Chapter 146. The enraged goddess of the earth cursed this inept Typhon. Deep within the earth, beneath the thick layers of soil, the earth goddess Gaia clenches her teeth in anger and disappointment, her discontent resonating throughout the land like the tremors of an earthquake. Gaia is acutely aware of the restoration of Olympus, the epicenter of the world, and senses the defeat of Typhon. Typhon, once her greatest wager, was meant to ensnare Zeus, rendering him incapable of fulfilling his duties as the king of the gods. Yet, it has proven to be utterly futile, as Typhon has failed even in this endeavor. Gaia's original plan was to significantly weaken Zeus's connection to the world, seizing the opportunity to unseat him from the throne of divinity and subsequently gain control over Olympus. However, now, the failure of Typhon has rendered her plans utterly futile. The earth goddess Gaia's pent-up resentment and dissatisfaction gradually dissipate into the depths of the earth with her voice. Zeus, who has re-established a close connection with the world, is also a presence she dares not provoke lightly. Thus, she must temporarily retreat and await her next opportunity. Once the dust settles, Hermes fulfills his promise and leads Cadmus to reunite with his long-lost sister, Europa. When their gazes meet, time seems to freeze, and they weep openly, expressing the deep longing and sorrow that resides within their hearts. Initially, Cadmus intended to take his sister Europa back to their homeland, the kingdom of Phoenicia, but Europa resolutely declined his proposal. A determined light sparkled in her eyes, declaring her desire to remain in this land named after her, to become its queen, protecting and guiding its people. Faced with such a resolute sister, Cadmus could only accept his fate with resignation and return alone to the kingdom of Phoenicia. He recalled the moment when their father commanded the brothers to search for Europa, carrying a significant mission. He had set out after being reminded of their father's words: if they could not find their sister, they should not return. Now that he had found Europa, he felt compelled to return home, to inform their father of her whereabouts, alleviating his worries and allowing his brothers, who were far away, to return home. Upon his return, Cadmus first reported Europa's situation to his father, Agenor. Although Agenor felt a twinge of regret regarding Europa's decision, he respected his daughter's choice. Recognizing that she had matured and become independent, entitled to make her own life choices. After assuaging his father's emotions, Cadmus attended to various family matters, including notifying his brothers to return home and ensuring the orderly management of the family's affairs for stable development. Once everything was settled, Cadmus took his leave of his father, Agenor, to journey to the land bestowed upon him by Zeus, where he would establish his own kingdom. Cadmus's destination was that very land, where he aimed to build a magnificent city, naming it Thebes. This city would mark the beginning of Cadmus's new life and serve as the place where he would realize his dreams. In a dense grove, sunlight filtered through the intricately arranged leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the soft moss below. Amidst this verdant natural beauty, the sound of a woman's laughter, tinged with a slight rasp, lingered in the air. She was Persephone, the goddess of vengeance, joyfully adorning her head with a garland of intertwined flowers, woven from various wildflowers, exuding a subtle fragrance. "Reincarnated, do you find my garland beautiful?" She smiled as she spoke, her voice raspy yet imbued with a youthful shyness. Before her stood the handsome youth, Reincarnated, with emerald green hair reminiscent of a forest sprite. He smiled gently, his eyes revealing profound affection. "Typhon, you look enchanting in every way," Reincarnated remarked, his voice suffused with warmth. In this picturesque setting, he tenderly extended his hand, enveloping Tysphon's within his warm, powerful grasp. Much like the intensity of his deep feelings surrounding her, he then gently pulled her into his embrace, akin to sheltering a frightened fawn, providing her with a sense of safety and comfort. Their bodies pressed closely together. The rhythm of their heartbeats resonated distinctly in the tranquility of the forest. Reincarnated closed his eyes, inhaling deeply in an effort to steady his breath. Although this moment was filled with tenderness, a flicker of barely concealed disdain glimmered in Ritalis' gaze. Typhon remained oblivious to this sentiment, lost in the warmth of the moment, unaware of the secret lurking behind her happiness. The shadows obscured Ritalis' features, rendering his expression ambiguous. Yet a profound loathing seemed to surface in his eyes, only to be swiftly concealed. Chapter 147. The resentful goddess Megara, nestled at the edge of a vibrant forest, lay a bustling kingdom. The city walls, adorned with vividly colored banners fluttering in the breeze, formed a captivating tableau against the backdrop of distant, undulating mountains, exuding an air of ancient mystery. Reincarnated entered the city, his gaze weaving through the throngs of people, ultimately settling upon a fragrant stall ahead. There, an array of vividly colored flowers was artfully arranged, their sweet scent permeating the air. Beside the stall, a young man lounged languidly in a comfortable chair, his face obscured by a cloth, clearly to shield himself from the relentless sun. "Master," Reincarnated spoke softly, laced with respect. "How goes the inquiry?" The young man in the chair lazily waved his hand, removing the cloth to reveal his features. It was Narcissus. Bored. He managed a small flower shop in this exotic city, seeking to experience life in such a vibrant locale. This was, of course, facilitated by his altered appearance. Otherwise, with his original visage, even the desire for leisure would have been a luxury beyond reach. Narcissus's gaze lingered leisurely upon Reincarnated as he awaited a comprehensive report. He had already inquired about the precise location of Megara, the sister of the vengeful goddess Persephone, upon the earth. With a solemn expression, Reincarnated met Narcissus's clear gaze and spoke earnestly. Narcissus nodded, a fleeting expression of satisfaction crossing his face. "Excellent. Delay Persephone for a while longer," he instructed. Reincarnated complied, responding with deference. "Yes, my master." The Furies, in fact, refer to a triad of deities: Alecto, the goddess of unrest; Megara, the goddess of jealousy; and Tisiphone, the goddess of retribution. Each of these goddesses performs her unique role in the realm of vengeance, thus collectively known as the Three Furies. As Reincarnated vanished around the corner of the cobblestone path, Narcissus began to tidy his stall. With a gentle wave of his hand, the vibrant blossoms upon the table appeared to scatter as if caught in a breeze, gradually dissipating into the air, leaving only a faint, lingering fragrance. Subsequently, with a soft clap, the quaint little door of the flower shop snapped shut. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the town, a group of young maidens approached, their laughter echoing as they strode forth. Their movements were as light and rhythmic as willow catkins in a spring breeze, eager to procure some exquisite blooms not found in their own vicinity. However, upon arriving at the flower shop and encountering the firmly shut door and the desolate stall within, their radiant smiles swiftly dimmed. Narcissus arrived at the location indicated by Reincarnated, a realm newly forged. He had gradually acclimated to the notion that the cities upon the earth could indeed be deemed kingdoms. Strolling along the cobblestone streets, he was enveloped by a cacophony of various sounds and vendors' calls. His curiosity piqued as he noticed a vast square ahead, teeming with a multitude of onlookers. What could be the cause of such commotion? In the center of the square, he beheld a woman in her 30s, bound to a wooden frame, her feet surrounded by a heap of unlit firewood. "Oh, you cannot fathom the complexity of this situation," replied an elderly man beside him, his silver hair framing a face etched with regret and sympathy. The woman was named Amelia, and she, unable to bear her husband's betrayal, had set ablaze both him and his lover. It was a stroke of misfortune that the vengeful goddess, Megara, had witnessed this act, and now she sought to enact her retribution upon Amelia with a fiery punishment. The name of the vengeful goddess stirred something within Narcissus, his brow unfurled, feeling fortunate to have encountered such a significant event upon his arrival. As the crowd continued to swell, the atmosphere in the square grew increasingly oppressive. At that moment, a woman clad in a black cloak emerged from the throng, her form striking against the sunlight. She approached the wooden frame and, with a raspy voice, proclaimed, "This woman stands accused of crimes born from jealousy and hatred, and now I shall punish her in the name of the vengeful goddess." As Megara's words fell, the firewood at Amelia's feet suddenly emitted black smoke, and fierce flames erupted, swiftly engulfing her form. Amelia's screams reverberated through the square, instilling an indescribable chill in the hearts of those present. Chapter 148, The Brink of Death and Reincarnated, with the flames completely consuming the woman bound to the frame. Only the brilliant light remained to illuminate the square. Gradually, the flames subsided, and Amelia's screams faded into silence, leaving behind a pile of blackened ashes. The residual heat from the fire lingered on the ground, as if recounting the horror that had just transpired. The onlookers, awestruck, bore witness to Amelia reduced to mere ashes, many pale-faced, hastily bowing their heads to depart from the scene. The once vibrant square fell silent, replaced by an atmosphere of desolation. Once the vengeful goddess Megara had taken her leave, Narcissus stepped forward to the remnants of ash, gazing upon them with a deep sigh. "What a pitiable woman," he murmured. He gently waved his hand, and a soft breeze stirred the ashes, which seemed to awaken with life, swirling into a vortex before coalescing into a black orb. He picked up this orb, cradling it in his palm, and attentively sensed the essence it contained, an amalgamation of fury, sorrow, and despair, interwoven with the lingering resentment towards the goddess Morgalla for wielding her divine power. Narcissus carefully tucked away the beads and turned to leave. His silhouette gradually faded into the distance, leaving behind only the solitude and silence of the square. However, shortly after his departure, the ashen ground began to stir, and a resilient green plant emerged defiantly. This was a marigold, flourishing swiftly amidst the ashes, blooming one vibrant orange flower after another. Deep within the tranquil forest, Reincarnated and Persephone strolled along a grassy bank beside a stream. Their laughter resonated through the air as they paused occasionally to admire the exquisite blossoms adorning the stream's edge, both their faces radiating joy. Yet, this serene moment was abruptly shattered as they engaged in their leisurely conversation. A palpable aura of murderous intent surged forth from the depths of the forest. A sharp arrow sliced through the air with blinding speed, aimed directly at the unsuspecting Persephone. "Watch out!" Reincarnated reacted with remarkable swiftness, instantly perceiving the danger. Almost simultaneously with the arrow's release, he dashed forward, positioning himself in front of Persephone. The arrow's velocity was overwhelming, striking Reincarnated squarely in the chest. An excruciating pain coursed through him, followed by a wave of intense dizziness, as his body began to sway and then crumple to the ground. "No!" Persephone gasped in horror at the unfolding scene, her eyes brimming with anguish and despair. Witnessing Reincarnated's collapse, it felt as though her throat was choked by an unseen force, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. "Megara!" Persephone's eyes widened, acutely aware of the aura emanating from the arrow, igniting a fierce rage within her. She cradled Ritalis' limp form and, with fervor, bellowed into the depths of the forest. "Megara, come out!" At that moment, her heart was engulfed in pain and fury. She had no doubt that her sister Megara was behind this atrocity, believing that jealousy had driven her to such heinous acts. After all, Megara was the goddess of vengeance, embodying jealousy and animosity. As Ritalis' breath grew faint, Persephone's heart ached with despair. She pressed her hands tightly against his wound, striving to stem the flow of blood. "Reincarnated, I will save you," she vowed, determined to share her divine essence with him, the only means at her disposal. Surrounding herself in a shroud of dark luminescence, she pressed her hand against her chest in agony, divine power surging forth like a torrent. She intended to tear a portion of her divine essence to grant Reincarnated a glimmer of hope for life. At that moment, hidden within the woods, Narcissus bore witness to this scene. He was astonished by Persephone's actions. Initially, he had merely sought to make her experience the anguish of loss. "Reincarnated, you are indeed fortunate. Allow me to assist you." The palm of Narcissus radiated a crimson glow, and as he extended his hand, the luminescence transformed into particles of dust that danced through the air, carried by the wind, and settled upon the form of Tisiphone. The dust fell like a delicate rain, seamlessly merging with her being. Chapter 149, The Ascension of Reincarnated. The fervent power bestowed by the divine office of Narcissus erupted within Persephone like a volcano. It is often said that those in love, particularly in the throes of passion, are devoid of reason, frequently offering their very selves unreservedly to their beloved. At that moment, Persephone found herself in such a state, gazing upon the pallid visage of Reincarnated, resembling a candle's waxen face. Her heart ached as if cleaved by a knife. Originally, she intended merely to share her divine authority with Reincarnated, yet now she had nearly extracted all her vengeful power, hoping to salvage his life with it. As Persephone's divine essence fused into Reincarnated, his form was instantly enveloped by a radiant light. With the influx of power, transformations began to unfold within him, his might surging as he prepared to ascend to a new divinity. "Reincarnated, are you all right?" Seeing Reincarnated awaken before her, Persephone felt an overwhelming sense of relief, her joy spilling forth in her words. "I am well, thank you, Persephone." Reincarnated's gaze flickered, tinged with a hint of regret as he inquired, "You wish for me to thrive, do you not?" "Certainly, Reincarnated," Persephone replied without hesitation, her eyes brimming with sincerity. Then, Reincarnated straightened, enveloping Persephone in a tight embrace, his tone suddenly turning cold. "Then, sacrifice all your power to me. Before Persephone could react, a sharp pain coursed through her back, and the remaining divine energy within her began to drain away, her blood seemingly trickling forth. Ritalis' once warm hand morphed into a chilling claw, ruthlessly penetrating her back to siphon her divine essence and blood. Persephone's form withered, rendered almost desiccated. Her eyes filled with disbelief and fury as she gazed pained at Ritalis. Yet, she did not perish, despite her present state resembling that of a desiccated corpse. A faint breath still lingered within her. Ritalis, however, ignored the weight of Persephone's gaze, releasing her and rising from the ground. Feeling the divine power absorbed from her surge within him, his body seemed infused with newfound vitality. This force coursed through him like a tumultuous river, ultimately coalescing at his back. Behind Ritalis, a pair of gray-white wings unfurled silently, complementing his handsome visage with an almost innocuous demeanor. Narcissus emerged from the hidden grove, stepping forth to extend his congratulations to Ritalis, who had ascended to divinity. Congratulations, Ritalis. At this moment, Ritalis had transformed into a transcendent being, his silvery white wings adorning his back like ethereal decorations. He folded his wings behind him and knelt on one knee before Narcissus, his eyes brimming with adoration as they fixated on him. With utmost reverence, Ritalis addressed him, "My lord." Beside them, Persephone, upon hearing the exchange, strained to turn her frail head, her gaze weakly resting upon the two figures before her. Upon laying eyes on the visage of the Divine One, her heartbeat quickened unexpectedly. The strikingly handsome face evoked a sense of familiarity, yet she could not recall where she had encountered him before. In the midst of Persephone's bewildered and vacant stare, it was evident that she had long forgotten his identity. However, Narcissus remained neither surprised nor disheartened by this oblivion. His expression reflected a serene acceptance. "What does it matter?" Narcissus mused, his voice imbued with an air of detachment, for the original mortal had merely been a demigod, hardly more formidable than an ant in the presence of the divine. Narcissus slowly extended his hand, his fingers gently curling into a fist, divine power surging within his palm, as if he wielded the very essence of life and death. At that moment, Persephone felt an indescribable pain emanating from the depths of her being, akin to something struggling to break free from its shell. She gazed in terror at her own form, her eyes filled with fear and anguish. Upon the surface of her skin, intricate tendrils of plant roots entwined her like a creeping vine, binding her tightly. She could sense her body being slowly eroded by these roots, each cell, each fragment of her vitality, being gradually consumed. Deities, a name that ought to signify eternity, implying that their existence could not be extinguished, yet it does not denote that they are impervious to being sealed, especially for gods like Persephone, who have lost their divine office and power. Her life now appeared as fragile as that of mortal beings. Narcissus's methods were particularly cruel. He did not seal Persephone directly. Instead, he imprisoned her body within the very plants that ensnared her. With each cycle of these plants flourishing and birthing new life, Persephone's form would likewise be fragmented, subjected to endless torment. Only a powerful deity could reclaim all the plants that had propagated after sealing her and subsequently wield divine power to restore her. Chapter 150. The journey to the underworld. Rita lies. You have unexpectedly ascended to divinity. For this unforeseen delight, I wish to present you with a modest gift. Narcissus strolled with Rita lies to the ancient temple of the vengeful goddess Persephone, and gazing upon the time-worn structure, he gently addressed her. Narcissus smiled faintly. Then with a gentle wave of his hand, the statue of Persephone before Ritalis transformed into his own likeness. That singular visage, accompanied by wings of a pale gray hue, was intricately carved with every detail vividly brought to life. The once dreary and ancient temple seemed to be rejuvenated in that very moment. Surrounding it were an array of vibrant flowers, each vying for attention under the sun, their petals adorned with dew that sparkled brilliantly in the light. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air. "Master." Ritalis stood beside Narcissus, silently observing him. "Ritalis, you have now ascended to the rank of a deity of vengeance, and you must remain vigilant towards the two sisters of Persephone." Narcissus turned his gaze towards Ritalis, his tone laced with seriousness. "I cannot predict whether they are aware of Persephone's current plight." As Narcissus's words faded, he took a measured step forward to bid farewell to Ritalis. "Understood, my master," Ritalis replied, gazing at the retreating figure of Narcissus. The figure of Narcissus gradually receded into the distance as Ritalis turned his head, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. His heart brimmed with fascination for the two sisters of Persephone. With a gentle flutter of his immense wings, he enveloped himself within their embrace. And soon the radiance emanating from the wings flickered, causing Reincarnated's silhouette to gradually vanish. As the luminosity dissipated, only a few feathers from his wings lingered in the air, cascading softly to the ground. Indeed, the Furies do not dwell permanently upon the earth. Their primary abode lies within the realm of the underworld, where they occasionally descend to the mortal plane. At this moment, Reincarnated had also ventured into the underworld, poised to confront his new challenge. Within the depths of the underworld, a deity long ensconced in slumber within a cavern subtly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of bewilderment. His ebony wings languidly unfurled from his back, their darkness as profound as the night sky, yet exuding an aura of dread. Curiosity sparkled in his gaze, for he had just sensed a divine power he had never encountered before. At that instant, his heart swelled with wonder. What deity dared to traverse so boldly within his dominion? Having departed from Reincarnated, Narcissus made his way back to the pond where his journey had first begun. The scene had transformed significantly since his arrival. The edges of the pond were now adorned with numerous daffodils, clustered together, their roots intertwining as they thrived in the water. Narcissus stood by the pond, silently gazing at the cluster of newly blossomed daffodils. Amidst the flowers, slender leaves and blooming petals swayed gently in the breeze, their white blossoms appearing particularly vibrant under the sunlight. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, uplifting the spirit. After a while, Narcissus turned and departed, for this place had changed significantly from the memories he once held. Narcissus leisurely wandered deep within the lush forest, his heart brimming with tranquility. He had gleaned ample knowledge of the affairs of Olympus from Hermes, and thus felt no urgency to hasten his journey there. At that moment, a burst of bright laughter suddenly echoed through the serene woods, shattering the stillness yet infusing the air with a vibrant vitality. Narcissus, intrigued by the presence hidden within the depths of the mountains, found himself irresistibly drawn toward the source of the enchanting sound. Before long, he discovered himself in a serene valley. There, he beheld a maiden with flowing chestnut locks, adorned in a flowing turquoise gown, intricately embroidered with delicate floral patterns that evoked a sense of refreshing natural beauty. The young girl was joyfully gathering blossoms in the valley, her laughter ringing out like the crystal-clear waters of a stream. "Who are you?" Upon noticing Narcissus, her laughter abruptly ceased, and a flicker of surprise crossed her anxious visage. Summoning her courage, she cautiously posed her inquiry. Chapter 151. The Encounter of Narcissus. "My name is Narcissus. It is a pleasure to meet you," he replied in an exceptionally warm tone, his gaze softening as he regarded the innocent girl before him. "Narcissus? Your name seems familiar. You truly possess remarkable beauty." The maiden appeared to realize that she had expressed her thoughts quite candidly, a blush suddenly gracing her cheeks. Her eyes widened as she added in a hushed tone, "I mean no other implication. It is merely that you are indeed very handsome." Upon hearing this, Narcissus smiled gently. "Thank you. You appear quite charming as well." "Indeed." The girl before him radiated an essence of innocent beauty, a vibrant aura that filled Narcissus with an overwhelming sense of comfort. "Ah, I remember now. My mother has mentioned you," the girl exclaimed with a sudden glimmer of delight, lifting the hem of her dress in an elegant curtsy. "I am Persephone, and it is a pleasure to meet you, Narcissus." "Persephone? And your mother is?" Narcissus inquired, curiosity piqued by her reference to her mother. "My mother is the goddess of harvest, Demeter," Persephone proudly declared, her admiration for her mother evident in her tone. "The goddess of harvest, Demeter?" Narcissus replied, slightly taken aback. He hadn't anticipated encountering the daughter of the goddess of harvest in this place. He had heard that Demeter cherished her daughter dearly, always striving to protect her from the gaze of other deities. "Persephone, what has your mother, the goddess Demeter, said about me?" Narcissus leaned slightly forward, his deep-set eyes fixed intently on the girl, his voice brimming with curiosity and anticipation, eager to learn her mother's opinion of him. "My mother has mentioned you. She said you are a deity of pure essence, devoid of malevolent thoughts," Persephone said, holding a freshly picked flower, savoring its beauty as she candidly relayed her mother's assessment. "She also said that if I were to meet you, we might become friends." Persephone's tone was refreshingly innocent. "Narcissus, I like you. I feel at ease in your presence." Her words flowed like a crystalline stream, cleansing the heart. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, as flawless as crystal, reflecting only sincerity and simplicity. Then, Persephone extended her hand, cradling a freshly woven garland made from the wildflowers she had just gathered, imbued with her heartfelt intentions. "This is for you, Narcissus," she said, her voice infused with anticipation and pure emotion. "Thank you, Persephone," Narcissus softly replied, accepting the garland with both hands and examining it briefly. He then gently placed the garland upon his head and chuckled. "Persephone, how do I look wearing this garland?" Persephone looked up, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Narcissus adorned with the garland. "Narcissus, you truly look splendid in this garland. The flowers seem to have found their rightful home upon your head, yet I believe you surpass these blossoms in beauty." Her words, like a gentle breeze, carried an untainted admiration. Persephone, engrossed in her flower-picking, suddenly furrowed her brow, a note of confusion escaping her lips. Narcissus, intrigued by Persephone's voice tinged with uncertainty, inquired, "What troubles you, Persephone?" "Narcissus, I have discovered a flower I have never seen before. I have not encountered it in this valley or even in my mother's garden." Persephone replied, her tone laced with curiosity. "A flower unseen before?" Narcissus's curiosity piqued as he followed her gaze towards the blossom. It was a flower resiliently blooming in the crevices of the rocks, embodying an indomitable spirit. "Persephone, this is a daffodil." Narcissus recognized the flower. Though perplexed by its growth amidst the barren stones, he could not deny its identity as a daffodil. Chapter 152. Hades. This flower, is it truly a daffodil? Persephone's voice brimmed with doubt and wonder, her gaze lingering on the unique bloom as if seeking answers. Tentatively, she extended her fingers, wary of disturbing the flower's tranquility, her movements deliberate and slow. Then, Persephone cautiously approached the blossom, captivated by its beauty. Her nose gently brushed against the petals as she inhaled deeply, its fragrance intoxicating. Her voice resonated with admiration and delight, her eyes shimmering with a profound appreciation for beauty. Subsequently, she reached out, poised to pluck this exquisite flower. However, at the very moment her fingers brushed the daffodil, as if the world held its breath, everything seemed to freeze. The once azure sky darkened abruptly, as if shrouded by dense clouds. The ground trembled violently, as if some unseen force was at play. From the thicket beneath Persephone's hand, tendrils of black mist began to emerge, spreading forth with an inexplicable aroma. Narcissus instantly grasped the situation. He promptly stepped forward, grasping the terrified Persephone and drawing her protectively behind him. His eyes were filled with vigilance and tension as he cautioned, "Persephone, be careful." Narcissus furrowed his brow deeply, his gaze alertly fixed upon the transformations unfolding before him. At that moment, the earth beneath them quaked violently, as if torn asunder by an unseen force. Deep fissures gaping like the maw of hell itself. From these crevices surged forth a thick, black mist, dense and oppressive, as though it sought to engulf the entire world. This ominous fog spread around them, shrouding the sky in a cloak of darkness. The chasm widened, threatening to rend the very fabric of existence. The earth's anguished howls reverberated through the air, striking a chord of terror in the hearts of all who heard. Yet, amid this chaos, a deep and resonant whinny pierced the atmosphere, clear and powerful. In an instant, four ebony steeds burst forth from the abyss, their noble heads held high. It was pounding with urgency, akin to phantoms fleeing from the depths of Hades. They drew forth a resplendent silver chariot, radiating light, as they surged through the black mist, approaching Narcissus and his companions. Upon the chariot stood a figure of imposing stature, exuding authority and solemnity. His skin was as pale as jade, starkly contrasting with the surrounding darkness. His hair, as black as the night, billowed in the wind, exuding an aura of enigmatic allure. Adorning his head was a black helmet, his countenance stern and unyielding, embodying the essence of the ruler of shadows. The gaze of this figure was profound and icy, as if capable of penetrating the very soul, rendering him impossible to behold directly. His eyes scanned the land, seemingly in search of something elusive. Narcissus held Persephone closely, his hand firmly gripping the translucent whip that emitted a faint glow in the darkness, akin to a vibrant ray of light illuminating the surroundings of Narcissus and his companions. Narcissus's gaze was filled with vigilance, and his voice, calm and resolute, addressed the shadow, inquiring, "Who are you, my lord, and what is your intention?" Narcissus felt a twinge of confusion as he sensed the formidable presence before him, an aura that seemed to belong solely to the divine. Yet, he also discerned that this being was not a deity of the earthly realm. The chilling and profound essence he exuded was characteristic only of the gods of the underworld. The deities of the underworld, guardians of death and the netherworld, wield immense and enigmatic power, yet they too are bound by the laws of this world. Upon the surface, their might is curtailed, and they cannot act at will. Narcissus gazed into the surrounding shroud of darkness, acutely aware that this was a tactic employed by his adversary to evade the constraints of the earth. This veil of shadow appeared as a barrier, encapsulating the powers of the Lord of the Underworld, enabling him to traverse the realm of the living with impunity. "I am Hades, the ruler of the Underworld," resonated a deep and formidable voice from the silver chariot, echoing as if it emerged from the very depths of hell, impossible to disregard. Hades' gaze fell upon Narcissus and Persephone, his eyes profound and penetrating, as if capable of discerning their innermost thoughts, instilling a sense of dread. "I have come for her. Please surrender her to me." He pointed a finger towards the astonished Persephone, his tone chilling and imperious, akin to an unassailable decree. The gaze of Narcissus oscillated between Hades and Persephone. He could sense the formidable power of the god of the underworld, surpassing that of all the deities he had ever encountered. However, he also comprehended that he could not allow Persephone to be taken by Hades without a fight. Narcissus clutched the whip tightly, every nerve in his body coiled with tension. He was acutely aware that his strength could not rival that of Hades. "I cannot allow you to take Persephone so easily. You must seek her consent," Narcissus declared with unwavering resolve. "You cannot obstruct me," Hades replied, his voice cold and his gaze as inscrutable as the abyss. Chapter 153. The purpose of Hades. What do you intend to do? Persephone's voice, though faint, resonated with determination. She clung to the hem of Narcissus's garment, her eyes brimming with defiance and courage. "My mother is Demeter, the goddess of harvest. Should you dare to harm me, she will not spare you." The aura of death emanating from Hades enveloped Persephone, a deity of life, inducing profound discomfort within her. Her body trembled incessantly, her pallor deepening, and her eyes betrayed an inescapable fear. "I harbor no intention of causing you harm." Hades' voice emerged from the swirling darkness, deep and resonant, imbued with a commanding authority that was impossible to resist. "I merely wish for you to be my wife, to share time with me in the underworld." Though his tone was frigid, it bore no palpable malice. It was laced with an irresistible command, rendering any protests or struggles against it utterly insignificant. The underworld required Persephone's strength to maintain its equilibrium, and regardless of her reluctance, he would take her to become the queen of the realm of the dead. "Absolutely not. You shall not have me. I will never marry you, and my mother Demeter will never allow it." Persephone's voice was filled with shock and resolve, completely unprepared for Hades' true intentions. Clutching Narcissus's garment tighter, she sought a semblance of support. The oppressive presence of Hades loomed over her like an insurmountable mountain, rendering her breathless. Narcissus gripped the whip tightly in his hand and spoke in a calm voice. "Your Highness Hades, as the sovereign of the underworld, you possess unparalleled power and authority. Yet, is it not incongruous for you to bully an innocent maiden? I have warned you that you cannot deter me." Hades responded to Narcissus with an unmistakable tone of authority. In the presence of Hades, whose formidable aura exerted immense pressure on Narcissus, the latter could have easily stepped aside and allowed Hades to take Persephone, thereby avoiding conflict. However, Narcissus was the type of individual who would go to great lengths to protect those he cared for. Although his acquaintance with Persephone had been brief, her aura of innocence captivated him deeply. He could not remain indifferent, passively watching as Hades forcibly removed her. The concept of self-preservation lost its significance in that moment, for Narcissus had never altered his nature during his time in this world. "I will not allow you to take Persephone so easily." Narcissus's voice, though calm, was resolute, and he did not retreat in the face of Hades' imposing presence. Hades scrutinized Narcissus, his eyes glinting with a merciless coldness, as he unleashed his formidable power upon Narcissus, seemingly testing his resolve. Despite the overwhelming aura of the Lord of the Underworld, Narcissus stood firm, clutching the divine artifact before Persephone. Observing this determination in Narcissus, Hades felt no anger. Instead, a slight smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of admiration. "Well done, Narcissus, I commend your bravery." Hades' deep and resonant voice echoed through the dark mist. "However, whether you can thwart me does not depend on your courage, but rather on your strength." As the last word left his lips, he swung his hand abruptly, unleashing a torrent of intense black energy from his palm, hurtling swiftly towards Narcissus. This force was powerful and ferocious, as if intent on obliterating anything that dared to stand in its path. Narcissus tightly embraced Persephone, a powerful divine energy surging from his being. The flora, which had withered in the wake of Hades' arrival, instantaneously thrived as if infused with vitality, rapidly forming a barrier of life before Narcissus, shielding him from the onslaught of the dark energy. Yet, in the presence of this malevolent force, the vibrant plants were incessantly corroded and dissolved, emitting a dazzling glow and crackling sounds. On Olympus, far removed from this valley, Demeter, the goddess of harvest, abruptly rose from her magnificent throne. Her gaze brimmed with astonishment and urgency, disregarding the sudden attention directed towards her. All that occupied her mind was the chilling realization that her daughter, Persephone, had seemingly vanished from the earthly realm. The black fog unleashed by Hades severed the connection between Demeter and her beloved daughter. In that moment, Demeter's heart raced, threatening to leap from her chest, her hands gripping the edges of her throne tightly. Fear enveloped her. She could scarcely fathom the peril her daughter might face. All she yearned for was to return to Persephone's side and ascertain her well-being. Time was of the essence. She could not afford to acknowledge the astonished gazes around her, nor could she explain her actions. Her singular thought was to find her daughter, to protect her, and to ensure her safety. Thus, Demeter swiftly turned and departed from Olympus, racing towards the valley. Her figure traced an arc through the air, vanishing before the eyes of the other deities. Chapter 154. Joyful journey in the underworld. An owl burst forth from the black mist, its wings carving an elegant arc in the air before landing steadily upon Hades' chariot. Its eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light, emitting a few deep, hoarse calls, as if conveying some significant message. Upon hearing the owl's cry, Hades' expression subtly shifted. A fleeting wave of emotion crossed his typically indifferent gaze, and then he addressed Narcissus and the others, stating, "I no longer have time to indulge you." With a sweeping motion of his arm, a vast expanse of black mist responded to his command, surging forth like an army, rushing toward Narcissus and Persephone. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Narcissus immediately summoned his divine powers, causing the surrounding flora to burgeon and entwine, enveloping both himself and Persephone in a protective embrace. However, confronted with the formidable darkness emanating from Hades, the verdant shield seemed woefully inadequate against the onslaught of the black mist. The plants encircling Narcissus and Persephone were swiftly uprooted by the overwhelming might of the shadow, swept away like autumn leaves in a tempest towards the lord of the underworld. Hades, observing the entrapment of Narcissus and Persephone behind his chariot, spoke with an indifferent tone, declaring that there was no escape for Narcissus. Since he refused to depart, you shall accompany Persephone into my realm of the dead. No sooner had he uttered these words than his chariot, resembling a specter, traversed the fissures of the earth, vanishing into the depths of darkness. The disappearance of the chariot seemed to carry away all shadows and turmoil, as the earth's cracks sealed and the black mist dissipated, restoring tranquility to the surroundings, as if nothing had transpired. Even the plants, under Hades' divine influence, were forcibly returned to their original state, making the place appear untouched by calamity. Shortly after Hades' figure slipped into the crevice of the earth, the goddess of harvest, Demeter, hurriedly arrived. Her form danced like autumn leaves, tracing an elegant arc through the air before landing gracefully in the valley. Demeter surveyed her surroundings, desperately seeking the presence of her daughter, Persephone. Yet, no matter how fervently she searched, Persephone remained elusive, attempting to sense her daughter's essence. Demeter was struck with terror as she realized that Persephone's aura had seemingly vanished from this world. This revelation plunged her into a deep panic. The usually gentle Demeter could no longer maintain her composure. Anger and fear blazed within her heart like an inferno. Her eyes flickered with fury, her voice laced with a mixture of wrath and anxiety. "Persephone, my daughter, where are you? Who has dared to take her from me?" Her cries echoed throughout the valley, her rage igniting the very air, exerting an invisible pressure upon the flora, which began to wither and decay, resonating with the goddess's anguish. Meanwhile, Narcissus, taken by Hades, found himself engulfed in an abyss of darkness, as if swallowed by an endless void. Then, a faint glimmer of light quietly pierced through the blackness, akin to a solitary star illuminating the night sky, revealing Narcissus's surroundings. It soon dawned upon him that the environment had undergone a radical transformation. The air was thick with silence and desolation, as if all life had abandoned this place. The ground lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of vegetation, save for scattered remnants of decayed trees and bones. Narcissus gazed upward, where a pale moon hung in the sky. Although it lacked the fervor of sunlight, it cast a tranquil glow upon this somber world. The moonlight enveloped him, casting a long shadow in its wake. All of this signified to Narcissus that they had arrived in the realm of the dead. The oppressive rules of the underworld weighed heavily upon him. He could sense the pervasive aura of death in the air, a miasma that gnawed at his body, inducing waves of chill and pain. He could not restrain the urge to summon the divine power within himself in an effort to combat this deathly essence, yet he discovered, to his dismay, that it seemed to possess a life of its own, voraciously consuming his divine energy. Beside Narcissus, Persephone's plight was far more dire. Her complexion had turned ashen, and her eyes brimmed with fear and despair. Frost clung to the tips of her hair and her eyebrows. Her body trembled incessantly, appearing exceedingly frail, as if she might succumb to an eternal slumber at any moment. "Persephone, are you all right?" Narcissus exclaimed upon witnessing her condition, hastily channeling some of his divine energy towards her in an attempt to warm her chilled form. "Nar. Narcissus," Persephone's voice was faint and quivering. Her gaze met his with a mixture of gratitude and trepidation. Tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill over, yet she valiantly fought to contain them. Chapter 155, The Weeping River. Cocytus observing the helpless and sorrowful expression on Persephone's face, Narcissus found himself at a loss for words of comfort. Simultaneously, he felt the overwhelming pressure that the underworld imposed on the deities of the earth. It was as if his divine power were being devoured by a ravenous beast, rapidly depleting. The restoration of his divine energy, which should have been a natural process, now seemed frozen, agonizingly slow. Each bit of recovery demanded immense effort, adding a considerable burden upon him. "My apologies, I had forgotten," intoned Hades, the ruler of the underworld, who drove the chariot ahead. Though his voice bore a hint of regret, it was still laced with indifference and arrogance. Having dwelled in the underworld for eons, he had entirely acclimated to its environment. The passage of time having dulled his memory of Narcissus and Persephone's inability to adapt to such a realm. His gaze swept over their pallid and weary faces, revealing a flicker of complex emotion. Thus, he swiftly waved his hand, and a mysterious black mist emanated from it, gradually enveloping Narcissus and Persephone. This enigmatic haze served as a protective barrier, isolating them from the oppressive essence of the underworld, dissipating the sense of dread and cold that had pervaded the atmosphere. Narcissus felt the oppressive aura of the underworld recede, and his body no longer endured such discomfort. The gaze of Narcissus swept across the barren expanse of the underworld, where, despite its desolation, a semblance of life persisted. Amidst this seemingly lifeless terrain, peculiar flora thrived, each exhibiting unique and bizarre forms. Some resembled contorted skeletons. Others appeared as the gaping mouths of nightmares, while yet others took on the grotesque semblance of diseased muscle. These plants imbued the silent land with an eerie vitality. In addition to these strange botanical specimens, Narcissus beheld an array of odd creatures. Their forms varied widely. Some resembled skeletons, others ghostly apparitions, and still others embodied the essence of nightmares, struggling to survive in the underworld's harsh domain. The presence of these beings rendered the seemingly quiet realm of the underworld even more uncanny and terrifying. As the chariot of Hades thundered forth, a vast, turbulent river emerged before Narcissus. This was a surging torrent, its waters a deep, ominous black, roiling with numerous whirlpools and waves. Narcissus discovered numerous struggling figures in the water, their faces etched with terror and despair, their cries echoing through the underworld, sending a chill through one's heart. Just as Narcissus sought to observe intently, Hades, the lord of the underworld, who was steering the chariot, spoke, urging him not to gaze below. His voice was laden with foreboding. Beside him, Persephone, equally fixated on the river, felt a sudden wave of dizziness from her prolonged stare, her heart overwhelmed by an intense compulsion, as if some unseen force was luring her to leap into the water. "Persephone, are you all right?" Narcissus inquired, noticing her pallid complexion, and he quickly assisted her in sitting down. She grasped the chariot's armrest, her face still ashen, her eyes filled with anxiety and dread. After a brief moment, she replied, "I am fine now." Yet, despite her assertion, she dared not glance down at the river again. The water held an inexplicable allure, as if something beckoned her, compelling her to jump in. This was the river Cocytus, the river of lamentation, where the souls below were often trapped due to their living relatives and friends neglecting to perform their funerary rites or failing to place coins in their pockets. leaving them without the means to pay Charon, the ferryman of the Acheron. Consequently, they were unable to receive Charon's aid to cross the river and enter the true underworld, forced instead to weep in the Cocytus until the waters had washed away all traces of their earthly existence. Hades' voice resonated in the air of the underworld, sounding even more somber and indifferent. It seemed he was either elucidating the situation to Narcissus and Persephone or merely conversing with himself, his words devoid of any compassion. As Narcissus listened to the explanation provided by Hades, the lord of the underworld, a wave of incredulity washed over him. He gazed upon the souls weeping in the river Cocytus, their expressions etched with profound anguish and despair. Persephone, upon hearing this, was equally stricken with terror. She clutched the armrests of the chariot tightly, as if seeking a glimmer of solace. She had never fathomed that the realm beyond death could be so horrifying. Would those souls truly be ensnared there until the waters washed away every trace of their earthly existence? Persephone inquired softly, her voice trembling with trepidation. Yet, it was not their fault to be forgotten by their loved ones. Hades offered no reply. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Persephone before shifting his gaze forward, guiding the chariot onward. Such are the decrees of the underworld. Since their friends and family have forsaken them, they too are not obliged to remember those who once mattered. Should they find this anguish unbearable, their souls will dissolve within the waters, erased from existence. Hades' voice was heavy and merciless. With that, he fell into a profound silence, as if his words had been consumed by the desolation of the underworld. Chapter 156, Arrival at the Temple of Hades. Narcissus sat upon the chariot of Hades, having departed from the mournful banks of the Cocytus River. After an indeterminate duration of traversal, a grand and solemn temple emerged before him. This sanctuary was beyond description, surpassing even the most resplendent temple he had ever encountered, the Temple of Helios, the sun god. The entire edifice was constructed of gold and silver, adorned with an array of gems and jade, each stone gleaming with an enigmatic radiance. The towering spires, exquisite reliefs, and majestic domes exuded an aura of ancient mystery. Upon closer inspection, the walls of the temple were intricately carved with vivid scenes from mythological tales, appearing so lifelike that they seemed poised to leap forth from the stone. Each embellishment reflected remarkable craftsmanship and extraordinary artistic sensibility, bestowing upon the viewer an almost suffocating beauty. Yet, in stark contrast to this opulent faade, an atmosphere of detachment and solemnity enveloped the temple. There were no sounds of laughter, no bustling crowds, only silence and gravity. Narcissus seemed to perceive the profound power concealed behind the temple, harmonizing with the ambience of the underworld, exuding an irresistible majesty. The grand entrance of the temple stood resolutely closed, guarded by two soldiers clad in black armor, their spears firmly held, unyielding in their vigilance, resembling statues. After King Hades brought his chariot to a smooth halt, he gently turned his head, his gaze fixed upon Narcissus and Persephone seated beside him. His calm eyes appeared to penetrate the very depths of one's soul as he quietly announced, "This is my temple. The place you are about to enter shall serve as your abode for a while." Leading them to an imposing doorway, Hades gestured towards the magnificent carvings adorning the door, depicting exquisite flora and fauna, some fierce, some delicate, some wild, and others serene, each vividly narrating their own tale of existence. "This is Elysium, a sanctuary from the encroaching shadows of death, where you shall temporarily reside. Once inside, you will be attended to." His voice resonated like an echo in a deep valley, cold and hollow, reverberating through the air. "Until Persephone consents to become my wife," he added, his tone unwavering and resolute, as if foretelling an inevitable future. His gaze never departing from Persephone. Standing before the grand entrance, Hades delicately extended his hand, fingers gliding over the cold, hard surface of the door. With a gentle exertion, the door slowly yielded to his push. Before Narcissus and the others lay a resplendent, massive blue crystal, shimmering like a fragment of the ocean, rippling invitingly yet transparent enough to reveal its interior. Just as Hades turned to depart, Persephone's voice pierced the air. "I will never marry you." Upon hearing Persephone's resolute declaration, Hades did not respond immediately. A deep flame flickered within his eyes as he gazed intently at her, as if seeking to penetrate her resolve. After a brief silence, Hades spoke slowly, "You will agree." With that, he swept away, his robes billowing as he departed with firm strides. leaving behind his words lingering in the air, like a prophecy from the abyss, impossible to disregard. "I'm sorry, Narcissus. I couldn't hold back," Persephone said, her voice tinged with shyness as she addressed him. Her eyes reflected a profound regret, as if fearing her actions had troubled Narcissus. It turned out that when captured by King Hades, Narcissus had secretly conveyed to Persephone the necessity of remaining calm, and they had patiently awaited an opportunity to escape. Chapter 157. Elysium. It's all right. Let us enter swiftly. After Hades' departure, the shroud of darkness enveloping them dissipated. Once more, Narcissus is engulfed by the oppressive atmosphere of the underworld, a sensation that gnaws at his very essence. "Very well," Persephone responds with a nod, as she rubs her arms, which have grown so cold that they verge on numbness. Yet, it is not merely the chill she feels. It is accompanied by an indescribable shiver that courses through her. Narcissus guided her forward towards the magnificent blue crystal. Upon their touch, the surface of the crystal rippled like the serene surface of a lake disturbed by a stone, shimmering with an enchanting and mysterious light. As they traversed through the colossal crystal, the sight that greeted Narcissus was astonishing. Before him lay a realm starkly contrasting with the usual somber darkness of the underworld. The Elysian fields were enveloped in abundance and tranquility. A sweeping vista revealed lush green meadows, adorned with flourishing flora, vibrant flowers blossoming in a kaleidoscope of colors across the endless grasslands, while multicolored butterflies danced gracefully among the blossoms, releasing a delicate fragrance. The sky was a transparent azure, with sunlight filtering through sparse white clouds, illuminating the earth and rendering it even brighter, the light caressing every leaf, imparting a sense of warmth and comfort. In the distance, small hills were scattered like pearls throughout the landscape, each crowned with clusters of verdant trees, standing sentinel over this paradise. Further away, a wide river flowed serenely, crystal clear, where small fish frolicked joyfully, and nearby, willow trees gracefully drooped, their slender tendrils swaying gently in the breeze. Narcissus gazed upon the scene before him, his heart brimming with astonishment. This place resembled a utopia, flawlessly crafted, where everything appeared to be in perfect harmony and tranquility, as if it were a mysterious realm isolated from the world. Like a sudden entry into a paradise, Persephone beheld the landscape before her, her face lighting up with innocent delight. She removed her shoes, holding them in her hands, and could not resist the urge to run across the lush green meadow. Persephone's long, brown hair shimmered in the sunlight, and her laughter flowed like a crystalline stream, infusing this serene paradise with a touch of vitality. However, despite the breathtaking beauty of this Eden, Narcissus felt no ease within himself. He looked up at the sky, which was a brilliant azure, bathed in radiant sunlight. Yet he could not discern the presence of the sun. Everything appeared idyllic, yet an unsettling strangeness lurked beneath the surface, leaving him in a state of disquiet. Narcissus knelt down and reached out to caress the lush green grass beneath him. The vivid colors and soft textures enveloped him. Yet the vitality of the grass seemed to have vanished, leaving Narcissus in a state of perplexity. The call of Persephone interrupted his contemplation. "Narcissus, come here. There is a house over this way." Persephone stood on the hillside, beckoning to him with a graceful wave. As he approached, he gazed through her outstretched fingers and beheld the dwellings, farmlands, and pastures below the slope. The scene unfolded like a harmonious pastoral painting. Quaint houses, golden waves of wheat swaying in the breeze, and tranquil flocks of sheep grazing peacefully. Busy figures traversed the pathways of the fields, engaged in harvesting, sowing, or herding, epitomizing a life of carefree pastoral bliss. At that moment, a throng of ethereal beings, their wings stirring the gentle zephyrs, ascended from the valley below, clad in diaphanous garments. They glimmered with a faint luminescence, as if hailing from a realm of dreams. The sprites encircled Narcissus and Persephone, bowing politely in greeting. "Noble guests," one of the sprites spoke with a melodious voice, "Hades has instructed us to guide you to your abode. Please, follow us." With gossamer wings fluttering, the sprites led Narcissus and Persephone along the winding path deeper into paradise, where flowers and trees swayed in the wind, seemingly welcoming the new arrivals. At the heart of the paradise stood a magnificent castle, its opulent exterior radiating splendor, yet evoking an unsettling sensation within Narcissus. Vines adorned with blossoms clambered up the walls, while verdant meadows and floriferous gardens enveloped the castle. As they drew closer, Narcissus sensed an absence of true vitality among the once vibrant flowers and plants, imparting a feeling of eerie stillness. The castle's interior boasted lavish and exquisite decor. At the end of the corridor, a faint, ethereal sound occasionally echoed, as if something lay imprisoned within. Every piece of furniture and decoration was breathtakingly perfect, yet devoid of the warmth and imperfections of the earth. Narcissus followed the elf through the castle, occasionally glancing back to scrutinize various details, as his intuition suggested that all was not as it seemed. He sensed an atmosphere that was distinctly different, a mysterious force pulsating beneath the resplendent facade. Persephone, however, appeared oblivious to these nuances. Her gaze was solely fixed on the garden's beauty and the castle's opulence, deeming the surroundings extraordinarily lovely. Chapter 158. The Illusory Elysium in a Remote Cavern of the Underworld. Ritalis emerged slowly from the shadows. A natural wariness flickered in his eyes, as if he were perpetually poised to confront any imminent peril. The air of the underworld was thick with an oppressive stillness, each breath laden with a profound sense of weight. The vegetation on the ground was sparse and predominantly grotesque, with each organism appearing twisted and fearsome. Upon his arrival in the underworld, Ritalis, initially exhilarated by his ascension to divinity, exhibited a somewhat reckless demeanor. However, he soon discerned the stark contrasts between the underworld and the earthly realm, recognizing it as fraught with peril. Here, an array of bizarre creatures coexisted alongside formidable deities, many of whom possessed eccentric temperaments, compelling him to remain ever vigilant and abandon his earlier bravado. In the underworld, he dared not let his guard down, for every corner might conceal a lurking danger, with a monster or deity potentially springing forth from some hidden crevice. Not long ago, however, he sensed the presence of his master, Narcissus, in the underworld, igniting a surge of excitement within him, despite his uncertainty regarding his master's motives for venturing into this realm. Nevertheless, he promptly exited his dwelling, resolute in his quest to locate his master. Narcissus lingered in the Elysian fields for several days. However, as time passed, he increasingly perceived this place as peculiarly extraordinary. Every vista, each tree, every blossom, and even the minutest leaf imparted an impression of excessive uniformity and perfection, as if they were meticulously crafted, delineated into an exquisite tapestry. Yet, these flora and trees were tangible, devoid of any semblance of artifice, which left Narcissus enveloped in perplexity. "Narcissus, are you venturing out again today?" Persephone inquired upon noticing him preparing to depart. Narcissus nodded. Each day, he would leave the castle to survey the surroundings, often accompanied by Persephone. However, her interest in the novelties of the paradise seemed to wane gradually, leading her to express her reluctance to venture outside today. "Very well. I shall go alone today. Remain here, and be sure not to wander off," Narcissus advised. Persephone nodded, indicating her intention to stay within the castle, and then curiously inquired, "Narcissus, the scenery is always the same, and the villagers engage in the same activities and conversations every day. What is it that still captivates you in such a place?" Upon hearing this, Narcissus was taken aback, as if he had suddenly realized something he had overlooked. He inquired, "Are you certain that the villagers engage in the same activities and utter the same words each day?" Persephone responded with unwavering certainty, "Indeed. I have been wandering through the village these past few days, frequently encountering an elderly gentleman. Strangely enough, we meet at the same spot every day, and the words he speaks remain unchanged." Narcissus, upon hearing Persephone's words, resolved to verify the truth personally. Indeed, he discovered that the old gentleman spoke the same words at the same place every day. This revelation sent a tremor through his heart, as if he had suddenly attained clarity. It dawned upon him that everything was an illusion. With a complex gaze, Narcissus surveyed the seemingly mundane landscape around him, realizing why he had failed to perceive the life force emanating from the flora. This filled him with profound uncertainty. What, exactly, was this so-called Elysium? At that moment, Narcissus sensed the presence of Ritalis, which took him by surprise. In the underworld, the myriad of mysterious auras intertwined, making it challenging to discern Ritalis' existence. He had previously attempted to summon Ritalis with divine power, but those forces dissipated swiftly amidst the underworld's atmosphere. Yet today, he distinctly felt Ritalis' essence, indicating that he must be nearby. Resolving to seek Ritalis first, Narcissus set forth. Meanwhile, Ritalis stood before a colossal door, his gaze fixed upon the blue crystal beyond it. He perceived that the essence of Narcissus emanated from this very crystal. Why would his master be here? Ritalis pondered briefly but did not linger on the thought. He resolutely stepped through the massive entrance, advancing towards the blue crystal. The crystal shimmered like the surface of water, rippling gently as Retalash effortlessly traversed its threshold. In an instant, he felt swept into a wondrous temporal tunnel, the scenery around him spinning rapidly, while he sensed himself moving swiftly. When equilibrium returned, Retalash found himself in a wholly new realm. Chapter 159, The Winter on Earth. Master. Shortly after entering Elysium, Retalash caught sight of Narcissus. He hastened forward, dropping to one knee before his master, his eyes brimming with excitement. Narcissus, how did you come to be here? Narcissus inquired, surprised at the sight of Retalash kneeling before him, even as he sensed his presence. I felt your essence, my master, and followed it here, Retalash replied, his face reflecting deep respect. Curiously, he asked, Master, why are you in the underworld? This matter is complicated, Retalash. We wish to leave this place. Can you help us isolate the deathly aura of the underworld? Narcissus shifted the conversation, seeking assistance. Isolate the deathly aura? Master, that is not an issue, Retalash affirmed resolutely. Now a deity of the underworld. But we? Are you not here alone, my master? He inquired with curiosity. The daughter of Demeter, the goddess of harvest, Persephone, was brought to the underworld alongside me by Hades. Narcissus explained to Retalash, the lord of the underworld, we must depart swiftly, or soon the king of the underworld will discover my presence here. Upon hearing that the king of the underworld had brought his master, Retalash instantly grasped the gravity of the situation and spoke urgently. Very well. Narcissus, understanding the urgency, immediately rose to seek Persephone, preparing to leave without delay. Meanwhile, Persephone, left alone in the castle, soon grew weary and inquired of the attendant sprite, is there anything entertaining within this castle? The sprite, momentarily taken aback, opened his mouth to speak, hesitated, then returned to a composed demeanor, stating, in the garden beside the castle, there lies a beautiful spot with a magnificent fruit tree. A fruit tree? A spark of excitement illuminated Persephone's eyes. As a lover of all plants, her curiosity was piqued, and she eagerly asked, could you take me to see it? Of course, esteemed guest, the sprite responded with utmost respect, readily agreeing to her request. He guided Persephone out of the castle and into the adjoining garden. Upon the vast expanse of the earth, Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, was engulfed in profound sorrow due to the disappearance of her beloved daughter, Persephone. The anxiety and worry in her heart blazed like an unquenchable fire, consuming her from within. Driven by urgency and trepidation, she searched the earth with swift strides, leaving behind traces of her desperation and grief in every corner. As the goddess of harvest, Demeter's emotions were mysteriously intertwined with the land. Her sorrow and anxiety swept across the earth like a fierce winter wind, transforming the once vibrant land into a desolate and barren wasteland. Countless crops withered and decayed, golden fields lost their luster, and orchards no longer bore their rosy fruits. Humanity gazed in horror as their hard-earned crops perished, their hearts filled with dread and despair for the future. During this tumultuous period, Demeter sought assistance from the gods residing on Mount Olympus, hoping they might aid in the search for her daughter. Yet, even the deities of Olympus could not provide her with a satisfactory answer. In deep anguish, the goddess cried out to the silent earth, O merciless land! I have blessed you with fertility, adorned you with verdant grass and blossoms, and embellished you with bountiful fruits. Yet you turn a blind eye to the plight of my beloved daughter. You no longer deserve my gifts. In her profound despair, Demeter resolved to relinquish her responsibilities of harvest. She cast aside her duties, transforming into a wanderer engulfed in sorrow, roaming the earth in search of her cherished daughter's whereabouts. It is precisely due to her despondency and despair that the earth has become increasingly desolate and frigid, resembling a lifeless wasteland. The scarcity of sustenance and the spread of disease have ensnared the populace in a dual torment of hunger and illness, akin to traversing an interminable winter. Within this protracted winter, the biting winds howl, and the sky appears somber and gray. The once cerulean heavens are now shrouded in gloom, with sunlight unable to penetrate the dense layers of clouds. White snowflakes cascade from the sky, drifting down to blanket the cold ground, encasing the world in ice. Beneath this vast expanse of white, silence reigns supreme. In this endless winter, the people can only tremble in the chill. Witnessing the once vibrant world transform into a frigid wilderness, their spirits steeped in despair. The flora withers, the once thriving forests have become cold iron walls, and the lively creatures vanish into the cold, leaving only silence and solitude. The goddess of the harvest, Demeter, bears a visage laden with crystalline ice as she wanders among mortals, searching for her daughter. Yet, regardless of her fervent searching, she finds no trace of her child. As Demeter's anguish and anxiety permeate the earth, a series of new divine roles begin to emerge. However, her heart remains consumed with worry and longing for her daughter, rendering her oblivious to these nascent divine appointments. She neither embraces nor governs these roles, causing them to dissipate into the ethereal void, awaiting the birth of new deities. Chapter 160. The insolent handmaiden bathed in gentle sunlight. Persephone traverses a garden in full bloom, following a sprite, her gaze falling upon a nearby hillside adorned with a lush fruit tree. Yet, at the base of the hill, an exquisite wrought iron fence surrounds it, thickly covered in thorns. Sharp and foreboding. May I approach? Persephone inquires curiously, peering through the locked iron gate at the guiding sprite. The sprite nods amiably, its voice as clear as a mountain spring. Of course, esteemed guest. It prepares to unlock the gate. However, a shrill female voice pierces the air from afar, interrupting them. Halt. What are you doing? The tone is laden with coldness and admonition. Accompanying the voice, a woman clad in a flowing white gown, adorned only with simple embellishments, steps into view. Her gait is vigorous, and her demeanor exudes arrogance. The newcomer scans Persephone with blatant rudeness, her gaze sharp and a sneer curling at the corners of her mouth. You are Persephone, are you not? And you are? Persephone responds, her tone edged with discomfort at the woman's acerbic scrutiny. I am Minna, the nymph of the marshes, she retorts, lifting her elegant neck with haughty poise, her voice icy. I am a handmaiden of Hades, the lord of the underworld. In response to Mint's disdainful attitude, Persephone merely offers a perfunctory "Oh." Turning to the sprite, she queries with uncertainty, am I truly permitted to enter this orchard? Indeed, esteemed guest, comes the sprite's reassuring reply. The fairy responded affirmatively once more, then opened the iron gate. Persephone, upon seeing the door ajar, did not hesitate and prepared to step forward. Suddenly, Minna grasped her hand tightly and coldly addressed the fairy. Fairy, this is the realm of the underworld, and entry requires the king's command. How dare you take such liberties? Mint's gaze pierced through Persephone like a blade, her heart brimming with envy. She had long believed she would ascend to the role of queen of the underworld, only to be blindsided by Hades' decision to claim Persephone from the earth. Now, the entire underworld buzzed with the news of Hades' intention to wed Persephone, igniting her fury. You are hurting me. Release me at once. Persephone's voice was laced with displeasure as she struggled to free her hand from Mint's grasp. The king has permitted this esteemed guest to visit the orchard. The fairy's gentle voice revealed a hint of resolve. However, Minna scoffed, no, I refuse to believe this deceitful fairy. Jealousy burned fiercely in her bright eyes. This orchard was a place even she had not been granted entry by the king. Since Persephone's arrival in the underworld, Minna had proclaimed her own beauty and nobility surpassed that of Persephone, confident that Hades would eventually return to her. She had even boasted of banishing Persephone, yet now, upon learning that the king allowed Persephone into the orchard, her jealousy raged like a wildfire, her grip on Persephone unwavering. You seek your own demise. You are but a water nymph. How dare you show such disrespect to a deity? Who gave you the audacity? Persephone, usually gentle, could no longer tolerate Mint's rudeness as she clung to her hand. Anger surged within the goddess. The earthy divine power coursed through Persephone's other hand, and with a swift motion, she unleashed her strength upon Minna. A piercing wail escaped Minna, reminiscent of a withered leaf swaying in the autumn wind, vanishing into a pile of silent ashes. Humph! Persephone cast a cold glance at the ashes, her gaze akin to a stone cast into an unfathomable abyss, burying Mint's existence deep beneath. Then, with no lingering sentiment, she turned away and stepped into the vibrant orchard. The sprite guiding Persephone's path, however, cast a quiet gaze upon the ashes of Minna, a flicker of complex and elusive light crossing its depths. At the moment Persephone entered the orchard, a tender green mint sprouted quietly from the ashes of Minna, its vitality seemingly proclaiming the resilience and indomitable spirit of life to the world. Chapter 161. The pomegranate tree. Persephone gracefully entered the orchard, meandering along the winding path that ascended the hillside. She soon discovered that at the summit stood a magnificent pomegranate tree. Bathed in the radiant sunlight, the tree appeared even more robust and elegant. Its emerald leaves interspersed with countless red fruits that sparkled like resplendent rubies, dazzling in their brilliance. How beautiful this pomegranate is! Gazing at the fruit before her, a faint smile of admiration crept onto Persephone's lips. However, despite the pomegranate's captivating hues, she remained passive, merely standing by and admiring the tree's beauty. For her, although the fruits were enticing, they did not compel her to lower herself to pluck them. Her heart was far more enamored with the fragrances of various blossoms. Moreover, having heard that this tree was favored by the Lord of the underworld, Persephone felt an even stronger aversion to harvesting its fruit. She wished to have no ties to him. Let us return. After surveying the surroundings, Persephone felt a sense of ennui with the orchard scenery, and thus she addressed the sprite that had led her here. Just then, the guiding sprite flitted up to a branch, deftly plucking a ripe pomegranate from the treetop and presenting it to Persephone. "Esteemed guest, would you care to taste this pomegranate?" The sprite fluttered its wings, holding the fruit aloft before Persephone. "Not at all." Persephone politely declined the sprite's kindness, observing the pomegranate in its hand but refraining from taking it. "I heard that this tree is beloved by the Lord of the underworld. I am not accustomed to coveting what others cherish." With a wave of her hand, she attempted to return the pomegranate to the treetop. Upon hearing this, the sprite's eyes shimmered, and then it said to Persephone, "Perhaps you should take a closer look at this pomegranate." The sprite flapped its wings, releasing nearly invisible grayish-white dust that gently settled upon the pomegranate in its grasp, rendering it even more alluring. Listening to the sprite's words, Persephone instinctively gazed at the pomegranate, her gaze becoming distant, as if ensnared by an unknown force. How exquisite this pomegranate is! Persephone's hand slowly reached out, her eyes dreamy as she attempted to take the fruit from the sprite. Her fingers, illuminated by the sunlight, appeared exceptionally fair, reflecting a gentle glow. "Yes, esteemed guest, see how enticing this pomegranate is. Do you not wish to taste it?" The voice of the sprite whispered temptingly in Persephone's ear. As she gazed at the pomegranate before her, an overwhelming desire surged within her, compelling her to taste its fruit. Holding the pomegranate delicately, she began to pry it open, yearning to extract its seeds. "Persephone, do not eat," echoed a voice just as a crystalline whip snatched the pomegranate from her grasp. Narcissus, having returned to the castle with Rita, initially intended to escort Persephone away from this place. To his dismay, he discovered she was not within the castle. When he eventually found her, she stood there, dazed, clutching a pomegranate, her expression betraying her longing to consume it. Instinctively sensing something amiss, Narcissus intervened to prevent Persephone from indulging. At the moment Narcissus's whip ensnared the pomegranate, a sudden clarity washed over Persephone. All her confusion and uncertainty dissipated in an instant. The pomegranate in her hand was drawn away by an unseen force, swiftly departing her palm. It spun in the sunlight, radiating brilliant light before landing in Narcissus's hand. The events unfolded so rapidly that Persephone had no time to react, and her hands were left empty. "Persephone, are you all right?" Narcissus inquired as he approached her. Yet, Persephone did not respond. Instead, her gaze shifted to the sprite, her eyes burning with fury akin to molten lava, glistening dangerously in the sunlight, as if she wished to incinerate the sprite before her. "Damn it! What have you done to me?" Her voice, sharp as a frostbitten blade, pierced the air as she confronted the sprite, her pupils ablaze with defiance. "Curse you! You have disrupted the master's plan." The sprite shrieked in frustration, witnessing the pomegranate fall into Narcissus's possession. Enraged, he flapped his wings and screamed at Narcissus. Chapter 162, The Anomaly Plan? What plan? Persephone's gaze turned steely, and her hands radiated divine light, as though an invisible giant hand seized the sprite, binding him tightly. "I will not divulge it," he cried, trembling in fear, his wings drooping helplessly as he shouted at Persephone. Narcissus's gaze fell upon the pomegranate in his hand, and he discerned within it a complex energy, one that embodied both the exuberance of life and the chilling embrace of death. "Master, should you consume this pomegranate, it may compel you to remain in the underworld." Ritalis's voice resonated like a chilling breeze, instilling an immediate sense of foreboding. "This is a fruit fit for the god of the underworld. Should the deities of the earth partake of it, their divinity would be corroded by the deathly essence it harbors. Should one choose not to linger in the underworld, the necrotic influence would only deepen its insidious grip. If one were to persist on the earthly plane, it is likely that even the gods would ultimately succumb to the full extent of this deathly erosion, destined to descend into the abyss of the underworld." Narcissus cast a profound glance at the pomegranate, sensing that it was a cunning ploy devised by Hades to ensnare Persephone. He then turned to Persephone and said, "Persephone, I believe we must depart from this place swiftly." "Very well," Persephone replied, discarding the sprite as though it were mere refuse. She glanced at the sprite, whose wings she had broken, and remarked, "I shall spare you this time." Yet, the ungrateful sprite, watching their departing figures, shrieked, "You cannot escape. The earth goddess will not let you go." As soon as his words fell, Narcissus felt a shift in the atmosphere. The once azure sky of the Elysian fields darkened ominously, and the fluffy clouds turned heavy with shadows. The vibrant flora and fauna around them grew sinister. The sprite's screech abruptly ceased, and his skin, wings, and hair began to wither, replaced by repulsive sores. His visage became so grotesque that it was unbearable to behold. "Fae!" Narcissus exclaimed, his eyes widening as he recognized the true nature of this creature. He could not help but cry out. "The Fae have always been malevolent in this realm. We must flee." Almost as soon as his voice resonated, dark clouds gathered, and a horde of vile and repugnant fairies surged forth from the gloom. Their tattered wings glinted with a nefarious sheen in the sunlight, and their piercing wails echoed like the lamentations of death, inducing a chilling dread. These fairies, akin to harbingers of night, dove swiftly to seize Narcissus and Persephone. The surrounding vegetation, seemingly corrupted by this dreadful atmosphere, began to contort wildly, with tendrils stretching out like grasping limbs, eager to ensnare them within its malicious embrace. In the once peaceful village, the humans underwent a horrific transformation. Their skin turned ashen and withered, their muscles and bones appeared to be devoured alive, rendering them gaunt and skeletal, like mere remnants of life. Their eyes lost all vitality, leaving only hollowness and terror, while their strange howls resembled the whispers of demons from the abyss. This once beautiful Elysian fields had morphed into a nightmarish hellscape, where every entity and every soul pursued Narcissus and Persephone with an eerie intent, seeking to ensnare them eternally within its ghastly confines. Narcissus gripped the whip in his hand, akin to the scythe of death, striking fiercely at the monstrous obstacles impeding their path. His gaze was piercing, fierce as a tempest, and with each crack of the whip, a creature fell, wailing in agony. Retilis wielded a whip as well, yet it was extraordinary in nature. Composed of countless bones, it resembled the teeth of a skeleton. Sharp and merciless, as it danced in Retilis's grasp, it appeared as a living serpent of white bone, launching ferocious assaults on the creatures that obstructed their way, sometimes lashing, sometimes coiling, resembling a harbinger of death performing its fearsome ballet. At this moment, Persephone did not falter, shedding her previously gentle demeanor. She clutched her divine artifact, a heavy, earth-toned staff intricately carved with flowers and green grass. In her hands, the staff became a force of thunder, each strike shattering the monsters that stood before her. She wielded it with the grace of a dancer upon a stage, each landing and every pirouette infused with immense power, obliterating all that dared to stand in her way. Narcissus and his companions finally arrived at the exit of the Elysium, amidst a scene of destruction and chaos, a vast wall of blue crystal. This wall, akin to a mirror, reflected their somewhat disheveled figures. At the moment they passed through the immense blue crystal barrier, Narcissus cast a glance behind him and realized that the entire Elysium was, in fact, encased within a colossal crystal. The seemingly boundless blue sky was merely a reflection of the crystal's gleam. Chapter 163. Departure from Elysium. Upon leaving the crystal-formed Elysium, Narcissus instantly felt the oppressive aura of the underworld begin to invade his body, as an icy sensation spread across his skin. Observing Narcissus's condition, Reincarnated sprang into action. He grimaced in pain as he plucked 2 feathers from his own wings, which erupted into a dazzling radiance in the air. He handed them to Narcissus, saying, "Master, take these. They will shield you from the encroaching chill of the underworld." Though Narcissus felt discomfort, he remained lucid. He accepted the feather from Reincarnated and subsequently shared one with Persephone. The power of the feather coursed through their bodies in an instant, a warm sensation dispelling the chill and restoring their vitality. "Master, to leave the underworld, you must traverse the river Acheron," Reincarnated declared, extending his hand to grasp Narcissus's. His gaze was resolute. "I shall lead you there now." With that, Reincarnated firmly clasped Narcissus's shoulder, his gray-white wings straining to flap vigorously as they ascended into the sky. Narcissus firmly grasped the artifact belonging to Persephone, and together they traversed a brilliant path through the shadowy realm of the underworld. Once flourishing, the earth now lay desolate, with all life withering beneath the relentless grip of icy frost and snow. The water nymph Arethusa, witnessing such a barren landscape, felt a pang of fear at the thought of Hades' wrath for her revelations. Nevertheless, she resolved to disclose the truth of Persephone's abduction to Demeter, the goddess of the harvest. Upon hearing the truth, Demeter's fury ignited like a blazing inferno within her heart. However, even with this knowledge, she found herself unable to breach the gates of the underworld with ease. Thus, she sought out Zeus, for only he possessed the authority to compel Hades to return her daughter. Upon arriving at Mount Olympus, Demeter confronted Zeus directly. Zeus regarded the furious Demeter with a complex expression, inhaling deeply before responding. "Demeter, you must maintain your composure." "Composure?" She scoffed. "My daughter has been taken by Hades, and you bid me to remain calm?" "Zeus, should you fail to command Hades to return my daughter, I shall render the earth barren, causing all life to wither and extinguishing the flame of existence from this world." Zeus gazed at her intently, sighed, and then turned to Hermes, instructing, "Hermes, descend into the underworld and persuade Hades to return Persephone." Observing the wrathful Demeter, Zeus summoned the messenger god Hermes, knowing only he could traverse the realms of the divine, mortal, and the underworld with ease. Without hesitation, Hermes departed Olympus, his form a golden flash slicing through the sky, leaving a brilliant trail in the sunlight. The wings upon his sandals shimmered with a starlit brilliance, propelling him swiftly from Olympus. As Hermes soared above the vast expanse of the earth, the scenery morphed in an instant. Soon, he arrived at the entrance where the mortal realm and the underworld converged, a rare and mysterious sight. Upon beholding the dark entrance that consumed all light, he inhaled deeply, the air within imbued with an aura of enigma and chill. When Hades sensed a disturbance in Elysium, his expression shifted to one of grave concern. He arrived at the Elysium fields without any hesitation, and the sight before him filled him with profound horror. The once beautiful and prosperous Elysium fields had now transformed into a realm of dread, overrun by various grotesque fairies and monsters. Hades, the god of the underworld, could scarcely fathom that the sanctuary crafted for him by Gaia, the earth goddess, could devolve into such a nightmarish state. His divine essence surged within him like an overwhelming tide, and the aura of the underworld king spread around him like a tempest. Raising his hand, an unimaginably potent force emanated from his palm, instantly surging towards the fairies and monsters. Under the might of Hades, these creatures appeared to suffer a cataclysmic fate. Their forms began to disintegrate rapidly, transforming into heaps of ash that dissipated into the air. As the fairies and monsters were reduced to cinders, Hades turned away, not pausing, and strode toward the chariot that awaited him. Ascending the chariot, he deftly grasped the reins, and the four black steeds of the underworld sensed their master's will. With a flick of their tails, the chariot took flight under Hades' command. The single aim of the underworld king was clear: to pursue Narcissus and his companions. For the sake of the underworld, he could not allow Persephone to escape. Failure to act now would mean losing any chance of retrieval. Chapter 164. The Wounded. As time flowed steadily onward, Narcissus and his companions finally approached the somber and enigmatic Acheron River. The water was as dark as ink, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, and they were gradually nearing the riverbank. At that moment, a terrifying black sword aura surged from the depths of darkness, sweeping across the sky with a fierce intent aimed directly at them. Its speed was astonishing. In an instant, it severed a substantial portion of her talus wing. A piercing scream of agony erupted from Ritalis, shattering the silence of the air. The loss of balance from the wing's injury sent him plummeting uncontrollably toward the ground, along with Narcissus and the others. Ritalis, realizing his companion was hurt, Narcissus hastily summoned his divine power, attempting to conjure plants from the ground to catch them. However, the oppressive death energy of the underworld rendered growth extraordinarily difficult. The newly sprouted plants withered and turned black in an instant. Ritalis' cries of pain echoed through the air as he endured excruciating torment. Just before they were about to collide with the ground, he summoned every ounce of strength he possessed to cast Narcissus and Persephone down to safety. He himself, like a shooting star, crashed violently into the earth, stirring a cloud of dust, and after skidding for some distance, he finally came to a painful halt. Narcissus and Persephone were cast by Retalesh with just the right amount of force. Although somewhat disheveled, they emerged unscathed. Narcissus, consumed by anxiety, hastily rose to his feet. His gaze fixated on the figure of Rydals sprawled upon the ground. "Rydals, are you all right?" Narcissus's voice brimmed with concern as he rushed over. Persephone followed suit, her pallid complexion reflecting the dread and unease in her eyes. Rydals lay on the ground, his wings in tatters, blood seeping from his wounds, each drop falling onto the icy soil of the underworld. Despite the agony etched across his face, he summoned the strength to lift his head and gaze at Narcissus, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Master, I am fine," Rydals uttered, his voice weak yet resolute, enduring the pain as he gradually attempted to rise. "Your injuries are truly grave," Persephone exclaimed, standing behind Rydals, her eyes filled with concern and anxiety as she observed his mangled, bloodied wings. A determined glimmer sparkled in her gaze, and her hands began to coalesce with divine energy, intent on healing Rydals's wounds. Just as Narcissus was about to caution her that the divine power from the earth might yield little effect in the underworld, he was taken aback by a startling sight. Upon contact with Rydals's wounds, Persephone's divine energy astonishingly stemmed the relentless flow of blood. "Master, do you feel it?" Rydals's voice was low as he moved closer to Narcissus, whispering softly. His eyes shone with astonishment, for this vibrant life force pulsated with vitality, entirely distinct from the divine power she wielded in her divine office. Narcissus paused in silence for a moment, turning to gaze at Persephone, who wore a smile after successfully tending to the wounds of Reincarnated. A trace of contemplation flickered in his eyes, and ultimately, Narcissus spoke. "We must depart from this place at once." In the distance, a silhouette of a chariot emerged against the horizon, hurtling towards them with great speed. Upon it stood Hades, the lord of the underworld, wielding a gleaming sword with a firm grip. His expression was one of indifference, the blade's tip still glimmering with the residual chill of the recently unleashed sword aura. With Hades' arrival, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, becoming tense and solemn, as a palpable chill seemed to permeate the air. Narcissus, Reincarnated, and Persephone immediately assumed a vigilant stance with the artifacts in their possession. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the wariness and readiness of the others. "None of you shall escape," thundered Hades, the god of the underworld, his voice deep and authoritative as he fixed his gaze on Narcissus, a palpable threat lacing his words. He then turned his sharp eyes towards Reincarnated. "You, a mere underworld deity, dare to abduct someone within my domain? What audacity possesses you?" Upon uttering these words, Hades swung his sword in an assault directed at Reincarnated. The blade glimmered ominously, its lethal aura chilling the air, almost tangible in its murderous intent. Already injured, Reincarnated found himself utterly unable to evade Hades' ferocious onslaught. "Reincarnated, be careful." Narcissus reacted instantaneously, positioning himself in front of Reincarnated in a desperate attempt to shield him from the deadly strike. "Narcissus, take caution." Persephone, witnessing this harrowing scene, was struck with shock, instinctively. She extended her hands as a barrier before Narcissus and the others, hoping to protect them with her own being. However, Hades' assault was too swift. His sword brutally pierced through Persephone's chest before subsequently striking Narcissus in the abdomen. Blood erupted, and the mingled cries of Persephone and the muffled groan of Narcissus filled the air, plunging the scene into chaos and panic. Meanwhile, far above on the earth, Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, awaited Hermes to return her daughter. Suddenly, she was seized by a sharp pain in her heart, as though a dagger had been plunged into her very soul. Her complexion paled instantly, hands clutching her chest as she gasped for breath. Her eyes betrayed a profound worry and terror, her body trembling violently. "My daughter, Persephone, is something amiss?" cried the goddess of harvest, her voice tinged with panic and despair. Her maternal instinct screamed that her daughter was in peril in the distant underworld. She felt Persephone's fear and suffering, that unbreakable bond between mother and daughter bringing her heart to agony. Chapter 165, The Essence of Life. Damn it. Hades' gaze swept the surroundings, his expression thunderous. He had intended only to impose a mild punishment on the audacious underworld deity, yet now everything spiraled beyond his control. A thick shroud of darkness enveloped them, brewing storms that echoed his turmoil. He sensed the very essence of the underworld quaking, as if an enraged beast struggled to break free from its chains. "Why does the storm of the underworld erupt now?" Hades roared in fury, his eyes scanning the tumultuous chaos around him. Narcissus and Persephone lay gravely injured upon the ground. When suddenly, from the depths of Persephone's wound, a brilliant white light surged forth, as if a mysterious force were coursing within. "My master!" Rutilius exclaimed, anxiously supporting Narcissus. His gaze rife with fear and concern. The entire scene descended into chaos and peril, as every corner of the underworld seemed to tremble. The once dormant dark forces were awakened, beginning to ravage this desolate land. Hades, the lord of the underworld, understood all too well that should the tempest of the underworld erupt in full force, the consequences would be unimaginable. He needed to act swiftly to quell this turmoil. He hurried to Persephone's side, crouching down to gently probe the intense white light with his hand. Hades could sense the formidable vitality concealed within that radiance. It was a pure and potent force, seemingly originating from the very essence of life itself. "Damn it," Hades muttered, realizing he could not harness the energy within this white light. The brilliance healed the wound on Persephone's chest and then soared skyward, escaping her grasp. The light drifted in the air like an unanchored entity. Hades, witnessing this, ascended to seize it, only to be violently repelled. Standing on the ground, Hades' expression turned ashen. He had just been thrust back by the overwhelming white light, blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. His gaze fixated on the drifting luminescence, revealing a profound fury within his eyes. The power of this white light was in direct opposition to his divine strength, rendering him powerless. Gradually, the white light stabilized, swirling in the air, emanating a serene glow that formed an extraordinary tableau. The surrounding dark storm seemed to be subdued by its power, ceasing its rampage. Narcissus and Rydals gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Persephone slowly rose to her feet, the wound on her chest completely healed, leaving no trace behind. "What is this power?" Narcissus uttered with difficulty, his abdominal wound, though staunched, still causing him considerable pain. Persephone gently shook her head. "I do not know. I do not recall possessing such energy. Yet, I can sense that this is an exceptionally pure life force." After hearing their words, Hades, the lord of the underworld, fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. "This is the essence of life." Upon hearing Hades' pronouncement, Narcissus and the others lifted their gaze towards the radiant sphere of light. "So, is it true that you desire to wed Persephone because she embodies this essence of life?" Narcissus pondered aloud, directing his gaze towards Hades. The deathly aura of the underworld requires the balancing force of life. Otherwise, it may lead to devastation. Hades surveyed the surroundings, noting that apart from the area enveloped in white light, the rest was under siege by a fierce black storm. "Master, these storms in the underworld occur every 10 to 15 days, though they are not particularly severe," Rydals remarked to Narcissus, having endured several of these tempests during his time in the underworld. While the storms pose little threat to the gods of the underworld, they inflict significant harm upon the souls who have arrived there, often sweeping them away into oblivion. Hades nodded solemnly, his gaze fixated on the ravaged underworld, his expression growing graver. Moreover, these black storms manifest the underworld's deathly energy. Without the counterbalancing force of life, these tempests will only intensify, ultimately leading to the annihilation of the entire realm. Upon hearing this, Narcissus inquired, "So, this source of life can stabilize the underworld and prevent the continued ravaging of the storm?" Hades, the lord of the underworld, pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "According to Gaia, the earth goddess, and Tartarus, the lord of the abyss, it is indeed so. They have stated that only the source of life possesses the capability to entirely quell the formation of storms, as it opposes the stagnation of death that pervades the underworld." At this moment, Persephone approached, her eyes radiating a resolute light. "If this force of life is connected to me, I am willing to attempt to wield it." Hades regarded Persephone, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in his gaze. "Very well, then I entrust this task to you." Chapter 166. The supreme deity Persephone ascended into the air, her gaze brimming with anticipation and trepidation as she sought to draw closer to the orb of light that embodied the source of life. Yet, just as she was about to make contact, the source of life seemed to sense her presence and abruptly recoiled from her approach. "No, it entirely rejects my proximity." Upon landing, Persephone despondently shook her head at Narcissus, a glimmer of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Hades remained silent for a moment, a contemplative expression crossing his features. Eventually, he spoke with deliberation. "The source of life resists the approach of the deities of the underworld. Since it no longer accepts Persephone, then His gaze shifted toward Narcissus before he could finish his thought. Me? Narcissus was momentarily taken aback, finding Hades' suggestion rather absurd. He doubted that the source of life would welcome him. However, as he noticed the expectant gazes of those around him, he felt unable to refuse. With a resigned sigh, he acquiesced. Very well, I shall give it a try. Narcissus sensed the weight of the crowd's expectant gazes, particularly the inscrutable gaze of Hades, the lord of the underworld. He understood that this mission could hold significant implications for the future of the realm of the dead. Gradually, he ascended into the air, drawing closer to the ethereal orb of life essence that floated as if unclaimed. Persephone stood below, a flicker of concern passing through her eyes. In the process of approaching the essence of life, Narcissus seemed to tread upon a path fraught with unknown perils at every turn. Yet, as he drew nearer to this primordial source, he sensed a peculiar intimacy, a profound connection with the essence of life, as if an ineffable bond tethered them together. The luminous sphere no longer repelled him. Instead, it appeared to guide him forward, urging him to delve deeper. Meanwhile, the dark tempest of the underworld intensified. Yet around this radiant orb, a serene tranquility prevailed. Narcissus hovered before the luminous orb, his heart brimming with resonance and comprehension. As if he shared an ineffable bond with the very essence of life. He extended his hand, gently and slowly, to caress the radiant sphere. The orb began to tremble, gradually merging with Narcissus's palm, akin to a single drop of water merging seamlessly into a tranquil lake. Narcissus sensed an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his being, as if his spirit had intertwined with the very essence of the universe. A radiant brilliance flickered in his eyes. He perceived the mysteries of life, the harmony of the cosmos, and the profound connection between himself and all existence. In that moment, he transcended his solitary existence, becoming an integral part of the vast universe. He experienced the grandeur and enigma of life, while simultaneously acknowledging his own insignificance and magnificence. Narcissus was enveloped in a radiant glow, sensing a formidable surge of power coursing through his being. The strength he had once possessed intertwined with the vast energy of life's essence within him. His divine prowess ascended at an astonishing rate, and he could perceive himself undergoing an unprecedented breakthrough. The black storm of the underworld gradually subsided in the presence of this primordial force, as if the entire realm of the dead felt the impending might of this soon-to-be ascended deity. Narcissus sensed that his body and soul were undergoing a profound metamorphosis, breaking through to a higher realm of divine existence. As the final vestiges of the essence of life merged within him, the radiant white light enveloping his form gradually diminished, and he gently descended to the ground. Narcissus stood there, his aura entirely transformed. He was no longer an ordinary lesser god, but a true deity of supreme stature. Persephone approached, a glimmer of reverence and delight in her eyes, her face adorned with a joyful smile. Narcissus, congratulations. Her voice resonated with sincerity and elation. Narcissus turned around and gazed at Persephone. Thank you, Persephone, he said. His master, Reincarnated, looked at Narcissus with fervor, his eyes brimming with admiration and loyalty. Narcissus approached and gently patted Reincarnated on the shoulder, using divine power to restore Reincarnated's wings. You have worked hard, Reincarnated. Reincarnated shook his head. It is my duty, my lord. At that moment, no one noticed a minute detail. A peculiar seed had fallen to the ground from the pouch at Narcissus's waist, which had been torn by Hades' blade. Chapter 167. Manjasaka. This seemingly inconspicuous seed, shaped like an ordinary garlic bulb, lay quietly in the somber soil of the underworld, blending seamlessly with the surrounding desolation. However, at this moment, it began to exhibit some unusual signs. Its shell quivered slightly, as if it were listening to and absorbing the ambient essence. The deathly aura of the underworld posed no threat to it. Rather, it seemed to awaken its latent, mysterious potential. This seed, with its ordinary exterior, harbored an unfathomable power, gradually drawing in the deathly energies of the underworld. When did it fall? Narcissus suddenly took note of the seed lying on the ground. He looked down at the pouch at his waist and discovered a hole had formed. Stepping forward, he bent down to pick it up, and upon closer inspection, he realized this was the very seed he had intended to use for absorbing faith. Hades paid no heed to Narcissus's action of retrieving the seed. His gaze shifted between Persephone and Narcissus, and he spoke in a grave tone. I can allow Persephone to return to the surface, but for the stability of the underworld, you must remain. He pointed at Narcissus, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Narcissus was utterly engrossed in examining the peculiar seed in his hand, completely oblivious to the words spoken by Hades, the lord of the underworld. He sensed that the current state of the seed was remarkably unusual. Not only did it incessantly absorb the deathly essence of the underworld, but the energy within the seed astonishingly maintained a precise equilibrium, with the ratio of vitality to death energy perfectly balanced. Meanwhile, upon hearing Hades' words, Ritalis' expression shifted dramatically. He immediately positioned himself before Narcissus, adopting a stance of unwavering protection for his master, a glimmer of resolute determination flashing in his eyes. Narcissus gazed upon the seed in his hand, convinced that it possessed the potential to thrive even in the somber realm of the underworld. With great care, he nestled the peculiar seed into the shadowy soil of this desolate domain, and as he did so, a soft, milky aura of divine power enveloped his form. Narcissus gathered this divine power and gradually infused it into the bulbous seed resembling a garlic clove. Before long, the seed began to tremble, and then it slowly sprouted, its roots delicately burrowing into the earth as if seeking the direction and strength for growth. In no time, tender green leaves emerged from the seed, appearing vibrantly alive amidst the dead air of the underworld. The leaves unfurled, each radiating vitality and vigor, as if awakening a whisper of spring in the somber realm of the afterlife. As the leaves spread wide, a phantom of a handsome youth with deep green hair and clad in a pale green garment gradually materialized around them. His verdant tresses swayed gently in the breeze, reminiscent of tender leaves dancing in the spring air. His gaze was as clear as a spring, revealing an innocent thirst for knowledge. The boy was strikingly beautiful, his features seemingly sculpted by nature itself, with every detail manifesting perfection. His pale green attire appeared woven from the softest leaves, harmonizing seamlessly with his form. His slender and supple figure resembled a willow swaying gracefully in the spring wind, exuding a sense of beauty that harmonized with nature. However, this enchanting scene did not last long. Unbeknownst to him, the vibrant leaves began to wither, and the youth's phantom gradually faded away. The entire process felt like a fleeting dream, yet it lingered in memory. Shortly thereafter, from the place where the leaves had wilted, a bud of the red spider lily began to emerge, gradually unfurling to reveal its vivid inner petals. The flower's color was deep and alluring, seemingly concealing a mysterious charm. As the flower blossomed, a phantom of a girl with black hair dressed in red gradually appeared beside it. Her gaze was profound, imbued with an extraordinary aura. Her long hair flowed like clouds in the night sky, shimmering with an enigmatic glow. The black-haired girl's eyes were captivating and seemed capable of consuming all. Akin to a black hole, her countenance was cold yet softened with gentleness and tenderness. The fiery red garment contrasted starkly with her dark hair, creating a visually striking impression. Her graceful form exuded feminine charm and strength in every movement, embodying the epitome of nature's perfect creation. The emergence of this scene rendered those present speechless, their eyes reflecting awe and astonishment as if they had just witnessed a beautiful and mysterious miracle. Narcissus, too, exhibited no signs of such growth, yet the commotion was immense. Gradually, the ethereal figure of the maiden began to fade, while the apparition of the youth with deep green hair reemerged. This time, there was a profound determination and expectation reflected in his gaze. His verdant locks danced in the void, as if beckoning something from the air, imbued with an ineffable power. Concurrently, the spectral figure of the girl in black hair and crimson attire reappeared, her eyes mirroring those of the handsome youth, both filled with a profound yearning. The two phantoms were drawn closer by an unseen force, their gazes intersecting in the air, as if their souls were gently touching and intertwining in the emptiness. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, capturing the attention of all present, spellbound by this enigmatic spectacle. As their figures drew nearer, a powerful energy began to surge around them, and the air was suffused with an extraordinary fragrance, as if the essence of nature had been awakened. This aroma, imbued with an ancient and mysterious allure, captivated all who encountered it, ensnaring them in its enchantment. Ultimately, the ethereal forms of the youth and maiden merged completely, coalescing into a singular entity. This new existence encapsulated the innocence and vitality of the youth, alongside the enigma and strength of the maiden, harmonizing the qualities of sunlight and moonlight, wind and fire. Their eyes radiated a love that transcended life and death, surpassing the confines of time and space, embodying the essence of all life within the cosmos. Meanwhile, in the realm of Narcissus. A profusion of fiery red spider lilies began to flourish along the banks of the river Acheron. The petals of these blossoms were as vivid as flames, each resembling a burning fireball. Their growth is astonishing, as if in an instant they have blanketed the entire riverbank, evoking a sense of awe and beauty. This sea of fiery red lycoris appears particularly vivid and lively against the desolate landscape of the underworld, resembling a crimson thread of life that intertwines the realms of the living and the dead. Chapter 168. Lord of Reincarnation. At the moment the girl with ebony hair and crimson attire appeared, the raging storm that plagued the underworld seemed to sense her majesty and mystery, momentarily halting before beginning to dissipate at a pace visible to the naked eye. Like a formidable commander, her mere presence quelled the chaotic tempest, displaying an incredible power. At that moment, the 5 principal rivers of the underworld, Acheron, the river of pain; Styx, the river of oaths; Lethe, the river of forgetfulness; Cocytus, the river of lamentation; and Phlegethon, the river of flames, began to shimmer with a mystical radiance, forming beams of light. This luminescence not only illuminated the rivers, but also penetrated the profound darkness of the underworld, bringing with it a touch of enigmatic warmth. The storm that once engulfed the underworld had completely dissipated, gradually enveloping the realm in a serene atmosphere. Streams of light flowed continuously into the girl's being, causing her to ascend and hover in the air, as if she had become the very center and soul of the underworld. The light resonated with the power within her, akin to an ancient melody gradually unfolding, imbued with a harmonious, solemn, and mysterious rhythm. Every inch of the underworld's land and every creature seemed to sense this newfound vitality, sinking into a state of rapture and tranquility. An unprecedented calm enveloped the entire realm, dispelling the terrors and darkness of year with this mysterious force. Hades, Persephone, Narcissus, and other deities appeared to hold their breath at this moment, their gazes fixed intently upon the figure of the girl, acutely aware of the transformation she heralded. The beams from the rivers gradually seeped into the ebony-haired maiden, as if an ancient vow had been awakened within her. A new divine office burgeoned within her, symbolizing not merely power but a new responsibility and mission, heralding the birth of a new deity. As the girl opened her eyes, they sparkled with the light of rebirth, now brimming with resolve and wisdom. Her crystalline gaze seemed to encapsulate the entirety of the underworld's knowledge and strength, invoking a sense of reverence. "I am the guardian of the underworld, Seraphina, the goddess of reincarnation, presiding over the repose of all beings," she softly proclaimed. Though her voice was gentle, it resonated with the echoes of the entire realm, causing every inch of the underworld to tremble beneath her words. Upon her declaration, the entire underworld seemed stirred by her utterance, giving rise to an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence. Subsequently, the girl with ebony hair and crimson attire transformed into a radiant figure, becoming a youth with verdant hair and attire. His visage bore the youthful innocence characteristic of adolescence. Yet his gaze was equally profound, imbued with an ineffable charm. "I am Virides, the god of rebirth in the underworld, the steward of all new beginnings," he proclaimed in a voice as clear as a bell, exuding a refreshing vitality akin to the tender shoots of nature blossoming in the desolation of the underworld. As the verdant-haired youth's words faded, his form underwent a transformation, shifting into that of a girl clad in red with flowing black hair. This metamorphosis seemed to narrate the eternal laws of life and death, of reincarnation and renewal. The girl in black and red descended gracefully, her light steps caressing the soil of the underworld. Her cascading locks and fiery attire harmonized splendidly as she turned to Narcissus, joyfully exclaiming, "Seraphina greets you, my master." "Master." Virides pays his respects. The girl in black and red morphed back into the green-haired youth, who shyly cast his gaze upon Narcissus before gently embracing him. Observing Virides and Narcissus's embrace, Hades, the lord of the underworld, was momentarily taken aback, as if he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. His eyes, sharp and profound, seemed capable of piercing through the very essence of one's soul. He approached with solemnity, addressing Virides with authority. "For the stability of the underworld, beautiful deity, I beseech you to become my bride." His voice resonated with power, leaving no room for dissent. Startled by Hades's proclamation, Virides quickly transformed back into the black-haired girl, Seraphina. Her gaze was defiant and resolute, unyielding in the face of Hades's frigid demeanor. She released Narcissus from her embrace and strode boldly before Hades, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Then, With a playful smirk, she grasped his collar and declared, "You appear quite presentable. I accept your proposal." The candidness of her words left all present in stunned silence. "Seraphina, I have yet to agree," came Virides' discontented voice as Seraphina's hair shifted, half turning green. A flicker of dominance crossed her eyes as she addressed Virides. "Oh, Virides, do you dare to disagree? You, humph, do as you wish." Virides' voice faded away as Seraphina's hair returned to its full black hue. At that moment, a gust of wind heralded Hermes' sudden arrival, his form materializing before the gathering. "Narcissus?" he exclaimed, astonishment etched upon his face. Then, Narcissus witnessed Hermes gracefully descending before him, urgency lacing his tone. "Narcissus, what brings you to the underworld? This is not a place for you to linger. Come, let me escort you away." Chapter 169, The Queen of the Underworld. "Oh, Narcissus, have you ascended to the rank of a supreme deity?" A glimmer of surprise danced in Hermes' eyes as he gazed at Narcissus, excitement palpable in his voice. Narcissus gently nodded to Hermes with a smile, then inquired, "By the way, Hermes, what brings you to this realm of the dead?" Just as Hermes began to respond, he abruptly halted, a thought striking him. He turned to Lord Hades and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, the King of the Gods, Zeus, has commanded that you release Demeter's daughter, Persephone, so she may return to the surface world." At that moment, Hermes noticed a young woman with raven hair clad in crimson, who was affectionately draping her arms around the stoic neck of Lord Hades. The Lord of the Underworld, however, responded calmly, "Very well. You may take her back to the land above." Despite the authority in his voice, a warmth flickered in his gaze. "Who is this?" Hermes inquired, curious about the girl who so captivated Hades' attention. "She is my queen," Hades declared with an undeniable tone. Seraphina smiled gently, releasing her hold on Hades' neck, and elegantly addressed Hermes, "Greetings, Hermes. I am Seraphina." "Greetings, Your Majesty," Hermes replied, his eyes reflecting a mixture of awe and astonishment as he regarded Seraphina. He silently pondered. "A deity of such formidable power has emerged in the underworld. It seems I must report this to Zeus." Cautiously, Hermes scanned the surroundings but failed to detect another deity named Virides, despite having heard the two gods declare their presence in the underworld. Seraphina, catching Hermes' gaze, chuckled softly. "You are searching for Virides, aren't you? He shares this body with me, hence you cannot see him." Hermes' eyes brightened in realization. "Oh, I see." Lord Hades then turned to Hermes, coolly stating, "Since you are here, take Persephone back to the surface." Eagerly, Hermes complied, delighted by the ease with which Hades granted the request. He then turned to Narcissus, saying, "Narcissus, shall you accompany us?" "Certainly, Hermes." Narcissus nodded slightly. Standing by the eerie banks of the Acheron River, Lord Hades and the others silently observed as Charon navigated his ancient ferry, gradually carrying Narcissus and his companions away. The river glimmered softly, its ripples dancing upon the surface, echoing the bittersweet farewell before them, as Narcissus and the others vanished into the distant mist. Seraphina turned to the forlorn Rutilius beside her. Her eyes brimmed with understanding and compassion as she softly said, "Rutilius, you shall remain by my side from now on." Yet, at that moment, Rutilius's expression shifted dramatically. It was as if he sensed a familiar and potent divine force approaching from afar, his gaze filled with shock and disdain. "Damn it!" He muttered curses under his breath as a pair of gray-white wings abruptly unfurled, and he soared away from the scene without a second thought. Not long after Rita Lays had departed, a mysterious figure emerged before Hades, the god of the underworld. Clad in darkness, this individual possessed a pair of black wings. Upon noticing Hades' presence, he retracted his wings and approached the god with a solemn bow, stating, "Greetings, Lord of the Underworld. Hypnos, what brings you here?" Hades' voice resonated with a deep, unfathomable authority. Hypnos appeared remarkably at ease, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Nothing much, merely in pursuit of a disobedient spirit." The winds of the underworld continued to blow, and the waters of the river Acheron flowed with a gentle murmur. Within an ancient temple atop Mount Olympus, the three fates were immersed in their labors. Their eyes reflected countless intertwined threads of destiny, deftly weaving each strand that bore the complex fates of mortals and deities alike. Suddenly, several strands snapped, as if severed by an invisible force, only for new threads to swiftly reemerge. Clotho, the spinner of fate, busily crafted new lines, her gaze revealing a hint of confusion. Lachesis, the measurer of fate, was meticulously assessing the length of each line, her brow furrowed in concern. Atropos, the cutter of fate, wielded a pair of golden scissors, her eyes flashing with puzzlement. In the corner of the temple, a chaotic heap of severed threads had accumulated, seemingly signaling that a force was interfering with the natural evolution of fate. Damn it, not again. What is happening? Clotho remarked, her tone laced with worry. Lachesis shook her head. I am uncertain, but this is certainly not a natural phenomenon. Atropos' expression grew graver as she noted. It seems some individuals are altering the trajectory of fate. Whether this is beneficial or detrimental remains unknown. The three goddesses exchanged glances, acutely aware that this was no trivial matter. The rupture and reweaving of destiny foretold that some unpredictable changes were silently unfolding. Chapter 170. The vitality of winter emerging from a cavern that could consume all light. Narcissus and Hermes felt the chilling atmosphere enveloping them. The air was thick with cold, penetrating to the marrow, causing their very souls to shudder. After Narcissus ascended to the divine domain of life, his comprehension of existence deepened profoundly. He became acutely aware of many lives enduring the torment of the cold, some even perishing within its grasp. At that moment, a youth with silvery short hair emerged within their sight. He bore a pair of ebony wings upon his back and wielded a long sword, as tall as himself, while a throng of ethereal shadows trailed behind him, seemingly his loyal retinue. The boy's gaze was profound and indifferent, akin to the eyes of an abyss. He did not halt his stride nor engage in conversation with Narcissus and Hermes, but resolutely entered the dark cavern behind them. Narcissus and Hermes exchanged a glance, and unable to quell his curiosity, Narcissus inquired, Hermes, who was that just now? Narcissus's gaze once again fell upon the entrance of the cave behind him, where the darkness seemed to be an unfathomable abyss, devouring all light in its vicinity. Moments ago, he had sensed the lingering aura of the underworld emanating from the boy. Hermes snapped back to reality, a faint smile gracing his lips. Him. He is Thanatos, the god of death. He possessed an intimate knowledge of most deities, and was quite familiar with Thanatos as well. So, it is he, Narcissus murmured softly, contemplating the powerful essence of death that radiated from the youth. Let us seek the goddess of the harvest, Demeter. Hermes broke the silence, casting a glance at Persephone. We would not want to leave her waiting, for one can only imagine the consequences. Narcissus nodded, recalling Hermes' earlier words about how Persephone was seized by Hades and taken to the underworld, triggering a series of events on Earth. Having made their decision, Narcissus and his companions resolved to first journey to Mount Olympus, where Demeter, the goddess of harvest, awaited news from Hermes. As they traveled, the harsh grip of winter enveloped the entire land. The earth lay cloaked in a pristine blanket of snow, rendering trees, mountains, and rivers into a scene of icy desolation. Various creatures struggled to survive against the biting wind, with some frail animals succumbing to hunger and cold. Ultimately, Narcissus could no longer restrain himself. As the god of life, he was loath to witness any innocent being suffer from hunger and frigid temperatures. With a gentle wave of his hand, a surge of warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze swept across the land. Soon, hints of greenery began to emerge from the snow, as winter-hardy plants like pines and firs broke through the frozen ground. Unfazed by the chill, they flourished, their branches lush and rapidly growing. The divine powers of Narcissus extend far beyond mere appearances. Once again, he concentrated his attention, and with a gentle flick of his fingers, the once growing pines and firs flourished, bearing golden cones and bountiful fruits that adorned their branches in abundance. Undoubtedly, Narcissus's abilities were not confined solely to trees. Under his mental influence, the ground began to sprout hardy herbaceous plants adapted to the cold. These plants grew with remarkable speed, resembling a verdant wave that spread outward. Not only were these grasses vibrant and full of life, but some also bore delicate blossoms. Though small and unassuming, they stood out vividly against the backdrop of winter, adding a touch of gentle color to the landscape. Animals, once on the brink of death due to hunger and cold, gathered around these newly sprouted plants. Small birds chirped joyfully on the branches, while rabbits and deer emerged gradually, savoring the long-awaited fresh sustenance. Witnessing the resilience of life even amidst the harsh winter, Narcissus smiled softly. As the deity of life, his duty was to protect and nurture all forms of existence, whether robust trees or delicate grasses. Each was a cherished treasure in his heart. His soul brimmed with reverence and compassion for these lives, as every leaf and every flower became an object of his meticulous care. At that moment, A divine mantle of winter guardianship formed within Narcissus, seemingly a response from nature, acknowledging his respect and love for life, although it merely added to the grandeur of his already formidable powers. Chapter 171. A mother and daughter reunited. Upon reaching the summit of Mount Olympus, Persephone's gaze was immediately drawn to a familiar figure ahead. It was her mother, the goddess of harvest, Demeter, anxiously scanning the surroundings from the temple steps. A surge of emotion welled within her, and tears cascaded down Persephone's cheeks. Unable to contain herself, she rushed forward, throwing herself into her mother's embrace. "Mother," Persephone's voice rang with joy yet trembled with the weight of tears. "My daughter, my dear Persephone. You have suffered so." Demeter's voice was filled with love and anguish. She held her daughter tightly, as if her embrace could mend all the pain endured. Demeter's eyes remained fixed on her daughter's face, once radiant, now appearing somewhat weary. She gently caressed Persephone's hair, as if to convey warmth through her touch. Narcissus and Hermes stood silently to the side, observing the scene before them. The very air seemed to be touched, as the gentle breeze caressed the surroundings and the sunlight softened its glare. On the earth, as the mood of Demeter, the goddess of harvest, brightened, the harshness of winter began to wane. The ice and snow gradually melted, as if the pristine white blanket on the ground had finally heeded the call of spring. The scent of earth emerged between the icicles, a fragrance of renewal and rebirth. Subsequently, the river, which had remained frozen throughout the winter, began to stir with life, its bubbling waters resonating with the rhythm of vitality. Gradually, the branches along the riverbank began to sprout tender buds, and patches of vibrant green grass peeked through the remnants of snow. It was as if the entire world had been granted access to the gates of rebirth, with the essence of spring blooming in that very moment. "Rejoice, Demeter, for Persephone has returned safely. You should be filled with joy," Zeus said, stepping forward to offer comfort, his demeanor both solemn and warmly smiling. "Persephone, to celebrate your return to the earth, I shall bestow upon you a special gift." With a leisurely snap of his fingers, ethereal starlight enveloped Persephone. A brilliant beam of light, carrying her likeness, soared from her being into the vast night sky, swiftly coalescing into a dazzling constellation. This constellation resembled a flawless canvas, depicting the grace of Persephone. Each spring, as the sun gradually sank below the horizon, this constellation would appear punctually on the eastern skyline, illuminating the night sky of both spring and summer with its tranquil glow. Zeus's voice echoed in the air of Mount Olympus. "Persephone, this constellation belongs to you. It shall forever shine in the heavens. Each time spring arrives, people will gaze upon it on the eastern horizon." Virgo, Narcissus, fixated on the sky, instantly recognized the name of the constellation. "Narcissus, congratulations on becoming the supreme deity." At this moment, Zeus turned his gaze toward him, a look of satisfaction gracing his face, his eyes sharp yet warm. "Narcissus, you are truly growing more beautiful," he continued with admiration, a hint of approval evident in his gaze. "Thank you for your kind words, King of the gods," Narcissus replied, his tone calm and composed. "Now that you are the supreme deity, will you remain on Mount Olympus?" Zeus, while maintaining a cheerful demeanor, regarded Narcissus with a scrutinizing glance. "It is my honor." Having made his decision to return to the earth, Narcissus understood the distinction of being a supreme deity. Unlike ordinary gods, these roles could only be conferred and elevated by Zeus himself among the 12 Olympian deities. Other primordial deities ascended to their status as gods primarily due to their possession of the world's essence, granting them the formidable ability to overturn existence itself. Among them, Hades, the lord of the underworld, stands out as one who, unlike the 12 Olympian gods, attained divinity without reliance on such origins, proving to be an equal match for Zeus in combat. Should Narcissus act recklessly, he could indeed leverage the essence of life itself, extinguishing the vitality of the entire world with his divine mandate. Thus, Narcissus was acutely aware that his destiny lay in either joining Olympus as one of its members or becoming an object of Zeus's apprehension, potentially even imprisoned in secrecy. However, Narcissus, lacking in ambition, was indifferent to this choice. Whether he joined Olympus or not was ultimately a favorable option for him. As it is often said that a grand tree provides ample shade. "Excellent, Narcissus, Olympus welcomes you." Upon hearing Narcissus's response, Zeus was filled with joy, his hand poised to rest upon Narcissus's shoulder in a gesture of affirmation and acceptance. Yet, Narcissus slightly recoiled from Zeus's outstretched hand. Unfazed, Zeus maintained an air of regal composure, turning to Hermes and declaring, "I recall a plot of unclaimed land near Apollo's domain. I shall grant it to Narcissus. Take him there." "Yes, Zeus," Hermes replied, his eyes sparkling with delight as he regarded Narcissus, his tone brimming with joy and enthusiasm. Narcissus' agreement to remain in Olympus meant they would often be in each other's company. Chapter 172. Narcissus's domain in Olympus. Congratulations, Narcissus. The goddess of harvest, Demeter, approached gracefully with Persephone, her eyes shimmering with gratitude and warmth. "And thank you for your meticulous care of my daughter in the underworld. Now that you have ascended to the rank of a principal deity, I possess no treasures worthy of your stature. However, I see that you will soon have your own temple upon Olympus. Allow me to gift you some deities to serve you." With that, Demeter's hands emanated a captivating glow as she extended them toward the void. Then, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. From the ether, the winter divinity, born of her power, was drawn forth. In conjunction with this winter essence, a cascade of related divine domains emerged: snowflakes, temperature drops, cold waves, frosts, blizzards, and more. These domains seemed to be on the verge of nurturing new deities, yet, under Demeter's will, they transformed into gods ahead of their time. With a gentle wave of her arm, the newly birthed deities appeared to be imbued with life, aligning themselves neatly beside Narcissus. Behold the principal deity, the winter deity. A charming boy with flowing white hair bowed respectfully alongside the other nascent gods, their eyes alight with reverence and curiosity as they regarded their new master. Narcissus glanced beside him at the newly emerged deities, their heights barely reaching his waist, their incessant chatter causing him a slight headache. Nevertheless, in light of the goodwill extended by Demeter, the goddess of harvest, Narcissus expressed his gratitude to her. As he arrived at his domain on Mount Olympus under the guidance of Hermes, he found himself quite pleased with the land before him. It was a tranquil and picturesque locale, adorned with meandering streams, verdant lakes, and lush forests. The surface of the lake lay as still as glass, reflecting the azure sky, while trees stood majestically along the shore, their leaves gently swaying in the soft breeze. At the moment Narcissus waved his arm, the entire realm seemed to resonate with his divine power. The ground began to tremble, not in a panic-inducing quake, but in a rhythm imbued with strength and cadence. The surface of the lake gently rippled in response to the vibrations, mirroring a sky that appeared to dance in unison. The surrounding trees and flora bowed before this force, seemingly awaiting the birth of something magnificent. The waters of the mountain stream, too, seemed drawn to this divine energy, gradually altering their course to swirl around the trembling earth. At the epicenter of the vibrations, the ground cracked open, and stones began to rise from the depths, as if summoned. They twirled in the air, merging together to gradually form robust columns, broad steps, and a majestic roof. Thus, the temple was born amidst the mountains and waters, devoid of dust and chaos. Everything unfolded so naturally and harmoniously, as if it were always destined to be there. The temple style was both ancient and elegant, each stone imbued with the marks of time and the essence of the divine. It stood beside the lake, reflected in the water, seamlessly merging with nature. Narcissus stood upon the steps of the temple, gazing down upon his dominion with a satisfied smile gracing his visage. The winter deities, gifted by the harvest goddess Demeter, seemed to awaken their own creativity at the sight of the temple. With dainty footsteps and a lively rhythm, they commenced adorning the sanctuary with their divine powers. These childlike deities, though diminutive in stature, radiated boundless vitality and exuberance. The ground surrounding the temple began to transform quietly, as vibrant new blossoms emerged from the earth. Vines entwined around the columns, and lush grass carpeted the terrain. Yet, concurrently, delicate snowflakes began to descend in certain corners of the temple, and crystalline icicles hung from the windowsills. This unique spectacle harmoniously fused vitality with chill, allowing the blossoms of spring and the snowflakes of winter to coexist within the sanctuary, where the burgeoning green grass contrasted beautifully with the shimmering icicles. Narcissus stood upon the steps of the temple, observing the transformations around him, indifferent to the commotion of those rascals. The winter deities danced joyfully beneath his gaze, their laughter ringing melodiously, reminiscent of the winter winds. Chapter 173. The banquet in honor of Narcissus. With Narcissus ascended as the chief deity of Olympus. The once dilapidated temples on earth, long forsaken due to the passage of time and his deliberate withdrawal from the prayers of his followers, began to experience a scattered resurgence of prosperity. In celebration of Narcissus's elevation to the pantheon, Zeus hosted a grand banquet on Olympus. The festivities were vibrant and lively. As the gods gathered to rejoice in the joyous occasion of Narcissus's ascension, the banquet hall was resplendent with light. The opulent chamber was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Zeus occupied the seat of honor, holding a golden goblet, his eyes occasionally glancing towards Narcissus, revealing a look of satisfaction and admiration. Apollo, Hephaestus, Athena, and other deities wore beaming smiles as they engaged in warm conversations with Narcissus. Narcissus was positioned opposite Zeus, his seat adorned with exquisite silverware and vibrant flowers, surrounded by an intoxicating fragrance. Melodious music wafted through the hall, a harmonious symphony played by the muses. The resonant strings intertwined with the lilting notes of the flute, creating an ethereal ambience. Meanwhile, the winter deities frolicked in a corner of the hall, occasionally mimicking the dance of the elders or inventing whimsical movements that elicited laughter from the gods. The nymphs gracefully maneuvered between the seats, replenishing the divine wine in the goblets of the deities. Laughter, conversation, and song blended into a harmonious melody, as if the entire Mount Olympus were enveloped in joy. Zeus rose to toast Narcissus, proclaiming, "Welcome, Narcissus, may your wisdom and beauty forever illuminate Olympus." Seeing the gods raise their goblets, Narcissus reciprocated in gratitude. The assembly soon moved toward the banquet hall's exterior, drawn by the livelier festivities outside, where certain deities, lacking entry, gathered. As the gods exited the banquet hall, the atmosphere on the grassy expanse grew even more vibrant. Under the vast, star-studded sky, moonlight cascaded like water across the earth, draping it in a mystical silver veil. At this moment, numerous deities congregated on the grass, some engaging in spirited conversation, others dancing gracefully or strolling beneath the moonlight, savoring the tranquility of the night. Young deities played on the grass, their laughter rising and falling like waves, adding a lively hue to the serene evening. Nymphs and fairies, adorned with flower crowns, danced joyfully in the moonlight, their skirts fluttering like petals in the breeze. In one corner of the meadow, a group of demigods and nymphs performed jubilant tunes, the resounding drums and melodious flutes igniting bursts of laughter and dance. With the rhythm of the music, some gods channeled their divine powers, conjuring a myriad of colorful blossoms upon the grass, or summoning gentle whirlwinds that caressed the air. Amidst the revelry, a goddess clad in a dark robe silently emerged from the shadows of the banquet's corner. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes glimmered with an eerie light, and a smirk of derision graced her lips. Her gaze pierced through the joyful throng, seemingly in search of something. Her voice, low and icy, echoed as if from the depths of ancient darkness. "It appears you have forgotten my existence, having neglected to invite me. Just wait and see. I shall make you regret it." Her words dripped with resentment and menace, her figure appearing all the more ominous beneath the moonlight. Her gaze wandered through the throngs of the banquet, as if in search of an opportunity. Yet, her presence appeared to elude the notice of the other deities. The festivities remained exuberant, filled with unceasing laughter and merriment. This enigmatic goddess quietly retreated into the shadows, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. For she seemed to be orchestrating something. Her figure gradually faded upon the grass illuminated by the moonlight, leaving only a chill in the air as a cold breeze swept through. The celebration continued, the gods gathered in joyous revelry, savoring the splendid moments, utterly oblivious to the ominous aura lurking in the corner, quietly brewing something sinister. Narcissus was seated on the grass, engaged in conversation with Apollo, Hephaestus, and Hermes. Meanwhile, the mischievous Cupid was frolicking with the winter deities nearby. Suddenly, a gasp shattered the tranquility of the night, drawing the attention of the gods. They turned their gaze toward the source of the sound, where they beheld Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, and Athena, the goddess of wisdom. Both astonished as they looked towards Hera, the queen of the gods, or rather, towards the object in Hera's hand. In Hera's grasp was a shimmering golden apple, radiating an enchanting glow under the moonlight, as if a star had descended to earth. Although golden apples were rare among the Olympian gods, there existed an apple tree on Mount Olympus that bore fruit, which the gods would share, thus preventing such a display of disarray. However, this particular apple was unique. Its surface was inscribed with gleaming letters, "For the fairest goddess." This inscription incited a flurry of murmurs among the deities, each displaying a myriad of expressions, some astonished, others curious, and a few anxious. Aphrodite and Athena exchanged glances, a spark of rivalry igniting in their eyes. Chapter 174. The Golden Apple. Ah, it seems someone has bestowed a gift upon me, Hera proclaimed with pride, raising the golden apple aloft, her eyes shimmering with self-satisfaction. Oh, is that so? Hera, have you forgotten that I am also present? Aphrodite retorted haughtily, her gaze brimming with challenge as she reached out to seize the apple. Athena, unyielding, interjected with a calm yet piercing wisdom. You are all mistaken. I am the fairest. What foolishness! Which of you possesses my intellect? But this golden apple is meant for the most beautiful goddess. Is it not I who deserves it? Aphrodite countered, a hint of disdain gracing her features. The other gods gathered around, observing the heated exchange among the three goddesses, each unwilling to back down. Their voices crescendoed, resonating through the night sky, disrupting the harmonious atmosphere of the banquet. Narcissus observed the scene with a sense of unease. He felt that the golden apple was far from ordinary. It heralded not merely a quarrel, but the ominous prelude to a tempest. The dispute among Hera, Aphrodite, and Athena grew increasingly intense, their voices rising in fervor and their words sharpening like daggers. The atmosphere upon the grass thickened with tension as worry etched itself upon the faces of the gods. At that moment, a bolt of lightning cleaved the night sky, followed by a resounding thunder that echoed through the heavens. The gaze of the deities was drawn upward, where a radiant beam of golden light descended, landing in Zeus's outstretched hand. Rising slowly, Zeus's countenance bore an air of solemnity as he declared, "Enough. Cease your bickering. The matter of the golden apple shall be adjudicated." His voice reverberated through the night, imbued with an undeniable authority. The three goddesses ceased their quarrel, their eyes fixated upon Zeus, eagerly awaiting his judgment. "Very well, Zeus. Declare who you deem the fairest among us." Hera's gaze shimmered with defiance, her tone resolute and self-assured. Zeus furrowed his brow, his gaze flitting between the three goddesses, fully aware of the delicate nature of the decision before him. While he privately regarded Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, as the most exquisite, he was reluctant to offend either Hera or Athena. He turned to Poseidon, the god of the sea, seeking guidance. Yet Poseidon's eyes reflected a desire to evade the matter entirely, as he feigned ignorance of Zeus's unspoken plea. The sea god found himself in a quandary. Despite believing Aphrodite to be the fairest, he was unwilling to provoke his sister, Hera, over such a triviality. Under the scrutiny of the three goddesses, Zeus's expression grew awkward, and after a prolonged silence, he stammered, "Ahem, Apollo, you shall decide who is the most beautiful goddess." At last, he directed the question towards Apollo, who stood amidst the gathered crowd. Apollo's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated being thrust into such a dilemma. He surveyed the three goddesses, their piercing glares suggesting that failure to declare one as the fairest would lead to dire consequences, leaving him with a throbbing headache. Standing there, he opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. His gaze darted between the three deities, each pair of eyes laden with anticipation and veiled admonition. Narcissus observed the scene before him with a hint of amusement. He understood that this inquiry posed an insurmountable dilemma for anyone. Eventually, Apollo cleared his throat, a glimmer of wood illuminating his gaze. "I believe that each goddess possesses her own unique beauty, rendering comparison futile. Hera's nobility, Aphrodite's allure, and Athena's wisdom are all incomparable. Apollo, spare us your frivolity and declare who the fairest goddess is." Hera's voice betrayed a touch of impatience, her gaze piercing into Apollo. The expressions of Aphrodite and Athena grew serious, their eyes equally dissatisfied with Apollo's response. Today, there was but a single golden apple, and they all felt entitled to claim it. Apollo's countenance shifted slightly. He inhaled deeply and then spoke slowly. "I comprehend your sentiments, yet I remain steadfast in my belief. Each goddess possesses her own distinct beauty, making it impossible to compare. I cannot impartially judge who is the most beautiful." Hera's expression darkened, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. "Apollo, you are shirking responsibility." Aphrodite and Athena also displayed their discontent, both believing that Apollo was deliberately evading the matter at hand. Narcissus observed the unfolding scene with a twinge of unease. He recognized that this matter had transcended mere debate, now entangled with the pride and honor of three goddesses. Zeus furrowed his brow, aware that the situation had grown increasingly complex. Inaction could potentially incite discord among the divine trio. Thus, he rose, his voice steady and authoritative. Esteemed goddesses, I comprehend your sentiments. In my eyes, you are all embodiments of beauty, and this question indeed poses a challenge for impartial judgment. Perhaps we should entrust this golden apple to a mortal for evaluation. Such a course would ensure fairness, allowing him to determine who among you is the most beautiful. The three goddesses momentarily stood in silence, then exchanged glances brimming with competitive spirit, each perceiving the suggestion as a fair resolution. Narcissus breathed a sigh of relief, aware that Zeus's proposal had temporarily alleviated the crisis. However, an unsettling premonition lingered within him. Chapter 175. The ownership of the golden apple. One know of a handsome shepherd named Paris residing on Mount Ida. Renowned for his fairness, I believe we could appoint him as the arbiter among the three goddesses, Hermes proclaimed, his voice brimming with confidence. The three goddesses exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and anticipation. They had heard of Paris's esteemed reputation as the most impartial judge, whose decisions had never been questioned. Hera nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction illuminating her gaze. Very well, let Paris be the one to judge. Aphrodite and Athena concurred, both exuding confidence in Paris's equitable judgment. Zeus, too, wore a contented smile, knowing this matter had finally reached a reasonable resolution. He turned to Hermes, a spark of joy in his eyes. Hermes, go find Paris and inform him of our decision. Hermes nodded, excitement flickering in his eyes. I shall depart at once. Upon arriving at Mount Ida, Hermes swiftly located Paris and conveyed his purpose, subsequently escorting him back to Mount Olympus. Dear Paris, you are now apprised of the situation. Please serve as the arbiter for these three goddesses. Here lies a golden apple. Should you deem one of them the fairest, present it to her, Hermes explained, his voice imbued with anticipation. Paris paced between Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, scrutinizing each for an extended period, yet he remained uncertain whom to award the golden apple. He perceived all three goddesses as the epitome of beauty, making his choice exceedingly difficult. A sense of confusion and conflict clouded his gaze. He understood that his decision would profoundly impact the relationships among the goddesses, and he wished to avoid inciting any unnecessary discord due to his judgment. Occasionally, he cast his eyes toward the assembly of gods, contemplating that if tasked with selecting the most handsome deity, he would have no trouble making a choice. Yet now, he found himself ensnared in a profound dilemma. The gazes of the three goddesses were fixed intently upon Paris, filled with anticipation and tension. Each yearned to learn of his choice, desiring the golden apple that symbolized beauty. Narcissus stood quietly to the side, a glimmer of curiosity in his gaze as he wondered whom Paris would choose. The impatience of the three goddesses began to permeate the air, their eyes fixed intently on Paris, eager to discern who was the fairest among them. Hera approached Paris first, her noble demeanor and graceful presence immediately captivating. A hint of seduction shone in her eyes as she spoke. As the queen of the gods, I shall bestow upon you unparalleled power, granting you kingship over the entire world, provided you offer the golden apple to me. Her voice was laced with irresistible allure, making it difficult to resist her proposition. Athena, not to be outdone, let the light of wisdom flicker in her eyes. She enticed Paris with her own offer. I embody wisdom. Should you choose me as the most beautiful goddess, you shall be the wisest among men. Her tone brimmed with confidence and pride, stirring deep emotions within him. Aphrodite, however, exuded a different charm, tossing her silken hair with grace, her divine essence of love and beauty radiating around her. With a gaze filled with temptation, she addressed Paris. Dearest Paris, you are so handsome, and what your eyes perceive is undoubtedly true. I shall grant you the most beautiful Helen. While I cannot offer power or wisdom, I can bestow upon you eternal love. Her voice was as soft as a gentle breeze, evoking a stirring in his heart. Faced with these three divine beings, each alluring him with their unique charms, Paris found himself caught in a whirlwind of emotions. Noble Hera, wise Athena, and enchanting Aphrodite, all possessed their own beauty and allure. Hera's promise stirred his heart. To become the king of the world was a grand aspiration, but he understood the weight of power and responsibility. Athena's wisdom was equally compelling. To be the smartest person alive was an unmatched ability. Yet he recognized that wisdom was not everything. Meanwhile, Aphrodite's allure truly captivated him. Her description of Helen's beauty was irresistible, a pure temptation of love and beauty. devoid of the burdens of power and wisdom. After a moment of silence, Paris's gaze grew clearer. He knew what he desired. He smiled gently at Aphrodite and handed her the golden apple. A shockwave rippled through Olympus as all eyes turned to Aphrodite. Hera and Athena's expressions momentarily darkened, disappointment and anger flashing in their eyes. Although they were reluctant to accept it, feeling that Aphrodite had been too cunning, they could not publicly disgrace themselves by reclaiming the apple in front of the other gods. Meanwhile, Aphrodite beamed with delight, the golden apple in her hand sparkling under the moonlight, a symbol of her triumph. Her eyes radiated a glimmer of pride and satisfaction, for she was acutely aware of her triumph in this exquisite contest. Chapter 176, Faith upon the Earth. After receiving the precious golden apple, the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite felt a surge of emotion and resolved to fulfill her promise to Paris. She gracefully guided him, urging him to traverse the vast ocean to visit the distant kingdom of Sparta. Paris, this is an extraordinary journey. You shall cross the sea to the faraway realm of Sparta. There, you will encounter Helen, whose beauty transcends all that you have ever witnessed. In Aphrodite's gaze shimmered the allure of temptation. The dispute over the golden apple brought an awkward conclusion to the banquet on Olympus. Zeus, the king of the gods, embodiment of wisdom and authority, soon discerned the instigator of this discord. A wave of fury built within his broad chest. It was Eris, the goddess of discord, whose mischief had transformed the grand banquet into an embarrassing spectacle. Zeus deemed this a grave affront. Eris, his voice resonated through Olympus, your actions have offended 3 goddesses. I now decree your exile from Mount Olympus to reflect upon your deeds. A scowl of anger crossed Eris's face, yet she knew she could not defy the command of the king of the gods. With a heart full of resentment, she departed from Olympus, setting foot upon the soil of the earth. However, there was no inkling of remorse within her. Instead, she roamed the land, inciting frequent wars and chaos in her wake. In the kingdom of trees, 2 majestic mountains stood like natural fortifications on either side of the border, with a fertile plain flourishing between them. 2 parallel rivers flowed gently, resembling a mother's loving arms as they meandered through the town, ultimately converging into a vast lake, its waters sparkling and crystal clear. Within the lake lay a charming island, lush with greenery, where birds chirped merrily among the treetops. On the island stood an ancient temple, its outer walls weathered yet still solemn and dignified, bearing witness to the passage of time. The history of the kingdom of trees is venerable, said to be founded by Deucalion and Pyrrha. The lake was adorned with water plants bearing white-spotted leaves, swaying gently in the breeze as if narrating ancient legends. The locals took pride in this unique aquatic flora, for it was not only a specialty of the kingdom, but also a culinary delight that lingered in the memory. The temple on the island was yet another enigmatic sight. It was established by Doriaclion and Pyrrha to commemorate and express gratitude to Narcissus. Although Narcissus never manifested his divine presence here, the faith has never waned, and the temple's rituals have been fervently observed year after year. Today marks the annual grand event of the Kingdom of Trees, where the shores of the lake are teeming with people, all gathered for the competition. The rules of the contest are simple yet challenging. To see who can sail a wooden boat from the shore to the island the fastest and ascend to the temple for worship. It is said that the first person to enter the temple will be bestowed with a year of good fortune. The atmosphere is gradually becoming vibrant, and the faces of the crowd are alight with anticipation and excitement. Suddenly, a cheer erupts from the throng. The prince is coming. The prince is coming. People turn their heads in that direction, some instinctively yielding their positions. The princes of the Kingdom of Trees are a pair of twins named Castor and Pollux, truly the pride and hope of the nation. They possess strikingly similar features, their eyes sparkling with vitality and wisdom. When they smile, their expressions mirror the shimmering lake, radiating a similar charm and brilliance. As they walk along the lakeside path, adorned in elegant garments, they carry themselves with poise and their steps are in perfect unison. The crowd cheers for them, their applause and exclamations filled with reverence and expectation. Castor and Pollux do not exhibit any air of arrogance. Instead, they warmly respond to the people, occasionally waving and offering friendly smiles. The citizens of the Kingdom of Trees know well that these twin princes are not only handsome but also intelligent, brave, and imbued with a strong sense of justice, earning them considerable renown both at home and abroad. Naturally, all eyes are upon them today, eager to witness their extraordinary skills once more. The lake's surface glistens under the sun, and the onlookers gaze eagerly towards the horizon. The temple stands quietly in the distance, seemingly awaiting a spectacular contest. Castor and Pollux stand at the water's edge, exchanging a knowing glance filled with unspoken understanding. Nearby, Princess Leda, having seen her two similarly featured sons approach, gazes at them with eyes shimmering with love and pride. As she watches her sons, her thoughts drift to distant memories of her time in the kingdom of Sparta. Those youthful and beautiful days that seem to have been just yesterday. Gently resting her hands on Castor and Pollux's shoulders, the warmth of her maternal love is palpable. The two princes return her affection with heartfelt smiles, cherishing this rare moment of intimacy with their mother. Then, regaining her focus, Princess Leda begins to organize the festivities, directing her attendants to commence preparations. The warriors steadily board the wooden boats, their gazes resolute, muscles taut, each one brimming with zeal and fervor. The spectators by the lakeside gradually became immersed in the solemn and tense atmosphere. Princess Leda stood on the elevated platform, surveying the entire scene. The people on the shore awaited the commencement of the competition in hushed anticipation, while the water plants on the lake gently swayed, seemingly cheering on the warriors with fervor. Narcissus, draped in an enigmatic cloak, stood quietly amidst the bustling crowd. His presence was stirred by a sudden awareness in his temple on Mount Olympus, where he sensed a fervent devotion surging from the earth below. This force was both potent and unadulterated, traversing the heavens and the ground, encircling him, and being ensconced within his divine artifact. Thus, the inquisitive Narcissus resolved to descend to the mortal realm to seek the origins of this profound faith. Narcissus had not anticipated that Calliope and Pyrrha would establish a temple in his honor here. Among the crowd, no one noticed the silent stranger. They were entirely absorbed in the contest unfolding upon the lake, eagerly awaiting the moment of triumph. Chapter 177, The Bored Apollo High Upon Mount Olympus. The sun-drenched temple of Apollo, the god of light, radiated in extraordinary brilliance. At this moment, Apollo lounged on his chair, his gaze vacant, his mood somber. Initially intending to visit his friend Narcissus, he discovered his absence and found himself alone, the exquisite wine and fruits on the adjacent table failing to pique his interest. Suddenly, the sound of fluttering wings shattered the silence, and he looked up to see the lively little sprite. Cupid, the playful god of love, flitted mischievously before Apollo. As he observed the diminutive deity toying with his delicate bow and arrow, a teasing impulse stirred within Apollo, prompting him to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. "Hey, little sprite," he jested, "the bow and arrow, such weapons of warfare, are hardly toys for a creature of your stature. If you seek diversion, why not play with fire instead? Do you not often speak of igniting the flames of love? With fire, you can indulge your whims. Leave the instruments of adults to those more suited for their use." Apollo's words immediately incensed the little god, Cupid, who, with a glimmer of anger in his eyes, retorted sharply, "Apollo, how tiresome you are! Who decreed that bows and arrows are solely for adults? Your bow may possess great power, but my arrows will make you regret your words today. Just wait." With that, he flapped his wings and departed. Watching Cupid's retreating figure, Apollo felt a pang of regret. He had merely sought a bit of banter to alleviate his boredom. Yet he had inadvertently provoked the little god's ire. Meanwhile, Cupid, seething with indignation, resolved to make the arrogant sun god experience the bittersweet pangs of love, demonstrating that even a petite bow could ensnare hearts in turmoil. On the ground, the lakes of the kingdom of trees had transformed into a scene of lively excitement. The surface of the lake was lined with wooden boats, where contestants sat, gripping their oars, muscles taut, fully focused and poised. Spectators gathered along the shores, buzzing with anticipation for the impending competition. Among the competitors were the two princes of the kingdom of trees, Castor and Pollux, who shared the same boat, their synergy evident. Castor's gaze was resolute, while Pollux's hands gripped the oars tightly. Both awaited the moment of reckoning. With the commanding announcement of the race's commencement by Princess Leda, the atmosphere over the lake reached a fever pitch. The boats, seemingly enchanted, surged forward across the water with remarkable speed. The wind rippled across the surface, and sunlight danced upon the lake, creating a shimmering spectacle. The wooden boat carved rippling splashes upon the lake's surface, while the oars traced elegant arcs through the water. Castor and Pollux's vessel, not to be outdone, surged forward as the two rowed in unison, embodying a breathtaking fusion of strength and grace. The audience's cheers and applause rose and fell in a jubilant chorus, as spectators along the shore fervently rallied for their favored competitors. The intensity of the race surpassed all expectations, with each participant exerting their utmost effort in a fiercely competitive atmosphere. Narcissus stood amidst the crowd, as if he had seamlessly merged into the fervent spirit of the competition. In that moment, he seemed to comprehend why the god of wine, Dionysus, preferred to dwell upon the earth. On the island in the lake, a group awaited, their eyes fixed on the procession of wooden boats arriving, their cheers erupting in jubilant unison. At long last, the rowing contest on the lake reached its conclusion. In the final moments, Castor and Pollux, through their impeccable synergy and exceptional skill, guided their vessel to be the first to touch the shores of the island. The air resonated with ecstatic applause as the crowd rose, celebrating their triumph. Eagerly, the islanders surged towards the wooden boat, bringing the victorious duo ashore. Beautiful garlands were placed upon the heads of Castor and Pollux, symbolizing victory and honor. Flowers were tenderly offered, showering them as petals danced through the air, reminiscent of a splendid ceremony. The cheers of the people and their awestruck gazes accompanied Castor and Pollux as they made their way, supported by the throngs, towards the temple of Narcissus on the island. This temple, perched at the highest point, was encircled by persimmon trees, emanating a gentle fragrance. The ancient edifice stood resolutely upon the rocks, a long-standing witness to valor and triumph. The two victors ascended the stone steps, pushing open the heavy bronze doors to enter the sacred interior. Within, silence reigned, and the air was thick with a sense of mystery. Murals depicted ancient myths, while the stone columns rose tall and solemn, embodying the grandeur of the past. The statue of Narcissus stands majestically before the altar, his gaze seemingly infused with an unfathomable wisdom, while his handsome visage appears to recount tales of yore. Castor and Pollux approached the statue, kneeling reverently on the ground, humbly expressing their gratitude for the divine protection bestowed upon them. On the riverbank, Narcissus peers through the likeness, observing the kneeling figures of Castor and Pollux before him. At first glance, their appearance and actions lead Narcissus to believe they are twin brothers, yet his discerning gaze uncovers a profounder layer of significance. Narcissus discovered that Castor and Pollux were, in fact, brothers sharing the same mother but differing in their fathers. Furthermore, Castor was a mortal, while Pollux was a demigod. Narcissus discerned within Pollux the concealed essence of Zeus, a noble and magnificent force exclusive to the divine. It became evident to Narcissus that Pollux was indeed the offspring of that very Zeus, walking the earth. Chapter 178. The Revenge of the Little God of Love in the Verdant Forests of Olympus, a delicate and mysterious mist entwined the trees. The crystal-clear lake mirrored the surrounding peaks and foliage, its surface shimmering like a dream. The little god of love, Cupid, concealed himself atop the branches, hidden behind a lush tree, gazing intently at Apollo in the lake. Apollo, radiant and handsome, was immersed in the water, cleansing his form. The splashes caressed his skin softly, as if the gods were serenading him with praises. Observing Apollo's silhouette, Cupid's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He retrieved a golden arrow from his quiver, crafted by his father Hephaestus. This golden arrow possessed the power to ignite love, conserving his divine energy. With a surge of divine power, he enchanted the arrow's feathered end, ensuring that Apollo would fall for the one struck by his lead-tipped arrow. "Oh, wretched Apollo, prepare to witness my prowess," he murmured, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Ready, Cupid drew his bow like a crescent moon and, with a swift whoosh, the golden arrow soared toward Apollo in the lake. Its trajectory resembled a beam of golden light, slicing through the air and aimed directly at the god. Struck by Cupid's golden arrow, Apollo exhibited no reaction, his exterior remaining calm as the lake's surface remained undisturbed. Yet Cupid knew he had succeeded. The magic of love wrought by the golden arrow had taken effect. After a moment of contemplation, the little god of love chuckled to himself. "Apollo, I shall bring you shame upon the earth, compelling you to regard me with disdain." Thus, he began to devise a scheme to ensnare Apollo's heart with someone who would bring him embarrassment. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Cupid's eyes as his plan began to take shape in his mind. Cupid resolved that this time, he would ensure Apollo tasted the bitterness of love, teaching the haughty deity the might of the little god of love. With wings unfurled, he prepared to descend to the earth in search of a suitable candidate to ensnare Apollo's heart. In the realm of the kingdom of trees, lush hills flourished, and rivers meandered gracefully. Narcissus meandered along the river, retreating from the clamor of the kingdom of Thrias, his spirit buoyed by tranquility. He ambled along the riverside path, reveling in the scenic vistas and immersing himself in the serene harmony of nature. Suddenly, the river began to bubble, as though stirred by some unseen force, prompting Narcissus to come to a halt. Gradually, a river deity emerged from the water, adorned with flowing green hair. His eyes sparkled with the clarity of pristine waters, his countenance gentle, and his form seamlessly entwined with the river, as if he were the very embodiment of the stream itself. Upon glimpsing Narcissus, the river god paused momentarily. Then a smile of recognition illuminated his face as he spoke. "Ah, it is you, Narcissus. You startle me for a moment, my dear fellow." Narcissus, upon hearing a familiar voice, recognized that the river god before him was none other than his uncle, Punnius. Unable to contain his astonishment, he inquired, "Uncle Punnius, what brings you here? I was under the impression that the river you oversee was not located in this vicinity." Punnius smiled gently and began to elucidate. "Ah, that is a consequence of the ancient deities who, in their folly, flooded the lands, causing my river to divert its course to this very place." Narcissus sat upon a rock by the riverbank, facing his uncle, Paeonius. The gentle waters flowed softly at their feet, while a tender breeze caressed their long hair beneath the shroud of night. The scenery along the river was enchanting, and the air was imbued with the fragrant essence of nature. Subsequently, Paeonius, with an expression of helplessness, sighed as he spoke of his daughter, a beautiful yet headstrong nymph of the marshes. He lamented his desire for her to marry soon, yearning to cradle a grandchild in his arms. Yet his daughter remained indifferent towards the institution of marriage. Narcissus listened to his uncle's lamentations, a smirk creeping onto his face, for he never anticipated that even deities would be subjected to the pressures of matrimony. "Uncle Punnius," he remarked with a light-hearted jest in his tone, "if my cousin has no desire to wed, then let her remain unwed. As divine beings, blessed with eternal life, why should we concern ourselves with the trivialities of mortal existence?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Punnius offered a wry smile. "It is easy for you to say, but you cannot fathom the eagerness that fills my heart for a grandchild." Chapter 179. Cupid's chosen target. Deep within the dense woods, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon a soft patch of grass. A group of young maidens frolicked about, wielding bows and arrows as they pursued their quarry, their laughter ringing through the air. Their cheeks were flushed, their eyes sparkled with vitality, and their movements were as graceful as woodland sprites. Among them, one maiden stood out, tall and striking, her lustrous brown hair glimmering in the sunlight, eyes as bright as stars, skin as fair as porcelain, with a hint of rosy blush upon her cheeks and vibrant lips. Her entire presence exuded a wild beauty, reminiscent of a goddess of the forest, captivating all who beheld her. After a time of playful exertion, the maidens settled upon the grass to rest. Butterflies flitted gracefully in pairs, and cheerful birds chirped melodiously, the essence of spring alive around them. Yet the beautiful maiden, named Daphne, gazed upon the woods with a twinge of irritation. She looked skyward, spotting a solitary eagle soaring majestically, her eyes reflecting a yearning for the freedom it embodied. "What troubles you, Daphne?" inquired a girl with braided hair and a sprinkling of freckles upon her face. "It is my father, once again urging me to seek a husband," Daphne replied, her voice tinged with frustration. "I have no wish to marry. My aspiration is to be akin to the goddess Artemis, that I may remain by my father's side for eternity." The freckled girl regarded Daphne with a hint of disapproval. "But Daphne, your father is a deity. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he shall not age nor perish. We, however, are mere water nymphs, destined to meet our end one day. I find myself longing for a sweet romance. If I possessed your beauty, I would surely indulge in numerous affairs. Do not think I am unaware that you have taken a demigod as your lover. Beware, or I shall reveal your sentiments to him," Daphne retorted playfully. Daphne, upon hearing the remark from the girl with the pockmarked face, chuckled teasingly. A few young maidens began to frolic upon the verdant grass, playfully shoving one another and bursting into laughter, gradually casting their worries aside. In that sun-drenched meadow, with the gentle breeze and the sounds of joy, everything appeared remarkably harmonious and beautiful. The girls' laughter echoed through the woods. The riverside offered a picturesque scene, where a soft zephyr caressed the water's surface, as the river sang a melodious tune, and the trees swayed gracefully, imparting a sense of tranquility. At that moment, the river god Punnius and Narcissus were engaged in light-hearted conversation upon the rocks. The river god's long hair flowed elegantly in the wind, while Narcissus exuded an air of serene contentment. Suddenly, Pontius' gaze softened, as if recalling a fond memory. He turned to Narcissus and said, "Narcissus, shall I take you to meet your cousin? You have yet to lay eyes upon her." Narcissus nodded, a glimmer of curiosity illuminating his eyes. "Very well," he replied. Though he had never encountered his cousin, he had heard much about her from Pontius, and his heart brimmed with anticipation. Pontius rose, gazing into the depths of the distant forest, a paternal smile gracing his features, before beckoning Narcissus to follow him. A gentle breeze swept along the riverbank as Narcissus and the river god Pontius prepared to venture into the heart of the woods. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that evoked a sense of tranquility and mystery. At that moment, Narcissus's attention was captured by a fleeting figure soaring across the sky, a sight that felt strikingly familiar. The river god Pontius noticed Narcissus's sudden distraction and halted his steps, inquiring, "What troubles you, Narcissus?" Narcissus lifted his gaze, following the flight of a distant figure. Judging by its demeanor, it appeared unaware of his presence. He gently shook his head at the river god, Pontius, saying, "It is nothing, merely the sight of a familiar deity." The sight of the young god of love, Cupid, surprised Narcissus slightly, yet he found nothing peculiar about it. After all, Cupid, tasked with spreading love, often traversed between the earth and Olympus. Pontius glanced skyward as well, yet it was evident he perceived nothing amiss. A paternal smile graced his features as he addressed Narcissus. "Then let us proceed. I shall take you to meet your cousin. She should be frolicking in the woods." The two ventured deeper into the forest, the path beneath their feet adorned with verdant vines and wildflowers, creating a picturesque scene. The faint laughter of maidens echoed through the woodland, as if beckoning them onward. In the sky above, the diminutive Cupid flew low, skimming across the tranquil grove, where the laughter of Tiffany and her companions filled the air. Upon beholding the exquisite maiden among the girls, Cupid conceived a perfect plan, one that would allow the arrogant Apollo to taste the bittersweet pangs of love while simultaneously fulfilling the young maiden's desire to remain unwed. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Cupid quietly descended to the treetops, observing the maidens in the depths of the forest. He chuckled playfully, drawing forth his quiver and selecting a lead-tipped arrow, imbuing its feathered end with the divine power of love. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, while the maidens laughed and played upon the grass, and Cupid remained fixated on his target. Chapter 180. A mere coincidence. Love often manifests when one is least aware. And Cupid's very existence epitomizes this phenomenon. Typically, he remains concealed, eluding detection. However, the circumstances of this day were different. Narcissus, imbued with the essence of romantic fervor, effortlessly discerned the hidden Cupid perched among the treetops. "That is your cousin," Pontius remarked, gesturing toward a strikingly beautiful maiden who stood amidst her friends, engaged in lively conversation. Suddenly, Narcissus's attention sharpened as he noticed Cupid aiming an arrow at his cousin. "That rascal Cupid is up to his mischief again." Upon witnessing the mischievous grin of the little god Cupid, Narcissus instantly recognized his impending prank. Just as Cupid was drawing his bow, a gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, suddenly swept through, rustling the leaves and obscuring Cupid's vision. It was Narcissus who, noticing Cupid aiming an arrow at his cousin, deliberately wielded his divine power. When Cupid hastily brushed aside the leaves that blocked his sight, he was astonished to find that his arrow had been deflected by the wind and was now hurtling towards him. Upon seeing the arrow approaching, Cupid's expression transformed in fear, and he frantically flapped his wings in an attempt to escape. Alas, the enchanted arrow was not so easily evaded. It pursued its target with uncanny precision, deftly maneuvering around obstacles, and struck Cupid from behind, transforming into a radiant light that surged into his being. Narcissus beheld the scene before him and marveled at the sheer coincidence. He had merely intended to interrupt Cupid's archery, never anticipating the outcome that would unfold. Struck by the arrow of love, Cupid's skin began to emit a faint golden glow, and his form gradually transformed from that of a mere child into a dashing youth. His tousled golden curls shimmered under the sun, and a pair of pristine white wings unfurled, exuding an aura of purity and innocence. Alas, Cupid, witnessing his own metamorphosis, anxiously raked his fingers through his curly golden locks. This arrow of love had been imbued with a special divine power, making it exceedingly difficult to undo. Meanwhile, the sun god Apollo was traversing the skies in his chariot of sunlight, surveying the earth below. Ordinarily, the chariot would follow a predetermined path, allowing the celestial steeds to carry it forth autonomously. However, on this particular day, Apollo found himself exceedingly bored and resolved to take the reins himself. As he idly scanned the landscape, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the figure of Narcissus. Thus, Apollo recalibrated his chariot's trajectory, intending to descend from the heavens to seek out Narcissus for amusement. Yet, at that moment, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of another figure hidden within the nearby woods. Not far from Narcissus, sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting a warm glow upon the tousled golden hair, harmonizing beautifully with the immaculate wings. Resembling an angel gracing the earth, Apollo's heart began to race. A sensation unlike any he had ever experienced surged through his soul, though the figure remained indistinct. It was sufficient to stir profound emotions within him. He had never encountered such a feeling before. It was an intense allure, a compelling desire to draw closer, to understand. Confusion enveloped Apollo's thoughts, as he had not anticipated such a reaction. Yet the rhythm of his heart attested to the authenticity of this feeling, one he could neither conceal nor resist. His heart yearned to meet that person, to learn about him, to engage in intimate proximity. After a moment's hesitation, Apollo decisively descended from the sky, soaring toward the woods. Who could this enchanting figure be? What had evoked such an emotional response in him? He was determined to uncover the truth. Deep within the forest, Cupid stood unaware that his presence had stirred the heartstrings of the sun god. He remained preoccupied with his own carelessness and the unexpected changes brought about by the arrow of love, momentarily oblivious to the world around him. His pristine wings fluttered gently, and his tousled golden hair danced in the breeze, creating a breathtaking tableau. Upon reaching the ground, Apollo gazed at the figure before him, turned away, and found himself irresistibly drawn to the disheveled curls. He mused, how captivating these locks appear when left to fall so freely. How enchanting they would be if properly groomed. In that moment, Apollo was utterly captivated by the beauty before him, no longer the composed sun god lost in music and poetry. With quiet determination, Apollo stepped closer, eager to meet the one who had ignited such fervent beats in his heart. He cleared his throat gently, attempting to shatter the tranquility of the serene woods with a tender tone. Ahem, fair maiden, I am Apollo, the god of the sun. He declared to the figure that captivated him, his voice tinged with an unusual tension and anticipation. Upon hearing this, Cupid abruptly turned, his golden locks cascading around him. He gazed in astonishment at the sun god before him, momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 181. The Affection of the Sun God Apollo. Cupid exclaimed in disbelief. Then, the arrows of love began to take effect, amplifying his disdain for the already arrogant and irritating Apollo. Cupid? How could it be you? Apollo too, sensed the divine energy emanating from Cupid and recognized the annoying little imp before him. However, after the initial shock, Apollo quickly succumbed to the influence of the love arrows, suddenly perceiving Cupid as remarkably endearing. The previous annoyance gradually faded, replaced by a profound yearning and affection. His gaze softened as he began to admire Cupid's innocent eyes and delicate wings. Noticing the shift in Apollo's demeanor, Cupid was filled with displeasure and distaste, and he exclaimed, "Ah, Apollo, please leave me be." With a sudden flutter of his wings, Cupid darted through the trees, akin to a startled bird attempting to evade the pursuing Apollo. Apollo followed closely, his voice laced with longing and beseeching. "Dearest Cupid, please pause for a moment. I harbor no intention of causing you harm. Why do you flee from me as a lamb from a ravenous wolf or a dove from a hawk? My pursuit is solely born from my love for you." Before he could finish his plea, Cupid soared high into the sky, disappearing from sight. He did not look back. His wings beat against the air, and his fleeting form appeared so delicate and fragile. Apollo stood frozen in place, an indescribable despair reflected in his eyes, for he realized that even in Cupid's flight, he found himself utterly enamored. Narcissus blinked in bewilderment at the unfolding scene before him. First, he beheld the flustered figure of Cupid hastily emerging from the woods, followed closely by Apollo, who appeared disheartened and wore a complex expression as he stepped into view. "Narcissus, what troubles you?" inquired Punnius, the river god, who was guiding Narcissus to meet his daughter, noticing that he stood motionless in confusion. "Uncle Punnius, I suddenly recalled an important matter I must attend to. Let us converse another day," Narcissus replied, his voice tinged with regret, sensing that something was amiss with Apollo and deciding to investigate further. Upon hearing Narcissus's words, the river god Punnius nodded gently, reassuring him, "It is quite all right. Go about your business." His tone conveyed a sense of patience and understanding, as if he harbored no ill will toward this unexpected turn of events. Narcissus quietly trailed behind Apollo, observing him standing alone by the riverbank, seemingly ensnared in contemplation. Unable to restrain his concern, he approached the god. As he drew nearer, Narcissus suddenly sensed an intoxicating fragrance of love emanating from Apollo, a warm and enchanting aura that quickened his heartbeat. Without a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "Apollo, what troubles you?" "Aha, my dear friend, it is you," Apollo responded, turning to face Narcissus. The sorrow in his eyes gradually faded, and his demeanor softened. After a brief pause, Apollo candidly confessed, "My friend, I have encountered someone I cherish deeply, and I feel my heart racing fervently for him. What do you think I should do?" Narcissus casually remarked, "Then be brave and pursue it." In his heart, he could not help but ponder that the scent of love he detected from Apollo was indeed accurate. Apollo had truly fallen for someone. A glimmer of determination flashed in Apollo's eyes as he fervently declared, "My dear friend, thank you. You are right. Beloved Cupid, please wait for me. I shall come to you at once." Upon uttering these words, his face radiated with excitement and fervor. Cupid? What does this have to do with Cupid? Narcissus was utterly astonished to learn that the object of Apollo's affection was none other than Cupid himself. Chapter 182. The alarmed Cupid. Upon hearing Apollo confess his affection for Cupid, Narcissus initially found it hard to believe. However, he soon sensed something amiss with Apollo. His instincts informed him that this love was far from ordinary. He quickly reached out and grasped Apollo's wrist, a faint white light emanating from his hand. This luminescence gradually seeped into Apollo's skin, functioning like a transparent key that unlocked the secrets hidden within his being. The divine essence of Narcissus flowed within the body of Apollo, and the eyes of Narcissus deepened in intensity. "My dear friend, what troubles you?" Apollo inquired, a perplexed glimmer illuminating his gaze as he regarded the grave countenance of Narcissus. Narcissus's gaze intensified as he sensed the alluring fragrance of love emanating from Apollo, a scent unlike any other. Upon further inspection, he finally concluded, "Apollo, you have fallen victim to Cupid's golden arrow, which has driven you to fervently adore him." With that, Narcissus gradually released Apollo's hand, his expression turning grave. Upon hearing that he had been struck by Cupid's love arrow, Apollo was taken aback and filled with indignation, for he had been entirely oblivious to it. Anger ignited in his eyes. That insufferable little imp, how dare he? Yet, before Apollo could finish his sentence, the effects of the love arrow softened his initially furious expression, transforming it into one of tenderness, as waves of deep affection surged within his gaze. How could that little fellow be so endearing? Narcissus gazed at Apollo, who wore an expression brimming with heartfelt affection, and could only shake his head in silent disbelief. Deeply moved by the formidable power of Cupid's golden arrow, "Pray tell, Apollo, what is your intent?" Narcissus inquired, observing as Apollo summoned his resplendent chariot, adorned with gemstones that sparkled under the sun's radiant light. The celestial steeds descended from the heavens, gracefully tracing an exquisite arc in the sky as they pulled the chariot. With a jovial tug, Apollo grasped Narcissus and exclaimed, "Of course, I am off in search of my beloved Cupid. My dear Narcissus, did you not say that love demands one to pursue with courage?" Apollo's gaze was imbued with a captivating starlight, and his voice resonated with longing and ardor. Narcissus gazed upon his reflection, extending his hand in resignation, and soon a soft pink radiance enveloped his fingers, swirling like delicate clouds of blush. This luminescence gradually flowed into Apollo's being at Narcissus's behest. The ethereal glow seeped into Apollo's skin, dissipating within him. The once tender expression on Apollo's face swiftly returned to normal, as he felt a warm force surging within, subduing the fervent passion that had consumed him. He looked at Narcissus with gratitude, sincerely uttering, "Thank you, my dear friend." Narcissus spoke with an air of indifference, stating that his divine power could only suppress time for a fleeting moment, and suggested it would be prudent to contemplate a solution. With a graceful flourish of his fingers, he conjured a crimson rose in the palm of his hand, its petals glistening with dew and exuding a rich fragrance. "Take this flower. It shall better temper the tumultuous affection within your heart," he said, offering the rose to Apollo. Apollo accepted the rose and gently inhaled its heady aroma. Instantly, the sweet scent enveloped the entire chariot, casting Apollo into a reverie of delightful romance. momentarily diverting his thoughts from Cupid. The enchanting fragrance of the rose dulled the potency of the love arrows wielded by Cupid. Meanwhile, the little god of love, Cupid, fled Apollo's advances like a startled bird, flitting frantically over valleys and forests, making his way toward Mount Olympus. His tiny wings flapped rapidly, revealing the unmistakable panic in his eyes, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. Simultaneously, Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, sat gracefully in her temple, savoring a cup of tea. Sunlight streamed through the temple's windows, illuminating the opulent hall adorned with flowers and precious silverware. The golden rays cascaded upon Aphrodite, enhancing the translucence of her skin. Clad in a flowing white gown cinched at the waist with a delicate golden belt, and adorned with jeweled ornaments around her neck and wrists, she radiated elegance. Her long hair shimmered in the sunlight, and with a porcelain cup in hand, she smiled as she savored her tea, her eyes reflecting profound tenderness and grace. The temple was suffused with the fragrance of blossoms and enchanting melodies, creating an atmosphere of serene harmony. Doves flitted around her, crafting an ethereal tableau. However, amidst this tranquility, a sudden exclamation shattered the peace. Cupid burst into the temple like a shooting star, his little face flushed, breathless as he stood before Aphrodite. Panic filled his eyes, disrupting the elegance and serenity of the sacred space. Aphrodite slowly set down her teacup, a flicker of concern passing through her gaze. The sunlight continued to bathe her in warmth, yet the beauty of the scene seemed impervious to Cupid's abrupt intrusion. "Cupid, what troubles you, my child?" she asked softly, her voice imbued with care and gentleness, akin to the tender caress of a spring breeze. Chapter 183. Cupid seeks assistance as the goddess of love and beauty. Aphrodite knew her son Cupid intimately. With a mere glance at his distressed demeanor, she could discern that this mischievous child had once again stirred up mischief. "Mother, you must help me." Cupid's eyes brimmed with tears, his voice laced with panic as he implored Aphrodite for assistance. Aphrodite, her gaze as tranquil as still water, delicately cradled a teacup, sunlight streaming through the window to illuminate her form. "Pray tell, what mischief have you found yourself in this time?" she inquired softly. Observing her son's demeanor, she continued, "But how is it that you maintain the appearance of youth today?" At that moment, Cupid resembled a child caught in a prank, his normally mischievous visage now shadowed by fear and distress. The very fact that he retained the semblance of a boy stood in stark contrast to his usual playful nature, leaving Aphrodite rather astonished. "Mother, I merely wish to tease Apollo," Cupid stammered, his cherubic face flushed crimson like a ripe apple freshly plucked from the tree. Aphrodite lifted her exquisite teacup, savoring a sip, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "You dared to tease Apollo? Did you employ your bow? Which arrow did you use? Was it the golden one?" Cupid's eyes widened, revealing a blend of innocence and alarm. He nodded, bowing his head in a manner that betrayed an unspoken acknowledgement of wrongdoing. "Oh, that is of little consequence. Let our esteemed sun god also taste the sweetness of love. Why not?" Aphrodite mused with a graceful laugh, her voice imbued with elegance and ease. "I also used a lead arrow," Cupid added in a hushed tone. A glimmer of playful mockery flickered in Aphrodite's eyes. "Oh, I suspected as much. How generous of you to allow Apollo the sweetness of love, only to have him experience its bitterness instead. Well done, my clever son." The thought of Apollo suffering in love brought forth a melodic laughter from her, resonating like the chime of bells throughout the temple. "Mother, I inadvertently inflicted the lead arrow upon myself, and I even imbued the arrow's feathers with the magic of singular love," Cupid confessed, lowering his gaze, his lips twitching with unease. His wings drooped limply, and he appeared utterly dejected. Aphrodite's expression shifted to one of gravity, a thread of undeniable concern flashing in her beautiful eyes. She understood while the potency of Cupid's arrows, the severity of the situation escalated dramatically. Had it been merely Apollo at the outset, she could have leisurely enjoyed the unfolding drama. Yet now, she furrowed her brow in earnest and said, "Cupid, you are aware that your arrows wield an irreversible power, and now you have added a special magic to them. My dear child, I scarcely know what to say to you." Cupid slowly raised his head, his eyes, usually gleaming with mischief, now glistening with tears. He gazed at his mother, his voice nearly a plea. "Mother, I thought it would be amusing. Who could have anticipated that the lead arrow would strike me? Please, help me." The atmosphere within the temple suddenly grew heavy. Sunlight continued to cascade upon Aphrodite, yet her expression, illuminated by its rays, had lost its former ease. A contemplative glimmer flickered in her eyes as she inhaled deeply, her tone soft yet resolute. Cupid, you are well aware of the potency of your arrows, and even I find myself at a loss. Moreover, this is neither the time for tears nor regrets. We must devise a solution together. With a maternal grace, Aphrodite added, Cupid, refrain from wandering about aimlessly. Remain here with me. She rose slowly, gliding towards the temple's entrance, her flowing gown billowing like clouds, exuding an air of nobility and mystery. A trace of concern flickered in her gaze, for she understood the complexity of the situation at hand and recognized the necessity of her own involvement in seeking resolution. The temple was suffused with an enigmatic ambience, as sunlight filtered through the ornate window panes, casting gentle and elegant shadows upon the ground behind her. These shadows danced with the breeze, whispering tales of ancient mysteries. Cupid nodded obediently, though his youthful face appeared somewhat pallid, his eyes brimming with trepidation. Aphrodite's figure gradually faded into the recesses of the corridor, her silhouette becoming increasingly indistinct until it vanished entirely. Chapter 184. The sun pursues love. Apollo, temporarily suppressing the divine might of love's golden arrow, now radiated fury. Determined to confront the impish Cupid, his brow furrowed, eyes ablaze with wrath, he grasped the reins of his chariot tightly. Seated upon Apollo's chariot was Narcissus, who could only watch helplessly as his furious companion drove the vehicle onward. The golden embellishments of the chariot shimmered brilliantly under the sun, leaving a dazzling trail across the sky, akin to the brightest star on the horizon, drawing attention from all. The horses, sensing their master's ire, galloped furiously along the path to Olympus, their speed rivaling that of lightning slicing through the heavens. The rhythm of their hooves seemed to echo a desire to extinguish the flames of their master's fury, leaving all discontent in their wake. Meanwhile, Cupid, obediently confined within the sanctuary of his mother, the goddess of love and beauty, found himself engulfed in boredom. He rested his chin upon the windowsill, his delicate arms propping up his head, his deep blue eyes vacantly gazing into the sky. Fluffy clouds drifted above like cotton candy, while the sun cast a gentle glow upon the earth. Suddenly, a golden light caught his attention, emerging on the horizon. This brilliance, illuminated by the sun, grew increasingly radiant and approached him with each passing moment. His heart raced, and a spark of alarm returned to his eyes. Apollo, what brings him here? Cupid was engulfed by a profound loathing for Apollo, a tempest of emotion crashing against his chest like relentless waves. His wings, driven by an uncontrollable impulse, began to flutter as he hastily departed from the temple of the goddess of love and beauty. The moment he soared out of the temple, the winds of the sky met him head-on, tousling his curls, while his gaze remained fixed on the distant golden light, the intensity of his feelings swelling within him. His speed increased, the temple receding into the distance until it vanished from sight. Apollo. The voice of Apollo was laced with fury, his rage nearly overwhelming as he witnessed Cupid's silhouette darting from the temple's window. Gripping the reins of his chariot with fierce determination, he urged it forward in pursuit. The golden chariot carved a radiant arc through the air, its metallic adornments glistening under the sun's glare. Narcissus, seated in the chariot, suddenly sensed something amiss as he beheld the crimson rose tightly clutched in Apollo's hand. Once vibrant and lush, the petals began to fall one by one as Apollo drew closer to Cupid, each petal drifting away like a whisper of despair. Apollo, Narcissus exclaimed, taken aback, realizing the formidable power of Cupid's love arrow. His eyes were fixated on the red rose. Just as Narcissus opened his mouth to caution Apollo, the rose unfurled completely, its petals scattering like a crimson rain in the breeze. They shimmered in the sunlight, exuding a bittersweet beauty. The chariot's pace quickened, the wind howling in their ears. Yet Apollo's gaze remained steadfastly locked on the distant Cupid, consumed solely by the need to chase and the fire of his rage, seemingly oblivious to the rose in his grasp. As the petals of the rose dissipated, Apollo's furious glare at Cupid gradually softened into something more tender. Narcissus, look, he said, his voice unexpectedly gentle. Cupid is so enchanting even as he flies. The flames of anger in his eyes were replaced by a deep affection, his heart racing fervently. Well, as long as you are happy, Narcissus replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. Apollo seemed entranced by Cupid's presence, a heartfelt smile gracing his features. Though the chariot sped onward, his heart appeared to linger far away. The scattered rose petals, imbued with the divine power of Cupid's love arrow, erupted within Apollo, igniting an overwhelming desire to catch up to Cupid and confess his love. Meanwhile, Cupid sensed Apollo's chariot pursuing him, his own heart brimming with tension and alarm. He soared through the air with increasing speed, his petite wings flapping frantically, his heart racing in tandem. Chapter 185, A Love in Pursuit. Cupid, sensing Apollo drawing ever closer, felt his pulse quicken, a flush of terror coloring his delicate features. His wings beat with a wild frenzy, yet they seemed to lack purpose, akin to an injured bird striving to escape the clutches of a predator. Suddenly, he lost his balance and plummeted from the sky in a panic, his body clumsily colliding with the ground. Dust billowed around him as his wings stirred up a cloud of debris, the particles dispersing in the sunlight, mirroring the fear and panic swelling within his heart. With great effort, Cupid lifted his gaze to the approaching golden chariot, his eyes wide with alarm, deep blue orbs fixed on Apollo's chariot in pursuit. In desperation, Cupid scrambled to his feet, limping into the nearby woods. Branches and leaves scraped against his face, leaving shallow marks, while his heart pounded like a drum, each beat threatening to suffocate him. The imminent danger of being overtaken by Apollo made him almost forget the pain, propelling him forward in a mechanical rush. The sunlight filtered through the dense foliage of the forest, casting warm patches of light upon the ground. The intermittent brightness from the gaps in the leaves starkly contrasted with his erratic flight. Cupid darted through the woods, his feathers scattering in his wake, as if merging with the sunlight and shadows that danced amid the trees. Upon witnessing Cupid's descent, a surge of urgency surged within Apollo. He swiftly adjusted the direction of his chariot, plunging towards the ground with his golden vehicle drawn by 4 magnificent steeds. The chariot shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, the horses whinnying in unison, sharing the thrill of the chase with their master. As the chariot descended, the earth stirred up a gust of wind and dust, the sound of hooves striking the ground harmonizing with the rolling of the wheels, resonating through the air. Apollo's body swayed with the vibrations of the chariot, yet his gaze remained resolutely fixed on the direction in which Cupid had vanished. Once the chariot came to a halt, Apollo gracefully rose and swiftly disembarked. His long hair billowed in the wind, and his fiery eyes radiated unwavering determination. Without hesitation, he strode purposefully toward the woods where Cupid had disappeared, each footfall resonating with resolute intent. At the entrance of the forest, beams of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the path as if guiding him forward. Entering the woods, the rustling of leaves and the breeze intertwined with his deep breaths. His eyes searched the woodland relentlessly, hoping to catch a glimpse of Cupid's trail. Meanwhile, Cupid, fraught with anxiety, frequently glanced back to gauge Apollo's relentless pursuit. When he noticed the trees ahead thinning, a fresh wave of fear washed over him. At last, he burst forth from the woods, emerging into a vast expanse of grassy meadow. The blossoms on the grass swayed gently in the breeze, creating a stark contrast to the landscape illuminated by the sun and the fears that reside within his heart. "Ah, Apollo, could you cease your pursuit?" Cupid's voice was filled with trepidation and ire. He hesitated, contemplating retreating into the woods, only to discover that Apollo had closed the distance. Unable to contain himself, he shouted at Apollo, "Why can you not accept my love?" Apollo's voice, however, resonated with deep affection. His eyes brimmed with tenderness and anticipation as he gazed into Cupid's, seeking an answer. "Go away, do not approach me." Cupid's voice nearly reached a shriek, his cherubic face flushed crimson, eyes brimming with disdain. Narcissus, who had been trailing Apollo, stepped forward. His keen gaze detected the unusual aura surrounding Cupid. It was not the fragrance of love, but rather the cold indifference and bitterness towards it. Suddenly, everything became clear. Cupid had not aimed a golden arrow of love at his cousin, but rather a leaden arrow of aversion to love. That Cupid, Narcissus mused, contemplating the idea of making Cupid taste the bitterness of love. Chapter 186. The sun's anger born of love. The blazing sun above radiated mercilessly, akin to the fervent emotions burning within Apollo's heart. His pursuit of Cupid enveloped in an intense yearning. His eyes fixated on Cupid, as if wishing to sear his feelings directly into Cupid's soul. Step by step, Apollo advanced toward Cupid, his strides resolute and powerful, each step imbued with unwavering determination. In contrast, Cupid retreated slowly, his small face increasingly pale with fear, the panic and dread in his eyes revealing his utter disarray at this unforeseen predicament. Suddenly, Apollo, unable to contain his urgency, lunged at Cupid with remarkable swiftness and unwavering resolve. In a flurry, Cupid spread his wings and hastily soared into the air, leaving behind an elegant arc in the sky. Narcissus, help me. Cupid's voice was filled with desperation as he flew to Narcissus's side and sought refuge behind him, his eyes pleading. What on earth are you doing? Narcissus's voice carried a hint of anger as he regarded the pitiful Cupid cowering behind him, his expression a mixture of helplessness and reproach. I merely intended to play a trick on Apollo. I never anticipated it would escalate to this. Cupid's voice bore a tinge of grievance, his eyes flickering with a hint of panic. So, you devised a scheme against Apollo at the expense of an innocent maiden? Narcissus's tone turned serious as he scrutinized Cupid, attempting to unearth the truth from his gaze. How did you know? Cupid exclaimed. But that maiden herself claimed she did not wish to court or marry. I merely sought to assist her. Cupid's voice was tinged with confusion. He believed that he was assisting the young maiden in realizing her desires and could not fathom why Narcissus was angered. The thwarted Apollo stood upon the verdant grass, his body rigid, the flames of fury in his eyes seemingly ignited with greater intensity. His visage contorted with rage, his breath came in quickened gasps, and his chest heaved violently. He glared at Cupid, the anger within him blazing like an uncontrollable inferno. Unable to contain himself, he thundered, Cupid, why do you shun me? Why do you evade my presence? You cannot escape me. His voice resonated with a deafening intensity, each word laced with an inescapable torrent of emotion. This was dire indeed. Witnessing Apollo's state, Cupid cried out in panic, his small face paling further, and his wings trembled uncontrollably. Narcissus's gaze grew solemn as he keenly sensed something amiss with Apollo. The once profound affection emanating from Apollo had, to his astonishment, morphed into a palpable hatred, a hatred that pierced like a sharp blade, aimed directly at Cupid. The voice of Narcissus pierced the air with urgency, for he was acutely aware of the perilous situation. Cupid, how can the enchantment of your golden arrow of love be undone? His gaze locked onto Cupid, filled with palpable anxiety. Cupid swiftly replied, his eyes flickering with unease, it cannot be undone. To prevent it from affecting Apollo, I have deliberately infused it with divine power. The only way is to be with Apollo or for one of you to perish. Then you should be with Apollo. Narcissus exclaimed helplessly, taken aback by the child's resolute actions that had irrevocably severed their retreat. No. If I must be with Apollo, I would rather embrace death. Upon hearing Narcissus's suggestion, Cupid shook his head vehemently. The mere mention of Apollo's name filled him with a revulsion he could scarcely contain. There was no way he could bear to be with him. Narcissus furrowed his brow upon hearing Cupid's words, recognizing that Cupid, struck by the arrows of love, regarded Apollo as a poison. The animosity Cupid harbored towards Apollo stood in stark contrast to Apollo's fervent infatuation for Cupid, creating an irreconcilable conflict between them. Apollo's ire, exacerbated by Cupid's rejection, reached a crescendo as he vehemently declared, Cupid, even in death, you cannot escape me. Cupid gazed fearfully at Apollo, having never witnessed such fury in him before, and he sensed that his very existence was indeed under threat. Chapter 187. The bitterness of love. Apollo's gaze was resolute as he addressed Narcissus, saying, Narcissus, my dear friend, step aside. His voice was deep and unwavering, and he approached with steady strides, each step reflecting his inner determination. Feeling the oppressive force of Apollo's approach, Cupid became increasingly agitated. He spread his wings, the sound of the breeze rustling beneath them echoing through the air. The Apollo of now was no longer the tender figure he once was. His eyes were a tumultuous blend of love turned to hate, as if he sought to crush Cupid and merge him into the very essence of his being. Narcissus swiftly drew forth the crystalline whip from his waist, which shimmered under the sun, exuding a captivating brilliance as if infused with a mystical force. In a flash, he ensnared Apollo's waist, who was attempting to soar after Cupid. The whip traced a perfect arc in the air, binding Apollo securely. Apollo, calm yourself. Narcissus's voice resonated with authority and resolve as he gripped the handle of the whip, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Apollo's eyes, striving to soothe him. He understood that words could not persuade Apollo in his current state, thus he opted for action to impede him. At that moment, a golden belt soared from afar, gracefully fluttering through the air, swirling and rolling, ensnaring Apollo's form. The golden belt sparkled in the sunlight, radiating an air of nobility and elegance. It was none other than Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, who had arrived, accompanied by Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship. Aphrodite did not believe she could subdue Apollo alone, so she sought Hephaestus's assistance. Her figure emerged nearby, her exquisite visage and graceful demeanor harmoniously intertwining with her surroundings. Her gaze was gentle yet resolute, as she held the other end of the golden belt, striving alongside Narcissus to quell Apollo's fury. Apollo's body writhed involuntarily. His muscles tensed under the constriction of the whip and golden belt, his visage contorted in anger and struggle. Each attempt to break free seemed desperate and futile, his eyes filled with pain and confusion. Under the divine power of the two deities, Apollo's strength gradually waned amidst his futile struggles against the bindings. Every sinew in his body tightened, as if resisting the unbreakable chains that held him captive. His face twisted in rage and despair, the flames of anger and tears in his eyes revealing his inner turmoil. "My friend, please release me." Apollo's voice was a harsh whisper, hoarse and devoid of strength. As he cried out desperately to Narcissus, the emotion behind his words was so potent that it felt almost tangible, as if one could reach out and grasp his shattered heart. In that moment, Aphrodite's golden belt became a source of miracles. One by one, pristine white roses unfurled upon the belt, blossoming like the pure and elegant hopes of life. Each petal symbolized gentleness and tranquility, gracefully drifting towards Apollo. Starkly contrasting with his wrath and struggle, the fragrance of the roses wafted gently, imbued with an enigmatic tranquility. Narcissus fixed his resolute gaze upon Apollo, his heart torn by the anguish of his friend. Sensing the efficacy of Aphrodite's actions, he swiftly took action as well, causing crimson roses to bloom from the ground as if by magic. The petals, akin to messengers of love, wafted gently towards Apollo, imbued with a profound and intoxicating fragrance. Under the divine influence of these two deities, Apollo's form gradually became enveloped in a gentle power. The fury and pain etched on his visage began to wane, and reason slowly returned, drop by drop. His eyes gradually lost their bewildered glimmer, replaced by a profound sorrow. "Narcissus, my dear friend, I am in such agony. I long to weep. I long to rage. My heart feels as if it has been cleaved asunder," Apollo cried out, his voice suffused with helplessness and entreaty. His words almost turned into a sob, each syllable seemingly squeezed from the depths of his soul, delineating his deep suffering and confusion. At that moment, a new divine essence began to manifest. The power of heartbreak emerged like a heavy lament, coalescing into a gray-blue orb of light. This orb, unlike any other hue, bore a sorrowful tone, reminiscent of a spirit steeped in anguish, solitary and frigid. The goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, along with Cupid, exchanged a glance at the embodiment of heartbreak, their eyes revealing an indescribable disdain. The very term heartbreak was laden with profound helplessness and pain, carrying an unbearable weight. The essence of heartbreak swayed in the air, akin to a forsaken soul, adrift and searching for its home. Narcissus initially believed that this force would merge with Apollo, becoming a part of him, yet to his astonishment, the orb of light approached him instead. As it drew nearer, it brought with it an overwhelming sense of solitude and desolation. Its hue seemed to echo the heartbreak of lost love, and its presence resonated with the mournful sobs of despair. Narcissus felt an ineffable emotion enveloping him, and then the luminous sphere fused with his being. In that fleeting moment, his heart was caressed by countless icy fingers. The anguish and sorrow of heartbreak seeped deep into his soul, as if a door to isolation and hopelessness had been flung open. A flicker of surprise and profound understanding crossed his eyes, as if he had, in that instant, comprehended the depths of Apollo's suffering. "Narcissus, awaken. Apollo's matter remains unresolved." Hephaestus's voice sliced through the heavy atmosphere brought on by the divine anguish like a bolt of lightning. His hand grasped the whip that Narcissus had used to bind Apollo, his gaze resolute and steady. Narcissus was awakened by Hephaestus's words, the power of his heartbreak gradually dissipating, replaced by a warm force. It was the essence of romantic love, fervent and tender, pulling Narcissus back from the depths of desolation. "What shall we do next?" Narcissus inquired, directing his gaze towards Hephaestus and Aphrodite. Chapter 188. The solution: we convened before our arrival, and now the only resolution lies in allowing one of them to perish. Thus breaking Cupid's spell of love, Aphrodite spoke calmly, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Hephaestus added in a tone of a judge, "Thus, we have ultimately decided that Cupid must die once." He regarded Narcissus gently, then turned his sharp gaze towards Cupid, intending to instill a lasting lesson in the young one. Upon hearing this, Cupid nearly leapt into the air, his eyes wide with astonishment as he first glanced at his father Hephaestus, then turned incredulously to his mother Aphrodite. "Mother, Cupid implored, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he looked at Aphrodite. Aphrodite gazed at Cupid with tenderness, saying, "This is the best solution we could devise, Cupid. It will also help you process the excess power of love within you." Her voice carried a blend of resignation and determination, infused with a hint of maternal concern. "To effectively execute this plan, we will need your assistance," Narcissus, Hephaestus asserted, fixing his gaze upon Narcissus. "Me?" Narcissus responded, momentarily perplexed, but quickly grasped his task after listening to Hephaestus and Aphrodite. "Cupid, what kind of plant would you like to become?" Narcissus asked, his voice imbued with warmth and care, providing solace to Cupid. "Huh?" Cupid regarded Narcissus quizzically. "Uncle Narcissus, does it matter what plant I become?" His tone carried a childlike curiosity, mingled with apprehension about the future. "No, I was merely inquiring," Narcissus replied casually, his relaxed demeanor seemingly aimed at alleviating Cupid's anxiety. Upon hearing Narcissus's response, Cupid pouted in dissatisfaction. Yet he recognized his own excesses in this matter and ultimately relented. "Very well, whatever you say." His voice bore a hint of dejection as he merely wished to free himself from Apollo's entanglement. "Let us commence." Aphrodite addressed Narcissus, her golden girdle shimmering enticingly in the sunlight as it slowly withdrew from Apollo. Whom Narcissus nodded with a calm demeanor, retracting the whip that bound Apollo's waist, which gracefully arced through the air. As Narcissus and Aphrodite withdrew their divine restraints from Apollo, the latter's eyes gradually turned crimson, his reason fading away, leaving behind an obsessive love for Cupid and a relentless fixation on destruction should he remain unfulfilled. "Cupid," Apollo called out, his voice infused with a peculiar blend of emotion. Before swiftly pursuing him, "Cupid, don't run away." Seeing Apollo in such a state, Cupid hastily took flight, his white feathered wings flapping rapidly. As he ran, he shouted, "Uncle Narcissus, you must act now." "Apollo, stay away." The distant trees and blooming flowers seemed startled by the hurried footsteps, gently swaying in response. Cupid danced erratically upon the enchanted meadow, his bow and arrow swaying with the wind, his eyes reflecting tension and fear. Indeed, Cupid appeared to be brimming with vitality. Narcissus stood atop a distant hillside, his gaze fixed intently upon Cupid, a hint of mockery lacing his voice. He observed the scene before him as if indulging in a splendid theatrical performance, exhibiting no signs of impatience. With delight, he watched Cupid's frantic antics across the grass, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Hephaestus, standing nearby, noted Narcissus's words, his expression steady, revealing a subtle acknowledgement. Aphrodite, overhearing their conversation, rolled her eyes in a manner that was far from graceful, though this gesture in no way diminished her beauty. Her gaze sparkled with amusement, and despite witnessing Cupid's panicked sprint across the meadow, she found the spectacle quite entertaining. Chapter 189. The Laurel Tree. Breathless, Apollo drew near to Cupid, his eyes ablaze with fiery wrath. Just as Apollo was poised to seize Cupid in that critical moment, Narcissus made his move. A gentle breeze began to swirl beneath Narcissus's feet, a wind unlike any ordinary gust, imbued with divine power. It caressed the leaves and petals scattered across the meadow, sweeping them toward Cupid. This zephyr, tender in its touch, bore an irresistible force as it brushed against everything in its path. Meanwhile, Cupid was desperately racing across the grass, his heart pounding like thunder within his chest. His breath came in quick gasps, each inhalation seeming to extract the very essence of life from him. Sensing Apollo drawing ever closer, Cupid's eyes filled with panic, pondering why his uncle Narcissus had yet to intervene, and his footsteps grew increasingly heavy. Just as he was on the brink of capture by Apollo, he suddenly felt his limbs stiffening. His muscles seemed to freeze, no longer obeying his commands. A tender bark began to sprout upon his upper body, encasing him like a hardened armor, binding him tightly. His hair gradually transformed into emerald leaves. His arms sprouted soft branches, and his feet appeared rooted to the ground, anchored like the roots of a tree. Cupid was oblivious to the fact that this was Narcissus's doing. He merely sensed Apollo's impending approach. He struggled fiercely, yearning to escape this sudden metamorphosis. But all was in vain. Cupid's body gradually lost its vitality, his heartbeat slowed, and his gaze turned increasingly dazed. Soon, he shed his former self, becoming a laurel tree. "What kind of plant is this? Does it hold any special significance?" Aphrodite inquired, her curiosity piqued at witnessing her son transformed into this botanical form. "This is a laurel tree. As for its meaning, there is nothing particularly special about it, aside from the belief that the laurel tree suits Apollo more fittingly." Narcissus replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor tranquil. As he spoke, he gazed toward the distant meadow where Cupid's new form stood elegantly and serenely amidst the breeze. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows and enriching the moment with a poetic beauty. Apollo, whose rationality had nearly evaporated, stared at the laurel tree that was once Cupid, his expression a blend of confusion and longing. His trembling arm reached out toward the familiar yet foreign trunk. A tumult of emotions swirling within him, a sense of loss and disorientation threatening to overwhelm him. Just as his fingers were about to brush against the laurel tree, Narcissus abruptly seized Apollo's garment, tugging at him with urgency, exclaiming, "Apollo, awaken!" Apollo's body thrashed violently, the fervor and madness in his eyes coalescing into a force that propelled him onward. He yearned to embrace the laurel tree tightly, pouring forth his tumultuous emotions to it. Apollo's gaze was fixated upon Cupid, who had transformed into the laurel. His heart was awash with an ineffable sentiment. Love, anger, disappointment, and obsession intertwined, compelling him to declare with fervor, "Ah, you believe that by becoming a tree you can evade me? I shall make you my sacred tree. I will crown myself with you, adorning my lyre and quiver with your essence. You shall embody the glory of heroes, crowning their heads. My youth shall endure, and you shall remain evergreen through all seasons, your verdant leaves never withering." Apollo's words surged forth like a flame, passionate and fervent, imbued with unwavering determination. The spark of fervor glimmered in his eyes, as if he sought to ignite the entire world. His voice resonated through the air, making his formidable presence utterly inescapable. Narcissus gazed at Apollo with a sense of helplessness, acutely aware that the essence of love emanating from Apollo was swiftly dissipating. He understood the transient magic of Cupid's golden arrow. It would not be long before its enchantment vanished. "Apollo, you must remain calm," Narcissus implored. Slowly, Apollo turned his head, the flames of passion in his eyes still flickering, yet now tempered with a profound steadiness and resolve. He regarded Narcissus, his deep-set eyes seeming to penetrate the very fabric of existence, and his voice, though resonant, rang clear as a bell through the surrounding air. "My feelings are eternal. No matter how he transforms, I shall love and protect him." How deeply affectionate Apollo was. Beside them, Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, could not help but break into a radiant smile upon hearing his heartfelt confession. Her laughter chimed like silver bells, her eyes twinkling with mischief, her form swaying lightly as if touched by a gentle breeze. A teasing smile danced upon her lips. "Oh, look at our sun god. So melancholic for the sake of love." Chapter 190. Aftermath. I must sever it. After Cupid transformed into a laurel tree, the magic of the golden arrow enveloping Apollo began to fade rapidly, the profound affection he felt shattering like fragile bubbles. At last, when the spell of love had completely ebbed, Apollo's eyes regained clarity and reason. He sprang to his feet, terror and fury etched upon his face, disbelief and self-reproach swirling in his gaze. The memories of his actions, dictated by the enchantment of love, surged within him, igniting a fierce revulsion. Breathing heavily as if pursued by some monstrous terror, he lunged toward the laurel tree, intent on hacking it down, hoping to erase the shame and anguish festering in his heart. However, Narcissus, quick to react, grasped Apollo firmly, urging him to calm down. "Apollo," he urged. Due to the divine promises made by the chief deity, the oaths and declarations of the gods held a sacred, inviolable status in this world. Apollo's words to the laurel tree were not merely personal vows. They constituted a sacred covenant. Even if he were to sever the tree, those oaths and promises would endure, eternally shadowing him. "Oh dear, Narcissus, let Apollo vent his frustration," Aphrodite remarked playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief and a smile gracing her lips. It delighted her, the goddess of love and beauty, to witness such a spectacle. She gracefully approached, using an elegant gesture to pluck a branch from the laurel tree, a branch that encapsulated all of Cupid's essence. "See, now Apollo can freely express himself," she said to Narcissus. With Aphrodite, the mother of Cupid, showing no concern, Narcissus ceased his attempts to restrain Apollo, allowing him to unleash his wrath upon the laurel tree before him. At that moment, Apollo's fury reached its zenith. His eyes sparkled with an inner flame as he extended his hand, and a blazing inferno erupted from his palm. This fire embodied all his discontent and fury, burning with an intense fervor. The laurel tree, succumbing to the onslaught of this flame, was swiftly ignited. The fierce glow illuminated everything around it, devouring the leaves and the trunk with insatiable hunger. The fire was both ferocious and merciless, as if it sought to incinerate every memory tied to the past. The crackling of the wood intertwined with the roars of the flames, creating a symphony of wrath. Apollo stood bathed in the fiery light, his face aglow, and the flames in his gaze burned hotter than the fire itself. Ultimately, the flames gradually reduced the laurel tree to ashes. After that day, Apollo secluded himself in his temple for an entire month, his emotional turmoil resonating throughout nature. During that month, the sunlight lost its former brilliance. The days were either overcast or shrouded in clouds. People began to notice the absence of sunlight. The once warm rays turned cold and distant, as if an invisible veil had obscured the sky. The fields, mountains, and rivers lost their vibrant hues, casting the entire world into a somber and melancholic atmosphere. For a whole month, Narcissus kept Apollo company, sharing drinks and conversation, becoming the only one Apollo wished to see. To accompany the melancholic sun god, Narcissus even sought out Dionysus, the god of wine, to procure an abundance of fine vintages. The two sat deep within the temple, while the clouds outside seemed to grow heavier in response to Apollo's mood. The flickering candlelight danced, the aroma of wine permeated the air, and Apollo would occasionally whisper his feelings, at times plunging into silence. Narcissus has always been an elegant listener, patiently absorbing Apollo's confessions, occasionally lifting his goblet to pour him wine. He understood that at this moment, what Apollo needed most was someone who could comprehend and embrace him. Over the course of a month, they journeyed together through Apollo's soul-searching odyssey, from anger to sorrow, from confusion to contemplation. Narcissus witnessed Apollo gradually emerging from the depths of his emotional turmoil, rediscovering his path. After a month, Apollo finally returned to his former self, his confidence restored. With sunlight once again glimmering in his eyes, he expressed his gratitude to Narcissus for his companionship. At that moment, the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, also sought out Narcissus, ready to unveil their plans. With an elegant smile, she addressed him, saying, "Narcissus, the time has come, we may commence." Chapter 191. Apollo's Plan. Narcissus accompanied the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, to the earth, where they now gazed upon a prosperous kingdom known as Calydon. The landscape was enchanting, the land fertile, embodying an aura of flourishing vitality. Calydon was ruled by the affluent King Eneus and his wife, Althea, devoted worshippers of the goddess Aphrodite. Consequently, the temple dedicated to her in the kingdom was constructed with exquisite grandeur. Each brick and tile emanated masterful craftsmanship. Every carving whispered the essence of artistry. And the entire temple stood as a lyrical ode to love and beauty upon this land. They were the sovereigns of this realm, yearning for a child of their own. Aphrodite's voice was imbued with tenderness, her gaze reflecting a hint of compassion. Slowly, she produced a branch from the laurel tree, its exquisite wood still redolent with the fragrance of the laurel. She decided to transform Cupid into their child, thus fulfilling their heartfelt desire. As she proclaimed this decision, her eyes shone with resolve, yet her lips bore a subtle, elusive smile. Narcissus gazed at her, merely nodding in response. "Since you have made your decision, so be it." That night, the moonlight gently bathed the palace of the kingdom of Calydon. Within the tranquil palace, Narcissus and Aphrodite silently appeared before the window of King Eneus and Queen Althea. They entered the chamber, their eyes resting upon the slumbering couple. Althea's visage radiated serenity, while Eneus' brow was slightly furrowed, as if he were still contemplating matters of state in his dreams. Narcissus retrieved the segment of laurel wood bestowed upon him by Aphrodite, and in his grasp, the enigmatic branch appeared even more extraordinary. He gently exhaled upon the laurel, causing it to ascend gracefully above the form of Queen Althea of Calydon. A wondrous spectacle unfolded as the branch emanated a subtle radiance, from which an unusual essence flowed forth, tenderly entering the abdomen of Queen Althea. Her belly began to glow softly, the light retreating inward, and all returned to normalcy, as if the entire occurrence were but a fleeting dream. The laurel branch then lost all its luminescence and fell silently to the ground, rolling beneath the bed. Narcissus and Aphrodite paid no further heed to the once lustrous laurel tree trunk. Having accomplished their intentions, they turned away from the chamber. As the night deepened, the palace returned to tranquility, yet within this serene darkness, a nascent life was quietly taking shape. Upon Olympus, the sun god Apollo stood atop the mountain, his golden gaze piercing through the layers of mist, fixated upon the earth below. At the moment when Narcissus and Aphrodite departed Olympus for the mortal realm, a flicker in his eyes hinted at a secretive scheme. Under the sun's radiant light, the figures of Narcissus and the others became vividly discernible to him. As his plans gradually took form, he resolved to leave his divine abode and venture to another enigmatic location upon Olympus. The mountain shimmered with an air of mystique as Apollo traversed the winding path, his sharp gaze and golden locks swaying gently in the breeze. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Temple of the Moirai, the Three Fates, he beheld its ancient and mysterious aura, steeped in the essence of destiny. Sun God, what brings you to our sacred domain? Spoke Lachesis, her voice flowing like a stream, yet her eyes bore a sharpness. I require your assistance, Apollo stated directly. His gaze aloof. What do you seek? Inquired Clotho, the youngest of the Fates, her tone soft yet tinged with skepticism. Utilize the power of your fates to deliver a prophecy of mine to the earth. Apollo's voice resonated with authority. What benefit is there for us? Lachesis responded, her voice carrying an edge of wariness, her appearance reminiscent of a middle-aged woman. Apollo's gaze remained fixed on Atropos, the one whose visage bore the marks of time's relentless passage. Atropos's demeanor was cold, her countenance stern, the scars of time etched upon her face. What benefit? Would you undertake it if it could restore your youthful appearance? Apollo's words struck a chord deep within them. Atropos's eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed vitality, as if a flicker of life had been reignited within her. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke in a low tone. Very well, we shall comply. Apollo's face illuminated with a satisfied smile, aware that this bargain was enticing to the Fates, who had long been troubled by their appearances. Chapter 192. The Prophecy of the Three Fates. Upon the agreement of the Three Fates, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Apollo's eyes, and he swiftly departed the mysterious Temple of Fate. Left behind, the Three Fates exchanged knowing smiles, delighting in the prospect of Atropos and Lachesis possibly regaining their youthful forms. Yet, a sense of bewilderment lingered. They whispered amongst themselves, deliberating the true purpose behind Apollo's visit. Their gazes reflected confusion, unable to fathom the deeper significance of Apollo's actions. Meanwhile, Apollo returned to his resplendent solar sanctuary. In the tranquil confines of the temple, he mused to himself, pondering the futility of questions that lingered. Why so many inquiries? It was merely an intention to vex the goddess of love and beauty. Within the hallowed halls of Apollo's temple, sunlight streamed through the grand windows, casting its golden glow upon the floor and illuminating his handsome visage adorned with a smile. Time ebbed away, each day tenderly caressing the land of Calydon. Queen Althea's belly began to swell, cradling the miracle of life, her countenance radiating the warmth and brilliance of impending motherhood. At last, one fateful dawn, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the curtains and danced upon the palace floor, Althea commenced the labor of childbirth. The palace buzzed with a flurry of activity, faces etched with anticipation and anxiety. King Enyeus paced restlessly outside, ever attuned to the sounds emanating from within. Finally, the long-awaited fruit of time bore its promise. Queen Althea of Calydon gave birth to a son, bestowing upon him the elegant name, Melogrothos. From the moment of his birth, Melogrothos captivated all with his undeniable charm, boasting a cascade of golden curls and deep blue eyes that sparkled like stars. His skin was as fair as snow, and seemingly glowed with an inner light. As King Enyeus held his son for the first time, his eyes brimmed with indescribable joy and pride. Althea, resting on the bed, offered a gentle smile, as if all her weariness had dissipated in that singular moment. The royal couple of Calydon reveled in their joy, and the palace resonated with a festive atmosphere. People exchanged smiles and congratulations, while the court musicians played jubilant melodies to celebrate the arrival of new life. The birth of Melogrothos was not only a momentous occasion for the royal family, but also symbolized hope and the future for the entire kingdom of Calydon. Many sensed that this young prince would blossom into a great ruler, guiding the nation towards glory. On the seventh day following Melogrothos' birth, as dusk descended and the palace lights began to twinkle, an ethereal glow suddenly emanated from the royal couple's chamber. This luminous aura, dreamlike in quality, gradually filled the entire room. Once the light receded, three goddesses clad in ancient robes slowly materialized. They were the fabled Fates, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos. The royal couple of Calydon was understandably taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the Fates. Yet, they promptly rose from their bed, bowing deeply with solemnity and reverence. "We welcome the esteemed presence of the fates. May we inquire as to your purpose?" King Inus inquired in a steady tone. Clotho smiled faintly, her gaze shifting to the cradle of Melagrothos, before she spoke softly. "Your son shall grow to be a valiant and robust man." Lachesis then continued, "He will embody integrity, leading your nation towards prosperity." The couple of Calydon, upon hearing these words, could not help but display their joy, overwhelmed with emotion. At that moment, the final fate, Atropos, slowly approached the fireplace, her gaze fixed upon a piece of wood ablaze within. Her voice resonated with a calm steadiness. "But your son's life shall come to an end alongside this burning log." The atmosphere in the room abruptly thickened, as King and Queen Calydon stared in shock at Atropos, at a loss for what to do. The final words from the three fates undoubtedly dealt them a heavy blow. Without further delay, the fates began to fade into the luminous shadows of the bedroom, leaving the royal couple standing in silent communion. After experiencing a prophecy that was both mysterious and shocking, the couple exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's unease and tension. They hastily retrieved the burning log from the fireplace, extinguishing the flames with urgency. Their breaths came in quick succession as they procured a delicate iron box, carefully placing the charred wood within. Subsequently, they ventured deep into the castle to find a hidden chamber where they concealed the log. A shared smile between them revealed a profound understanding. They were convinced that as long as the wood remained safe, their son would achieve immortality. Had Narcissus still been in the kingdom of Calydon, he would have immediately recognized the log as that very segment of laurel that had once rolled beneath his bed. However, he had already departed from Calydon, embarking on a new journey. The goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, had long since returned to the enigmatic heights of Olympus, continuing to revel in the life of the divine. As for how the laurel log ended up in the fireplace of the king's bedroom, it was merely a servant who, while tidying under the bed, had stumbled upon the fallen branch and, without a second thought, had placed it among the other firewood. Chapter 193. The wrath of the moon goddess. Time flowed quietly, like a gentle stream, as Meleager grew from a golden-haired, blue-eyed infant into a strikingly handsome youth. His golden curls and deep blue eyes became an indelible impression in the hearts of the maidens of Calydon. It was said that once captured by his soulful gaze, no maiden could escape his allure, nor remain unmoved by his charm. Yet, Meleager was not merely a prince of striking appearance. His valor and wisdom were equally astonishing. He excelled in battle, courageous and undaunted, earning the deep respect of the soldiers who served under him. Soon, he became a trusted aide to King Inus of Calydon, together safeguarding the tranquility of the realm. King Inus was a monarch of profound piety towards the deities. Every harvest season, he meticulously selects the freshest fruits as offerings to the deities residing on Mount Olympus. When Melagros's mother, Althea, was newly pregnant and yet unaware of her condition, the priestess of the temple of the goddess of love and beauty had already been informed that she was chosen, revealing that due to her devout faith in the divine, the gods would bless the couple with a child. This year held particular significance, as Melagros came of age, to express their gratitude to the Lord of Life, Narcissus, and the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite. King Inus of Calydon and his wife deliberately placed an abundance of fruits upon the altars of Narcissus and Aphrodite. The celebratory atmosphere swelled, enveloping the entire castle in a joyous embrace. The king busied himself with grand preparations for his son's coming-of-age ceremony, as court balls and feasts unfolded in rapid succession, with the populace reveling in delight. However, amidst this festive spirit, King Inus of Calydon committed what appeared to be a trivial oversight in the flurry of preparations. He neglected to replenish the necessary offerings at the altar of the moon goddess, Artemis, deep within a secluded grove. The moon goddess Artemis was in pursuit of game alongside her maidens. Sensing that a sacrifice was being made upon the earth, she realized, however, that the requisite tributes had not been received. In the depths of the forest, where branches intertwined and sunlight danced upon the ground, Artemis led her attendants in pursuit of a nimble fox. Their steps were light, and their gazes resolute, each breath harmonizing with nature. Suddenly, Artemis halted, acutely aware of the absence of due reverence in the rituals being performed below. Her curiosity piqued, she cast a contemplative gaze towards the distant kingdom of Calydon, where the people were engaged in a grand banquet, tables laden with sumptuous delicacies, laughter and music entwined in the air. Artemis, not one to mind a scant offering, had previously assumed that the harvest in Calydon had been poor, thus explaining the modest tributes. Yet, the sight of the lavish feast and jubilant atmosphere ignited a sense of indignation within her. Cupid, in the midst of the revelry, Artemis suddenly recognized a familiar face. One now markedly different from the visage he bore on Olympus. Yet her divine insight allowed her to identify him instantly. The matter concerning Apollo had remained known only to a select few, such as Narcissus, but Hermes's inquisitive nature and the fluctuations of the sun, prompted by Apollo's troubled spirit, had led to the tale circulating amongst the denizens of Olympus. Consequently, Artemis, who often wandered the earthly woods, had come to understand the entirety of the situation. Upon discovering that Cupid had transformed into the Prince of Calydon, she resolved to intervene and deliver a fitting punishment to the one who had once tormented Apollo. Her gaze was cold and resolute. A storm was on the verge of breaking. The moon upon the earth underwent a sudden transformation under the influence of Artemis. Her wrath mirrored in the moonlight, casting a deep and chilling hue across the night. Meanwhile, the citizens of the kingdom of Calydon remained immersed in the revelry of Prince Meleager's banquet, their laughter and merriment overshadowing any signs of anomaly, blissfully intoxicated by fine wine, delectable feasts, and exuberant dances, entirely oblivious to the peculiarities of the moonlight. However, in the distant woods of Calydon, the sensitive creatures sensed Aphrodite's fury. The birds' songs turned sharp and tense, while smaller animals grew restless and agitated, enveloping the entire forest in a peculiar atmosphere of unease. At that moment, in the temple of the sun god, Apollo lounged leisurely, savoring fresh fruits, reclining upon a finely crafted bench, basking in tranquil moments. His fingers deftly peeled an orange, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, he perceived a shift in the moon's essence. A profound moonlight seemed to beckon something. A flicker of confusion crossed Apollo's eyes as he slowly sat upright, his hand halting its motion with the orange. Chapter 194. The Wild Boar Deep Within the Forest. The call of the moon goddess Artemis echoed through the still night sky. A once ordinary wild boar abruptly halted, its eyes reflecting the moon's image. As if drawn by some mysterious force, moonlight cascaded from the heavens, gathering around the boar like liquid silver, enveloping this unremarkable creature. Within that radiance lay Artemis's divine power, slowly permeating the wild boar's being. The boar began to tremble violently, its form rapidly expanding, growing to several times its original size. Its fur transformed swiftly from an ordinary brown to a hard metallic texture, resembling an indestructible armor. Its tusks elongated and sharpened, resembling two gleaming blades. The most astonishing transformation occurred within its eyes. Once ordinary, they now blazed crimson, akin to burning flames, filled with a sense of ferocity. Once again, moonlight bathed the entire forest, restoring tranquility, leaving only the divinely altered wild boar to roam the moonlit night, undertaking the sacred task bestowed upon it by Artemis. Days had passed since the coming-of-age ceremony of Prince Meleager, and the citizens of Calydon began to return to their daily labors. On this day, farmers toiled diligently in the fields and orchards as they did every day. Sunlight poured over the verdant landscape, where fresh crops and fruit trees began to sprout tender new buds. Suddenly, a cloud of dust billowed from the distant mountains. At first, people thought little of it, assuming it was merely dust stirred by the wind. However, as the cloud of dust grew larger and drew nearer, an unsettling anxiety began to envelop the people. Suddenly, a colossal wild boar emerged into their view, charging towards them with astonishing speed. Its immense size was beyond belief, and its crimson eyes seemed ablaze with a ferocious fire. "Run, everyone run!" someone shouted, igniting a panic among the farmers who hastily discarded their tools and scattered in all directions, some even collapsing in fear. The wild boar resembled a monstrous creature escaped from the depths of hell, mercilessly wreaking havoc upon everything in its path. Since its appearance in the kingdom of Calydon, it had unleashed an unrelenting rampage. Vast farmlands and lush orchards were reduced to ruins beneath its hoofs. Its sharp tusks tore through the earth, obliterating the fruits of labor. Its heavy body crushed sturdy fences and flattened beautiful flowers. The efforts and hopes of the people seemed utterly insignificant and powerless in the face of this beast's tyranny. Farmers no longer dared to toil in the fields, merchants refrained from traversing the forests, and children were too frightened to play upon the grass. The kingdom of Calydon was engulfed in a state of panic and despair. Barns that should have been filled with grain stood empty, and villages that once echoed with laughter fell into a stifling silence, as no one dared to venture outside. Their lives were irrevocably disrupted, and they were at a loss as to how to escape this nightmare. The ferocious wild boar had not only become the bane of the kingdom of Calendar, but its infamy had also spread to neighboring realms, inciting widespread alarm and concern. In this dire moment, Prince Mo-Lu-Agu-Lu-Si stepped forward. He understood that only by eliminating this threat could the people of Calendar reclaim their tranquil lives. Thus, he began to rally a force, preparing to hunt down the wild boar. Mo-Lu-Agu-Lu-Si's courage and determination inspired many, and heroes from surrounding nations responded to his call, flocking to Calendar to join the hunt. They gathered within the castle of Calendar, deliberating on their strategy. Among the valiant heroes participating in this endeavor were the intrepid Castor, the tenacious Pollux, the nimble Tellus, the astute Idas, and the gallant Lynkos. Each possessed unique talents and were esteemed warriors from their respective lands. Notably, Atlanta stood out as the sole female hero in this hunting expedition. With her striking beauty and lithe form, her demeanor remained composed, and her arrows never missed their mark. An exceptional huntress, she had repeatedly captured fierce beasts in the forest, earning numerous accolades. Atlanta excelled not only in her hunting prowess, but also in her wisdom and bravery, earning admiration among her male counterparts. Rather than appearing diminutive, she captivated the attention of Mo-Lu-Agu-Lu-Si with her distinct presence. Chapter 195. Companionship in the vast expanse of the earth. Narcissus wandered freely, immersed in the harmony and beauty of nature. However, this time he unexpectedly encountered others, causing his steps to halt amidst the forest. The princes Castor and Pollux of the Kingdom of Trees were traversing through the woods, their destination being the Kingdom of Caledon, where a colossal wild boar had emerged, instilling fear in the hearts of many, and now summoning heroes from far and wide. With sharp gazes and valiant hearts, Castor and Pollux were convinced that this time, the two brothers would carve out a name for themselves. Yet, they did not anticipate that within this seemingly ordinary grove, they would encounter a presence that brought them to their knees. Narcissus, wandering through the forest, did not intentionally conceal his visage. In the interplay of light and shadow, his beauty seemed almost ethereal. His eyes sparkled with clarity, and as the gentle breeze tousled his long hair, everything appeared so sacred and splendid. Upon encountering Narcissus, Castor and Pollux instantly recognized the divine figure that their homeland had long revered, their hearts racing and expressions filled with awe. With hands clasped together, they knelt upon the ground, their voices trembling as they spoke. "O great deity, we are honored to meet you here. We humbly beseech you to permit us, your devoted servants, to follow in your footsteps henceforth." Narcissus, upon encountering the brothers Castor and Pollux amidst the grove, could not suppress a flicker of astonishment in his gaze. Yet, preferring solitude to servitude, he shook his head and declared, "I require no one's assistance." Curiosity then compelled Narcissus to inquire, "What brings you here, far from your homeland?" In response to his question, the brothers Castor and Pollux quickly bowed in respect and articulated their purpose. "We had set our sights on the realm of Caledon, having heard tales of a colossal wild boar that has emerged there. We intend to partake in the hunt, seeking to earn honor through this endeavor." Narcissus heard the name Caledon, a name that resonated with familiarity. He had not anticipated that after wandering the earth for so many years, he would find himself near this kingdom once more. Intrigued, he decided to visit and see how Cupid had fared over the years. Thus, Narcissus spoke, "Ah, I see. I shall accompany you to observe." With a gentle wave of his hand, his once striking visage transformed into an ordinary one. Smiling, he declared, "From this moment forth, I am your friend. You may call me Nasi." Upon witnessing Narcissus's complete metamorphosis, the two princes hesitated momentarily. Nonetheless, the prospect of journeying alongside a deity they had revered in their homeland for countless years filled Castor and Pollux with great joy. With Narcissus's resolution evident, they gladly embraced his presence. The trio embarked on their journey to Caledon, during which Castor and Pollux surrounded Narcissus, engaging him in conversation about the trivialities of the mortal realm. The interplay of light and shadow in the mountains, the melodious songs of birds, and the gentle murmurs of the brook created an ambience of sheer beauty. Before long, they arrived at the grand entrance of the palace in the Kingdom of Caledon. The ancient castle loomed majestically upon the heights, its thick walls and towering turrets exuding an air of solemn antiquity. This once glorious kingdom still retained its pride and dignity. With regal poise, Castor and Pollux approached, announcing themselves to the guards stationed at the entrance and proclaiming their identities as princes of the kingdom of Tros. Their notable status in the surrounding lands immediately commanded the guards' attention. Although surprised by the arrival of these princes, the guards maintained an expression of respect and professional composure. They bowed deeply, and one guard promptly entered the castle to notify the higher authorities. Meanwhile, Narcissus stood quietly at the back, observing how the palace guards reassured Castor and Pollux before relaying their announcement. Shortly thereafter, the guard returned, bearing the palace's response with a smile, inviting Narcissus and his companions to enter. The castle doors creaked open slowly, the ancient bronze rings and stone gates resonating with a muted sound, akin to the echoes of time. The courtyard within was spacious and resplendent, the central fountain glistening under the sun's embrace. Guided by the guard, they traversed through corridors and hallways, ultimately arriving at the grand hall of the palace. At the center of the grand hall, a long table was adorned with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. Prince Meleager of Caledon sat alongside several heroes, occupying the chairs flanking the table. Chapter 196. The Maiden. The grand doors of the palace in the kingdom of Caledon slowly creaked open, revealing the figures of Narcissus and his companions, who caught the attention of those within the hall. Meleager, engaged in discussions regarding a hunting expedition with the visiting heroes, noticed their arrival and promptly set aside his affairs to greet them. Castor and Pollux, how delightful it is to have you here, Meleager exclaimed, warmly embracing the two princes from the kingdom of Trachis. His gaze then shifted with curiosity towards Narcissus. And who might this be? He inquired. This is Narcissus, our dear friend, who has come merely out of curiosity, Castor and Pollux replied hastily, their tone suggesting an air of secrecy. Greetings, Narcissus, Meleager said amicably, though a glimmer of scrutiny flickered in his eyes, as if he sensed a familiar essence within this stranger's demeanor. He then opened his arms, seemingly intent on embracing Narcissus. However, noticing Meleager's gesture, Castor and Pollux swiftly interposed themselves, each taking a side, and quickly redirected the conversation towards their impending plans to hunt wild boar, aiming to restore tranquility to Caledon and its surroundings, thus guiding him back to his original seat. Meleager, not dwelling on the interruption, settled back into his chair and commenced a strategic discussion regarding the wild boar hunt. Within the hall, the oak table was strewn with maps and tactical documents, while an array of weaponry was meticulously displayed nearby, signaling that this was no ordinary hunt. Meleager's gaze occasionally wandered toward Narcissus, the stranger's unusual aura resonating within him, yet remaining elusive. Nevertheless, he soon refocused his thoughts entirely on the forthcoming hunting expedition, leaving no room to ponder the origins of this enigmatic newcomer. Narcissus gazed at the discussion unfolding before him regarding Meleager, noting the stark contrast between Meleager's temperament and that of Cupid. Were it Cupid present, he surely would be unable to remain still, let alone engage so earnestly in deliberation. It was astonishing how much had changed in Meleager after the loss of his memory. Though Castor and Pollux were nervously attentive to Narcissus, fearful of any inadvertent slight to the deity, they were also actively debating strategies to vanquish the wild boar. Meanwhile, Narcissus sat quietly to the side, listening to their various proposals in a corner of the hall while indulging in the fruits laid upon the table. Before long, the grand doors of the hall were gently pushed open once more, and a clear voice pierced the tense atmosphere, imbued with an undeniable stubbornness. How long will you continue this discussion? Would it not be wiser to seize your weapons and slay the boar directly? A young maiden clad in leather armor entered, her fiery red hair shimmering under the light. The longbow on her back and the quiver of arrows at her shoulder revealed her to be a seasoned archer. Upon hearing her voice, the assembly turned their gazes toward this unexpected girl. Idaeus and Lynceus are truly repugnant, Castor muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing as he fixed them upon the two brothers. It seemed that the brothers were utterly captivated by the maiden, particularly by the way they appraised her, which filled Castor with disgust. He discreetly shared this unsettling observation with Pollux. Though Castor and Pollux were related to Idaeus and Lynceus, their relationship was fraught with tension, characterized by rivalry and hostility. Their encounters typically resulted in sharp exchanges or, at worst, explosive confrontations. However, due to Narcissus's presence and the significance of the hunt, they had deliberately chosen to overlook the brothers' provocations. With an air of indifference, The maiden disregarded the complex gazes directed at her and confidently approached a chair, taking a seat. "And who might you be?" Meleager, as the host, rose politely and walked over to the maiden, curiosity evident in his eyes as he expressed interest in the sudden arrival. "I am Atlanta from Arcadia. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Atlanta's voice was bright as she stood to shake Meleager's hand before leisurely resuming her seat. "Now, do continue your discussion." Her self-assured demeanor regarding the hunt contrasted sharply with her youthful appearance. Narcissus sat quietly to the side, his gaze fixed upon the fiery-haired maiden who had just entered. He sensed an unusual aura surrounding her. Chapter 197. Is it heartfelt? Meleaglo's attention lingered on Atlanta, his heart racing with an unprecedented sensation filling his chest. His eyes danced over her vibrant crimson locks, irresistibly drawn to her beauty. What a stunning woman. How fortunate I would be if I could take her as my wife, he mused while gazing at Atlanta. A warm glow washed over Meleaglo's. As he became lost in delightful daydreams, visions of the future unfurling before him. He envisioned himself standing beside Atlanta by a flower bed, their faces radiant with smiles, exchanging knowing glances. Her fiery hair and courageous spirit captivated him entirely. In that fleeting moment, his thoughts drifted far away, nearly causing him to forget the pressing task at hand. Fortunately, he soon regained his composure, aware of the dire situation in his kingdom of Caledon. With the enormous wild boar wreaking havoc upon the land, he hastily redirected his gaze, fearful of becoming further ensnared in his reveries. Ah, how cunning Aphrodite is. Narcissus finally discerned the peculiar aura emanating from the girl named Atlanta. She possessed fragments of Cupid's lost essence. Since the incident with Typhon, Cupid had lost much of his source of love due to his injuries, hindering his ability to advance in strength. Narcissus never anticipated that he would discover certain qualities in Atlanta, who, it appeared, had come to Caledon under the influence of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Castor, observing Narcissus's unwavering gaze upon Atlanta, felt a twinge of concern. He opened his mouth as if to utter something. "Castor, is there something troubling you?" Narcissus inquired, noticing the conflicted expression on his friend's face. "Well, Narcissus, I have heard tales of Atlanta. It is said that she harbors a deep disdain for men, rejecting all who seek her affection. Legends tell that she has even slain 2 centaurs for their advances," Castor whispered to Narcissus, fearful that the deity he revered might develop an infatuation with Atlanta. Narcissus smiled faintly and patted Castor on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Rest assured, my interest in her does not lie in that realm." Castor exhaled in relief, yet his gaze could not help but furtively glance at Atlanta, the valiant huntress. For she was indeed remarkable. It is quite natural. True love possesses an exclusivity, thus Atlanta's aversion to other men is to be expected. However, Narcissus' gaze flitted between the reincarnated Cupid, Meleager, and Atlanta, sensing an undeniable attraction between the two. The plan to hunt the wild boar was proceeding remarkably well, as the thoughts and aspirations of the group finally aligned. Under Meleager's guidance, they resolved to split into smaller parties, approaching the search for the wild boar from various angles, convening all once the creature was located. As Meleager articulated, their objective was not solely to ensure the successful hunting of the wild boar, but also to guarantee the safety of all involved. Narcissus listened intently, fully aware that the crux of their debate revolved around the allocation of power among themselves. These valiant warriors harbored their own ulterior motives, yet Narcissus could comprehend their perspective. After all, the formidable wild boar was sufficiently imposing to instill fear and wreak havoc, causing widespread panic. The successful hunt of this beast could indeed immortalize their names, spreading their fame far and wide, potentially becoming an everlasting legend. As Narcissus delved deeper into his musings, Atlanta rose, her voice resonating throughout the hall like a sharp blade piercing the heart. "Agreed. I understand your intentions. But I must emphasize that our foremost objective is to eliminate this threat and safeguard the homeland of the Caledonian people. Reputation and status are secondary. I am here for this very purpose. Shall we proceed with action?" Her gaze, keen and penetrating, swept across each individual present, as if striving to unveil their innermost thoughts. Meleager nodded, evidently moved by Atlanta's words. A flicker of respect shone in his eyes, and in that moment, he perceived Atlanta as a radiant beacon. Atlanta speaks truth, thus, let us set forth, heroes. Meleager affirmed with a nod. Chapter 198. Let us act in his resolve to vanquish the colossal wild boar. Meleager summoned all the hunters and hounds of the Caledonian realm. His determination and solemn demeanor conveyed the significance of this undertaking to everyone involved. Upon leaving the hall, Meleager swiftly organized the heroes who had come to aid Calydon, instructing each to bring along a cadre of hunters and hounds. His voice was deep, his gaze sharp. Every command was issued after careful contemplation. Before long, they arrived at an ancient forest not far from Calydon, embarking on the quest to track the wild boar. The forest was venerable and enigmatic, its towering trees and dense foliage casting a shadow that made sunlight scarce. The air was thick with an oppressive atmosphere, as if concealing endless secrets. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves, each footstep accompanied by a rustling sound. Occasionally, the distant chirping of birds and the buzz of insects broke the eerie silence enveloping the forest. The hunters, armed with spears and bows, bore expressions of grave seriousness. Their eyes were sharp, movements agile, each one wholly focused on tracing the boar's trail. Clad in earthy browns that melded seamlessly with the forest, they appeared as extensions of the very woods themselves. The hounds, at times growling softly, at others eagerly sniffing the ground, sought the scent of the wild boar. Their noses pressed to the earth, tails wagging, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Their ears twitched, capturing every sound within the forest. This wild boar was not only massive but also ferocious, having already claimed numerous lives of both humans and animals alike. Its fangs are sharp as blades, and its gaze is ferocious. Once provoked, it will attack without mercy. The hunters tread cautiously through the forest, ever vigilant of the sounds around them. They understand that upon discovering the wild boar's trail, immediate action must be taken to ensnare it. Every leaf, every blade of grass, and even each droplet of water in the forest may serve as a clue in their pursuit. Each individual is attuned to the rhythm of nature, seeking the presence of the fierce beast. Meleagros stands atop a high vantage point, surveying the entire forest, observing the bustling crowd below. His gaze is profound and steady, as though he is deep in contemplation. His hand grips the spear tightly, and his expression is calm yet resolute. He knows that this hunt is not only for the protection of the people of Calydon, but also for his own honor. Failure is not an option. He must succeed. This wild boar has wreaked havoc for far too long, its existence posing a grave threat to the livelihoods of the people. The wind rustles through the trees, the leaves whispering secrets. Meleagros' golden curls flutter in the breeze, and his eyes penetrate the dense branches, observing the forest's every movement. In stark contrast to their tense demeanor, Narcissus appears at ease, walking through the woods with a tranquil expression. A gentle breeze stirs his white hair, and the flora around him seems to convey the happenings within the forest. His steps are graceful, his gaze serene. For him, this hunt is merely an outing. Are you not going to search for the wild boar? Narcissus inquires, glancing back at the brothers Castor and Pollux who trail closely behind him. A hint of curiosity in his tone. We must protect you, they respond in unison, their expressions earnest. Haha, Narcissus chuckles, recognizing their sincerity and finding joy in their earnestness. All right, now you two take some men and head in that direction. There is a gorge, and the wild boar is resting among the bushes beside it. He gestures toward a specific direction. However, Castor and Pollux exchange glances, hesitation evident as they regard the path Narcissus indicated. Have you forgotten who I am? Do not worry about me, just go. Narcissus speaks casually, his words imbued with an undeniable authority that compels compliance. The brothers share a look, then nod in agreement, turning to lead the group toward the direction Narcissus pointed out. Chapter 199, The Search for the Wild Boar. Castor and Pollux, accompanied by their companions, arrive at the gorge described by Narcissus. This gorge lies within an ancient forest not far from Calydon, surrounded by verdant trees and characterized by treacherous terrain. Amidst the canyon's edge, dense thickets burgeon, concealing unfathomable perils. The hounds press their noses to the ground, their senses acutely attuned, capable of detecting the faintest whisper of scent. Occasionally, they emit low, rumbling barks, their eyes shimmering with fervent excitement, tails wagging in eager anticipation of their quarry. A primal essence wafts from the underbrush, sending shivers down one's spine. Prior to the arrival of Castor and Pollux with their entourage, they had already alerted others, for they held unwavering faith in the words of Narcissus. They were acutely aware that Narcissus's pronouncements could not falter. His words resonated like oracles to their brethren. Soon, those summoned arrived, surveying the trampled foliage and the hounds barking fiercely at the thicket. Meleager understood that the wild boar lay within. His gaze sharpened, radiating an aura of battle readiness. His grip tightened around his spear, muscles coiled, poised for action. Castor and Pollux, commendable work in locating this wild boar so swiftly, Meleager exclaimed, clapping them on the shoulder, his voice infused with approval. Set the fire. His command echoed through the forest, his countenance resolute, spear firmly in hand. As soon as Meleager's words fell, flaming torches were hurled into the underbrush. The flames swiftly engulfed the thicket, illuminating the surroundings with a fierce glow. The flickering fire casting crackling sounds into the air. The brush was soon consumed by the blaze, smoke billowing forth, the firelight painting each face with a haunting beauty. The hidden cave within the thicket gradually revealed itself, only to be met with a deafening roar from within, instilling a sense of dread. To avert any harm from the wild boar, Meleager instructed the crowd to retreat, especially urging the ordinary hunters to maintain their distance, leaving only the valiant heroes behind. These champions, descendants of the divine, bore a strength transcending that of mere hunters, albeit some had seen their bloodlines diluted over generations. Armed with sharp weapons, they stood illuminated by the flames, their figures seeming to grow taller, eyes glinting with the fire of combat. Hearts raced, blood surged, all awaiting the impending moment. The flames continued to blaze, thoroughly incinerating the brush and exposing the cave's entrance. The roar erupted once more, angrier and more resonant. Everyone understood that the ferocious wild boar was on the cusp of emerging, heralding a life-or-death struggle. Each individual readied themselves, gripping their weapons tightly, bracing for the moment's arrival. Under the fire's flicker, the cave's entrance appeared ominously foreboding, akin to a passage to the underworld. Breaths quickened, the atmosphere thick with tension, nearly suffocating. And then, that moment arrived. The earth trembled, trees swayed, as if the entire forest quaked in anticipation. A figure towering over 10 meters gradually emerged from the cave's mouth. It was a wild boar with blood-red eyes, panting heavily, its massive form almost beyond belief. The creature's skin was coarse, marred by deep wrinkles and numerous small scars, with each tusk extending as long as a human stature, razor-sharp and menacing. The air around it shimmered with heat as it exhaled, and each breath was accompanied by a low, rumbling growl, reminiscent of the roars of ancient beasts. Its eyes glistened fiercely, exuding a ferocious aura that seemed to promise destruction to any creature daring enough to provoke it. Its large hooves thudded against the ground, producing a dull, thunderous sound that reverberated through the earth. Its tail swished vigorously, stirring up clouds of dust. As the beast fully emerged into the light, sunlight cast an eerie glow upon it, highlighting the rugged texture of its skin and the bulging muscles beneath, which appeared as solid as iron. Before such a colossal creature, an involuntary sense of dread and awe surged within the hearts of all who beheld it. Even the bravest of heroes found themselves reassessing the formidable opponent before them, reconsidering their battle strategies. The wild boar surveyed the encircling humans, its crimson eyes revealing a lack of rationality. It let out a deafening roar that seemed to shake the very forest, as if issuing a challenge to humanity. Then, with a sudden burst of speed and overwhelming force, it charged in a designated direction, leaving the onlookers utterly unprepared. Some of the heroes, unable to evade in time, were skewered by the boar's tusks and subsequently trampled beneath its might. Their screams intertwined with the boar's roars, creating a harrowing tableau of conflict. The ground trembled with each collision, soil flying and trees uprooted in its wake. The beast left behind deep grooves with its relentless onslaught, each impact a testament to its unparalleled strength. The faces of the crowd reflected terror and tension, for they understood that the difficulty of this battle far exceeded their expectations. Chapter 200. Defeating the wild boar. At that moment, a sharp sound sliced through the air, followed by a pained howl from the wild boar. An arrow had embedded itself deeply into the creature's neck, the shaft nearly swallowed by flesh. Mola Agros quickly turned his gaze in the direction the arrow had come from, and the sight before him was astonishing. It was Atlanta who had fired the shot. She had nimbly scaled a sturdy tree the instant the boar appeared. Now, perched upon the trunk, her form was agile as she drew her bow, eyes fixed intently on her target below, poised to release another arrow. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, dappling her figure with shimmering golden light. Meleager could not help but gaze at her, as if Atlanta herself radiated a luminous glow. Soon, the string of Atlanta's bow resonated once more, and an arrow flew forth with astonishing swiftness, striking one of the wild boar's eyes, rendering it blind. This new injury only incited the boar's fury further as it rampaged wildly, though its vision was severely impaired by the loss of one eye, greatly hampering its movements. Gripping his spear tightly, Meleager called out loudly, "Everyone, attack!" Seizing the opportunity when the boar's sight was obstructed, he deftly climbed onto its back and raised his spear to commence his assault. The valiant heroes leaped into the fray, perhaps unwilling to allow Atalanta, this remarkable woman, to steal the limelight, and thus each brandished their weapons with fervor against the boar. Amidst the dense thickets, a breathtaking hunt unfolded with fervent intensity. Despite its grievous wounds, the boar remained ferociously formidable. The cacophony of human shouts, the clash of weapons against beast, and the boar's enraged cries intertwined to compose a symphony of the battlefield. Castor and Pollux, the two brothers, followed closely in Meleager's wake, their blades piercing accurately into the boar's flesh, provoking more frantic thrashing. Meanwhile, Atalanta surveyed the scene from her elevated perch among the trees. Her gaze was as keen as that of an eagle, and her bow seemed an extension of her very sight. Each arrow she loosed struck its mark with precision, inflicting further harm upon the beast. Her movements were fluid and graceful, each draw, notch, and release resembling an exquisite dance. Sunlight bathed her hair and form, bestowing a golden sheen, as if she were an ethereal spirit of the forest. Meleager, standing upon the back of the boar, wielded his spear with determination, each thrust penetrating deeply into the flesh, showcasing his resolve and courage. Ultimately, through their united efforts, the wounded boar was subdued, collapsing at last with a final, anguished cry. Though massive and clad in coarse, tough skin, the lifeless creature proved no match for the mighty Meleager. He effortlessly placed his foot upon the boar's head, and with deft hands, he skinned it and extracted its sharp tusks, preparing to present these spoils, along with the head, to Atalanta. Unbeknownst to anyone, a shadowy vapor, invisible to the naked eye, began to emanate from the boar's lifeless body. Particularly as Meleager skinned the carcass, this dark mist reached its zenith, permeating the surrounding air. "Brave Atalanta, please accept these spoils. Without your exceptional prowess, we could not have triumphed over this wild boar." Meleagros presented the spoils he had taken from the wild boar before Atalanta, his face adorned with genuine reverence, and his gaze imbued with a hint of affection. The surrounding hunters and warriors cast disapproving glances at Meleagros's actions, particularly his uncle, Caius, and Cestus, whose fury burned like an unquenchable flame. "Damn it, these honors rightfully belong to us. You shall not claim them for yourself," Caius bellowed, snatching the spoils from Atalanta's grasp. Just as they triumphantly turned away with their ill-gotten gains, they beheld the sight of Caius and Cestus, their eyes reddened. Raised high the spear in Meleagros's hand, shock reverberating within them as they perceived the crimson hue that had enveloped his pupils. "Meleagros, what are you doing?" Cestus screamed. But alas, before his words could settle, the maddened Meleagros thrust his spear unhesitatingly into the chests of both him and Caius. The scene erupted into chaos. The heroes who had just stood side by side against the wild boar now brandished their weapons, their eyes aflame with fury as they fought over the spoils, even turning on each other. Sunlight filtered through the forest, casting dappled shadows, and the turmoil seemed to crescendo amid the frenzied interplay of light and shadow. The cacophony of shouts, the clash of weapons, and the roars of rage intermingled. In the midst of this fray, none noticed the unseen dark mist that lingered, gradually infiltrating the depths of each soul, steering the conflict toward a realm of greater darkness and unpredictability. Chapter 201. The Unexpected Meleagros, You Must Awaken. Atalanta's voice was laced with urgency and earnestness. After witnessing Meleagros's bloody act of slaying his uncle, she finally recognized the aberration in his behavior. She swiftly wrested the weapon from his grasp and enveloped him tightly in her embrace, striving to restore his calm. Amidst the chaos, anger surged among the crowd. The clashing of arms resonated deafeningly, and Atalanta felt her head grow heavier, as if an unbearable pressure threatened to overwhelm her sanity. Suppressing her own fury, she sensed a disquieting anomaly in the atmosphere. Meleagros's eyes remained as red as the blood he had spilled, yet within Atalanta's embrace and through her fervent calls, his gaze appeared to regain a semblance of clarity. "We must leave this place," Atalanta implored, gripping Meleagros's hand tightly as she anxiously surveyed their comrades, who were now embroiled in self-destruction. "Something is influencing us here. We must escape swiftly." though the situation remained shrouded in ambiguity. Meleager felt the urgency and sincerity emanating from Atlanta. He nodded emphatically, granting her permission to lead him away from that place. Together, they traversed the chaotic scene where warriors on the grass continued to vie for the spoils of the wild boar, some even turning against one another in their fervor. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting eerie shadows upon the contorted faces of the combatants, rendering the tableau even more unsettling. As they walked further away, the cacophony of noise gradually faded, along with the simmering anger that had threatened to engulf them. At last, they escaped the cursed grounds, arriving at a tranquil stream. Atlanta exhaled in relief, observing the consciousness slowly returning to Meleager's eyes. A profound sense of dread enveloped her, as if everything that had transpired was merely a haunting nightmare. Yet, the uncontrolled violence of their comrades revealed to her the presence of an unfathomable power lurking within that place. For now, they were momentarily safe. But the sinister force lingered in the shadows, compelling them to uncover the truth to ensure their safety and that of their companions. Meanwhile, Narcissus, uninterested in the peril of hunting wild boars, leisurely strolled through the verdant woods. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating a mosaic of dappled light upon the ground. And Narcissus idly reveled in the natural beauty surrounding him. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a soldier from Caledon hastily passing by. Raising an eyebrow in curiosity, Narcissus obstructed the soldier's path and inquired gently, "What troubles you? Is there some grave matter at hand?" The soldier appeared agitated, a flush of excitement coloring his cheeks. "Prince Meleager and the heroes have slain the wild boar. I am returning to the palace to convey this splendid news to the king and queen." Narcissus was somewhat taken aback upon hearing the news. "Oh, then you may proceed." He gestured to the soldier, granting him permission to depart. The soldier promptly bowed and hurriedly made his way towards the palace. Narcissus stood still, lost in contemplation. He had not anticipated that Meleager and Atlanta would so swiftly vanquish the boar. Just then, he spotted them by the brook. Initially, Narcissus assumed they were clandestinely retreating to indulge in romance. However, upon observing their anxious demeanor and serious discourse, he sensed that their concealment was not merely for amorous purposes. Nevertheless, Narcissus, disinclined to meddle in their affairs, watched them in solitude. He silently mused on the undeniable power of attraction between kindred souls. Preferring not to intrude upon their moment, Narcissus resolved to take an alternate path. As he turned to depart, Atlanta's sudden call halted him. Engaged in deliberation with Meleager about their next course of action, Atlanta noticed a fleeting white figure in the nearby woods and instantly recognized it as someone associated with the two princes of the kingdom of Treasurer. "Excuse me, sir. Please wait." Atlanta hurriedly called out as she dashed towards him, with Meleager, though puzzled by her urgency, promptly following in her wake. Narcissus halted his steps and turned to behold Atlanta and Meleager hastening towards him with an air of urgency. A frown creased his brow, pondering the cause of their distress. Atlanta, breathless, approached Narcissus, her gaze imbued with a sense of urgency. Meleager followed closely, his expression mirroring the same anxiety. "You must be Narcissus, the one who arrived here alongside the princes of Trius," Atlanta inquired. Narcissus nodded, his gaze sweeping over Atlanta and Meleager, noting their unease. Faced with their presence, he reluctantly inquired, "Indeed, I am Narcissus. It appears you are in distress?" Chapter 202. The familiar darkness. Atlanta and Meleager began to recount their tale, their voices tinged with anxiety and confusion. Atlanta spoke, "We successfully hunted the boar, yet strange occurrences ensued." Meleager continued, "Indeed, after I skinned the boar, I felt my emotions spiraling out of control. Even the slightest provocation enraged me. Subsequently, the eyes of the heroes who participated in the hunt turned red, and their behavior became exceedingly erratic." Atlanta added, "They began to attack one another, each consumed by a frenzied desire to seize the spoils, resorting even to murder. I sensed an overwhelming unease and fury, as if some unseen force was manipulating our emotions. It was only after we departed that we regained our composure." Narcissus listened attentively to the accounts of Atlanta and Meleager, his brow furrowed, his expression betraying deep contemplation and gravity. "From what you have described, it is evident that there are indeed issues at that location," he articulated slowly. "Oh, but why do you believe that I am capable of resolving them?" Narcissus inquired with a hint of curiosity in his gaze. Meleager, equally intrigued, turned to Atlanta and asked, "Atlanta, what leads you to think that this gentleman can assist us in overcoming our predicament?" Atlanta fixated her gaze on Narcissus and, with a tone of utmost respect, replied, "The two princes of the kingdom of trees are filled with reverence towards you. They are individuals of great pride who do not easily submit to others. Moreover, from your aura, I sense an immense and formidable presence, which convinces me that you are undeniably a person of great strength." Upon hearing this, Narcissus's gaze shifted slightly, revealing a hint of admiration. He murmured to himself, "What an astute perception." Then, Narcissus turned his attention back to Meleager and Atlanta, declaring, "I have resolved to personally investigate the situation. We shall accompany you." Meleager and Atlanta exchanged glances, though the events that had transpired in that place filled them with trepidation. Following closely behind Narcissus, they felt a potent force emanating from him, despite the lingering fear in their hearts. This force was not merely one of martial prowess, but rather a charismatic aura, a compelling essence that inspired trust and loyalty. As they hastily traversed the forest and arrived at the site of the previous battle, the sight before them sent chills down their spines. Those once valiant warriors were now engaged in mutual slaughter, the air thick with the stench of blood and violence. Upon arriving at the scene where the boar had been slain, Narcissus sensed a pervasive dark energy saturating the atmosphere, one that felt hauntingly familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly recalled where he had encountered such malevolent energy before. To encounter this dark aura once more in this very place? Narcissus mused, his tone laced with surprise. Atlanta, with her keen ears, caught his faint words. "Sir, what do you mean by dark energy?" she inquired, scanning her surroundings in search of its trace, yet seeing nothing amiss. Narcissus shook his head, remaining silent. Perhaps the dark energy that once eluded him was now a trivial matter easily dispatched. "It is nothing. Merely a minor issue that can be resolved with utmost simplicity." With that, he waved his hand, and tiny specks of light emanated from his palm. Upon contact with the invisible dark energy, it swiftly dissipated into nothingness. Atlanta gazed at the silhouette of Narcissus, who shone brilliantly under the sunlight, evoking within her an inexplicable surge of hope. Narcissus withdrew his hand with satisfaction, declaring, "The dark mist has dissipated. You may now assess their condition." With the shadows lifted, the individuals present returned to their senses, yet the ensuing scene was filled with anguished cries and the metallic scent of blood. Castor. Pollux awakened, his heart wrenched at the sight before him. His brother Castor lay in a pool of crimson, a sword plunged into his abdomen. Recognizing the weapon's origin, Pollux, consumed by rage, seized his own armament, and, before Idas and Lynceus could comprehend the situation, struck them down without hesitation. He then discarded his weapon, approached Castor's side, and, overwhelmed by grief, embraced his brother, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 203. Resurrection. Pollux was engulfed in sorrow over his brother Castor's demise, his eyes glistening with tears and his heart aching profoundly. His shoulders trembled involuntarily as tears cascaded from the corners of his eyes, suddenly sensing the approach of another. The despondent Pollux lifted his gaze, only to behold Narcissus at his side, akin to a beam of light piercing through a shroud of darkness. Pollux's heart raced as a thought struck him. He was about to speak when the sight before him rendered him motionless. Narcissus's hand, which had previously danced in the air, now grasped the sword embedded in Castor's belly. Narcissus's gaze was composed as his hand grasped the hilt of the sword. With a mere exertion of strength, the blade was extracted from Castor's abdomen, glinting with a cruel silver sheen. Despite being a lifeless corpse, Castor's body involuntarily trembled at the moment the sword was drawn. Vivid crimson blood gushed from the wound, resembling anguished tears. Yet, a peculiar scene unfolded. The bright red blood hovered in midair, as if drawn by an enigmatic force. Narcissus's fingers stirred gently, as the crimson blood enveloped in white light began to swiftly retreat to Castor's wound, as if time were reversing. Subsequently, a serene white glow emanated from Narcissus's hand, which appeared to become translucent, delicately brushing over Castor's injury, causing it to heal rapidly. Narcissus once again waved his finger, directing it towards the soul of Castor, which floated and was tethered to his body. The previously dazed essence of Castor began to awaken, gradually returning to his corporeal form. Pollux, cradling his brother's lifeless body, suddenly noticed a slight movement in Castor's fingers. Overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness, he then witnessed Castor slowly opening his eyes. Castor. Pollux's voice resonated with shock and elation as he gazed upon his brother's resurrected visage, his eyes brimming with disbelief and gratitude. At that moment, A mysterious figure silently materialized beside Narcissus, as if coalescing from the very air. He was a silver-haired youth, exuding a chilling aura. His youthful countenance etched with a hint of dissatisfaction and perplexity. Most strikingly, a pair of black wings adorned his back, their feathers shimmering with a faint luminescence, whispering tales of solitude and transcendence. This young man was Thanatos, the god of death, whose duty was to escort the souls of the departed to the next realm. Yet, the individual before him had evidently returned to life. Thanatos, visibly displeased, pursed his lips as he regarded Narcissus, his eyes reflecting a blend of frustration and resignation. The resurrected soul was no longer within his purview. Subsequently, Thanatos turned his attention to the task of gathering the souls of the deceased. With the realm of the afterlife now established, where the 5 great rivers converged to form the cycle of reincarnation, many guardians were required. The souls of these heroes would serve as excellent sentinels to oversee the cycle, hence his presence to collect them. Meleager, who lingered near Narcissus, was astounded by Castor's revival, having just confirmed his death moments earlier. As he beheld the resurrected Castor, a glimmer of hope flickered in Meleager's eyes. He looked up at Narcissus with deep respect, his voice imbued with earnest supplication. "Narcissus, no, esteemed sir, could you also save my uncles and everyone else?" His voice trembled with emotion. Narcissus's gaze fell upon the dismembered remains of his uncles, Melaglos. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. "Resurrection poses certain challenges, however. I can certainly provide them with a worthy resting place." As his words settled in the air, he gently waved his hand, and a mysterious force drew the bewildered souls of Melaglos's uncles towards him, transforming them into a luminous orb of light. Melaglos, witnessing the radiant sphere manifesting due to Narcissus's divine power, inquired in astonishment, "Is this the essence of my uncle's souls?" In that moment, he was enveloped in a mixture of joy and sorrow, an intricate tapestry of emotions that words could scarcely convey. Narcissus nodded thoughtfully, his gaze sweeping across the arena, embodying a pensive demeanor. "As for the other matters, I fear that should I intervene further, one of the deities present may become incensed." Noticing that Meleager was about to inquire further, Narcissus spoke first. At that moment, the formidable Thanatos, the god of death, approached Narcissus with an imposing presence, exuding an aura of low pressure. Brandishing a colossal scythe in one hand and resting the other on his hip, he glared fiercely at Narcissus and declared, "My lord, is it not excessive what you are doing? Reviving humans is one thing, but to audaciously seize souls, are you not aware that the souls of all living beings rightfully belong to the underworld?" Narcissus gazed upon the irate youth before him, a faint glow emanating from his form as divine power began to seep forth. His voice bore a hint of gentleness as he inquired, "Are you truly intent on engaging in a quarrel with me? The souls of these individuals were claimed by unforeseen circumstances. Should you persist in your dispute, you may well return with naught but your own spirit." Upon sensing the aura radiating from the deity, the god of death, Thanatos, felt a surge of frustration. He recognized Narcissus' identity and, gritting his teeth, muttered, "You are quite formidable." Internally cursing Narcissus for concealing his true visage, he understood his own powerlessness against the divine being, particularly in light of his brother, the once magnificent Hades, who had become a mere shadow of his former self due to his marriage. Should he seek to lodge a complaint, it was he who would likely face the consequences. With a sense of resignation, Thanatos hastily resumed his task of harvesting the souls of the fallen, occasionally casting wary glances at Narcissus, fearful that he might intervene and seize the souls for himself. Chapter 204, The Wrathful God of Death as Night Descended. The moonlight bathed the battlefield, enveloping it in an aura of tranquility and depth. Thanatos diligently collected the souls of the valiant heroes who had perished, his countenance marred by dissatisfaction and silence, still brooding over Narcissus' actions. Once the souls of the heroes were gathered, only the spirit of a colossal wild boar remained in the center of the field. Though its corporeal form had disintegrated, its soul lingered. With his immense scythe in hand, Thanatos prepared to reap the boar's soul, intending to conclude this ordeal. Yet, at that pivotal moment, he beheld the boar's spirit beginning to shimmer with a faint starlight, as if it were intertwined with the cosmos, resonating with the universe. Then, the soul transformed into an ethereal silhouette, ascending towards the heavens. The stars twinkled in the sky, seemingly responsive to this phenomenon, as some began to coalesce above. Soon, those stars took the shape of a wild boar, racing through the celestial expanse, as if narrating an eternal legend. However, The boar's stellar form was far too diminutive for the constellation it sought to join, requiring the arrival of a principal star to complete its formation. Thanatos stood frozen, his scythe suspended in midair, fury igniting within his gaze as he watched the soul he believed was rightfully his transcend into the realm of eternal stars. Damn it! Damn it! He seethed, striking the ground with the handle of his scythe, frustrated by the spectacle before him. Do not look at me. I had no hand in this, Narcissus denied, diverting his gaze to the moon above. As Thanatos turned his attention to Narcissus' denial, he too cast his eyes towards the moon, where a goddess gracefully maneuvered her chariot across its luminous surface. Her flowing gown glimmered like mercury, and the starlight in her eyes harmonized exquisitely with the heavens. As the goddess turned her gaze towards this direction, the wrath of Thanatos, the god of death, seemed to gradually subside under Artemis's watchful eyes. He finally relinquished his scythe, and the fury within him dissipated. He understood that it was futile to quarrel with the goddess of the moon, for the soul of the wild boar appeared to have been transformed into a star by her hand. As night descended, the moonlight began to bathe the earth, enveloping everything in serenity and mystery. The moon goddess Artemis, graceful in stature, sat regally in her lunar chariot, gliding slowly from the horizon. Upon discovering the lifeless form of the enormous boar, she recognized that it had served her purpose, and she effortlessly transformed its soul into a star. Narcissus, gazing at the moon, caught Artemis's attention, and she also noticed the figure of Milagros, the reincarnation of Cupid, standing beside him. How curious it was that Narcissus found himself in company with Milagros. Reflecting on Narcissus's connection with Apollo, Artemis surmised that the two must be clandestinely scheming. Fearing that her intervention might disrupt their plans, she abandoned the notion of reprimanding Cupid. Instead, she offered a nod to Narcissus before her lunar chariot gradually vanished into the night sky. The earth, cloaked in a silvery veil beneath the moonlight, appeared profoundly tranquil and enigmatic. Naturally, given the progression of events, Thanatos did not linger. He meticulously gathered the souls he had reaped into a bag that seemed imbued with extraordinary power, capable of containing endless souls. Before departing, his gaze briefly met that of Narcissus, followed by a disdainful snort. Yet, in the face of the displeased god of death, Narcissus displayed only a serene smile. With a sweep of his ebony wings, the Reaper ascended swiftly into the night sky, vanishing into the distant shadows. His task was relentless. The souls awaiting him continued to call, compelling him to press onward to his next destination. Chapter 205. From sorrow to rage, expressing their emotions and concluding matters were Castor and Pollux. The two brothers entwined their arms as they approached Narcissus, their faces radiating profound respect and gratitude. They knelt before him, their voices filled with sincerity. "O Divine One, please accept us as your humble servants," Castor implored earnestly, while Pollux bowed his head silently, his gaze resolute. "Servants? That is not necessary," Narcissus replied gently, shaking his head. "However, you may assist me in the future, for now. Relish the joys of life." Beneath the moonlight, a contemplative expression crossed Narcissus's face as he recalled how the moon goddess Artemis had transformed the wild boar into a star. A sudden thought arose within him, as if he too had the right to enact such a divine miracle. Narcissus discerned a peculiar aura emanating from Castor and Pollux before him. Although they were merely brothers, and not even twins, their essence seemed intertwined, and their features bore striking resemblance. Narcissus prepared to conduct an experiment on the two brothers, Castor and Pollux. As he gestured, a radiant glow enveloped them. The brothers, perplexed and eager to inquire about their condition, observed the luminous aura ascending towards the heavens, eventually transforming into a constellation. However, this celestial formation was not yet complete. Many stars remained mere phantoms, destined to solidify only after their demise. "Your bond as brothers deeply moves me. Sometimes, the beauty of life resides within these subtle emotions," Narcissus remarked, gazing at the bewildered brothers. Internally, he mused that finding a pretext was rather effortless. Witnessing the constellation take shape above, he realized that it merely required an excuse to manifest into the stars. With his divine identity exposed, others regarded Narcissus with reverence, casting envious glances at Castor and Pollux. Believing their fortune to be remarkable, acknowledging the exposure of his divinity, Narcissus resolved to depart from the scene. As his figure vanished, Meleager began coordinating the return of the hero's remains alongside that of the slain boar. The news of the boar's demise had already reached the palace through the soldiers, And Meleager's parents, King Enus and Queen Althea, felt immense joy for their son. As dawn gradually illuminated the sky, casting a golden-red glow upon the world, Althea prepared to offer her prayers at the temple. However, upon receiving news of her son's return, she hurried to the city walls, yearning to catch a glimpse of Meleager upon his arrival. Standing atop the ramparts, joy sparkled in Althea's eyes as she caught sight of the returning hunters. Yet, her elation swiftly morphed into shock as she beheld the figures being carried below. "Who has slain my two brothers?" Althea's anguished cry shattered the morning's tranquility as she clutched the arm of a nearby soldier, her eyes brimming with despair and fury. The soldier hesitated, speaking tentatively. Lord Clitius and Lord Cestus were accidentally slain by Prince Meleager. His voice trembled, reflecting his caution. "Meleager? How could he dare? They are his own uncles," Althea lamented, clutching her chest as tears streamed down her face. Memories of her brother's kindness flooded her mind, recalling how they had forsaken their affluent noble life to accompany her to this kingdom, solely to shield her from harm. The morning sunlight felt particularly blinding as Althea stood atop the ramparts, engulfed in sorrow and rage, her entire being plunged into profound anguish. Beneath the city tower, the soldiers bowed their heads in silence, none daring to utter a word, as an oppressive stillness enveloped the scene. Atop the tower, Althea beheld her returning son, Meleager, joyfully receiving the adulation of the townsfolk. Tears of sorrow in her eyes gradually transformed into a burning wrath. Trembling uncontrollably, she felt her emotions surge to an unprecedented intensity, and fleeting images flashed through her mind. Wiping away her tears, Althea hurried down from the tower and ventured into the depths of a hidden chamber. With trembling hands, she retrieved a piece of wood intricately linked to her son's fate. This wood bore the weight of countless secrets and emotions. Once a symbol of her love and aspirations for her son, it had now morphed into a heavy burden. The flickering light within the chamber danced across Althea's pale visage. Her gaze lingering on the wood, she examined it closely, murmuring to herself, her voice laced with anguish and struggle, "May the fates' words ring true. Meleager, this is what you owe your two uncles. Fear not, for once you depart, your mother shall swiftly follow you." This statement was steeped in the bittersweet pain of maternal love and an undeniable resolve. At last, Althea cast the wood into the furnace, flames erupting fiercely, engulfing it in a fiery embrace. A complex expression crossed her face, relief mingled with fury and regret. She proclaimed aloud, "O great God of vengeance, I offer you this sacrifice." The flickering firelight in the chamber, accompanied by Althea's fervent cry, permeated the atmosphere with a sense of oppression and gravity. In the depths of the underworld, the fleeing Rydals sensed a call from the earth, the offering imbued with the essence of its master, Narcissus, guiding him to the realm above. Chapter 206. Death. The wood crackled and blazed in the furnace, flames licking at the dry material, as smoke gradually filled the room, the warm glow casting enchanting shadows. Amidst the haze and flicker of firelight, a figure appeared in a corner of the room, subtly emerging, as if something mysterious were about to unfold. As the wood blazed fiercely, Meleager, hand in hand with Atalanta, basked in the cheers of the townspeople along the cobblestone streets. Their faces radiated joy and respect, scattering petals, and some even tossed coins in blessing. The already handsome Meleager, his golden locks shimmering in the sunlight, was filled with affection, while the others busily gathered in the woods. He led Atalanta to the shelter of nearby trees and confided in her, his voice soft and earnest. "Atalanta, do you know? Since the moment I met you, my heart has never ceased its longing. You consistently capture my gaze. I believe I have fallen for you, Atalanta." Atalanta, who was initially predisposed to harbor a profound aversion towards men, found herself unexpectedly stirred by a tumult of emotions upon first encountering Meleager. She discovered that she could not help but direct her gaze towards him, drawn irresistibly by the allure he exuded. Now, as Meleager regarded her with his captivating deep blue eyes and uttered words imbued with passion, she experienced an unprecedented fluttering in her heart, the rhythm of which echoed uncontrollably within her. Ever the valiant one, she hesitated not a moment before reaching out to embrace Meleager's neck, bestowing upon him a gentle kiss, thereby silently conceding to his heartfelt declaration. Thus, during their return from the woodland to the city, Meleager clasped Atalanta's hand, boldly proclaiming their bond to the world around them. The affection they shared seemed to permeate the very air, imparting a sense of sweetness to those in their vicinity. Meanwhile, Castor and Pollux, burdened by the departure of Narcissus, felt a heaviness in their hearts, a shadow of worry etched upon their faces. Hand in hand, they lingered at the rear of the procession, their expressions dimmed. Lost in their own contemplations, Pollux whispered, "Castor, do you believe we shall encounter him again?" Castor cast a knowing glance his way, understanding the identity of whom Pollux spoke, tightening his grip, yet refraining from uttering a word. Amidst the throng, Meleager, firmly holding Atlanta's hand, prepared to bid farewell to the townsfolk before returning to the palace to express his affections for Atlanta to his parents, with the intention of taking her as his bride. However, at this pivotal moment, he was suddenly seized by a violent pain in his chest, as though his heart were engulfed in flames, the sensation intensifying with each passing moment. His complexion shifted from pallid to flushed, his eyes wide with terror and confusion. Grasping Atlanta's hand tightly, he sought solace in her presence, yet the agony was so profound that his legs began to weaken. Perceiving Meleager's distress, Atlanta hurriedly supported him, her voice laced with urgency. "Meleager, what ails you?" Yet, all he could muster in response was a pained smile, his voice lost to the suffering. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, his body curling inwards as he clutched at his chest, the torment rendering him breathless. His companions encircled him, some shouting for assistance, others frantically searching for aid, plunging the scene into chaos. A deep panic overtook Atlanta as she knelt beside Meleager, cradling his head in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Do not fear, Meleager. Do not fear. I am here. What is wrong with you?" Her voice trembled, and in that moment, it felt as if the entire world were unraveling. In truth, Narcissus had not departed. He had been stealthily trailing behind them all along. The instant Meleager was gripped by excruciating pain, Narcissus sensed a connection between Meleager's essence and something within the palace. At that moment, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. He understood that the situation was far from simple. Thus, Narcissus made his way toward the palace of the Caledonian kingdom. To his astonishment, beside the storeroom adjacent to the winding staircase within the palace, there lay a hidden chamber, and the door to the secret room stood ajar. Narcissus leisurely entered the chamber and beheld Queen Althea, seemingly deranged, collapsed upon the ground, her vacant gaze fixated on the blazing hearth. It was, in fact, a branch of the laurel tree. In an instant, Narcissus discerned the entirety of the situation. He realized that it was a branch of the laurel tree, consumed by fierce flames, that was connected to the essence of Milagros. The powers of Apollo and the fates? Narcissus chuckled softly, shaking his head. It appeared that Apollo was still irked with Cupid, devising this scheme to punish him. He made no attempt to extinguish the branch, but rather assumed the role of an observer, continuing to watch it succumb to the flames. "It seems I must endure a little longer." Narcissus fixed his gaze upon the rapidly burning laurel branch, refraining from intervening. He felt no anger towards Apollo for disrupting his clandestine plans. "Master." The figure amidst the smoke finally revealed itself at that moment. Reincarnated had not anticipated encountering his master, Narcissus, so soon after his departure. He joyfully rushed to Narcissus's side. "Reincarnated, it appears you have endured quite a hardship during this time." Narcissus spoke gently, his voice laced with concern. Upon hearing Narcissus's kind words, Reincarnated felt a rush of emotion and embraced him tightly. He had encountered a lunatic in the underworld, one who relentlessly pursued him. And just as he was about to be caught, that wretched soul deliberately slowed down. At that moment, the branch of the laurel tree finally burned away. And outside the palace, Milagros breathed his last amidst agony, akin to the charcoal in the hearth reduced to mere ash. The sounds of weeping filled the air, with Atlanta's heart-wrenching wails echoing as all mourned the loss of the handsome Prince Milagros. Cradling his lifeless body, Atlanta's tears mingled with her heartache, her face awash in despair. She gazed at his ever-handsome visage, yet she could no longer see the tenderness that once resided in his deep blue eyes. The joyful sounds of the city were swiftly transformed into cries of sorrow and mourning, as people gathered together in silent prayer. Chapter 207. Conception. As she looked at the charred wood in the hearth, Althea felt as though she were witnessing the life of her son Milagros extinguishing before her very eyes. Her eyes brimmed with tears, her voice trembling as she murmured, "Brothers, Milagros, I shall join you soon. Wait for me." Tears streamed down her cheeks, her heart shattered beyond endurance. In that moment, she lost all reason and strength. Bereft of her son, all that remained within her was emptiness and despair. Struggling to rise from the ground, Althea's gaze was filled with madness. Her trembling hand reached toward the hearth, as if reaching for the abyss of fate. She intended to ignite the entire chamber, to be reduced to ashes alongside her son. Just as Althea was about to topple the hearth, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed within the chamber. The figure of Narcissus gracefully emerged from the radiance, standing before Althea. His arrival seemed to usher in an aura of hope, akin to the gentle caress of spring breezes, invigorating the entire chamber with life. Althea's gaze, once filled with despair, was gradually transformed by the radiant light of hope. She recognized the visage of Narcissus, for the kingdom of Caledon housed a temple dedicated to him. In an instant, she identified the deity before her, kneeling upon the ground, tears cascading as she implored, "O great Lord of life, I beseech you, show me mercy." Narcissus gazed silently at Althea, gently extending his palm. Two luminous orbs quietly materialized within his grasp, gracefully soaring towards Althea's abdomen. "Your brothers shall return to this world as your sons," he uttered softly. Upon hearing these words, Althea, in a state of astonishment, clutched her belly, her face a tapestry of mingled joy and sorrow. The thought of her child overwhelmed her, and she could no longer restrain the torrent of tears, crying out in anguish, "Oh heavens, what have I just done?" Subsequently, she reached out with trembling hands, as if to delve into the hearth, searching through the remnants of ashes that had long since smoldered away. Every motion was steeped in despair and regret, her heart torn asunder by anguish. Yet powerless to return to the past to alter her fate, Narcissus gazed at Althea with a serene expression, his voice calm as he spoke. "Althea, the demise of your son has quelled the wrath of a deity. Moreover, death is not the conclusion. Your son shall embark on another journey. There is no need for excessive sorrow." His voice seemed to emanate from the very essence of life itself. Having uttered these words, Narcissus turned away, his figure gradually fading from the chamber, leaving Althea ensnared in contemplation. In a corner of the chamber, Ritalis, who had been discreetly observing the events unfold, hastened to vanish as Narcissus departed. "Master, your intervention was unnecessary," Ritalis inquired with curiosity, his eyes reflecting a perplexity regarding Narcissus's decision. Narcissus smiled gently. "It is a secret." He offered no further explanation, allowing his words to envelop the air like an enigmatic mist. As Narcissus departed from the palace and stepped into the sunlight, the scene before him momentarily halted his stride. He beheld Atlanta kneeling on the ground, her hands clutching the lifeless body of Meleager, weeping inconsolably. Her cries resonated like a lament carried by the winter wind, piercing the heart with sorrow. Above Atlanta, an ethereal figure, unseen by mortals, hovered gently, with cascading golden locks, alabaster skin, and a pair of ivory wings slightly unfurled to envelop its form. This entity remained unresponsive, its eyes tightly shut. Was this the god of love, Cupid? As a divine being, Ritalis could undoubtedly perceive Cupid's presence. Alas, what a pity! Narcissus noticed the essence of love emanating from Atlanta beginning to flow toward Cupid, a movement that had been abruptly interrupted. Had they but wed, the essence would have fully transitioned to the god of love. Chapter 208. New beginnings. The kingdom of Caledon was engulfed in profound grief and mourning following the untimely demise of Prince Meleager. The countenances of the townsfolk bore expressions of sorrow, while the courtiers whispered in hushed tones within the castle, the atmosphere thick with despair. However, as the tides of fortune shift, life often unveils unexpected delights. The news of Queen Althea's pregnancy quietly reached the ears of the populace, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing a barren field, rekindling a flicker of hope within the bereaved kingdom of Caledon. With this revelation, smiles began to reappear on the faces of the people, and laughter resonated through the streets once more. The heavy pall of grief surrounding Prince Meleager's death began to dissipate, allowing dreams of the future to blossom anew. As the second year dawned, Queen Althea successfully delivered 2 healthy princes to the kingdom of Caledon, plunging the nation into a jubilant celebration. The squares overflowed with song and dance, and the royal city radiated a festive spirit. The sorrow of Meleager's passing was softened, akin to snow melting beneath the warm embrace of sunlight. When the name Meleager was mentioned, tears were no longer shed. Instead, gentle sighs accompanied complex reflections on that tragic memory. "Time is of the essence. Let us proceed." Ritalis, Narcissus spoke to his faithful companion, whose presence had been steadfast throughout the year. A hint of mystery lingered in his voice. "Very well, my lord," Ritalis replied, remaining loyally at his side. Despite being oblivious to Narcissus's intentions, the kingdom of Caledon was immersed in the celebration of the 2 newborn princes, enveloped in a sea of revelry. Joyful music filled the air, and the people danced with exuberance, their faces alight with happiness and anticipation. Ritalis gazed about at the jubilant crowd, his heart heavy with confusion. Had they all truly forgotten their beloved Prince Meleager? A flicker of bewilderment crossed his gaze, as if the profound sorrow that had once gripped the nation in the wake of the prince's death had been erased from existence. Narcissus gazed indifferently at those around him, his eyes tranquil as he coldly articulated, "The span of human life is fleeting, thus they have accustomed themselves to swiftly confronting and assimilating death. The emergence of new hope will obliterate their sorrow. This is the inherent rhythm of existence." Narcissus and Retilis quietly departed from the jubilant streets, entering a tranquil path. In a secluded grove within the kingdom of Caledon, an exquisitely constructed tomb stood solitary and majestic. Despite the tomb's intricate carvings, it lay unguarded, exuding an air of desolation and silence. Before the gravestone, a few wilted flowers were arranged, their withered forms betraying the passage of time since anyone had come to pay their respects. Beside the tomb, a towering oak tree stood as a silent sentinel, its presence serene and unwavering. The tree's lush canopy, adorned with verdant leaves, seemed to shield the lonely tomb from the elements, bestowing a touch of vitality and warmth. At this moment, the moonlight filtered through the gaps in the oak's foliage, casting a mosaic of light and shadow that rendered the solitary tomb even more enigmatic in the stillness of the night. A gentle breeze rustled through the grove, producing a soft whisper, and at that instant, Narcissus slowly raised his hand, causing a soft white glow to envelop the area around the tomb. The luminescence swirled in the night sky, enhancing the dreamlike and mysterious aura of the tranquil woodland. Cupid's figure emerged from the tomb, his eyes gently closed and his expression serene, as if lost in a profound slumber. His golden hair shimmered softly in the moonlight, while his delicate white wings fluttered gracefully in the air, creating an exquisite tableau. "Master, what are you about to do?" Retilis inquired, his gaze filled with curiosity as he observed this unfolding scene. Narcissus remained silent, his gaze fixated, intently observing the figure of Cupid. He gently waved his arm, as if guiding something, and then Cupid, with his eyes tightly shut, drifted to the side, ultimately merging with the towering oak tree nearby. The scene before them was extraordinarily surreal, with moonlight, silvery radiance, the oak, and Cupid's silhouette intertwining to create a breathtaking tableau. Retilis stood in awe, seemingly hearing the rhythmic thumping of a heart emanating from within the oak, a sound both vigorous and vibrant, teeming with life. It was as if the entire oak had been imbued with a new vitality, gestating some ineffable mystery. Some branches and leaves atop the oak began to converge in an odd manner, seemingly guided by an invisible force. The rustling of the leaves, in contrast to the earlier sound of the wind through the woods, created a distinct auditory landscape. The heartbeat gradually shifted from the trunk of the oak to the gathering branches and leaves, becoming increasingly clear and powerful. Each pulse seemed to declare to the world that life was in the process of being nurtured. Moonlight cascaded upon the oak, causing the converging leaves to shimmer in the interplay of light and shadow, as if dancing in rhythm with the heartbeat, performing a tranquil ballet exclusive to the forest. Chapter 209. Hippomenes' time trickled by, and a faint glimmer of white light began to emerge beyond the mountains, followed by the dawn gradually staining the sky a rosy hue, reminiscent of a delicate watercolor painting. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through layers of mist, illuminating the ancient oak, a tightly woven cocoon of branches atop the tree began to show signs of rupture. Tiny fissures appeared on the cocoon, from which a soft golden glow emanated. Before long, the cocoon burst open, revealing a young man with crimson, curly hair. His eyes were closed, resting against the sturdy trunk, seemingly lost in a deep slumber. The youth's eyelids fluttered slightly before he slowly opened his brown eyes. At first, he surveyed his surroundings with a look of confusion and bewilderment. Then unfamiliar memories surged through his mind. "Hippomenes?" he murmured to himself, realizing from the suddenly emerging recollections that he was a wanderer who had come to this land to attend the birth celebration of the Prince of Caledon. Last night, intoxicated by fine wine, he had chosen this oak as his resting place. "Hippomenes, my lord, have you fabricated a false memory for him?" Retilis, who was concealed nearby with Narcissus, inquired with a look of perplexity. Narcissus gazed intently at Hippomenes upon the tree trunk and remarked thoughtfully, "Neither the memories of Cupid nor those of melancholy are suitable for him. He requires new experiences. Master. Someone approaches, a voice whispered in Retail's ear, prompting him to speak. Narcissus turned to Reincarnated and said, "Let us depart." With that, they vanished without a trace. As Hippomenes adjusted his attire and prepared to descend from the tree, he was suddenly halted by the sound of footsteps rustling through the grass. Instinctively, he froze and scanned his surroundings with trepidation. Through the dense branches, he beheld a young maiden with fiery red hair, clad in a form-fitting leather armor. Approaching from the thicket, "Meleager, this may be my final visit," Atlanta's voice echoed in the morning air as she placed a bouquet of fresh flowers before the gravestone. Her fingers gently caressed the inscription, her eyes reflecting an infinite sorrow and longing. The vibrant red locks danced in the gentle breeze, starkly contrasting with her melancholic gaze. Normally adept at noticing the presence of others, Atlanta, enveloped in grief today, failed to perceive Hippomenes hidden among the branches. Who is this girl? Hippomenes pondered, his heart racing at the sight of the young woman below. It was as if he had fallen hopelessly in love at first sight. An overwhelming desire to uncover every detail about her consuming him. After a moment, Atlanta cast one last deep glance at the gravestone before turning away, tears glistening in the sunlight as they fell. Once her figure disappeared into the distant woods, Hippomenes quietly descended the tree and approached the gravestone. Reading the name Meleager inscribed upon it, the name stirred a tumult of emotions within him, as if it bore a profound connection to his own existence. His heart was awash with questions and curiosity. Who was Meleager? And who was that girl? Where was the country she intended to return to? His gaze lingered on the gravestone as he sank into deep contemplation. In a mysterious cove located in the southeastern part of the continent, surrounded by lush, verdant jungles, birds sang merrily amidst the foliage. Towering cliffs rose like natural fortifications, overlooking the azure sea. Each time the tide crashed against the rugged rocks, it produced a melodious sound akin to celestial music, captivating the soul. Adjacent to the cove lay a village adorned with houses of white stone. These quaint abodes shimmered enchantingly under the sun, their inhabitants living a simple and harmonious existence, free from worldly strife. Not far from the coastline stood a temple constructed of white marble. Its architectural style was both minimalist and dignified, its colonnade seemingly a tribute to the ocean's waves, extending gracefully in a sinuous manner. Sunlight bathed the temple's surface, causing it to radiate a soft glow, contrasting beautifully with the surrounding cerulean sea, resembling a paradise on earth. Upon entering the temple, a delicate fragrance of flowers wafted through the air. The courtyard is adorned with a myriad of plants, interspersed with rare blossoms whose fragrances permeate the entire temple, evoking the sensation of being enveloped in a flourishing garden. At the heart of the temple's courtyard lies a crystal-clear lake, where fish frolic joyfully, occasionally leaping above the surface and creating ripples that dance across the water. In the core of the temple stands a statue several meters tall, its visage both beautiful and benevolent, as if safeguarding the tranquility of this land. Beneath the statue, a lovely maiden kneels in prayer, her face reflecting a blend of devotion, sorrow, and fear. Chapter 2:10. The Goddess of Resentment in the Cave Rita Lies. Your time on earth is nearly at an end. The voice of Narcissus echoed through the air, his hand emanating a mysterious white light that gradually enveloped Rita Lies, seemingly dissolving the earth's inherent rejection of the underworld deity. My lord. A hint of reluctance gleamed in Rita Lies' eyes as she gazed upon Narcissus, her expression betraying a multitude of unspoken words. Narcissus smiled gently, his gaze warm as he spoke to him. Return, for we shall meet again. Yes, master, replied Reincarnated, reluctant to part. Behind him, immense gray-white wings slowly unfurled, feathers shimmering like they hailed from another realm. These wings seemed imbued with life, tenderly enveloping Reincarnated, who then began to emit a blinding radiance. In the blink of an eye, Reincarnated vanished from this place, leaving behind only Narcissus's contemplative gaze and a profound silence upon the earth. Having disappeared from the mortal realm, Reincarnated reappeared in the underworld, standing amidst the scarlet blossoms of the resurrection flower, the essence of the netherworld enveloping him. Curse that god of sleep, Hypnos. Reincarnated growled, fury igniting in his eyes. Had he not interfered, I would have long since acquired the source of revenge against the goddess of hatred, Megara. The cluster of resurrection flowers seemed to tremble in response to his wrath, their petals quivering as if echoing his emotions. Turning away from the blossoms, Reincarnated traversed the shadowy, fog-laden path of the underworld, his purpose clear toward the cave that imprisoned the vengeful goddess, Megara. Silently, he prayed that she had not escaped. Otherwise, capturing her would prove arduous. At this moment, not far from him, in the depths of a dim cave, the figure of Megara materialized. This cavern was steeped in ancient mildew, damp and frigid, as if it had never basked in sunlight. The slanted rocks were adorned with unfamiliar flora, and the stone walls occasionally dripped water, each droplet resonating with an echo within the cavern. The goddess of hatred, Megara, was weakly pinned against the damp stone wall by a sharp sword. Her complexion was pallid, the flames in her eyes seemingly devoured by the sword's dark radiance, leaving only a flicker of powerless hatred. The sword resembled an ancient curse, inscribed with intricate runes, its black light swirling as if yearning for something. Embedded in the stone, it seemed to merge with the cave itself, firmly anchoring Megara in place. Her serpent hair lay disheveled across her shoulders, the snake heads feebly hissing. Megara struggled for breath, each inhalation accompanied by a painful sob. She attempted to resist, but the sword's power bound her tightly, rendering her utterly immobile. Ah, indeed, the sword borrowed from the Lord of the Underworld proves most effective. Ritalis' voice echoed through the cave, the dark, damp space feeling ever more oppressive. The walls of the cavern, steeped in time and malice, emitted a faint, chilling glow. Before entering the cave, Ritalis had already surveyed the surroundings with his keen eyes, ensuring no trace of that odious god of sleep lingered. He stepped cautiously into the cavern, his heart brimming with joy. Upon witnessing the vengeful goddess, Megara, still nailed to the stone wall, a gentle smile graced Ritalis' lips, his eyes gleaming with a cruel satisfaction. "Ritalis, you deceiver." Megara spat in fury at the sight of him. Her face was pale, and her serpentine hair hissed at Ritalis as if rejuvenated with purpose. Ritalis approached her unperturbed by the venomous snakes that lunged towards him. "A deceiver? When have I ever misled you? I am indeed aware of your sister's plight. Yet, your initial reaction to her injury is not concern, but rather delight. As a fellow deity of vengeance, how could I not discern your true intentions? You merely seek to usurp your sister's essence." With a flick of his fingers, the serpents that bared their fangs at him fell, each disintegrating into a cloud of black dust. Instantly, the cavern reverberated with Megara's anguished wails, a sound so piercing that it seemed to clutch at one's very heart. Standing before her, Ritalis observed her suffering with no trace of compassion, only a gentle smile adorning his face. "Do not wail so loudly. You shall have ample opportunity to cry out," he remarked nonchalantly, idly cleaning his ears as if her torment were of no consequence. His smile remained, reveling in her despair. "Bah, you only covet my essence of vengeance." Megara seethed, spitting at Ritalis. Her eyes blazed with hatred, as if she wished to pierce him with her gaze. Ritalis deftly tilted his head aside, watching as her spit corroded the ground beneath, leaving a gaping hole. Unfazed, he smiled and replied, "Oh, I have never denied it." As he spoke, his palm glimmered with an inky green radiance. Megara's fury momentarily quelled, she regarded him warily. "Humph. Do you think you can easily obtain my essence without my consent? Not a chance. Oh, you do not consent?" A glint of malice flickered in Ritalis' eyes, his voice laced with mockery. "Rest assured, you shall eventually acquiesce." Suddenly, his hands transformed into tendrils of roots, burrowing into Megara's being. The cavern echoed with the sound of roots invading flesh, intertwined with Megara's tormented cries. "Ah, I consent. I consent to relinquish my essence of vengeance to you," she screamed, realizing the roots within her not only siphoned her divine power, but also feasted upon her very flesh. It was merely a matter of time before she was wholly consumed, her voice filled with dread and despair. "See, I told you, you would agree." Ah, the flora, seemingly delicate in nature, yet endowed with the capacity to draw sustenance from the world around them, given sufficient strength and time. "I have adequately prepared for an extended duration." Ritalis, with a triumphant smile, withdrew her roots, transforming her appendages back into fingers as she gently waved her hand, beckoning. "Now, relinquish it." The goddess of hatred, Megara, appeared as pallid as parchment, her form marred by countless wounds, and the excruciating pain drove her to the brink of madness. Her eyes were rife with terror and submission, utterly subjugated by Ritalis' machinations. The atmosphere within the cavern grew increasingly oppressive and frigid, the sound of water dripping from the damp stones resonating painfully in the silence. Ritalis imitated the gentle smile of Narcissus, their expressions contrasting starkly with Megara's look of despair. The goddess of hatred was now so feeble that she could scarcely move. Her once vibrant serpentine hair reduced to mere remnants by Rita Lays' destructive touch. Standing before her, Rita Lays still bore the faint trace of the roots that had penetrated her being, gazing at Megara with a soft demeanor. "Hurry, Megara," he urged, impatience lacing his tone as the corners of his mouth curled upwards. "Do not keep me waiting too long. You wouldn't wish to endure another punishment, would you?" A flicker of dread crossed Megara's eyes. She understood that this god of the underworld would show no mercy. Trembling, she nodded, her hands emitting a faint glow as she slowly summoned her essence of vengeance from within. A dark orb of light materialized in her palm, imbued with the forces of hatred and retribution, echoing with countless cries and roars. Rita Lays' gaze was fixed intently on the orb, attuned to the power it contained. Chapter 211. Perhaps fertilizer. With a delicate wave of his hand, the essence of vengeance that belonged to Megara was summoned forth, enveloped in an extraordinary luminescence as it soared towards him. The orb floated in midair, radiating enchanting colors, as though narrating tales of enmity and revenge. Rita Lays deftly seized the orb, a dark glow emanating from his grasp. His eyes, too, became tainted by the black light, deepening into an abyss of coldness. The essence of vengeance began to merge into Rita Lays' being, each strand of energy flawlessly assimilated. The air within the cave thickened, a formidable energy coalescing. The once dim cavern transformed into a more sinister realm due to the black light surrounding Rita Lays. His divine power surged, ascending to the status of a second-tier deity. A tempest of black energy swirled around him, until all the dark forces were consumed by Rita Lays. The goddess of hatred, Megara, glared at him with fury, her eyes brimming with resentment and humiliation. Deprived of her essence, her power had diminished significantly, rendering her so weak that even her fingers could not move. "Oh, now there is just one more to find." Rita Lays clenched his fist, seemingly savoring the power coursing through him. A note of pride and confidence resonated in his voice as his gaze swept over the disheveled form of the goddess of hatred, Morgalla. A smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he reached out and withdrew the sword that had pinned Morgalla against the stone wall. The sound of metal scraping against rock echoed within the cavern. Morgalla's body slid down the wall, collapsing onto the ground, appearing utterly wretched and desolate in the dim light. "Ah, what are you planning to do? Did you not agree to spare me?" Morgalla's voice was laced with fear and anxiety as she stared wide-eyed at Ritalas's calm demeanor. "Spare you? Did I ever say such a thing?" Rita Lays tilted his head, feigning innocence as he gazed at her, seemingly oblivious to whether he had made such a promise. A glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes, sending a chill down Morgalla's spine. "Do not be afraid. I shall take you to a delightful place." Rita Lays suddenly revealed a gentle smile, as if everything lay within his control. He gently grasped one of Morgalla's legs, dragging her as one would a piece of meat. Fear etched across her face. Morgalla struggled desperately, but bereft of her former essence, she was powerless against Rita Lays. "No, I refuse to go," she cried out. Rita Lays dragged Morgalla to the banks of the river Acheron, where a captivating sight unfolded before them. The crimson blooms of the other shore flowers blossomed like a blood-red sea. The river's waters glinting with a chilling sheen, enveloped in an aura of death, as the flowers absorbed this essence. Rita Lays pulled Morgalla into the midst of the other shore flowers, and then cast her aside, one hand gripping the sword of the underworld king, which he laid upon the ground. He joined his hands, his demeanor somewhat dismissive, yet his voice resonated clearly along the riverbank. "Great queen of the underworld, Seraphina, I thank you for lending me the artifact of the underworld king. Now I return to you a sacrifice." Upon hearing Ritalas's voice, Seraphina, in her palace, instantly directed her gaze towards the banks of the Acheron. Her eyes were inscrutable. "Is this fellow truly sending me refuse to deal with?" Though tinged with discontent, her fingers moved with a delicate grace. In an instant, the sword of the underworld king, which had been discarded among the other shore flowers, appeared upon her table. Subsequently, the flowers seemed to come alive, countless roots surging towards the struggling form of Morgalla. "No, no, spare me." Morgalla's screams echoed amidst the blooms, her face a canvas of terror and despair. Yet, the roots of the other shore flowers ensnared her tightly, gradually absorbing her essence, utterly subduing her within their grasp. Her voice faded into silence, leaving only the stillness among the other shore flowers. "Thank you, great Queen Seraphina." Rita Lays, upon noticing the absence of the goddess of hatred, Megara, nodded in satisfaction and turned to depart from the desolate place. Observing Rita Laza's demeanor, the somewhat displeased queen of the underworld, Seraphina, displayed a flicker of malicious amusement in her eyes. She then employed her divine power to send a message to a slumbering deity in the underworld. Hypnos. Rita Laza has returned to the underworld. Seraphina's voice echoed in the ears of the sleeping god, rousing him from his slumber. Chapter 212. Medusa on a summer evening. Golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a slanted glow upon a temple of white marble on the coastline, enhancing its solemn and mysterious aura. The marble shimmered in the sunset, as if adorned with a gilded edge. Surrounding the temple were lush green plants and vibrant flowers, adding a touch of vitality and liveliness to this sacred place. At that moment, besides the gentle sound of distant waves, the sincere prayers of a young maiden resonated. As if each word carried her hopes and supplications, this maiden was extraordinarily beautiful, her countenance exuding an ethereal freshness that captivated the eye. Her skin resembled pearls harvested from the depths of the ocean, polished by time to radiate a gentle glow. Her long, lustrous black hair danced softly in the breeze. The maiden knelt within the temple, her hands clasped tightly, gazing sorrowfully at the statue, seemingly confiding her innermost thoughts. "O great Lord of life, I beseech you to cast your gaze upon this place and bestow upon me your care and protection." In the courtyard of the temple lay a tranquil lake, its surface as still as a vast mirror reflecting the surrounding scenery. Suddenly, the center of the lake began to stir, as if something were about to surface. Soon, a mermaid with flowing crimson hair emerged gracefully from the water, her green eyes sparkling like gemstones from the deep sea. Her figure was enchanting, with a shimmering tail, and her attire was woven from shells and delicate gauze, simple yet noble. "Medusa, why are you still here? The night is approaching. You must leave this place swiftly." The concerned mermaid, Ariel, spoke to Medusa, who knelt before the statue in prayer. Medusa raised her eyes, as clear as the lake itself, glistening with tears, her voice trembling slightly. "Ariel, where can I go? The Sea King has set his sights on me. I cannot escape his grasp." It turned out that just days prior, under a radiant sun, the azure waters of the bay sparkled, mirroring the sky above. Medusa and her companions joyfully roamed the beach, collecting seafood and reveling in simple pleasures. Their laughter floated through the air, drawing many curious gazes. Among those gazes was that of the immensely powerful Sea King, Poseidon. Rising from the depths of the ocean, he fixated his gaze upon Medusa, utterly captivated by her pure and extraordinary beauty. Her long hair danced gracefully in the gentle breeze, and her sun-kissed skin radiated a pearlescent glow, rendering the entire bay's scenery pale in comparison to her beauty. Yet, Medusa remained utterly indifferent to this unexpected attention. When Poseidon attempted to draw near, her lithe figure had already vanished to the far side of the bay. That night, however, Poseidon silently invaded her dreams. His voice, deep and commanding, demanded that Medusa become his lover, insisting she provide him with an answer after the last glimmer of sunlight faded that evening. This terrifying encounter left Medusa in shock. She awoke abruptly, drenched, unable to discern whether it was fear or the ocean's embrace that left her so. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the morning, Medusa heard familiar sounds from the village, yet the shadows in her heart proved difficult to dispel. She understood that, in the presence of a deity like Poseidon, she was but a mere mortal, utterly powerless to resist. Thus, she resolved to venture to the seaside temple, beseeching the Lord of Life for protection. Now, her only recourse was to implore the divine for sanctuary. Ariel gazed upon the worried visage of the woman before her, her heart a tumult of emotions. Having heard many tales of the sea, she was well aware of the formidable nature of the sea god Poseidon. "Allow me to join in your prayers to the divine. My ancestors spoke of the Lord of Life as a benevolent deity. Should he hear your pleas, Medusa, he is certain to lend his aid." Just then, the lake's surface rippled once more, and several mermaids emerged, each a beauty of the sea, with hair of varying hues, each possessing her unique allure, though their beauty paled in comparison to that of Medusa. As the sunset bled crimson, casting its final golden rays, the night descended like a vast dark curtain, gradually enveloping the world. The once tranquil sea, now stirred like a beast awakening, roiled tumultuously, the waves growing ever more fierce. Heavy clouds gathered, resembling a colossal iron shield, obscuring the light of the stars and moon. The prelude to the storm filled the atmosphere with an oppressive weight, compelling even the seabirds, accustomed to flight, to seek shelter, wary of defying the impending tempest. Within the temple, Medusa peered through ancient windows, which appeared as a portal to time, revealing the tumultuous changes beyond. She could sense the formidable and ruthless force, akin to the suffocating tension before a downpour. The frenzied waves mirrored the charge of 1,000 steeds, unleashing their fury and tumult. "He has truly come," Medusa murmured softly, her fingers trembling as they gripped the windowsill. Turning, she anxiously glanced at Ariel and the other mermaids beside her. "Ariel, you and your sisters must leave this place at once. It is about to become exceedingly perilous." Ariel, witnessing Medusa's sorrowful fear, sighed. Her eyes brimmed with conflict and reluctance, yet she recognized the truth in Medusa's words. The lake's surface, brushed by a gentle breeze, rippled with delicate waves. The mermaids, like a shimmering school of fish, swiftly submerged into the depths, hastily departing. The lake is interconnected with the underwater caverns, and as they swiftly swim away, the surface of the lake returns to its former tranquility. Chapter 213, Poseidon. Shortly after Rita Lay's return to the shadowy realm of the underworld, Narcissus was wandering through the forest. The melodies of birdsong and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze accompanied him, when suddenly, these sounds were pierced by a mournful plea. Narcissus habitually filtered out the majority of prayers, only heeding the supplications of the devout priests with whom he shared a profound connection. Such deep sorrow, could it belong to the priest of one of my temples? Narcissus pondered aloud. He paused, directing his attention to the voice of supplication. Narcissus, with eyes as clear as tranquil lakes, revealed a hint of curiosity as he gently flicked his fingers. Under his delicate touch, the surrounding flora seemed to come alive, flourishing rapidly, intertwining green leaves, and ultimately forming a mirror of jade-like smoothness before him. He then lightly caressed the verdant surface, and the reflection unveiled a beautiful maiden, her eyes brimming with fear and unease. Medusa's gaze, blurred by tears, was filled with dread and despair as she implored, "O great Lord of life, please save me. I do not wish to become the plaything of the Sea King." Sensing the growing tumult upon the waves, heralding the arrival of the Sea King Poseidon, Medusa knelt before the statue of Narcissus, trembling as she fervently prayed. Poseidon loomed like a giant, his azure hair billowing, eyes shimmering with the brilliance of the ocean. His muscles, robust and formidable, exuded an indomitable strength. The legendary trident, said to summon storms and command the seas, was firmly grasped in his hand. As his feet met the surf, the water seemed to animate under his dominion, akin to a wild stallion under his guidance. The towering waves rose like liquid steps, ascending layer upon layer until they matched the height of the temple on the shore. Before him, the cold, hard stone temple appeared as fragile as a paper house. He raised his chin slightly, his deep voice rolling forth like thunderous waves. "Medusa, I know you are here. There is no need to hide. Come forth and meet me." Poseidon sensed the presence of the beautiful human maiden concealed within the temple, indifferent to the deity worshipped therein. He was confident that even if that deity were to be angered by his actions, it would not turn against him for the sake of a mere mortal girl. Seeing the lovely maiden remain hidden within the temple, Poseidon's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he transformed to human size and strode forward. As the Sea King departed, the tumultuous waves crashed down like an enraged lion, forcefully striking the rocky shore and sending forth a spray of briny droplets. Just as Poseidon confidently approached the temple doors to seek the hidden Medusa, a brilliant white light suddenly emanated from the temple, as if to dispel all darkness and malevolence. Poseidon found his advance obstructed by this unexpected radiance. "Damn it," he cursed, his expression darkening further. His fingers, gripping the trident, turned pale from exertion. "How dare you impede me? Do you know my identity? Step aside." In his fury, Poseidon resembled a tempestuous sea, tumultuous and restless. His threatening blue eyes crackled like lightning, and his thick blue hair danced wildly in the wind, resembling a blazing inferno against the night sky. The trident in his hand seemed to be swayed by his emotions, trembling incessantly as it awaited the release of its formidable power. However, to Poseidon's astonishment, the radiant white light emanating from the temple did not wane in response to his threat. Rather, it grew even more luminous and steadfast, resembling an insurmountable barrier that resolutely safeguarded all within the temple. The fury of Poseidon burned more intensely in his eyes. He inhaled deeply, gripping the trident tightly, and with a sudden motion, he thrust it forward. The steel-eyed trident raced toward the temple's barrier. A deep blue beam shot forth from the trident, colliding directly with the barrier. The entire coastline trembled, and even the splashing seawater seemed to freeze for a moment. The waves, under the impact of this force, generated tremendous ripples, as if the entire sea had felt the tremor of this striking blow. Yet, unexpectedly, the white light barrier remained unyielding. When the blue light struck the barrier, it was as though it had encountered a soft satin, and the trident was repelled. A faint ripple appeared on the barrier, but it quickly returned to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. Poseidon stood there, initially believing that the deity of the temple was merely posturing. The white light barrier continued to shimmer with brilliance, wholly unscathed. This revelation darkened the expression of the Sea King, and the trident ceased its trembling, now quietly embedded in the cliffside. Chapter 2:14. Confrontation. Damn it. Now you shall witness the consequences of enraging a supreme deity. The trident, still lodged in the cliff, returned to the hands of King Poseidon. Watch how I discipline you, you wretched god. Poseidon's voice resonated through the night sky, intertwining with the furious roar of the waves. With the trident raised, Poseidon's wrath transcended the limits of mere words. His eyes deepened into an abyss, akin to the unfathomable ocean. As his divine power surged forth, the entire sea seemed to respond to his call, rising in towering waves as if anything could be swept away by their might. The waters surged relentlessly, indicating that King Poseidon intended to inundate the temple. The creatures along the coastline sensed this overwhelming pressure, with schools of fish hastily retreating to deeper waters to escape the impending calamity. Even the seabirds, who typically rested at night, were startled, instinctively soaring into the air to flee this perilous domain. The once gentle summer breeze was replaced by a chilling sea wind, laden with salt and moisture, piercing through the air with a wintry chill. The stars in the night sky seemed to pale, overshadowed by the grandeur of the raging tempest. Within the temple, Medusa heard the furious voice of King Poseidon and realized that the deity had intervened to protect her. Yet, she worried whether her divine protector could stand against Poseidon. The golden candlelight flickered, illuminating Medusa's delicate silhouette. Her long hair cascaded down, the hem of her dress gently swaying. Medusa, feeling utterly helpless, could only kneel before the statue, fervently praying for the victory of the deities she revered. A colossal column of water surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, rising majestically around Poseidon, the god of the ocean, resembling his devoted legion, tumultuous waves roaring with tremendous might. They spiraled in the air, exuding a suffocating grandeur. At the pinnacle of the towering waves, Poseidon's figure stood proudly, grasping his trident, his solemn stature contrasting sharply with the diminutive temple below. It seemed as if he surveyed the entire world, all living beings at his feet. Poseidon's piercing eyes radiated intensity as he wielded his trident, the water column poised for a lethal strike. Deep within the temple, Medusa's eyes widened with a mixture of surprise and concern as she beheld the statue's radiant glow, followed by the resonant voice of Narcissus echoing from the statue. That calm yet powerful voice starkly contrasted with the raging sea. Poseidon, the Sea King, your strength is formidable. Yet this is my domain. Why do you dare to offend my temple? Narcissus spoke with a steady tone, devoid of fluctuation. Deliver to me the human maiden from your temple, and I shall spare your sanctuary. The voice of Poseidon, standing atop the waves, was imbued with authority and urgency. His gaze fixed intently on the temple, anticipating a response. Oh, Sea King, you truly are insufferably arrogant. Since this maiden resides within my temple, she is under my protection. If you desire her, you must prove your worth, Narcissus replied, maintaining his characteristic composure and calm, unfazed by Poseidon's provocation. As Narcissus's words dwindled, the atmosphere surrounding the temple seemed taut with tension. The temple's protective barrier, once resembling a shimmering lake surface, now radiated an even more brilliant, dazzling green light. This luminescence not only illuminated the temple, but also infused the surrounding nature with an extraordinary and mystical power. The flora and fauna nearby appeared to sense this divine energy's call, growing at a visible pace in that fleeting moment. The once graceful branches and delicate twigs transformed into forms resembling green dragons, spiraling upward in a bid to pierce the heavens, eventually reaching the same height as Poseidon. At the apex of those branches, a beam of concentrated white light burst forth, akin to the brightest star on the horizon. Within this beam, the figure of Narcissus gradually materialized, his feet firmly planted on the dense, sturdy branches, as if standing upon the vast earth. Though Narcissus lacked the imposing physique of Poseidon, he emanated a steady, powerful, and vibrant aura, rivaling the Sea King's formidable presence. Chapter 2:15. Confrontation. The two stood in tense opposition, the air around them seemingly frozen. Dark clouds gathered overhead, adding an air of mystery to the impending clash. The garments adorning Narcissus fluttered gently, adorned with an array of botanical and floral patterns, seemingly intertwined with the immense vegetation that sprawls behind him. His gaze is profound and luminous, akin to the clarity of a tranquil lake, unperturbed by the slightest ripple. Poseidon, with his imposing stature, dons silver-blue armor that glimmers subtly under the sun's embrace. The trident in his grasp emanates a frigid light, as if poised for imminent battle. He stands upon the wild, crashing waves, which leap beneath his feet, eager for their master's command. His long hair, tinged with blue, dances in the wind, reminiscent of seaweed in the depths of the ocean. Ah, it is you, the one who has long hidden behind Apollo and Hephaestus. Poseidon recognizes Narcissus before him, a hint of surprise lacing his tone. The sea god is well aware of Narcissus's reputation for beauty, arguably the most exquisite man he has ever encountered. Yet, curiously, there is an enigmatic aura surrounding Narcissus, one that encompasses all, rendering him untouchable, as if such beauty should remain untainted. Oh, I wonder why the Sea King has chosen to assault my temple. Narcissus feigns ignorance of Poseidon's intentions, responding with a voice as gentle as the breeze. Inquiring of the other. The vines of vegetation behind him sway like awakened serpents, moving in accordance with his emotions. I have already demanded the release of that human girl from your temple, Poseidon retorts, disdain flickering in his eyes as he gestures toward Narcissus. Do you truly believe these plants can shield you from me? You still have time to regret your choice. Discontent sparkles in Poseidon's gaze, his resonant voice reverberating like thunder, shaking the entire sea. In response to Poseidon's words, a subtle smile graces Narcissus's lips, his expression as perpetually gentle as ever. Behind him, the serpentine vines sway in the wind, appearing as Narcissus's guardians, each movement a silent defiance toward Poseidon. Narcissus smiled faintly, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Poseidon, what if I choose not to? A flicker of displeasure crossed Poseidon's face, his voice resonating with a profound depth, each word akin to boulders plunging into water, stirring up tumultuous waves. As he spoke, the surrounding ocean surged in harmony with his emotions. Not allowing? Then even Apollo and the others shall be powerless to shield you today. With that, Poseidon surged forth, a colossal column of water crashing towards Narcissus, each droplet sharp as a blade, aiming to cut through him. The might of Poseidon was akin to a tempest, overwhelming and relentless. His words dripped with warnings and disdain. Yet Narcissus appeared unfazed. As the immense water column collided with the floor behind him, it erupted into an unparalleled verdant glow, seemingly teeming with boundless vitality. The moment of impact resounded deafeningly, as if the very heavens and earth were consumed by this clash of energy. Poseidon's countenance grew solemn. He had not anticipated such formidable strength from the plants supporting Narcissus. Nevertheless, as the god of the sea, he remained endlessly confident in his own power. He relentlessly severed the advancing plants, yet they appeared inexhaustible, an unyielding tide perpetually surging forth to assail him. Narcissus waved his hand, and the sprawling plants, like loyal sentinels, encircled him completely. When the water column struck the foliage, it resonated with a sound akin to metal clashing. These plants stood firm as robust shields, safeguarding Narcissus from Poseidon's onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Narcissus launched a counterattack, with tendrils of plants emerging from the earth like roaring dragons, advancing toward Poseidon. The god of the sea brandished his trident, severing the onslaught of vegetation from all directions. Humph, if this is all you are capable of, then today shall bring you suffering. The Sea King Poseidon summoned crashing waves that surged toward Narcissus, each swell imbued with a furious power, as if intent on engulfing the entire continent. Poseidon, I believe this sentiment ought to be returned to you. Yet, there was no trace of panic in Narcissus's gaze. He extended his palm, and the crystalline crown atop his head began to radiate with light. Snowflakes and ice crystals began to materialize around him. And with a gentle wave of his hand, they, intertwined with flowers and green leaves, launched an assault against the Sea King. The emergence of snowflakes and ice crystals seemed to enshroud the entire battlefield in a frozen grip. Each snowflake appeared to carry magic within it, wherever they danced. All was encased in ice. Poseidon's columns of water grew feeble under the relentless attack of snow and ice. Narcissus's vines followed suit, akin to a famished python. striving to constrict its foe. Chapter 216. Defeat. The dense flurry of snowflakes and swirling vines provided Narcissus with exceptional concealment, spinning in the air like a vibrant tapestry. Obscuring his form, Narcissus seized the opportune moment, his wrist flicking as he unsheathed the whip tethered to his waist, the weapon shooting forth with the swiftness of lightning. Poseidon, caught unawares by Narcissus's sudden onslaught, failed to react in time. The crystalline whip struck Poseidon with remarkable force, illuminating the scene with a brilliant glow as his silver-blue armor flared in a desperate attempt to repel the fierce assault. Yet, the whip's power exceeded even Poseidon's expectations, sending his trident hurtling through the air like a meteor plummeting from the heavens. The tremendous force propelled him backward, his body losing balance as he fell like a shooting star into the tumultuous sea below. With a resounding splash, Poseidon's descent sent shockwaves across the surface, conjuring towering waves that resembled mountains. Narcissus stood resolutely atop the verdant vines, his gaze piercingly fixated on the churning waters, unwilling to let the Sea King Poseidon evade his wrath so easily. Sensing the unwavering resolve within Narcissus, the vines seemed to respond to an unseen call, rapidly extending and traversing cliffs and rocks, steadfastly guiding Narcissus to the tumultuous waves above. Coughing up the briny sea water, Poseidon emerged from the depths, his visage ashen with fury. Blood stained the corner of his mouth, and the flames of rage ignited in his eyes as he glared at Narcissus, exclaiming, "How dare you wound me?" Narcissus remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering. With a sudden, sweeping motion of his arm, the whip in his hand transformed into a silvery streak of light, striking fiercely towards Poseidon. The god of the sea roared with fury, and the waves behind him seemed to echo his wrath, rising ever higher. Each towering wave appeared as a manifestation of his rage, surging forth against Narcissus. Yet, Narcissus stood undaunted, treading upon the verdant vines beneath him, defiantly challenging the tempestuous wrath of the sea god. The whip in Narcissus's hand resembled a nimble silver serpent, glistening with a radiant sheen. As he swung it once more towards Poseidon, the power within the whip erupted anew, akin to lightning cleaving through the darkness. Poseidon roared, and the waves behind him seemed to heed his call, surging with even greater ferocity. Towering waves, reaching heights of several dozen meters, cascaded down like divine retribution from the heavens, rolling towards Narcissus with the intent to engulf him. The icy glint in Narcissus's eyes became sharp as a blade, reminiscent of cold stars in the northern wind. Confronted by the formidable waves, he exhibited not the slightest hint of retreat. Instead, he advanced boldly, akin to a valiant warrior facing a monstrous beast. In the next instant, an astonishing proliferation of algae surged from the depths of the sea. They erupted forth like countless green silk ribbons, swirling in the water, akin to a woman's flowing tresses dancing in the breeze. Under the influence of Narcissus's will, they appeared to be imbued with life, entwining themselves around the figure of Poseidon, the sea god, who stood upon the ocean's surface. Narcissus offered Poseidon no respite. The whip in his hand traced luminous arcs through the air, each strike precisely aimed at the god of the sea. Whenever Poseidon endeavored to harness his divine power, the whip descended upon him like a harbinger of doom, mercilessly thwarting his efforts. The circumstances for Poseidon grew increasingly dire. Vast expanses of algae enveloped him like an immense green net, ensnaring him within its grasp. Each time he sought to struggle, the fierce lash of the whip would strike him with the force of a jolt of electricity, leaving his body quaking. Narcissus stood aloof above the surging waves, casting a haughty gaze upon Poseidon. In a voice that was both deep and calm, he uttered, "Sea King, have you now conceded defeat?" "Oh." The cursed Poseidon lay ensnared within a tangle of seaweed, his body marked by lashes resembling the malevolent fingers of a demon, each one inflicting profound agony. With a hoarse voice, laced with boundless shame, he gasped, "Cursed be this moment, I concede." Narcissus remained formidable, hearing the words of Poseidon, the god of the sea. He hovered above the tumultuous waves, akin to a sovereign. His whip still danced like a silver serpent, yet it no longer struck at Poseidon. The once proud Poseidon had been humbled. He breathed heavily, the deep welts of the whip etched into his skin. Struggling to lift his head, his gaze was filled with humiliation and rage, but more so, it bore a plea for mercy directed at Narcissus. "Did you all hear that?" Narcissus spoke softly, sheathing his whip at his waist, then addressing the thick clouds above. I heard it. Hermes, with the golden wings on his sandals shimmering. Swiftly descended beside Narcissus, his expression brimming with excitement that nearly masked his usual cunning. He could not resist casting a glance at the disheveled Poseidon, whispering to Narcissus, "I truly did not expect you to defeat the Sea King." Poseidon, in agonizing struggle, managed to rise, his garments drenched and clinging to him from the sea and the lashes. Each stripe from the whip stood out vividly. Even the once majestic visage bore several deep scars. As the dark clouds gradually dispersed, the day had emerged. The duel between the two deities captured the attention of many. Now, the sun god Apollo and other deities stood upon the clouds, gazing down upon the sea. Their expressions varied. Some showed astonishment, others excitement, while some appeared contemplative, all witnessing the scene of Poseidon being vanquished by Narcissus. As Poseidon looked upon the assembly of deities who reveled in his misfortune, he clenched his jaw tightly, his face flushed with anger, making the welts upon his visage all the more pronounced. Narcissus gazed at Poseidon, his voice calm as he spoke, "Sea King, it is time we discuss the compensation for your assault on my temple." The fury and humiliation in Poseidon's eyes flickered like flames. Yet, under Narcissus's tranquil gaze, he eventually bowed his head and replied hoarsely, "Very well, what is it that you desire?" Chapter 217. The Goddess of Waves. "Oh, fret not, my demands are modest. I have my eye on the waters surrounding this bay," Narcissus declared, his voice as gentle as a breeze gliding across the surface of the sea. "Agreed." The Sea King, Poseidon, regarded Narcissus thoughtfully before he slowly responded, "This stretch of water is yours." As Poseidon, filled with indignation, prepared to depart, Narcissus interjected, "Sea King, it appears we have yet another matter to resolve." A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Poseidon's azure eyes as he glared at Narcissus. "What more is there?" "Oh, I have heard that you hold numerous divine responsibilities, especially since you frightened that young lady. Surely, you ought to offer some form of recompense?" Narcissus said calmly, disregarding Poseidon's ire. "You very well." Poseidon glanced at Narcissus, then at the faint outlines of the deities hovering behind him. A faint blue-white light emanated from within him, coalescing into a luminous orb. He tossed the orb to Narcissus and declared, "Now may I take my leave?" "Ah, waves, how delightful," Narcissus remarked, effortlessly catching the orb, a smile gracing his face as he examined it. "You have worked hard, Sea King." "Humph." Poseidon shot Narcissus a lingering, displeased look before vanishing into the tumultuous waves. "Ah, has he departed already?" Hermes remarked with a pout, watching Poseidon's figure fade into the surging waters, a hint of regret in his eyes. In the sky, the other deities sensed the curtain had fallen on the performance and transformed into specks of light, drifting away, leaving the heavens stark and empty. Only Apollo and Hephaestus descended slowly, golden and silver lights swirling around them. "Narcissus, you have surely angered the Sea King." Apollo's golden hair shimmered under the sunlight, a trace of concern evident in his gaze. "Fear not," Hephaestus, standing nearby, replied with an expressionless demeanor. Hermes lightly tapped his caduceus, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Apollo, there's no need for such anxiety." Narcissus was well prepared. Even Poseidon was bested by him. Moreover, Zeus has little inclination to meddle in such trifling disputes. "Did you not notice his absence this time?" Narcissus raised his gaze to the dissipating clouds and turned to Apollo, saying, "Rest assured, Apollo, I am well aware of the boundaries. I have my own plans. However, it has indeed been quite some time since we gathered properly. Why not find a place where we can enjoy some wine and engage in conversation?" The suggestion from Narcissus met with no objections, and thus they prepared to depart in search of a picturesque locale to convene. Before making their exit, Narcissus, unable to bear witness to the destruction wrought by the battle, utilized his divine powers to restore the ravaged area. Narcissus cast his gaze around, observing a stretch of coastline ravaged by fierce battles. He stood still, inhaling deeply, then slowly extended his hands, beginning to wave them gently. With each gesture, a pure white light emanated from within him, rippling like waves across the surface of water, gradually enveloping the entire shore. The deep indentations in the sand were slowly smoothed over, the scars eroded by the sea began to fade, and the damaged vegetation and rocks started to rejuvenate. Hermes approached, lightly patting Narcissus on the shoulder, expressing profound admiration. "Narcissus, your compassion is truly unparalleled." Following the restoration, they soared into the air together, preparing to seek a picturesque valley for a gathering. Yet, before their departure, Narcissus bestowed upon the ill-fated mortal Medusa the luminous orb of the wave deity he had received from Poseidon. Narcissus entered his ancient and serene temple in search of the elusive figure of Medusa. There, Medusa knelt devoutly before the altar, radiating an aura of tension and concern. Her eyes were tightly shut, tears streaming from the corners. As Narcissus gently approached her from behind, the orb of light in his hand emanated a soft glow, harmonizing with the golden flames illuminating the temple, casting an air of mystery and warmth over the venerable space. He slowly placed the orb into Medusa's hands, uttering, "For you, Medusa." Curious, Medusa accepted the orb, and in an instant, her being seemed to be drawn into a swirling vortex, a blue-white halo erupting from the orb and enveloping her. These rings of light resembled the waters of life, flowing over her, causing every cell within her to dance with joy. Her garments began to sway and twirl, while her hair appeared to come alive, fluttering in the breeze. The entire temple seemed to be immersed in this enigmatic power. Medusa's body began to emit a blue-white radiance, akin to the turbulence of a wave. A faint divine power surged within her, once merely a bearer of a weak divine lineage. Medusa ascended to a being endowed with a nascent divine strength. As the brilliance gradually faded, Medusa slowly opened her eyes, which, once brimming with tears, now sparkled with a luminescence reminiscent of stars. She stood upright and expressed her gratitude to Narcissus, saying, "I thank you for the blessings of the Lord of Life. Medusa shall forever serve you." Chapter 218. Atlanta, who forgets her sorrow in the Arcadian kingdom, a magnificent realm nestled amidst towering mountains. A grand palace stood at its heart, bearing witness to the kingdom's prosperity and glory. Within a tranquil chamber of this palace, a bow and arrows hung quietly upon the wall in a corner. Expansive windows allowed sunlight to stream through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon a young maiden seated by the window. She possessed fiery red hair, reminiscent of a blazing flame, yet her visage was etched with sorrow as she gazed wistfully at the sky, as if reminiscing about something lost. Outside the door, Queen Cleomene approached softly, cradling a bowl of fragrant dove soup in her hands. She gently pushed the door ajar and beheld her daughter Atlanta's melancholic countenance, prompting a sigh to escape her lips. Observing her daughter's despondent demeanor, Queen Cleomene's heart ached with pain. In an effort to soothe Atlanta's sorrow, she had ventured to the temple of Artemis, the goddess of the moon whom her daughter revered, hoping to procure assistance. From her pocket, she produced a precious golden ginkgo leaf, a blessing bestowed upon her in the temple, where the priest proclaimed that it bore the divine power of Artemis, known for its remarkable efficacy in healing emotional wounds and aiding her daughter in forgetting her grief. "Oh, I hope my poor Atlanta can truly find solace," sighed Cleomene, as she resolved to infuse the ginkgo leaf into the dove soup. Gently, she placed the ginkgo leaf into the broth, and immediately, the golden leaf began to emit a soft, silvery glow. Gradually, it transformed into countless tiny specks of light, completely melding into the soup. This bowl of squab soup instantly became richer and more enticing in color. The room of Atlanta was enveloped in a serene atmosphere, with only the gentle rustle of the wind outside and the distant chirping of birds breaking the silence. Her fiery red hair shimmered in the sunlight, resembling a blazing flame. In stark contrast, her eyes concealed profound sorrow and confusion. Cleomene stood at the doorway, taking a deep breath as she gazed at that sorrowful silhouette for a moment, then gently knocked on the door and slowly pushed it open. As the door fully swung ajar, Cleomene felt her heart sink while gazing into Atlanta's mournful eyes. "Mother, why have you come?" Atlanta's voice revealed a hint of surprise as she slowly turned from the window, appearing somewhat flustered. "Atlanta, my heart aches for you." Cleomene's voice brimmed with maternal love. "You haven't eaten anything today. I have prepared this bowl of squab soup for you." She carefully placed the bowl on the table, and the warm aroma of the soup began to waft through the air. Atlanta sighed softly. "Mother, I truly have no appetite." Cleomene approached her daughter, gently patting the back of her hand. "My child, I know you are hurting inside, but you must not torment yourself like this. Your body is your most precious asset. You must take good care of it." As she spoke, she gently clasped Atlanta's hands. "I worry you, mother." Atlanta lowered her head, tears glistening in her eyes as she bit her lip. Although she had little appetite, she recognized her mother's heartfelt concern. After a moment, Atlanta slowly reached for the bowl, inhaling the steam rising from the hot soup. As the broth flowed into her mouth, the warmth seemed to emanate not just from her tongue but to radiate throughout her entire being. as the liquid slid down her throat. Atlanta felt a wave of warmth spreading within her. She lifted her head, tears welling in her eyes before slowly cascading down her cheeks, as if something within her heart had dissipated. Atlanta, what is the matter? Clemeny, noticing the tears streaming down Atlanta's face, worriedly reached out to wipe them away. Oh, mother, I am perfectly fine. I feel wonderful right now. Atlanta's expression was devoid of sorrow, replaced instead by a bright smile. Mother, I am going out to hunt, she exclaimed, joyfully running to retrieve the bow and arrows hanging on the wall. Mother, I'm off. Atlanta sprinted down the stairs, waving to Clemeny, who stood by the window. Thank you, goddess of the moon, Clemeny murmured, watching her daughter as she dashed downstairs, waving back at her. Unable to restrain her tears, she covered her face as her daughter finally returned, no longer bearing the visage of sorrow. The intertwining emotions of joy and gratitude surged within Clemeny as she beheld Atlanta's revitalized spirit and renewed interest. It was evident to her that the blessings of Artemis, the moon goddess, had played a pivotal role in liberating her daughter from the shadows of her past. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Clemeny's face as she gradually rose. Wiping away the tears from her eyes, she bowed deeply toward the window, expressing her heartfelt gratitude to the goddess of the moon. At that moment, in the distance among the trees, Atlanta strode lightly, bow and arrow in hand. Sunbeams filtered through the dense foliage, cascading upon her as if bestowing divine affection and blessings. Her fiery red hair danced in the wind, igniting her passion and vitality once more. Chapter 219, The Warning of the Fates since that fateful day in the tree. When he encountered the girl with the fiery hair, Hippomenes could not shake her image from his mind. Thus, he ventured into Calydon to inquire about Meleager and the girl with the crimson locks, ultimately discovering that Meleager was the late Prince of Calydon, and the red-haired maiden was none other than Princess Atlanta of Arcadia. Atlanta, the name resonated in Hippomenes' heart like a melodious tune. Upon learning of Atlanta's identity and her kingdom, he departed from Calydon, determined to journey to Arcadia and seek out the princess who had captured his thoughts. Meanwhile, within the palace of Arcadia, King Iassos and Queen Clemene harbored a sense of concern for their daughter. Though she had emerged from the shadows of her past, her behavior had become increasingly enigmatic, as she frequently ventured alone into the depths of the forest to frolic or hunt. I believe we should find her a husband. It may temper her wild spirit and prevent her from incessantly wandering into the woods, remarked King Iassos to Queen Clemene. However, the queen understood her daughter's fierce independence and obstinacy all too well. You know our daughter's nature. She will not simply obey, she replied. We cannot make decisions for her without her consent. Let her resolve to stay grounded. She is growing older, yet she continues to run into the woods, King Iassos insisted. In the profound depths of the forest, Atlanta clutched her bow, aiming at a rabbit blissfully grazing in the grass. However, an unexpected, blinding light interrupted her intentions. From this radiance, three mysterious figures gradually emerged. The dazzling light startled the once calm rabbit, sending it scurrying away. With a gentle sigh, Atlanta lowered her bow and turned to face her unexpected visitors. The three fates materialized from the light, and Atlanta, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Have you come to seek me?" One of the goddesses, her voice steady, replied, "Indeed, we have come specifically for you. What business do you have with me?" Atlanta asked, intrigued. Atlanta inquired, "We are here to warn you. Do not consider marriage, for it will only bring you misfortune. Remember our words today, and do not speak of this to anyone else." One of the three fates spoke. Why? Just as Atlanta was about to ask for more details, the figures of the three fates vanished. Above the clouds, one of the fates, Clotho, addressed her sisters, "Sister, we have now fulfilled the task assigned by the sun god Apollo. I wonder when we shall regain our youthful appearances? The threads of fate have indeed shifted. Our restoration shall not be long delayed," replied Atropos, another of the fates. In the opulent chamber of the palace, light filtered through the curtains, casting a special glow upon the intricately carved furniture. Atlanta sat in a corner, diligently tending to her beloved bow and arrows, when the footsteps of her father, Iassos, and her mother, Clymene, abruptly disrupted the tranquility. "Daughter, Atlanta," Iassos spoke with a hint of seriousness, "you are no longer a child. We believe it is time for you to contemplate marriage." Atlanta looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. "Marriage? Father, I hold no interest in such matters." Iassos furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by his daughter's response. In his eyes, marriage was a natural progression, Atlanta as a princess. You bear the responsibility to ensure the continuation of our lineage for the kingdom. I am growing old, and soon this realm shall rest in your hands. Thus, you must find a companion." Yet Atlanta had her own resolve. Recalling the warning of the three fates, she firmly stated, "I cannot accept marriage simply for the sake of it, father." "Very well, we must not rush this matter. Marriage is a lifelong commitment, and we cannot decide hastily. Moreover, we cannot just choose any suitor for our daughter, can we?" Seeing the tension rising between father and daughter, Queen Clymene interjected soothingly. She then discreetly winked at Atlanta, adding, "A husband cannot be chosen carelessly. Atlanta, we must at least test his worth, do you not agree?" Chapter 220. The contest for a husband. Beneath the soft glow of the room, Atlanta's gaze met Clymene's, silently conveying the understanding shared between mother and daughter. Taking a deep breath and summoning her courage, Atlanta declared, "You speak wisely, mother. Father, as the princess of this kingdom, my marriage is not solely a matter of personal happiness. It is intrinsically linked to the future of the entire realm." "Very well, what do you propose?" Isis replied, noticing his daughter's softened stance. "It is simple. Whoever can outrun me shall have my hand in marriage." Atlanta confidently asserted that she was certain no one could outrun her. However, to ensure that potential challengers would reconsider, she added, "Of course, I have another demand. Those who cannot surpass me shall face execution." King Isos, evidently unaware of his daughter's remarkable speed, could only remark that those who failed deserved their fate. Clymene stood nearby, acutely aware of her daughter's extraordinary talents. Yet this demand exceeded her expectations. She gently raised her hand, signaling for silence. "Atlanta, are you truly certain of this course?" Her soft voice, akin to a spring breeze, sought to persuade her daughter to reconsider. Atlanta resolutely nodded, a hint of determination gracing her features. "Only those who genuinely wish to marry me and possess the confidence to outrun me shall compete. This serves as a warning to those who harbor ulterior motives solely for royal status. Since you have made your decision, let it be as you wish," King Isos concluded. The sun bathed every inch of the Arcadian kingdom in its golden glow, illuminating the ancient stone edifices with a radiant splendor. As word spread of Princess Atlanta's quest for a husband, the entire kingdom seemed to be enveloped in an unusual fervor. To escape her father King Isos' relentless attempts at matchmaking, she chose an expansive meadow as the venue, where the wind danced through the grass, revealing grazing sheep and cattle, and the verdant earth basked in the sun's warm embrace. In the heart of that open field, she personally planted a towering stake, a symbol marking the starting point of the race. Her gaze extended toward the distant horizon, where a solitary tree on a hillside stood as her chosen finish line. Despite Atlanta's stringent conditions, whereby those slower than her not only forfeited their chance but also their lives, she had anticipated that this would undoubtedly diminish the number of suitors. However, reality astonished her. She had grossly underestimated her standing in the hearts of the people. Her beauty blossomed like summer flowers in the minds of all who beheld her. While the allure of power and glory attracted many valiant young men, they rode across towns, arriving at the meadow solely to catch a glimpse of her and to vie for her affection and the prestige of a royal connection. On the sunlit racecourse, dust swirled in the air, charged with the excitement of the impending competition. Numerous young knights steadied their breaths, preparing for the sprint. Each pair of eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for victory, but more so with an ardent admiration for Atlanta. Standing at the starting line, she donned a flowing white gown that fluttered like clouds, her smile radiating warmth, yet her eyes shimmered with resolve and confidence. Barefoot, her long, fair feet pressed firmly upon the lush grass, as if she were one with the earth itself. As the resounding horn of the race echoed through the air, Atlanta transformed into a majestic cheetah, darting forward with grace, leaving behind a trail of melodious chimes. Her steps were light and swift, each leap resembling flight. Her perfect form and graceful movements entrancing the audience. The spectators lining the track erupted in fervor, cheering and shouting, rallying behind Atlanta as if she were a goddess in their hearts. The fluttering banners and shimmering attire, accompanied by the cacophony of applause, added a vibrant splendor to the event. In an instant, Atlanta had gracefully reached the finish line, pausing beneath the solitary grand tree to take a deep breath. Turning around, her bright eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. In the distance, the competitors were still en route, their bodies drenched in sweat, breaths quickening. At the end of the track, The clinking of metal chains echoed as the young men who failed to surpass Atlanta were bound tightly by the soldiers of the Arcadian kingdom. Despite their understanding of the competition's rules, helplessness and fear began to etch themselves onto their faces. Atlanta stood firm, her gaze unwavering, though her expression revealed little emotion. She inhaled deeply, a flicker of complexity flashing in her eyes. These young lives, destined to conclude their journeys for her ambition, weighed heavily on her heart. Chapter 221. The Contest of Hippomenes. After enduring a grueling journey across towering mountains, Hippomenes finally arrived at the majestic gates of the Arcadian kingdom. He noticed a throng of people pouring out, all heading away from the city. Driven by curiosity, he halted a hurried man and inquired, "Sir, where is everyone headed?" The man, amiable and chatty, replied with a smile, "Ah, you must be a newcomer. You are unaware of this grand event. We are off to witness the contest held by Princess Atlanta. Today, it seems, another group of young men will face misfortune. A contest for suitors, led by Princess Atlanta?" Hippomenes' eyes lit up at this revelation, and without hesitation, he joined the throng surging toward the venue. His steps brimmed with eagerness and curiosity, and as he flowed with the crowd onto a vast expanse of grass, the air was thick with suspense and anticipation. He could hear discussions about the various possibilities of the contest, its rules, and the potential champions, with the enchanting and enigmatic Princess Atlanta at the center of it all. At last, he stood at the edge of the meadow, his gaze scanning the crowd for the play's protagonist, Princess Atlanta. As he expected, he soon spotted her standing behind a wooden platform, flanked by a group of competitors. At that moment, their eyes inadvertently met, and it felt as if two bolts of lightning had collided in the air, sending a powerful current coursing through his entire being. Why do all the contestants look so frail today? He mused. On one side of the grassy expanse, whispers and murmurs arose from the assembled spectators. Those who had succumbed in previous contests had been dismissed, and now only those audacious enough to risk another attempt remained. A fellow spectator retorted with a hint of sarcasm. The crowd, captivated by the unfolding drama, began to engage in lively discussions regarding the competitors standing alongside Atlanta. As the contest concluded, Hippomenes strode confidently towards the great tree, his gaze sharp and predatory, locking directly onto Atlanta's eyes. He boldly proclaimed, "Why do you consistently choose to compete against this feeble lot, seemingly frail and lacking stamina? Do you dare to challenge me?" His voice rang clear, laden with provocation, slicing through the clamor of the crowd. All eyes turned toward Atlanta, anticipating her response. Upon hearing his call, Atlanta momentarily paused, her gaze shifting through the throng to rest upon the young man with auburn hair. His smile possessed an enchanting quality, quickening her heartbeat. Yet, almost simultaneously, a subtle apprehension stirred within her. After a brief contemplation, she replied, "You appear youthful and quite handsome. I suspect many maidens would be eager to accept your hand in marriage. However, should you compete against me, I shall show no mercy. If you lose, death shall be your fate. Have you considered the gravity of such consequences?" Atlanta's words were imbued with a conflicting complexity, suggesting both an unwillingness to see the young man perish and a caution to deliberate carefully. Hippomenes returned a confident smile, his voice tinged with earnestness. "I am Hippomenes, and I see no reason to believe I cannot outrun you." Atlanta, upon hearing this, felt a faint flush creep to her ears, though her demeanor remained poised and composed. She responded coolly, "Very well, let us race tomorrow. I hope you do not come to regret your decision." In truth, Hippomenes' confidence was largely feigned. He had witnessed Atlanta's swift prowess in prior races and harbored little belief in his ability to triumph. The moment she consented to the challenge, a sigh of relief escaped him, yet he maintained an air of nonchalance. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, he gracefully departed the expansive meadow. Hippomenes made his way to a resplendent temple within the kingdom of Arcadia, dedicated to Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. There, in this sacred sanctuary, he knelt reverently. Fixing his gaze upon the divine statue, he fervently prayed, "O great Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, I beseech you for strength. I yearn to conquer Atlanta. I desire her as my wife. I cannot bear the thought of her belonging to another. Please bestow your blessings upon me." Meanwhile, in a distant woodland, Aphrodite was diligently watering a precious myrrh tree. The liquid she poured was not ordinary water, but a mysterious crimson essence. This liquid was swiftly absorbed by the trunk, as if infused with a vital essence of life. Suddenly, Aphrodite heard the tender sound of a prayer whispering in her ear. The name Atlanta mentioned in that prayer was undeniably linked to her plans, compelling her gaze to drift towards the distant Hippomenes. Chapter 222. The Rejuvenation of the Fate Goddess Cupid? How did this young lad escape the kingdom of Calydon? And he has transformed as well? Upon directing her attention to Hippomenes, Aphrodite immediately sensed the essence of Cupid emanating from the youth. Alas, why must this situation grow so convoluted? Employing her divine power upon Hippomenes, Aphrodite swiftly grasped the unfolding events. Conquering Atlanta should be quite simple. Realizing that Hippomenes was indeed Cupid, Aphrodite chuckled softly. She set down the exquisite crimson flask in her hand, and her figure began to materialize beside the statue in the temple where Hippomenes stood. Light began to coalesce around the statue, and Aphrodite's visage gradually became clearer in Hippomenes' sight. Are you truly the legendary goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite? Hippomenes could scarcely believe his eyes. He had never imagined that this great goddess would manifest before him. Hippomenes, I have heard your heartfelt and sincere prayers, and thus I have come to assist you. With a gentle wave of her hand, 3 shimmering golden apples fell before Hippomenes. These golden apples have been endowed with a unique allure. Should you find yourself unable to outrun Atlanta during your race, simply toss one before her. She will be unable to resist the temptation of these apples and will pause to collect them. Thank you, great Aphrodite. Hearing the goddess's explanation, Hippomenes joyfully tucked the 3 golden apples into his pocket. His heart brimmed with gratitude towards Aphrodite, and he was filled with anticipation and confidence. Envisioning the moment he would stand beside Atlanta at the sacred altar of marriage. Of course, he understood that while the golden apples might aid him in winning the race, it would take his own genuine heart to win Atlanta's affection. Alas, the situation was becoming increasingly intricate. Aphrodite sighed softly as she watched Hippomenes, whom she had recognized as Cupid, depart with the golden apples. She delicately arranged her flowing golden tresses, pondering that it would be prudent to turn her attention to Atlanta's circumstances, ensuring that everything proceeded smoothly. Aphrodite's figure quietly appeared within the palace of Arcadia, specifically in Atlanta's chamber. She beheld Atlanta lying peacefully on the bed, a serene smile gracing her lips, as if she were experiencing a moment of exquisite beauty in her dreams. Sensing the essence of love emanating from Atlanta, Aphrodite finally released the weight that had burdened her heart. What is this situation? At that moment, Aphrodite suddenly felt an unusual divine force enveloping Atlanta. Unmistakably the power of the 3 fates, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos. What schemes could these 3 goddesses of fate be concocting? Aphrodite pondered, her gaze sharpening with scrutiny. Fate can sometimes be more malevolent than a curse, for it ensnares one unsuspectingly in the outcomes it has predetermined, while a curse is far more overt. In the temple of fate atop Mount Olympus, the eyes of Lachesis sparkled with a mysterious light. She straightened her back and, with a beaming smile, proclaimed, "The trajectory of fate has commenced its turn. The moment for my sisters and me to regain our youth is imminent, and a distinguished guest is about to grace us with her presence." Upon hearing this, Clotho could not conceal her delight. She joyfully rose and exclaimed, "Allow me to welcome her." At that instant, Aphrodite's graceful figure appeared outside the temple doors of fate. Once ushered inside by Clotho, Atropos inquired, "What brings the goddess of love and beauty to our temple of fate?" Aphrodite, unambiguous in her intent, replied straightforwardly, "You know well what I seek. Tell me, how can I revoke the divine power you have imposed upon Atlanta?" Atropos, undeterred by Aphrodite's directness, articulated their desire. "We wish to restore our youthful and beautiful state." Aphrodite's gaze swept over Lachesis' middle-aged visage, then to Atropos, whose countenance was nearly that of an elder, before she smiled and assured them, "This poses no difficulty." Immediately, her form transformed into an exquisite glass vial, within which a mysterious golden liquid began to coalesce. "Provided you retract the fate you have cast upon Atlanta, this miraculous potion shall belong to you." A deal struck. A pure white light enveloped Atropos. Far below on earth, Atlanta suddenly felt a wave of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. "Enough, I have retracted the divine power over Atlanta." Sensing her sincerity, Aphrodite tossed the golden vial to her and elegantly departed from the temple of fate. Inside the temple, having successfully regained their youth and beauty, the 3 goddesses of fate embraced tightly, tears welling in their eyes, emotions surging forth, filled with boundless joy. Chapter 223. The contest won by Hippomenes the following day. The match between Atlanta and Hippomenes garnered immense attention. The stands were teeming with spectators. most eager to witness the anticipated downfall of the young man who had boasted so boldly the day before. As the horn heralding the commencement of the race echoed through the air, an atmosphere of tension and excitement enveloped the arena. Hippomenes, without hesitation, surged forth, leaving the crowd in thunderous applause in his wake. He appeared as if carried by the very winds, his legs moving with such swiftness they were nearly imperceptible. Yet, despite Hippomenes' rapid pace, the finish line still lay a considerable distance ahead. Before long, Atalanta closely pursued him, gaining ground. Just as she seemed poised to overtake him, Hippomenes retrieved a golden apple, bestowed upon him by Aphrodite herself, from his pocket. He hurled it ahead of Atalanta, who, irresistibly drawn to its allure, paused to bend down and pick it up. Seizing the opportunity, Hippomenes darted ahead, only to throw a second golden apple as Atalanta drew near once more. Unable to resist the temptation yet again. "O great goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, grant me the strength to triumph," Hippomenes fervently prayed. Then with all his might, he cast the third golden apple forth. As the finish line approached, Atalanta hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately succumbed to the allure of the apple and bent to retrieve it. In that instant, Hippomenes successfully crossed the finish line, reaching for the great tree that marked the end of the race. The arena erupted into jubilant cheers and applause, celebrating his glorious victory. Even King Iassos and Queen Clymene of the Arcadian kingdom came forth to congratulate Hippomenes in person. King Iassos, visibly elated, grasped Hippomenes' hand tightly, joy radiating from his face as he exclaimed, "Well done, young man. In these recent days, with the competition extending, my daughter has triumphed daily, and I feared she might never find a suitor. Now, I can finally rest easy. Atalanta, my cherished daughter, having lost the race, you must adhere to the terms you set forth," King Iassos remarked warmly, gazing at Atalanta as she approached, clutching the golden apple. "Humph, he plays unfairly," Atalanta replied, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Though her words carried a hint of reluctance, the delicate timbre of her voice betrayed her true feelings. "This lad is clever, my daughter. You never stipulated that one could not employ a little cunning," King Iassos chuckled. Queen Clymene approached, draping her arm around Atalanta's shoulder, saying, "All right, enough of this. Look, our Atalanta has become quite bashful." Atalanta cast a furtive glance at Hippomenes, realizing she harbored little aversion to marrying him. Deep within, she even felt a flicker of anticipation for the prospect of sharing each day of her future with him. Before long, the palace of the Arcadian kingdom was adorned with lights and decorations, alive with festivity. People began to busily prepare for the wedding of Atalanta and Hippomenes. The heralds sounded the golden trumpet, heralding the imminent commencement of this grand ceremony. In this moment, Atalanta felt a mix of excitement and shyness, yet above all, an ineffable happiness. Meanwhile, Aphrodite had been preoccupied with matters concerning her son, Cupid, and had momentarily forgotten about the myrrh tree she had so meticulously nurtured. The tree now exhibited an extraordinary condition, its trunk swollen, resembling a woman in the later stages of pregnancy. Eventually, the peculiar myrrh tree could no longer contain its silence. From its distended trunk emanated a sound akin to a baby's cry, filled with urgency and disquiet. Chapter 224. The discovery of the baby by Persephone. Since her departure from the underworld, Persephone had remained in the company of her mother, the goddess of harvest, Demeter. It could be said that Demeter would not permit Persephone to stray from her sight again. However, following the events in the underworld, Demeter recognized that keeping her daughter secluded in the wilderness was not safe. Thus, accompanied by Demeter, Persephone began to venture to various locales upon the earth for leisure. The deities of the realm, having witnessed Demeter's fury over the loss of her daughter, dared not lay claim to Persephone. One day, Persephone squatted beside a crystal-clear brook, frolicking in the meandering waters. The stream gently lapped at her knees, while sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a tranquil and serene glow upon her face. As she focused on catching small fish and admiring the wildflowers blooming along the riverbank, an unexpected sound captured her attention, the cry of an infant. "Mother, why do I hear the cries of a baby here?" Persephone inquired curiously, turning towards the riverbank, where Demeter was intently observing her daughter. Upon hearing this unforeseen sound, Persephone swiftly made her way towards the source of the cries. When she finally reached the origin of the sound, she was astounded to discover that the cries emanated from the trunk of a myrrh tree. Drawing closer, she listened intently, and indeed, the sound was coming from within the tree. A crying tree was indeed a rarity. I must uncover the secret hidden within you, she mused. Driven by curiosity, Persephone gently peeled back the bark of the myrrh tree. To her astonishment, beneath the bark lay a blue-eyed, golden-haired infant who continued to wail incessantly. With a sense of helplessness, Persephone cradled the weeping infant and turned to her mother. Demeter, mother, this myrrh tree has concealed a baby within, and he has been crying. What shall we do? Demeter gently teased the infant with her fingers, contemplating before responding. Perhaps he is hungry. Hungry? What should he eat? Persephone, the young maiden yet to be wed or bear children, found the infant in her arms exceedingly noisy. Thus, she entrusted the child to Demeter, her mother, playfully imploring, Mother, do think of a solution. This infant is no ordinary mortal. It is evident that some foul play is afoot. Let us wait a while. Perhaps someone will come to claim him. Demeter, too, discerned the unusual nature of the child, her expression tinged with gravity. After a moment, Persephone, covering her ears in exasperation, exclaimed, Mother, is there no one coming? The sound is simply intolerable. Demeter surveyed the surroundings, but still, no one appeared. With a resigned sigh, she replied, Very well. Let us seek out a mother goat to feed him. However, if anyone arrives in search of the child, we must return him. Ultimately, the goddess of harvest, Demeter, reluctantly cradled the enigmatic infant and departed the tranquil woods alongside her daughter, Persephone. Upon emerging from the thicket, they soon stumbled upon a serene village nestled near the foothills. Esteemed guests, what brings you to our humble hamlet? Inquired a white-haired elder who had risen from his seat at the village entrance. His tone a blend of curiosity and respect. A discerning glance at Demeter and Persephone revealed that, despite their modest attire, the fabric was of exquisite quality, unmistakably beyond the reach of the ordinary, prompting him to inquire further with even greater reverence. Good sir, does your village have any mother goats? Persephone asked, her manner polite yet direct. Preferably one that has recently given birth to kids, Demeter added kindly. Indeed, we do, noble ladies. Our village has a goat farm, and several goats have recently kidded, the elder responded, his willingness apparent. Excellent. Might we borrow a mother goat to nourish this infant? Demeter inquired gently, cradling the child. The elder appraised the infant in her arms, then smiled. Since it is for esteemed guests, please follow me. Nodding with a smile, Demeter, along with Persephone, accompanied the elder to a small pasture within the village, where several mother goats tended to their young. The elder selected the healthiest and gentlest mother goat and expertly extracted some goat's milk. Persephone carefully received a small jug of the fresh milk and fed it to the still crying infant. As anticipated, the child quickly calmed, as if the milk not only nourished his body but also soothed his spirit. At last, he has ceased his cries. Persephone sighed in relief, having been nearly driven to distraction by the infant's wails. Observing the child in her mother's embrace, Persephone hesitated and asked, Mother, what shall we do next? Are we to carry this infant with us indefinitely? Upon recalling the incessant cries of the infant, Persephone was quite reluctant to bear the child, as she and her mother. Demeter deliberated on how to manage the situation. An elderly man spoke up. Esteemed ladies, you may leave the infant in this village. There happens to be a couple here who have been married for several years without having children. They would surely be delighted to adopt this child. Is that truly the case? How wonderful! Persephone exclaimed with joy upon hearing this. Indeed, as the elder had stated, the couple was overjoyed at the prospect of adopting the infant when approached. Relieved to no longer endure the cries, Persephone happily continued her journey with her mother. Before departing, Demeter informed the couple of the child's extraordinary origins and bestowed upon them her blessings. Chapter 225, The discontented Aphrodite. As time passed, the days rolled on, and the infant left in the village gradually matured into a young man, blessed by the harvest goddess Demeter. The couple who adopted him welcomed a pair of twins the following year, filling their home with joy and harmony. Adonis, wait for me, called out a young man with chestnut hair, sprinting after a golden-haired youth ahead of him. Adonis was the very mysterious infant discovered by Persephone and Demeter. Now a strikingly handsome young man, his golden hair shimmered in the sunlight, and his bright, profound eyes seemed capable of discerning the depths of the soul. Together, they traversed a lush and bountiful field where crops swayed gently in the breeze, as if welcoming their presence. Walking alongside a clear and tranquil stream, the pebbles beneath their feet and the small fish gliding on the surface created a scene of perfect harmony. Eventually, they arrived at a dense thicket, ready to commence their hunting expedition for the day. Adonis retrieved his bow and arrows, meticulously inspecting the tautness of the bowstring and the sharpness of the arrowheads. His eyes conveyed an intense focus and seriousness, as if, in that moment, nothing existed aside from the quarry before him. "Are you prepared, Priestley?" Adonis inquired softly, turning to the chestnut-haired youth. With a nod, Priestley readied his own equipment. The two exchanged a knowing smile before silently venturing deeper into the woods. The forest was dark and thick, with sunlight occasionally filtering through the treetops, casting dappled shadows on the ground and imbuing the atmosphere with an air of mystery. The melodic chirping of birds intertwined with the distant, hurried breaths of animals, creating a natural symphony. Adonis sensed the presence of prey and gestured for the brown-haired youth to halt. The two held their breath, waiting in silence. At that moment, a large hare came into view. Adonis, with taut nerves, drew back his bowstring, his gaze piercing. In an instant, the arrow was released, striking its target with precision. Approaching the hare, Adonis lowered his head and gently caressed its fur before joyfully lifting it. After a day of hunting, their bounty was plentiful, their belts laden with game. As dusk began to settle, they prepared to return to the village, hearts filled with satisfaction and triumph. Meanwhile, Aphrodite, feeling the need for rest after her labors, remembered the myrrh tree she had nurtured. Upon her arrival, she discovered the tree had withered away. "Damn it, where has it gone?" she lamented, gazing despondently at the dead myrrh tree. Back on Olympus, this thought haunted her, and she could not help but sigh deeply. "Aphrodite, has someone wronged you?" Ares, the god of war, entered the temple of love and beauty, finding Aphrodite seated there, her countenance marred by displeasure as she sighed. Concerned, he approached her. "Oh, Ares, you have come again?" Aphrodite lifted her bright eyes slightly to behold Ares in his formidable warrior attire. "Today, I have brought you some exquisite pelts, which I am certain you will adore," Ares proclaimed, raising the furs like a precious treasure. "Thank you, Ares. Just place them over there," Aphrodite replied listlessly. Yet, even in her apparent lethargy and discontent, her beauty shone through, captivating Ares. "Aphrodite, tell me who dares to bully you, and I shall rectify the matter at once," Ares declared, thumping his sturdy chest with fervor, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle, ready to plunge into fierce combat at any moment. "Actually, it is nothing of great consequence, Ares." Aphrodite took a deep breath, gradually suppressing her emotions. "It is merely that the myrrh tree I have been nurturing has suddenly withered, leaving me somewhat disheartened. It seems I must begin the arduous task of gathering materials once more." Though Aphrodite spoke lightly, Ares sensed that this myrrh tree was far more than an ordinary plant to her. "Aphrodite, if you require my assistance, do not hesitate to inform me," Ares said earnestly, aware that some matters could not be resolved by force, and that Aphrodite was the goddess he could never conquer with sword or spear. Chapter 226. Perhaps it is destiny? The city today is resplendent, with an atmosphere of joy permeating the streets and alleys. Adonis strolls along the cobblestone path, accompanied by his younger siblings, their attention captivated by the vibrant hustle and bustle around them. Young men and women, adorned in splendid attire, laugh and converse with abandon, as if the entire city is basking in a collective exuberance. "Adonis, why is the city so lively today?" inquired his sister, Atreus, her curiosity piqued by the festive ambience. With a smile, Adonis intercepted a passing maiden, his gaze as enchanting as the stars, drawing her in effortlessly. "Excuse me, might I inquire what celebration graces the city today?" he asked graciously. As the young woman caught sight of Adonis, a blush blossomed upon her cheeks, as if kissed by a gentle spring breeze. "Today, there is an event at the temple of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty," she replied bashfully, placing a bouquet of flowers into Adonis's hands before scampering away. "You heard that, didn't you? There's an event in the city today. Let us quickly sell our goods and then join in the festivities," Adonis urged his siblings, his voice brimming with anticipation and excitement, clearly a lover of merriment. Before long, they found a suitable spot to set up their stall, and Adonis's handsome visage quickly attracted a throng of young ladies. They encircled the stall, their eyes fixated on him as if he were a prince from their dreams. The young women eagerly purchased his mountain wares, and upon completion of their transactions, each graciously bestowed a flower upon Adonis. Though somewhat perplexed by their actions, Adonis felt a swell of joy as he witnessed his goods vanish from the stall. He gently tidied up, placing the remaining decorations and tools neatly into a basket. "Come, let us go and witness the festivities," he declared to his siblings, his voice infused with eagerness and curiosity. The group ambled along the cobblestone path, their destination being the Temple of Aphrodite, nestled on the mountainside of the city. As they drew nearer, the fragrance of blossoms intensified, enveloping them as if the entire hillside were adorned with flowers. Upon reaching the temple's entrance, they were struck by the breathtaking sight before them. The temple's exterior was lavishly decorated with a kaleidoscope of flowers, their petals glimmering in the sunlight like countless gems, while the steps were carpeted with blossoms. Adonis inhaled deeply, wishing to etch this exquisite vision into his memory forever. He glanced at his siblings, equally entranced by the beauty surrounding them, and couldn't help but smile. Aphrodite stood by the temple window, sunlight streaming through the intricate lattice, casting a divine glow upon her golden hair, as if enveloping her in a sacred aura. The golden strands shimmered in the sunlight, sparkling with a kaleidoscope of colors, mesmerizing all who beheld her. Her eyes resembled the depths of the ocean, yet in this moment, they betrayed a hint of elusive discontent. Alas, how long must this be contained? She let out a gentle sigh, her gaze drifting towards the glass vial upon the altar of the temple. Whenever a couple successfully intertwined their hands to express their gratitude at the temple, a single drop of crimson liquid would flow into the glass vial, symbolizing the essence of love. Yet, the red liquid within the vial barely filled half of its volume, falling significantly short of her expectations. This left Aphrodite feeling somewhat disheartened, even anxious, after years of diligent collection. As Adonis entered the temple adorned with flowers and ribbons, his eyes were immediately captivated by a figure standing by the window. She resembled a living painting, so exquisite that time itself seemed to pause. Her golden hair shimmered in the sunlight, akin to a sun-kissed field of wheat, radiating an aura of untouchable brilliance. Her visage resembled the most exquisite work of art, each detail a miracle crafted by nature itself. Adonis felt his heartbeat quicken involuntarily, as if drawn by an irresistible force, a beauty that penetrated his very soul, rendering him unable to avert his gaze. In that moment, Adonis perceived that even all the beautiful things he had ever encountered paled in comparison to the woman before him. Taking a deep breath to steady his excited heart, he realized that he was undeniably captivated by the enchanting maiden. Ignoring the calls of his siblings, Adonis clutched the flowers gifted by those maidens at the market and strode directly toward Aphrodite by the window. To her surprise, the invisible Aphrodite had not anticipated that anyone could see her. Upon noticing the handsome Adonis approaching, particularly the rich and familiar scent emanating from him, a smile involuntarily graced Aphrodite's lips. Chapter 227. The jealousy of Ares. Aphrodite sat upon a smooth stone deep within the forest, her gaze piercing through the dense foliage to focus on Adonis, who held a bow and arrow not far away. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon her face, as if nature had prepared a stage light specifically for her. A complex gleam sparkled in her eyes, admiration, regret, and a trace of subtle guilt mingled together. Every movement of Adonis exuded a youthful yet graceful charm, akin to a fruit just reaching maturity, enticing in appearance but not yet fully ripe in essence. Such a pity that the unripe fruit, while beautiful, is not palatable, Aphrodite mused softly, a slight smile curving her lips into a beautiful yet somewhat sardonic arc. Her gaze shifted from Adonis to a pure white rose in her hand. She gently caressed the delicate petals, as if engaging in a silent conversation with it, before raising her eyes once more to Adonis, secretly resolving that it was time to set her plans in motion. Aphrodite rose gracefully, her body as light as a butterfly, and her gaze once again locked onto Adonis. Reflecting with a tinge of regret, this young man, what a pity, she felt a reluctance to act against him. With a gentle smile, Aphrodite turned and vanished silently into the shadows of the forest, leaving behind only the stone she had occupied and a lingering scent of flowers in the air. Upon returning to the temple on Mount Olympus, she tenderly squeezed the pure white rose, transforming it into droplets of golden liquid that exuded a rich fragrance, carefully dripping them into an exquisite glass vial. These droplets seemed to encapsulate the essence of love and beauty, intoxicating in their allure. Ares, having heard of Aphrodite's return, hurriedly entered the temple, a sanctuary filled with love and beauty. Upon entering, he beheld Aphrodite, a dancing flower butterfly amidst the blooms of white roses, delicately gathering flowers. Ares approached her, carrying a bag of brilliant gemstones, and declared with a smile, "Aphrodite, you appear to be in high spirits. I have brought you some beautiful gems that you are sure to adore." Eagerly, he opened the bag, displaying the shimmering treasures before her. Aphrodite cast a brief glance at the gems, smiling as she replied, "Thank you, Ares, but I have other pressing matters to attend to." With that, she gracefully picked up the vial filled with golden liquid, her skirts flowing gently with the breeze as she elegantly exited the temple. "Aphrodite thanked me," he mused, feeling a surge of happiness at her gratitude. Yet, he was acutely aware that her joy did not stem from his gifts, igniting within him a simmering rage and jealousy. He resolved to discover who had brought such delight to Aphrodite. Buzzing amid the white rose bushes were industrious bees, their wings creating a subtle symphony. This sound, typically perceived as nature's harmony, struck Ares as derisive in his foul mood. "Damn it, are you little insects mocking me?" he roared in fury. With a dismissive wave of his hand, an invisible force severed the wings of the bees. Stripped of their ability to fly, they plummeted into the very roses they had once busily tended. Ares carelessly placed the bag of gemstones upon a table in Aphrodite's temple before turning away, determined to uncover the source of her newfound joy. After Ares departed, the wingless bees began their arduous ascent up the stems of the rose bushes. They exhausted their final strength, clinging tightly to the rose stem, as if seeking refuge. Ultimately, these bees transformed one by one into the sharp thorns upon the rose stem, becoming an inseparable part of the flower. Chapter 228, The Fury of Ares. Adonis, I have prepared a sumptuous feast for you. Aphrodite gracefully traversed deep into the forest, exuding an enchanting elegance. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a radiant glow upon her hair, which shimmered like gold and jade. Yet, upon seeing Adonis still hunting in the woods, a hint of unspoken sorrow flickered in her bright eyes. This subtle emotion did not diminish Aphrodite's nearly suffocating beauty. Rather, it added layers of mystery and depth to her allure. Aphrodite could not comprehend why Adonis, blessed with such a beautiful companion, still chose to roam the woods. "Where have you been, Aphrodite?" Upon her arrival, an indescribable joy surged within Adonis. He approached her, casually picked a ripe fruit, wiped it roughly on his garment, and took a hearty bite. When Adonis first beheld Aphrodite, he was profoundly captivated by her unparalleled beauty and noble demeanor. Mustering the courage to express his affections to the goddess of love and beauty, to his astonishment, she accepted his advances. However, as time passed, Adonis began to perceive his daily existence as mundane and monotonous. He found himself once more engrossed in hunting, an activity that had once ignited his passion. Each time he witnessed Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and grace, willingly accompanying him in the forest, a swell of pride and arrogance swelled within him. Though he remained silent, deep within, he felt extraordinarily fortunate and exceptional. Yet, this arrogance blinded him to the disappointment and helplessness reflected in Aphrodite's eyes. As the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite possessed a clear insight into Adonis's inner arrogance, yet she remained indifferent. In her view, men were akin to stars, abundant and easily summoned with a mere wave of her hand, and her heart brimmed with love and freedom, unshaken by fleeting romantic whims. Aphrodite gently approached, cradling his face in her delicate hands, contemplating. "This visage is indeed striking, yet regrettably, it is but a facade. What troubles you, Aphrodite?" Adonis smiled, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, drawing her closer. "Nothing is amiss." Aphrodite leaned softly against Adonis's broad chest, as if in that moment all her troubles dissipated into the ether. However, atop the lofty Olympus, shrouded by clouds, Ares fixed his gaze upon the embracing figures below, his eyes piercing through the mist. His heart was ablaze with fury, his palms clenched tightly into fists, the bones creaking as a testament to his current wrath. Ares's gaze flickered with a perilous fire, as if he were on the verge of unleashing a lethal rage. He silently vowed to unearth the identity of the one who had brought such joy to Aphrodite and ensure that he paid the requisite price. After a moment of tenderness, as she observed Adonis, who was preparing to hunt with bow in hand, Aphrodite gazed at his retreating figure, a glimmer of contemplation illuminating her eyes as she pondered the opportune moment to act. To be truthful, such a handsome man was a rarity even for her. Perhaps she should indulge a little longer? While Aphrodite lay on the stone, lost in thought, Adonis ventured deeper into the forest and encountered peril. The war god Ares, concealed behind a great tree, seethed with anger as he watched Adonis with his hunting dogs. The fury propelled his normally sluggish mind into rapid motion. He knew that this affair must remain hidden from Aphrodite, for her wrath would be formidable. Thus, Ares wielded his divine power, conjuring a magnificent spotted deer. intending to lure Adonis further into the treacherous depths of the forest. Indeed, upon sighting the deer, Adonis was immediately captivated by its exquisite beauty and robust form. His hunting instincts were fully awakened, and without a hint of hesitation, he hurriedly pursued it. Oblivious to the fact that he was straying deeper into the unknown and perilous woods. Watching Adonis's figure recede into the distance, Ares felt a surge of satisfaction, as if his inner fury had found a temporary release, eagerly awaiting the unfolding of certain events. Chapter 229. The call as Adonis followed the spotted deer through the woods. The creature suddenly darted into a dense thicket, causing him to lose sight of it entirely. At that critical moment, Adonis's hunting dog caught sight of an exceptionally robust wild boar, its barks shattering the tranquility of the forest, as if urging him to take immediate action. The appearance of this wild boar ignited a fervent passion deep within Adonis, making his blood feel like boiling lava. Firmly grasping his bow, Adonis's eyes sparkled with intensity as he aimed at the boar. He took a deep breath, then forcefully drew back the bowstring, releasing an arrow that traced a graceful arc through the air, ultimately striking the boar's body with precision. However, to Adonis's astonishment, the boar did not collapse. Instead, it let out a furious roar, seemingly issuing a final warning to him. Then, it abruptly turned and charged at Adonis with its razor-sharp tusks. Adonis barely had time to react before he felt a searing pain radiate from his abdomen. The tusks of the wild boar had plunged deeply into his belly, as if punishing him for his recklessness and arrogance. Blood gushed forth from the wound, staining both his garments and the visage that marked his present state. The evening glow, akin to raging flames, painted the entire sky in hues of crimson, transforming the earth into a tapestry of gold and red. Aphrodite rose languidly from her stone bed, stretching her limbs with an air of nonchalance. Her golden tresses shimmered under the embrace of the twilight, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of perplexity. What on earth was Adonis up to? The hour was late. Why had he not yet returned? A wave of unease washed over Aphrodite, for she was acutely aware of the forest's perilous nature under the cover of night. With resolve, she stood, gently brushing off her gown, and began her quest through the woods in search of Adonis. Her steps were light, yet resolute, as if engaging in a delicate dance with the very earth beneath her. Not far into her search, she encountered Adonis's hunting hound, which appeared agitated, pacing restlessly in circles. A pang of anxiety gripped Aphrodite, prompting her to quicken her pace. At last, she arrived at the site where Adonis had met with the wild boar. The sight of him sprawled upon the ground, his garments drenched in blood, nearly shattered her heart. She had not yet had her fill of life with him. How could this calamity have befallen them? Adonis, she cried out, rushing to his side, gently cradling his head in her hands. Adonis opened his eyes slightly, and upon seeing Aphrodite's face, a bittersweet yet resigned smile graced his lips. If this continued, he might soon be lost to her forever, rendering all her efforts in vain. With this thought, Aphrodite hastily retrieved an exquisite glass vial from her satchel, swiftly uncorking it and pouring the golden elixir within into Adonis's mouth. With the last of his strength, he struggled to swallow the mysterious liquid. Yet, at that very moment, he felt no healing of his wounds. Rather, his breath ceased abruptly, as if the spark of life had been extinguished by a sudden gust of wind. Adonis's soul began to drift gently from his body, enveloped in a cloud of confusion and bewilderment, drawn inexorably towards the realm of the dead. Alas, may you find a more splendid existence in your next life, Aphrodite murmured, watching as Adonis's spirit receded into the distance, a deep sigh escaping her lips as she bestowed upon him her blessings. For this soul, which had wandered into her cultivated myrrh tree, perhaps this fate was not so dreadful after all. After all, had she intervened, it might have been a double calamity. Then, an astonishing event unfolded. Adonis's body began to decay rapidly, transforming into a mound of black earth. Yet this dark soil seemed to possess an enigmatic vitality, from which vibrant green plants began to sprout forth. Each leaf was more verdant than the last, embodying the purest essence of nature's green. They swiftly took root, blossoming and thriving. The stems of these plants grew increasingly robust, their foliage flourishing, as if they had undergone a miniature evolutionary process in a matter of moments. At the apex of these plants, tiny flower buds began to materialize. Soon after, these buds gradually unfurled, ultimately blossoming into resplendent crimson roses. The hues of these roses were extraordinarily vivid, as if crafted from the purest red pigment. Their petals layered upon one another, forming a flawless spiral. reminiscent of nature's most exquisite masterpiece. Marvelous. The cultivation was finally a success. Gazing upon the roses, imbued with the essence of love, Aphrodite felt an irresistible urge to reach forth and pluck them. Ouch! As she grasped the stem of the rose, she suddenly felt a sharp prick and quickly withdrew her hand. How unexpected! Frowning at the slight swelling on her palm, a wave of irritation washed over her. Upon closer inspection of the roses, she discovered that each stem was adorned with sharp thorns. What could this mean? Why did the rose stems bear such prickly protrusions? Could this be the manifestation of Adonis's life force? Aphrodite's heart was a maelstrom of emotions. On one hand, she rejoiced at having successfully cultivated these roses imbued with the magic of love. Yet on the other, she felt a surge of anger at the unexpected thorns. It seemed that even love was not entirely sweet. It too bore its own thorns, along with pain and setbacks. Taking a deep breath, she gently caressed the roses and murmured to herself, "I wonder when that rascal Cupid will return. This situation is truly vexing." Concealed in the shadows, Ares, reveling in Adonis's demise, observed as Aphrodite was pricked by the thorns and instinctively prepared to console her. Suddenly, he recalled his recent actions and hastily retracted his foot, feeling an inexplicable connection to the thorns on the roses. Chapter 230. Eros. Within a tranquil palace in the Arcadia kingdom, Atalanta lay upon her bed, her visage pale, the flame of life flickering perilously close to extinguishment. Weakly, she extended her hand, grasping tightly the hand of Hippomenes, and in a barely audible whisper, she consoled Hippomenes. "Do not grieve for me." No sooner had she spoken than her breath ceased, and the light of her life was irrevocably snuffed out. The grim reaper Thanatos appeared silently in the room, observing the bewildered soul of Atalanta. He gently nodded, and then took her soul away, vanishing into the shadows. That winter, on a fateful day, Hippomenes sensed his own life nearing its end. He quickly summoned his son, whom he had only recently welcomed into the world, Parthenopaeus, and with a gaze heavy with love, exchanged his final words. Then, Hippomenes lay peacefully upon his bed, closed his eyes, and breathed his last. This time, Thanatos did not make an appearance. The soul of Hippomenes seemed to be guided by some mysterious force, drifting aimlessly towards Mount Olympus. Within a splendid temple on Olympus, Aphrodite suddenly sensed a familiar presence. You're back, she thought, a spark igniting within her, prompting her to step out of the temple and stand upon its steps. In her hand, a vibrant red rose materialized. Aphrodite radiated a divine glow as she gently brought the rose to her lips, exhaling a soft breath. Instantly, the rose transformed into countless shimmering petals of crimson light, soaring like flames towards the soul of Hippomenes, who had just entered the sanctum of Olympus. The petals, aglow with red luminescence, danced around Hippomenes' soul before beginning to descend slowly like a gentle shower. Each petal seemed imbued with the essence of love, merging into the very fabric of his soul. Nurtured by these rose petals, an astonishing transformation began to unfold within Hippomenes' essence. His spirit not only shimmered with a red glow but gradually coalesced into a corporeal form. His visage became more handsome, as if meticulously sculpted. His hair shifted from a deep burgundy to cascading golden curls, and the pupils of his tightly closed eyes transformed from brown to a profound blue. Most astonishing of all, a pair of magnificent golden wings sprouted from his back. At the moment these wings fully unfurled, the entire Mount Olympus seemed to be illuminated by this golden radiance. The sudden emergence of this golden light in the sky of Olympus captured the attention of all the deities present. Narcissus emerged from his temple adorned with flowers, verdant grass, and snow. He gazed up at the blazing crimson light, a flicker of unmistakable delight crossing his features. "Ah, so it is you who has returned? Allow me to assist you." Narcissus began to radiate a delicate pink luminescence, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, as if love had found its purest embodiment within him. With a gentle wave of his hand, a stream of pink light surged forth from his being, manifesting as his divine essence of passionate love. Once this essence departed from Narcissus's body, it seemed to be irresistibly drawn by an invisible force, swiftly soaring towards the soul of Hyacinthus. Upon the fusion of this fervent essence with Hyacinthus's soul, a wondrous transformation commenced. Hyacinthus slowly opened his deep blue eyes, reminiscent of the profound ocean. His gaze appeared penetrating, capable of reaching the softest recesses of the human heart. In that moment, not only Olympus but the entire earth and the world itself seemed to erupt in applause and celebration for him. The flora and fauna on the ground began to shimmer with a fiery red glow, as if enchanted by the magic of love. Even more astonishingly, the warriors engaged in battle abruptly ceased their hostilities. They glanced at one another, relinquished their animosities, and approached each other, embracing in a moment of unity. "I am Eros, the deity of desire," proclaimed Hyacinthus, or more precisely, Eros, in a voice imbued with authority and charm, announcing his presence to the world. This declaration resonated throughout existence, leaving a profound impression of his name and attracting the keen attention of other primordial deities who turned their gaze toward Mount Olympus. Naturally, the occurrences atop Olympus captured Zeus's attention as well. He hastily rose from the embrace of one of his lovers and rushed to greet this suddenly manifested primordial god. "Welcome, Eros, the god of desire," Zeus declared, leading the pantheon in the highest of honors to receive Eros. In that instant, Zeus realized that this god of desire was none other than Cupid, the trickster who had previously caused him much trouble. He had never imagined that the slumbering deity of desire within Cupid was Eros, allowing the long-absent god to return to this realm. Zeus's gaze swept across the assembled deities, sensing that many had played a role in this unfolding event. Ultimately, his attention rested upon Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, suspecting her orchestration behind this affair. Unfazed by Zeus's scrutiny, Aphrodite merely smiled softly at him. The aura of love that once enveloped her had now dissipated, leaving behind an essence of pure beauty that heightened her divine power. Now, Aphrodite appeared more magnificent than ever, embodying both enchanting allure and crystalline purity. "What brings your excellency, Eros, to Olympus?" Zeus inquired, cautiously redirecting his gaze from Aphrodite to Eros. "Fear not, great king," Eros replied. "The scenery of Olympus is delightful. I have merely grown accustomed to residing here and shall not intrude upon you." Eros cast a glance at Zeus, who exhibited unmistakable wariness, and then offered a subtle smile. This smile seemed to possess an enchanting quality, rendering Zeus momentarily spellbound, as all his defenses and rationality evaporated in an instant. With joy, Zeus addressed Eros, saying, "My lord Eros, you may linger in Olympus for as long as you desire. In celebration of your return, I have decided to host a grand banquet in your honor." Eros, observing Narcissus bowing his head amidst the assembly of gods, turned to Zeus and replied, "I appreciate your kindness, great king of the gods." Chapter 231. The goddess Aphrodite. In accordance with Zeus's decree, the deities gathered to welcome the primordial god Eros. Narcissus, unwilling to provoke Zeus at this moment, reluctantly complied with the command and made his way to the gathering. Standing among the gods, he bowed his head, seemingly lost in contemplation. Apollo and Hephaestus, perceiving Narcissus's unease, positioned themselves on either side of him, skillfully shielding him from the scrutiny of the other deities. Hermes, the god renowned for his wit and cunning, also took note of this situation and approached Narcissus with a sly smile. Narcissus has been striving to suppress the divine power within him. His irises shifting in color from azure to gray, then to black, white, green, and yellow, as if in search of a delicate equilibrium. As Zeus, accompanied by Eros, prepared to depart for the banquet, Narcissus seized the opportunity to stealthily withdraw. Yet, before his departure, he conveyed a reassuring message to Apollo and the others through thought, alleviating their concerns. Upon returning to his sanctuary, Narcissus promptly commanded the deities of winter to stand guard outside, ensuring no interruptions from other gods. He sealed the grand doors of the temple and finally began to unleash the divine power he had long restrained. Instantly, a protective barrier enveloped the temple, with verdant light ascending from the ground and radiant white luminescence cascading from above, forming a complete protective circle that shrouded the entire sanctuary. At that moment, Narcissus radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, as if myriad forces were surging within him, illuminating the temple and transforming it into an ethereal realm. However, the timing was not yet ripe. He needed to wait a little longer. After an indeterminate period, Narcissus gathered his divine power with determination, gently descending from his suspended state, his eyes returning to their normal azure hue. During the grand banquet, Eros's gaze often drifted towards the distant sanctuary of Narcissus. Nevertheless, he continued to gracefully engage with the gods who approached him with toasts, his allure akin to a resplendent star, irresistibly captivating all who beheld him. Eros unabashedly radiated his charm throughout the festivity, drawing the attention of every deity present. Each smile, each glance, and every gesture he made was imbued with an indescribable magnetism. ensnaring the assembled gods in his enchanting presence, rendering them oblivious to anything beyond the banquet. Even Apollo, who had been notably concerned about Narcissus, found himself entranced by Eros' unique charisma. Like the other gods, he joined the long line to pay homage to the newly returned primordial deity with a toast. At that moment, Eros shone like a brilliant star atop Olympus, his brilliance eclipsing all else, diverting the god's attention from any matters outside the banquet. He was acutely aware that this was precisely the effect he desired. As Narcissus successfully reigned in his divine power, Eros, still at the banquet, began to temper his own charm, and gradually, the deities ceased to orbit around him, seeking conversations with others instead. Zeus, seated at the head of the table, appeared to grow somewhat impatient. Seizing the moment while Hera was engrossed in conversation with other gods, he discreetly rose from his seat and slipped away from the banquet. Eros keenly observed this movement. He glanced at Hera, still animatedly engaged with the other deities, and couldn't help but feel that the festivities were beginning to wane. Thus, he turned his attention to Aphrodite, surrounded by numerous male gods. Aphrodite appeared to sense his gaze, offering a subtle smile and a discreet nod in acknowledgement. Subsequently, she began to exude her mesmerizing allure. Her beauty radiated like a dazzling light, captivating not only the male deities present, but even enchanting the goddesses. Hera and Athena, among others, were no exceptions. They left their respective positions to approach Aphrodite, engaging her in delightful conversation. In that moment, Aphrodite seemed to become another focal point of the banquet, her beauty casting a captivating spell that enveloped the entire venue in an aura of mystery, leaving the gods utterly enthralled by her charm. Eros, smiling at the scene, quietly departed from the gathering. Chapter 232. Conspiracy outside the Temple of Narcissus. Several childlike deities stood guard, appearing somewhat bored. However, they soon devised a solution to their ennui. Channeling their divine powers, the sky quickly darkened with clouds, and before long, large flurries of snow began to fall gracefully. The once lush green grass was swiftly blanketed by a thick layer of snow, transforming into a vast and pristine expanse. The little deities cheered with delight, rushing out to frolic in the snow. One small deity, adorned with a soft hat and rosy cheeks, sat on the ground, busily gathering snowballs, seemingly intent on crafting an adorable snowman. Another little deity crouched behind a small wall made of snow, cradling a tightly packed snowball in their hands, eyes sharp as they awaited the perfect moment to throw. Suddenly, with a splat, a snowball struck another little deity squarely on the back, sending a flurry of white snowflakes into the air. The thrower erupted in gleeful laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, got you." The hit deity, undeterred, quickly grabbed a snowball to retaliate, and the two engaged in a joyous chase across the snowy ground. Meanwhile, a fair-skinned little goddess, as pure as the snowflakes themselves, lay on her back in the snow, moving her arms and legs to create whimsical shapes. Amidst the swirling snowstorm, the winter deity's laughter resonated with boundless vitality and joy. Apologies. The chief deity is currently unavailable and will not see any visitors. A few playful little deities, upon noticing the arrival of a stranger, immediately stepped forward to block the way, their expressions filled with vigilance. "Oh, is that so?" Eros bent slightly, regarding the group of winter deities with a gaze that was almost warm and inviting. His demeanor naturally exuded an irresistible charm, even without any deliberate effort. Faced with Eros' gaze, the winter deities sensed he did not seem malevolent. They began to waver, conflicted over whether to permit this unfamiliar deity to meet their chief. At that moment, a voice echoed from deep within the Temple of Narcissus. "Morse, let him in." Upon hearing Narcissus's directive, several childlike winter deities promptly positioned themselves on either side, respectfully clearing the path to the temple. Eros gracefully pushed open the intricately carved doors of the sanctuary, revealing lofty stone columns and exquisite murals within. He then turned his gaze towards Narcissus with a smile. Without awaiting an invitation from Narcissus, Eros seated himself upon a comfortable stone bench and casually reached for a grape from the table, savoring its taste with ease. Narcissus, unperturbed by Eros's casual demeanor, took a seat upon a nearby stone bench. He skillfully prepared a fragrant cup of floral tea and presented it before Eros. Eros expressed his gratitude, lifted the cup, and savored a few delicate sips, exclaiming in admiration, "The flavor is exquisite. It is perfectly suited for leisurely conversation." Content. He gently set the teacup back upon the stone table, and turned to Narcissus, stating, "Now, let us deliberate on our plans." Narcissus leisurely sipped his fragrant tea, then calmly yet meaningfully declared, "We must find a way to undermine the authority of the gods upon the earth, to remind them that they are not beyond reproach." Eros nodded in agreement, smiling as he suggested, "I believe Zeus is the most fitting target. This would not only help us achieve our objective, but could also serve to diminish his divine power. Indeed, we must meticulously devise our plan for implementation." Narcissus concurred. "Allow me to take the lead. I assure you I shall excel beyond my ineffectual siblings." Eros eagerly volunteered for this undertaking. Thus began an extended and profound discussion between the two deities. Eros proposed a myriad of ideas, while Narcissus offered modifications to their strategy. The temple resonated with their inquiries and soft laughter, and the aroma of floral tea lingered in the air, as if heralding an impending transformation. Meanwhile, Zeus stealthily departed from the grand feast upon Mount Olympus and quietly descended to the mortal realm. He arrived in the bustling kingdom of Thebes, where the atmosphere was vibrant and the faces of the populace radiated joy. The king of Thebes, Amphitryon, was seated in a flower-adorned chariot with his newlywed wife, Alcmene. As they slowly traversed the city streets, basking in the enthusiastic admiration and cheers of the citizens, Zeus, standing among the crowd, initially perceived the event as merely lively, devoid of significant allure for him. However, at that moment, a flurry of crimson petals floated down from the sky. These petals seemed to possess a certain enchantment, silently landing upon Zeus's head and swiftly merging with his essence. Instantly, he felt a jolt of emotion, his gaze once more drawn to the bride, Alcmene. This time, her beauty struck him as extraordinarily captivating, her allure almost magical, ensnaring his senses. "Such beauty is rare among mortals. I must possess her," Zeus resolved inwardly, a glimmer of almost covetous desire flickering in his eyes. Chapter 233. The Unashamed Eagle in the Skies above the kingdom of Thebes, a golden eagle soared with noble grace, its gaze sharp and penetrating, as if it could discern the truths of the world. This extraordinary eagle was, in fact, the embodiment of Zeus, the chief deity residing atop Mount Olympus. Enraptured by Alcmene's breathtaking beauty and irresistible charm, he resolved to take action to approach the woman who had captured his heart. In his pursuit of the beloved, Zeus exhibited an astonishing blend of patience and cunning. He had circled the skies for quite some time, akin to a hunter awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Unlike previous encounters, he did not intend to use force this time. Rather, he hoped to win Alcmene's heart willingly. Alcmene, a woman of striking beauty yet tragic fate, had sworn a solemn oath of vengeance following the brutal murder of her 8 brothers by their enemies. She would not enjoy the company of her husband, Amphitryon, until she had avenged them. Faced with such unwavering resolve from his wife, Amphitryon reluctantly began to devise a plan for retribution. He led a valiant army on a month-long campaign, ultimately succeeding in avenging his wife by vanquishing their foes. As Amphitryon made his way back under the cover of night, Zeus, who had been observing him, conceived a cunning plan. When darkness fell, although the city of Thebes sparkled with light, the palace remained enveloped in a profound silence. This was the perfect moment that Zeus had eagerly awaited. He descended from the heavens with an almost inaudible grace, floating like a feather through the window into Alcmene's chamber. In an instant, the golden eagle vanished, replaced by a strikingly handsome man whose features bore a remarkable resemblance to Amphitryon. Zeus had successfully transformed, and he approached the bed, gently kissing Alcmene's forehead with utmost tenderness. "Amphitryon, have you finally returned?" Alcmene slowly awakened from her dreams, seeing the visage of her beloved husband and perceiving nothing amiss. "Indeed, my beloved Alcmene, I have avenged your brothers and slain those who caused you such anguish." Disguised as Amphitryon, Zeus gazed at her with profound affection and sincerity. Clasping her hand tightly, Alcmene harbored no doubts about his words. Thus, she willingly surrendered to Zeus's embrace, and they shared an unforgettable night filled with passion and romance. However, as Zeus keenly sensed the real Amphitryon approaching rapidly down the corridor, he promptly rose from the bed and moved to the window. "Amphitryon, what are you doing?" Alcmene questioned, gazing at the man at the window with confusion. At that moment, Zeus's appearance began to shift, his disguise fading away, revealing his original golden hair and deep blue eyes. "Who are you?" Alcmene gasped in terror, clutching the covers to shield her form as she witnessed the sudden transformation before her. "My dear Alcmene, do not be afraid. I am Zeus, the king of the gods. No sooner had he spoken than Zeus transformed into a golden eagle, soaring from the window and leaving behind only the gently swaying white curtains as evidence of his presence. Zeus, cursed deity, Alcmene muttered softly, watching as Zeus's figure gradually faded into the night sky. At that moment, the door creaked open and Alcmene's husband, Amphitryon, stepped inside. Alcmene, I have avenged your brother, slaying those who took his life, Amphitryon declared joyfully as he approached and embraced her tightly. Sensing the rigidity in Alcmene's body, he mistakenly attributed it to her shyness. That evening, the couple shared a night filled with love and warmth, while Alcmene buried the memory of her encounter with Zeus deep within her heart, reassuring herself that all would be well. Chapter 234. Discarding in the wake of that fateful night, Alcmene, the queen of Thebes, soon felt the changes in her body, confirming her pregnancy. Days turned into weeks, and at last, the moment of her delivery arrived. On that day, ominous clouds loomed overhead, as if the entire sky had conspired for this very moment. Thunder roared, drowning out Alcmene's anguished cries as if the divine were wrathfully protesting. After much toil, Alcmene finally brought forth 2 infants. However, upon gazing at one child's golden hair and deep blue eyes, her heart plummeted into an abyss. Recalling the indescribable night spent with Zeus, Alcmene understood all too well that this child, so unlike her husband Amphitryon, would face perilous days in the kingdom of Thebes. Thus, she made a heart-wrenching decision. Though her body had yet to recover from the exertion of childbirth, Alcmene, with great effort, placed the child gently into a basket, covering it tenderly with cloth. Accompanied by a loyal servant, she traversed the palace's dark passages to reach the city's inner river. There, she delicately set the basket afloat upon the waters, watching it drift away with a heavy heart. Standing by the riverbank, she gazed as the basket grew distant, her heart aching. After all, it was the child she had carried for 10 months, the fruit of her immense labor. Eventually, with the support of her servant, Alcmene sorrowfully returned to her birthing chamber. Alcmene, I have finally returned. You must have endured much. Amphitryon's voice hinted at weariness, yet it was suffused with joy and concern. His planned inspection outside the city had been thwarted by a sudden downpour, but upon hearing that Alcmene had given birth, he braved the torrential rain to return immediately. Upon entering the castle, he was met with the delightful news. Alcmene had successfully delivered a child. He hurried to the cradle, and, upon seeing the innocent little face, his joy overflowed. Tenderly, he lifted the child and turned to Alcmene, saying, Iphicles, my Iphicles, what do you think of this name? Iphicles. It does sound quite lovely, she replied. Alcmene's response appeared somewhat subdued, yet her gaze fell slightly, as if concealing something profound. Memories of the child she had sent away surged within her, stirring a pang of sorrow in her heart. Outside the kingdom of Thebes, a brown basket drifted serenely along the rushing river, despite the torrential rain pouring down around it. The infant within the basket remained untouched by the deluge. Eros, is this your design? Narcissus turned his head, shifting his attention from Eros to the basket in the river, a faint furrow appearing on his brow. In this world, Zeus has countless lovers and offspring. What is so remarkable about this child? Narcissus gazed intently at the seemingly innocuous child nestled within the basket, discerning something profound, the essence of Zeus, indeed. Could it be that Alcmene was truly the beloved of Zeus? Narcissus found this notion to be utterly ludicrous. How could that scoundrel possess a true love? On this earth, Zeus fathered countless offspring, yet most were merely ordinary demigods. This child, however, bore a striking distinction, endowed with a far greater share of divine essence, possessing the potential for godhood. Eros's lips curled into a smug smile. If I declare him to be a true love, then so he shall be. With that, he gracefully approached the basket, as light as a feather, and gently nudged it with the tip of his foot. In an instant, the basket containing the infant began to drift swiftly downstream with the current. Narcissus gently waved his hand, wielding his divine power, and in an instant, the torrential rain ceased, allowing sunlight to once again grace the land of Thebes. Chapter 235. The Return. A baby, nestled in a basket, was guided by the river's flow, ultimately drifting into a serene valley. There, a fallen tree stood like the hand of fate, obstructing the basket's path, causing it to come to rest quietly upon the shore. Meanwhile, on Mount Olympus, Aphrodite, having lost her attributes of the goddess of love and transformed into a pure embodiment of beauty, found herself unexpectedly in harmonious relations with Hera and Athena. In matters of beauty, the goddesses were never inferior to their male counterparts. Now, Aphrodite radiated an aura of unadulterated beauty that was pleasing to both Hera and Athena, compared to her former allure, which was steeped in temptation and seduction. She now resembled a flawless masterpiece, prompting onlookers to pause in admiration. Encouraged by Aphrodite's enthusiastic suggestion, Hera and Athena decided to set aside their divine responsibilities and venture to Earth in search of mortal pleasures. The three goddesses descended upon the terrestrial realm, gracefully stepping into a lush forest. As Aphrodite frolicked among the trees, her lips adorned with a radiant smile. It seemed as though the world became brighter in the glow of her laughter. Hera, observing Aphrodite, suddenly found merit in such uncomplicated, pure days. Particularly, this moment allowed her to temporarily forget her ire towards Zeus's vexing behavior. What a splendid day, Hera mused, without Zeus, without entanglements, only pure joy. Her spirits lifted, as if all her troubles were swept away by the embrace of the forest and the sound of Aphrodite's laughter. Suddenly, a faint yet piercing sound of an infant's cry shattered the tranquility of the woods. How could there be the sound of a baby crying? Hera pondered with curiosity upon hearing the wails. Let us investigate, Athena, clad in armor, declared with poise. Indeed, we shall rely on your protection, Athena. Aphrodite replied with a smile, wrapping her arm around Hera. The trio followed the sound, ultimately arriving at the riverbank. There, a basket was ensnared by branches, quietly stranded on the shore. Look, there is a baby in the basket. Athena deftly lifted it before Aphrodite and Hera, noting the little one appeared quite famished. Shall one of you tend to him? Not me, Aphrodite replied, placing a hand over her heart, recalling how Cupid had never needed to be nursed, darting about just days after birth, causing mischief among the gods of Olympus. Then I shall, Hera said compassionately, gazing at the child abandoned by his parents. With practiced ease, she cradled the infant and began to nurse him. Oh dear. However, the child in Hera's arms suckled with such intensity that it caused her discomfort, prompting her to instinctively toss the infant away. Hera, are you all right? Aphrodite, upon hearing Hera's startled cry, quickly approached her. I am fine. Hera glanced down and noticed a series of distinct bite marks left on her skin. Oh dear, you have bite marks. Let me soothe it for you, Aphrodite offered playfully, extending her hand as if to tease Hera. Enough of that. Hera firmly grasped Aphrodite's hand, preventing her from causing further mischief. Well then, I shall visit a nearby town to find a suitable family to adopt him, Athena declared, cradling the baby. After receiving nods of agreement from Hera and Aphrodite, Athena set off towards the nearest city with the special infant in her arms. Soon, Athena arrived in a realm known as Thebes, where she overheard the local residents discussing the recent birth of a prince by Queen Alcmene. An idea sparked in Athena's mind. Since the queen had already welcomed a newborn, an additional child would be of no consequence. Thus, Athena made her way to the palace of Thebes, presenting the abandoned infant to Queen Alcmene while pleading for her compassionate heart to embrace this helpless life. Alcmene, burdened by guilt and sorrow for having abandoned her own child, immediately recognized the infant in Athena's arms as her own flesh and blood. Her heart swelled with joy and emotion, and without hesitation, she accepted Athena's plea. As for King Amphitryon, witnessing his wife's sudden radiant smile after days of worry brought him immense joy, and he readily embraced Athena's proposal. He even regarded the infant as a divine blessing, feeling immensely honored. Hovering above the clouds, Narcissus observed the unfolding events with keen interest. He turned to Eros, who lay leisurely on a fluffy cloud, and inquired, "Was this all part of your meticulous planning?" Eros chuckled softly, resting on the soft cloud and shaking his head. No. I have been following you closely of late, hardly having time to orchestrate such matters. This is merely coincidence, though it seems the situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. Eros' gaze shifted downward, where Aphrodite and Hera sat on a large stone, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Shortly thereafter, Athena returned from Thebes and joined their cheerful dialogue. Chapter 236. The furious Hera, along with Aphrodite, Athena, and the other goddesses, spent delightful days on Earth, returning to Mount Olympus in high spirits. However, she soon sensed a subtle tension in the atmosphere. She observed that nymphs and other deities occasionally congregated, whispering amongst themselves as if deliberating over some unspeakable secret. Upon attentively listening to their hushed exchanges, she was taken aback to discover they were discussing the matter of her nursing Zeus's illegitimate child. A revelation that ignited a fierce indignation within her. "Zeus, you shameless scoundrel!" Hera silently cursed, finally grasping that the infant she had compassionately nursed on Earth was, in fact, the offspring of Zeus and another woman. This realization left her feeling not only deceived but profoundly humiliated. At that moment, Hera's heart burned with an intense fervor, her rage threatening to erupt, transforming into a searing flame. She had long accustomed herself to turning a blind eye to Zeus's numerous transgressions on Earth. Yet now, she found herself compelled to endure such indignity. Even more intolerable was the notion that Zeus might have orchestrated the presence of that infant before her as part of a calculated spectacle. The tale of Hera nursing Zeus's illegitimate child spread rapidly across Olympus, largely due to Hermes' unwitting involvement. On that fateful day, Hermes, feeling rather bored as he surveyed the earth, witnessed Zeus transform into an eagle to harass another man's wife. Familiar with Zeus's lack of decorum, Hermes had long since grown accustomed to his antics, merely enjoying the lively spectacle. However, regarding the dissemination of the incident involving Hera, Hermes felt somewhat innocent. In truth, he had only sought diversion, as Narcissus was nowhere to be found on Olympus, prompting him to seek out Dionysus, the god of wine, to pass the time. Dionysus was either hosting a feast or en route to one. During a particularly festive gathering, Hermes, succumbing to boredom and perhaps a bit too much wine, found himself casually discussing the matter with Dionysus. He had no inkling that this seemingly trivial gossip would ultimately incite such a significant uproar on Olympus. Recognizing Hera's temper, Hermes swiftly discerned that this was no trifling matter. He promptly resolved to vacate Olympus and seek refuge on Earth to evade Hera's impending wrath. After all, with Zeus absent from Olympus, Hermes was reluctant to become the scapegoat for Hera's fury. He understood well that once Hera's anger was unleashed, even Zeus would find it hard to withstand. Thus, he chose the safest and most prudent course of action, to withdraw from the fray and await the storm to pass. This was a familiar tactic he had employed over the years while following Zeus. Hera entered the temple of Hermes, intending to interrogate him about the current whereabouts of Zeus. However, she immediately discerned the cunning Hermes had fled. Her fury swelled like a conflagration stoked by a tempest. In a fit of rage, she seized a pair of entwined serpent ornaments from the temple and hurled them to the ground with great force. The instant they struck the floor, it was as if a mysterious power was unleashed, transforming the ornaments into two vibrant azure serpents. They writhed upon the ground, seemingly awaiting commands. Hera gazed upon the serpents, and a sudden idea flashed through her mind. "You two venomous serpents, heed my words. Seek out that detestable illegitimate child and deliver him to his demise." Hera's voice was frigid, each syllable imbued with her uncontrollable wrath. The serpents, as if comprehending her command, swiftly slithered away from the temple, vanishing into the distance. Hera stood there, her eyes glinting with a cold light, as if she could already envision the loathsome child struggling in agony beneath the serpent's assault. Chapter 237. Heracles under Hera's directive. The two azure serpents traversed the arcane realms, descending from Mount Olympus to the kingdom of Thebes. Their eyes gleamed with a chilling light, seemingly capable of penetrating all concealment, leading them directly to their quarry. They slithered along the ancient stone walls of the castle, the friction of their scales echoing against the stone. At last, they arrived at the threshold of Alcmene's chamber. The door stood ajar, and they deftly slipped through the crack into the room. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the cradle, and the serpents swiftly located the infant whom Hera had commanded them to slay. Before the sleeping mother Alcmene and her handmaidens could perceive any danger, the serpents ascended to the edge of the cradle and coiled around the neck of young Heracles. Yet, at that very moment, everything changed. Heracles, the offspring of Zeus and nourished by Hera's own milk, was startled awake by the unexpected sensation. His cries shattered the stillness of the night, prompting his twin brother Iphicles to join in the lament. However, unlike Iphicles' cries, which were filled with helplessness, Heracles' wails resonated with strength and fury. He raised his tiny hands, showcasing extraordinary power for the first time. Each of his small hands gripped a serpent's neck tightly, and, with a fierce squeeze, he dispatched both serpents in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Heracles proved himself to be no ordinary child. He possessed a divine strength inherent to his being. The handmaidens, alerted by the cries of Heracles and Iphicles, quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. Yet, upon glimpsing the two venomous serpents nestled within the cradle, terror instantaneously seized their hearts, rendering them motionless and helpless. Alcmene was roused from her slumber by the cries of the children and the exclamations of the maids. Without even donning her shoes, she sprang from her bed and rushed forth with a speed that seemed almost instinctual. Upon witnessing Heracles clutching the lifeless serpents within the cradle, her heart swelled with a tumultuous blend of emotions, shock, fear, but predominantly an ineffable pride and relief. At that moment, the king Amphitryon and the nobles of Thebes, who had been engaged in discussion, were drawn to the sudden outcry. Armed and with expressions of concern etched upon their faces, they burst into the chamber. Amphitryon had always regarded this adopted son as a divine gift from Zeus, and as he beheld the scene, his heart was a tumult of conflicting feelings. Standing there, sword in hand, his gaze fixated upon the child in the cradle, he experienced both joy and trepidation regarding the newborn's divine potential. The joy stemmed from the knowledge that this child possessed extraordinary promise, perhaps the hope for the future of Thebes. The trepidation emerged from the immense pressure such power invoked, as if the child were a symbol of some enigmatic force, not to be trifled with lightly. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Amphitryon resolved to summon the venerable Tiresias, the blind prophet endowed with foresight and prophetic abilities, who was visiting the kingdom of Thebes. Renowned for his mystery and unfathomable wisdom, Tiresias had never erred in his prophecies. He soon arrived, his sightless eyes seemingly capable of piercing through all. A peculiar crimson fluid flowed from his eyes, bestowing upon him an almost supernatural aura. He entered the hall with deliberate slowness, surveying all present before halting, his gaze appearing to transcend time and space, fixing directly upon Heracles in the cradle. Drawing a deep breath, he began, "Listen, King Amphitryon, esteemed Queen Alcmene, and all gathered here. This child's fate shall be so extraordinary that it defies belief. He will become a figure of immense power, one capable of altering the course of the world. His name shall be etched in the annals of history, celebrated as a hero by posterity." Once Tiresias had delivered his prophecy, he swiftly departed Thebes, leaning upon his blind staff as he ventured into a tranquil grove. Approaching a brook, he encountered two figures leisurely passing their time. "O great deities, I have conveyed that momentous prophecy to the people of Thebes, in accordance with your will," Tiresias respectfully declared, his voice imbued with reverence. Eros turned his gaze, momentarily observing Narcissus, who was engrossed in fishing, before plucking 2 grapes from a cluster. "Well done, Tiresias," he remarked. Eros smiled, his voice akin to celestial music, evoking a sense of reverence. "This is a gift for you," he declared, gently tossing 2 grapes towards Tiresias. The grapes traced a graceful arc through the air, ultimately landing in Tiresias's hands. Upon catching the grapes, Tiresias felt a warm current emanating from them, coursing through his entire being. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance, the sight that had long been absent miraculously restored. He bowed deeply and proclaimed, "I am profoundly honored to receive blessings from the divine. Prophecy, as it is known, exists only for those who believe. Once individuals embrace a prophecy, their destinies become unknowingly entwined with it, ultimately validating the very predictions they once doubted." Chapter 238, The Growing Heracles. When Amphitryon heard Tiresias's prophecy, his heart brimmed with a complex mixture of astonishment and joy. He resolved that this child, destined for greatness, must receive the finest education to cultivate him into a true hero. Thus, he gathered the most illustrious heroes and mentors from the kingdom of Thebes and throughout Greece, beseeching them to impart a diverse array of knowledge and skills to Heracles. Heracles was an exceptionally eager and intelligent student, his fervor for learning and innate talent leaving a profound impression on all. However, he was also a spirited and passionate youth, unable to tolerate injustice and suffering. Among his instructors was Linus, a temperamental and exceedingly stern teacher. On one occasion, Heracles was unjustly chastised for a trivial mistake, an affront he found intolerable, igniting a surge of anger within him. In that moment, almost instinctively, he seized a nearby lyre and hurled it with force at Linus. The instrument soared through the air in a graceful yet lethal arc, striking Linus on the head. The teacher collapsed instantly, the spark of life extinguished in that fleeting moment. Heracles stood there, engulfed in a tumult of emotions, though anger at his teacher's actions had propelled him. Witnessing Linus lifeless on the ground filled him with profound regret and sorrow. "King Amphitryon," Acutely aware that Heracles' extraordinary divine power and unbridled emotions could lead to further unpredictable consequences, resolved to provide him with a more tranquil environment to stabilize his temperament. Consequently, he sent Heracles to a pastoral estate in the countryside, allowing him to tend to flocks and spend time amidst nature and animals. In the vast fields and verdant hills, Heracles gradually matured, his physique growing robust and his strength increasingly formidable. His reputation burgeoned in the countryside, owing to his extraordinary build and prowess. He was of imposing stature, with piercing eyes that seemed capable of perceiving all. Throughout various competitions and festive events in the countryside, whether engaged in archery or javelin throwing, he had never known defeat. His arrows invariably found their mark at the heart of the target, while his javelins soared forth with the might of thunder, surpassing the distances achieved by his peers. By the time he reached the age of 18, he had established himself as the most robust and powerful man in the kingdom of Thebes. His renown spread not only throughout the countryside but also into the cities of Thebes and neighboring realms. In that era, the kingdom of Thebes and its surrounding territories, aside from the small expanses of towns and villages, were predominantly untamed wilderness. The forests and swamps within these wilds presented a mysterious and perilous domain, inhabited by ferocious beasts such as lions, wild boars, and even more terrifying monstrosities. These creatures were not only a source of dread for the populace, but also served as the crucible through which heroes proved their courage and strength. It was by vanquishing these formidable adversaries that many heroes earned the admiration and acclaim of the people. Heracles, the strongest and bravest youth of the kingdom of Thebes, was naturally reluctant to lag behind. After much contemplation, he resolved to challenge himself by conquering those fearsome beasts. He departed the countryside and journeyed to the palace of the kingdom of Thebes to convey his determination to King Amphitryon and Queen Alcmene, bidding them farewell. Following a series of ventures and adventures, Heracles' fame had spread far and wide, establishing him as a revered hero. He felt it was time to return to the kingdom of Thebes to visit those who had steadfastly supported and cared for him. However, upon his arrival, he was met with unsettling news. A ferocious lion was ravaging the foothills of Mount Cithaeron, causing significant losses to King Amphitrion's flocks. Heracles thought to himself that since he had returned without bearing any precious gifts for the king and queen, he might as well slay this wicked lion as a special and meaningful offering to King Amphitryon. Chapter 239. Heracles' Atonement. Heracles swiftly defeated the lion that had terrorized the wilderness of the kingdom of Thebes, transforming the once dreaded creature into his trophy. Yet, as he began his journey home, his gaze fell upon a delegation from Minyas. These envoys arrogantly demanded tribute from the Theban kingdom, treating the people with utmost brutality. This scene darkened Heracles' mood significantly. At that moment, both the kingdom of Thebes and the Theban territory belonged to the Greek city-states, and he could not remain indifferent. Resolutely, he took action, subduing the envoys with formidable might. He bound these arrogant messengers, severed their feet, and sent them back to the kingdom of Minyans. This act incited the wrath of King Erkinos of Minyans, who demanded the surrender of Heracles from the Theban kingdom. King Creon of Thebes, feeling the pressure from Minyans, prepared to yield to avoid further conflict, willingly offering up Heracles. However, Heracles was unwilling to succumb to Erkinos' threats. He recognized that this was not merely a matter of personal honor. He sought like-minded young warriors, those unwilling to endure humiliation, ready to fight for the dignity of Greece. Thus, he organized a small band, preparing to confront the forces of Erkinos. The battleground was chosen in a narrow canyon, where the mighty Minyan forces could not fully exert their strength. In this canyon, the warriors erected an impregnable line of defense with their very bodies. In the fierce battle, Erkinos himself entered the fray, ultimately meeting his demise, while the Minyans suffered devastating losses. Yet, the cost of victory was also heavy. Heracles' foster father, Amphitryon, tragically lost his life during the conflict. After the battle, Heracles was not content with mere victory. He sought vengeance for Amphitryon. He swiftly launched an assault on the Minyan capital, Oechalia, storming into the city and setting the king's castle ablaze. The triumph in this war earned Heracles immense admiration throughout Greece. To honor this hero, King Creon of Thebes offered his daughter, Megara, in marriage to Heracles. As time passed, Heracles and Megara welcomed 3 children into the world. With Heracles' rising renown, he increasingly found himself unwilling to bow to the commands of lesser kings. However, This conflict involved a prophecy proclaimed by Zeus before Heracles' birth. Zeus had declared that the grandson of Perseus would rule over all descendants of Perseus, a supreme honor intended for himself and Alcmene's son, Heracles. Yet, fate is always fraught with unpredictability. Amidst this web of destiny, due to the interference of Narcissus and Eros, the grandson of Perseus, Eurystheus, was unexpectedly born ahead of schedule, becoming the rightful heir. This unforeseen error placed Eurystheus ahead of Heracles in the line of succession. Upon hearing this news from others, Heracles was filled with conflicting emotions. He was meant to be the ruler but, through the whims of fate, found himself a subject. Despite his strength and valor being widely revered, he often grappled with feelings of bitterness and struggle. Hera on Mount Olympus had once believed that sending 2 venomous serpents to eliminate Zeus's illegitimate son would be an effortless task. However, as time progressed, she was astonished to discover that the illegitimate child had not succumbed to the venomous serpent. Rather, he had thrived and gained renown. This revelation deepened Hera's anger and dissatisfaction. Through her covert observations, Hera began to discern the simmering discontent and internal struggles within Heracles. She resolved to wield her divine powers, allowing this discontent to swell uncontrollably within his heart. Ultimately, this turmoil reached its zenith, leading Heracles to lose his sanity and contemplate the unthinkable, the murder of his beloved nephew, Iolaus. When Iolaus managed to escape, Heracles, in a fit of madness, took the life of his wife Megara's son, treating him as a beast. In a frenzied state, Heracles wandered the wilderness for an extended period, lost in the shadows of his own mind, unable to rein in his actions and emotions. It was not until a certain moment that he began to regain his senses, reflecting on the atrocities he had committed in his madness, filled with profound remorse and guilt. Upon awakening, Heracles found himself at the picturesque foothills of Delphi, where sunlight filtered through dense olive groves, illuminating his ruggedly handsome visage. Aimlessly traversing the limestone terrain, he stumbled upon the temple of the sun god Apollo and approached the magnificent entrance. The golden patterns adorning the porch glimmered in the sunlight. Taking a deep breath, Heracles stepped into the sacred sanctuary, which exuded a solemn tranquility infused with the fragrance of lavender. "O Apollo, great sun god, I seek your guidance. Please assist me," Heracles whispered, imploring for Apollo's aid. At that moment, the voice of the oracle resonated like a distant echo, reverberating through the stone walls of the temple. "Heracles, the dominion that Eurystheus has usurped rightfully belongs to you. The gods shall rectify this theft. However, you, Heracles, must complete the 10 labors he has set before you. Only then can you atone for the sins you have committed." "I understand," Heracles replied, gratitude swelling within him for the sun god Apollo. "I shall unwaveringly undertake these tasks." Elated by the oracle's pronouncement, Heracles felt a glimmer of hope that he could indeed cleanse himself of his transgressions. He journeyed through dense jungles and rugged mountains, ultimately arriving at Tiryns, under the reign of Eurystheus. Tiryns was a flourishing city-state, surrounded by golden fields of wheat and dense olive groves. Eurystheus sat within his opulent palace, where purple silk draperies fluttered gently. He scrutinized Heracles with a measuring gaze, fully aware of the 10 tasks he was about to impose. Slowly, he declared, "Heracles, your first task is to bring me the pelt of the Nemean lion." Eurystheus, perched upon his throne, smiled as he watched Heracles depart, a hint of cunning lurking within his grin. He believed that even the formidable Heracles would be unable to conquer the nearly invincible Nemean lion. In his perspective with this, the formidable Heracles, who posed a threat to his authority, would cease to exist. Chapter 240. The lioness constellation clad in rugged animal hide. Heracles bore a quiver on his back, with one hand firmly grasping a bough and the other wielding a stout club fashioned from the uprooted trunk of a wild olive tree. He ventured into the Nemean forest, his gaze sharp as that of an eagle, striving to locate the legendary beast before it could detect his presence. At noon, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Despite his exhaustive search, Heracles found no trace of the Nemean lion, nor did he encounter a single shepherd. For all were paralyzed by fear of the creature, cowering within their homesteads. As the afternoon wore on, he traversed the dense woodland, silently vowing that upon discovering the lion, he would affirm his prowess. At dusk, the lion finally emerged, ambling leisurely down a woodland path, having just indulged in a lavish feast of blood and flesh. Concealed behind a thicket of dense bushes, Heracles patiently awaited the opportune moment. When the lion drew near, he raised his bow, aiming between its ribs and hips, and released an arrow. To his astonishment, the arrow ricocheted as if striking stone, clattering to the moss-covered ground. The lion lifted its bloodied head, rolling its eyes and baring its sharp teeth, evidently sensing a threat. Heracles swiftly loosed a second arrow, targeting the creature's heart, yet this arrow too was deflected, landing at the feet of the colossal beast. The lion emitted a fearsome roar, its tail tucked between its legs, its neck swollen with rage, mane bristling, and back arched like a bowstring. It lunged toward Heracles. Faced with this sudden assault, Heracles decisively discarded his bow and quiver, gripping the club tightly in his right hand. As the lion leaped, he struck fiercely at its neck. Seizing the fleeting moment of the lion's gasping breath, Heracles swiftly maneuvered behind it, ensnaring his arm around the creature's throat. With every ounce of strength, he tightened his grip until the lion succumbed to asphyxiation. The once terrifying beast finally collapsed, its spirit drifting aimlessly toward the underworld. Heracles endeavored to skin the Nemean lion with various tools, yet neither iron nor stone seemed capable of piercing its nearly indomitable hide. Ultimately, inspiration struck. He decided to use the lion's own sharp claws for the task. This endeavor proved successful, and the lion's skin was deftly removed. He ingeniously fashioned a sturdy shield from the hide and crafted a new helmet imbued with the wild beauty from the lion's jaws. Once equipped, he donned his original garments, brandished his weapons, and slung the Nemean lion's skin over his shoulder, embarking on his journey back to Tiryns. After Heracles departed, the very spot where the Nemean lion had fallen suddenly shimmered with dazzling starlight. The starlight gradually ascended, piercing through the atmosphere and soaring into the heavens. At that moment, a new constellation emerged in the vast expanse of the night sky, aptly named Leo. Soon after, the fierce visage of a lion materialized within the celestial domain of this constellation, as if it were galloping through the boundless universe. All of this was the handiwork of Zeus. Although he was notorious on Earth for his capricious affections, he occasionally cast a caring glance towards his son Heracles, born of true love with Alcmene. Thus, when Zeus witnessed Heracles successfully vanquishing the formidable Nemean lion, he resolved to commemorate this act of valor. He immortalized the lion's likeness in the firmament, transforming it into a brand new constellation that celebrated Heracles' heroic deeds. Upon receiving the news of Heracles' return to Tiryns, particularly when the servant mentioned that Heracles was carrying the fearsome lion's skin, King Eurystheus was so terrified that he sought refuge inside a large cauldron. Through his servant Coprius, Eurystheus conveyed a command to Heracles, informing him of his next task, to slay the monstrous Hydra, a creature born of Typhon and Echidna. This vile beast often ventured onto land, tearing apart livestock and rendering the once fertile fields into desolate wastelands. Chapter 241. Cancer. The legendary Hydra was a ghastly 9-headed serpent, of which 8 heads could be severed, yet the central head was immortal. Despite being aware of these horrifying attributes, Heracles exhibited no trepidation. He drove a heavy and sturdy 4-wheeled chariot, the wheels thundering upon the uneven dirt roads. His nephew Iolaus sat beside him, gripping the reins tightly, his gaze tense and focused. They traversed towards the murky, damp source of the Asterian River, where lay a dark and eerie cave, the lair of the Hydra. Heracles instructed Iolaus to bring the horses to a halt, then nimbly leaped down from the chariot, firmly clutching a torch, ready to use its light to force this vile creature from its shadowy abode. At that moment, as anticipated, the Hydra erupted from the cave's entrance. Its 9 slender necks writhed like branches in a tempest, each mouth revealing venomous fangs. Heracles did not flinch. He boldly approached the colossal beast, his spirit radiant like a rainbow, ultimately seizing one of its heads with his powerful arm. However, the Hydra was not a creature easily subdued. With astonishing speed and strength, one of its necks ensnared one of Heracles' feet. It seems as though this is a declaration of its intention to evade direct confrontation in this battle, opting instead to subdue its adversaries through cunning and strength. Yet, Heracles remains undeterred. He strikes fiercely at another head of the Hydra with a wooden club, only to realize that each time a head is severed, 2 new ones immediately sprout in its place. The situation becomes increasingly convoluted, yet he refuses to surrender. He calls out the name of his nephew, Iolaus, who swiftly approaches with a burning branch in hand. Iolaus ignites the nearby shrubs with his torch, and the flames dance forth, scorching the newly formed serpent heads of the Hydra, preventing their further growth. Alas, the son of Zeus truly exhibits remarkable bravery this time. Within the temple of Hera atop Mount Olympus, Aphrodite reclines gracefully in a splendid chair adorned with exquisite gemstones, resembling a blossoming rose. Her fingers, delicate as if sculpted from jade, gently pluck a translucent grape, which she then daintily places in her mouth. Hera, as ever, sits regally beside her on her throne, yet her icy blue eyes cast a piercing gaze, akin to sharp ice blades slicing through the northern winds. Aimed directly at the shimmering surface of the water at the temple's center, there lies a crystalline pool, reflecting the riveting battle between Heracles and the nine-headed Hydra. Just as the last remaining head of the Hydra is poised to be severed, Hera can no longer contain her fury. She suppresses her rage and growls. Will it end in failure once more? Unwilling to accept defeat, Hera waves her ivory-white hand, summoning a colossal crab from the depths of the distant ocean. The creature, sensing the call of Hera's divine power, leaps from the abyss, its powerful pincers gripping tightly around Heracles' sturdy calf. However, all seems futile. Heracles showcases his extraordinary strength, effortlessly crushing the giant crab beneath his foot as if it were but a fragile shell, instantly reducing it to a puddle of shattered exoskeleton and blood. Indeed, he appears unstoppable. Aphrodite's lips curl into a beautiful smile. Hera turns her gaze away, avoiding the victorious imagery of Heracles reflected in the water. The fury within her seems capable of igniting the entire temple, yet she knows that once again, she cannot thwart the valiant actions of Zeus' illegitimate son, Heracles. Enough of this anger. Come, taste a grape. It is truly sweet. Aphrodite offers a glimmering grape to Hera. Ultimately, amidst the twilight's fading light and the rosy hues painting the sky, Heracles swings his mighty sword with tremendous force, severing the immortal central head of the Hydra. He turned and walked down a tranquil path, the muscles in his shoulders still quivering, a blend of joy and exhaustion that belonged to the victor. Hercules dug a deep pit, burying the ghastly serpent's head within. He then procured a uniquely shaped boulder, heavy as a mountain, and with all his strength, pressed it upon the head of the serpent, ensuring that this malevolent creature would never rise again. Returning to the colossal corpse of Hydra, he deftly severed it in twain with his sharp sword. He meticulously collected the thick, black blood, soaking his arrows in it. Henceforth, any foe struck by his arrows would find no antidote, for they were imbued with that dreadful venom. Thus, Hercules not only fulfilled his task, but also acquired a far more lethal weapon. His renown and valor were once again celebrated, while the serpent's head, crushed beneath the stone, became an eternal symbol of his heroic deeds. Within the temple atop Mount Olympus, Hera sat upon her magnificent throne, her golden brows slightly furrowed. A trace of bitter amusement flickered across her face, and then with an elegant wave of her hand, the shimmering waters of the temple floor gradually dissipated, resembling a shattered mirror, leaving only the cold, hard marble beneath. Hera's eyes momentarily closed as she pondered. Though she harbored resentment towards Hercules' triumph, she resolved to reward the loyal crab. A beam of starlight flowed from her fingertips, traversing mountains and seas, ultimately landing upon the crushed remains of the crab. The starlight intensified, coalescing into a brilliant radiance that ascended into the night sky, connecting with countless stars, forming a new constellation, Cancer. As for Hydra, Hera felt a complex array of emotions. Although the nine-headed beast had failed to thwart Hercules, it had made an earnest effort, and Hera decided to bestow it a reward as well. With another flourish of her hand, a second stream of starlight descended from the heavens, landing upon the remains of Hydra. Similarly, a cluster of stars twinkled in the sky, gradually taking shape into a constellation known as Serpens. Chapter 242, one of the southern constellations, Centaurus. Eurystheus squinted as he scrutinized Hercules, the already renowned hero. He realized that mere monsters could no longer impede Hercules. Thus, he issued a third task, to capture the Ceryneian hind alive. This hind was a wondrous and majestic creature, adorned with antlers that shimmered like liquid gold and hooves that glistened like bronze. It traversed the forests and high mountains of Arcadia, one of the 5 deer that served as the quarry for Artemis, the goddess of the moon, and was a cherished sacrificial offering. Hercules pursued this hind for an entire year, crossing the treacherous heights of the Hyperborean mountains and traversing the ancient Istros River, ultimately catching up to it by the divinely nourished Ladon River. As he could not capture this sacred animal by ordinary means, Hercules was compelled to aim a common arrow at its hind leg, causing it to limp. He approached the deer, deftly binding it with a sturdy rope before carefully hoisting it upon his shoulder. Just then, the moonlight intensified, revealing the ethereal figure of Artemis, glimmering like the silvery moon. "Cursed be you, vulgar wretch! What have you done to my sacred hind?" she demanded furiously, directing her ire at Heracles. Embarrassed, Heracles bit his lip and replied, "Great goddess Artemis, I act out of necessity, compelled to fulfill the task set forth by Eurystheus." At that moment, a beam of light pierced the sky as Apollo descended, accompanied by Narcissus and Eros, their arrival complicating the situation further. Apollo swiftly elucidated the circumstances to Artemis, emphasizing the attention Zeus and the other gods had paid to this matter. These trivialities are of no concern to me," Artemis coldly retorted before vanishing into the moonlight. Ultimately, through Apollo's mediation, Heracles was able to return to Tiryns with the bound hind, delivering it to Eurystheus and thereby completing his third labor. Time flew by, and over a year had passed. Eurystheus had almost resigned himself to the belief that Heracles would falter, perhaps even incurring the wrath of the goddess Artemis. However, contrary to his expectations, Heracles not only accomplished the task, but also evaded divine retribution. Eurystheus increasingly felt the need to devise a more formidable challenge for this valiant hero. "Very well, Heracles. Your fourth labor is to capture the boar of Mount Erymanthus alive, without causing it any harm," he said, barely concealing his derision. The boar of Erymanthus was no ordinary beast, as it was also a sacred offering to Artemis. Eurystheus secretly rejoiced, doubting that the vengeful goddess of the moon would tolerate Heracles' continued provocations. Upon learning of his new task, Heracles mounted his chariot and swiftly made his way to Mount Erymanthus. Along the journey, he encountered his friend, Pholus, the son of Silenus, the god of forests and fields. Pholus, a centaur, belonged to a fierce lineage, yet he greeted Heracles with warmth, unlike his more savage kin. Eagerly welcoming Heracles, Pholus prepared a feast, roasting meat for his esteemed guest despite his tribe's inclination towards raw flesh. "Pholus, might I implore you to produce some fine wine?" Heracles requested, savoring the roasted delicacy. "My dear Heracles, I do indeed possess a precious cask of wine in my cellar, but it belongs to the entire tribe," Pholus replied, a hint of unease in his voice, "and centaurs are not particularly fond of strangers visiting our clan." "Do not fret, be brave and uncork it," Heracles assured him. "I promise to safeguard you from any harm." Upon hearing this, Phlaros hesitated momentarily, as if he had made a momentous decision, and approached the low, concealed wooden door deep within the cave. He unfastened a series of iron chains and opened the cellar door, subsequently retrieving an aged bottle of wine. As the cork was removed, an alluring aroma immediately enveloped the air, resembling invisible ripples spreading through the atmosphere. This fragrant wave seemed to stir the senses of the centaur tribe, igniting a fierce anger in their eyes, their fists clenched tightly. Almost simultaneously, the centaurs seized stones and branches, hurling them towards Phlaros' cavern with a frenzied zeal. "Halt!" roared Heracles, his voice resonating powerfully, shaking the very foundation of the tribe. He approached the cave entrance, swiftly locating a sturdy branch, which he ignited with flint. The burning branch resembled a fiery sword, illuminating his gaze. The first centaur to recklessly charge and had no time to react before being repelled by the flaming branch wielded by Heracles, the flames narrowly grazing his face, compelling him to retreat in terror. Witnessing the relentless barrage from the centaurs, Heracles' expression sharpened, akin to an agitated lion. He swiftly drew his bow, each step echoing like the crushing of stones beneath his feet. With precision, he nocked an arrow, aimed, and released it. The arrow traversed the air in a graceful arc, targeting the centaurs. Heracles, bow in hand, pursued the fleeing centaurs, who ultimately sought refuge with the benevolent centaur Chiron. However, fate took a subtle turn at that moment. Drawing his bow with the finesse of a master archer, he unleashed an arrow that soared through the air, just grazing the treetops, and struck a fleeing centaur in the shoulder, but inadvertently pierced Chiron's knee, embedding itself deeply. Instantly, Heracles recognized Chiron, the friend who had bestowed upon him boundless care and wisdom during his childhood. His complexion drained of color, he rushed forward, carefully extracting the arrow, and rapidly retrieved healing herbs from his pouch. Ironically, these were the very herbs Chiron had once taught him, known for their miraculous ability to mend all wounds. Yet, tainted by the venom of Hydra's blood, the wound began to emit a foul odor, unmistakably beyond remedy. Chiron's complexion gradually paled as he instructed his centaur brethren to carry him back to his cave on the Malayan Peninsula. Upon arrival, Chiron softly uttered, "I wish to conclude this within my cave." The unfortunate centaur seemed to have forgotten his immortal nature, for even pain could not grant him release. Chiron was the offspring of the former god King Cronus and the nymph Philyra, endowed with the gift of immortality from the moment of his birth. At this moment, his immortality became a torment, an endless anguish. Tears filled Heracles' eyes as he embraced Chiron, declaring, "Chiron, I shall find a way to liberate you from this ceaseless suffering, even if it requires a pact with death." Upon leaving Chiron's cave and returning to Pholeus' dwelling, he discovered that everything had changed since his departure. The sight before him plunged his heart into despair. Pholeus lay on the ground, his face contorted, evidently having succumbed to immense suffering. The toxic arrow scattered on the ground, and the wound on Pholeus' foot served as a poignant reminder, making Heracles realize that his actions had inadvertently harmed two dear friends. He stood there, his gaze vacant, as if his soul had departed. With a heavy sigh, he began to prepare for Pholeus' funeral. He personally dug a grave, adorning it with the herbs and flowers that Pholeus had cherished. Once everything was arranged, he tenderly murmured to Pholeus, "Rest now, my friend." Pholeus met his demise because he faced alone the lifeless body of the centaur struck by Heracles' arrow. A flicker of indescribable confusion and curiosity shone in his eyes. For one of his formidable stature and fierce nature, how could a mere arrow wield such lethal power? Thus, he bent down and gently extracted an arrow from the now breathless centaur, scrutinizing it in disbelief at the seemingly ordinary implement capable of unleashing such deadly force. In an unfortunate mishap, the poisoned arrow slipped from his grasp, its tip sharp beyond measure, piercing through his thick skin and veins, embedding itself deep in his foot. In an instant, a wave of heat surged through his body, as if hundreds of fiery serpents coursed through his veins. Pholeus' complexion rapidly paled, beads of sweat cascading down like rain. His limbs stiffened, breaths quickened, and then his entire body convulsed violently. He collapsed, emitting scarcely a sound, succumbing to the poison. At that moment, Zeus, who had been observing Heracles, noticed this scene unfold. Seeing Heracles engulfed in sorrow, he extended a hand and waved gently. In an instant, Pholeus' body transformed into a cascade of starlight, piercing the heavens and ascending into the night sky. The starlight gradually coalesced into a constellation, resembling a creature that was half man, half horse, wielding a spear, which was named the Centaurus. Heracles looked up and witnessed this spectacle, feeling a flicker of solace. He understood that, although he could not reverse the past, his friend Pholeus would now exist in perpetuity in another form. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to continue his quest. Standing atop the rugged heights of Mount Erymanthus, Heracles fixed his gaze with intensity upon the dense thickets below. Experience told him that the notorious wild boar was likely lurking within. He took a deep breath of the cold mountain breeze, then forcefully sounded his war horn, the echo piercing the tranquil valley. As he anticipated, a colossal wild boar burst forth from the thicket, its eyes ablaze with rage, and its tusks sharp as daggers. Hercules followed closely behind, navigating the rugged terrain and steep slopes until he reached the high ground blanketed with thick snow. At the mouth of a narrow canyon, he deftly ensnared the beast with a sturdy rope, his movements agile and swift, leaving the wild boar little chance to resist. With a powerful tug, the rope secured the creature firmly. To his surprise, the moon goddess Artemis did not manifest. There was no thunderous strike, no divine voice, and no form of punishment or hindrance. Hercules felt a twinge of astonishment, yet was predominantly enveloped by an inexplicable sense of relief. He led the captured boar to the city of Tiryns, successfully completing his fourth labor. Chapter 243. One of the zodiac signs, Centaurus, also known as Sagittarius. Next, Hercules commenced the fifth task assigned to him by King Eurystheus, which required him to clean the stables of Augeas in a single day. Standing before the immense barn, he shielded his nose with his hand, attempting to evade the nauseating stench. This was the domain of King Augeas of Elis, where his 3,000 cattle had amassed a towering heap of dung. A daunting challenge lay before him, one that seemed almost unworthy of a hero's endeavor. "I have accomplished so many great tasks, and now I am to do this," Hercules muttered to himself, though his resolve remained unshaken. After a moment's contemplation, He approached one side of the stable and began to excavate with a pickaxe and shovel, his muscles gleaming in the sunlight, as if imbued with divine strength. Once the preparations were complete, he sprang into action. Harnessing his nearly miraculous power, he redirected two nearby rivers, the Alpheus and the Peneus, altering their courses. The water surged into the barn like a waterfall, the flowing torrent sweeping away all the accumulated filth. The current acted as a colossal hand, clearing away years of accumulated waste. Then Hercules exerted his strength once more, redirecting the flow of water to an alternate outlet, restoring the rivers to their original paths. Hercules' valiant deeds spread throughout Greece like legend. He drove away the monstrous birds of Lake Stymphalus with his bronze bell and bow, completing his sixth labor. With astonishing skill, he tamed the ferocious Cretan bull, fulfilling his seventh task. He returned the mares of Diomedes to Tiryns, as a knight would reclaim his steed, accomplishing his eighth labor. His acquisition of Hippolyta's girdle and the reddish bull from Erythea were unexpected victories, successfully completing the ninth and 10th tasks. However, upon the hero's completion of these initial 10 labors, King Eurystheus raised objections. He stood in the corridor of the palace, his countenance dark as he addressed Heracles. "Your tasks have not been executed in accordance with my directives. Where lies the discrepancy?" Heracles inquired calmly, though deep within, he sensed that further tribulations awaited him. Firstly, concerning the 9 heads of the Hydra, King Eurystheus asserted without a hint of doubt, "I have learned that your nephew Iolaus aided you. Thus this task shall not be credited to you." Moreover, regarding the cattle of Augeas, King Eurystheus continued, "You employed the river to accomplish this task, rendering it deceptively simple. This too cannot be deemed an achievement of your own." Heracles frowned. Yet he understood that rebuttal would yield no benefit. "Therefore, you are to complete 2 additional labors," King Eurystheus declared. "Very well," nodded Heracles, exuding unwavering confidence. "Excellent. The 2 tasks are to procure the golden apples of the Hesperides and to retrieve Cerberus, the 3-headed dog, from the underworld," King Eurystheus said insidiously. During Heracles' quest for the golden apples of the Hesperides, amidst the desolate mountains of Scythia and the craggy cliffs of the Caucasus, he encountered Prometheus. Upon seeing the prophet, as Heracles hesitated whether to seek Prometheus' counsel regarding the acquisition of the golden apples, he heard the sound of wings flapping. The fearsome eagle had returned, poised to resume its torment of Prometheus by feasting upon his liver. Unable to endure the sight, Heracles tightened his grip on his enchanted bow and loosed an arrow of piercing might. The arrow struck the eagle's breast with the swiftness of lightning, causing it to plummet from the sky, ultimately disappearing into the abyss below the cliffs. Then, Heracles summoned all his strength, his arm muscles taut as steel, and he tore apart the heavy shackles that bound Prometheus. The chains that had once symbolized Prometheus' bondage shattered into fragments, cascading down the precipice of the Caucasus. "You are free now, Prometheus," Heracles proclaimed. Prometheus opened his arms to the long-awaited embrace of freedom, inhaling deeply. "Thank you, Heracles. But remember, we must fulfill Zeus' conditions. We will require a substitute." Subsequently, guided by Prometheus, Heracles sought out the centaur Chiron. The centaur, having endured indescribable agony due to an accidental injury inflicted by Heracles' arrows, had been trapped in a state of eternal suffering because of his immortality. Ultimately, upon Heracles' arrival, Chiron expressed that he had found a way to liberate himself from his torment. The centaur Chiron accompanied Heracles to the Caucasus Mountains, ultimately choosing to relinquish his immortal life in exchange for the freedom of Prometheus. Due to their profound love for wine, the centaur tribe were predominantly devotees of Dionysus, the god of revelry, and Chiron was no exception. Thus, upon consenting to Heracles' request, he fervently prayed to Dionysus for assistance amid his anguish. Dionysus, having heard Chiron's prayers, descended upon the rugged Caucasus, exuding an extraordinary majesty, his eyes shimmering with light. He expressed his willingness to alleviate Chiron's earthly suffering. After a series of divine interventions, Chiron's body was laid to rest upon the cliffs of the Caucasus, taking the place of Prometheus. Concurrently, Chiron's soul began to shimmer with a faint starlight. This starlight gradually coalesced and solidified, ultimately being elevated to the heavens by Dionysus' divine power. In that boundless sky, his soul transformed into a constellation of twinkling stars, forming a new zodiac sign, Sagittarius. This became the emblem of his eternal life, signifying his ultimate liberation from endless torment. In recent years, the goddess Hestia, weary of the world's incessant turmoil, had declined the position of chief deity, allowing Dionysus to assume her role as the newly appointed god of Olympus by Zeus. What scheme are you concocting here? After departing the cliffs of the Caucasus, Dionysus ascended to the heavens, where he discovered Narcissus and Eros seated upon clouds as soft as cotton, seemingly indulging in a delightful picnic. He curiously inquired, "Is this trivial matter truly worth the long journey you summoned me for? How utterly mundane." Narcissus smiled as he took the exquisite wine jug from Dionysus's hands, pouring himself a glass of deep crimson wine. As he swirled the glass, he remarked, "Isn't it rather fortuitous that one of your devotees has encountered some troubles? He appears to be in great agony. Do you not agree?" Dionysus chuckled nonchalantly, reclining upon a cloud like a carefree traveler who has discovered a temporary sanctuary. He propped his head upon a tuft of cloud and relaxed, saying, "Regardless of your scheming, as long as there is wine, I am content." Chapter 244. The northern constellation of the warrior Heracles stood within the grand hall of the palace, flanked by towering columns adorned with gold and pearls. Facing the pallid Eurystheus seated upon an ivory throne, an almost imperceptible tension hung in the air. At last, it was over, Heracles thought, finally liberated from this vexatious affair. He fixed his gaze upon Eurystheus, observing the king who had once tormented him now trembling in fear. After enduring years of trials and adventures, Heracles found himself disenchanted with the throne. He understood, with clarity, that with his strength and intellect, he was fully capable of carving out a realm of his own, establishing a kingdom far grander than that of Tithonus, a notion that filled him with renewed anticipation. "I have completed all the tasks you set before me. Now, I may depart." Heracles' voice resonated with profound and tranquil confidence. "Depart? You no longer desire my position?" Eurystheus' eyes fixated on Heracles with intensity. Ignoring Eurystheus, Heracles turned in. After returning the three-headed hound of the underworld, Cerberus, to its master Hades, he unhesitatingly left the city of Tiryns. During this time, Heracles re-entered the city of Thebes, a place imbued with both his past sorrows and joys. The streets appeared starkly desolate and silent compared to the vivid memories that lingered in his mind. The weight of his emotions made each step feel as if he were treading upon a colossal weight. Upon reaching his own estate, he pushed open the familiar yet foreign door and beheld Megara. Her eyes were a blend of joy, anger, regret, and an indescribable complexity of emotions. "Megara," Heracles uttered softly. "Heracles, you have returned," Megara replied, a faint smile barely gracing her lips, devoid of the warmth it once held. The two exchanged glances for a few seconds, seemingly searching for answers in one another's eyes, yet ultimately only managing a few brief pleasantries. They both understood that the once beautiful yet unbearable memories had become an insurmountable chasm between them. I know I cannot atone for past mistakes." A flicker of anguish passed through Heracles' eyes. After losing his sanity and killing his own children, he realized that he could never be with Megara again. "But I hope for a brighter future for you." After hearing this, Megara sighed deeply. "I understand, Heracles, we can never return to what we once had." Ultimately, after consulting with Megara and his nephew Iolaus, Heracles decided to betroth Megara to his beloved nephew. Once all formalities were concluded, Heracles stood once more before the gates of Thebes. "Farewell, Megara. May you find happiness in your new journey," he silently uttered in his heart, before resolutely stepping away from the city that had ensnared him in so many entanglements. After leaving Thebes, Heracles encountered a myriad of adventures. He fell in love with Iole, the daughter of Eurytus, the king of Oechalia, only for the king to renege on his promise and refuse to grant her hand in marriage. In a moment of madness while seeking to reclaim the king's cattle, Heracles tragically cast his dear friend, the king's son Iphitus, from the city walls, leading him to wander aimlessly from Oechalia. During this time, he fought valiantly against Thanatos, the personification of death, in Thessaly, and rescued Alcestis, who had willingly offered her own life in exchange for her husband's. He returned the reclaimed Alcestis to her husband, King Admetus. Yet, the saga of Heracles was far from over. Burdened by the heavy guilt of having slain his friend Iphitus, he found himself increasingly weakened, as an overwhelming fatigue pressed upon him like a boulder. In a bid to restore his strength, he resolved to seek the oracle of Apollo at Delphi. However, upon reaching the temple, the priestess disdainfully refused to engage with him. In a fit of rage, Heracles stole the sacred tripod, intending to consult the oracle himself, an act that irrevocably offended Apollo, though Zeus ultimately intervened to halt their conflict. In the end, Heracles did receive the oracle's guidance for the restoration of his strength. Yet the directive elicited a bitter smile. He was to sell himself into slavery to Queen Omphale of Lydia and serve her for 3 long years. If that is the fate that awaits me, then so be it, he resolved, resigned to the whims of destiny. Hercules silently reassured himself. During his 3 years in Aemonia, his valiant deeds were nearly beyond description. In this span, Hercules vanquished King Eurytus of Olynthus, leading to the enslavement of all his subjects. Eurytus was not a benevolent ruler. He was notorious for his tyranny and cruelty. And even more despicable was his compulsion for travelers traversing his lands to cultivate vineyards, frequently encroaching upon the realm of Omphale. Yet, Hercules was oblivious to the fact that Eurytus, being the son of Poseidon, the god of the sea, would incite Poseidon's wrath through his defeat, inadvertently offending the deity. Queen Omphale of Aemonia, upon hearing of Hercules' courageous exploits and learning of his parentage as the son of Zeus, chose to wed him, thus transforming his life dramatically. Once celebrated for his strength and valor, he gradually lost himself in this opulent lifestyle. Omphale, the beautiful yet cunning queen, seemed particularly fond of humiliating her heroic husband. She donned the lion's skin he had once acquired as a trophy while compelling him to wear luxurious female garments. "Behold, how splendid, my hero," she mocked, draping a golden necklace around his once mighty neck. His powerful arms were adorned with bracelets glistening with jewels, while his long hair was trimmed to a soft elegance. Crowned with a delicate headdress befitting a Lydian woman. Dressed thus, Hercules sat amidst the palace maidens, spinning thread with delicate fingers. This absurd humiliation deeply pained Hercules. Yet it also awakened him to his true self. After 3 years, his gaze grew resolute and bright once more. "I am no longer the feeble man." Lost in a life of luxury, he vowed silently. He removed all the adornments Omphale had placed upon him, donned his battle armor, and draped the fearsome lion's skin over his shoulders. He resolved that it was time to confront those adversaries who had long conspired against him. After enduring a series of tumultuous adventures and quests for vengeance, Hercules' ultimate fate was tragic. He married Iole, the princess of Calydon, a woman of great beauty yet plagued by profound insecurity. Unbeknownst to her, she became a stumbling block in Hercules' life. After he defeated and captured Iole, the daughter of the deceitful King Eurytus of Oechalia, Iole's anxiety and unease began to mount. Fearing that her husband might fall for the enchanting captive, she devised a seemingly innocent yet lethal scheme. She retrieved a bloodstain left by the centaur Nessus years prior and smeared it on Hercules' shirt. In the twilight of his life, the centaur Nessus deceitfully persuaded Iole that such an act would ensure her husband's unwavering love, leading her to believe he would eternally belong to her. Yet, within that sanguine essence lay a perilous venom. On the peninsula of Senios, as Heracles prepared to erect a sanctuary in gratitude to Zeus, he donned a new tunic sent by his wife Iole without a moment's hesitation, ready to pay homage to the king of the gods. However, upon donning this garment, excruciating agony surged through him like a wildfire, ravaging his muscles, skin, and bones, as if a myriad of blades were simultaneously piercing his flesh. "Philoctetes!" Heracles roared, acutely aware that his demise was imminent. With others too fearful to act, he implored his steadfast friend Philoctetes to take action. "Kindle the fire, and let me be consumed, that I may be liberated from this unbearable torment." Philoctetes, ever loyal, wept as he gathered a mound of kindling. With great effort, Heracles ascended the pyre and reclined upon it. The flames swiftly engulfed him, transforming his anguish and misfortunes into mere ashes. Though Heracles met his tragic end in the mortal realm, his legend did not conclude there. At the very moment he was consumed by flames, Zeus, observing the blazing pyre from Olympus, sighed deeply. He felt that this son of his deserved loftier honors and an eternal constellation. Thus, as Heracles' body turned to ash, Zeus waved his hand, and those ashes shimmered with dazzling starlight. Following a wondrous tremor, they ascended through the atmosphere, ultimately coalescing into a brilliant cluster of stars in the night sky. These stars arranged themselves into a valiant shape, which came to be known as the constellation Hercules, a lasting tribute to this great hero. Moreover, Zeus further elevated Heracles' spirit to the sacred heights of Olympus. There, Heracles was bestowed with divinity, becoming a god of infinite glory and immortality. Following Zeus' majestic proclamation of Heracles' divinity and eternal honor, the deities upon Olympus exhibited a spectrum of expressions. Particularly those who had been offended or angered by Heracles could not conceal the complex emotions that flickered across their faces. This sentiment swiftly permeated the sacred halls, evolving into an almost oppressive undercurrent. Narcissus cast a sidelong glance at Eros, his gaze brimming with subtle inquiry. Eros, sensing this gaze, responded with a gentle nod, as if silently conveying an unspoken understanding. Subsequently, Eros directed his attention towards Aphrodite, who stood beside Hera. The exquisite Aphrodite, noticing Eros's look, instantly comprehended his intention. She then quietly approached Hera, leaning her crimson lips close to Hera's magnificent earrings, and whispered hurriedly into her ear. Although no one knew the content of Aphrodite's whispers, Hera's expression gradually darkened, akin to storm clouds gathering in the night sky, heralding an impending and unpredictable tempest. Chapter 245. The Eagle of the Northern Constellation. In anticipation of the newly ascended god Heracles, a grand banquet was in the midst of elaborate preparations upon Mount Olympus, with an array of flowers, fine wines, and sumptuous dishes being meticulously arranged. As Zeus observed the bustling preparations, his gaze wandered aimlessly across the distant lands, fortuitously landing upon the prince of the kingdom of Troy, Ganymede. The prince's golden hair shimmered like sunlight cascading upon ripened wheat, radiating an enchanting glow. His skin was as pale as if kissed by the moonlight, breathtakingly beautiful. Zeus had never harbored affection for any man. Yet upon witnessing Ganymede's sun-kissed tresses and moonlit complexion, an unfamiliar fervor ignited within him, leading him to believe he had fallen irrevocably in love with Ganymede at first sight. Meanwhile, Ganymede was joyfully frolicking with his friends in the meadows of Mount Ida on the island of Crete. Suddenly, a flash of lightning split the sky, thunder rumbled, and torrential rain poured down. Amidst this ferocious display of nature's power, a colossal eagle swooped down like a bolt of lightning. Its talons grasped Ganymede's shoulder softly yet firmly, as if attempting to seize his very soul. Ganymede's mentors and guardians immediately sensed the disturbance and rushed towards him. Hounds joined the fray, barking frantically, seemingly striving to shatter the sudden threat with their cacophony. Yet, the eagle paid no heed to the chaos below, soaring higher until it and Ganymede vanished into the lofty heavens. Transformed into an eagle, Zeus swiftly transported Ganymede to Mount Olympus. The eagle folded its wings and resumed the majestic and imposing visage of Zeus. He revealed his identity to the youth and proposed his desire to take Ganymede as his beloved. Despite Ganymede's delicate and beautiful exterior, his spirit was fiercely resolute. Aware that opposing a god was futile, he presented a condition to Zeus. He would consent to become a deity and openly reside on Mount Olympus, but otherwise, he would rather embrace death than acquiesce to be Zeus's lover. Enchanted by Ganymede's beauty and strength, Zeus promptly acquiesced to his terms. However, to elevate a mortal to divinity necessitates an irrefutable justification. Even as the sovereign of the gods, Zeus cannot arbitrarily bestow godhood upon a human, especially during this sensitive period marked by the recent ascension of Heracles to Olympus, which has already incited discontent among certain deities. This predicament places Zeus in a quandary, compelling him to devise a solution. After discreetly placing Ganymede in a secure location, Zeus departed from the vicinity with a buoyant spirit. He reveled in his triumph of transforming into a majestic eagle and carrying the enchanting Ganymede to Olympus. Overcome with pride, Zeus undertook what he deemed an exceedingly romantic and self-indulgent act. He transmuted the guise of the eagle he had just portrayed into twinkling starlight, allowing these luminescent orbs to ascend into the night sky. There, they arranged themselves into an elegant formation, reminiscent of an eagle soaring high above, thus becoming a new constellation. Aptly named Aquila, in a tranquil forest on Olympus, Ganymede was ensconced within a temple that Zeus had established. Though modest in size, every inch of the sanctuary exuded refinement, adorned with golden embellishments, white marble columns, and exquisite carvings. Leaning against a finely crafted window of rare wood, Ganymede gazed out at the lush forest and the shimmering starlit sky beyond. In his grasp lay a delicate dagger, a cherished possession, its hilt encrusted with glimmering gems, befitting his princely status. When the moment came that he could no longer defer Zeus, he resolved to use this dagger to end his own life. Hermes soared through the skies with the swiftness of the wind, the wings upon his golden sandals fluttering with grace. Each beat of his wings resonated like an inaudible celestial melody, yet Hermes found himself exceedingly bored as he traversed the heavens. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a dainty temple nestled within the woods. What brings a temple to this place? He pondered aloud, having traversed every nook of Olympus. Hermes was certain no such temple existed previously. Curiosity propelled him to descend, landing gracefully upon the ground. Approaching the temple, he immediately discerned that it belonged to Zeus. Zeus, what purpose do you serve by erecting a temple here? He mused. Meanwhile, Ganymede, who had been leaning by the window, quickened his heartbeat and shifted his form to conceal himself in a less conspicuous corner upon spotting the unfamiliar deity. However, Hermes had already caught sight of the sudden movement. I see you, he called with a smile, striding towards the window and peering inside. Ganymede, is that you? What brings you here? Do you know me? Ganymede emerged from the shadows, the sheer curtains and his hair gently swaying in the breeze. But I do not recall having met you. Who says you have not seen me? Hermes smiled, his form instantly transforming into that of a weary traveler clad in tattered garments. Do you remember me, Mercury? The eyes of Ganymede brightened as he finally recognized him. How did you come to be here? Because I am Hermes, the messenger of the gods. As he spoke, a golden radiance enveloped Hermes, restoring him from a destitute wanderer to his resplendent self. Hermes' acquaintance with Ganymede was not merely superficial. He had once fled to the earth to escape Hera's wrath, adopting various personas: merchant, traveler, thief, shepherd. When he arrived in the kingdom of Troy, he had been a downcast traveler, even pilfering the prince Ganymede's coin purse. Hermes had overheard the townsfolk praising their prince and intentionally allowed himself to be discovered by Ganymede, seeking to ascertain whether the handsome prince's inner beauty matched his exterior charm. Consequently, he enjoyed a period of comfort under Ganymede's generous hospitality. Recently, due to matters concerning Heracles, he had returned to Mount Olympus. Ganymede, how fare you now? Hermes finally broke the silence, observing that the prince appeared to be in distress. Ganymede glanced at the dagger in his hand, then at Hermes, his heart brimming with complex emotions. Hermes, I seek your assistance, he spoke in a low and hesitant tone. At last, Ganymede took a deep breath and, with newfound courage, recounted the details concerning Zeus to Hermes. After sharing his burdens, his gaze dimmed slightly, as though he had shed an immense weight. If this troubles you, Ganymede said gently yet with a hint of sorrow, could you perhaps return to the earth and inform my parents not to worry for me? At these words, Hermes smiled faintly, yet his smile was laden with intricate emotions. Zeus, that fellow, has now begun to take an interest in men, he murmured softly, before turning to Ganymede with brightened eyes. Fear not, Ganymede, I shall assist you. Hermes spoke with unwavering resolve. Rest assured and await my good news. With that, Hermes turned and exited the temple. The wings of his golden sandals fluttered, and he soared into the sky, vanishing beyond the horizon. Ganymede was left standing alone within the temple, the dagger in his hand feeling increasingly cold and heavy. He set the dagger down and concealed it, then exhaled softly, gazing at the departing Hermes, hoping that when Hermes returned, he would bring tidings of hope. Chapter 246. The secret gathering. Soaring amidst the clouds, Hermes crossed his arms over his chest, gently stroking his chin, his gaze profound. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts on how to resolve the plight of Ganymede. Suddenly, Hermes recalled Narcissus. It had been a while since they last met. It seemed appropriate to seek him out for a conversation, as he might provide some inspiration. Filled with enthusiasm, Hermes made his decision. Narcissus, I come to seek you. In his characteristic unconventional style, Hermes did not enter the temple through the main entrance, but instead swooped down, gracefully flying through a window. Upon entering Narcissus's temple, Hermes' gaze swept across the assemblage and was met with surprise. What brings you all here? A diverse gathering of deities had convened within the temple: Apollo, the sun god; Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship; Eros, the god of love; Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty; and Dionysus, the god of revelry. They were seated around an opulent round table adorned with blooming flowers and an array of delectable fruits. The sudden appearance of Hermes interrupted the delightful conversation, causing the assembled deities to pause and turn their attention toward him. Hermes, what brings you flying here? Narcissus, languidly reclining in his chair, inquired while sampling the fruits on the table. Hermes took a few steps closer, a slight frown creasing his brow. Narcissus, I originally came to consult you about. He abruptly halted, surveying the gathered deities. Wait, why does it feel somewhat off that you are all gathered here? as the clever and cunning god of commerce and messenger. Hermes quickly sensed that the congregation of deities was indeed unusual. Narcissus smiled faintly, his gaze warm, yet piercing as he addressed the other deities. What are your thoughts? Apollo was the first to respond. I find Hermes to be trustworthy. After all, he is my dear brother. Ever since Hermes gifted me the lyre, our bond has strengthened. Despite his penchant for teasing his own raven, Hephaestus nodded in agreement. I concur with Apollo's assessment. Dionysus, lazily sipping his wine, remarked, Don't look to me. I have no particular opinion on this matter. Aphrodite remained silent, her eyes shifting towards Eros as if awaiting his decision. Eros calmly analyzed the situation before stating, If Hermes is willing to swear by the river Styx of the underworld, vowing not to divulge anything he has heard today, then I find no grounds for opposition. The river Styx? Such gravity. Hermes felt an increasing curiosity, yet he understood the significance of the matter. He pulled a chair between Apollo and Narcissus and solemnly swore, I, Hermes, the messenger of the gods, swear by the river Styx of the underworld that I shall not disclose anything learned today to anyone other than those present. A mysterious force echoed from the depths of the underworld, as if the spirit of the Styx itself silently affirmed his oath. After swearing, Hermes glanced curiously at the assembled gods. Then allow me to speak with him. Narcissus, noticing the others' reluctance to engage, took it upon himself to continue. He then conveyed the details to Hermes. Wow, you are quite bold, but how intriguing and exhilarating. Count me in, Hermes exclaimed, astonished by Narcissus's words, yet thrilled to partake in the unfolding events. By the way, Hermes, what brought you here in the first place? Narcissus inquired with curiosity. Well, Hermes began. I came to share the tale of Zeus's infatuation with the abducted Ganymede. After listening, Narcissus instinctively turned his gaze towards the god of love, Eros, as if seeking answers in his eyes. Do not look at me. Eros gently shook his head, a hint of an innocent smile gracing his lips. Recently, I have not employed any divine powers against Zeus. Upon hearing this response, Narcissus furrowed his brow slightly before retracting his gaze. He reached out and plucked a vibrant green leaf from a cluster of blooming flowers on the table. The leaf shimmered with a verdant glow in Narcissus's palm. As the radiance gradually faded, the leaf transformed into a pendant of transparent, jade-like beauty. Narcissus handed Hermes a pendant, saying, Hermes, deliver this to the esteemed Ganymede. Should Zeus dare to lay a hand upon him, he may choose to end his own life. In such an event, I shall assist him in his rebirth. Very well. Thank you, Hermes replied, joyfully accepting the pendant as if he had resolved a significant dilemma, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Just then, the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, interjected, Have you heard? Hera is plotting to clandestinely ally with the sea god, Poseidon. Hera has reached out to me as well. Apollo, the sun god, added. I believe our objectives align, so I have acquiesced to her request. Upon hearing this information, the atmosphere thickened with tension, and the expressions of the gods turned grave. They began to deliberate on the unforeseen circumstances, various plans and strategies surging forth like a tide, as if weaving an unpredictable tapestry of fate. Chapter 247. One of the zodiac signs, Aquarius. The long-awaited banquet in honor of Heracles finally commenced atop the highest temple of Mount Olympus. An array of blossoms flourished in vivid hues that day, seemingly blossoming in celebration of Heracles' arrival. The nymphs played celestial melodies on their harps, while others sang, their voices flowing like crystal-clear mountain springs, enchanting all who listened. Heracles made his entrance, appearing unusually regal, no longer draped in his lion's skin, but adorned in a suit of armor meticulously crafted by Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, at Zeus's behest. This armor, a fusion of starlight and fierce flame, exuded both strength and dignity. As Heracles traversed the garden, playful sprites fluttered above him, showering him with a cascade of colorful petals, as if a radiant rainbow blossomed above his head. Aha! Zeus's laughter resonated like thunder, reverberating through every corner of the temple. Rising joyfully from his opulent throne adorned with intricately carved gemstones, his robe billowed gently, as if blessed by the wind god. He approached Heracles, placing a powerful hand upon the hero's adorned shoulder. Then, Zeus firmly grasped Heracles' arm, guiding him to the heart of the banquet. There, surrounded by tables crafted from gold, silver, and exquisite porcelain, laden with delectable dishes and ambrosial nectar, the atmosphere brimmed with festivity. I am confident that some of you gods are already acquainted with him, yet today, I must formally introduce this extraordinary hero. He is our great hero, Heracles. Zeus's voice resonated with solemnity and fervor, as if recounting an epic tale. I am prepared to bestow upon him a new title, the mighty Heracles. Upon hearing this, the gods erupted in a chorus of cheers and applause, the atmosphere reaching a jubilant crescendo. Zeus, nearly beside himself with joy, reveled in the honor he conferred upon his son, blissfully unaware of the indifference and even hostility emanating from some of the surrounding deities. His gaze was akin to focused sunlight, illuminating only Heracles while disregarding all else. However, in a corner of the banquet hall, the expressions of several deities were markedly less enthusiastic. They exhibited palpable discontent regarding Heracles' newly acquired title of the mighty hero, tinged with a hint of disdain. Athena's eyes conveyed coldness and contemplation, while the narrowed gaze of Ares, the god of war, revealed jealousy and ire. These deities had experienced unpleasant encounters with Heracles. Each had, to varying extents, suffered at the hands of this powerful yet arrogantly brash hero. Had it not been for the favor of Zeus, the king of the gods, they might have long since imparted the lessons or punishments that Heracles so richly deserved. Yet, the subtle tension in the atmosphere went unnoticed by Zeus. He remained enraptured in his own revelry, oblivious to the emotional fluctuations of the other gods. Perhaps even if Zeus were aware, ever since vanquishing Typhon and reaching the pinnacle of power, he had grown conceited and indifferent to the feelings of his fellow deities. The banquet commenced grandly within the resplendent palace of Olympus. In the opulent hall, amber light transformed the ceiling into a tapestry resembling a star-studded sky. Hebe, the goddess of youth, adorned in a magnificent gown woven from lilies and roses, gracefully poured wine from a crystal bottle for the assembled gods. When it was her turn to serve Heracles, a fleeting glimmer of jealousy and discontent flashed in her eyes. Confronted with this demigod, who had ascended to divinity and secured a place at the table of the chief god, she found it difficult to accept. Hebe's fingers trembled slightly, and the surge of jealousy nearly overwhelmed her, causing the wine to spill as she poured for Heracles. Hebe, what are you doing? Before Heracles could utter a word, Zeus's thunderous voice echoed through the hall. He scrutinized his daughter sternly, seemingly perceiving her actions as a slight against him. Realizing her faux pas, Hebe hastily set down the wine bottle and bowed her head in apology to Zeus. However, at that moment, an unforeseen storm was quietly brewing. Zeus observed Hebe's bowed form, then glanced at Heracles, who had been intently watching Hebe. Previously troubled by how to arrange for Ganymede to rightfully remain in Olympus, Zeus suddenly conceived a plan. Heracles, what do you think of my daughter Hebe? Zeus inquired, a benevolent smile gracing his features. Ah, she is quite lovely, Heracles replied, momentarily coming to his senses. Very well, I shall betroth my daughter to you. Ha, Zeus declared without hesitation, announcing his decision to Heracles. Mother, upon hearing her father's proclamation, Hebe's countenance turned as pale as winter's snow, and she cast a pleading glance towards Hera, the queen of the gods. Zeus. Upon hearing these words, Hera's countenance shifted dramatically, and she retorted with indignation. How dare you? Zeus, with a piercing gaze, questioned Hera's defiance, an aura of royal authority weighing heavily upon her. Feeling the almost irresistible pressure emanating from Zeus, even as the queen of the gods, Hera found herself compelled to temporarily acquiesce. Mother, Hebe grasped Hera's hand, her eyes brimming with tears. My dear daughter, please withdraw for now. Hera's gaze conveyed a profound determination, though Hebe wished to say more. Upon meeting her mother's meaningful look, she silently wiped away her tears, her heart heavy with grievance, and gradually retreated from the banquet. With Hebe's reluctant departure, an unusual tension enveloped the banquet hall. Zeus was not taken aback by the scene. Rather, he seemed to anticipate this moment. He turned to Hermes, communicating silently, and with a nearly imperceptible nod, summoned Ganymede. As Ganymede stepped into the grand hall, adorned with mysterious radiance and opulent decorations, his heart raced, especially when he felt Hera's piercing gaze, filled with fury that seemed capable of penetrating the soul. Ignoring Hera's expression, Zeus boldly announced before the assembly that Ganymede would assume the role of the new cupbearer. Zeus reached out, intending to embrace Ganymede's slender waist in a gesture of camaraderie. But Ganymede deftly evaded him. He politely responded, I shall attend to the wine for the gods. When Ganymede approached the revelrous Dionysus, the god of wine elegantly lifted his goblet and took a sip. He then smiled, remarking, This wine lacks a certain quality. Allow me to share my new concoction. With that, Dionysus lightly touched the crystal bottle in Ganymede's hand, and a crimson divine essence flowed from his fingertips. This divine power seeped into the bottle, instantly enhancing the already delightful wine, imbuing it with the allure and ecstasy of the entire cosmos. The atmosphere in the hall immediately lightened, and the expressions of the gods gradually relaxed. Dionysus, with a satisfied smile, raised his cup, clearly pleased with his creation. As the splendid music and festive ambience swirled in the air, the banquet reached its zenith. The gods indulged in merriment and laughter, savoring the wine, while the newly appointed cupbearer Ganymede busily attended to their needs. Zeus, in particular, became Ganymede's primary patron. Whenever his crystal goblet neared emptiness, Ganymede would appear by his side, pouring more divine wine. Zeus clearly relished Ganymede's service, unabashedly raising his cup time and again to drink deeply. Ultimately, even Zeus, king of the gods, could not withstand the potency of the divine wine. His cheeks flushed, his gaze grew hazy, and he succumbed effortlessly to the enchantment of the libation. Slowly, his head began to droop until, at last, he succumbed to a deep slumber upon his opulent throne. Hera's gaze swept over the inebriated deities and a few of the more sober gods, and she quickly discerned their unspoken accord. With a subtle nod, she rose gracefully, her lips parting softly. Act. This command resonated clearly amidst the fervor and clamor of the banquet hall, starkly contrasting with the dim chandeliers and resplendent decorations. Igniting a glimmer in the eyes of Narcissus and Apollo, Hephaestus, without a trace of hesitation, moved his arm and retrieved a chain forged from divine fire from within his voluminous robe. With a flick of his wrist, the chain soared into the air, tracing a swift silver arc before, as if drawn by an unfathomable force, it ensnared Zeus's limbs and body. The chain seemed to possess a life and will of its own, coiling, tightening, and twisting, ultimately suspending Zeus aloft. Even in his dreams, Zeus appeared to sense something amiss. Yet the effects of the wine rendered him incapable of resistance. Dionysus, the potency of your wine is remarkable, Apollo remarked, observing the unresisting Zeus suspended by the chain. Casting a compliment towards Dionysus, the latter chuckled at the remark, his smile enigmatic and laced with a hint of mockery. He lifted his goblet, gently swirling the liquid within, releasing an intoxicating aroma. I must thank the god of sleep, Hypnos, Dionysus leisurely stated, for providing the special herb that enabled me to brew this extraordinary wine. Ganymede, witnessing Zeus ensnared by the chains, fixed his gaze upon the scene, his eyes betraying evident fear and confusion. He was no fool. He understood the intentions of the gods, and an urge to flee surged within him. Hera, noticing his movement, was immediately consumed by a surge of fury. She brandished her divine artifact, conjuring a beam of crimson light that shot toward Ganymede, who sought to escape. However, at that critical moment, Narcissus gently waved his hand, and a white light suddenly emanated from the pendant around Ganymede's neck. In an instant, as if life itself had burst forth, flowers and verdant leaves blossomed around him, forming a barrier that successfully thwarted Hera's crimson assault. Hera cast an irate glance at Narcissus, her fiery eyes seemingly intent on turning him to ash. Life's master, what is your intention? Narcissus remained unaffected by Hera's aura and responded gently, asserting that he was merely an innocent mortal, suggesting that Hera was being somewhat petty. Hera let out a cold snort, feeling a twinge of frustration, particularly upon noticing Eros and several other deities lingering beside Narcissus. Consumed by fury, she refocused her attention on the crystal wine bottle that Ganymede had just poured. In an instant, Hera's divine power coalesced into a brilliant beam of light that sent the crystal bottle soaring into the air. The bottle ascended higher and higher, ultimately transforming into a radiant celestial trail, which would later be known to mortals as the constellation Aquarius. Chapter 248, Libra. One of the zodiac signs, the atmosphere within the Olympian temple was so heavy it felt almost palpable, with each deity acutely aware of the tension. The grand thrones, adorned with ivory and gold, shimmered with the light of various magical gems, yet all gazes were fixed upon Zeus, who hung suspended in the air, tightly bound by Hephaestus's specially crafted iron chains. Awakening from the haze of intoxication, Zeus's expression twisted into a mask of fury as he bellowed, "Damn it! You dare to restrain me?" With his fury, thunder began to gather within the temple, the reverberations shaking the very fabric of the space. However, Hephaestus had anticipated this reaction. The chains were not only forged from his unique materials, but had also undergone a special reinforcement. each time Zeus attempted to struggle with his divine power. The chains absorbed his strength as swiftly as a sponge absorbs water. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, turned her head with a tranquil demeanor upon witnessing this spectacle. Although she did not partake in the schemes of Narcissus and the other deities, her evident silence and choice spoke volumes about her stance on the current predicament. The tension in the temple escalated to new heights, as if it were on the verge of eruption. Hera, Poseidon, and Apollo each assumed an authoritative posture, their gazes revealing unmistakable ambition and challenge. As Zeus's wife and queen of the gods, I am undoubtedly the most suitable candidate, Hera declared proudly, her gaze sharp as a dagger. Poseidon let out a boisterous laugh, proclaiming, as the god of the ocean, I command the majority of the world. Zeus's position should rightfully be mine. Apollo then smiled serenely, asserting, as the god of art and prophecy, I can foresee the future and guide the gods to greatness. Soon after, Athena, Ares, and Hephaestus joined the verbal skirmish. Athena spoke with composure, as the goddess of wisdom, I can provide the gods with more judicious leadership. Ares, filled with rage, roared, war is the ultimate resolution. I am the strongest, and thus I should be the king of the gods. Hephaestus interjected with a smile. Let us not forget that it was my chains that have stripped Zeus of his freedom. Clearly, I possess both the capability and wisdom to manage this situation. Nearby, Hermes, though not particularly interested in the position of king, found the divine contention far more enthralling than any drama. He leaned against the divine throne with a smile, holding a golden staff adorned with serpentine motifs, contemplating the scene before him, and reflecting that this was indeed an unforgettable day. The atmosphere within the sanctuary was thick with tension and the acrid scent of gunpowder, as each deity weighed their options, calculating and preparing to make their move. Enough, echoed the voice of Narcissus, resonating through the charged ambience, like a tranquil ripple swiftly traversing a still lake, compelling all to cease their quarrels. Those aspiring to the throne of the divine must be prepared. Narcissus spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his words bore an undeniable authority. On what grounds do you, Lord of Life, make such decisions? Hera's eyes glinted with displeasure. I stand in agreement with Narcissus, Eros declared, his voice akin to a stone placed upon a balance. Silencing all present, Hera parted her lips, yet refrained from uttering a word, fully aware of the considerable weight that Eros' endorsement carried. With his support, Narcissus' proposal garnered widespread assent. Then let us establish detailed regulations, Athena interjected, naturally the most suitable candidate for such a task as the goddess of wisdom. The pantheon unanimously expressed their agreement, and thus began to delineate their respective terms for ruling as the divine sovereign. Ultimately, they resolved that each deity would reign for 12 years over Olympus, with a rotation every 12 years. Amidst these deliberations, Zeus, bound by iron chains, evidently had no voice in the matter. His roars and protests were disregarded by the assembly. In the end, Hephaestus cast a minor enchantment, sealing Zeus's voice, transforming it into a silent thunder that reverberated throughout the temple, yet no longer disrupted the discussion among the gods. As the deities prepared themselves, each principal god began to wield their authority to intertwine with the essence of the universe. A sound resonating with the harmony of heaven and earth echoed within the great hall, as the bodies of the gods emanated a profound and solemn light, reminiscent of stars scattered across a mysterious night sky. They extended their palms, each wielding their powers like beams of light traversing the void, reaching into the deepest recesses of the cosmos, a realm known as the essence of the world. Then, an invisible energy radiated from them, resonating directly with the world's essence. In that moment, the entire sanctuary was infused with a highly concentrated energy, as if the cosmos itself was gazing upon them. At that instant, Zeus, ensnared by iron chains in midair, suddenly felt as though his very being was being siphoned away. The powers that were once solely his as the divine ruler began to dissipate, flowing instead to the other principal gods. This authority was redistributed, transforming into a collective responsibility among the deities. Bound tightly by chains, he emitted almost inaudible cries of despair. With the loss of his sovereign power, the laws that had coalesced around him began to separate and return to the world. Observing Zeus's plight, Narcissus and Eros exchanged glances, their objectives having been fulfilled. At this moment, the atmosphere on Earth grew increasingly tense, resembling a powder keg poised to ignite. No longer merely a friction among nations and dynasties. Even familial bonds and friendships have begun to unravel due to a profound erosion of trust. The deification of Heracles served as the final straw that shattered the delicate equilibrium, particularly in light of his myriad dubious and contentious actions. On the streets, in taverns and markets, fervent discussions erupted regarding this event. Heracles? A god? Why not me? Exclaimed an obscure demigod, furiously smashing his cup. How ironic, sighed an elder warrior. We have always revered the deities, yet such a person can ascend among their ranks. Even within some temples and academies, priests and scholars have begun to question the fairness and wisdom of the divine. This discontent and skepticism acted as fuel, exacerbating the existing instability on earth and rendering the situation increasingly dire. The drums of war began to resonate, escalating from minor skirmishes to grand battles, with countless lives lost amidst the chaos. It was no longer merely a conflict between nations. Even kin turned against one another, driven by greed, suspicion, or a struggle for divine legitimacy, acutely aware of the pervasive unrest and fury saturating the land. Many deities who once dwelled among mortals, such as the goddess of the forest, the river god, and the pastoral deity, retreated from their realms and returned to Olympus. Among them, Eris, the goddess of discord, remained the sole figure reveling in this turmoil. Like a gloating raven, she soared across the land, sowing her seeds of discord, inciting strife, and further exacerbating the already tumultuous situation. Ah, how splendid this is! The anger, pain, and fear of the people. These are the wellsprings of my power, she cackled wickedly. Astrea, daughter of Zeus and Themis, who inherited her mother's solemn divine office and the discerning eye of judgment, felt a deep sorrow as she witnessed the gods' disappointment in humanity's actions, leading them to retreat to Olympus. Only she could not bear to forsake this flawed yet redeemable world. She traversed desolate battlefields and crossed shattered homesteads, endeavoring to teach humanity the pursuit of goodness, tirelessly measuring fairness and justice with the exquisite scales in her hands. Nevertheless, despite her unwavering commitment, humanity continued its descent into depravity. The malevolence of war intensified, drowning all reason and conscience in a tide of blood and smoke. Ultimately, Astrea, burdened with regret and disappointment, had no choice but to depart from the world she once cherished but could not save, returning to Olympus. Upon her return, with the assistance of the moon goddess Artemis, Astrea gathered her remaining divine power. She infused her divine power into the scales, a symbol of equilibrium. Gradually, the scales in her hands began to radiate, emitting a brilliance akin to that of diamonds, before soaring into the night sky, transforming into a resplendent constellation. Her heart brimmed with hope, yearning for those who, during the day, were mired in bloodshed and hatred, to look up at the luminous Libra at night, awakening in them a sense of vigilance and prompting reflection and repentance. From that moment forth, whenever night descended, that dazzling starlight would grace the heavens. Chapter 249. The Return of the Creator God. I believe we should eradicate humanity and recreate them anew. Within the majestic halls of the Olympian main temple, this proclamation pierced through the sacred atmosphere like a sharp blade. The deities sat regally upon their opulent, gem-adorned thrones, encircling a round table crafted from pure gold. A golden hearth in the corner radiated a gentle glow, illuminating the chamber. Above, the stars seemed fixed in place, quietly revolving. Hera furrowed her flawless brow. As the former queen of Olympus, her voice resonated with undeniable authority. Should we truly be so heartless towards humanity? Though they are guilty, they remain our creations. Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare, interjected calmly. Hera is correct. We ought to grant humanity more opportunities, guiding them towards the right path rather than merely resorting to punishment as a solution. Ares, the god of war, scoffed disdainfully. Opportunities? They have squandered countless chances. I advocate for their complete annihilation, erasing them from this world entirely. Poseidon, the god of the sea, added in his deep, resonant voice, I too support the extermination of humanity. Their faith in the divine has evaporated. They are unworthy of our compassion. The words reverberated within the main temple. As the gazes of the deities intertwined, each filled with contemplation and deliberation, like sharp swords poised in the air, ready to determine the fate of humanity. Strangely absent from this pivotal assembly of gods was Narcissus, who found himself within an elegant and mysteriously charged temple atop Olympus. The temple's stone columns were enveloped in an enigmatic glow, while the floor was adorned with intricate patterns. As the deities returned to Olympus, a multitude of laws converged upon the sacred mountain, suffusing it with an array of principles, as if the very secrets of the universe were converging in this hallowed space. Narcissus hung suspended like a painting in midair, various vibrant laws intertwining with his being like chains. His once snow-white hair and lake-blue eyes had now faded to a pallid gray. Though his eyes remained wide open, the vacant gaze revealed that he had lost consciousness. His body floated helplessly, akin to an abandoned marionette. Yet, from the contorted expression on his face, one could easily discern the agony he was enduring. Below the temple, the god of love, Eros, stood with a furrowed brow, gazing anxiously at Narcissus's figure. His eyes shone like searchlights, fixated on the figure above. Suddenly, a surge of golden and 3 streams of inky black light erupted from beneath the earth, swiftly traversing the sky towards Olympus, where Narcissus was ensconced within the temple. The 4 beams of light coalesced, transforming in an instant into the silhouettes of 2 men and 2 women. Eldest brother, elder sister, second brother, second sister. Upon witnessing these extraordinary arrivals, Eros felt a surge of joy and hastened forward. The situation appears dire. We must unite our strengths, the earth goddess Gaia declared solemnly, directing her words towards the god of the abyss, Tartarus, the god of darkness, Erebus, the goddess of night, Nyx, and Eros. Indeed, the gods nodded in unison, a resolute determination coursing through them. A warm golden glow emanated from Gaia, while Eros radiated a fiery red aura. And Tartarus along with the other deities were enveloped in a shroud of darkness. Subsequently, these kaleidoscopic lights wove together, forming a vast net that enveloped Narcissus's body. In an instant, resplendent halos burst forth around Narcissus, the multicolored lights swirling like dancing ribbons encircling him. Soon after, an ethereal figure began to rise from within him. Witnessing this spectacle, Eros and the other gods were filled with exhilaration, intensifying their divine power. After a fierce struggle, the ethereal figure successfully separated from Narcissus's body. Instantly, the entire world seemed to tremble, and a chorus of cheers echoed through the heavens. Eros swiftly leaped forward, embracing the plummeting Narcissus tightly. His gaze was anxiously fixed on the figure that detached itself from the body of Narcissus. The figure ascended higher and higher. While the world began to emanate a resplendent glow, beams of brilliant light converged from every corner, illuminating the gradually solidifying form. Such a momentous occurrence naturally drew the attention of the deities atop Mount Olympus. Upon their hurried arrival at the temple steeped in mystery, the first sight that captured their attention was the gathering of 5 primordial gods: Gaia, the goddess of the earth; Tartarus, the god of the abyss; Erebus, the god of darkness; Nyx, the goddess of night; and Eros, the god of love. The rarity of this assembly alone was enough to evoke profound astonishment. But when their gazes shifted toward the increasingly tangible figure in the sky, disbelief washed over them. Apollo and others discerned that the apparition hovering in the air bore a resemblance to Narcissus, yet it radiated a more mature and gentle demeanor. He appeared as a middle-aged man, embodying both wisdom and kindness, in stark contrast to the youthful and handsome visage of Narcissus. "Dear Eros, could you enlighten us as to what is transpiring?" inquired Apollo, the god of sunlight, and Hephaestus, the god of forging, as they approached Eros, their expressions brimming with curiosity. Concerned for the Narcissus cradled in Eros' arms. "That is my father, the primordial creator, Chaos," Eros replied. His gaze filled with reverence and affection as he looked upon the solidifying figure in the sky, his voice tinged with immense joy. Eros' proclamation struck the hearts of the gods like a thunderclap. Chaos, the legendary creator deity, what could his emergence signify? In that moment, be they ancient gods or the youthful new generation, they all raised their eyes toward the figure in the heavens, their expressions a blend of shock and confusion, yet predominantly infused with an ineffable reverence. Epilogue. The return of Chaos, the creator deity, surged forth like a torrential current, effortlessly altering the very fabric of the world. The complex and contentious issues of humanity, long debated by the gods, found astonishingly simple resolutions in his hands. A divine force enveloped the earth, and in an instant, all of humanity seemed to be drawn into a colossal vortex, vanishing from sight and transported to an unknown cosmic realm upon a planet. This celestial body was a harmonious blend of 1/3 land and 2/3 ocean, a world perfectly balanced in its natural elements. During this magnificent operation, Chaos also took note of the other deities. Among them were a pair of divine beings with human heads and serpentine bodies, surrounded by an unusual aura. An elderly deity with 4 faces and 4 arms, radiating boundless wisdom, and a powerful entity adorned with various weapons, possessing multiple visages and eyes, whose presence was so overwhelming it was nearly suffocating. Surprisingly, these deities did not clash due to differing interests or perspectives. On the contrary, they seemed united in purpose, collectively focused on the same celestial body, facilitating the transfer of humanity from their respective realms to this new planet. Once their mission was accomplished, their forms dissipated like morning mist, gradually vanishing from this cosmic expanse. As for Narcissus, his soul appeared liberated from the burdens that weighed it down, akin to a once captive gem finally basking in the light of day. After Chaos departed from his corporeal form, buried memories that had long been suppressed began to surge forth like a deluge. Each fragment of memory, every subtle emotion, gradually thawed, awakening his true nature once more. Under the protection of the primordial deity Chaos and other ancient gods, Narcissus now felt akin to a freshly graduated high school student, brimming with youthful exuberance and boundless freedom. As a being of supreme divinity, his power was indeed extraordinary, yet now he seemed more inclined to utilize that power to explore and revel in life. He frolicked in Chaos's realm, a world brimming with countless mysteries and vibrant vistas. At times, he would stand upon a bridge woven from starlight, gazing down at a river not of water, but of liquid metal. At other times, he would leap onto clouds shimmering like neon, allowing the wind to carry him into uncharted territories, and on occasion, he would stealthily venture into that unknown cosmic realm to observe the newly settled humans. Witnessing their gradual adaptation to the enchanting new world, he beheld a realm starkly different from his own, governed by disparate rules and forces. There, intrinsic deities did not exist, and the rich tapestry of divine narratives was confined to myth and legend. For beings accustomed to thriving in an environment dense with energy and intricate laws, the energy of that world felt alarmingly barren. Narcissus stood within his temple, enraptured before a glassy screen. This screen served as a portal, linking him to a distant and wholly different realm. He beheld beings there bridging the chasm between themselves and nature through technology and intellect, wielding reason and courage to gradually seize control of their destinies. Though devoid of divine guardianship, the inhabitants sought strength in myriad forms, perhaps in science, perhaps in culture, or perhaps in some ineffable belief. In what appeared to be a barren world, they unearthed a different kind of richness and vibrancy. However, gradually, Narcissus ceased to observe that realm. The last glimpse he took revealed a human rescuing a drowning child, compelled by an irresistible urge. He extended a subtle divine influence that transcended the barriers of time and space, silently descending upon the human. In that instant, the individual grasped the child's hand, successfully bringing him back to the shore. Following this, Narcissus smiled faintly and closed the window that connected the two worlds. Narcissus remained oblivious to the fact that, with the intervention of his divine power, the beads on the necklace he had just purchased from the antique street began to absorb his essence and emit a radiant glow. The human who had just rescued a child found himself being irresistibly drawn into the depths of the water by the luminous beads. Synopsis: a tragic reincarnation into Greek mythology. Narcissus becomes the cursed figure who ultimately perishes due to his obsession with his own reflection in the water, embodying the very essence of vanity. Lacking any substantial backing, Narcissus merely wishes to strive for survival in this mythological realm of ancient Greece.